Chapter 1, Extract the Thunderfruit at the beginning. June 6, 2030. Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, Class 3, Grade 12 Classroom. Classmates, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. To help everyone remember the rules, I'd like to elaborate a little more here. This year's college entrance examination is divided into liberal arts and military subjects. Students who have registered for the liberal arts subject should go to the corresponding examination center tomorrow. Students who have chosen the military science program will gather at the school gate tomorrow morning. The school will arrange for them to go to the assessment site. A reminder to students who have registered for the martial arts exam: although there will be martial artists invigilating the exam, there will still be a certain casualty rate every year. So, students who don't have awakened talents or whose talents are below E-level, please try to choose the liberal arts major. On the podium, a teacher wearing glasses was talking patiently, but the students in the classroom seemed absent-minded. Oh, I really envy those students who can apply for the martial arts department. Once they are admitted to the martial arts school, becoming a warrior is a sure thing. Yeah, I heard that the salary for warriors has been increased this year. Even if you don't work, you can still receive 10,000 yuan a month. What? So good? Then do I, with my F-level talent, still have a chance? Brother, wake up. F-level talent isn't even enough to fill the teeth of those ferocious beasts. But isn't there an F-rated student in our class who signed up for the military department? Who is it? The students were whispering, glancing at a handsome boy sitting in the corner from time to time. What's going on? Lin Hao rubbed his swollen head, and suddenly a lot of memories flooded into his mind. Discover through memory. The world he traveled through was also called Blue Star. However, this world experienced a great catastrophe thousands of years ago, with invasions from other worlds and dimensions, among which horrific beasts and alien races appeared. They set off a disaster, slaughtered humans, and robbed homes. They are the mortal enemies of mankind. However, it was this disaster that allowed humans to undergo a second evolution. I just stayed up late playing games last night. How did I end up traveling through time? Who can I blame for this? It's okay to travel through time, but why is it hell mode as soon as I arrive? Lin Hao sighed. Since the start of the second evolution, everyone will undergo talent awakening before entering high school. Talents are divided into spirit, ice and snow, lightning, strength, etc. The grades are from low to high, namely F grade, E grade, S grade. The highest level talent is SSS. The vast majority of people only awaken D-level or E-level talents. Only a small number of people can awaken B-level and O-level talents. As for S-level talents, they haven't appeared in Linjiang City for more than 10 years. Not to mention the highest SSS level talent, which may only exist in ancient books. Even most people have never heard of it in their entire lives. The higher the talent level. This means that the greater the increase in chi and blood, the higher the probability of becoming a warrior. However, before entering high school, his predecessor awakened the weakest F-rank lightning talent, Electric Spark. When he exercises his chi and blood, he will get a 3% bonus. In other words, the growth of chi and blood is 0.03 times faster than that of normal people. Sparks. Lin Hao raised his right hand, and a faint arc of electricity suddenly jumped up and danced at his fingertips. Before long, a small flame formed. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Isn't this the principle of lighters in previous lives? It's useless. You need to know some D-level talents, and even E-level talents. The increase in chi and blood is at least 10%. In comparison, the 0.03-fold increase is almost equivalent to no increase at all. The predecessor also knew this problem, so he redoubled his efforts. Both his chi and blood performance and his cultural performance are not bad. But the gap in talent cannot be made up by hard work. Especially after becoming a warrior, this gap is more obvious. This is just like the academic genius in the previous life, who could get full marks in exams while studying and playing. Even if you learn a lot, you are still just chasing after others. More importantly, the military science exam tests actual combat. That was a close combat with real swords and guns and ferocious beasts. Everyone knows. The energy and blood power of ferocious beasts far exceeds that of humans. Therefore, warriors usually rely on the amplifying power of their talents in battle. And what can Lin Hao rely on? Relying on this electric spark? Could it be that he was lighting a cigarette for the beast when the fight started? Shout, brother, don't kill me? This is bullshit. Lin Hao looked at the little flame dancing on his fingertips, feeling unwilling. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, working like an ox or a horse every day. The tiredness of life makes him reluctant to go out. No social life, let alone a girlfriend. I just play games and gain points every day. But he's had enough of this kind of life. Who doesn't want their life to be more exciting? And the warriors in this world let him see the door to a wonderful life. The awakened F-level ability closed the door again. I finally traveled through time. Am I supposed to be an ordinary person? I also want to be a strong man admired by everyone and kill everyone. Why? Lin Hao sighed, extinguished the flame on his fingertips, and clenched his fists. Today is June 6th, and the college entrance examination will be held tomorrow. Because of the invasion of strange beasts, warriors became a special class. Not only do they enjoy various benefits, but they also have a higher social status. But becoming a warrior is not easy at all. Talent awakening is only the first step. After that, one has to go through a long period of training before one can step into the threshold of a warrior and obtain official certification. Passing the martial arts exam and entering a martial arts school is a shortcut to the path of martial arts. After all, martial arts schools have many professional teachers who can provide teaching guidance and help you avoid many detours. Moreover, the martial arts school also has a large number of training resources to accelerate growth. Therefore, basically 90% of the warriors in Longwei are graduates of martial arts schools. However, with this F-level talent, the possibility of Lin Hao being admitted to the martial arts school is almost zero. They say that every time traveler comes without a system. And where's my system? Come out and save me. Lin Hao muttered helplessly in his heart. He really didn't believe it. How could a time traveler not have a system these days? Just as Lin Hao was thinking, a mechanical prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the lottery system. As long as you consume the lottery points, you can participate in the lottery. Since this is the host's first awakening, the system rewards 1 god-level lottery chance and 200 lottery points. Would you like to draw? What? The system is really here? Lin Hao was stunned at first, then he couldn't contain his ecstasy. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he naturally knew what the system meant. This life-changing opportunity was right in front of him. What are you waiting for? Smoke. Beat him hard. In an instant, a huge void prize pool appeared in his mind. Shining with golden light, dazzling in color. Each compartment corresponds to a corresponding prize. Thunderfruit, Ryujin Jaka, 8 great techniques, Sharingan. After Lin Hao carefully looked at the prize, his breathing became rapid. Each one of them is an extremely precious treasure, so you won't lose out no matter what you draw. Just then, the prize pool began to spin, and Lin Hao's heart started to spin with it. Not long after, the pointer stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Thunderfruit. Would you like to receive it? PS Realm Division, 1st level Warrior, 2nd level Martial Artist, 3rd level Military General, 4th level Master, 5th level Grand Master, 6th level Martial King, 7th level Martial Lord, 8th level Martial Emperor, and 9th level Martial Saint. Chapter 2 Awakening S-level Talent? At the podium, the voice of the head teacher Lao Zhan's lecture spread to every corner of the classroom. But Lin Hao could hear nothing. It was as if the world had quieted down. The system prompt sound replayed endlessly in my mind. Thunderfruit. This is not unfamiliar to Lin Hao, who is familiar with One Piece. As the most special and rarest natural fruit of all devil fruits. In the plot of One Piece, the ability of the Thunderfruit exists like a bug. Once the element is cast, the user can transform his body into lightning, which makes him immune to normal physical attacks. That's not all. After eating the Thunderfruit, it can be said that he is called the Thunder Man to some extent. Not only can it release terrifying high-voltage currents at will, it can also use lightning waves to break through the air to produce supersonic shock waves, which can deflect any attacks approaching it. Even electrotherapy and cardiopulmonary resuscitation are no problem. Even while transforming part of the body into thunder and becoming immune to physical attacks, it can also achieve speeds comparable to teleportation. All of the above. Even in this advanced martial arts world where everyone has awakened their talents, Lin Hao believed that he was an undisputed top-notch existence. In comparison, Lin Hao's talent is also electric. But the gap is like that between a firefly and the bright moon. However, even though the Thunderfruit is so powerful, it is not without weaknesses. One of them is Seastone, but this thing is a specialty of the pirate world. This world doesn't exist at all. The second point is Insulator. To be honest, Lin Hao was not too worried. After all, this is on Blue Planet, and no one can awaken Luffy's rubber ability. And today's insulating materials are not absolutely non-conductive. Once the voltage exceeds the material's strength, electrical breakdown occurs. The insulation condition will also be damaged. Even insulators will be broken down. Moreover, in addition to the terrifying voltage, thunder also carries a scorching high temperature. Generally in nature, the temperature of lightning is between 10,000 and 20,000 degrees Celsius. More than 400 times that of the human body. That is to say, without any protection, you will be evaporated instantly if you are hit by one bullet. So, the weakness of the Thunderfruit also depends on the level of development and its own strength. Just like Luffy in One Piece. The ability of the rubber fruit is actually very ordinary, but with his development, he made it very useful. Not only does it have amazing strength and speed, it also has multiple forms. Even with the blessing of domineering, he has the ability to challenge the four emperors. Wait until later. Lin Hao embarks on the path of a warrior. The Thunderfruit will not have any weaknesses, and the thunder will penetrate everything. Think of this. Lin Hao's heart was burning with excitement, and he wanted to eat the fruit immediately. But he also knew that doing this in the classroom was not a good idea. So I suppressed my temper and waited patiently for school to be over. Finally, let me emphasize again that the martial arts exam carries the risk of death. Students whose talent awakening is below level E, please consider this carefully. You still have the opportunity to change your subject today. If you want to change your subject, please register with me. The head teacher, Lao Jiang, pushed his glasses and glanced at Lin Hao from time to time. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't react, he couldn't help but frown slightly. In fact, Lao Jiang said this to Lin Hao. After all, he was the only student in the class whose talent was below E level and who applied for the military science course. Lao Jiang was also helpless about this. However, Lao Jiang could understand Lin Hao's determination to take the martial arts exam. As a class teacher, Lao Jiang knows the family situation of every child in the class very well. Lin Hao's parents were warriors who died in a sea of fire while trying to protect the main force in a battle against foreign races. Only Lin Hao, who was only in his teens at the time, was left. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Hao's parents are heroes and martyrs of the Dragon Country. So old Jiang has been taking special care of Lin Hao since he started high school. After learning that Lin Hao had only awakened F-level talent, Lao Jiang did not give up. After all, practicing martial arts can also help ordinary people strengthen their bodies. But my little ancestor, why do you want to sign up for the military exam? You should know that the martial arts examination is set up to simulate the battlefield environment of all races. It requires wearing armor and holding weapons like a soldier to fight against ferocious beasts. The final score is related to the number and level of ferocious beasts killed. But on the battlefield, it doesn't matter who you are. The strong prey on the weak. It is the only rule for survival on the battlefield. If Lin Hao had a C-level or even D-level talent, old Jiang would agree with this wholeheartedly because it would provide a certain level of self-protection. But you only have an F-level talent, why are you joining in the fun? It's not even enough for the ferocious beast to fill its teeth. It would be better to just apply for the liberal arts major, which would also be a way to leave a descendant for the Lin family. After all, there is only Lin Hao in the Lin family. What should I do? Thinking of this, Lao Jiang's brows were about to wrinkle into the shape of the Chinese character. No. We must persuade this child no matter what. After all, the martial arts exam is no joke. Ding ling ling. Just as Lao Jiang made up his mind, the school bell rang. Then he subconsciously looked towards the corner, but there was no one there. How come this kid runs so fast? Shangwan Community. Lin Hao rushed back to the rental house as fast as he could in his life. Although his parents left him a considerable inheritance, the expenses of practicing martial arts were very high. After all, the poor are good at literature but the rich are good at martial arts. In addition, his predecessor was very unwilling to accept his awakened talent, and tried his best to purchase resources to assist in his cultivation. For example, pills to increase qi in blood, personal trainers in martial arts schools, etc. As a result, he can only rent a house now. Then Lin Hao drew the curtains and locked the door. To be on the safe side, they even locked the security door. After doing everything, Lin Haozai took out the Thunderfruit from the system space. In fact, he also understood what the head teacher Lao Jiang meant. But he should be asked to study liberal arts and become an ordinary person from then on. Lin Hao was obviously unwilling to accept this. I don't know what will happen after eating it. Fortunately, I'm the only one living here, so even if something happens, no one will know. I heard that devil fruits taste weird. Oh, who cares? As long as I can become stronger, even if it's a disaster, I can. No more hesitation. Lin Hao picked up the Thunderfruit. Take a bite. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. It doesn't have the strange smell I imagined, but instead has a sweet fragrance. Then he took a few bites and ate up all the Thunderfruit. But as the Thunderfruit went down his throat, Lin Hao could clearly feel that some unknown changes were taking place in his body. Vaguely, he could feel a tingling sensation, as if all the cells in his body were cheering. Is this electricity? This is the thought. Lin Hao raised his right hand and snapped his fingers as before. Bang! A silver-white electric current suddenly jumped onto the fingertips. Judging from its size, I wonder how many times thicker it is than the electric spark. Not only that, the Thunderfruit's effect on the cultivation of qi and blood is also extremely exaggerated. Lin Hao felt it carefully. If the amount of qi and blood a normal person receives every day is compared to 1, then the health after being amplified by the F-level electric spark is 1.03. But now, this increase reached an extremely exaggerated 50 times. That is to say, he doesn't have to do anything every day, just relying on lightning to temper his body, he can gain 50 points of qi and blood. You should know that the health of an ordinary first-level warrior is only around 500. Doesn't that mean that you can become a warrior even just by lying down in just 10 days? No wonder everyone attaches so much importance to talent level. Now it seems a bit against the will of heaven. I just don't know what level of talent my Thunderfruit has. After all, they are not from the same world, so it is difficult to judge. How about trying? Lin Hao stared at the arcs of electricity jumping on his fingertips and murmured softly. The next moment, Lin Hao closed his eyes, mobilized the energy of his body and blood, and tried his best to unleash the power of the Thunderfruit. Sudden. He opened his eyes. Deep within the dark pupils, a flash of silver-white light flashed by. ZZ. Hundreds of electric arcs suddenly erupted, spreading out from Lin Hao as the center. The TV suddenly flashed with snow screen. The incandescent light above my head is flickering. The glass on the table exploded instantly. The floor, the walls, the room were filled with electric snakes moving around. And the outside world. At this time, it was shrouded in a dark cloud. Chapter 3 Who is going through the tribulation ahead? Linjiang City, Education Bureau. A meeting about the college entrance examination is being held. All the participants in the conference were senior officials from the Ministry of Education. The weakest ones are all second-level warriors. The college entrance examination in Longwei is mainly divided into liberal arts and military subjects. There is no need to say much about liberal arts exams, they are the same all over the world, and you just need to answer the questions in the classroom. And the military examination. Because of the existence of strange beasts, it seems extremely special. Moreover, since the catastrophe, the Dragon Kingdom has attached increasing importance to it year by year. Until now, it has evolved into a grand event that has attracted national attention. Every year there are exceptionally talented people who achieve excellent results in the examinations and become famous throughout the country. However, a genius of this level would obviously not appear in Linjiang City. Everyone, what are your thoughts on the selection of test sites for this year's martial arts exam? At the head of the conference table, a thin old man sat slowly with a kind smile. On the face full of wrinkles, only a pair of eyes were unusually bright, and their gaze was like lightning. Everyone felt a vague sense of oppression from the old man. Director Su, hasn't the examination site for this year's martial arts exam been decided long ago? Yes, wasn't it always held at the green grassland in previous years? From what the director said, are we going to change the examination venue this year? The so-called martial arts examination sites generally refer to the habitats of ferocious beasts near urban areas. These ferocious beasts are kept in captivity by humans and are usually used for military training. But at this time of year, it will be used as a testing site for the military examination. There are actually 3 areas in Linjiang City that can be used as test sites. Green grassland is one of them. However, most of the ferocious beasts in the green grassland are herbivorous and generally not very aggressive. It is the least difficult of the 3 test points. Indeed, green grassland has been used as a test center for over 10 years, and during this time, our Linjiang City's performance has been declining year by year. Even the champion of Linjiang City's martial arts exam last year was ranked outside the top 100 in the province. If this continues... The old man restrained his smile at this time and looked extremely serious. Longwo wants to ensure absolute fairness in the martial arts examination. The results of the martial arts exam are determined by the type and strength of the ferocious beasts killed. At the beginning, they took into consideration that the candidates from Linjiang City were not strong and had little practical ability, and also wanted to reduce the casualty rate. So choose the green grassland with less danger. Naturally, the scores obtained are very low. It now seems that this decision was undoubtedly wrong. Several senior officials nodded upon hearing this. They are all old men who have retired from the battlefield of all races. I also understand how cruel the battlefield is. In comparison, the ferocious beasts in the green grassland are no different from the baby bus in their eyes. A warrior who grew up in this kind of environment. Just like flowers in a greenhouse, they will break at the slightest touch. Moreover, the low difficulty of the martial arts exam is not a good thing for most candidates. After all, they always have to face real battles. Being overprotective will only harm them. So it's time to make a change. Even sacrifices are inevitable. I agree. Listen to Director Su. Seeing that everyone agreed, Su Shizhong no longer hesitated and announced it immediately. In that case, then choose the medium difficulty one. But before he could finish his words, boom! Suddenly there was a huge thunder in the sky. Immediately following, the light faded, and the entire conference room was shrouded in darkness. Such abnormal weather changes immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the conference room. Everyone left the venue and looked up at the sky. Only the outside world is seen. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds, enveloping the entire city. It feels like the end of the world, extremely oppressive. Not a drop of rain fell, but there were bursts of thunder. You can even see silver dragons made of lightning flying through the dark clouds. What's going on? Is the weather going to change? What a terrifying force of thunder! Even from such a distance I can still feel the oppressive force. Something's wrong. It doesn't look like a normal thunderstorm. The moment the thunder sounded, Su Shizhong jumped into the air. Flying in the air is the unique symbol of a 4th-level master warrior. However, the Grandmaster level relies on the energy of Qi and blood to forcibly rise into the air. This state cannot last long. If you want to truly fly in the air, only a 5th-level Grandmaster can do it. After taking off, Su Shizhong searched everywhere for the source of the anomaly. In his opinion, this strange weather is definitely not normal. It is very likely that some high-level ferocious beasts that can control lightning have invaded. This situation has occurred in history. Take the neighboring island country for example. He was once attacked by a 9th-order beast king. Because the incident happened suddenly, he was not prepared at all. The little guys almost had their country destroyed. Fortunately, the Beast King was just playing around and didn't kill them all. Dragon Country netizens cried out for pity. But if this kind of thing happened in Linjiang City, it would be dangerous. Their defensive strength is far from enough. Just as Su Shizhong was thinking, several figures approached from the air. Old Su, have you noticed anything unusual? The person who spoke was Fu Goen, the mayor of Linjiang City. Mayor Fu, excuse me for laughing, I still haven't found the beast. Fu Goen waved his hand after hearing this. I can confirm that it wasn't caused by some vicious beast. What? Not a ferocious beast? Su Shizhong's eyes widened instantly. What else could it be? Is anyone going through a tribulation? Fu Goen seemed to see what he was thinking and explained, a beast that can control such lightning power must be at least level 7. Ferocious beasts of this level all have a very domineering aura, but I didn't sense any of it. The levels of ferocious beasts are the same as humans, divided into 9 levels from level 1 to level 9. What else could cause such a strange phenomenon? Su Shizhong asked a soul-searching question. Old Su, you asked me this question. I don't know either. Fu Goen was also a little confused. After all, Linjiang City has not awakened a strong person with high-level lightning talent. Could it be some big shot passing by? That's not right either. Aren't strong men of this level usually stationed on border battlefields? Who would come to their Linjiang City, which is not even a third-tier city? Just then. Snap. A thick silver-white lightning suddenly fell from the sky. As if all its strength was exhausted, after the lightning struck, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the sky became clear again. Fu Goen and his team hurried to the location where the last lightning struck. See if you can find some clues. Su Shizhong did not follow him, but returned to the Education Bureau with a heavy heart. He was thinking. I was lucky this time and didn't encounter any ferocious beasts. But what about the future? There's no guarantee it'll happen again. Su Shizhong sincerely hopes that some of the future students will be able to grow up and stand on their own, instead of feeling powerless like these old guys. Thinking of this, he made a difficult decision. I declare that from now on, the martial arts examination in Linjiang City will be held at the most difficult level. Shadow Forest. Chapter 4 The Lottery System of the Heavens. Call. After absorbing the power of the Thunderfruit, Lin Hao exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of silver-white lightning. It's worthy of being the Thunderfruit. This thunder talent is at least S rank. It's just that the noise is a bit loud. When Lin Hao saw the scene clearly, the corners of his mouth twitched. Just see. The living room was covered in burnt marks, and there was a burnt smell when you sniffed it. The ceiling light blue. The TV was emitting black smoke. It seems that there is a problem with the circuit board in the living room, and it is still sparking. The whole room looked like it had been the scene of a war, with not a single intact spot. Before, it was only with the help of the power of the Thunderfruit that remained in my body that it was so powerful. If I were to do it again, I'd probably be drained. Lin Hao felt a little scared. After all, using innate abilities consumes energy and blood. It's the same principle as using a devil fruit to consume physical strength. With his current energy and blood, I'm afraid he'll be exhausted after using God's punishment once. No wonder people rarely use their talents in battle before becoming warriors, especially those who have awakened high-level talents. We rarely see them use them. It seems like I can't even use a few skills. I guess I need to prepare more chi and blood recovery pills in the future. Having said that, Lin Hao was still very satisfied in his heart. After all, with such a high-level talent, why worry about not being able to become a warrior? Oh, I haven't studied the system panel properly yet. And what are the 200 lottery points given by the system for? Thinking of this, Lin Hao opened the system panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, Quasi-Warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit. Chi and Blood, 96. Martial Arts, none. Lottery points, 200. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lottery points can be obtained by killing ferocious beasts, and points can be consumed to participate in the lottery. Spend 100 points to draw from the common prize pool, spend 1,000 points to draw from the rare prize pool, spend 10,000 points to draw from the legendary prize pool, and so on. After the system explained this, Lin Hao immediately understood. If you want to draw better things, you have to kill more ferocious beasts and get lottery points. For example, the Thunderfruit, this thing can only be drawn from the God-level prize pool. And it takes 100,000 points to draw once. Of course, the things drawn from the God-level prize pool will naturally not be bad. With this lottery system, all we have to do next is keep killing the ferocious beasts. In Linjiang City, there are only 3 places where ferocious beasts gather, but they are all used as martial arts examination sites and outsiders are not allowed to enter. It seems that nowadays, whether it is to gain points or to enter a martial arts school, you should take the martial arts exam. After setting the goal, Lin Hao turned his attention to the points column. Now the points are only 200, so you can only draw from the ordinary prize pool. Should I draw now, or save it up and wait until the rare prize pool is unlocked before drawing? Lin Hao thought about it carefully and decided to draw now. After all, the college entrance examination is tomorrow, and as the saying goes, one exam determines your whole life. He must make the most of these 200 lottery points. I hope to draw something that can improve my current combat effectiveness so that I can get more points. At worst, it would be nice to draw some items to restore your energy and blood. He can also use the power of the Thunderfruit without any pressure. It even saved a lot of money on buying recovery pills. Thinking of this, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. I immediately chose the normal prize pool and drew all 200 points at once. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pack of Huazi. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pack of Huazi. Lin Hao looked at the 2 packs of Huazi in the system space and was a little dumbfounded. What are these things being smoked? Then he took out one of the packs with a lot of questions in his mind. A pack of Huazi, there are 20 Huazi in it. Just 1 Huazi is enough to restore all the qi and blood, and it can also increase the upper limit of qi and blood a little bit. Lin Hao was a little excited after reading the introduction. He had a habit of smoking in his previous life and was no stranger to Huazi. But that was the first time I had smoked Huazi, which could restore my qi and blood. Thinking of this, Lin Hao snapped his fingers, and a flame suddenly jumped onto his fingertips. Then he slowly lit a cigarette for himself. Immediately afterwards, the house was filled with smoke. When Lin Hao had satisfied his craving for cigarettes, he felt a surge of energy and blood suddenly rushing into his heart. The abundant qi and blood flow in the body like rivers. Not only that, even the control over thunder has been slightly improved. Awakened talents essentially originate from the body's qi, blood, and physical strength. Only when one's own strength is stronger can one maximize one's innate abilities. After feeling the effect of Huazi, Lin Hao couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. You should know that the most expensive blood and qi recovery pill on the market is not even half as effective as Huazi's. Not to mention that Huazi can also increase the upper limit of qi and blood. If you put this pack of Huazi outside, I believe people will definitely go crazy for it. Then he looked at his system panel again. Qi and blood, 97. 1 Huazi adds 1 HP? So a pack adds 20 HP? Hiss. This effect is quite strong. It's almost as effective as thunder and lightning tempering the qi and blood for half a day. Thinking of this, Lin Hao smoked the entire pack he had already opened. Of course, he wanted to improve his strength. It's definitely not a smoking addiction. There is 1 pack left, which I will save for the exam. With my current strength, getting into a martial arts school should be easy. From the moment Lin Hao ate the Thunderfruit, his strength was top-notch among all the candidates in Linjiang City. Not to mention that his qi and blood have now reached 116, and he is not far from being a real warrior. Now he can even compete for a place in the top 100 in the city. But there are thousands of candidates in Linjiang City. With such a large base, there might be a few powerful abnormalities. All of these perverts come from wealthy families and have been living in nutrient tanks since childhood. There are even dedicated coaches to teach them practical skills. Cultivation resources, powerful martial arts, breakthrough materials, etc. They are all within reach. In these aspects, Lin Hao is incomparable. However, with the innate ability of the Thunderfruit, he is not much worse than them. I just don't know how much combat power I have now. How about going to the martial arts gym to try my hand later? Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. Chapter 5 Childhood Sweethearts. Oh no, could it be the little landlady coming? Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Hao felt a little guilty. The young landlady is called Xia Qinghan. She goes to the same school as him and is also in the 3rd year of high school. It's just that he is in the top class of number 2 middle school. When Lin Hao rented a house, he found out that he and the landlady were from the same school. So after a few interactions we got to know each other and we have a pretty good relationship. He is also one of Lin Hao's few friends in school. But he almost blew up the whole room just now. Although he finally restrained himself, the appliances in the room were still damaged. Lin Hao opened the door with trepidation. Sure enough, there was a cute girl with twin pigtails and a sailor uniform standing outside the door. But the girl was pouting at this time, with her hands on her hips and a frosty face. Damn Lin Hao, stinky Lin Hao. I can even hear the noise downstairs. Do you want to tear down my house? The gas tank exploded just now. Lin Hao touched his head and Shanshan smiled. Are you okay then? As he was speaking, Xia Qinghan walked into the room and then froze in shock. Looking at the devastated scene, if you don't know, you would think this place has just been bombed by a missile. You are indeed a gas tank? Not a missile? I'm telling you. Faced with the young landlady who came to his door, Lin Hao launched his deception, or rather, his method of explanation. It was only after a long time that Xia Qinghan realized that it was his talent for thunder and lightning. Xia Qinghan's eyelids fluttered when she heard this. Everyone in the school knows that you, Lin Hao, have only awakened the F-level talent, electric spark. Can this be called thunder and lightning? However, after seeing that Lin Hao was fine, she felt relieved and stopped asking questions. But before leaving, she glared at Lin Hao fiercely and told him that if he had no place to live, he could stay downstairs first. Lin Hao said he didn't care and would not bother her. But the result is... I'm ignoring you. After saying this, Xia Qinghan turned and walked away, looking even angrier than before. After saying goodbye to the landlady, Lin Hao walked out of the community, took the bus, and changed buses several times. Finally, we arrived in front of a modern building. The building is 30 meters high and has more than 10 floors. It is pitch black and looks extremely heavy. The entire daxia covers a vast area, and when viewed from the sky, it looks like a sleeping giant beast. Written on the top of the building were several large gilded characters. Hongchuan Martial Arts School. Ordinary people who want to become warriors must undergo long-term training to improve their qi and blood. But not everyone has professional training equipment. Martial arts schools are established to meet people's needs. Hongchuan Martial Arts School, as the best martial arts school in the entire Linjiang city, naturally has a large number of professional training equipment and coaches. There are also customized membership upgrade packages. However, these fees are very high, and my predecessor was willing to spend money and directly purchased a 3-year membership package just to try his best to get a good result in the martial arts exam. Therefore, Lin Hao trained at Hongchuan Martial Arts School throughout his 3 years of high school. Lin Hao came here now because he wanted to test his current combat effectiveness before his membership expires. At this time, there were many people coming and going outside the martial arts hall. Most of them were candidates for the martial arts examination. It seems that there are many people who have the same idea as him. I heard that the owner of Hongchuan Martial Arts School is from Shanjing City. He has the strength of a 7th-level martial arts master and has awakened an S-level talent. Conservatively estimated, his combat power index should be in the millions. The combat power index is a method used by warriors to calculate the intensity of their attacks. According to the standards released by the Martial Alliance, a warrior with a combat power value of more than 3 million can be called a martial master. Lin Hao roughly imagined that state in his mind and found that it was not something he could imagine at all. After all, it is too far away from him. However, Lin Hao believes that with the continuous lottery of the system, he will be able to reach that level one day. Think of this. Lin Hao was full of strength and strode into the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he spotted a beautiful figure in the crowd. I saw the girl in front of me wearing a training suit. She is tall and slender, with an amazing waist and long legs. She has delicate features and fair skin. Even compared with the young landlady, she is not much inferior. Around her, there were several girls who were also wearing training uniforms, surrounding her like stars surrounding the moon. Lin Hao, what are you doing at Hongchuan Martial Arts School? The girl's voice was as gentle as water, but her words were a little cold. I told you, it's impossible between us, even if my father promised you something. I hope you can understand the difference between us. After all, we are not the same kind of people. Lin Hao looked at the strange yet familiar face with mixed feelings. Yao Yuru, the daughter of his father's comrade in arms, is also a senior in high school and is only a few months younger than him. Because of the relationship between their parents, he and Yao Yuru can be said to be childhood sweethearts. However, all this changed after the awakening of talent. 3 years ago, Yao Yuru awakened an A-level ice and snow talent. It caused quite a stir at the time, and all the major middle schools in Linjiang City extended olive branches to her. In the end, she chose number 1 middle school, which had the strongest teaching staff. Lin Hao only has F-level talent and attends number 2 middle school. Since entering high school, the two have had less and less contact. I thought there would be no more disputes between the two of them. Bad news came. Lin Hao still remembers to this day that Yao's father held his hand and cried. Shaolin, I'm sorry for you, and even more sorry for your parents. Can I marry Yuru to you? We will be a family from now on. Later, Lin Hao learned that his parents were killed by ferocious beasts while covering the team's retreat. And Yao Yuru's father was the captain of that team. Although Lin Hao did not agree at that time, these words still reached Yao Yuru's ears. The latter was furious. She is the school belle, a genius, and has a bright future. Why should she marry a loser who only awakened F-level talent? Even if this person was her childhood sweetheart. That one tea work either. She should be in control of her own life. So every time Yao Yuro saw Lin Hao, she was in a bad mood. In the past, Lin Hao would just shrug his shoulders, pretending to be indifferent, and never gave a positive response. In her opinion, this is also a sign of cowardice. But now, Yao Yuru, there's no need to say these meaningless words. We ended 3 years ago. Lin Hao looked up and looked directly into her eyes for the first time. There was not a trace of emotion in the light words. After saying that, Lin Hao turned around and left, also without any reluctance. Is it over? Yao Yuro looked at the young man's back as he left, and suddenly an inexplicable emotion arose in her heart. He seems a little different today than before. But she strangled the thought as soon as it appeared. She is a genius who has awakened a level talent and is destined not to stay in the small city of Linjiang. Nor will they be bound by any marriage contract. Even if I want to marry, I will marry someone who is better than her. And Lin Hao. It's far from enough. Chapter 6 F level talent, dare to take the martial arts exam? After Lin Hao left, the girls around Yao Yuru all looked puzzled. Yarrow, is he your boyfriend? Why have I never heard you mention him? Such a handsome boy, how could you bear to refuse him? Yes, such a handsome boy, if you don't want him, why don't you introduce him to us? Yao Yuro looked at her group of girlfriends who were thinking about love and shook her head helplessly. What are you doing? Are you looking for a boyfriend? Hearing this, several girls smiled. Hey, he's so handsome, as long as his abilities aren't too bad, there's nothing wrong with him being your boyfriend. That's right, we are not as picky as you. Are we still good sisters? Tell me. Yao Yuru rolled her eyes when she heard that, with a hint of disdain in her tone. His name is Lin Hao. He is also a candidate this year, but he has only awakened an F-level talent. Ah? F-level talent? These words were like pouring a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of curiosity in the hearts of the girls. No more questions asked. F-level talent is only slightly stronger than ordinary people who have not awakened their talents. Subsequent achievements were also extremely limited. Even the probability of becoming a warrior is pitifully low. No wonder Yao Yuru said before that there was a big gap between them. At first, they thought Yuru was too harsh. Now it seems that what he said is true. Anyone who can be Yao Yuru's best friend is certainly not an ordinary person. The lowest talent among them is C level. As for F-level talent, not only is he not worthy of Yao Yuru, even they would not look at him highly. No matter how handsome he is, they are not interested in him. An F-level talent dares to take the martial arts exam? Don't worry, Yuru. This kind of person won't live long. At this time, a fat man in gorgeous clothes came over with a flattering smile. Go away, my affairs have nothing to do with you. If you say. Yao Yuru just had a bad face towards Lin Hao, but she felt disgust towards the person in front of her, complete disgust. Guo Wei and she are both in the top class of number 1 middle school. The only difference is that the former is a sickly person and a transfer student who relies on his family background. As for strength, it's very weak. Yao Yuro has always looked down on people like this. But Guo Wei started his own crazy pursuit. Yao Yuru was so annoyed that she couldn't get rid of him. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Yuru took her best friend's hand and turned to walk upstairs, not giving Guo Wei a chance to get close to her. Hey, Yuru. Guo Wei's step suddenly froze, and then he clenched his fists, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. You're even willing to talk to an F-level piece of trash. But when you see yourself, you turn around and leave? Yao Yuru, do you think I'm not even as good as F-level trash? Okay, just wait for me. I will definitely make you regret it. Guo Wei took out a snow-white pill from his arms and swallowed it in one gulp. Cleansing marrow pill, the user's chi and blood will be increased by 100. The effect is simple and crude, and is only effective against warriors who have not yet entered the ranks. The number of marrow cleansing pills on the market is very limited, one pill costs at least 1 million, and there is no demand for it. He had to ask his family for this with great difficulty. The pill melted in his mouth, and soon Guo Wei felt abundant energy and blood rushing into his heart. It filled him with strength, and he then pumped his fist excitedly. Guo Wei originally had 100 chi and blood, and after taking the marrow cleansing pill, his chi and blood reached 200. Has reached the standard of a first-level warrior. However, he suppressed it and chose not to break through. Originally, Guo came to the martial arts gym to test his combat power after improving his chi and blood. I just didn't expect to meet Yao Yaru here. Guo turned his head and looked at a huge display screen in the hall. There is a ranking of combat power indexes for each level. Basically, all martial arts schools have rankings like this. The ranking list can synchronize the data of all testing equipment in the martial arts gym. As long as your combat power index reaches a certain value, you will appear on the ranking list and participate in the ranking. Martial arts schools will even give various rewards or discounts to people on the ranking list. This is also a way for martial arts schools to attract customers. Of course, the rankings are divided according to different realms. This is also the reason why Guo is not in a hurry to break through to the quasi-warrior level. After all, as long as he breaks through, he will have to be compared with first-level warriors, and he will not have any advantage at all. So what Guo has to do now? We must make sure his name appears at the top of the leaderboard. Let Yao Yaru see how strong he is. Think of this. Guo no longer hesitated and walked towards the second floor. The other side. On the second floor of the martial arts hall. Lin Hao didn't know that his departure would cause so much discussion. Now he is in a room where quasi-warriors are tested. This is the exclusive training room of Hongchuan Martial Arts School, which is generally only available to members of the school. Fortunately, Lin Hao's membership only expires for 1 day. So he swiped his card to come in. Let's try first and see what my combat power index is without using my talents. Lin Hao closed his hands and clenched his fists, preparing to use martial arts. But I found that I only knew one set of turtle punches. The so-called martial arts are the means of attack commonly used by people in addition to their innate abilities. After all, the energy and blood consumed by martial arts is far less than that of natural abilities. More suitable for long-term combat. Moreover, some martial arts that are adapted to one's talents can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. But martial arts are not that easy to practice. The proficiency of martial arts is divided into entry-level, mastery, and perfection. 4 realms. It may take an ordinary person 1 or 2 years to master a martial art and develop combat effectiveness. Moreover, the price of martial arts on the market is generally over 300,000. Therefore, due to various restrictions, the predecessor never learned martial arts at all. Let us see if we can extract martial arts from the system later. After all, it's good to have one more means of attack. Drink. Don't think about it anymore. Lin Hao took a deep breath, mobilized all the energy in his body, raised his right fist, and punched the tester hard. Bang! A number pops up on the tester. 423. It seems that without using my talent, my pure physical strength is twice as strong as before. Lin Hao retracted his fist with satisfaction. You should know that the highest combat power value he had tested before was only 196. Similar to most quasi-warriors. And now, after the body has been transformed by the Thunderfruit, it is more than twice the previous value. The combat power index is a way to calculate the attack strength of a warrior, and it is also a standard for measuring the combat effectiveness of a warrior. The formula is calculated based on the multiples of chi and blood. To put it simply, if the combat power index is more than twice the chi and blood, it is qualified. This proves that your strength is very solid and is not forced up by any elixir. 2 to 4 times is excellent. Starting from 4 times, it is not a level that can be achieved by physical strength alone. And now Lin Hao's combat power index is 423, which is 3.6 times his blood in chi. In other words, Lin Hao could be rated as excellent just based on his physical strength. If I use the power of thunder, how high can I reach? With a thought in his mind, a large amount of silver-white thunder appeared in his palm and vibrated out. Not long after, thunder and lightning gathered and gradually formed a huge eagle. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. As the words fell, the eagle spreads its wings and flies high, shooting towards the bullseye with a violent breath. Boom! Chapter 7 She came and left again? Not far from Lin Hao, Guo was in the training room, having just finished a physical strength test. He looked at the numbers displayed on the instrument and his eyes lit up. 253. It's worthy of being called the marrow cleansing pill. Its physical strength alone surpasses most people. It is worth noting that Guo's health is 200 at this moment. Although his combat power index has just reached the qualified level, Guo is still quite satisfied. After all, it is normal for the qi in blood raised by taking pills to contain some water. The key is that he hasn't used his talent yet. Once you use the talent enhancement, it will not be a problem to get an excellent score at least. But that alone is not enough. He is here to impact the leaderboard. It was to prove to Yao Yaro that he was strong and worthy of her. As for the F-level waste before, Guo Wei didn't regard him as a competitor at all. Even if the other party uses his innate power, he may not be able to match his physical strength. I really don't know what kind of luck this person has that he can actually talk to Yaru. It seems that the relationship is not simple. But that's all. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. People like this may not even be able to leave the examination room. After all, the people who die most in the martial arts exams every year are those with talents below E level. He also heard that there were temporary adjustments to this year's martial arts exam, and it was said to be the most difficult one in more than 10 years. Even those with D-level talents are at risk of death, let alone those with F-level talents. Guo Wei sneered and didn't think any more about it. He has more important things to do now. Guo Wei then activated his C-level talent strength amplification. When using his talent, his body can expand more than twice its size, and his strength will increase accordingly. I saw a fist twice as big as an ordinary person's, suddenly hitting the center of the test target. Boom! Suddenly the floor of the training room began to shake violently, like an earthquake. You can even faintly hear bursts of thunder. The lights on the ceiling flickered. The numbers on the test screen kept jumping, sometimes 9999, sometimes 6666. Finally, the screen goes black and smoke appears. Guo Wei widened his eyes and looked at his right fist in disbelief. What's going on? Is this what I just typed? When did I become so strong? Guo Wei looked around in confusion and found that he was the only one in the room. In other words, this level of damage just now was caused by him. You should know that testing instruments are made of special materials and the possibility of being damaged is very low. And he actually made the instrument smoke with just one punch. It's unbelievable. After coming to his senses, Guo Wei laughed wildly. Haha, I really am a genius. On the second floor of the martial arts hall. That's all for today. I'm really not in the mood to practice anymore. Ha! It's only been an hour. Yeah, Yaru, we have an exam tomorrow, how about we hold on a little longer? Never mind. Yao Yaru shook her head and turned to walk out of the corridor. Today she first met her childhood sweetheart Lin Hao, and then she met the annoying Guo Wei. This made her feel indescribably depressed. Naturally, I have no intention of exercising. Now she just wanted to leave this place and go out to relax. Seeing that Yao Yaru was in a bad mood, the group of people stopped trying to persuade her and instead came over to comfort her. Just then. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, causing the floor they were standing on to shake slightly. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. At least the level of a second-level warrior. Xiaoyu, who was wearing a pink training suit, said in surprise. Her awakened talent makes her very sensitive to various energy fluctuations. So she could immediately determine the level of the energy. I remember the second floor of the martial arts gym was for training prospective martial artists. Those high-level warriors should be on the third floor or above. Could it be that we went to the wrong floor? Yao Yaru frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Hongchuan Martial Arts School has a total of 6 floors, with corresponding floors providing training from quasi-martial artists to 5th-level grandmasters. And you need to swipe your card to go up to each floor. The martial arts school has very strict management in this regard. This is also to avoid unnecessary accidental injuries. You have to know that there is still a big gap between the levels of warriors. For example, for a warrior at the grandmaster level, the aftermath of daily training may kill a prospective warrior. But how could a second-level warrior appear on the second floor of the martial arts hall? How did he get in? Let's go and take a look. This sudden movement immediately piqued Yao Yaru's interest, and she walked straight towards the training room. Yao Yaru and her group strolled in the corridor on the second floor. But at the corner, he ran into Lin Hao, who looked a little embarrassed. Yao Yaru didn't expect to meet him, and her expression froze for a moment, but she quickly came to her senses. Don't get me wrong, there were second-level warriors training here just now. I just came to take a look out of curiosity. Second-level warrior? Lin Hao was slightly stunned. When he came here, he didn't see anyone. Except for the fat guy passing by. Yao Yaro looked Lin Hao up and down at this time and found that his clothes were disheveled and there were black marks on his pants. It seems that he was affected quite a bit just now, but fortunately nothing happened. Thinking of this, Yao Yaro couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it weren't for her father's engagement, she wouldn't mind being friends with Lin Hao. After all, we know each other. If you're all right, leave now. It's dangerous to train next to a high-level warrior. Even we don't dare get too close. Yao Yaro turned her head away and reminded him indifferently. Lin Hao ignored the other party's words and turned away. It would be a lie for him to say that he had no resentment towards Yao Yaro. After all, the other party has been finding fault with the engagement. But as Lin Hao said, they ended 3 years ago. Why can't we just part ways amicably? But he is more grateful to Yao's father. After all, the sacrifice of my parents was due to the complexity of the battlefield at that time. Theoretically, it has little to do with Yao's father. He also received a substantial pension. But Yao's father took this matter seriously and has been compensating himself privately in the past few years. Even the money that Lin Hao used to open a martial arts gym membership was largely supported by Yao's father. You should know that Hongchuan Martial Arts School is the largest martial arts school in the city. The training fee is charged by the hour. Quite expensive. Lin Hao has been using this for 3 years. One can imagine how much help Yao's father gave him. Therefore, Lin Hao always avoided Yao Yaru's sarcasm. Otherwise, with my current temper, I might have to teach her a lesson. Just after Lin Hao left, Yao Yaru and the others did not stop and continued to look for the energy fluctuation. Fortunately, there are not many training rooms nearby, only 7 or 8. Just then, the door to one of the training rooms opened, immediately attracting their attention. I saw a fat man in gorgeous clothes walking out with an excited look on his face. Upon seeing this, Yao Yaru and the others immediately turned their heads away, calling it bad luck. But Guo Wei doesn't think so. When he saw Yao Yaru, he raised his eyebrows and immediately showed an expected expression. Guo Wei was just thinking about how he had achieved such an outstanding result. It will definitely attract Yao Yaru's attention. Maybe you will be amazed by the ranking on the leaderboard. Even when he opened the door, he would see Yao Yaru crying and saying that she wanted to marry him. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door, he found Yao Yaru walking towards him. Oh! What school beauty, what a level talent! Pretending to be cool. Isn't it because you are kneeling down to the strength of Mr. Guo? Should I reject her later, or pretend to agree and then dump her? Let her have a taste of being dumped. Hiss. When Guo Wei thought of that scene, he trembled with excitement. Here it comes, here it comes. She's coming over. Walked over again. Yao Yaru walked past him quickly without stopping for a moment. She refused to even glance at him from the corner of her eye. Like a stranger. Guo Wei? Chapter 8 Was the martial arts school struck by lightning? The tester was shattered. What a powerful attack. Not only that, look at the cables sticking out of the wall, they're all burnt. When the group arrived at the training room where the noise came from, everyone's eyes widened. Even Yao Yaru, who usually has a cold temperament, opened her mouth slightly. With this kind of attack strength, even if he's not a second-level warrior, he must be at the peak of the first level. Xiao Yu's face was full of surprise. Peak of the first level? Then how did he get in? Or is this person originally a quasi-warrior? Another girl raised a question. Yao Yaru shook her head when she heard this and was about to answer when Guo Wei, who had followed her, spoke first. Are you kidding me? Can a quasi-warrior have such attack power? Guo Wei's face looked very ugly at this time. Because after he saw the scene in the training room, he felt like a clown. All the fantasies before were shattered. It turned out that the damage was caused by someone else during the test, which affected his testing equipment. As a result, he mistakenly thought that he had typed it himself. I was still showing off for a long time, but unfortunately no one noticed. Otherwise, you will be socially dead. This time, Yao Yaru rarely refuted Guo Wei. A quasi-warrior is about the same age as us. It's too difficult for him to reach this level of attack strength. Even I can't do it, and from what I understand, even the geniuses in those provincial capitals would probably find it difficult to do it. Unless. Hearing this, several girls immediately came over, their faces full of curiosity. Unless this person's talent is S level. Yao Yaru's eyes fixed, her tone extremely certain. Impossible. There's no way such an awesome person exists in our Linjiang city. Guo Wei let out a strange cry. Compared to his peers with S-level talents, he would rather believe that it was a high-level warrior who walked into the wrong floor. Otherwise he will have another strong competitor. Because he just saw a hint of interest in Yao Yaru's eyes. This is an extremely dangerous signal. But facing such a strong competitor, he felt powerless. After all, the gap in talent cannot be made up by elixirs. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the rare phenomenon that no one in Linjiang City has awakened S-level talent for more than 10 years. If I remember correctly, Lin Hao was the only one passing by here just now. Could he have caused the damage? Hidden your strength for 3 years, just to unleash it on the college entrance exam? Xiaoyu, who was wearing a pink training suit, blinked and said innocently. Oh. I think you've read too many novels. What do you think it's about the Dragon King returning after 3 years? There are elevators going down on both sides of this corridor. Maybe they left early from the other side? And take a look at the rankings. Is Lin Hao's name on it? Guo Wei said unhappily. He just took a moment to look at the rankings and found that there were no changes. You know, if the damage was really caused by a quasi-warrior, his name would definitely be on the list. If the ranking has not changed, it means that this person must be a high-level warrior. After all, if a warrior does not take the test on a floor corresponding to his strength, his/her ranking will not be counted. This is also a way for martial arts schools to prevent cheating. Hearing this, everyone looked at the ranking list downstairs, and sure enough, Lin Hao's name was not on it. It seems I'm overthinking it. Seeing this, Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, feeling a little embarrassed. Could it be him? After listening to their conversation, Yao Yaru frowned slightly. Thinking back to the tall figure that had just left, an inexplicable doubt suddenly arose in my heart. Is it possible that he caused all this? Half an hour later. The 6th floor of the martial arts hall. General Manager's office. Lu Qingqing, dressed in red, sat on a chair, signing documents continuously with a carbon pen in her hand. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Lu Qingqing didn't even raise her head, she just said, "Come in." Assistant Xiaozhu walked in hurriedly. Manager Lu, there was serious damage to a training room on the 2nd floor. Damage? Lu Qingqing frowned slightly and put down the pen in her hand. If she remembered correctly, the training equipment on the 2nd floor could not be destroyed even by a first-level peak warrior. As the best martial arts school in the city, Hongchuan Martial Arts School uses the latest training equipment. It also takes into account that there may be some abnormal warriors who possess strength far beyond their own. Even the training equipment has been enhanced. But is there anyone who possesses the combat power of a first-level or even second-level warrior at the quasi-warrior stage? Lu Qingqing can answer with certainty that yes. But this kind of genius would only appear in their capital city, not in a small place like Linjiang City. So Lu Qingqing's first thought was that someone paid someone to inflate the rankings. This situation has occurred before. These people just want to fleece their martial arts school. After all, as long as you are on the leaderboard, you will get various rewards and discounts. But they all underestimated the martial arts school's recognition system. This is an artificial intelligence device that they paid a lot of money to have someone make. The moment you step into the martial arts gym, the fluctuations of your qi and blood can be detected. Then automatically graded. Later on, whether you are testing or training, you will only be compared with warriors of the same level. Therefore, there is no possibility of testing on behalf of others. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing turned on the surveillance camera in the hall and took a quick glance at the list. It was found that no changes had occurred. It seems that what I thought was right, someone is cheating on me. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing no longer cared and picked up her pen to start working again. Their martial arts school will have someone dedicated to handle this kind of thing. Unless you are really a genius and have this ability. Otherwise, no matter how much equipment is damaged, compensation must be paid according to the original price. You sort out the losses and send it to the logistics department and let them recover the losses. Lu Qingqing spoke calmly without even raising her head. Manager Lu, the loss this time is probably quite large, I'm afraid you'll have to step in. How big? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing looked up at her assistant with a puzzled look on her face. Isn't he just a warrior who brushes the rankings for others? How strong can he be? Level 1 is the best it can do, how much damage can it cause? Assistant Xiaozhu took a deep breath and then continued to read as if she was reading out the menu. 53 of the glass lamps in the lobby on the first floor are broken, and the front desk computer. The lights in the second floor corridor are all off, and over 30 of the equipment displays are broken. Third floor. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Qingqing quickly waved her hands. You're talking as if the martial arts gym was struck by lightning. Is that an exaggeration? But this is what I and the logistics department have checked. Lu Qingqing stared at the assistant for 3 minutes, making sure that the latter was not joking. Please get me this person's membership information. Xiaozhu handed over a form after hearing this. Lin Hao, a senior student at number 2 middle school who is taking the martial arts exam, has purchased a 3-year membership package. Talent level is F? It seems that this person has considerable power. With your F-level talent, is there any need to brush up your ranking? Put this Lin Hao on my blacklist. He hired someone to manipulate the rankings, causing significant losses to the martial arts school. I'll determine the specific compensation after I report this to the higher-ups. The Honchuan Martial Arts School in Linjiang City is just one of its many branches. Such a major event must naturally be reported to the capital's main martial arts hall. No, manager, it seems this person didn't hire anyone to inflate the rankings. Xiaozhu shook her head quickly. Lu Qingqing smiled and stared at the assistant. That expression seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" The assistant's scalp tingled under the stare, but she still spoke up. I forgot to mention, the chip on the lobby display is also broken. So the ranking has always been the same, but the back-end data can be seen. That's exactly what you said. Lu Qingqing's face was full of doubts, but she still opened the background data. But then Lu Qingqing's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. In the column of prospective warriors, Lin Hao's name was at the top of the list. Combat Power Index 2012. More than twice as high as the second place. Chapter 9 College Entrance Examination is coming. Shangwan Community. When Lin Hao returned home, it was already dark. After tidying up the room briefly, Lin Hao turned on the desk lamp and sat at the desk to think. Tomorrow is the martial arts exam. Based on past experience, the exam site will be set up on the green grassland. But the ferocious beasts on the grassland are too widely distributed, and there is no gathering place for them. It's not easy to kill him like this. That's right, Lin Hao's ideas are completely different from those of ordinary candidates. What he was thinking about was how to quickly gain points, that is, how to kill the ferocious beasts efficiently. After all, the martial arts exam is from 9 in the morning to 9 in the evening. Only 12 hours. What he should do is to maximize the points he gets in the lottery within this limited time. How about just going big? Taking it all in one go? Lin Hao suddenly remembered the range skill of the Thunderfruit 10,000 Thunders. In the anime, Enel uses the arc mantra to create a wide range of thunderclouds that trigger thousands of thunders, so wherever the thunderclouds cover is within the attack range. But it is different in this world. He can create thunderclouds by himself, but the energy and blood consumed is unimaginable. Lin Hao thought about it carefully and felt that it wouldn't work. After all, he was not the only one in the examination room, and he couldn't control the thousands of thunders that were falling. It would be bad if he accidentally hurt other people. Or think of other ways. If the other candidates knew what Lin Hao was thinking at this moment, they would probably be shocked. While we are still trembling in fear when facing ferocious beasts, you are already studying how to kill them efficiently? Oh, this is really troublesome. It would be better if the test center was set up in the Shadow Forest. In fact, the 3 test sites in Linjiang City are no secret. Basically, these things will be taught in class. This is the same as how teachers in previous lives would explain the real college entrance examination questions from previous years. 1 month before every martial arts exam, an analysis of the ferocious beasts, terrain, and even safe zones at several exam sites will be conducted. It is worth noting that the ferocious beasts in the test site will change. After all, these places are usually military garrisons, and no one is allowed to enter before the military examination. God knows what kind of ferocious beast the military has cultivated. But there are only so many varieties. As long as you are strong enough, it is not difficult to push forward all the way. There are 3 more dangerous places in the Shadow Forest, namely the Blue Swamp, Fruit Mountain, and Frost Ice Lake. There are a large number of ferocious beasts gathered in these places, which are simply the perfect place for Lin Hao to kill monsters. As for danger or something, with Lin Hao's current strength, there won't be any big problems as long as he is careful. And the more dangerous it is, the better it is for Lin Hao. After all, the other candidates also know the danger, so they won't come at all. This made Lin Hao feel more confident in using his abilities, and he didn't have to worry about anyone stealing the monster. At the thought of it, Lin Hao was so excited that he couldn't sleep when he saw that every thunder could harvest a large amount of points. No way. Who said the rewards in the prize pool are too tempting? If you don't quickly collect points, it will take a long time to unlock the god-level prize pool. After all, a Thunderfruit brought about a drastic change in him. If I could use the Ryujin Jaka, Sharingan, 8 great techniques. With all these things in my pocket, I would be so happy. Unfortunately, this is just his fantasy. The person who sets the test questions should not set the test points according to his ideas. Well, I'd better go to bed. I have an exam tomorrow. Then Lin Hao turned off the light, lay down on the bed that was about to break in two, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as soon as Lin Hao opened his eyes, he saw the young landlady standing beside his bed. Oh my god, how did you get in? Lin Hao quickly pulled over a small blanket to cover his key parts. In order to take part in the martial arts exam today, Xia Qinghan wore a black battle robe, which showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. She just shook a bunch of keys in her hand and said unhappily, I just called you for a long time outside, and when you didn't respond, I opened the door and came in. And it's almost 8 o'clock now, and you're still sleeping? Lin Hao woke up instantly after hearing this. The examination sites for the military examination are all located near the suburbs. Students need to gather at the gate of their respective middle schools first, and then take a bus to the test site. The meeting time is 8 a.m. And now you tell me it's almost 8 o'clock? Lin Hao didn't care whether there was anyone around at this time. He picked up the combat uniform on the bedside and changed into it quickly. This made Xia Qinghan blush and she quickly turned around. 2 minutes later. Hey, are you okay? Seeing no movement behind her, Xia Qinghan turned around to look. Lin Hao stood tall and straight, his eyes sparkling, and his face, as sharp as a knife, looked particularly resolute at this moment. The tight-fitting combat uniform is supported by tight muscles, and the whole body seems to be full of strength. Appears sharp and powerful. Snort! I can't believe he's quite handsome. Xia Qinghan admitted that her heartbeat had accelerated for a moment. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Lin Hao grabbed Xia Qinghan's wrist and ran outside. Lin Hao, can you slow down? I feel dizzy. We're going to be late soon, just bear with it. Linjiang City, Wanda Community. This is the famous luxury villa area in Linjiang City. Inside one of the villas, Yao Yuru had just finished breakfast and was about to go to school to gather. A tall figure walked over. Xiao Rou, are you and Lin Hao in the same examination room? Dad, why did you mention him? Yao Yuru turned her head away and bit her lips tightly. Dad knows that you are very unhappy about the engagement, but your uncle Lin only has this one child, and he is very kind to our family. You can't sacrifice your daughter's happiness. Before Yao Fuping could finish his words, she immediately retorted, her pretty face full of stubbornness. Ah, never mind talking about it. If you run into Lin Hao in the exam room, help him if you can. After all, he only has F-level talent, which is too dangerous in the martial arts exam. Yao Fuping couldn't help but remind him, also, you have to pay attention to your own safety. I heard that this martial arts exam is very difficult. Even if your score is low, don't force yourself to fight the beast. Although Yao Yuru didn't want to see that man, she nodded when she saw the worry in her father's eyes. If I could meet her, I would help her. But the entire examination hall is too large, and the possibility of encountering it is very low. Thinking of this, Yao Yuru put on her combat uniform. Then they got into the car parked at the door and set off to gather at the school. Chapter 10, The Strength of Number 1 Middle School. The college entrance examination is the biggest event in Linjiang City. On June 7th, traffic control is implemented throughout the city, and the roads between schools and suburban test sites are fully closed. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter. There were also fully armed soldiers standing on both sides of the road, responsible for guarding. Even all the invigilators are warriors from the military. There are more than 1,000 students in Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, but only more than 500 of them take the martial arts exam. The others are naturally taking the liberal arts exam, which is obviously different from their gathering point. At this time, there were more than 20 buses parked in front of the school, arranged neatly according to class numbers. In order to ensure that candidates do not get on the wrong bus, there is even an invigilator in front of each bus to provide guidance. As the gathering work came to an end, most people had already boarded the bus. There are very few people queuing outside. Fortunately, Lin Hao and Xia Qinghan arrived on time and hurried towards their respective buses. On the bus of Class 3 of Senior 3, the candidates were surprised when they saw the last person getting on the bus. No, Lin Hao is really here. Oh my god, an F-level talent dares to take the martial arts exam. I don't know whether to call him arrogant or ignorant. Well, never mind. Maybe he really has the ability? Do you believe that? After Lin Hao got on the bus, he saw the fat boy sitting in the back seat waving at him. Then Lin Hao smiled slightly and walked over. Because of his talent, Lin Hao usually speaks very little, so he doesn't have many friends in the class. And the little fat boy Wang Dalu is one of them. Lin Hao, you're awesome. Wang Dalu gave a thumbs up to Lin Hao, who was sitting next to him. In the entire senior year, there are 7 or 8 F-level talents who applied for the exam, and you are the only one who actually dared to come. Why, you, an E rank, dare to come here? Why can't I? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. The reason why Wang Dalu could play with him was largely because they shared the same suffering. One is E level and the other is F level. Known as the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix of Class 3. Hey, just talking about talent is boring, we have to look at actual combat ability. I'm no less capable than anyone in this respect. Wang Dalu smiled playfully, and the fat on his face trembled. Lin Hao rolled his eyes when he heard this. He knew exactly how capable Fatty Wang was. Not much better than he was before. But Wang Lu was right about one thing. The martial arts exam doesn't look at talent level at all. Even an ordinary person without any awakened talent can apply. The final result is only related to the level and number of ferocious beasts killed. While chatting with Wang Dalu, the bus stopped at a square outside a primeval forest. This place is far away from the urban area of Linjiang. Looking around, there are towering trees everywhere. The forest is pitch black and looks a bit creepy. You can faintly hear the terrifying roars of some ferocious beasts. Because of the catastrophe, the plants in this world are obviously more than one size larger than in the previous life. Even some powerful beasts can develop intelligence. This is the location of this martial arts exam, the Shadow Forest. Normally, the military is responsible for maintaining this place, and the ferocious beasts in the examination site are also cleared out by the army. It won't be too powerful, and of course it won't be too weak either. However, the difficulty of the test was obvious, and some candidates turned pale with fright. Fuck, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Shadow Forest. Shadow Forest? Wasn't this test site abandoned due to the high casualties? That's it. I was still figuring out how to deal with the herbivores yesterday. You might not believe this, but I heard that the Education Bureau temporarily changed the exam location because of the thunderclouds that covered the city yesterday. Oh, forget it, the result is not important this time, saving your life is more important. Shadow Forest is the most difficult test site in Linjiang City. It was cancelled more than 10 years ago due to the high casualty rate among candidates. I didn't expect that it has been set up as an examination center again. The ferocious beasts inside are extremely aggressive and are more than one level stronger than those in other places. Even if the military cleared out the ferocious beasts, the remaining ones would be enough to give the candidates a hard time. But unlike the other candidates around him who were wailing, Lin Hao was smiling so hard that the corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Let his idea come true. So where should we go next? If I remember correctly, there are only 3 places in the Shadow Forest where large numbers of ferocious beasts gather. From outside to inside, they are the Blue Swamp, Fruit Mountain, and the Frost Ice Lake is located in the deepest part of the entire forest. If Lin Hao wanted to maximize his points, he should push forward from the outside to the inside with sparks and lightning. But he just glanced to the left. It turns out that there are not only candidates from number 2 middle school taking the martial arts exam, but also strong opponents from number 1 middle school. Number 1 middle school is the best high school in Linjiang City. Not only does it have the best practical teachers in the city, but it also enjoys the best martial arts resources in the city. Basically, any student who awakens a high-level talent will choose the number 1 middle school in the city. They even have several A-level talented geniuses like Yao Yuru. Other schools simply can't compare. Although Shadow Forest is difficult for ordinary candidates, it is not difficult for the top students of number 1 middle school in the city. This is not a good thing for Lin Hao. The presence of too many strong people will inevitably affect Lin Hao's ability to obtain points. After all, the ferocious beasts in the test sites were carefully designed by the official. The number will not be exaggerated. Lin Hao can actually understand this setting. The authorities probably want to treat the martial arts exam as a hunting game. Therefore, candidates should be given sufficient sense of pressure. After all, only warriors who grew up in such an environment can be called warriors. Thinking of this, Lin Hao had an idea. Since the number of ferocious beasts cannot be increased, then find a way to reduce the number of candidates. Especially the candidates from number 1 middle school, mark them all. Unfortunately, he has not yet drawn the observation hockey, so he cannot use the heartnet skill of the Thunderfruit. Otherwise, a precisely guided missile would directly electrocute and numb them. Want to compete with him for monsters? No way. Just as Lin Hao was planning how to eliminate the other candidates without making any noise. A thin old man in casual clothes walked up to the podium in front of the square. The old man has a kind smile and looks approachable. But he just raised his hand slightly, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere suddenly swept across the whole place. The students who were still talking shut up immediately after seeing this. He is definitely a warrior above the 4th level. Lin Hao in the crowd said silently in his heart. Classmates, today is the most important day of your life. In these 3 years, you have invested so much sweat, resources, and effort. Only you know. Are you going to back down from this? Don't you guys want to get into the martial arts school of your choice? Think. Many people were incited by the old man's words and responded loudly. Then work hard and strive to get a high score. The old man continued, as long as you can place in the top 50 in this martial arts exam, you will receive a commendation from the Municipal Education Bureau. Even if you can still rank in the top 100 in the province, I, the old man, will personally reward you. I have to say that the old man's words are still very tempting. We are all young people, who doesn't want to bring honor to the family? Who doesn't want to become a warrior and stand out? And now, the opportunity is right in front of us. At this moment, even the candidates who had previously complained about the high difficulty gave up the idea. The fighting spirit in my heart is even stronger. Seeing this, the old man nodded with satisfaction. I believe everyone is clear about the specific rules. Now I declare that the martial arts exam begins. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Is number 1 middle school going to be first again? As the old man's words fell, the invigilator began distributing supplies to the students present. Each candidate can receive 2 items before the exam. One is a multifunctional smartwatch that can record the points earned by candidates. The watch has a built-in electromagnetic shield for strong protection. Once fatal damage is inflicted, it will automatically open. It can withstand the attack of a second-level ferocious beast, and this time is enough for the nearby rescue team to arrive. However, once the barrier is triggered, it means the exam ends early. Of course, even if you are eliminated, the points will be retained. Another item is a standard weapon, and you can choose the type of weapon yourself. Lin Hao chose a Tang sword. Its slender and curved blade is a bit like the Nichiren sword in Demon Slayer. Looks pretty cool, but the quality is average. After all, these free weapons are only for ordinary people. Those who really have the means at home use special weapons. These weapons are all produced by specialized weapons manufacturing companies. Exquisite workmanship and expensive price. Of course, bringing your own weapons is allowed in the exam rules. However, the rank of the weapon cannot exceed D. Just like talent levels, weapons are also divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S. The higher the level of a weapon, the rarer and more powerful it is. Even high-level weapons can enhance talents. But weapons of rank D and below are no different except that they are a little harder. Therefore, it does not affect the fairness of the martial arts examination. There are 10 minutes left before the exam starts. Many people can no longer hold back. Is there a team lacking damage output? I have a D-level fire talent and can set a mountain on fire. A quick farm team is short of 1 person. We need someone with support talents, preferably a healer. Alas, this exam is too difficult. I won't survive if I don't form a team. Forming a team for the martial arts exam is the most common form of cooperation. There is no limit on the number of team members, and the points obtained are distributed by the team itself, but the efficiency is lower than that of a single person. Most people don't choose to form a team. Only those with low strength or auxiliary talents will huddle together for warmth. But the difficulty of the Shadow Forest this time really scared a lot of people. Those who originally didn't want to form a team began to look for a team. Naturally, Lin Hao is not included among these people. With the power of the Thunderfruit, he doesn't need to find anyone to team up with. After Lin Hao received the supplies, he stood in the classroom area waiting. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Lin Hao, you haven't formed a team yet, right? Do you want to join our team? When I looked back, I saw Xia Qinghan waving at me with a smile. If I remember correctly, the little landlady awakened in A-level auxiliary talent twins. When using talents, it can share various abilities with the bound person, including Qi and blood, agility, speed, vitality, and so on. It can even speed up the recovery of various abilities such as Qi and blood, and wound healing. It can be regarded as a multifunctional large power bank. If you team up with the landlady under normal circumstances, it is a good choice. But Lin Hao understood as soon as he took a look at his teammates behind her. I'm afraid they won't accept me. Sure enough, after Xia Qinghan invited her, the expressions of the girls next to her suddenly changed. Even one of the tall girls gave him a warning look. No, I'm afraid you guys will steal the monsters from me. Lin Hao smiled slightly and told the truth. That won't work. It'll be hard for you to do it alone, well. Before Xia Qinghan could finish her words, the tall girl covered her mouth and pulled her back. Seeing this, other teammates came to help. Although their team is composed entirely of girls, they are all top students from the top class of number 2 middle school. Everyone has strong talents and abilities, and they team up to achieve good results. If Lin Hao, who has an F-level talent, were to join the team, wouldn't that be targeted poverty alleviation? Brother Hao, you're awesome. You can even refuse the invitation from the beauty team? After Xia Qinghan and the others left, Wang Dala came over with a sly smile on his face. Ha! Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Lin Hao gave a mysterious smile. As expected of the so-called crouching dragon, I'm impressed by how well he's pretending to be. Wang Dala gave a thumbs up when he heard this. By the way, mainland, why don't you find someone to form a team with? Lin Hao was a little confused. To be honest, Fatty Wang only has E-level talent if he doesn't stick together for warmth. I'm afraid I can't walk more than 10 miles. Unexpectedly, Wang Dalu smiled mysteriously. I said that the martial arts exam tests practical combat ability, and has little to do with talent. After saying that, he took out a bottle of Fatty Happy water and started drinking it. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Fatty Wang seemed very confident. Could it be that he has mastered some powerful martial arts? The levels of martial arts are divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest. If some powerful martial arts are mastered, they are not much weaker than high-level talents. After all, the more powerful the martial arts, the harder it is to practice, and it also requires one's own understanding. But looking at his fat belly, he doesn't look like someone who practices martial arts hard. However, since Wang Dala dared to take the martial arts exam alone, he must have his confidence. I just don't know how it compares to my own thunder power. Just as Lin Hao was thinking, the exam time came. However, most candidates still hesitated. Some candidates were even so frightened that their legs were shaking when they heard the roars of beasts coming from the forest from time to time. Seeing this, Lin Hao put the knife behind his back and strode towards the shadow forest. The martial arts exam has begun, and I should race against time to hunt down the ferocious beasts and gain points. Hesitation will only waste time. Brother Hao, see you inside. After saying hello, Wang Dalu also walked into the forest from another direction. At the same time, a large number of micro-drones took off and followed the examinee's perspective. The military examination is the main system for selecting talents in the Dragon Kingdom. Although each city has the authority to independently determine test sites, all test sites need to be registered. Even the types and numbers of ferocious beasts inside must be reported. At the same time, all the performances of the candidates in the examination center will be broadcast live and recorded simultaneously. This is also to prevent cheating. After all, the martial arts exam emphasizes fairness and relies on strength to determine the winner. At this time, in the monitoring room in the square, a group of secondary school principals, officials from the education department and some invited people from all walks of life. They all sat down to watch the feast. Look, the first ones to enter the examination center are all students from number 1 middle school. Yeah, it looks like number 1 middle school is ranked first in the total score again this time. As expected of a number 1 middle school, it has been ranked first for more than 10 years in a row. Facing the praise from the audience, Feng Chuanhai, the principal of number 1 middle school, had a constant smile on his face. In fact, the higher the difficulty of the martial arts exam, the better it is for number 1 middle school. After all, number 1 middle school has the best students and the best education. They just hate that the difficulty is too low. When the test site was previously set up in the green grassland, we faced a group of herbivorous beasts with extremely low aggressiveness. Whether they are poor students or top students, they can all kill the ferocious beast, but the time it takes may vary. Even average candidates can achieve speed comparable to top students if they master the techniques. It's like the questions on the test paper are very simple. Top students can get 100 points, but ordinary students can also get 90 points. The gap between the candidates cannot be widened at all. This made number 1 middle school, which had the most strong students, extremely uncomfortable. Feng Chuanhai applied to the Education Bureau for a change of examination site more than once. However, the Education Department has been postponing it on the grounds of careful consideration. And now, the test center has finally been changed. This widened the gap. Look at most of the students in number 2 middle school, number 3 middle school, and number 5 middle school. They don't even dare to enter the examination center. And basically all the students from number 1 middle school have already entered. Even several I-level talented geniuses in their top class have already obtained kill points. Feng Chuanhai glanced at the faces of the other principals and found that each one was uglier than the last. This gave him an incomparable sense of superiority. You should know that the candidates' scores are linked to educational resources. And judging from the current trend, wait until next year. Maybe number 1 middle school can monopolize more than half of Linjiang City's educational resources. Thinking of this, Feng Chuanhai's mouth corners were harder to suppress than AK. But it's different from the fact that everyone is paying attention to the students in number 1 middle school. The manager of Hongchuan Martial Arts School, Lu Qingqing, was invited. She opened her beautiful eyes wide, searching the numerous surveillance screens for the name that had troubled her for so long. Lin Hao. Chapter 12 Thunder Breathing Form 1 Thunderbolt Flash. Shadow Forest was a famous natural park in the province before the cataclysm. It covers a very large area and is rich in various species of flora and fauna, and many tourists come here to visit. It's a good check-in attraction. But after the catastrophe, a large number of strange beasts invaded, and the mysterious substances they carried caused the entire Linjiang city to be polluted to varying degrees. Among them, Shadow Forest is the most polluted. After so many years of research in Longwa, it was discovered that this type of pollution can cause fundamental mutations in plants and animals, become ferocious and bloodthirsty, and grow to a huge size. However, while mutating, the original habits of animals and plants are still retained. This is also the reason why the beasts in the Shadow Forest are extremely aggressive. After all, there used to be a large number of wild animals here. Rustle. Lin Hao stepped on the dry leaves, making a sound. The harsh sound seemed particularly abrupt in this dim forest. They say the beasts here are very aggressive, how come I haven't encountered any? He looked at his watch with some confusion. A virtual projection suddenly appeared above. Name, Lin Hao. Identity, candidate of Linjiang number 2 middle school, admission number 4245XXX. Score, 0. Below the identification information is a map of the forest. The map is 3D and extremely intuitive. There are also several skull-shaped marks on it. These places are gathering places for ferocious beasts and are extremely dangerous. There are even glaring red reminders. This is also done by the authorities to help ordinary candidates avoid danger and reduce the casualty rate. And the location where Lin Hao was on the map was exactly the edge of the forest. It seems that there are very few ferocious beasts outside this area. We have to go to the gathering place. Lin Hao adjusted his direction and headed towards the nearest skull on the map. But before they had walked for long, there was suddenly a noise coming from the grass ahead. Rustle. Lin Hao stopped and squinted his eyes to look in the direction where the grass was swaying. A giant silver wolf as big as a calf walked out from the bushes. The silver giant wolf's eyes were red as it stared at Lin Hao, with crystal clear saliva dripping from its mouth. Shadow Moon Wolf. Lin Hao, who was familiar with the compendium of ferocious beasts, instantly recalled the information about this giant wolf. The adult body is 4 meters long and its strength is roughly at the early stage of a first-level warrior. Its most representative feature is the crescent mark between the eyebrows. Once it is in the shadow, its speed will increase significantly. Roar! The giant wolf growled, and with a whoosh it turned into a shadow and pounced towards Lin Hao. Obviously, this was an extremely hungry demon wolf, which regarded Lin Hao as a feast. Generally speaking, candidates without combat experience would be scared to death when faced with such a situation. But Lin Hao, who encountered the Shadow Moon Wolf for the first time, remained quite calm. Soon, the Shadow Moon Wolf rushed forward with its bloody mouth wide open. Even from a distance of several meters, he could feel a fishy wind blowing in his face. If this attack hits, Lin Hao's head will explode. Facing the giant wolf's attack, Lin Hao took a step forward, bent his body slightly, grasped the hilt of the knife, and a faint arc of electricity leaped out of his palm. Then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. I saw a flash of silver lightning, which was even faster than the giant wolf. The entire Shadow Moon Wolf was split into two in an instant, and blood spilled all over the ground. Kill a level 1 Shadow Moon Wolf and gain 30 points. Although the adult Shadow Moon Wolf is 4 meters long, it has a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Especially in this dim environment, its innate speed will be greatly enhanced. It can be said that this forest is its home ground. For ordinary candidates, even escaping from it would be a luxury, let alone killing it. Unfortunately, the person it encountered was Lin Hao. The electric field released by the Thunderfruit allows Lin Hao to transform into electric current and move rapidly in the electric field, at a speed only slightly slower than light. In comparison, the Shadow Moon Wolf's speed seemed to him like an 80-year-old man practicing Tai Chi in the park. A slow batch. So the Shadow Moon Wolf was cut in half while still flying in the air. However, the current consumption of Lin Hao's incarnation is extremely huge. In just those few seconds, a quarter of the energy and blood in the body was consumed. Although it consumes a lot of energy, the points you get are quite a lot. Looking at the 30 points he had just earned, Lin Hao smiled. According to the lowest level, you need 100 points to draw once, and you only need to kill 3 more to draw the prize. Therefore, the most urgent task now is to quickly head to the gathering place of the ferocious beasts. There might be creatures out there that are even more ferocious than the Shadow Moon Wolf. In this way, he can continue to gain points for the lottery and improve his strength. Thinking of this, Lin Hao lit a cigarette for himself and walked away while smoking. Kill a level 1 Shadow Moon Wolf and gain 30 points. Kill the Iron Pig, add 10 points. Kill a first stage Thorn Forest Python and gain 30 points. On the way to the gathering place, Lin Hao killed some ferocious beasts along the way. However, in the subsequent battles, he did not use the power of the Thunderfruit much. On the one hand, the consumption is too high. On the other hand, he wanted to see what level his strength had reached without using his abilities. Judging from the battles with ferocious beasts along the way, it is very difficult to kill a first-stage ferocious beast by relying on physical strength. You have to use the power of thunder from time to time. However, Lin Hao did not gain nothing. Continuous fighting has greatly improved his combat skills, and even the use of the Tang sword at his waist has become more handy. No wonder the martial arts exam requires actual combat. The speed of growth in combat cannot be compared to training in a martial arts gym. Lin Hao sighed in his heart, then opened the system panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, Quasi-Warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit. Chi and Blood, 166. Martial Arts, none. Lottery points, 430. Chi and Blood have increased from 116 to 166. This must be the result of Lei Ting's continuous training. But compared to my current super powerful talents, my Chi and Blood are still far from enough and cannot withstand long-term consumption. Lin Hao smiled helplessly. It's like having a mountain of treasure but not being able to take it. I have the strength but I can't use it. It's extremely uncomfortable. Then Lin Hao turned his attention to the points column. The current points are enough to draw 4 ordinary prizes. Let us see if we can draw something that can increase our Chi and Blood. It would be even better if I could extract this martial art and use it together. After all, the energy and blood consumed by martial arts is far less than that of natural ability. Thinking of this, Lin Hao hardened his heart and decided not to be a Tunton rat anymore. Drain it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 points and receiving the ordinary reward, training card 24 hours, 3 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 points and receiving the ordinary reward, Golden Healing Medicine, 1 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 points and triggering a 10x critical hit. Obtained a rare reward, 2.5 years Enlightenment card, 1 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 points and triggering a 100-fold critical strike. Obtained a legendary reward. Martial Arts, Thunder Breathing Form 1 Thunderbolt Flash. Chapter 13 Lin Hao's Anger. 100 times critical strike? Martial Arts? After hearing the reward, Lin Hao's eyes were glowing. Am I so lucky now? It was just an ordinary lottery, but it actually hit the mark twice in a row. There's even a golden legend. This probability made his eyes pop out of his head because he always got the guaranteed bonus in his previous life. Moreover, he was very familiar with the Thunderbolt Flash of the Breathing of Thunder. In Demon Slayer, Thunderbolt Flash is Zenitsu's famous skill. Not only a fast batch, and the damage is high. The most important thing is that Thunderbolt Flash does not have that many fancy moves, and it only takes one move to kill any enemy. Incredibly cool and stylish, the perfect choice for showing off. After learning this martial art, even the problem of excessive consumption of chi and blood was solved. Even when traveling in a hurry, you can still feel the sparks and lightning along the way, greatly increasing your speed. This will also make it easier for you to find ferocious beasts. Lin Hao didn't hesitate at all. System, learn. A streak of light directly penetrated into Lin Hao's mind. In an instant, all the information about Thunderbolt Flash has appeared in the depths of his memory. Lin Hao held the hilt of the knife and silently practiced the moves. The whole person is like a slingshot ready to be released. Then Lin Hao slowly closed his eyes. Thunder Breathing Form 1 Thunderbolt Flash. As soon as the words fell, the whole person was like an arrow shot from a bow, appearing 100 meters away in an instant. Lifting a fallen leaf. The speed is only half slower than the teleportation of the Thunderfruit, but the consumption of energy and blood is less than 1/10 of that of the Thunderfruit. And he just glanced at the panel. Martial Arts, Thunderbolt Flash not yet started. This isn't even the beginning. You should know that martial arts are divided into 4 levels. Later, according to the settings in Demon Slayer, there are also Thunderbolt Flash 6 consecutive times, Thunderbolt Flash 8 consecutive times, and Thunderbolt Flash Super Speed. They correspond to entry, achievement, mastery, and perfection respectively. Once the Thunderbolt Flash is practiced to the level of super speed, the speed will definitely surpass the Thunderfruit. After all, even Zenitsu said it can only be used twice. Otherwise, your feat will be directly disabled. It is a killer move with side effects. However, there are no side effects for Lin Hao. The body transformed by the Thunderfruit can easily withstand the pressure brought by the rapid speed. But Lin Hao also knew that it was too early to think about these things now. It will take at least several years to achieve perfection. Lin Hao then turned his attention to rare rewards. 2.5 years of Enlightenment card can be used to upgrade martial arts skills. This thing is quite good. Let me see if I can get the hang of it. Lin Hao's eyes lit up and he immediately had an idea. System, use the Enlightenment card. In the 6th month, after your unremitting efforts, you finally mastered the technique of thunder breathing. In the 15th month, as you continue to practice, you will comprehend the first form of thunder breathing, Thunderbolt Flash. In the 30th month, after you mastered the Pailaishan technique, you were still fascinated by it and seemed to have gained new insights, but these insights were not profound enough to break through to the next stage. Ding, the Enlightenment card has expired. Enlightenment is being transmitted. Boom. The system prompt ends. A large amount of insights about the Thunderbolt Flash began to emerge in Lin Hao's mind. It's like practicing for a long time. This allowed him to continuously deepen his understanding of the Thunderbolt Flash technique. At this moment, Lin Hao felt as if he could turn into lightning. By moving at random, you can create flashes of lightning in the air. Lin Hao even felt that if he burst out with all his strength, his speed would be even faster than before. It's worthy of being called the most difficult move to master in thunder breathing, even after practicing for 2.5 years. After feeling the power, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Although the beginner's Thunderbolt Flash cannot compare to the Thunderfruit in power and speed, but it is also very good to use as a lower-level substitute. Whether it is for daily travel or for killing ferocious beasts, the cost-effectiveness is very high. However, Thunderbolt Flash is still a bit weak against ferocious beasts above level 2. It seems that I will have to continue to harvest points in the future. As for the other 2 items, Lin Hao took a quick look at them and put them aside. 24-hour exercise card 3, use it to save a day of exercise time. Golden Medicine 1, excellent for treating injuries. He has no use for the training cards in Gold Healing Medicine for the time being. The main reason is that Lin Hao doesn't want to waste time anymore. Now 2 hours have passed since the martial arts exam began. If we don't hurry up, the ferocious beasts will soon be snatched away by others. Thinking of this, Lin Hao subconsciously lit a cigarette for himself and rushed inside. A few minutes later. The blue swamp is ahead. If I remember correctly, it's home to a ferocious beast called the white crocodile, and there are quite a few of them. Hey, that's quite a few points. Lin Hao took another look at the map and smiled slightly. At this moment, several other candidates appeared at the end of the woods ahead. The group of 5 were all girls. One of them was a cute girl wearing a black combat uniform. She was supported by everyone and looked very weak. Xia Qinghan? What happened? Lin Hao walked over with a frown. This was the first time he met other candidates. Unexpectedly, I met the injured young landlady, and it seemed that other people in the team were also seriously injured, as if they had experienced a big battle. Lin Hao. Why are you here? Xia Qinghan heard the voice and looked up. There was some surprise in his eyes. This place is close to the blue swamp and is very dangerous. Generally speaking, ordinary candidates would never dare to come here. How could Lin Hao, who only has F-level talent, dare to do that? Under normal circumstances, Xia Qinghan would keep Lin Hao away. But she is seriously injured now and has no strength to do these things. Don't talk, just eat this. Lin Hao walked forward, took out a pill of the golden medicine he had obtained earlier, and fed it to Xia Qinghan. Oh. Although Xia Qinghan didn't know what it was, she still opened her mouth obediently. Boy, what did you give Qinghan to eat? Seeing this, another girl drew her sword and pointed it at Lin Hao, speaking very unkindly. Humph. I haven't asked you yet, can't you even deal with such a weak beast? Xia Qinghan, who has little combat ability, was actually the most seriously injured. Lin Hao just checked her injuries and found that all her internal organs had suffered varying degrees of damage. Even with her innate abilities, it would take several hours to fully recover. This made Lin Hao very angry. Because of my talents and personality, I have few friends in this life. Although he has few friends, they all treat Lin Hao well. Especially Xia Qinghan, after learning that he had spent all his savings on martial arts training, she waived most of his rent. Even funded him from time to time. This made Lin Hao, who had just received the memory, look incredulous. How could there be such a kind-hearted person in this world? But after getting to know Xia Qinghan, I realized that she was the same as me. Xia Qinghan's parents also died on the battlefield. Maybe this is why they can become friends. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's eyes turned cold. He will definitely make the person who did it pay the price. What do you, an F-level talent, know? If you ask me. Okay, Ying, you don't have to say it anymore. A tall girl waved her hand and interrupted her speech. Then he looked at Lin Hao. My name is Su Yu. Qinghan is our friend. We will avenge her. It's not your turn to give orders. Lin Hao's face turned unhappy when he heard this, and there was a flash of lightning in his eyes when he looked at Su Yu. He doesn't have much patience. What happened? Facing the boy's questioning, Su Yu felt inexplicably nervous. How is that possible? Could a person with an F-level talent make her feel uneasy? But her body's instinct told her. If you don't tell the truth, it might be dangerous. This made Su Yu's scalp tingle. Then she spoke cautiously, it's Zhou Feiyang from No. 1 Middle School. They have occupied the entrance to the Blue Swamp and won't let anyone except Yizhong get close. We only reacted after we were attacked. 1 Middle School? Lin Hao sneered. Coincidentally, his target was also No. 1 Middle School. During the martial arts exam, is it considered a violation of the rules if candidates fight? This shouldn't be a violation. After all, fighting between warriors is normal. What about murder? Su Yu. Chapter 14 The path of martial arts lies in struggle. Outside world. There are 10 huge projection screens in the examination room monitoring room. This was captured by the official drone tracking, showing the top 10 players in terms of scores. Beneath these 10 projections, there are hundreds of small surveillance screens. These were also taken by the drone. However, due to the large number of candidates, the screen will not stay for a long time. Only the top 10 candidates will appear on the screen. Next to the monitoring screen, it is a ranking list that lists the scores and rankings of each candidate in detail. And at this time within the surveillance, everyone was pointing and talking at the 5th ranked surveillance camera. Feng Chuanhai. You guys from number 1 middle school are too overbearing. You won't even let us in. Why did you occupy the entrance to the blue swamp? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Fuck. Can you guys from number 1 middle school kill all those ferocious beasts? Director Su, Zhou Feiyang from number 1 middle school injured a student from number 2 middle school. Isn't that against the rules? The person who spoke was Lu Guiying, the principal of number 2 middle school. Principal Lu is so angry that his lungs are about to explode. You should know that Xia Qinghan is the only A-level talent in the 2nd middle school. And it's an auxiliary talent. To this end, Principal Lu carefully selected several powerful B-level talents to team up with her. It can be said that the hopes of number 2 middle school all rest on their team. But just now, I was almost crippled by the people from number 1 middle school. When Principal Lu saw this scene on the surveillance camera, my heart is bleeding. It's only been 2 hours since the martial arts exam. The strongest team in their 2nd middle school was injured. Xia Qinghan, the core of the team, couldn't even stand up. Even with her A-level talent for recovery, it would take at least 5 or 6 hours for her to recover her combat effectiveness. You know, the martial arts exam only lasts 12 hours. Half of the time is spent just recovering from the injury, so how can we even talk about competing for a ranking? In fact, there is another reason why Principal Lu was so angry. A student from number 1 middle school. It seems that they are consciously targeting teams from other middle schools that are capable of competing for rankings. It can be seen from this time. Zhou Feiyang just drove away the ordinary candidates and did not use any harsh measures. As soon as they saw Xia Qinghan's team, they were like being injected with chicken blood, and they put in all their efforts. Unfortunately, Xia Qinghan only has a supporting talent and is more dependent on the strength of his teammates. Otherwise, if they were both A-level, they wouldn't have lost so badly. It seems so now. It must have been the order of that old man Feng Chuanhai. The purpose is to help them get high scores in number 1 middle school so that they can take away more educational resources. Thinking of this, Principal Lu couldn't help but feel angry. The principals of other schools also protested and demanded that Zhou Feiyang from number 1 middle school be disqualified from the martial arts exam. Facing the requests of the public, Su Shizhong, who was sitting on the rostrum, frowned and said nothing. Over the years, the martial arts exam has always been based on the score of killing ferocious beasts. This has never happened before. But the rules do not prohibit fighting between candidates. After all, the military examination was originally set up to simulate the battlefield environment. And anything can happen on the battlefield. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Even if a fight breaks out between candidates, as long as no one is killed. All are within the scope allowed by the rules. Therefore, Su Shizhong also turned a deaf ear to the requests of the principals. Ha, the candidates from your school are not strong enough, so you blame us? Feng Chuanhai sneered. We didn't do this before because the ferocious beasts in the green grassland were too scattered. The number of candidates in their number 1 middle school is limited, so it is impossible for them to monopolize all the ferocious beasts. But now it's different. There are only 3 places where ferocious beasts gather in the Shadow Forest. As long as we can firmly control these 3 places, with the strength of number 1 middle school, they can kill as they please, right? So he asked 5 A-level talents in the school to lead the teams. Each person occupies a position. Start from the blue swamp, kill all the ferocious beasts that can be killed, and then go to the next place. From the outside to the inside. The efficiency is much higher than single-person action. This can also be seen from the ranking list, where most of the top 50 students are from number 1 middle school. Even among the top 10 candidates, apart from number 1 middle school, there is no one else to be found. As for the candidates from other middle schools, sorry, you are the only ones who get to watch the show. What if you dare to come and steal the monster? The students of number 1 middle school will teach them how to behave. Moreover, Feng Chuanhai held a small meeting with several A-level talented students before the exam. When facing a team with the same A-level talent, you must take action first. As long as no one is killed, it is not considered a violation of the rules. Feng Chuanhai's move was truly ruthless. Other schools have never thought about the fact that they have to be on guard against other candidates during the martial arts exam. This has never happened in previous martial arts exams. Oh, what should I do? Seeing Director Su remain silent, Lu Guiying sighed heavily in his heart. It seems that the authorities will not take care of it. I didn't expect that this was the first time the test site was changed and number 1 middle school showed its fangs. The future test points may be set here. What should we do then? You should know that the candidates' scores are linked to educational resources. Judging from this year's performance, their results are definitely poor. That means a reduction in educational resources and the inability to cultivate high-quality students. This is a vicious cycle. If you want to make a breakthrough, you can only rely on yourself. But the strongest team in their number 2 middle school is almost ruined. Who can stand up now? The principals of other schools also looked as pale as death. Although their school seed team has not lost its combat effectiveness, it makes no difference. After all, their strength cannot be compared with number 1 middle school, and they are no match at all. You can only pick up a few points from the outer beasts, and you have to compete with so many schools. You can imagine how great the pressure is. This is simply doomsday for some schools that don't even have A-level talent. In the past, I could still get the minimum living allowance and drink some soup. But what number 1 middle school does now is that they don't even give them soup to drink. This is going to push them into a desperate situation. Rostrum. Su Shizhong took in everyone's reactions, then shook his head. As director of the Department of Education, he won't favor anyone. First, China took advantage of loopholes in the rules. But others can also take advantage of it, as long as you have enough strength. After all, the road to the pinnacle of martial arts does not rely on following rules. It depends on fighting. Fight against the heavens and the earth. Fight against the beasts. Fight against your own kind. Which peerless strong man does not have thousands of corpses under his feet? If humans do not fight during the catastrophe, it would have died a long time ago. Now they are in a safe environment. But that was the relative safety gained under the protection of so many powerful people in Dragon Country. But the young eagle will one day spread its wings and fly high. If they are not made to understand this truth sooner, the price they pay may be their lives. Therefore, Su Shizhong condoned and even encouraged the struggle among candidates. In fact, he thought the same as other principals. If someone could really stand up and defeat number 1 middle school at this time, he would definitely be very happy. This is how the significance of struggle can be reflected. Just as Su Shizhong was thinking, several exclamations suddenly came from the front. Look in the direction of the sound. A strange boy suddenly appeared on Zhou Feiyang's surveillance screen. The young man was wearing a loose black combat uniform and a tang sword on his waist, looking extremely handsome. He walked steadily, as if every step carried an inexplicable momentum. The other side. After searching for a long time, Lu Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be him? Chapter 15 A slap in the face. Look, who is that? How dare anyone come to the Blue Swamp? Don't they know it's already been taken over by number 1 middle school? Which school are you from? You're quite brave. Hearing what everyone said, Feng Chuanhai quickly turned around and looked at the surveillance screen. He was stunned at first, and then he sneered. Ha! Where did this fool come from? How could he be so blind? Feng Chuanhai has been able to ensure that number 1 middle school remains the top school in Linjiang City for so many years. It's because he is a very cautious person and never acts rashly. So before he started implementing the lockdown plan, I conducted a survey on talented students from other schools. He knows everything about these students, including their talents, martial arts expertise, etc. This is also to prevent changes in the plan. Similarly, Zhou Feiyang was able to quickly defeat Xia Qinghan's team from number 2 middle school because he understood their weaknesses. However, Feng Chuanhai had no impression of the young man in the picture. Just one person? There shouldn't be anyone so reckless in our number 2 middle school. Lu Guiying, the principal of number 2 middle school, who was sitting in the back row, shook his head. What he was thinking was, there is no problem in working at number 1 middle school, but the problem is that we need to attract more people. Since fighting among candidates is not against the rules, then fighting in a group is not against the rules either? If students from so many schools could work together, they might be able to compete with number 1 middle school. But how powerful can one person be? It's not even enough to beat an ordinary student from number 1 middle school, let alone Zhou Feiyang. Looking at his appearance, he looks a bit like him, but I'm not sure. In a corner of the audience, Lu Qingqing looked at the young man on the surveillance camera and muttered softly. After all, Lin Hao went to the martial arts gym to apply for a membership card 3 years ago. That is to say, the photo in the file was also taken 3 years ago. It's been 3 years, it's normal for appearance to change. Especially during adolescence, things may change every year. Then she turned and looked at the principal of number 2 middle school. Why does Principal Lu look so regretful? Isn't Lin Hao from number 2 middle school? Shouldn't we be happy to have such a talented student? Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing's thoughts returned to yesterday afternoon. According to the final investigation results of the logistics department, from the first floor to the third floor of the martial arts gym, all electronic-related items were burned. The source of all this was the training room where Lin Hao had stayed. Simply put, a short circuit occurred in the high-voltage cables in the training room, causing a chain reaction. You should know that their training rooms are made of special materials and are extremely strong. Want to destroy to this extent? At least he must be a warrior who has awakened lightning talent of level A or above. Secondly, you must have the combat power of a second-level warrior. Such exaggerated combat power is definitely not something that an 18-year-old high school student can possess. So this is Lu Qingqing's purpose for coming here. I want to see with my own eyes how evil this person is. Besides, she also had some private matters to ask for. But she just looked at Principal Lu's reaction and it seemed that he didn't recognize the candidate in the picture at all. This made her a little unsure whether this person was Lin Hao. The edge of the blue swamp. A young man wearing a light blue battlesuit, like an ancient swordsman, stood up slowly with his hands clasped around a long sword. The young man is none other than Gale Sword, Zhou Feiyang. A first-level warrior, he awakened an A-level wind talent and also mastered a good swordsmanship. When he used his sword skills, it was like a strong wind passing through. Fast and fierce. At this moment, other students from number 1 middle school were gathered around him. Brother Yang, according to your instructions, all the candidates from other schools nearby have been driven away by us. Some who were disobedient and insisted on staying were also eliminated by us. I can guarantee that there is no one else in this area except us. A skinny young man walked out of the crowd with a flattering smile on his face. According to the rules, as long as the electromagnetic barrier built into the candidate's watch is activated, he or she will be eliminated. So they first beat up the others and forced them to hand over their watches and press the start button. This is also a loophole in the rules. Zhou Feiyang shook his head upon hearing this and looked to the right with a playful expression. There's one more. Hearing this, the skinny young man quickly looked in the direction of his gaze. A young man in a black battle robe and holding a long sword walked towards them without any hesitation, as if he didn't see them. This. The skinny young man's face froze. He had just made such a boast, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face. This made him feel a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, let me handle this. The skinny young man had a fierce look in his eyes and walked over after he finished speaking. No matter what the boy's purpose was, he would only have one outcome if he dared to enter number 1 middle school's hunting territory. Disuse. Kid, which middle school are you from? Can't you see that this place has been taken over by number 1 middle school? The skinny young man sneered repeatedly, his words full of disdain. Which one of you is Zhou Feiyang? Lin Hao's eyes were calm, without a trace of emotion. But those who know him well will definitely know. At this moment, Lin Hao was on the verge of rage and could lose control at any time. Fuck it, I'm talking to you. The skinny young man cursed loudly. The person in front of me actually dared to ignore me. He simply didn't know his place. Did you hear? Before he could finish his words, a shadow flashed before his eyes. Bang! A loud slapping sound echoed throughout the venue. Immediately following, the skinny young man fell heavily on the tree behind him like a kite with a broken string and fainted. This scene was also played out simultaneously in the monitoring room through a drone. What the hell? What happened? So fast. Is this a talent or a martial art? Which school are these students from? They're so freaking awesome. They're slapping number 1 middle school in the face. Ha ha ha, it really vented our anger for us. Alas, this student is too impulsive. He may have some strength, but he only attacked ordinary students from number 1 middle school. The truly powerful ones haven't made their move yet. Amid the exclamations from the audience, some people remained calm and analyzed the situation objectively. The skinny young man is just an ordinary student of number 1 middle school and his ability is not very strong. Hitting him would only bring trouble. Everyone present is at least a second-level warrior. It can also be seen that this young man's physical skills are quite good and he has some strength. But standing behind the skinny young man was the Gale Sword Zhou Feiyang. Even in the elite class of number 1 middle school, which is full of experts, the latter's strength can be ranked among the top 5. Not to mention the sword skills that match his talent. It can be said that his strength is enough to crush most people. I hope Zhou Feiyang will be gentler later. After all, it's just a martial arts exam. Don't make things too big. I'm afraid this person is a bit ignorant of life and death. Feng Chuanhai, who was sitting in the front row, sneered. He then took a sip of tea and seemed unaffected. Because in his eyes this was just a small episode, and he believed that Zhou Feiyang would resolve the matter soon. Maybe in the next second you will see that person being beaten to a pulp. According to regulations, no one is allowed to die, but there is no problem in letting you lie down for 10 days or half a month. Inside the examination room. When other middle school students saw their classmates being beaten, their eyes were filled with anger. They are the only ones who get to beat up others. When has anyone ever dared to ride on their heads? Boy, you're looking for death. How dare you hit someone from number 1 middle school? Brother Yang, let me go, this guy is too arrogant. Zhou Feiyang's eyes fixed, then he shook his head. Although he didn't make a move just now, his eyes were always looking over here. Don't look at the man in black in front of you, he just slapped you. But it's very fast. It was so fast that it made his heart palpitate. You know, he is the Gale Sword who was famous for his speed. The one that awakened was still the wind talent. That's all I could capture, just a few after images of the movement. Even the process from the black-clothed man's attack to the time he slapped the skinny young man away. He had no idea what was happening. Thinking of this, Zhou Feiyang's expression became more serious. This person is a master. You are no match for him, let me do it. After saying this, Zhou Feiyang walked out of the crowd and walked towards the man in black. To show respect. A faint wind field was brewing between his hands. I'm Zhou Feiyang, who are you, my friend? You hit Xiao Qinghan, didn't you? So what if it's me? Zhou Feiyang raised his eyebrows slightly. I recalled the little girl from number 2 middle school. As both of them have A-level talents, it can only be said that the other party is too weak, and there is not even a trace of interest in defeating her. It seems that the young man in front of me is also from number 2 middle school. Are you here to seek revenge? Lin Hao's eyes turned cold and murderous upon hearing this. Very good, your martial arts exam ends here. Chapter 16 That extremely fast lightning. Humph, how shameless. Zhou Feiyang snorted coldly. Since you are so rude, don't blame me for showing mercy. Then he pointed forward with his sword in hand. After seeing Lin Hao's speed, he didn't dare to be arrogant and directly used the strongest move he mastered. Swift Wind Sword Technique. Suddenly a strong wind blew, mixed with thousands of sword shadows, as thin as silk. Gale Sword Technique, a martial art exclusive to the 3rd grade wind type talent. Combined with Zhou Feiyang's strength as a first-stage warrior, the gale he unleashed possessed an extremely terrifying sword edge. The surrounding trees were also blown to and fro by the strong wind, and if you look closely, you can see cracks on the bark. The middle school students who were standing closer felt as if a blade was cutting across their faces. Frightened, he quickly ran to the back. If you want my life, it depends on whether you have the qualifications. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Feiyang took a step forward, carrying a terrifying sword shadow and gust of wind, sweeping towards Lin Hao. In the blink of an eye, he was approaching Lin Hao. Then he raised his right hand, and the long sword wrapped in the strong wind slashed towards Lin Hao with a dull sound of breaking through the air. What a terrifying gale sword technique. I'm afraid he has already mastered it. This must be the result of the perfect combination of his martial arts and talent. The power is more than just the sum of their parts. As expected of an A-level wind talent, such a fast speed. In the monitoring room, many principals and officials held their breath and watched the scene intently. Martial arts are different from talents. The former requires a lot of time to practice. It also requires insight, something so illusory. Talent is innate and does not require practice. Moreover, as the warrior's level increases, he can develop unimaginable skills and moves. This is why everyone values talent so much. But if martial arts are practiced to perfection, it will not be much weaker than some natural skills. However, this places extremely high demands on one's understanding, physical fitness, etc. People like Zhou Feiyang who can cultivate a martial art to the highest level can also use it in conjunction with their natural talent. This is something that most of my peers cannot do. Alas, this young man is still impulsive. If he takes this attack head-on, he might even lose his life. Why don't you notify the rescue team right away? I'm afraid someone might die if we're too late. Isn't there still an electromagnetic barrier? I remember it could block some fatal damage. After seeing the horror of Zhou Feiyang's move, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Although no one will be killed, elimination is inevitable. This young man is quite capable and has a chance to be admitted to a martial arts school. It's just that he messed with the wrong people. What a pity. But at this moment, boom! Accompanied by a low, muffled thunder. Countless tiny electric arcs wrapped around Lin Hao. Attracted by the electric arc, the dust within a 5-meter radius slowly floated into the air, forming a small static electricity field. Then he grasped the hilt of the knife, bent down and stepped forward, and the ground suddenly cracked. Thunder-breathing form one thunderbolt flash. The words fell. A flash of lightning that was extremely fast, like a bullet fired from a gun, colorful and gorgeous. The boy's figure was so fast that even the latest military drones could not capture him. Everyone only saw a flash before their eyes. Then, there was a clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out, echoing throughout the monitoring room. Immediately following. In the picture, Zhou Feiyang seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and the whole person flew out more than 10 meters like a cannonball, breaking several trees. Then everyone saw an extremely horrifying scene. A layer of electromagnetic barrier immediately lit up on Zhou Feiyang's body. The surveillance footage was also disconnected at this time. That is to say, Zhou Feiyang from number 1 middle school, eliminated. Silence. The whole audience suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes, and the whole place was silent. One move. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the young man only used one move. Zhou Feiyang, who was ranked in the top 5, was knocked dozens of meters away. This can be called a crushing defeat. This wasn't just a crushing defeat. Zhou Feiyang couldn't even take a single blow. You have to know that Zhou Feiyang has a level talent, and he uses his strongest martial arts, the Gale Sword technique. Even an ordinary first-level peak warrior may not be able to withstand this move. Not to mention the other candidates. The young man who was his opponent easily blocked Zhou Feiyang's strongest killing move with just a slash of his sword. The force was so great that it even knocked Zhou Feiyang dozens of meters away. All of a sudden, everyone in the monitoring room had the same question. Where on earth did this genius come from? Principal Lu of number 2 middle school was equally astonished and puzzled. Stronger than Zhou Feiyang, that's an S-level talent. How come I've never heard of such a genius in any other school? Director Su shook his head upon hearing this. This isn't a natural ability, but a high-level martial art, at least 6th rank. As a martial artist at the Grandmaster level, he has a very sharp vision. Of course, he saw Lin Hao's moves clearly. Don't be fooled by the sparks and lightning all the way. In fact, the intensity of the lightning is not very high, and is far less powerful than an S-level lightning talent. The real killer move is extremely exaggerated speed and power. To achieve this level of amplification strength, only martial arts of the 6th rank or above can be achieved. Hearing this, Principal Lu took a breath. Martial arts above the 6th rank? Not to mention how difficult it is to obtain, is it something an 18-year-old martial arts student can practice? You should know that the higher the level of martial arts, the harder it is to get started. After all, this requires extremely high understanding and a lot of time. Most people choose to improve their level at the beginning of martial arts, so they don't waste time learning martial arts. Even someone as strong as Zhou Feiyang only dared to practice martial arts below the 3rd rank, as any higher level would delay his training. And this young man not only chose the extremely difficult 6th grade martial arts, but also mastered it? Thinking of this, Principal Lu beat his chest and stamped his feet, his face full of regret. How come this martial arts genius isn't from his number 2 middle school? With people like this around, why would number 2 middle school even compete for a ranking? There were many people who had the same idea as Principal Liu, but everyone changed their minds. Isn't the person who should be most worried now the principal of number 1 middle school, Feng Chuanhai? After all, it wasn't the students from their school who were eliminated. Thinking of this, everyone showed a gloating expression. Really? Feng Chuanhai, who was sitting in the middle back seat, had a terribly gloomy expression on his face. The teacup in his hand was crushed by him. His plan to monopolize the ferocious beast points was good, but he made too many enemies. It is equivalent to standing against all schools. But in the face of their absolute strength, no one dared to disobey. But the appearance of this young man broke this balance. This created a gap in their plans for the first time. If this young man could continue to dominate the game and eliminate the other 4 A-level talented students in his middle school. That's it. If other schools see that you don't have top-tier combat power, they will all pounce on you and eat you up in one gulp. This is like a boomerang hitting one's head. By then, let alone monopolizing the ferocious beasts, even maintaining the ranking will be a problem. Thinking of this, Feng Chuanhai's face became extremely ugly. No, he's too threatening, we have to eliminate him first. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and secretly sent a message to the examination room. Find Yao Yiru and the others, and assemble. Chapter 17. Could it be that Lin Hao did it? Outside the blue swamp. Under a dense jungle. The girl lying on the grass, surrounded by several girls, looked nervous. Xia Qinghan slowly opened her eyes and let out a soft moan. Her head felt a little swollen and painful, as if she had slept for a long time. Qinghan, you're awake. How is the injury? Is it serious? Qinghan, you don't know that after you took that person S pill, you fainted. We were so scared that we almost drew our swords. Xia Qinghan shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Her complexion now looks much better, and the flow of qi and blood in her body is smoother. This means that the previous injury has mostly recovered. This made her feel a little confused. What kind of elixir did Lin Hao give me that is so effective? You have to know that this kind of serious internal injury will take 4 or 5 hours to recover, relying solely on one's own talents. But only a few minutes had passed and the injury was already almost healed? The pills given to her must be very expensive. By the way, where's Lin Hao? Xia Qinghan blinked and looked at Suyu in the crowd. If I remember correctly, before she fell into a coma, Suyu had been talking to Lin Hao. He went over there. Suyu pointed to the dark blue swamp not far away, which was the direction from which they were attacked. What? Xia Qinghan's body trembled when she heard this, and her face turned pale. She has known Lin Hao for such a long time and knows his personality very well. I know that Lin Hao must be going to avenge me. But she knew very well Lin Hao's strength. How could he be Zhou Feiyan's opponent? No, I have to help him. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and ran towards Lin Hao. Seeing this, several other girls hurried to dissuade them. Qinghan, your injury hasn't healed yet, don't be impulsive. Yeah, we finally escaped, why should we go back? If Lin Hao insists on showing off, then let him go. He doesn't have the talent anyway, so it won't be a pity if he's eliminated. Even Suyu, who was closest to her, tried to persuade her. Qinghan, we are here to get our rankings, don't make things complicated. If you're scared, then just wait. I'll go by myself. Xia Qinghan snorted coldly and left without looking back. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, the other people had no choice but to follow suit. There's nothing I can do about it, she's the captain after all. Inside the examination room. Looks like I need to find a good knife. Lin Hao looked at the blade with several tiny gaps and couldn't help shaking his head. Free stuff is really not good. Then he turned his wrist and put the long sword into the scabbard. Recalling the previous battle, there was a hint of excitement in Lin Hao's eyes. This was the first time he used Thunderbolt Flash in battle, and he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Even he was surprised. In fact, under normal circumstances, without the help of his innate ability, it would be almost impossible for Lin Hao to kill Zhou Feiyang in one blow with this move alone. Especially since he has combat experience using Thunderbolt Flash. But Zhou Feiyang made a fatal mistake. He insisted on fighting with him. If he had chosen to dodge at that time, there would be nothing I could do to him. After all, the beginner Thunderbolt Flash cannot change the direction of attack. But when it comes to sword fighting, Lin Hao is not at all inferior. The explosive power and speed of thunder breathing are so strong that even a second-level ferocious beast cannot withstand it. Not to mention Zhou Feiyang, who is only a first-level warrior. However, although they won, the weakness of Thunderbolt Flash's lack of transformation cannot be ignored. If you don't improve quickly, you will suffer if you meet a real master in the future. Now that I've avenged the landlady, it's time to go collect the points. But before that, there are still some troubles to deal with. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he turned his attention to the other people present. He has not forgotten his original intention. Since we can't increase the number of ferocious beasts, we can only reduce the number of competitors. Especially those from number 1 middle school, who made them so blind. At this moment, the identities of hunter and prey suddenly switched. A middle school student not far away felt his scalp tingling from being stared at. Subconsciously stepped back. There was no way, even their boss Zhou Feiyang was no match for them. And they themselves have even less desire to resist. Want to run? As soon as the words fell, a flash of lightning flashed by at an extremely fast speed, and the person running in the front was suddenly kicked away. At the same time, the electromagnetic barrier on his body lights up, announcing his elimination. See this scene. The remaining people could no longer hold back and fled frantically in all directions. Some girls even screamed in fear. Run! Run! Woo woo, help! How can this person be more terrifying than a ferocious beast? Everyone, run separately. He definitely won't be able to catch up alone. Oh! Lin Hao sneered inwardly. Comparing speed? He has never been afraid of anyone. A few minutes later, looking at the corpses lying in the pit in all directions, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. A school should be neat and tidy. After doing all this, Lin Hao lit a cigarette for himself and observed the environment while smoking. This place is on the outskirts of the swamp, and the ferocious beasts have almost all been killed by those annoying number 1 middle school students. If you want to harvest points, you have to go inside. So Lin Hao, holding a long knife in his hand, rushed towards the depths of the swamp with all his strength. Just after Lin Hao left, Xiao Qinghan and others also rushed to the scene. But when she looked around, there was no one in sight. Lin Hao, you must not get into any trouble. Xiao Qinghan bit her lips tightly, her pretty face full of anxiety. Just like himself, who lost his parents at a young age, Lin Hao is also a pitiful person. But Lin Hao is different from himself, he only has F-level talent. So he didn't know how much effort he put in to get into the martial arts school. She saw all of this. If you were eliminated like this, you can imagine how painful it would be. And it was to avenge himself. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Xiao Qinghan's eyes. Qinghan, come and look, these people lying on the ground look so familiar. An exclamation attracted Xiao Qinghan's attention. I saw several other people gathered around a big pit, talking in a flurry. Look at that guy, does he look like Zhou Feiyang? Yeah, did they encounter a beast tide? Why are all the barriers activated? It shouldn't be. After all, they don't have any wounds on their bodies. They just fainted. It seems like someone did it on purpose. Did someone do this on purpose? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and suddenly a terrible guess came to their mind. Only Lin Hao had been here just now, and he was not among the people lying here. You don't mean to say that it was Lin Hao who did it, do you? Suyu curled her lips and said with a strange look. There are dozens of candidates from number 1 middle school here, although they are all ordinary candidates. But its overall strength far exceeds that of other schools. If we go together, even an elite team from a school like theirs wouldn't be able to defeat them. What's more, there is Zhou Feiyang, a warrior with a level talent. Why don't we just ask him if he did it? Another girl smiled slyly. They directly caught an unconscious student from a middle school and woke him up. Hey! Were you eliminated by a man in black with a long sword? Long sword? The candidate who was awakened let out a strange cry and said with a sad and angry look on his face. Don't think you can rest easy just because you eliminated us. We still have 4 other teams in number 1 middle school. You. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Suyu knocked him out again. Bah! Number 1 middle school was so great, but they were still eliminated? Wait, wasn't he talking about Lin Hao just now? Xia Qinghan carefully reviewed the conversation just now and seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. As soon as the words fell, everyone got goosebumps. The student who was woken up from a middle school did not deny it the moment he woke up. Instead, he became furious and made harsh remarks. That is to say, it was Lin Hao who eliminated these number 1 middle school students? Suyu quickly shook her head. No. Impossible. She would never believe that an F-level quasi-warrior could be so powerful. Another girl pondered for a moment and said, there's only one road leading into the swamp. If it's really Lin Hao, he must have gone in. Why don't we go over and take a look? I agree. Chapter 18 Is there thunder? In the dark blue swamp, after more than 10 minutes of rapid travel, Lin Hao finally entered the core area of the swamp. Roar! Ouch! Compared with the periphery, there are obviously more ferocious beasts in the core area. While walking on the road, Lin Hao could hear the roars of ferocious beasts coming from afar. There was also a faint smell of blood in the air. Rustle. Lin Hao held a long knife in his hand, a cigarette in his mouth, and his feet were on the dry fallen leaves. Due to long-term exposure to sunlight, its fallen leaves have long been dried up and will turn into powder if you step on them lightly. As he walked, Lin Hao observed the environment. Before the cataclysm, the blue swamp was actually a hot spring area in the forest. A large number of tourists come here for vacation every year. Even now, broken amusement facilities and artificial ponds of various sizes can still be seen everywhere. However, the invasion of ferocious beasts brought disaster and killing. Those who didn't have time to escape stayed here forever. Due to the presence of troops in recent years, battles with ferocious beasts have occurred from time to time. So from time to time you can still see a few unweathered bones on the roadside. There are a lot of ferocious beasts. It seems that no examinee has been here before. Lin Hao looked around and smiled. If the candidate from number 1 middle school hadn't stopped everyone from leaving, he would have lost so many points. Just as Lin Hao was thinking. Suddenly, I felt a strong sense of crisis. Brush. Lin Hao took a step, a flash of lightning appeared, and he retreated more than 10 meters. Then he saw a pool of dark green liquid fall where he had just stood. Sizzle. White smoke rose, and in a blink of an eye, the nearby grass was corroded and withered. At the same time, a fishy smell emanated. Poisonous? Lin Hao's face changed and he quickly covered his mouth and nose with clothes. He looked up and saw a giant green python as thick as a bucket, 7 or 8 meters long, appeared on the tree where he had just stood. The giant python spit out its tongue cunningly, and its pair of red eyes stared at Lin Hao quietly, with a bloodthirsty light in its eyes. The oppressive feeling he brought was several times stronger than that of Zhou Feiyang. At least early stage of the second stage, or even stronger. Lin Hao took a deep breath and looked solemn. However, not only was he not afraid, but a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. So far, he hasn't encountered any strong opponents. Even Zhou Feiyang was killed instantly with one strike. It's just right, I can use this giant python to test the limits of my strength. However, this giant python is extremely poisonous, so it is better not to engage in close combat. Think of this. Lin Hao put away the long sword, and the thunderstorm was slowly gathering in the palm of his hand, gradually forming a thick pillar of lightning. The giant python on the other side also felt the threat, opened its mouth and spit out another mouthful of thick green venom. Lin Hao dodged quickly, and the venom fell to the ground and a cloud of white smoke rose. The lightning column needs time to brew. Let this reptile jump around for a while. Just as I was thinking about it, the giant python continued to spit out venom and looked very anxious. Lin Hao kept dodging, not giving it any chance at all. In less than a minute, the surrounding grass was stained with venom, leaving Lin Hao with almost no place to step. Ha, let's see how much venom you have. Lin Hao dodged while preparing his ultimate move. Sure enough, the giant python stopped after spitting twice. Then it looked at Lin Hao with fear. The beast's instinct told it that the person in front of it was very dangerous. Then it turned its head and moved its body, as if it was about to run away. Want to run? Lin Hao chuckled. He has been planning for so long, isn't this the moment he's waiting for? How can I let you run away? Then he raised his hands to the sky. Next second. A lightning pillar with a diameter of 3 meters descended in an instant, like a mountain falling from the sky, hitting the giant python straight and fast. Rumble. At this moment, the lightning pillar fell to the ground, like a pouring silver waterfall, baptizing the surface wantonly. Under the violent impact, trees within a radius of dozens of meters fell down. The huge thunder sounded in all directions. Kill a stage 2 early stage anaconda, add 60 points. The other side. Southeast of the swamp. Suddenly, a cold wind blew over a pond. A thick layer of black ice suddenly formed on the water surface, and the ferocious beasts that had not had time to escape were instantly frozen to death in the ice. Sister Yaru, it seems you have improved again. Yes, with this level of strength, I'm afraid Sister Yaru will take the top spot this year. As expected of an A-level ice and snow talent. Who else can achieve this attack range? Amid the exclamations of the crowd, a young girl slowly walked across the ice. The sunlight reflected from the ice reveals the girl's beautiful face. She was dressed in white and holding a long sword of ice and snow. There was a faint smile on his face. He seemed a little less easygoing and a little more fierce than usual. The beautiful figure walking slowly towards her made the male students around stare at her in amazement. The person who came was Yao Yaru. Continuous fighting had made her strength improve rapidly. He has already broken through to the first level of warrior realm. I'm still a little short of first place. Yao Yaru shook her head. Although she has made great progress now, she knows that there are still a few people who are not much weaker than her. Just then. Rumble. A dull thunder sounded, startling everyone. What the hell? Is there thunder? What happened? Where did the noise come from? There are such terrifying beasts in the swamp? Impossible. Such a loud noise immediately frightened them. Everyone is wondering if there are still high-level ferocious beasts inside the swamp that the military missed during the cleanup. For a moment, no one dared to go in. This, thunder? Why does it seem like I've heard it somewhere before? Unlike everyone else who was afraid, Yao Yaru had a familiar feeling. This reminded her of the strange things that happened in Hongchuan martial arts school. There was also a dull thunder that day, but it was not as loud as it is now. Is it that S-rank talent warrior from before? But isn't this the martial arts exam site? Could he also be a candidate this year? Yao Yaru had many questions in her mind at this time, but she was not afraid at all. Instead, there was excitement in his eyes. Now that she has officially become a warrior, she is much stronger than when she was in the martial arts gym. In fact, it can be seen from the fact that she rejected her parents' marriage proposal that Yao Yaru is a very strong-willed person. So everything she saw in the martial arts gym that day made her feel inexplicably frustrated. Yao Yaru didn't believe that anyone could be so much better than her. But after she became a warrior, she realized that it was just like that. She might be able to do the same level of destruction now as she did back then. This boosted her self-confidence. I want to compete with that person. I hope he's also a test taker. That would make it more interesting. Yao Yaru raised the corners of her mouth, and her eyes revealed a fighting spirit. At the same time, the sound of thunder also spread far away. At this moment, a young man who was running fast stopped. He rolled his glasses and turned to speak to a big guy next to him. Shiryan, did you hear any sound? No, I didn't hear anything. As the big guy was speaking, he suddenly stopped running and the ground shook slightly. The young man with glasses rolled his eyes. Why should I talk to this idiot? Forget it, let's go find Yao Yaru and Lu Yonglei first. Chapter 19 Where did Lin Hao come from? Kill a stage 2 early stage anaconda, and gain 60 points. Lin Hao looked at the 3-meter diameter pit in front of him and fell into deep thought. This is not a kill, it is clearly annihilation. It's as if the python had never appeared in this world. The surface where the area was located was blown away to the point where not even a trace of it was left. Is this God's punishment? That's awesome. Lin Hao quickly smoked a cigarette to calm himself down. To be honest, this was his first time using divine punishment. He was so surprised by the power that even he himself was shocked. No wonder Enelu in One Piece dares to call himself the God of Thunder. If this lightning column hits the body, even a third-level ferocious beast would be doomed. Moreover, Lin Hao is only at the level of a quasi-warrior, and the lightning pillar he releases is at most 3 meters thick. If my realm is improved in the future, I can reach the state of penetrating heaven and earth like in the anime. I'm afraid even God can't stop it. It's much stronger than my thunder breath, but the energy consumption is also very high. Lin Hao calmed himself down, lit another cigarette, and thought while smoking. It's worth noting that the points earned from killing a second-level beast are twice as high as those from a first-level one. It seems that the points earned are closely related to the strength of the beast. I just don't know how many martial arts exam points are awarded for killing a second-level ferocious beast. Although his purpose of participating in the martial arts exam was to gain lottery points, he wouldn't mind if he could achieve good results in the exam. After all, we said at the mobilization meeting before that the top 50 students in the martial arts exam will receive rewards. If you can participate in the provincial ranking, there will be additional rewards. Thinking of this, Lin Hao turned on his smartwatch and switched to the ranking column. First place, Li Yuan, 5,310 points, Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Second place, LV Yonlei, 4,936 points, Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Third place, Yao Yuru, 4,724 points, Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Number 109, Lin Hao, 2,215 points, Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. How can No. 1 Middle School kill so many people? I'm only ranked 109th? Lin Hao frowned. But that makes sense. The students from No. 1 Middle School occupied the swamp as soon as the martial arts exam started. He had just arrived and was delayed on the way because of Zhou Feiyang's matter. Looks like I have to hurry up, or they'll snatch them all away. After saying that, without stopping for a moment, Lin Hao rushed towards the depths of the swamp. After so many years of evolution, the ferocious beasts in the blue swamp have formed a strict hierarchy. There are also fights among the ferocious beasts. It also follows the laws of survival in nature. Therefore, the deeper you go into the swamp, the more powerful beings you will encounter. The ferocious beasts are more densely packed. Lin Hao has encountered several powerful and ferocious beast species more than once. The strongest of their race is even more terrifying than a giant python. After all, Lin Hao is now in a forbidden swamp that even the students from No. 1 Middle School dare not easily step into. Of course, Lin Hao replenished his qi and blood regardless of consumption. Using thunder to clear the way, there won't be much danger. So his current process is to find the ferocious beast, and then use lightning to strike it and reap a large amount of points. Find, kill, and harvest points. It's like a high-speed harvesting machine that can't stop at all. And during the whole process of killing the ferocious beast, Lin Hao finally figured it out. The relationship between martial arts exam points and the ability to kill ferocious beasts. The martial arts exam points for killing a first-level beast are probably 50 to 100. The second level is 100 to 300. This is the advantage of having difficult test points. If the test points were still simple as before, the difficulty might be only half of what it is now. And as for level 3 and above? The official clearly stated that all ferocious beasts above level 3 have been eliminated by them. So it doesn't exist. Actually, this is quite reasonable. The second level ferocious beast can still be defeated with the teamwork of the candidates. As for the third level, even all the A-level talented candidates gathered together would not be a match. After all, the level difference is huge and cannot be made up by talent. However, even if Lin Hao knew about this relationship, it would not affect him much. He would just kill him and that would be the end of it. In this way, Lin Hao was either on the way to find ferocious beasts or fighting with ferocious beasts, without stopping for a moment. He is even more hardworking than a model worker. As more and more ferocious beasts were killed, the lottery points on the system panel also increased, and the martial arts test points also reached an exaggerated number. But what he didn't know was what impact this action would have on the outside world. Inside the monitoring room. More than an hour has passed since Zhou Feiyang was eliminated. Half of the martial arts exam time has passed. But no one saw the black figure on the surveillance screen. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. There are no new changes in the rankings. This also makes some people feel regretful. It seems that even if you have the ability to eliminate Zhou Feiyang, you may not be able to enter the top 10. Yes, in the final analysis, the martial arts exam is still about ranking based on points earned from killing ferocious beasts. That's right. No. 1 Middle School has been No. 1 for so many years. They still have a lot of background. Eliminating Zhou Feiyang won't affect them. Alas, it will be difficult for schools like ours to break into the top 50 in the future. Lu Chuanhai, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, who was sitting in the back row, also had a look of regret on his face. No matter how strong a person is, he is just one person. And they can beat the elite team of No. 1 Middle School. It is said that forming a team will reduce the efficiency of killing monsters, but that is only for ordinary students. and the candidates from number 1 middle school. They have good coordination, balanced strength, and a very reasonable lineup. Therefore, the efficiency of their team is much higher than that of temporary teams formed by other schools. Especially since there are several talented A-level candidates leading the team. Will further widen the gap. This can also be seen from the rankings. Among the top 50 candidates, more than 30 were from number 1 middle school. Especially for the top 10 candidates, it is impossible to find admission to other schools. Thinking of this, Principal Lu glanced at the rankings with a worried look on his face. I want to see if Xia Qinghan's team from their school has made it into the top 50. But when he looked up from the bottom, a strange name appeared before his eyes. Number 49, Lin Hao, 2,315 points. Lin Jiang, number 2 middle school. Lin Hao. Is there such a person in our number 2 middle school? Principal Lu was a little confused. It's not his fault that he didn't know him. After all, there are hundreds of students from number 2 middle school taking the martial arts exam. So apart from the candidates in the top class, he never paid any attention to other candidates. It seems I should ask someone carefully. The other side. Lu Qingqing, who was sitting in the audience, suddenly had her eyes light up when she saw the name Lin Hao. Number 2 middle school, martial arts student, Lin Hao. It was definitely him. Now, Principal Lu shouldn't be able to hide it anymore. Lu Qingqing smiled. In her opinion, Principal Lu's previous reaction was just a show of weakness. Even if Lin Hao eliminated Zhou Feiyang, he could still keep his composure. It turns out he was waiting here. Do you want to take the top spot in one fell swoop and then bring number 1 middle school down from the altar? The more Lu Qingqing thought about it, the closer she felt to the truth. That's right, if she and Principal Lu swapped identities. Maybe he's even better at hiding than Principal Lu. She has been in Linjiang City for so many years and knows that the most talented students will choose the number 1 middle school in the city. It can be said that other middle schools are just lucky winners. If this continues, other schools will inevitably feel resentful. Why can number 1 middle school get the best students? Why can't our school produce strong people? And this time, Lin Hao's appearance is to slap number 1 middle school in the face. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing clenched her fists, feeling a little excited. She has completely put herself into the role of Principal Lu. Chapter 20 Teacher Jiang, you taught a good student. Outside the square. The results of the martial arts exam also concern all the class teachers. However, compared to the martial arts examination monitoring room, in the square outside, you can only see the scoreboard, but not the screen. Number 1 middle school is really strong this year. They account for most of the top 50. Yes, changing to a more difficult test site didn't affect them at all. Instead, it made them feel more comfortable. Hey, who makes their overall strength stronger? At this time, in the team of teachers of number 2 middle school, everyone was looking at the rankings and talking to each other. As the best middle school in Linjiang City, number 1 middle school has always been ahead of other schools in terms of performance in previous years. It's just that the gap this year is a bit too big, which makes them feel helpless. However, Jiang Ming, the head teacher of Class 3 who sat in the back row of the team, was concerned about something completely different from the others. He glanced at the elimination area from time to time, his face full of worry. Just this morning, at the mobilization meeting for the martial arts exam, he actually saw Lin Hao from afar. At that moment, Jiang Ming almost had a cardiac arrest. Participate in the martial arts exam with F-level talent. This little bastard, is he trying to kill himself? He then quickly found the official personnel to communicate. But the result was that the martial arts exam had already begun. No one is allowed to quit midway unless they are eliminated or die. After hearing the news, Jiang Ming lamented repeatedly. Although there is official electromagnetic barrier protection, accidents are inevitable. You should know that in previous years' martial arts exams, the students with talents below E-level were the most likely to die. These students don't even have the chance to open the electromagnetic barrier. So he could only pray that Lin Hao could open the protective shield in time. After all, being eliminated early is better than dying in the exam hall. Lao Jiang, how are your class's grades? At this time, Wang Hao, the head teacher of Class 5 in the team, turned around and asked. But before Jiang Ming could reply, he continued, our class's performance this year was average, we only made it into the top 100. Although he said this, Wang Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing his true thoughts. Generally speaking, for an ordinary class like theirs, it is already very good to have a student make it into the top 100. After all, the best students in number 2 middle school are concentrated in the top classes. Yeah, that's pretty good. Jiang Ming replied perfunctorily, his tone very calm. Class 5 led by Wang Hao and Class 3 led by Lao Jiang are both ordinary classes and can be said to be direct competitors. There is always some friction and comparison between the two of them. In the past, they would have seen their competitors surpass their class. Old Jiang will definitely be stubborn and refuse to admit that the other party is powerful. But today, Lao Jiang's mind is not on this at all. Hey, Lao Jiang, don't blame Brother Wang for not taking care of you. If this year's bonus comes out, I'll take you out for a good meal. Wang Hao patted Lao Jiang on the shoulder and pretended to comfort him. Seeing his old rival, he looked distracted. Wang Hao thought he was convinced. I've never seen this before. Yes, the test points this year are so difficult. Even the results in the top class were not ideal, and he didn't even make it into the top 50. However, some students in his class 5 made it into the top 100, which is the same level as the top class and far exceeds other ordinary classes. This also means that when bonuses are distributed at the end of the year, he will be at the same level as the top class. No wonder old John couldn't keep his mouth shut right now. He must be envious to death. Thinking of this, Wang Hao felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the teachers of number 2 middle school. Holy crap! Look! Our number 2 middle school is in the top 50. Who is it? Who is it? Is it Xia Qinghan from the top class? No, it's Lin Hao. Which class is Lin Hao from? I think he's in Lao Zhan's class. Hearing this, the teachers all turned to look at the two people at the back of the team. Jiang Ming and Wang Hao were stunned when they saw this. Then the two of them quickly looked up at the rankings. Number 49, Lin Hao, 2,215 points. Lin Zhang, number 2 middle school. Oh shit. Number 49? Wang Haoren was dumbfounded. As the only candidate in the school who registered for the martial arts exam with F-level talent, Lin Hao naturally knew it. Even quite familiar. After all, as competitors, Wang Hao often joked about this. Unlike Wang Hao's dull gaze, Lao Zhan's eyes were narrowed into slits due to his laughter. He was also in disbelief when he saw the name on the ranking. Although I don't know how Lin Hao did it. But as his class teacher, I am still quite excited that he can achieve such results. Maybe I can ask after the martial arts exam is over. But now. Ha ha ha, what did you just say, Lao Wang? Without. Hearing this, Wang Hao looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, and he couldn't say a word. He quickly turned around and left. But Jiang Ming would never let him go so easily. He had not thought about this at all before. So he didn't care much about Wang Hao's sarcasm. But this does not mean that Jiang Ming is someone who was easy to bully. So he grabbed Wang Hao and imitated his previous sarcastic tone. Oh, our class's results this year weren't very good. We only made it into the top 50, which is not even close. What do you mean by only making it into the top 50? Wang Hao was going crazy. Not even one student from their top class made it into the top 50. What else are you dissatisfied with? Ha ha. Congratulations to Teacher Zhang for teaching such an amazing student. Wang Hao took a few deep breaths before he managed to calm down and said sourly. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Ming to reply, he slipped away quickly. Let's see if you can still show off. Jiang Ming felt extremely happy when he saw his old rival being defeated. The two have been competing openly and secretly for many years, and there is basically no difference between them. I didn't expect that this time I would win so thoroughly. Teacher Jiang, congratulations. With this kind of results this year, I'm sure you'll get a promotion. Yes, Mr. Jiang can teach a student like Lin Hao, so his level must be very high. We'd like to invite Teacher Jiang to be the teacher for the next top class. I wonder if you'd be willing. Just after Wang Hao left, another large group of teachers gathered around and congratulated him. Jiang Ming, who was in the center of the crowd, couldn't suppress the smile at this moment. No, it's all Lin Hao's own hard work. Alas, my level is just average, I can only teach students like Lin Hao. What? You asked me how I taught you? Let me tell you. Just when Jiang Ming was boasting, a uniformed staff member came over. Which one of you is Teacher Jiang? That's me, what's wrong? When Jiang Ming saw that it was an official visitor, he quickly stopped smiling and walked out of the team. Teacher Jiang, please come with me to the monitoring room. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Is he the ninth genius on the list? Martial Arts Examination Monitoring Room. In addition to being able to view the real-time images of the candidates, it also serves as the dispatch center for the entire examination room. It can be said to be the heart of the entire examination system, so it is equipped with extremely strict security. Basically, there is a sentry every 2 steps and a guard post every 3 steps. And they are all battle-hardened warriors. Generally speaking, only education department officials at the level of principal and above have the right to enter and exit freely. But for outsiders, unless you are invited, it is illegal to enter. Obviously, those who are qualified to be invited are all prominent figures in Linjiang City. This naturally does not include school teachers. So when the official personnel invited teacher Jiang to the monitoring room, the teachers of number 2 middle school were extremely envious. Even teachers from other schools cast enthusiastic glances at him. Jiang Ming, who was enjoying this vanity, was stared at by dozens of eyes as soon as he entered the monitoring room. Jiang Ming is just an ordinary class teacher, and he just brags among the teachers. And now, all the people sitting here are bigwigs at the level of principals, and even Director Su, the immediate superior. He had never seen such a scene before. So he stood at the door, swallowing nervously, feeling a little at a loss. Teacher Jiang, come and sit here. Lu Chuanhai, the principal of number 2 middle school, waved his hand and helped him out of the predicament. Seeing this, Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and sat next to the principal. Then, with the principal's explanation, he understood why he was called here. Principal, if I remember correctly, Lin Hao awakened the F-level talent electric spark. F-level talent? Principal Lu frowned and said, Teacher Jiang, are you sure you remembered it correctly? I'm sure. After all, among all the people taking the martial arts exam at number 2 middle school, he's the only one with an F-level talent. Jiang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't know how many times he had advised Lin Hao to change to the liberal arts exam. Now he thought it was a good thing that Lin Hao didn't listen. Otherwise it would be misleading to the students. But Principal Lu sighed and said, what a pity. Yeah, that's a shame. Even Director Su, who was sitting not far away, had a look of regret on his face. When he saw Lin Hao on the rankings, he also thought he was a promising martial arts talent. After all, there are not many candidates on the list except number 1 middle school. But I didn't expect it to be like this. In fact, before becoming a warrior, the gap in talent can be made up in many ways. For example, chi and blood elixirs, practical combat skills, weapons and equipment, etc. These things are very useful in the quasi-warrior stage. But after becoming a warrior, those with low talent will find it difficult to move forward. Whether it is cultivation speed or combat effectiveness, there is a big gap between them. If Lin Hao had a talent above sea level, he might be able to attend a good martial arts high school. Yes, martial arts colleges still take talent levels into consideration when admitting students. Principal Lu shook his head, his face also full of regret. However, the head teacher Jiang Ming was quite open-minded. Originally, as long as Lin Hao maintained his 49th place, he would be able to reach the threshold of the top martial arts colleges. But it doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam. Secondly, attending an ordinary martial arts school is also a good option. I've already made it into the top 50 with my F-level talent, so what else do I need? After all, it is not easy for Lin Hao to reach where he is today, so there is no need to have such high requirements. Their conversation was also heard by the principal of number 1 middle school not far away. Feng Chuanhai is now far less calm than when he first arrived. Any slight movement would arouse his vigilance. No way. His biggest worry was still in the examination room. He didn't even know the other person's name or school. This made Feng Chuanhai feel depressed. However, when I heard the discussion about Lin Hao, I also found it a bit entertaining. It seems that Lin Hao only managed to squeeze into the rankings by simply piling up his chi and blood. In his opinion, other schools can only squeeze into the ranking by resorting to opportunistic means. People like this will probably be surpassed by their number 1 middle school students soon. Thinking of this, Feng Chuanhai subconsciously glanced at the rankings. 34th place, Lin Hao, 3,315 points. Linjiang number 2 middle school. 34th? Seeing this ranking, Feng Chuanhai was stunned. When I was listening to them talking just now, there were only 49 people, how come it's already 34? Just as he was feeling confused, the names on the ranking list were still changing. Number 28, Lin Hao, 3,715 points. Lin Jiang, number 2 middle school. What? Feng Chuanhai opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Damn it, it's only been less than a minute. The movement on the leaderboard also attracted everyone's attention, and they were all shocked. The last time it caused such a big commotion was when Zhou Feiyan was eliminated. And now the noise is obviously even bigger than last time. Because Lin Hao's name is on the list, it's like riding a rocket and there's no way to stop. Number 18, Lin Hao. Number 15. Number 13. Finally stopped at 9th place, Lin Hao, 5,545 points. Lin Jiang, number 2 middle school. The whole audience was boiling with excitement. What the hell? This is cheating. How can points increase so quickly? Who is Lin Hao from number 2 middle school? Why have I never heard of him? Even the geniuses in the provincial capital can't achieve the speed of killing the ferocious beast. More than that. Even if the beast doesn't resist, you can't kill it. Generally speaking, if you want to kill a ferocious beast, you must first find the target. Secondly, once you find it, you can't just kill it. This is not a game, there is no such thing as killing someone in one blow. On the contrary, when the levels are the same, the ferocious beast is stronger than the warrior. And now the speed at which Lin Hao's points are increasing is like cutting leeks. Clean and neat, extremely smooth. Not even a pause. This made them all wonder if the monitor was broken. The head teacher Jiang Ming was shaking uncontrollably, his face flushed red, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Principal Liu was also stunned. They just felt sorry for themselves. How come they suddenly rushed into the top 10? But after coming to his senses, his face was full of excitement. Such a high score, even if the talent level is F. You can also go to a good martial arts school. Director Su, who was sitting on the podium, was also a little surprised, but he still kept his composure and looked forward to the surveillance footage. He wanted to take a look at how Lin Hao did it. After all, the top 10 candidates will be broadcast live throughout the entire process. However, because Lin Hao's ranking rose too quickly, even the military drones were unable to react. Not long after, the surveillance screen of number 9 flashed, and a young man suddenly appeared. The young man was dressed in black, and his upright posture was extremely oppressive under the sunlight. A hint of murderous intent was revealed in his pair of bright eyes. In his hand he held a 1.5-meter-long tang sword, whose slender and sharp blade had killed countless ferocious beasts. It had already been stained with blood and looked extremely hideous. Especially at the boy's feet, the pond in the distance and the grass by the roadside. It was filled with the broken limbs of ferocious beasts. Blood was spilled all over the ground. This doomsday-like scene severely impacted everyone's brain. At this moment, time stood still. The boy in the painting seemed to be aware of the presence of the drone and turned around and smiled. Only then did everyone see the boy's face clearly, and they all showed incredible expressions. So he is Lin Hao. Chapter 22 The Anger of the Proud School Beauty. In the dense forest covered with weeds, the roar of tigers continued, shaking the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees. But the tiger's roar was mixed with pain and pleading. Thunderbolt! Suddenly there was a cold shout, accompanied by a dull thunder, and everything returned to normal. Lin Hao casually wiped the blood off the knife with a leaf and nodded with satisfaction. This ferocious beast is a mid-stage second-order black-backed tiger, and its strength is quite impressive. Even the elite team among the candidates cannot guarantee their success. But he only lasted less than a minute in Lin Hao's hands before being hacked to death. This is without using any talents. We've almost finished slaying all the ferocious beasts in the core area of the Blue Swamp. It seems like it's time to pack up and move on to the next place. Lin Hao put the long sword into the scabbard and then opened the system panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, Quasi-Warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit. Chi and Blood, 200. Martial Arts, Thunder Breathing Form 1, Thunderbolt Flash Beginner. Lottery Points, 3210. My Chi and Blood have clearly reached the standards of a first-level warrior, so why hasn't my level changed? Lin Hao frowned. While killing ferocious beasts along the way, he used the 3 training cards he had won in the lottery. I was thinking if I could release more lightning pillars after being promoted to a first-level warrior. But it turned out that he was overthinking it. Quantitative change does not produce qualitative change. Lin Hao thought about it carefully and found another possible reason for this situation. To advance from the quasi-warrior stage to the warrior stage, certain conditions may be required. Before this condition is met, chi and blood will not exceed the upper limit. It's probably because I don't have the bodybuilding technique, so I can't level up. Lin Hao was secretly guessing in his heart. The so-called bodybuilding technique is a method of utilizing a warrior's talents to the extreme. After all, starting from the warrior stage, it is not just about training chi and blood. Instead, you should use bodybuilding techniques to strengthen the organs throughout your body. At the same time, the power of chi and blood will also undergo unimaginable changes in form. For example, the chi and blood of the Grandmaster level become Gang, and the chi and blood of the Grandmaster level become Ding. These are all external manifestations of a body that has been tempered to the extreme. It cannot be measured simply by chi and blood values. However, bodybuilding techniques are also divided into levels, which are slightly different from talents. F is the lowest level and S is the highest. However, even the lowest level of bodybuilding technique has a market price of more than 500,000. Lin Hao, whose pockets are cleaner than his face, naturally can't afford this. However, my current fighting ability is enough to withstand even a second-level warrior. Then wait until the college entrance exam is over and go to a martial arts academy. They shouldn't be short of physical training techniques. And with my grades, it should be easy for me to get into a martial arts school. There's nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Lin Hao glanced at the drone not far away. Am I in the top 10? The top 10 candidates will have live follow-up and all their performance will be exposed. However, Lin Hao didn't care at all. Anyway, his strength cannot be hidden and will be discovered sooner or later. Then, Lin Hao turned his attention to the system panel. Now he has more than 3,000 points, and he needs to plan how to use them. Why don't we try the 1,000-point prize pool first? I haven't experienced this yet. The rest will be stored until 10,000 is available for collection. Without further hesitation, Lin Hao directly drew from the prize pool of 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000 points and receiving the ordinary reward, a 20-pack of Huazi. That's it? I thought a prize pool of 1,000 points would have something good. Lin Hao curled his lips and complained. He had drawn a critical hit with just 100 points last time, and he thought it would be the same this time. But this is okay. After all, in order to quickly gain points, I didn't save any energy or blood. Consumables like Huazi, which replenish chi and blood, had long been sold out, and he was a little worried. Now that we have a Huazi, we can say that we have enough ammunition. Next time you go to the next gathering place of ferocious beasts, you can maintain the current killing speed. You know, the number of ferocious beasts in Guizi Mountain is no less than that here. Then let's finish this last bit first and then go to Fruit Mountain. After making up his mind, Lin Hao put the long sword on his waist, looked at the direction on the map, and left at high speed. Behind him, military drones followed closely like a tail. 9th place, Lin Hao. It seems like he was the one who eliminated Zhou Feiyang. Qinghan, look. Xia Qinghan's team has been looking for Lin Hao ever since the incident with Zhou Feiyang. But after searching for a long time, there was no movement. The whole person seemed to have disappeared, which made Xia Qinghan almost worried to death. At this time, Lin Hao was not only fine but also made it into the top 10. It also made her brows relax and her heart settle down. But the others were filled with shock. How did this guy do it? Lin Hao made it into the top 10, we must also work hard and strive to get into the top 100. Xia Qinghan smiled lightly and looked very happy. Fuck, worthy of being called Wulong, so powerful. Compared to that, what I've hidden is nothing. I should have clung to him earlier. Deep in the Fruit Mountain, Wang Dalu, who was twice as fat as before, looked at the ranking list projected on his watch with his eyes almost popping out. His talent is called Gigantism, which belongs to the power category. Although it is only at the E level, its strength after becoming gigantic is related to its weight. This means his talent can grow. With his current weight and full power, he will not be weaker than AB level talent. No one knows about this ability except himself. Just to make a splash in the martial arts exam. Wang Dalu thought he was very good at hiding, but he didn't expect that Lin Hao was even better at hiding than him. The other side. The outskirts of the Blue Swamp. The team led by Yao Yuru has wiped out all the ferocious beasts around. After resting for a while, they also headed into the swamp. Advance team, why haven't you returned yet? Yao Yuru turned and said to a boy next to her. The so-called advanced team can be seen as the profession responsible for pulling monsters in online games. It is composed of some warriors with defense and agility talents. Attract a certain number of ferocious beasts, and then the output will be responsible for harvesting them. Anyone who has played online games knows that this type of coordination is very efficient and less likely to result in casualties. Maybe he's in some trouble. Don't worry, Sister Yuru, I'll go take a look. The boy who was called was obviously excited and volunteered to step forward. But before he could walk far, several figures emerged from the woods ahead. It's strange. I've been walking around here for 5 minutes and haven't attracted a single ferocious beast. What a coincidence, I'm here too. I thought I was in the wrong place. Could it be that the beast is not working today? Impossible, we are the only ones in this area. Yao Yuru frowned, obviously not believing what the team members said. But when she went deep into the swamp, she felt unwell. The gravel roadside, the pond, and the nearby trees were filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts. Some of the ferocious beasts were charred black, while others were split in half. Broken organs were seen everywhere, and intestines and blood were everywhere. If an ordinary person saw such a bloody scene, he would probably vomit. Especially for girls who are timid. However, Yao Yuru did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, her face was frosty and her expression was angry. Someone is stealing monsters in her territory? Yao Yuru clenched her fists. Before implementing the lockdown plan, the principal divided the 5 of them into different areas. This is to prevent others from stealing monsters and causing internal fighting among them. Yao Yuru also listened to the principal very much. Except for her own territory, she never touched any ferocious beasts in other areas. She also strictly ordered everyone in the team not to act recklessly. But now some people don't follow the rules. The closest team is Lu Yonglei's. They're the only ones capable of this. Yao Yuru is very angry now, and the consequences are so serious that the temperature around her has dropped to freezing point. Just then, another team came from the southwest, led by Lu Yonglei. After seeing who was coming, Yao Yuru raised her hand suddenly without saying a word. A touch of extreme ice quickly spread out with her as the center, freezing the earth in an instant. LV Yonglei, die. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Is he hiding his strength because he likes me? What the hell? Lu Yonglei, who had just arrived, was stunned when he saw the ice spreading towards him at a rapid speed. He didn't know when he had offended this crazy woman. Yao Yuru, don't be fooled by her soft and weak name. But those who know her well know that beneath her beautiful appearance, she has a strong self-esteem. Especially if you touch her bottom line, she will really fight with you. Just like this time, Yao Yuru didn't hold back at all. After dodging several icy spikes, Lu Yonglei shook off the ice chips on his body and cursed. Yao Yuru, are you sick? The principal said no internal fighting. Okay, you still have the nerve to mention the principal to me? Sparks of anger flashed in Yao's beautiful eyes, and she immediately used all her talent. Snow began to fall from the sky, and the icy attack became noticeably more fierce. People who get close to it feel like they have fallen into a 1,000-year-old ice cave and cannot feel any warmth. They ran away trembling. And Lu Yonglei, who was at the center of the blizzard, wanted to curse at this moment. His talent is in the shadow category, and he is best at assassination and hiding. The most feared thing is the talent that can create a field. Especially the ones with deceleration like ice and snow. He can neither hide nor run away. It can be said that he is his natural enemy. What's even more terrifying is that his natural enemy is a crazy woman. Yao Yuru, we can discuss this, don't force me. After saying that, a dagger appeared in Lu Yonglei's hand, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. He was getting a little annoyed by the constant avoidance. Discuss? Did you discuss it with me when you stole my beast? As soon as the words fell, Lu Yonglei's hand holding the dagger suddenly froze, and his face was full of confusion. When did I steal her? How come I don't know this myself? Then he came to his senses and thought it might be a misunderstanding. After all, he came here because the ferocious beasts were killed by others and he wanted to ask something. But who would have thought that Yao Yuru would start fighting right away? He even forgot what he wanted to ask. Lu Yonglei waved his hands. Stop, this is a misunderstanding, I didn't snatch it. Snort! Yao Yuru snorted softly and ignored him completely. A thick ice cone about 3 meters long had condensed and formed above her head, locking onto the opponent tightly. Lu Yonglei's eyes popped out as he looked at the ice cone that was as thick as a millstone. If this thing hits you, you will be crippled if not dead. Grass. Then he cursed loudly and was about to use blood escape. Just then. Bang. The ice cone suddenly exploded from the inside, and ice crystals flew all over the sky, drenching the unlucky people nearby. That's enough. I can prove that what Lu Yonglei said is true. A young man wearing glasses came over. The young man has a gentle appearance and is obviously a top student. He is Li Yuan, who was ranked first on the list. Next to Li Yuan stood a 2-meter-tall, muscular man. Seeing the person coming, Yao Yuru's face became a little solemn. They were both from the top class of number 1 middle school, so she naturally knew each other's strengths. Li Yuan, an A-level spiritual talent, is good at using mental power to manipulate objects. Judging from the fact that he was able to crush his own ice cone from a distance with one hand, this person was quite terrifying. And he seems to be getting stronger. The other one has an A-level defensive talent, with thick skin and strong strength. Even Yao Yuro found it difficult to break his defense. Li Yuan, how can you prove that what he said is true? Yao Yuro crossed her arms over her chest, raised her chin, and her eyes revealed arrogance. Although the person who came is very strong, if he doesn't explain clearly, she doesn't mind playing together. It's easy to prove it. Just look at the rankings. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Hearing this, Yao Yuru opened her smartwatch doubtfully and switched to the ranking column. Look from top to bottom. First place, Li Yuan, 6,310 points, Linjiang number 1 middle school. Second place, LV Yonglei, 5,936 points, Linjiang number 1 middle school. Third place, Yao Yuru, 5,724 points, Linjiang number 1 middle school. Ninth place, Lin Hao, 5,545 points, Linjiang number 2 middle school. Ninth place, Lin Hao. Yao Yuru frowned and stared at the rankings. The doubts in her heart made her unable to calm down. As if he understood what Yao Yuru was thinking, Li Yuan continued, an hour ago, Lin Hao was ranked outside the top 100. You should understand what this means. What? When Yao Yuru heard this, her pupil shrank slightly and a look of horror appeared on her face. According to Li Yuan, all the beasts in the swamp were killed by Lin Hao? How is that possible? If she remembered correctly, Lin Hao only had F-level talent. Candidates of this level wouldn't even dare to enter the swamp. Could it be that Lin Hao is hiding his strength? But what is his purpose in doing this? Thinking of this, Yao Yuru frowned. After thinking for a while, an answer suddenly emerged in her mind. Could it be that Lin Hao still wants to use the engagement to pester her? Hiding his strength is just to prove to himself that he is qualified to marry her? No way, no way. Yesterday at the martial arts gym, he swore that it was over long ago. Then he turned around and started playing the game of Return of the Dragon King? Snort! Hypocrite, liar. Yao Yuru seemed to see through everything, and confidence returned to her face. She is a genius and the school belle. It's normal to be liked by others. But she doesn't like the feeling of being bound, and she doesn't like being threatened by others with a marriage contract. What she pursues is the pinnacle of martial arts and a broader stage. Before that, she doesn't want to fall in love, let alone get married. When Lu Yonglei next to him heard this, his face was also full of surprise. Although he didn't know who Lin Hao was, he was able to kill the ferocious beast at such a speed. Even he couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Lu Yonglei's expression became somewhat solemn. You have to know that the number of ferocious beasts in the entire examination hall is limited, at Lin Hao's harvesting speed. It will definitely affect their points. Maybe in the end, the martial arts exam will not be over yet, but the ferocious beasts will be killed by others. The ranking was even surpassed by the other party. This is absolutely unacceptable. Then, Lu Yonglei looked at Li Yuan and Shi Yan, whose expressions were also extremely solemn. Obviously it's what I thought. The other side. Inside the monitoring room. Principal Lu of number 2 middle school and class teacher Jiang Ming gradually calmed down from their initial ecstasy. After all, the martial arts exam still has more than 5 hours left, and anything can happen during this time. It's too early to celebrate now. Moreover, they smelled something unusual in the surveillance footage of the top students in number 1 middle school. The 4 top students with A-level talents from the number 1 middle school are all gathered together at this moment. You should know that generally the strong ones have to be separated, otherwise there will not be enough ferocious beasts to go around. Especially those who are from the same school should be separated. And what are they gathering together for now? It's hard not to make the connection. Thinking of this, Principal Lu turned to look at the principal of number 1 middle school, Feng Chuanhai. At this time, Feng Chuanhai also looked at Principal Lu with tacit understanding. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a dangerous arc. This made Principal Lu feel alarmed. What the hell is this Feng Chuanhai planning to do? Chapter 24 The Plan of 1 Middle School. Inside the examination room. In the central area of the blue swamp, under a towering tree. The 4 captains of the first squadrons gathered together for the first time. However, after the incident just now, the atmosphere between them was a little silent. Brother Yuan, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. I don't think you are looking for us to reminisce about the past. Lu Yonglei was the first to break the deadlock. Yeah, I think you should be clear about the matter. Li Yuan nodded and continued, with the speed at which Lin Hao is gaining points, if we don't eliminate him, he'll take first place sooner or later. That's right. The big guy Shi Yan swung his thick iron fist. Even though he didn't understand the ways of the world, he knew the seriousness of the matter. You should know that over the years, the overall score of the martial arts exam for number 1 middle school in Linjiang City has fluctuated. But the top of the martial arts exam has always been someone from their number 1 middle school, and it has never changed. If the first place in the martial arts exam this year is taken away by other schools, they will be nailed to the pillar of shame of number 1 middle school. Not only will he be laughed at by his junior and senior high school classmates. When you get into a martial arts school in the future, you may even be laughed at by your former seniors. When Shi Yan thought of that scene, he was so embarrassed that he clenched his big toes. That being said, we don't even know Lin Hao's strength or talent right now. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lu Yonglei also became anxious. No, I know it's. Halfway through his words, Li Yuan glanced at the drone not far away. Suddenly I realized that some things cannot be said directly. So he changed his story. According to other candidates, Lin Hao should be a quasi-martial artist, with an F-level lightning talent, mastering a very high-grade martial art, and very fast. He was the one who eliminated Zhou Feiyang. In fact, the news was passed to him by the principal. Although communication devices are not allowed in the examination room, Li Yuan's spiritual talent allows him to recognize specific signals. It turns out that he was the one who eliminated Zhou Feiyang. Lu Yonglei touched his chin. Zhou Feiyang's strength is the worst among them. However, being able to eliminate him proved that Lin Hao did have the capital to make them take him seriously. Li Yuan continued, let me make a simple plan. The other side. Inside the monitoring room. After hearing their conversation, Principal Lu and Lao Jiang could no longer sit still. Feng Chuanhai, you guys from number 1 middle school are too shameless. 4 I-level talents going after 1 F-level talent, how dare you? It's okay to target them, but how did you know Lin Hao's information? Their number 2 middle school finally produced a Lin Hao, but before they could be happy for long, they were eliminated by number 1 middle school? Principal Lu was extremely anxious when he saw this. Hearing this, Director Su, who was sitting on the podium, frowned. He can ignore the fights between candidates. But if anyone disrupts the order in the examination room, he will show no mercy. Don't spit bloody words at me. Li Yuan has made it very clear that it was other candidates who saw it. Feng Chuanhai was originally feeling happy, but when he saw that Director Su's expression looked a little strange, he hurried to clarify. Bullshit. I think it must be. After venting his anger, Principal Lu could only sit down with a frustrated look on his face. There was no evidence, so there was nothing he could do. I can only pray that Lin Hao doesn't team eat them. Those 4 people are the strongest in this martial arts exam. If Lin Hao encounters them, he will be in great danger. Fortunately, Lin Hao is very fast and can run away even if he can't win. Thinking of this, Principal Lu's face became less anxious. Brother Yuan, Lin Hao is faster than Zhou Feiyang, I can't catch up. Lu Yonglei shook his head. His shadow talent has a decent burst speed, but endurance is clearly not his strong point. Li Yuan smiled and said, my plan is this. Shi Yan's petrified skin is lightning resistant, so he'll be responsible for holding the front. You hide in the shadows, responsible for flanking and attracting attention. Yao Yaru's frost field can significantly slow down Lin Hao's speed, making it impossible for him to escape even if he wants to. and I will give him the fatal blow. That's all. Hiss. Shi Yan and Lu Yonglei both gasped. Careful planning and detailed arrangements. There are front rows, supports, output, and containment. As expected of a psychiatric department member, they can't catch up with him when it comes to using his brain. But there is one word MMP that I don't know whether I should say or not. No matter how powerful Lin Hao is, he only has an F-level talent. Is it necessary to set up a dragnet? Li Yuan nodded upon hearing this. Li Yuan always keeps his guard up against opponents like Lin Hao. In his opinion, Lin Hao is a bit like himself, both of them are old perverts. Good at hiding one's strength. Therefore, Lin Hao's talent level is definitely more than F. This is also the reason why he let Shi Yan take the lead. Monitoring room. Everyone present shook their heads and sighed. Although they are not from number 2 middle school, they tend to be on the weaker side emotionally. But number 1 middle school's plan will not leave Lin Hao any chance of survival. Principal Lu and teacher Jiang also looked as pale as death. I originally thought I could rely on speed to get around it, but after listening to number 1 middle school's plan, still too naive. Not only is number 1 middle school strong, but the other side also understands your weaknesses. How can we fight this? When Feng Chuanhai saw this, the corners of his mouth turned up and a sly smile appeared on his face. I won't do anything. Yao Yaru refused expressionlessly. There are several reasons why she chose not to help. Lin Hao used to have a close relationship with her, and she didn't want to have a conflict unless it came to that point. Besides, Lin Hao's parents have done their family a favor. No matter how much she resisted the engagement, she could not do anything to eliminate Lin Hao and ruin his future. In the end, it was her strong self-esteem that was at work. She couldn't do such a thing as 4 against 1. After saying that, Yao Yaro left alone, without giving them any chance to speak. Li Yuan understood it and was not surprised. He had also heard about the grudges between Yao Yaru and Lin Hao. I just didn't expect the other party to refuse so bluntly. Brother Yuan, now that Yao Yaru is gone, who will limit Lin Hao's speed? Lu Yonglei looked at Yao Yaru's departing back with some worry. Don't worry, leave it to me. That's all. In an instant, the aura of a first-level peak warrior emanated from Li Yuan. What the hell? Already at the peak of the first level? You're worthy of being Brother Yuan. Lu Yonglei's jaw dropped when he saw this. You have to know that the realm of a warrior is not as simple as that of a quasi-warrior, where you just need to accumulate chi and blood. On the contrary, warriors need to condense the chi and blood throughout the body and strengthen the internal organs. After all organs in the body are strengthened, one can enter the second stage. For ordinary candidates, it would be great if you could break through to the quasi-warrior level before the martial arts exam. Even he himself is only at the early stage of the first level. Thinking of this, Lu Yonglei smiled flatteringly. With Brother Yuan here, even if 3 more Lin Haos come, they won't be able to escape. After all, the gap in their realms is too big, and Li Yuan might be able to suppress Lin Hao with just a thought. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's go to Fruit Mountain and wait for him. There are not many ferocious beasts here. Therefore, Li Yuan predicted that Lin Hao would definitely go to the next gathering place of ferocious beasts, Huazi Mountain. The other side. Deep in the blue swamp. Lin Hao is completely unaware of the impending crisis. After killing the last ferocious beast, I opened the map. Let me see, where is Fruit Mountain? Chapter 25 No Martial Ethics in One China. Fruit Mountain is located in the central area of Shadow Forest. The location is deeper than the swamp. Before the cataclysm, this mountain was a famous scenic spot and the highest peak in the entire forest. The mountain is steep and has attracted a large number of mountaineering enthusiasts. But after the catastrophe, the plants on the mountain were polluted and mutated. A large amount of a magical medicine called Qingwei is produced, but this magical medicine is ineffective against warriors. On the contrary, it is of great help to ferocious beasts, so there are a large number of ferocious beasts gathered on this mountain. But Lin Hao, who was supposed to come to collect points, didn't even see the shadow of the ferocious beast. Something's wrong. It's a little too quiet around here. On the mountain road, Lin Hao frowned and muttered. According to what the teacher said in class, there are always a few ferocious beasts guarding the green fruit trees on the mountain. He didn't find any. There was also a faint smell of blood in the air, which made him feel alarmed. Hey, you guys from number 1 middle school are too shameless. You're even planning a sneak attack? Yeah, it's 3 against 1, and you're still resorting to this kind of tactics? What on earth is Zhang thinking? Even if they win, it won't be glorious. When many people in the monitoring room saw the scene, they could no longer sit still and quickly express their protest. Although we know that Lin Hao will be eliminated no matter what, the behavior of number 1 middle school is indeed shameful. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, they didn't violate any rules. Just then, a burly man came down the mountain road ahead. The man was 2 meters tall, with a broad build and enormous muscles all over his body. He looked a bit like the American bodybuilding champion in his previous life. The person who came was Shi Yan. Shi Yan blocked the way and said arrogantly, "Hey, kid, do you know Lin Hao? What do you want to see your grandfather for?" Seeing that the visitor had ill intentions, Lin Hao did not look happy. As soon as the words fell, the sound of breaking through the air was heard. A huge gray-brown rock suddenly came crashing down at him. Lin Hao's eyes focused, and then he drew his sword and chopped the boulder in half. The boulder fell heavily on the surrounding grass with a dull sound. Lin Hao understood without asking that the muscular man in front of him was probably from the same school as Zhou Feiyang. Here for revenge. Just as Lin Hao was thinking, the airflow around him suddenly became slow. A pair of invisible hands were blocking this place, trying to trap him. Snort! Lin Hao snorted coldly, without any panic. Then he took a step forward, a flash of lightning passed by, and he broke free from the air cage in an instant. But before Lin Hao could steady himself, the green fruit tree next to him suddenly exploded, and a black shadow suddenly attacked. Lu Yonglei suddenly stabbed Lin Hao with a dagger in his hand, as fast as an afterimage. Possessing an A-level shadow talent, he can blend into the environment and wait until the prey relaxes its vigilance before delivering a fatal blow. But this trick was useless to Lin Hao, as he had sensed the ambush on the way here. So be prepared early. Lin Hao tilted his body slightly and narrowly avoided the dagger's attack. Seeing that his attack failed, Lu Yonglei flashed and disappeared without a trace like smoke. Apparently hidden again. Lin Hao's reaction is pretty good. He can even dodge this? I thought Lin Hao would be eliminated in one encounter, but I didn't expect him to hold his own against 3 of them. Hey, don't be too happy too soon. The 3 of them were just testing each other. In the monitoring room, everyone was paying close attention to this scene. The good news is that Lin Hao avoided the first round of sneak attacks. The bad news is that this is just a tentative attack and they will get serious next. Pa pa pa. From the woods not far away, applause came from far away and gradually got closer. Lin Hao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gentle-looking young man wearing glasses slowly walking out of the woods. He clapped and smiled, as expected of someone who eliminated Zhou Feiyang. Even I'm amazed by his speed. Are you 3 from number 1 middle school? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows when he heard this, with an amused expression on his face. On the way here, he had thought about looking for the top students in number 1 middle school. There was no way. Although these people were not as fast as him in killing ferocious beasts, they could not withstand the other side's large numbers. 8 of the top 10 universities in the ranking are from number 1 middle school. Every time Lin Hao saw their points increase, his heart bled. These are all his points. But after thinking about it carefully, I gave up. After all, the entire martial arts examination site is so large, it is too difficult to find a few people. It would be better to find a few more ferocious beasts to kill. But now the other party came to the door, and 3 of them came at once. Is there such a good thing? Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yuan, this big guy is Shi Yan, and the one hiding in the dark is LV Yonglei. Li Yuan pushed his glasses and smiled. Okay, stop talking nonsense and come on. Lin Hao smiled and put the long sword into the scabbard. This was the second time he put away his sword. The last time was when he was facing a second-level giant python. However, after the first round of fighting, he had roughly figured out the strength of these people. 3 warriors with A-level talents can also make him take it a little more seriously. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's eyes revealed excitement. He had never tried fighting against 3 genius-level warriors at the same time. I hope they can push themselves to the limit of their strength. Upon hearing this, the 3 people from number 1 middle school all looked at each other with dangerous eyes. No one has dared to speak such big words in front of them. Humph. You're looking for death, kid. Shi Yan was the first to move. He picked up a huge rock that was several times larger than the previous one and smashed it towards Lin Hao. There were bursts of sonic booms in the air, and it was obvious that he was angry. Li Yuan on the side also took action, and a vast invisible force emanated from his body. Invisible pressure instantly blocked the entire venue. This is the manifestation of mental power pushed to the extreme. Then he raised his hand and clenched it, and an invisible huge palm quickly grabbed Lin Hao, sweeping up the fallen leaves. This is Li Yuan's specialty. With a full burst of power, it can instantly crush the head of a second-level ferocious beast. And Lu Yonglei, who was hiding in the dark, was equally unwilling to be outdone. 3 darts appeared in his hands, each of which emitted a wisp of black air. Looking closely, there were traces of dried blood on the blades, which looked extremely creepy. His darts have only one effect, ignoring defense. Lu Yonglei once used this trick to defeat a second-level warrior. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the darts is as small as a mosquito, but they are full of killing power. Lin Hao looked at the killing moves in the sky, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. Then he put his hands behind his back, smiled slightly, and looked extremely calm. If any of these killing moves hit him, even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured and fall to the ground. But he didn't dodge or avoid. Chapter 26 Elementalization. Is he an S-level talent? Hide, hide, why don't you hide? What on earth is Lin Hao thinking? Even we might not be able to withstand the combined attack of 3 people. It's over. In the monitoring room, Principal Lu and everyone else were shocked when they saw this scene. Everyone present was a warrior of the second level or above, so they could naturally see how powerful the attacks of the 3 of them were. And they couldn't understand why Lin Hao would give up his speed advantage. You had the chance to dodge, but you chose to take it head-on? I guess he was scared silly. In the audience, Feng Chuanhai sneered. Judging from the previous battles, Lin Hao has some skills. But that's where it ends. Amidst the astonished and doubtful gazes of the crowd, the deadly moves arrived as promised. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Immediately afterwards, violent energy swept across the earth like a tide, wave after wave, dust splashed everywhere, and the air wailed. It's over. Notify the nearby rescue team. I don't want to cause any trouble. Li Yuan pushed his glasses and said expressionlessly. In his opinion, Lin Hao was not only ignorant but also arrogant. He actually dared to take the strongest attacks from the 3 of them with his mortal body. What does Lin Hao rely on? Is that the F-level talent? Just as Li Yuan was about to turn around and leave, the smoke and dust in front of him gradually dissipated, revealing a cluster of intertwined silver arcs on the ground. What's this? Shi Yan touched his head upon seeing this, feeling somewhat puzzled. Lin Hao was clearly standing there just now, how come he suddenly disappeared? Just then, electric arcs converged from all directions, and in Shi Yan's stunned eyes, a familiar black figure gradually emerged. Just see. Lin Hao still maintained his original standing posture, without any injuries on his body, and not even a trace of dust on his clothes. This is elementalization? In the monitoring room, Feng Chuanhai's pupils contracted violently and his face was full of horror. Elementalization is what? Everyone looked at each other in confusion when they heard this. Seeing this scene, Director Su, who was usually calm, could no longer remain calm. He took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down. Then he explained, elementalization is a skill exclusive to certain elemental talents. Once released, it can transform into the corresponding elemental attributes, making it immune to most attacks. But isn't elementalization an ability only possessed by S-level talents? How could Lin Hao have it? The principal of No. 1 Middle School, Feng Chuanhai, who was sitting in the front row, had a dazed look in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had not yet recovered from the scene just now. In the provincial capital city martial arts examination many years ago, he once saw someone turn into flames and burn everything. So the impression was quite deep. But that person had S-level talent at that time. At the same time, Principal Lu on the other side turned his head stiffly, his eyelids twitching as he looked at Lao Wang and asked, "Are you sure? Lin Hao only has an F-level talent?" I don't know. Lao Wang stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. It was obvious that he was also very scared. This is more than just an S-level talent. In the audience, Lu Qingqing looked at the thunder gradually gathering on the screen, and a trace of shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. She is from Shangjing City, so her experience is broader. Elementalization is indeed an S-level talent ability. But not all S-level talents have elementalization. This is related to personal ability and the degree to which talents are developed. As far as she knows, even in the capital, there are only 1 or 2 S-level talented warriors among 10. It can be said to be quite rare. And generally they call this kind of people monsters. Just as everyone was thinking about it, something strange happened. Just see. On the mountain road, dense electric arcs quickly spread out from Lin Hao as the center, and in an instant formed a thunder pool area that covered everyone. Upon seeing this scene, the expressions of the 3 people from number 1 middle school changed drastically at the same time. Surrounded by the thunder pool, they felt as if their whole body was paralyzed and they couldn't use any strength. And this feeling is gradually deepening as time goes by. We have to get out of here. Just as the 3 of them reacted, Lin Hao moved. Crack! A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and Lin Hao suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight as if he had teleported. Shi Yan was slightly stunned, and then his face became extremely ugly. Li Yuan was so frightened that he turned around and grabbed, and the green fruit tree not far away suddenly exploded. Zhou Yonglei, who was hiding in the dark, was also uneasy and looked around vigilantly. Boom! At this moment, Lin Hao took action. A punch mixed with thousands of thunders struck the rock closest to him. If we say that Lin Hao before behaved harmlessly, so now Lin Hao is a bright sun crashing into the earth. It was a bolt of lightning that was extremely violent and had a terrifying and destructive aura. It is the supreme god of thunder from ancient Roman mythology. The moment Lin Hao threw a punch, an unimaginable sense of oppression spread instantly. Looking at the lightning fist shadow coming at him rapidly, Shi Yan felt his scalp tingling. A strong sense of life and death crisis emerged in my heart. Can't stop it. At the critical moment, Shi Yan knew that if he didn't do something, might die. Then, Shi Yan clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his chest, while slightly bending his legs. His skin was gradually wrapped by the rock layer. This is his strongest defense petrification. In the petrified state, he possesses extremely strong resistance and defense, and even warriors 1 level higher than him cannot do anything to him. But the next moment, a light punch landed between his arms. Bang! With a loud bang, thousands of thunders suddenly exploded. Shi Yan felt as if he was hit by a truck, and his 2-meter-tall figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His proud petrified defense offered no resistance at all under the blast of thunder. He couldn't even slow down Lin Hao's attack. Boom! Before the remaining 2 people could be shocked, Lin Hao moved again. This time the target is Lu Yonglei, who was hiding in the dark. With Lei Qi's help, he quickly locked onto the latter's position. Fuck! Lu Yonglei's hair stood on end, and he felt as if he was being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. Even his A-level shadow talent's camouflage ability couldn't bring him a sense of security. Mad, how come he is so strong? Looking at the black figure in the field that looked like the god of thunder, Lu Yonglei roared in his heart with unwillingness and fear. But he knew complaining was useless at this moment. Instead of letting him find me, I might as well take the initiative. Lu Yonglei's eyes were fierce, his adrenaline surged throughout his body, his head became hot, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Puff! A mouthful of hot blood spat onto his dagger. This was the blood escape technique that he almost used against Yao Yiru before. It is also his strongest means of attack. Blood escape, meteoric kill. As soon as the words fell, a red light shot out at high speed from the grass by the roadside. Like an arrow shot from a bow, Lu Yonglei desperately approached the figure wrapped in thunder. The speed is several times faster than before. Too slow. Lin Hao, who had already noticed everything, slowly shook his head. In the electric field released by the Thunderfruit, he can transform into electric current and move quickly in the electric field at an unimaginable speed. So even Lu Yonglei's speed at this moment has far surpassed Zhou Feiyan's before. But in his eyes, it was just like a turtle crawling. Then Lin Hao turned around and grabbed Lu Yonglei's right hand that was holding the dagger. How is that possible? Lu Yonglei's pupils shrank slightly, and he was extremely shocked. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao kicked again. In Lu Yonglei's horrified eyes, he was like a football on the green field, being kicked dozens of meters away. After breaking several trees, he fainted. You're the only one left. Lin Hao turned to look at Li Yuan, a smile on his face. Li Yuan. Chapter 27 Lin Hao fought 3 people alone, and won? You're the only one left. Such ordinary words sounded like the whisper of death to Li Yuan's ears. It terrified him. Escape. This was the first thought that came to his mind. But it was quickly rejected. Because with the speed at which Lin Hao's incarnation flashed, it was impossible for him to escape. Even if he fights, he may not win. After all, he saw everything that just happened. So even though he was a first-level peak warrior, he was almost 2 levels higher than Lin Hao. He doesn't have much confidence either. Just when Li Yuan was hesitating, Lin Hao helped him make a decision. Rumble. A pillar of lightning fell from the sky, carrying a destructive aura, and suddenly smashed towards him. Fuck. Li Yuan couldn't help but curse out loud. What the hell is this? How could anyone have the talent to summon thunder? Seeing this, Li Yuan gritted his teeth and poured out his mental power. In an instant, dozens of air walls formed above his head. In order to strengthen his defense, he even crushed his watch without hesitation. Even if you are eliminated, it is better than saving your life. But under the baptism of the lightning pillar, many air walls were broken apart with ease. Even the electromagnetic barrier that could block the full-strength attack of a second-level ferocious beast only lasted for a few seconds and turned into nothingness in an instant. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, and a huge hole was blasted out on the ground where Li Yuan was standing. The shockwave generated by the violent explosion spread out like a sea wave, raising a large amount of dust. Li Yuan, who was in the pit, didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Inside the monitoring room, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Everyone's expressions and movements froze at the same time, as if they were frozen in place. Principal Lu and Old Wang still had expressions of tension and worry on their faces. Director Su and everyone else were still shocked by the elementalization. In the monitoring room, the staff who were about to call the rescue team couldn't help but put down the communicator. In such a short time, he didn't even have time to press the call button. From beginning to end, Lin Hao only threw 1 punch, 1 kick, and 1 thunder. It only took 3 moves in total, and no more than 3 seconds. But the battle is over. One-sided. Crush. Absolute crushing. However, it wasn't Lin Hao who was crushed, but the 3 most talented candidates from number 1 middle school who were crushed. Boom. After the absolute silence, there is a roar like a volcanic eruption. What's going on? 3 against 1 and they're killed? Holy shit. What just happened? I just went to the bathroom and the fight is over? Lin Hao, won. Suddenly, someone's voice trembled, his eyes filled with shock and horror. Fuck, how did Lin Hao do that? This sentence ignited everyone again. Some people had extremely complicated expressions, while others had flushed faces with excitement. And more people looked at Lin Hao with strong interest and horror in their eyes. Boom! All the principals and officials seemed to be struck by thunder in the picture, their limbs were paralyzed by the shock, and their whole bodies were trembling. This scene was even more shocking than the previous elimination of Zhou Fei Yang. Is this a win? Lao Wang's throat rolled, and after he finished speaking, he recalled the thin figure sitting in the back row of the class. He suddenly felt a sense of unreality and dreaminess. Is Lin Hao really a student in my class? Lin Hao fought 1 against 3, and still won? Principal Lu's eyes popped out, and he couldn't remember how many times he had lost his composure. After all, Lin Hao gave him too much shock in this martial arts exam. Su Shizhong, who was sitting on the rostrum, was also stunned, but when he came to his senses, his face was full of excitement. It was my first time making a change, and I got such a big surprise. With Lin Hao's current strength, he can be ranked among the best even in the entire province. This may not be his true strength. In the audience, Lu Qingqing was a little disappointed. After all, she had seen the real elementalization, and its power was definitely more than this. Congratulations, Principal Lu. It looks like number 2 middle school will definitely take the top spot in this year's martial arts exam. Among the crowd, Fang Jian, the principal of number 3 middle school, was the first to come to his senses and quickly congratulated them. The others also reacted upon seeing this and came forward with smiles on their faces. Even Su Shizhong nodded in admiration. Your number 2 middle school did a great job this time, cultivating such an outstanding student like Lin Hao. After the college entrance examination, I will propose to the provincial government to commend your number 2 middle school. Thank you, Director Su. Principal Lu's face flushed. The so-called commendation is more than just a piece of paper. It also means a large amount of martial arts resources. In previous years, the City's awards were usually monopolized by number 1 middle school. That is why number 1 middle school has the confidence to recruit outstanding students. But now this honor has fallen on their number 2 middle school. When they start recruiting students next year, maybe number 2 middle school will reach a higher level. Ha, luckily Lin Hao is from number 2 middle school. Principal Liu was filled with emotion. He had never expected that there would be such a day in number 2 middle school. This is different from the festive atmosphere of everyone else. The principal of number 1 middle school, Feng Chuanhai, looked as pale as death. When he learned that Lin Hao was an S-level talent, he thought he would lose. But he didn't expect to lose so completely. Can't even resist. You have to know that Li Yuan and the other two are not ordinary people. They are geniuses with A-level talents. Any one of these three people is a strong contender for the top spot in the martial arts exam. Now, these three. Oh no, there are already 4 of them including Zhou Feiyang. But none of them could withstand a single blow from Lin Hao. Thinking of this, Feng Chuanhai's face was full of bitterness. Now Yao Yiru is the only strong one left among number 1 middle school. Although she ranks 3rd in points, I believe she will be overtaken by Lin Hao soon. There is definitely no hope of competing for the top spot. On the contrary, he had to pray that Lin Hao would not attack those who ranked higher in number 1 middle school. Once upon a time, he was still mocking Lin Hao, telling him not to run into their number 1 middle school team. And now, I'm actually worried about Lin Hao. Don't bother them. The feeling of falling into an abyss made Feng Chuanxian look a little dazed. It took a long time to recover. Outside, in the Wukao Square, the people who come here to watch are teachers from various schools. Although the martial arts exam had lasted for more than 8 hours, no one felt tired or bored. On the contrary, everyone was staring at the rankings, afraid of missing anything. But at this moment, a cry of surprise broke out from the crowd. What? 3 of the top 4 leaders were eliminated? Holy crap! Damn it! They're eliminated at the same time. Did they encounter a large-scale beast tide? Have you noticed, including Zhou Feiyang before, that all those eliminated were the top students from number 1 middle school? At the same time. Inside the examination room. The outskirts of Shadow Forest. A large number of candidates who were forcibly expelled from number 1 middle school let out hearty howls of joy. Holy crap! Am I dreaming? Li Yuan has been eliminated? Number 1 middle school is getting its comeuppance for all its evil deeds. Brothers, the blue sky is dead, the yellow sky must be established, it is time for us to fight back. Chapter 28 Yao Yiru's Opportunity. As the sky gets darker, the bright moonlight will soon fill the earth. The mountain road was in a mess at this time. A large amount of rubble was scattered around, and the ground was full of potholes, with free arcs of electricity running through them. This scene, which resembled a war zone, stunned the rescue team that had just arrived. They all showed expressions of extreme horror. Is this really the damage that candidates can cause? Are you sure it's not some high-level ferocious beast? Come back to your senses. Everyone cast their fearful gazes towards the figure entangled by electric arcs in the field. Suddenly, a faint sense of oppression came over me. This shocked them once again. You should know that those who can join the rescue team are at least 2nd-level warriors. And unlike the naive candidates, their rescue team are elites who have been baptized by war. Everyone can be said to have experienced many battles. Even when facing ferocious beasts of higher levels than them, they can deal with them calmly. But they actually felt a hint of threat from the man in front of them. They don't even dare to step beyond this line. Little brother, can you please stop the lightning? Captain Meng Hu smiled helplessly. In this minefield, let alone saving people, they would be considered victorious if they could get out of it safely. Sorry, I'll be right away. Lin Haoshinshin smiled and then exited the elemental state. The thunder that filled his eyes disappeared, and the arcs of electricity surrounding them were also retracted. After losing the blessing of the Thunderfruit, Lin Hao suddenly felt weak. It feels like entering sage mode. This frightened him so much that he quickly lit a cigarette. Only after recovering some of his energy and blood did he feel better. Although elementalization is powerful, it consumes too much energy and blood. Lin Hao calculated that with his current level, it could only last for 1 minute at most. But in these 60 seconds, he was able to solve most of the problems. Recall the previous battle. The person who posed the greatest threat to him was not Li Yuan, who was at a higher level, but Lu Yonglei. The opponent's shadow talent does have some tricks. It can blend into the environment and cannot be seen with the naked eye. If Lu Yonglei had used his ultimate move at the beginning, he might really fall. After all, he needs to be able to react before the elementalization is activated. Let's see if we can fix this weakness later. Lin Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After all, the most urgent task now is to kill the ferocious beasts and harvest points. Thinking of this, Lin Hao picked up his knife and walked up the mountain. Now the trouble at number 1 middle school has been resolved. That means no one is competing with him for the ferocious beasts on this entire mountain. The moon is bright and the stars are scattered all over the sky. Beside the frosty ice lake, a beautiful figure slowly walked towards them. The person who came was Yao Yiru. She rushed over after parting with Li Yuan and others. As the largest inner lake in the Shadow Forest, Frost Ice Lake has abundant water resources and also nurtures a large number of ferocious beasts. Strangely enough, Yao Yiru originally wanted to come here to kill the ferocious beast. But after coming here, she actually felt very attached to her ice and snow talent, as if she had returned home. In particular, the closer you get to the ice lake, the stronger this feeling becomes. This made her a little uneasy and reminded her of some rumors. Frost Lake was just an artificial lake before the cataclysm. But after that, the lake was shrouded in cold winds and heavy snow all year round, and most of the lake's surface was covered by ice. There are many different opinions on the reasons for this phenomenon. Some people say that rare ice and snow treasures are left at the bottom of the Frost Lake. Some people also say that there lives a high-level ice and snow beast inside. However, these rumors were refuted after the mayor of Linjiang City arrived. Mayor Su came here to inspect in person. It was clearly stated that there were neither high-level ferocious beasts nor any treasures in the Frost Ice Lake. Even because the temperature is too low, low-level ferocious beasts can only gather near the ice lake. As a 5th-level Grandmaster, Mayor Su's words are quite convincing. But he still didn't understand why there was snow on the Frost Lake all year round. After all, the lake is so big, he can't really pump out the water. Later, Director Su from the Education Bureau also came. He also found nothing. It was just to clear out the nearby ferocious beasts above level 3 in preparation for the martial arts examination. And now, Yao Yiru's toes had already touched the edge of the lake. Apparently this feeling has become stronger. Even the snowflakes falling around her were gradually moving closer to her. Before long, the tip of Yao Yiru's shoe was buried in the snow. There seems to be something I need at the bottom of the lake? Yao Yiru frowned. This guidance is both real and illusory. Makes her want to explore. However, she still held back. Although she has a talent for ice and snow and is not afraid of the cold, what if there is really any danger in the lake? It's not something she can handle with her strength. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, I was ready to turn back. But at this moment, she took a look at the rankings for some unknown reason. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. Li Yuan and the others were all eliminated? If I remember correctly, they were going to deal with Lin Hao. You've never fought 3 against 1? Yao Yiru's pupils shrank slightly, and after taking a few deep breaths, she gradually calmed down. She never thought that the boy who she once regarded as a coward had grown to this point. No. I can't be surpassed by him. Otherwise, what if Lin Hao came to me with a marriage proposal? So should I marry or not? If I don't get married, wouldn't all the things I said before be slapping myself in the face? This is for someone like her who has a very strong self-esteem. It's worse than killing her. Mariable. She doesn't want to either. After all, she is pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, so how can she be delayed by her children's personal affairs? That's right, Yao Yiru believed it from the beginning to the end. The reason why Lin Hao became so strong was because he wanted to be with her. Just to marry her with a marriage contract. I just wanted to get her attention in this way. Thinking of this, Yao Yiru looked at the lake with a complicated expression. The things at the bottom of the lake might be able to improve her strength. Even if there is danger, she doesn't care. After all, as long as she is stronger than Lin Hao, there will be no tangled problems. Want to marry me? Then defeat me first. Then she took off her shoes and walked barefoot into the lake. More than 9 hours have passed since the martial arts exam. There was no one in the monitoring room at this time. After all, everyone has to eat. Warriors, in particular, have a greater demand for food. So most people went to the cafeteria outside to have dinner. However, Feng Chuanhai, the principal of number 1 middle school, is one of the few people who has no appetite. No way. When I think about the results of this year's martial arts exam, he was so full of bitter water that he couldn't even eat. Especially when other schools saw the 4 top students from number 1 middle school being eliminated. They completely lost their worries and started to organize a counterattack. They beat up any students from number 1 middle school they saw. If you don't accept it, I'll crush your watch and eliminate you. This familiar scene made Feng Chuanhai feel extremely uncomfortable. Well, now all we can do is see if Yao Yuro can save some face for the school. Thinking of this, Feng Chuanhai looked up at the surveillance footage of Yao Yuro. What's this? Feng Chuanhai was stunned when he saw the scene. Then his pupils contracted violently and his face was full of horror. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen. Frost Dragon. Chapter 29 Instant Kill. The martial arts exam will last 12 hours. During this period, official staff and school teachers and principals will be present throughout. So after they had dinner in the cafeteria, they began to return to the monitoring room one after another. But just when everyone was about to step into the room, suddenly, bursts of wild laughter came from inside. Ha ha ha, elementalization. Not only can I transform into an element, I can also transform into a dragon. Ha ha ha, I haven't lost in one round yet. Hearing this somewhat hysterical voice, everyone looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What stimulated Feng Chuanhai? Or are you becoming a little crazy because you see that your grades have been surpassed by others? Even though Lin Hao is here, the top spot is uncontested. But given the foundation of number 1 middle school, its overall score ranking will not be worse than others. Principal Lu, who had just arrived, also frowned deeply. He first glanced at Feng Chuanhai, then shifted his gaze to the surveillance screen. And found nothing. However, a sense of uneasiness still rose in his heart. As the martial arts exam drew to a close, the ferocious beasts outside were killed until there were few left. Some brave teams of candidates also went deep into the forest to gain points. At this time, at the foot of Guizi Mountain, there is such a group of candidates from number 2 middle school. Lily, why is Lin Hao from your class so fierce? The girl whose name was called was stunned at first, then shook her head. I have no idea. Wow, none of you in the class knew about this? Jiang Lily rolled her eyes at her best friend next to her. Then 1,000 thoughts came to my mind. The name Lin Hao has now spread completely among the candidates. After all, the top 10 in the points ranking list includes students from number 1 middle school. There is only Lin Hao who is from other middle school. And I heard that Lin Hao hasn't formed a team yet. In other words, he broke through the blockade of number 1 middle school by his own strength. Break into the top 10 of the rankings. You should know that the overall strength of number 1 middle school is much stronger than other schools. It also has several top students with A-level talents. Although I don't know who eliminated him, this also shows how strong Lin Hao is. Therefore, candidates from other schools now regard Lin Hao as a role model. Especially the candidates from number 2 middle school, they almost praised him to the sky. Thinking of this, Zhang Lily looked a little dazed. In her impression, Lin Hao is a cool boy who likes to be alone and is not talkative. He is also very handsome. His mysterious personality and handsome appearance attracted the secret love of many girls in the class. Zhang Lily is also one of them, but the other party is too cruel. As a result, we barely spoke to each other during the 3 years of high school. This made her very regretful. Zhang Lily thought that after the college entrance examination, the two sides would no longer have any contact. But seeing the name Lin Hao again. But it is in the top 10 of the rankings. Is this still the Lin Hao she knows? Tisk, if several top students from number 1 middle school hadn't been eliminated, would Lin Hao have made it into the top 10? A boy dressed in fancy clothes said with disdain on his face. Hey! Lu Ping, don't talk nonsense. Lin Hao made it into the top 10 before the top students from number 1 middle school were eliminated. A girl with a ponytail next to her stared at him, looking a little angry. Humph, who knows what kind of cheating methods he used. I don't believe that a piece of trash with F-level talent can make it into the top 10. Lu Ping continued. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Zhang Lily, and seeing that the latter was also frowning, he immediately became furious. In fact, he has liked Zhang Lily for a long time and has confessed his feelings to her privately several times. But every time I was politely rejected by the other party. At first he thought Zhang Lily just loved studying, but later he found out after making inquiries from many sources. Zhang Lily actually likes Lin Hao. This made him furious. He knew that Lin Hao was just a piece of trash who had awakened an F-level talent. I am a genius in the top class of number 2 middle school, how can I not be better than him? So even though he was full of prejudice, he still didn't care even if he saw Lin Hao ranked in the top 10 of the list. They will only think that the other party is cheating. Lu Ping. If you slander others without any evidence, just leave. Zhang Lily frowned, then turned and left without hesitation. He was not invited when we formed the team, but he insisted on coming along. And he shamelessly became the captain. However, no one in the team listened to him. Hey! Lily, don't be fooled by this kind of person. I'm telling you. Just as Lu Ping was about to catch up, a wolf howl suddenly came from not far away. Ouch! The wolf howling in the dark woods made everyone's heart tighten. They all assumed combat stances and looked around cautiously. As the howling ended, giant wolves 4 meters long walked out of the bushes. The giant wolves formed a ring and quickly surrounded the group. Their eyes were red, and they stared at everyone as if they saw prey. It's the Shadow Moon Wolf. Zhang Lily's pretty face suddenly turned pale. The Shadow Moon Wolf is distinguished by the crescent moon symbol between its brows. Once in the dark, its speed and strength will increase dramatically, which is quite terrifying. It is one of the ferocious beasts that candidates are most reluctant to face. What should I do? There are 3 of them here. The girl with a ponytail looked around, her eyes extremely panicked. The other side. Lu Ping, who happened to be outside the encirclement, widened his eyes when he saw this. This is the Shadow Moon Wolf. With the bonus of darkness, he has the strength of at least a first-level mid-stage warrior. And I have just become a warrior. Absolutely no match. And there are 3 more here. Once they discover me, I will probably be torn to pieces in an instant. Fortunately, the wolves headed towards places where there were many people. Thinking of this, Lu Ping looked at Zhang Lily in the encirclement with resentment. Damn, bitch, let's see if Lin Hao, the man you like, will come to save you? Without further hesitation, Lu Ping turned around and left. Asshole. Fuck, this idiot just left like that? Damn it. If he doesn't leave, there will be another chance. Seeing Lu Ping sold them without hesitation. Everyone's faces suddenly turned pale and their eyes were filled with anger. But Zhang Lily, who had long seen through the other party's hypocritical character, didn't feel anything. She calmed down and said in a firm tone, "Let's fight to the death." Roar! The 3 moon wolves growled and simultaneously turned into shadows and pounced towards them. A fishy wind blew in my face. Just when everyone was about to be torn to pieces by the giant wolf's claws. Crackle! A dull thunderclap sounded. In an instant, a flash of extremely fast lightning flashed. With a puff, a shadow moon wolf that was still flying in the air was suddenly split into 2 halves. But before the blood could flow out, the lightning suddenly changed its trajectory, like the refraction of light. Swish! The remaining 2 moon wolves were also separated from their heads and bodies at the same time. In an instant, accompanied by jumping arcs of thunder and lightning, red and white were scattered everywhere. After doing all this, the lightning slowly dissipated, and a slender black figure suddenly appeared. Boom! See this scene. Lu Ping, who had just walked a short distance, suddenly had his pupils shrink violently, and his face was filled with horror. 3 shadow moon wolves were killed instantly like that? Chapter 30 I have a friend. Lu Ping, who was not far away, was stunned. He hadn't even taken a few steps. The 3 shadow moon wolves died instantly? You should know that the speed of the moon wolf under the moonlight is comparable to that of a second-level wind-type beast. Once it sets its sights on you, the only option is to fight to the death, because you simply can't escape. However, the young man's speed was as fast as lightning, leaving the shadow moon wolf no time to react. He was beheaded in mid-air. It can even change direction in the air while moving at high speed. Is he a man or a monster? Lu Ping's heart trembled a little. Not just him. The other side. Zhang Lily and the others who were surrounded could not even breathe. They all stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. You have to know that they are very close to the Shadow Moon Wolf. It was even close enough to see the texture of the moonwolf's fur. Even so, they also didn't see how the moonwolf was split in half. You can imagine how fast it is. After taking several deep breaths, Zhang Lily finally calmed down. Then, she turned her gaze towards the slender figure and found it somewhat familiar. "Excuse me, are you Lin Hao?" Zhang Lily asked carefully. Hearing the voice, Lin Hao turned around with a little surprise. "I didn't expect that someone would recognize me." After looking back, Lin Hao's face looked a little strange. Commoner school beauty Zhang Lily. She has a devilishly perfect figure, but she has a pure first love face. She has charmed countless boys. However, given Lin Hao's personality, he can't remember anyone no matter how beautiful they are. What really impressed him was Zhang Lily is Wang Pengzi's secret crush. Throughout the 3 years of high school, Fatty Wang had no idea how many times he had mentioned it. It made it impossible for him not to get to know her. "Excuse me, my name is Zhang Lily. Thank you for your help just now." Seeing that Lin Hao didn't answer, Zhang Lily thought he had recognized the wrong person, and then smiled awkwardly. "No, I'm Lin Hao, just passing by here." Lin Hao nodded. He was on his way to Frost Lake. Only then did they realize that they were surrounded by the Shadow Moonwolves, and they were quickly killed. Of course. This is also because the ferocious beasts on Guozi Mountain have been cleared out by Lin Hao. No, I still have to thank you." "What? You are Lin Hao?" After saying that, Zhang Lily hurriedly took steps with her long legs. She trotted all the way to Lin Hao, her face flushed. I have to say that Zhang Lily deserves to be called the school belle. Her curvy figure instantly surpasses many internet celebrities in her previous life. Especially the sweet smile on her innocent face, which can be called a boy harvester. "If you really want to thank me, just give me your contact information. I have a friend who wants it." Lin Hao's heart moved. This is a good opportunity to help Fatty so that he doesn't have to nag me every day. Hearing this, Zhang Lily's face became even redder, like a ripe red apple. She didn't expect that she would meet the person she had been secretly in love with for a long time. He actually confessed to her first. Yes, asking for a girl's contact information. In Zhang Lily's opinion, it is no different from confessing love. And the other party used a lame excuse. Conceal the original purpose. What kind of friends are you? It's obviously what you want. Think of this. Zhang Lily blushed as she leaned close to Lin Hao's ear and whispered a few words. This somewhat intimate gesture made Lu Ping, who watched the whole process, grit his teeth. But he had no choice. After all, he couldn't afford to offend someone who could kill 3 shadow moonwolves in seconds. However, when he looked closely at the boy's face, his expression became a little gloomy. Who was it, I was wondering? It turned out to be Lin Hao. Lu Ping walked over with a smile on his face. Lu Ping, you still have the nerve to come? A girl in the team glared, looking particularly angry. The others also frowned and looked at each other unfriendlily. I'm here to bring you good news. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Lu Ping smiled as he walked. Since Lin Hao is here, I'll give him the captaincy. Is that okay with you all? What? Let Lin Hao be the captain. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, all a little hesitant. Some people were indeed moved. After all, everyone can see Lin Hao's strength. If he were to be the captain, the entire team might have a chance to make it to the top 50. By then, everyone might be able to get into a good martial arts school. But they were too embarrassed to speak up. After all, forming a team is actually a hindrance to the strong. They are not a team like number 1 middle school, which has tacit cooperation. So a lot of time will be wasted in battle. But what Lu Ping said expressed what most people were thinking. Whether Lin Hao wants to form a team is his freedom. Who are you to tell him what to do? Besides, Lin Hao saved our lives, and we haven't even thanked him properly yet. Zhang Lily frowned and retorted. Hey, Lily, you can't say that. As students of the same secondary school, isn't it normal for us to help each other? Lu Ping smiled, a sinister glint in his eyes. Since I can't beat him, I'll just stand on the moral high ground and hold Lin Hao back. In short, he will never have an easy time. The other side. Inside the monitoring room. Principal Lu was furious when he heard this. Where did this idiot come from, trying to do this? Take a closer look. Fuck, he's in the top class. Seeing this, Principal Lu was so angry that he pushed the door open and walked out. He called the head teacher of the top class over and scolded him severely. Fire. Fire me. Damn it. Hee, why didn't you say anything when you ran away just now? Jiang Lily curled her lips, her face full of disgust. I did that to attract the wolves' attention. Fart. On the side, Lin Hao, who had watched the whole process, raised his eyebrows with a playful expression. Without his consent, he was forced to join the team. He even gave up the captaincy to him. If I refuse, I will be showing disrespect to my classmates. It wouldn't sound good if it got out. But once he agreed, it would greatly slow down his speed in killing the ferocious beasts. Maybe it will be squeezed out of the top 10. That's a good idea. However, the other party's judgment seems to be wrong. He didn't seem to realize it yet. This is a world where fists have the final say. Moral responsibility and such are useless. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Lin Hao moved. It was an ordinary punch, but it left a trail of afterimages all over the sky. In front of Lu Ping's astonished eyes, he punched him in the face. Ah! Lu Ping screamed and fell to the ground with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The head made close contact with the gravel. Then, the protective barrier lit up. Seeing this, Lin Hao punched him again. Bang! While smashing the barrier, he also knocked down Lu Ping, who was trying to stand up with a punch. I heard you like forming a team? No, I just... Lu Ping trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear. He didn't expect that Lin Hao would actually take action in front of everyone. These are all students from number 2 middle school. Don't you consider the impact at all? What is it? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and a dangerous light flashed in them. In his previous life, what he hated most was this kind of moral dog. Yes. Lu Ping was so frightened by Lin Hao's aura that he almost cried. You have to know that the other party does not play by the rules, and he would never dare to say those words even if you kill him. Ha, you don't want to tell me. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Lin Hao held Lu Ping's head like a chicken. Lin Hao, I was wrong. Let me go and talk it over. Lu Ping struggled frantically, but Lin Hao's big hands were like iron clamps and could not be shaken at all. Want to team up with me? Then you'll need to be very resilient. After all, my team has no shortage of damage. After saying that, Lin Hao pressed Lu Ping's head hard to the ground. Bang! Lu Ping's head came into close contact with the ground again. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere. Lu Ping also fainted. Then, Lin Hao slowly looked at everyone and smiled. Who else wants to form a team? Chapter 31 Thunder Breathing Technique. Breakthrough to the first level warrior. Deep in the shadow forest, on an overgrown gravel road. In the mottled moonlight, a tall figure was walking slowly forward. The person who came was Lin Hao. After parting with Jiang Lily's team, he set out alone on the journey to find the ferocious beast. There's still an hour left before the martial arts exam ends. The only place left where ferocious beasts gather is Frost Ice Lake. Lin Hao looked at the map on his watch and muttered softly. At my current speed, it will take another 10 minutes to get there. I have to work harder. After determining the location, Lin Hao turned into a flash of lightning and leaped forward in the jungle at a speed even faster than before. It is worth noting that the battle with the ferocious beast lasted for a long time. This greatly improves the proficiency of the martial art Thunderbolt Flash. Although the system panel still shows the entry level. But Lin Hao felt that he was only one step away from mastering the 6 combination moves. However, even with this kick, Lin Hao was still confused. The most intuitive manifestation is, after changing direction 2 or 3 times in the air, it reaches its limit. Any more and his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Perhaps, only after I master the body strengthening technique can I truly understand the secret of thunder breathing. Etc. Breath of thunder? Thinking of this, Lin Hao's pace of progress suddenly stopped. He almost forgot. In Demon Slayer, breathing techniques are mainly used to strengthen cardiopulmonary function, enabling the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time. It can instantly greatly increase physical abilities, thus allowing one to possess a physique comparable to that of a ghost. This coincides with the current bodybuilding techniques that aim to strengthen the physique. Even breathing techniques are one of the bodybuilding techniques. I should have thought of that earlier. Lin Hao was a little annoyed. The thunderbolt flash that I have practiced for so long. But we have always ignored the essential source of its power, the breath of thunder. This is like when you are reading a book, you only remember the cover of the book but do not have a deep understanding of the knowledge within the textbook. You only learn the form but not the meaning. No wonder after getting started, I couldn't go any further. Think of this. Lin Hao slowly closed his eyes and sat on the ground. Allow yourself to completely relax. This was the first time I fully concentrated on using breath of thunder. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. As his breathing gradually became even, Lin Hao seemed to have entered an extremely quiet world. There were no more roars of ferocious beasts, thunder of battles, or the chatter of students. It's as if all sounds have been erased. Except for the sound of his own breathing. Just then. Snap. Along with the sound of breaking glass, a warm feeling surged in my heart. The next moment, the qi and blood in the whole body began to surge. Like a raging furnace, it suddenly burst out. Then Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Ha ha, is this the warrior who has entered the next level? Lin Hao, who had just made a breakthrough, suddenly felt strength surging throughout his body, and his consciousness was clearer than ever before. The fatigue accumulated from the previous journey and continuous battles was all swept away at this moment. Cool. Lin Hao laughed loudly, thunder lingered all over his body, and then he drew his sword and slashed. I saw a flash of lightning across the sky, and after changing direction several times, it finally returned to its original place. Both the speed and the strength are much stronger than before. Lin Hao looked excited and then opened the system panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, First Level Warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit. Qi and Blood, 321. Body Strengthening Technique, Breath of Thunder. Martial Arts, Thunder Breathing Form 1, Thunderbolt Flash Great Mastery. Lottery Points, 7210. Sure enough, thunder breathing is a type of bodybuilding technique. Seeing the new column of bodybuilding skills on the panel, Lin Hao showed a look of enlightenment. At the same time, I am also extremely fortunate that I discovered it early enough. Otherwise, he would have to wait until he was admitted to a martial arts school and learned other bodybuilding techniques before he could react. This will waste a lot of time. Not like now. With every breath he took, he could feel every cell in his body being tempered. This feeling of becoming stronger all the time is really addictive. However, thunder breathing is the same as the thunderfruit. None of it is from this world. Therefore, he also couldn't judge the level of the breathing method. But Lin Hao made a simple judgment and concluded that it must be at least a level or above. Qi and blood increased by more than 100 after the breakthrough due to the previous accumulation. After reading the panel data, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. With my current strength, even without using the power of the thunderfruit, I can kill any beast below level 3 with one blow. At this moment, Lin Hao was extremely confident in his own strength. I'm only 3,000 points away from the legendary prize pool. It's almost there, just need to kill a few more beasts and we can draw. Lin Hao licked his lips. To be honest, he had long been coveting the prizes in the legendary prize pool. After all, incredible abilities like observation hockey can only be drawn from prize pools above legend. Then Lin Hao turned his wrist and put the long sword into the scabbard. After looking at the direction on the map, he continued to rush towards the Frost Ice Lake, the core of the entire forest. Near Frost Lake. As the huge ice cone pierced into its body, blood gushed out and the second-level ox-horned rhinoceros fell to the ground with a bang. Behind him, Yao Yuru's beautiful white figure slowly emerged. Yao Yuru now has a kind of elusive holy aura about her. Like the noble Ice Queen, sacred and inviolable. The aura around her was also several times stronger than before. Certainly. All these changes started with the ice and snow heart she got from the bottom of the lake. Heart of ice and snow. It can only be condensed when a 7th level ice and snow beast king dies. It contains the essence of the whole body of the ferocious beast. The effect is extremely amazing. It can increase the talent level of warriors who have awakened ice and snow talents by 1. That is, F class becomes Z class, and D class becomes C class. Yao Yuru was originally in grade A. After eating the heart of ice and snow, it became S level. Even though it's just a level increase, the higher the talent level, the bigger the gap will be. The difference between a level and S level can be described as a chasm between heaven and earth, a firefly and the bright moon, a sleeping dragon and a young phoenix. Take elementalization for example. Once an S-level warrior performs elemental transformation, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on those of lower levels. This can be seen from Lin Hao's previous battles. 3A-level people couldn't even touch his hair. If there are no special targeted measures, it can be said that failure is inevitable. Even if there is a huge gap in the realm of both parties, the one who gets beaten can only get beaten. So, even if it meant killing the ox-horned rhinoceros that so many candidates were extremely afraid of, Yao Yuru had no interest at all. Now that her strength has greatly increased, she no longer takes a small second-level ferocious beast seriously. To be honest, that was the only person in the entire forest that really made her care. Just as Yao Yuru was about to look for her next target, she suddenly noticed something unusual behind her. Then she looked back, with a complicated look in her eyes. You finally came. Chapter 32 Thunderfruit Thunder God Form. Inside the monitoring room. Everyone stared at the surveillance screen intently. Here he comes, Lin Hao is here. It's not often that the first and second place in the rankings fight each other. Speaking of which, Yao Yuru is truly blessed with good fortune. She was able to find the heart of ice and snow at the bottom of the lake, raising her talent level to S rank. It seems that Yao Yuru has a higher chance of winning. After all, Lin Hao's realm is not as high as hers. Not necessarily. Aren't those people from number 1 middle school also at a higher level than Lin Hao? Haha, how can a level talent be compared to S level? Even if I defeated 4 of them, it wouldn't be a big deal. I think Yao Yuru is stronger. Hey, wake up there. Yao Yuru is from number 1 middle school. What good will it do us if she wins? Everyone was talking about it and had different guesses about the battle. However, most people still think that Yao Yuru can win. After all, after getting the opportunity, the other party was promoted to a first-level peak warrior. Lin Hao looked like he had just broken through to become a warrior. Under the same level of talent, whoever has a higher realm will naturally have a higher winning rate. Manager Lu, who do you think has a better chance of winning? In a corner of the auditorium, a beautiful red figure appeared next to Principal Lu of number 2 middle school. I think it's Lin Hao. Lu Qingqing's red lips moved slightly without any hesitation. The firm tone made Principal Lu slightly stunned. Honchuan Martial Arts School is the best martial arts school in the city, and he often goes there. So I am quite familiar with Manager Lu of the martial arts school. He knew that the other person was from a big city and had a much higher vision than him. But why is she so confident about something that she herself is not sure about? Thank you for the recognition, Manager Lu, but I think it's great that Lin Hao has come this far. Principal Lu clasped his fists to express his gratitude. In his opinion, perhaps the other party was just comforting him. However, Principal Lu did not have any regrets. After all, the results of number 2 middle school this year are already quite good. Even if Lin Hao didn't win, he was eliminated. Points will also be retained. I just lost the qualification to compete for the first place. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing blinked and said nothing. She was finally sure. Principal Lu seems to know nothing about his student. But what no one expected was, Lin Hao didn't come here to fight at all. Deep in the shadow forest, the bright moonlight shines through the treetops onto the earth, casting a mottled shadow. With the help of moonlight, Yao Yuru could see who was coming. This guy still hasn't given up the engagement. Don't you understand what I mean yet? On the road to pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, one will not fall in love, let alone get married. So even if the other party gets rid of his status as a waste, she will not change her mind. Yao Yuru frowned slightly, looking depressed. After all, she didn't want to do it. But if the other party still keeps pestering you, then the only way is to use fists to make him give up. But what she never expected was that Lin Hao didn't stop at all when he rushed here. He tiptoed and leaped past Yao Yuru in a very cool manner. That expression seemed as if he didn't even notice Yao Yuru's existence. Stop it. Seeing Lin Hao rushing past, Yao Yuru couldn't help but shout. She felt her self-esteem was bruised. She is the school belle and a genius. How can it be ignored? However, she didn't believe that Lin Hao had changed his mind. She just felt that the other party was trying to attract her attention in this way. So she waved her hand, and a 3-meter-high ice wall suddenly blocked Lin Hao's way. Lin Hao looked back in some confusion. Yao Yaru was seen with her hands on her hips and her chin slightly raised, like a proud little peacock. What's going on? What is this woman doing crazy again? Humph, Lin Hao. Don't act so innocent. I know why you're here. But you have to defeat me. Yao Yaru raised her eyebrows. Nerve. Lin Hao curled his lips, speechless. There is less than an hour left in the martial arts exam, and he just wants to kill the ferocious beast to gain more points. Don't want to waste time. And there is no benefit in defeating Yao Yaru. So he ignored it, jumped over the ice wall and continued to move deeper. However, this scene made everyone in the monitoring room shake their heads. Really? The fight hasn't even started yet, and Lin Hao's already running away? Ha! Could it be that Lin Hao only bullies the weak and fears the strong? As a warrior, you don't even have the courage to fight. This is not good. Even Director Su standing by had a frown on his face. He had been very optimistic about Lin Hao before. With strong strength and high comprehension, his future achievements are limitless. Although the martial arts exam has not ended yet. But in his heart, Lin Hao was already considered number one. And the number one in Linjiang City's martial arts exam doesn't he even have the courage to accept the challenge? Is it really as they say, that they only bully the weak and fear the strong? This is not good. After all, the road to the pinnacle of martial arts is full of thorns. Simply avoiding will only make your martial arts spirit become weak. Even if you have strength, you can't become a real strong man. Hearing everyone's discussions, Feng Chuanhai felt extremely relieved. He originally thought that number 1 middle school would lose face this year. Unexpectedly, Yao Yaru gave him a huge surprise. Lin Hao was even chased like a stray dog, not even daring to fight. Bang! Another ice wall was blasted open by Lin Hao, and then he looked back with impatience on his face. Yao Yaru also followed over, and frost was still condensing in her hands. Yao Yaru, if you try to stop me again, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and frowned. I feel like this woman is a bit of a headache. However, the reason why he did not take action directly was because of the other party's father. All his tuition and fees for 3 years of high school and the money he spent on martial arts training were funded by the other party. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford a membership card for Hongchuan Martial Arts School. Although the other party also wanted to make up for the guilt he felt towards Lin Hao's parents. But Lin Hao was still grateful for being able to help him for such a long time. So for Uncle Yao's sake, I just gave him a warning and left. But Yao Yaru refused to give in. Lin Hao! Stop pretending. Aren't you just trying to use the engagement to harass me? Now I'll give you a chance, as long as you can defeat me. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. I told you long ago that we ended 3 years ago. Can't we just part ways amicably? Yao Yaru, who was standing behind, was stunned after hearing this. Who is hiding his strength? Who doesn't want to part ways amicably? Aren't you doing this just to prove that you are qualified to stand by my side? Why do I end up like that nagging little woman now? Think of this. Yao Yaru's chest heaved violently, and she was so angry that she had trouble breathing. Lin Hao! Stop right there! After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and the field of ice and snow suddenly expanded, directly covering an area of dozens of meters in radius. Lin Hao, who was running, suddenly froze. The speed gradually slowed down. Okay, Yao Yaru, you forced me to do this. Lin Hao's smile gradually faded. The blood in my body began to surge wildly. His black hair flew up, and silver arcs of electricity screamed and gathered around him. This moment. Lin Hao stood still, his robe fluttering. Amid the explosion of thousands of thunders, a blurry shadow stood up behind him. Its 3-meter-tall body, carrying 4 3-magatama drums on its back, looks like a small mountain standing here. A pair of eyes full of majesty, as if the god of thunder has descended to the earth. Thunderfruit Thunder God Form. Chapter 33 Spanking. Humph, your true nature is finally revealed. That's all. Yao Yaru in the back was equally unwilling to be outdone. The entire body gradually began to melt, just like snow being directly exposed to the scorching sun. Evaporated without a trace. Not long after. Oh! A steady and heavy dragon roar was heard. Suddenly, a giant frost dragon about 6 meters long, with a snow-white and transparent body, appeared in the air. Is this a warrior with S-class talent? Even I feel threatened. It's said that talents above S level have various special abilities. I've lived for so many years, and now I've finally seen it. A lightning giant and a frost dragon, this has never happened in the history of Linjiang City's martial arts exams. Yeah, the last time an S-level talent appeared in Linjiang City was more than 10 years ago, and this time there are actually two. This battle, no matter who wins or loses, will go down in history. Inside the monitoring room, everyone stared at the screen, not daring to blink. I was afraid of missing any wonderful scenes. What's worse, some people were shaking with excitement. This moment. All the contradictions and prejudices are no longer important. Even the principal of number 1 middle school, Feng Chuanhai, put aside his prejudice. After all, this battle may very well be the pinnacle battle in Linjiang City's martial arts examination in the next 10 or even dozens of years. And they are co-witnesses. Quick! Sync the footage. Let the sophomores and freshmen of all the major schools watch carefully. This level of battle will be of great help to them. Director Su clenched his fists excitedly. However, this order. All the official staff were stunned. You know, leaking the invigilation video is a serious crime. Otherwise, why would they set up a monitoring room? Such strict security measures. Isn't it to prevent someone from tampering with the video content and committing fraud? But now they're actively spreading the video? This has never happened in Linjiang City's history. Director Su, are you really going to release the exam room video? The examiner in charge of monitoring was trembling all over and could not speak clearly. After all, once the video is leaked, he will be the first person responsible. Considering how much importance Longwei attaches to the martial arts examination. Not to mention losing your official position, you may even end up in jail. Just do it. If the higher-ups hold you accountable, I'll explain. Director Su nodded and said in a deep voice. After confirming the results, the examiner, feeling uneasy, linked the video networks of various universities one by one. Just then. The other side of the screen. The battle has begun. The Frost Dragon is one of Yao Yuru's abilities after she transformed into an element. It is also her strongest means of attack now. After it transformed into a giant dragon, its strength, speed and other abilities were greatly improved. Even with her current level as a first-level warrior, she dares to fight against a third-level beast. So she never thought about losing, and didn't take Lin Hao seriously at all. So what if the other party hides his strength? She will let the other person know. With that little hidden strength of yours, you still want to marry me? Not worthy. Ouch. The frost dragon moved, stirring up a cloud of wind and snow, and charged straight towards the thunder giant in an invincible manner. At this moment, the essence of the S-level talent was fully revealed. The frost dragon was extremely fast, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. This speed and power. It has far surpassed all the candidates. Even in the monitoring room. Any warrior below the third level would have no chance of winning against such a terrifying attack. Humph, Lin Hao, I'll make you understand the price of pestering me all the time. Yao Yuru whispered, and the giant dragon tore through the sky, shattering the electric arcs suspended in the air, and crashed straight into Lin Hao. However, just when it touched Lin Hao. Buzz! Lin Hao's hair was flying as he just looked at the dragon quietly. The gazes of both collide in an instant. The next moment, a silver-white arc of electricity leaped, and Lin Hao, along with the shadow of the thunder god behind him, turned into thunder and disappeared in all directions. Elementalization? Yao Yuru frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Lin Hao actually caught up with his speed? It was also at this moment. A calm voice. A sound came from behind Yao Yuru. God's judgment. Boom! The terrifying lightning column descended in an instant under Yao Yuru's horrified gaze. The divine punishment that Lin Hao now uses in the form of Thor is far from what he used to kill the giant python. The thickness of the lightning column alone is several times thicker than before. Its power is also quite terrifying. It has become a true divine punishment. Lin Hao estimated that a third-level ferocious beast would not be able to withstand even a single blow. At the same time, a 10-meter thick lightning column accurately hit the dragon. The lightning column fell like a pouring waterfall, baptizing the surrounding space wantonly, and even the surrounding earth was shaking. The sound of explosion resounded through the sky. Oh! The frost dragon, struck by the lightning pillar, fell heavily to the ground and let out a mournful howl. Damn! How come he's so strong? On the ground, Yao Yaru's blood and energy were a little unstable at this time. You know. The dragon is her incarnation. If the dragon is hurt, she will also be hurt. But before she could think about it, a strong sense of crisis prompted her to turn back suddenly. She was greeted by a huge thunder palm. The shadow of the thunder god stood in mid-air, looking angry without even being intimidating. Rear. Lin Hao's figure was blurry. Half human, half electric. His body was tall and slender, without any unnecessary movements, he was just staring at the dragon. The next moment, the thundering hand came down with a bang. Boom! The earth shook violently, thunder suddenly exploded, and thousands of airwaves rolled up like a huge tide. At this moment, dust is flying and smoke is everywhere. The trees in the surrounding sky kept shaking, and finally, the first row of trees fell, and then swept across the area of thousands of meters like a wave. Holy shit, what happened? Near Han Lake, some candidates also noticed this place. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the vibration. But just one glance made their hair stand on end and their chill run down their spines. I saw that the place that was shaking just now was now completely reduced to ruins. Thick smoke and dust filled the air, through which thick electric arcs could be faintly seen moving, like giant snakes coiled in the smoke and dust. Call. The next moment, a cold wind blew and the smoke and dust dissipated. The moment when the scene inside is revealed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Just see. Yao Yaru exited the dragon transformation state and lay on the ground with a weak breath, as if she was struggling hard. The one who pinned her to the ground was the black figure. Bang! Accompanied by the palms raised high and then fell. The plump and perky buttocks trembled suddenly, making a crisp and loud sound. Yao Yaru, do you really think I don't have a temper? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Uncle Yao. Whoa, bastard, let me go. Chapter 34 The arrogant school beauty was beaten and cried. What kind of lightning talent is this? So powerful? What? Even the frost dragon can't handle it? In the monitoring room, everyone was stunned when they saw the 10-meter-thick lightning column. This lightning column alone can instantly kill warriors below the second level. And Lin Hao has only just been promoted to a warrior. Even with S-level talent, he can't reach this level of strength, right? In the crowd, Lu Qingqing swallowed hard. She thought she had enough understanding of Lin Hao's strength. Unexpectedly, this is just a drop in the bucket. Whether it is the thunder and lightning giant, or the lightning pillar that is several times thicker than before. It made her brain a little confused. Is Yao Yu weak when she transforms into a dragon? No. Lu Qingqing can say with certainty that even in Shangjing City where there are so many geniuses, with Yao Yaru's talent, she will definitely be ranked at the top. But even so, he was no match for Lin Hao. Could it be that during the previous martial arts gym test, Lin Hao had concealed his strength? Or say, even the equipment in their martial arts school cannot accurately measure his true combat power? Lu Qingqing got goosebumps at this moment. This moment. It seemed like she was recognizing this ordinary martial arts student from number 2 middle school for the first time. Just when everyone was stunned, another huge thunder palm came down. Boom! The air was filled with smoke and dust. This huge movement made everyone's heart tremble. Oh no! Yao Yaru will be in danger from an attack of this intensity. Hurry, and rescue them. These two are Linjiang City's geniuses. If anything happens to either of them, it will be a huge loss. Boom! Among the crowd, Feng Chuanhai was the first to come to his senses. A terrifying aura suddenly released out uncontrollably. If the monitoring room had not been built with special materials, it would have been destroyed beyond belief. At this moment, Feng Chuanhai was extremely anxious and wanted to rush to the scene immediately. But his remaining rationality made him calm down. After all, it is clearly stipulated that no one is allowed to interfere with the martial arts examination. Rescue can only be implemented unless the candidates are eliminated. But under this intensity of attack, the watch calling for help would probably be blown to pieces. To be honest, this cannot be blamed on the rigid rules. After all, the watch is designed to protect candidates. Its built-in electromagnetic barrier would take some time to defeat even a peak-level second-level ferocious beast. Who would have thought that a freak like Lin Hao would appear? This electromagnetic barrier never lasted even a second in Lin Hao's hands. This time, there wasn't even enough time to send out a distress signal. However, Director Su on the rostrum. Although he was also surprised, he still kept his composure. With his vision. Naturally, one can see the thunder palm, which is very powerful. But its power is far less than that of a lightning column. It seems to have a mainly restraining effect. But he didn't quite understand what Lin Hao meant by this. Shouldn't we press on to win and eliminate the opponent? Just then, the video showed a clear and loud slapping sound, accompanied by bursts of aggrieved sobs. Seeing this somewhat charming scene, everyone looked at each other with strange expressions. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Linjiang City. Number 1 Middle School. As the best middle school in the city, even though it is already time to go home from school, its martial arts training room is still crowded with sophomores and freshmen of high school. Everyone is like the king of roles in the previous life, exercising tirelessly. Just then, the door of the training room was pushed open, and a middle-aged teacher wearing glasses hurried to the podium. Students, please stop for a moment. At the request of the education department, we are here to watch the top spot in the martial arts exam. What? A martial arts exam? Teacher, did I hear that correctly? Isn't the martial arts exam video top secret? Can you watch this? Upon hearing this, the students were suddenly in an uproar. Everyone thought they had heard it wrong. It's like the college entrance examination hasn't ended yet, but the real test papers have leaked out. The middle-aged teacher smiled and explained, "Don't worry, students. The viewing permission was specially approved by the Education Bureau." Hearing this, the students were relieved. Then he waited expectantly for the image to be transmitted. After all, watch the martial arts exam video. Both in terms of combat and mentality, it is of great benefit to them. At this time, a student raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, who are the two people vying for the top spot?" "One is Yao Yuru from our school, and the other one is unknown to me. I heard she's a dark horse from another school." The middle-aged teacher explained patiently. "Wow, is that Senior Yuru? Great, she's my goddess." That goes without saying. Senior Yuru is definitely first. Yeah, Senior Sister Yuru is not only beautiful, but also always among the top 3 in the elite class. With her around, there will definitely be no surprises. Hearing Yao Yuru's name, everyone's face was filled with excitement and admiration, and some even had a hint of youthful emotions. After all, Yao Yuru is the school beauty of number 1 middle school. Not only is he famous among his classmates, he is also widely known by his younger classmates. When we think of her, the first thing that comes to mind is her. A cool and beautiful face, and an elegant and graceful figure. This is a surefire way to win the hearts of young boys and girls who are in the turbulent period of youth. But it's just that her appearance is outstanding, not enough to make them feel uneasy. What really concerns them is Yao Yuru's formidable strength. Even in the elite class filled with experts, Yao Yuru's ability can still be ranked among the top 3. So, many people regard her as a goddess and idol. Even a dream lover. Everyone be quiet, the live broadcast is about to begin. The middle-aged teacher knocked on the blackboard and said seriously, "There are a few rules that I hope everyone will remember clearly. This live broadcast of the martial arts exam was specially approved by the Education Bureau, so first, no one is allowed to record, download, or save the screen. Secondly, no matter what the video content is, you are not allowed to spread it. Third, I hope everyone can study hard and cherish this rare opportunity." Yes. The students responded in unison. Finished. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the electronic screen on the blackboard, afraid of missing the wonderful scene. But at this moment, snap, snap, snap. A rhythmic and crisp slapping sound was heard from the black screen. This left the students a little confused. What's going on? Is this a fight? But before they could think about it, another burst of aggrieved sobbing was heard. "Whoa, bastard, let me go. It hurts. Stop hitting me. I was wrong, is that okay?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this somewhat imaginative voice. Is this battle serious? Chapter 35 Martial Arts Examination ends. The scene changed. the students finally saw what was going on. I saw a strange man pressing Yao Yaru to the ground with one hand. The right hand was raised high and then fell. Seeing this scene, everyone's brain short-circuited. Etc. What was their original purpose? I guess he's here to learn combat experience. But why? Their school beauty, goddess, is currently being spanked on the butt? Moreover, his eyes were red, and pearl-like tears were hanging all over his face. Was he beaten and crying? Everyone was stunned. The image of the elegant and cold-hearted senior sister with a frown in my mind is no longer there. It was like a fairy walking gracefully out of the mist, and suddenly twisted her foot and fell to the mortal world. Everyone took several deep breaths before gradually accepting this fact. But when he came to his senses, he was filled with endless anger. Asshole. Let go of Senior Yaru. I'm going to fight him to the death. Fuck. Wang, will never coexist with him. Seeing this, the teacher nearby quickly cut off the live broadcast signal. Then he earnestly warned, I repeat again, the content of the video cannot be spread. The other side. Inside the examination room. Seeing that the lesson was almost over, Lin Hao threw Yao Yaru out with a flick of his hand. Not bound by thunder power. Yao Yaru realized that her body had regained movement, and she immediately turned over and landed gracefully on the ground. He wiped away the tears on his face in the air. As soon as she landed, she turned around and looked at Lin Hao angrily. Yao Yaru, I advise you not to provoke me again. Lin Hao jumped onto the tree behind him, looked down at her from above, and said calmly, if you act unreasonably again, next time it won't be as simple as today. After saying that, he gave the latter a fierce look with a wanton look. Yao Yaru gritted her teeth. Ever since she awakened her talent and became a favored daughter of heaven. Who doesn't follow her temper? She said that no one dared to go west if they went east, and they were extremely obedient. Have you ever suffered such a big loss? However, what she found hard to accept was that the other party's realm was obviously not as high as his. How is it possible that I have no power to fight back? You know, after she got the Heart of Frost, her talent was a real S level. Even stronger than her. Could it be that the opponent's talent is SS? Or SSS? How much strength does Lin Hao have hidden? Does he really want to marry me? Yao Yaru's mind was in a mess, and what happened today was a little difficult for her to accept for a while. However, she was stunned for a short while. A burning sting in her buttocks brought her back to her senses. She couldn't help but cover it with her bare hands, but saw a little blood seeping out from outside the skirt. Then she bit her lower lip slightly, trying hard to hold back her tears, and with an aggrieved look on her face, she turned around and limped away. Did I hit too hard? After walking away, Lin Hao recalled Yao Yaru's staggering back when she left, and couldn't help frowning. However, his gaze soon became firm. Yao Yaru was too arrogant, and since she became famous at a young age, she was surrounded by people who flattered her. So the other party naturally thinks that everything they do is right. And I don't care at all about what others think. If this character is not changed. When you go to the battlefield and face real battles in the future, you will definitely suffer a great loss. After all, what this world lacks the least is genius. And if it weren't for Uncle Yao's sake, Lin Hao wouldn't want to do something that would make others hate him. However, he did not do anything cruel. With Yao Yaru's warrior physique, it was just a superficial wound that could be healed by sprinkling some medicinal powder and applying it for 2 days. I hope she can learn from her mistakes and control her temper. Lin Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He then turned his attention to the rankings. First place, Yao Yaru, 7,310 points eliminated. Second place, Lin Hao, 7,036 points. Lin Jiang number 2 middle school. Third place, Li Yuan, 6,310 points eliminated. After clearing out the ferocious beasts in the fruit forest, my ranking rose from 9th to 2nd. But why is Yao Yaru still able to participate in the rankings even though she was eliminated? Lin Hao was a little confused. However, after he carefully read the rules, he suddenly understood. It turns out that elimination means freezing points, not clearing them. So I can participate in the ranking. The score after elimination is your final score. It makes sense when you think about it this way. If you are eliminated, your points will not be retained. Then everyone will be extremely cautious and will be hesitant in fighting. After all, the military exam is different from the liberal arts exam, and there is no option to repeat the exam. The students have worked hard for 3 years just for this moment. It would be unfair to clear the points. Thinking of this, Lin Hao put away his watch. He just checked and saw that there was still half an hour left before the martial arts exam ended. This amount of time is enough for him to get first place. If I remember correctly, the first place in Linjiang City's martial arts exam last year was over 8,000 points. Let's see if I can overtake without anyone blocking me. Lin Hao smiled confidently. Although his purpose of killing the ferocious beast was to earn lottery points. But if you can get first place in Linjiang City, there will be many rewards. This includes a large amount of monetary rewards. This is like a timely help for him, whose pockets are cleaner than his face. After all, nothing in this world can be done without money. Especially for warriors, it is a gold-devouring cave. And the money cannot be drawn from the system. Thinking of this, Lin Hao picked up his knife and headed towards the cold lake again. Half an hour passed quickly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. At this time, a red warning interface automatically popped up on the smartwatches of the students who were still in the Shadow Forest examination room. Attention, the 410th Linjiang City Martial Arts Examination has concluded. All candidates are requested to withdraw from the battle immediately. Violators will be disqualified from the examination. Attention, the 410th Linjiang City Martial Arts Examination has concluded. All candidates are requested to withdraw from the battle immediately. Violators will be disqualified from the examination. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu, which is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. The reminder sound of the end of the martial arts exam rang in everyone's ears. In the examination room, all the candidates who received the notice began to return with various emotions, some feeling emotional, some regretful. It's over. Lin Hao pulled out a long knife from the corpse of a ferocious beast, and he felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, there are still some ferocious beasts left here that haven't been killed yet. However, I have achieved my goal. Lin Hao looked at the lottery points and martial arts exam points, both of which exceeded 10,000, and nodded with satisfaction. This is due to the high level of the ferocious beasts near the cold lake. He even encountered several peak-level second-level ferocious beasts. And no one has competed with him for it. That's why he was able to harvest a large number of points in such a short time. Afterwards, Lin Hao put away his sword and walked out of the forest. The martial arts exam is over, but for him, it is a brand new beginning. Chapter 36 Linjiang City Number 1. What the hell? Over 10,000 points. That's too much. I remember that the top scorer in Linjiang City last year only scored over 8,000 points. Yeah, this year's exam is much more difficult than last year's. Even this is over 3,000 points. I'm afraid this will break the record of Linjiang City. Ha! With such a high score, didn't the students from number 1 middle school stop it? We stopped it. 4 against 1, and 4 of them were killed. What else can we say? I heard he only has an F-level talent. Is that true? Bullshit, have you ever seen that F-level talent candidate be so powerful? Outside the examination room, candidates who came out of the examination room one after another all talked about the same person. That's Lin Hao. What's worse, some people even exaggerate it to be something magical. What 3 heads and 6 arms, what thunder from the sky? This made everyone very curious about the biggest dark horse in this martial arts exam. He didn't even get on the return bus, just waiting for Lin Hao to come out. Beautiful Qinghan, could you please send me Lin Hao's contact information? In the team of number 2 middle school. Suyu, who had previously refused Lin Hao's offer to join a team, looked at Xia Qinghan with shining eyes. I repeat, I don't have his contact information. Xia Qinghan rolled her eyes at Suyu. Wow, you guys live together every day, and you don't have any contact information? No. Xia Qinghan's face flushed slightly, and she pinched Suyu's soft flesh hard. Oh. Wrong. Suyu quickly begged for mercy. By the way, Suyu, didn't you dislike Lin Hao's low strength and refuse to form a team? Why are you shamelessly asking for contact information now? Xia Qinghan smiled slyly and was about to enjoy the other person's frustrated look. Unexpectedly. Suyu crossed her arms over her chest and said confidently, things are different now. He is now the number 1 in Linjiang City. I'll need help in many areas in the future, so I'll naturally have to cling to his thighs tightly. Xia Qinghan was speechless after hearing this. This woman changes her expression so quickly. Hee hee, I'm just talking about a partnership. I won't steal your Lin Hao. Ah. Su Yu, you're asking for a fight. Different from the playful atmosphere here, the team from number 1 middle school where Yao Yaru was located was dead silent. This year, number 1 middle school suffered a great loss in the military examination. Not only did they fail to win the 4-on-1 match, but even the top spot they had held for over a decade was taken by someone else. He completely became a laughingstock among the candidates. Lin Hao, just wait. I will make you pay the price. In the crowd, Yao Yuro covered her painful area and swore fiercely. When she thought of what the other party had done, her resentment towards Lin Hao deepened. But when I thought about the other party's strength, my mood suddenly became complicated. And after being beaten, she also realized that she seemed to be a little wrong. Just then, there was a commotion in the crowd. A group of warriors with strong auras came over from a distance, and the one leading them was flying in the air. Wow, that's Director Su? And Manager Lu from Hongchuan Martial Arts School. They're all big guys. Holy shit, I just saw our principal at the end of the line. Are they all here to welcome Lin Hao? It was great to see these big guys who were rarely seen in normal times, all coming for Lin Hao. They were all surprised. But on second thought, it makes perfect sense. After all, Lin Hao's score in this year's martial arts exam has broken the record that Linjiang City has maintained for more than 10 years. Maybe even rank among the top 10 in the province. Just as everyone was shocked, a loud shout was heard. Lin Hao is here. The whole audience fell silent. Including Yao Yaru, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look towards the exit of the shadow forest. A tall black figure walked out of the darkness. The person who came was Lin Hao. His black battlesuit was stained red with the blood of countless ferocious beasts. He walked with a steady pace, with an invincible aura as if he was surrounded by thousands of enemies but remained unmoved. The 1.5-meter-long tang sword hanging on his waist was used to kill countless ferocious beasts. Even the handle of the knife was chopped crooked. Lin Hao, welcome back. Director Su took the lead in applauding. Wow! Immediately afterwards, applause completely surrounded Lin Hao like a wave. Some brave students even rushed out of the crowd just to get Lin Hao's autograph. Of course, the official personnel on the scene are not there to do anything for nothing. Everyone was stopped 5 meters away from Lin Hao. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao's head was buzzing and he couldn't hear what they were saying at all. He had never heard of a welcoming ceremony after the martial arts exam? He looked so handsome. Not far behind, Zhang Lily, who had just walked out of the examination room, saw this scene, her face slightly red, and a hint of affection flickered in her beautiful eyes. Come to think of it, it was he who asked me for my contact information. Does he like me too? Thinking of this, a strange feeling emerged in Zhang Lily's heart. However, Lu Ping, who was standing not far away, was so jealous that his face turned pale. He first glanced at Zhang Lily, but saw that the latter's eyes were dull. Then he took another look at Lin Hao, who looked like a big star. His face suddenly turned pale and blue, and he lowered his head in thought, not knowing what he was thinking about. The martial arts exam is over. All candidates, please begin to evacuate in an orderly manner. The cheers lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding, and Director Su began to arrange follow-up matters. As for Lin Hao, he was in a daze and was invited into the special car by Principal Lu. It is worth noting. Normally, the principal has a special driver when he goes out. But this time he was the one driving. And he didn't feel dissatisfied at all, he was even happy, as if he had found a treasure. Lin Hao, which martial arts school are you planning to go to? In the car, Principal Lu asked with a smile. Lin Hao was a little confused, I don't know yet. In the past, I only knew how to practice hard and never studied these things at all. With your score, you can go to any university, but apart from the 3 top martial arts schools, you don't have to consider other schools. Seeing Lin Hao's confusion, Principal Lu explained patiently. Moda University, Shangjing University, and Xingwu University are the top universities in the entire Dragon Country. Looking across the entire Blue Planet, it is one of the best. It has rich educational resources, and the instructors in the school are at least 5th-level grandmasters. And the mayor of their Linjiang City is only a grandmaster. So, these 3 top universities are the holy places for martial arts training that countless martial arts students dream of. But for Lin Hao, he only needs to give his nod to go to any of these 3 universities and he can go to any of them. Oh? Then can I choose any of these 3 martial arts schools? Hearing what Principal Lu said, Lin Hao asked in confusion. To be honest, he has no idea whether the school is good or bad. In his opinion, since all 3 universities are top universities, he should be able to choose anyone. No, that's a huge difference. Principal Lu shook his head, then smiled mysteriously. Lin Hao, have you heard of the special recruitment contract? Special recruitment contract? Lin Hao frowned. You can understand this as a preferential treatment offered by the martial arts school in order to recruit outstanding students. Principal Lu went on to explain, this is the same principle as the early admissions for the college entrance examination. I see. Doesn't that mean I should go to the martial arts school that pays the most? Lin Hao showed a look of realization. Principal Lu smiled and showed an expression that said you are very smart. Yes, let me introduce you. Over the years, the special recruitment contracts of martial arts schools have been divided into 5 levels from low to high, D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level. The contract terms are similar between different schools. Lin Hao nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. I wonder what level of contract he can sign with his performance. The conditions within the special recruitment contracts are very good. Even the lowest level D-level contract provides 2 million Dragon Nation coins per year for 4 years. Principal Lu continued, however, with your grades, you should be able to sign an S-level contract. Lin Hao didn't understand, is there a big difference? Quite big. P.S. Dear readers, thank you for your hard work in reading this. It is not easy for the author to stay up all night to write this. Can you give me a small gift, even if it is free? Chapter 37 Special Recruitment Contract. It's a huge difference. The S-level contract alone provides 20 million Dragon Nation coins per year. We also provide various chi and blood potions, and body hardening pills to assist in strengthening the body. These are all essential for reaching the 2nd level warrior level. There's also physical therapy, weapons, lessons from famous teachers, and so on. Counting all these things, the value is probably over 100 million. Principal Lu's voice was tinged with excitement. Hundreds of millions? Lin Hao's eyes widened and his breathing became a little rapid. He has no idea what 100 million means. But Lin Hao knew. Even the compensation for the sacrifice of his parents was only over 5 million. Martial arts training is like swallowing gold. The further you advance, the greater the resources required. Therefore, signing a high-level contract is very important for you. Principal Lu said earnestly. He later looked up Lin Hao's information and learned that his family was not well off. That's why he explained it so clearly, because he was afraid that Lin Hao would suffer any loss. In fact, when he reached Principal Lu's age, political achievements are not that important anymore. On the contrary, he would be satisfied if he could train more outstanding students like Lin Hao during his tenure. Yes, thank you, Principal Lu. Feeling the concern in Principal Lu's words, Lin Hao's eyes moved slightly. His experience of living 2 lives enables him to tell at a glance who is truly doing good for him. By the way, Principal Lu, is an S-level contract the highest level? Lin Hao asked. Principal Lu pondered for a moment. Actually, no, above the S-level, there are also sequence contracts. Serial contract? Yeah, but this is for sophomores and above, so it has little to do with freshmen. Principal Lu explained with a smile, this is also the reason why I asked you to choose the 3 major martial arts schools, because they are the only ones who have the sequence contract. So, the terms of the serial contract are more generous? Principal Lu smiled mysteriously, of course, but I don't know the specific content. I suggest you look up more information on this when you return. It's also good to prepare for sophomore year in advance. I understand. Thank you, Principal. Lin Hao nodded and thanked him again. The martial arts exam is over, and the next step is to carefully consider which school to go to. The other side. When Lin Hao returned home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After taking a steaming, warm and comfortable hot bath, he felt as if he were a new person. So he sat on the bed and concentrated on practicing the breathing of thunder several times. Cool. The battle that lasted for more than 10 hours caused many hidden diseases to develop in his body. This is inevitable for all warriors. At this time, the tempering effect of thunder breathing swept away many hidden diseases. It immediately made him feel refreshed. Then Lin Hao opened the system panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, first level warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit. Chi and blood, 321. Body strengthening technique, Breath of Thunder. Martial arts, Thunder breathing form 1, Thunderbolt flash great mastery. Lottery points, 11321. With over 10,000 points, I can draw from the legendary prize pool once. However, there's no rush for now. Let's choose a martial arts school first. Lin Hao struggled to move his eyes away from the score column. No way. The results will be announced in a few days, and then countless schools will flock to it. It's even possible that there are already schools on the way with special recruitment contracts. He naturally has to choose carefully. As for the points lottery, it's not too late to draw after this matter is finalized. Thinking of this, Lin Hao turned on his computer and began searching for relevant information about the 3 top universities. The 3 top martial arts schools were all founded during the Cataclysm and have a history of thousands of years. Its richness is hard to imagine. This made Lin Hao exclaim in amazement when he was looking up information. Shingwu University was actually established in a remote area? Is the sequence contract the key to the endless emergence of top warriors? The so-called borderland is a restricted area where humans cannot set foot. It is a paradise for ferocious beasts and the source of the catastrophe. It is different from the ferocious beasts kept in captivity at their Linjiang City Martial Arts Examination Center. The ferocious beasts in the borderland are obviously stronger and more brutal. Extremely dangerous. So the Dragon Kingdom tried to prevent the disaster from happening again. Countless fortress cities were built near the border to defend against ferocious beasts. I heard that there are beast tidal waves in the borderland every year. It seems that Shingwu University is a good choice. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Compared to the 2 top martial arts schools in Modu and Shangjing, the location of Shingwu University is more advantageous to him. After all, his system requires you to kill ferocious beasts to gain points. And Shingwu University happens to be located in the borderland, where the last thing in abundance is ferocious beasts. But Shingwu University is just a school after all. How dare you build it on the front lines of war? After looking at the information for a while, Lin Hao looked enlightened. The original foundation supporting all of this is the sequence level contract. The amount of manpower and material resources that Longwood invests in serial level contracts every year is unimaginable. Even many times more than an S-level contract. The most important thing is to provide rare treasures from heaven and earth. What are the treasures of heaven and earth? Just like that heart of ice and snow that Yao Yuru obtained. This is a unique opportunity that can only be created under specific circumstances. Some improve talents, some transform physiques, and some bring the dead back to life. Money can't buy it. In short, it is quite rare, and the effect is also quite amazing. This is also because of the existence of sequence-level contracts. Only in Dragon Country can a large number of powerful warriors emerge every year. Unfortunately, freshmen can only sign S-level contracts at best. Lin Hao felt a little regretful. What the serial level contract offers is even better than the system's legendary prize pool. After Lin Hao looked at it for a while, he suddenly felt tired. So I turned off the computer, fell on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. But what he didn't know was that the outside world was already in an uproar at this moment. PS asking for gifts, asking for updates. Anyway, all kinds of requests. Chapter 38 Lin Hao is the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial arts exam. Linjiang City, Wanda Villa District. 11 o'clock at night. A luxurious high-tech car stopped in front of the door, and a beautiful figure walked out of the car. It was Yao Yuru. She dragged her tired body back home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw my parents looking at me expectantly. Xiaoro, you must be exhausted. Drink the milk quickly. A beautiful woman who looked about 70% similar to Yao Yuru walked over with a smile, holding a glass of high-energy milk in her hand. Thank you, Mom. I don't drink. Yao Yuru hung her head, looking a little unhappy. After saying that, he walked into the house on his own. What's wrong, Xiaoro? Did you not do well in the exam? Yao Fuping, who was sitting on the sofa, frowned and said with some concern when he saw this. It doesn't matter if you don't do well in the exam. As long as you can get into a martial arts school, don't set your standards too high. Your mother and I won't blame you. Yeah, Xiaoro, how did you do in the exam? Yao's mother's gentle eyes also revealed concern. Wow, I only ranked second, with over 7,000 points. Feeling the care of her family, Yao Yuru could no longer hold back and threw herself into Yao's mother's arms. Looks very aggrieved. Second? Over 7,000 points. Yao Fuping and his wife looked at each other, and both of their eyes lit up. According to the admission scores of martial arts schools in previous years, with more than 7,000 points, it ranks among the top 100 in the province. It is totally possible to go to the 3 top martial arts schools. You can even get a good B-level special recruitment contract. Okay, you are worthy of being my daughter. Yao Fuping laughed out loud. Yao's mother beside her also had a look of relief on her face. You are just too strong-willed. Getting second place is already very good. Besides, you are our child. Whether you do well or not in the exam, we will be proud of you. Mother Yao patted Yao Yuru on the back and comforted her. Yeah, it's not your fault. I heard that the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam scored over 10,000 points. Xiao Rou, your score of over 7,000 is pretty good. Yao Fuping also followed to comfort him. Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Yao Yuru's brows, which had been relaxed, suddenly frowned. Her pretty face was filled with anger and a bit of grievance. Don't mention him to me. After saying that, he angrily returned to his room on the second floor. Then, bang! On the second floor, there was a loud slamming of a door. Yao Fuping first looked towards the second floor, then looked at his wife. Both of them shook their heads, not understanding what was going on. Then, Yao Fuping pulled his wife to sit down. In fact, the reason they stayed up so late was not only to welcome Yao Yuru. The most important thing is to wait for news from Lin Hao. Before this, Yao Fuping had greeted his friends at the Education Bureau. Tell him immediately if there is any news about Lin Hao. Alas, I don't know how Lin Hao is doing. Don't worry too much. How can I not be worried? He only has an F-rank talent. If anything happens to him, how am I going to explain it to my old comrades? After saying this, Yao Fuping clenched his fists, a hint of regret flashing across his face. The dangerous mission that was supposed to be carried out by him was taken over by Lin Hao's parents. That's why he survived. Whenever Yao Fuping thought of this, he felt extremely guilty. Therefore, even though they knew that with Lin Hao's talent, his chances of getting into a martial arts school were slim. But he still helped Lin Hao without reservation. Basically, you get whatever you want. He had never even cared so much about Yao Yuru. Take this time for example, the only one who asked the Education Bureau to help keep an eye on him was Lin Hao. Just as Yao Fuping fell into deep thought. Beep, beep. The phone in the guest seat rang. Yao Fuping's heart ached and he quickly picked up the phone. But the first thing I heard was, "Congratulations, Lao Yao, the Lin Hao you asked to investigate is number 1 in the city. 11,321 points. How many?" 5 minutes later. After Yao Fuping hung up the phone, his hands kept shaking. He knows a lot about the college entrance examination because he has friends in the Education Bureau. I know that over the years, the highest score in Linjiang City was only over 8,000 points. And 10,000 points is already ranked in the top 10 in the province. It is even very likely to be the first. Therefore, when he heard that Lin Hao had 10,000 points, Yao Fuping frowned. The subconscious reaction is disbelief. But after coming to my senses, I realized that there was no need for the other party to lie to me about such a thing. After all, the results of the martial arts exam will be made public in a few days. Seeing this, his wife Meng Chang's heart tightened and she hurried over. "Old Yao, what's going on? Please tell me." Yao Fuping turned his head mechanically and said, "Confirmed, 11,321 points." "What? Number 1 in Linjiang City. Lin Hao is the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial arts exam." Yao Fuping's eyes widened, his face flushed, and he almost shouted as he said this. Boom! These words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Meng Chang stunned on the spot. In her impression, Lin Hao was a student with very poor talent. So, I was concerned about Lao Yao secretly promising his daughter to Lin Hao. She was against it. After all, as a mother. Of course, I hope my daughter can be happy and not marry a burden. But now, the other party may not be interested in it. 10,000 points. That's 10,000 points. It is among the top 10 in the province and can be admitted to any of the 3 top universities. It is even possible to sign an S-level special recruitment contract. It can be said that there is a bright future. Ha, that's great, the Lin family has a successor. Yao Fuping was extremely excited and kept repeating these words. After a while, his emotions gradually stabilized. Wife, I told you from the beginning that it would be absolutely right to let Xiao marry Lin Hao. Well, we can't be so careless. At least we should see what kind of character the other person has. Meng Chang was tough on the outside, but her heart was already beginning to soften. Seeing that things were promising, Yao Fuping struck while the iron was hot. Why not talk to Xiao now? They are both adults anyway. How about getting married soon? Meng Qian rolled her eyes at him fiercely. You act as if Lin Hao is your biological son. How come you don't even consider Xiao at all? If you want to be as outstanding as Lin Hao, you will definitely be pursued by many people when you go to college. Meng Qian waved her hand. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Besides, Lin Hao might not agree. That won't happen. Our Xiao is not bad either. On the second floor, Yao Yuru sat in the corner with her hands on her knees. She heard everything her parents said downstairs. But she was reluctant to marry Lin Hao. As for whether Lin Hao agreed, she never doubted it at all. Otherwise, why would Lin Hao hide his strength? And you do shameful things to yourself. But why didn't he propose marriage after he won me over? I've clearly given him a chance. Is it really as he said, that we can all part ways amicably in the future? No. He must be lying to me. This is nothing more than wanting me to take the initiative to speak. The more Yao Yura thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she really wanted to find someone to complain to. So she thought of her grandfather who loved her the most. Considering the time, her grandfather who lives far away in the borderland should be back this year. Lin Hao, just wait for me. Chapter 39 The teacher at Xingwu University was stunned. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Xingwu University, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Linjiang City. A teaching building made of special steel is brightly lit. There were a lot of people coming and going in one of the meeting rooms. Have the results of the martial arts exams in various places come out? How are they? At the head of the round table, an old man with a square face who looked angry rather than imposing said in a low voice. President Yao, this year there are 3,054 candidates who have reached our school's admission score, of which 302 meet the special admission requirements. One of the teachers came forward and gave a brief report. It is worth noting that the martial arts exam only ended 2 hours ago. They then obtained the summary scores of candidates across the country. This is the advantage of top martial arts schools. Very good. Our goal is to give priority to these 302 candidates who meet the special recruitment requirements. Yao Guozhang's sharp eyes swept across the audience, especially those candidates who can sign special recruitment contracts above a level. Don't miss any of them. Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly. You know, they are not the only top martial arts school. However, there are not many candidates who meet the requirements for special recruitment at level A or above. So this is when the competition between martial arts schools is the most intense. Naturally, you have to be extremely alert. Yao Guozhang said in a low voice, now we will begin the special recruitment level assessment. The so-called special recruitment level certification. It is a comprehensive evaluation based on the candidate's scores, strengths, etc. This divides the vehicle into 5 levels, D to S. Sign different special recruitment contracts separately. After all, the country's resources are limited, so we naturally have to select the best for training. Instead of signing a contract simply by meeting the special recruitment requirements. In fact, they are not the only ones doing this. At this time of year every year, the same thing happens to Shangjing and Modu. Let's start with Jiangbei Province. Yao Guozhong looked at the teacher in charge of admissions for Jiangbei Province. The latter nodded and said, Jiangbei Province qualified D-level special recruitment, 20 people. C-level special recruitment, 10 people. B-rank special recruitment, 5 people. Special recruitment above a level, tentatively 1 person. Everyone, special recruitment above a level requires unanimous approval. I will send you the relevant information below. After the teacher finished speaking, he glanced at Yao Guozhong. After obtaining the latter's consent, an electronic document was sent to everyone's computer. Su Chanqian, a candidate from Taizhou City, Jiangbei Province, with a total score of 11,211 ranked first in the province. Su Chanqian, 18 years old, awakened in A-level sword talent, a first-level peak warrior. At the age of 10, he showed extraordinary abilities. The information they collected was incredibly detailed. He even knows what he did as a child. This is also to prevent people with bad intentions from entering the school. After all, in addition to strength, character is also a measure of whether one is qualified for key training. In half a minute, everyone had finished reading the information. Talent in Kendo? Signing an A-level special recruitment contract would definitely be a problem, but it's a pity that he hasn't comprehended the sword heart. Yeah, if she had a swordsmanship, she could even sign an S-rank contract. He's a good character too, I agree. Not long after the teachers had discussed it, Yao Guozhong spoke in a deep voice. Now that you've finished reading, let's start voting. As soon as the words fell, the teachers present raised their hands to vote. Well, 20 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Yao Guozhong looked around and nodded. Su Chanxian confirmed the A-level special recruitment contract. One more thing, if you comprehend the sword's heart within 2 years, the contract will automatically be upgraded to S level. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. That's right. This is the difference between top martial arts schools and other schools. They have enough confidence and patience to give students opportunities. Next, Sichuan Province. Time passed quickly, and candidates from various provinces who met the special recruitment requirements. The special admission level is determined based on the evaluation of each teacher. There are those that are successfully recognized and have additional upgrade contracts. Some were deemed to have failed and were downgraded to grade B. However, there are very few such people, and most of them are deemed unqualified due to character issues. Soon it was Anlin Province's turn. Next, Anlin Province. After Yao Guozhong finished speaking, a hint of tenderness flashed in his cold eyes. I haven't been back for so many years. I don't know if Xiaoro still remembers me as her grandfather. Top warriors like Yao Guozhong all have their own defensive missions. It is basically difficult to see family members unless there is something necessary. Last year, Anlin Province seemed to be at the bottom, with not even one province achieving a level certification. I don't know how it will fare this year. Hey, be careful what you say. Dean Yao's granddaughter is taking the exam in Anlin Province this year. Ah? Dean Yao's granddaughter? With Dean Yao's granddaughter here, Anlin Province will be stable this year. While everyone was discussing, the teacher in charge of admissions for Anlin Province sorted out the information. There are 2 people in Anlin Province who qualify for D-level special recruitment, and 2 who qualify for a level or above special recruitment. This is the candidate's information, please take a look. Soon, the information was sent to everyone's computer. What the hell? Heart of Ice and Snow? S-level talent. Dean Yao's granddaughter is really nice. It's a pity that the score is a bit low, only 7,310 points. What a pity. Isn't this a perfect S-rank special move? Hearing everyone's discussion, Yao Guozhong waved his hand. The rules cannot be broken. Whether Yao Yiru is an S-level talent has not yet been officially confirmed. For now, she can only sign an A-level contract. Although he was a little surprised at Xiaoro's good luck, based on her score, she only reached the A-level standard for the time being. He also understood everyone's intention to please him. But he has always been ruthless. Otherwise, he would not be able to become one of the deans of the 6 colleges of Xingwu University. After all, at his position, it's not just about strength. So even if it is your own granddaughter, you cannot break the rules. Everyone nodded and agreed. After all, the dean was unwilling to open a green channel, so they had nothing to say. The next province. Just as Yao Guozhong was about to say skip Anlin Province, he suddenly came to his senses. It seems that there is still an A-level special recruitment that has not been confirmed. Think of this. Yao Guozhong glanced at the admissions teacher from Anlin Province with a reproachful look. It seems like he is asking why the other party didn't remind him. Forehead. Dean Yao, this last one, is a little special. The admissions teacher in Anlin Province is Chen Sinan. But unlike his name, he was very nervous at the moment. Special? How special? Everyone looked sideways when they heard this. This is the first time I've heard that someone has special treatment in determining qualifications. Could they be the children of some school leader again? But with the ruthless Dean Yao around, I'm afraid it won't work. As everyone expected, Yao Guozhong heard this. A pair of eyes suddenly revealed a dangerous light. He would like to see it. How special could this person be? Facing the gazes of the entire audience, Chen Sinan swallowed hard and spoke cautiously. This man is called Lin Hao, the top scorer in the Anlin Province martial arts exam, with a score of 11,321. The awakened talent is F. Parents in. After listening to Lin Hao's introduction, everyone was stunned. What level of talent? Chapter 40. What level of candidate is this? Even the martial arts video is top secret? Silence. Deathly silence. The meeting room, which had been the scene of heated discussions, was now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared with wide eyes at Chen Sinan, who was in charge of admissions for Anlin Province. It seems like he wants an explanation. In fact, it's no wonder that everyone is confused. After all, those who can score 10,000 points in these years are basically the top scorers in each province. Just like Su Chanshan before. The top student in Jiangbei Province, with over 10,000 points and a level kendo talent. That makes sense. But you tell me that the provincial top student only has F-level talent? Can an F-level talent get 10,000 points? It's better to believe that a Sao can climb a tree. So when they heard Lin Hao's martial arts exam information, they immediately raised questions. Teacher Chen, are you sure the candidate's information is correct? Could it be the wrong person? That's fake. Even an F-level talent can score over 10,000 points. Faced with everyone's doubts, Chen Xianen changed his previous panic and became extremely confident. I'm very sure that Lin Hao's information is correct. That's why I'm so sure, that's why I say Lin Hao is a little special. At this time, Yao Guozhong, who had not spoken for a long time, saw this and said in a low voice. Go to the Education Bureau and request the transfer of Lin Hao's martial arts exam video. I want to verify it myself. Generally speaking, candidates' martial arts exam videos are not allowed to be disclosed. Xingwu University is a top martial arts school. The education department generally gives this face. But this time the situation is a little different. Dean Yao, no. Just as Chen Sinan was about to explain, Yao Guozhong interrupted him by waving his hand. Xiao Deng, apply to the Education Bureau in my name. Yao Guozhong turned and spoke to the assistant next to him, who went out after receiving the order. He would like to see it. How strong is Lin Hao's background? He can even change his martial arts exam scores. Yes. Yao Guozhong never thought that a candidate with F-level talent could have such strength. Most likely, he is someone with connections who wants to take advantage of the situation to get into Xingwu University. Not long after, the assistant came back with a surprised look on his face. Dean Yao, your authority seems insufficient. What? Yao Guozhong's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of horror flashed across his face. Are you sure you applied in my name? Yes, they even said it was Dean Yao who said it himself. Wow! Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yao Guozhong serves as the dean of the 3rd College of Xingwu University. The status is quite good. What's more, he is a powerful martial king himself. That is it, you don't even have the qualifications to apply to watch the candidate's martial arts exam videos? Or is it that this candidate's background is so powerful that he can cover the sky with one hand? However, after receiving a positive answer, Yao Guozhong calmed down. Obviously, it's not that the Education Bureau is not giving face. But Lin Hao's information is very likely top secret. Only at this level, he has no right to know. But Yao Guozhong couldn't understand, how could a candidate's martial arts exam video be top secret? What exactly did Lin Hao do? After pondering for a moment, Yao Guozhong got the answer. In fact, he had been wondering about this before. Why did Xioro only get more than 7,000 points despite her S-level talent? Su Chanshan from Jiangbei Province is not as talented as Xioro, but has a score of over 10,000. Now he knows. It is very likely that Xioro was eliminated early by Lin Hao. Even stronger than S-level talent, is he SS or SSS? Yao Guozhong frowned and thought for a moment. I propose that Lin Hao be assigned an S-level contract. Let's begin the voting. After hearing this, the experienced admissions teachers also reacted. This Lin Hao is definitely not an F-level talent. On the contrary, he is likely a genius. As for the reason, it is likely that there was a problem with the information during the enrollment registration. So everyone started voting. Well, 21 votes in favor. Yao Guozhong nodded. Lin Hao, confirmed the S-level special recruitment contract. Teacher Chen Xianen, the task of signing the contract is now left to you. In fact, Yao Guozhong, the admissions officer for Anlin province, also wanted to go. After all, I haven't seen my granddaughter for a long time. But as the dean, he is very busy and obviously has no time. Okay. Chen Sinan nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. After the meeting, he will immediately set off for Linjiang City. The meeting continues. The next Sichuan. But before Yao Guozhong could finish his words, he suddenly received a special message from thousands of miles away. This. After hearing the specific content, Yao Guozhong's eyes widened and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He, who is usually calm, actually lost his composure at this moment. After taking several deep breaths, he finally calmed down. Notice, Lin Hao's S-level contract has been changed to serial level, serial number is 95. No vote is required for this change. Boom! Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They serve as experienced admissions teachers. Naturally, you know what a sequence-level contract means. Generally speaking, ranking battles will take place in the sophomore year. The sequence level can also be seen as the result of grade ranking. Only students who rank in the top 100 in their school grade are qualified to be called sequence grade. Deserve better training. But they have been teachers for so many years. I've never heard that freshmen can sign serial level contracts. What? Sequence level? Did I hear correctly? Signing directly without going through the ranking battle? Serial number 95? Doesn't that mean he's in the top 95 among sophomores? That's impossible. Even if Lin Hao is a genius, he can't be better than me. Yao Guozhong waved his hand, interrupting everyone's discussion. To be honest, even he was full of questions. But this was an order from above, and he had to carry it out. Okay, that's enough discussion about Lin Hao, let's get started. After the meeting, Yao Guozhong went to the dean's office immediately. At this moment, the shadow of an old man in a black robe appeared on the smart projection in the office. The old man seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Teacher Fong. Even Yao Guozhong, who was always known for his majesty, was very humble in front of this old man. Nothing else. The other party is one of the presidents of Wuxing University. He was also his mentor. At the same time, he is the real pillar of Longhua. 8th level martial emperor, Fangxuan Mountain. Hearing the noise, the old man turned around. A pair of sharp eyes stared at Yao Guozhong, making the latter's scalp tingle. Xiao Yao, are you dissatisfied with my decision? The old man's hoarse voice sounded, and it seemed to have a strong sense of oppression even through the screen. Teacher Fong, I dare not. Yao Guozhong was like a child who had done something wrong at this moment. But he didn't know what he did wrong. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. The old man smiled and shook his head. Yao Guozhong blushed when he heard this. Teacher, I'm 60 years old, how can you still joke with me? Ha, no way. Stop talking nonsense. The black-robed old man Fong Kunshan said seriously, I was the one who suggested that Lin Hao's martial arts exam video be kept top secret. He is indeed very good. I can only say that your Shiro's loss was well deserved. Even among the candidates this year, his ability is among the best. Is it so strong? Yao Guozhong nodded, not surprised. Combined with his score, giving him an S-rank special recruitment contract is actually pretty much the same. Fong Kunshan smiled and said, but I chose to make an exception and apply for a sequence-level contract for him. Do you know why? Yao Guozhong shook his head. He has the final say on S-level contracts. But at the sequence level, only he, the teacher, is qualified to make the decision. Mutations. Fang Kunshan opened his mouth and uttered two big words. Chapter 41 top universities are coming. Yao Guozhong frowned, what is that? Fong Kunshan smiled but did not answer directly. Generally speaking, there are two ways to awaken martial arts talent. He then went on to say, the first type is innate awakening, which is the awakening of talent during high school enrollment. Yao Guozhong nodded to show that he understood. All students in Dragon Country will undergo a talent awakening when they move from junior high school to high school. Some people awaken high-level talents and receive focused training. Some people awaken trash talents and become ordinary people from then on. The second type of acquired awakening is the miraculous effect of the heavenly treasures. It can enhance one's talent. Some rare heavenly treasures can even increase one's talent level. Yao Guozhong nodded. His granddaughter Yao Yuru obtained the Heart of Ice and Snow, which upgraded her talent from a level to S level. Although he has not verified it personally, it is almost correct. Finally, there are a very small number of people who take a third path besides the two. Fang Kunshan laughed and said, talent mutation. Talent mutation? Yao Guozhong seemed to be thinking about something. Even though he was a powerful martial king, it was the first time he heard this word. This is a new word coined by some crazy people in the Martial Alliance. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Fang Kunshan seemed to see his confusion and explained. This is a form of evolution that defies common sense. It's completely uncontrollable, unpredictable, and even carries significant risks. Even the lunatics in the Martial Alliance haven't figured it out. But everything has two sides. Talents that can successfully mutate are often extremely powerful. Yao Guozhong held his breath. Teacher, you mean Lin Hao? That's right, Lin Hao is the lucky one among millions, Fang Kunshan said with a smile. Yao Guozhong was a little surprised when he heard this. At first he thought the information was wrong, but he didn't expect it to be like this. But why can Lin Hao mutate? It's inexplicable. It's just like why humans were able to awaken their talents after the cataclysm. So many strange things have happened since the cataclysm. Not everything can be explained. Yao Guozhong frowned slightly. Teacher. Even if Lin Hao's talent has mutated and is very strong, it would be a bit risky to give him a sequence level. Generally speaking, you can't get a serial level contract just by relying on talent. After all, the ultimate goal of Dragon Country and training warriors is to resist ferocious beasts. What is the use of having high talent? Only when you can give full play to your potential can you become a strong person. This is also the reason why the college entrance examination requires practical experience. Actually, besides Lin Hao's talent, there's another thing I like about him. What? Understanding. Fang Kunshan continued, his comprehension is quite high, even more exaggerated than mine when I was young. At least, at his age, I haven't mastered a 7th grade martial art to perfection. 7th grade martial arts? Great perfection? Yao Guozhong's pupils trembled violently, and his face was full of horror. If we say that talent mutation has a lot to do with luck, that understanding is pure strength, without any moisture added. Moreover, there is no mutation in comprehension, and it cannot be improved with the help of heavenly treasures. You know, the higher the level of martial arts, the harder it is to practice. And it was extremely difficult for him to master the 7th grade martial arts. So far, he has only mastered a martial art of the 7th level of perfection. But he is King Wu. And I have been practicing for more than 20 years. Fang Kunshan smiled and said, now you understand my intention. I understand. With his extraordinary talent and high comprehension, Lin Hao's future achievements will be quite high. After taking a few deep breaths, Yao Guozhong gradually calmed down. The most urgent task now is to quickly bring Lin Hao to their school. You know, both Modu and Xinjing are top martial arts schools. They can gather information, and the other party won't fall behind either. Maybe at this moment, the other party is already on the way to recruit students. Thinking of this, Yao Guozhong became a little anxious. Teacher, I will arrange for the admissions team to go to Linjiang City immediately. No, Guozhong, you have to go in person this time and make sure to recruit Lin Hao. Fang Kunshan shook his head, very seriously. Teacher, I still have the garrison mission of the 7th satellite city. Yao Guozhong was in a dilemma. On the one hand, he also wanted to go to Linjiang City. After all, he hadn't been home for a long time, and he also wanted to see his precious granddaughter. But the garrison mission in the borderland is a big deal, and everything else has to be put on hold. Unexpectedly, Fang Kunshan was so angry that he blew his beard and glared after hearing it. I'm still your teacher, I'm not dead. Just go when I tell you to. Why all the nonsense? Receive. The next day. Lin Hao didn't wake up from his sleep until the sun hit his buttocks. I slept for more than 10 hours. Glancing at the alarm clock next to him, Lin Hao jumped out of bed and ran into the bathroom. After rinsing it, he subconsciously picked up the phone on the table. Oh my god, there's so much news. When I opened my phone, what caught my eye were more than 20 missed calls and more than 10 unread messages from Uncle Yao. No way. Because of the college entrance examination, all the mobile phones were on silent, so of course I couldn't answer the call. Lin Hao first called Uncle Yao back. After all, the other party called him more than 20 times, but he didn't answer. I guess Uncle Yao is worried to death. Hey, Uncle Yao, I'm fine. No, no. What? Get married? Bang. After Lin Hao hung up the phone, he was speechless. Marry Yao Yaru, that arrogant school beauty? Sorry, I am not worthy of it. Then, Lin Hao clicked on the unread message again. The first one turned out to be the landlady. Xia Qinghan, congratulations, Lin, for being the top scorer. If my aunt hadn't picked me up, I would have celebrated for you. But as an apology, I'll waive your rent from now on. See you next time. Seeing the cute little expression in the message, Lin Hao smiled slightly. The little landlady looks quite similar. But they say goodbye after the college entrance examination means goodbye forever. I don't know if I can meet her again in the future. The next piece of news is about Fatty Wang. Wang Dalu was asking him which school he was applying to, as he wanted to go to the same university with him. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. I'm not trying to discourage you, but I'm going to a top martial arts school. Are you sure you have enough points? Wang Dalu's reply came quickly. Who are you looking down on? I don't even care about your dad. Hee, I'm incompetent and angry. Looking at the completely silent chat box, Lin Hao grinned. Friendship between boys is simple. They all want to be each other's elders. Lin Hao was a little surprised by the last piece of news. Yao Yuru, HMPH, Lin Hao, it's not too late for you to apologize now, otherwise it will be too late when my grandfather gets here. Seeing this message, Lin Hao did not hesitate for a second. Direct reply, didn't you get enough last time? After replying, just throw the phone aside without caring whether the other person will be angry or not. Lin Hao has always kept his distance from Yao Yuru. After all, he really couldn't stand the other party's arrogant temper. I really don't know how my previous life and I were childhood sweethearts. Lin Hao sighed. Just then. Beep, beep. The phone rang, interrupting Lin Hao's thoughts. He picked up the phone and the caller ID showed that it was Principal Lu from number 2 middle school. Lin Hao, hurry to school. The admissions officer from the top university is here. Chapter 42 The battle for talent begins. June 8th. The first day after the college entrance examination. Principal Lu, who was originally sorting out student files. When I learned that the admissions teacher from Tsinghua University was coming. He was stunned at first, then called Lin Hao and Director Su respectively to inform them to come to the school. Then, he led the group to the school's VIP room and poured each of them a cup of tea. During this time, he also saw a familiar figure. Yao Yuru from number 1 middle school? Why is she here? Could it be that she was also admitted early? Teachers, please wait a moment, someone will be here soon. Although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to ask more questions. After all, the other party came with a teacher from Tsinghua University. Who knows what the background is? And Tsinghua University is obviously not someone he can mess with. Even the aura of a high-level warrior that the other party unintentionally emitted made his heart tremble. It's okay, Principal Lu, you go ahead and do your work. We'll just wait here for a while. Yao Guozhong from Tsinghua University said gently. After letting Principal Lu step down, Yao Guozhong turned to look at the girl next to him, his eyes full of tenderness. Xiaoro, have you been doing well these days while Grandpa is away? Have you felt wronged? Grandpa, Xiaoro misses you so much. Today, Yao Yuru was wearing a yellow floral dress and black flat leather shoes. Less arrogant and more well-behaved. Like a good girl who listens to her elders. However, she changed the subject as soon as she finished speaking, and her true colors were immediately exposed. Grandpa, I'm telling you, someone is bullying me. What? Yao Guozhong frowned when he heard this, and his smile immediately disappeared. Yes, and he beat me in front of many people. And do some more. Yao Yuru felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and at the end her lips pouted high in the air. Humph! You dare to bully my granddaughter, Yao Guozhong? You are simply asking for your life. A terrifying atmosphere suddenly swept through the entire place, causing Principal Lu, who had just left the room, to break out in a cold sweat. Yao Guozhong was originally in a good mood. On the one hand, I got to see my family whom I hadn't seen for a long time. On the other hand, he arrived very early and did not see the other 2 top martial arts schools competing with him. Therefore, there is a high probability that Lin Hao will be recruited into Tsinghua University. But now, I finally come back. The news he heard was that his lovely granddaughter was being bullied? Can this be tolerated? So, he is very angry now. Yao Yaru, who was standing by, turned pale with fright when she saw this. When King Wu gets angry, he's no joke. I seem to have played too big. But that wasn't her intention. She just wanted to make Lin Hao suffer a little and teach him a lesson. But I'm not really going to kill him. Grandpa, don't be angry. Xiao Rou, don't be afraid. Tell Grandpa who it is. Once the enrollment is done, no matter who it is, Grandpa will make the decision for you. Yao Guizhong frowned, with a cold look in his eyes. No matter who it is, if they dare to bully his granddaughter, they will be made to pay the price. Yao Yaru's face turned pale, and she stammered, yes, yes. Just then, the door to the conference room opened. Principal Lu and Director Su from the Education Bureau walked in together. Old Yao, what happened? Director Su obviously knew the other person and greeted him with a smile. It's nothing. Xiao, please go out first. I have something to discuss with Director Su. Yao Guizhong restrained his breath and spoke to Yao Yaru beside him. The latter nodded and left the meeting room with an uneasy mood. But Yao Yaru had just gone out. He saw Lin Hao, who was about to go upstairs, and was immediately frightened. Why is Lin Hao here? If my grandfather knew that he was the one who bullied me, he would definitely beat him to death. Thinking of this, Yao Yaru quickly reached out to stop him. Lin Hao, what are you doing here? Lin Hao looked up in surprise. Do I need to tell you what I'm doing here? As soon as he was downstairs, he saw Yao Yaru. At first he was quite surprised, wondering how he could meet her here. But then I thought, the other party was also the second in the martial arts exam. It is not uncommon to have special recruitment qualifications. But what does it mean that this woman stopped me from entering? Yao Yaru was really scared. At worst, I can reconsider the engagement. Can you go back first? You're crazy. You didn't give me the special recruitment qualification. Lin Hao really didn't want to get entangled with her, so he pulled her hand away and walked away. Seeing this scene, Yao Yaru's little face turned pale. Does he have the qualifications for special recruitment? It's over. If Grandpa finds out, then his special recruitment qualification will definitely be revoked. Yao Yaru didn't dare to think about it too much and quickly followed. Seeing Lin Hao walking towards the meeting room without even a moment's hesitation, Yao Yaru's face turned pale, and she quickly stopped Lin Hao at the door again, looking like she was about to cry. Lin Hao, can you please go back? Why? Yao Yaru lowered her head when she heard this. I told my grandfather about you hitting me, and my grandfather is the admissions teacher. Lin Hao's steps forward were suddenly taken aback. Me? You didn't say my name. No. That's fine. Lin Hao walked around her and went straight into the meeting room. Yao Yaru suddenly panicked. Although she never said it, it was Lin Hao who did it. But his grandfather will ask Director Su and Principal Lu. After all, the entire incident was broadcast live at the time, so you can just ask someone and find out. Is Lin Hao really not afraid? Or maybe he really likes himself. Want to come clean? That's right, in Yao Yaru's opinion. Lin Hao's previous behavior showed that he liked her. Thinking of this, Yao Yaru's mind was confused. On the one hand, I was worried that he would be beaten up by his grandfather. On the other hand, she was afraid that after the truth was revealed, she would not be able to marry him. After all, she had promised about the marriage. As long as I defeat her, I will consider it. But after Yao Yaru waited outside for a long time, there was no quarrel in the conference room. Instead, there were bursts of laughter coming from inside from time to time. Yao Yaru pushed the door open and walked in with some confusion. But as soon as I entered the door, then she saw her grandfather patting Lin Hao's shoulder with a smile on his face, and he seemed to think highly of him. What's going on? Lin Hao is actually okay. When Yao Yaru saw this scene, she was confused. Xiao Rou, come and meet me, this is Lin Hao, he's quite good. You are from the same city, so you should communicate more in the future. Yao Guizhong laughed out loud, as if he had found a treasure. After hearing this, Yao Yaru finally understood. It seems that Grandpa doesn't know the truth yet. But the other party's next words made her heart ache. Xiao Rou, the person you mentioned bullying you before, could it be Lin Hao? Ah, this. After struggling for a while, Yao Yaru nodded helplessly. Then his face was filled with guilt. It's over. Grandpa still found out. Lin Hao wouldn't he be beaten to death, would he? However, with Director Su here, there should be no danger to his life. But you still have to suffer a lot. But when Yao Guozhong saw this, he laughed even louder. Ah, these are just minor quarrels. Xiao, you don't have to take this little thing to heart. Eh? Grandpa, this is not right, right? Yao Yaru was stunned when she heard that. Didn't you say before that no matter who it is, the other party will pay the price? But why has it changed now? And tell yourself not to care? It seems like Lin Hao was bullied. Let's stop talking nonsense, Lin Hao. I'm here today to invite you to join Tsinghua University. As long as you come, you can sign the special. Before Yao Guozhong could finish his words, two more waves of troops broke through the air and approached rapidly. A terrifying aura swept across the entire number 2 middle school. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. Wait a minute. Magic City University has better conditions. The conditions for studying at Beijing University are not bad. P.S. Please give me something, please give me something, please give me some gifts. The child is crying from hunger. Chapter 43 Sequence Level Contract. Generally speaking, special recruitment is arranged the day before the results are announced. On this day, all universities will arrange teachers to go to the corresponding provinces. This is true even for the 3 top universities. But today is only June 8th, and it's only one day since the college entrance examination. The admissions teachers from the 3 top martial arts schools actually gathered in Linjiang City? That's right. It's not Shiri City, the capital of Anlin Province, but the small Linjiang City. Principal Lu and Director Su looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. I thought that the arrival of Tsinghua University in Linjiang City was outrageous enough. I didn't expect that all 3 top martial arts schools would come. It's all for Lin Hao. This has never happened in the history of Linjiang City. Student Lin Hao, as long as you come to Magic City University, you will immediately sign an S-level special recruitment contract. Hai Yongquan from Moda University came straight to the point. S-level special recruitment contract? Principal Lu was a little surprised. Although he was mentally prepared and felt that Lin Hao should be able to sign an S-level contract. But after it was confirmed, I couldn't remain calm at all. The value of the S-level special recruitment contract is at least 100 million Dragon Country currency. There are also many training resources, martial arts secrets, etc. that cannot be bought with money. It can be said that students who signed S-level special recruitment contracts, it is equivalent to taking 1 foot into the threshold of becoming a strong person. As long as the other party is not a fool, he will definitely be able to break through to the Grandmaster level, or even the Grandmaster level in the future. You know, he has been a 3rd-level warrior for many years, but has been unable to enter the Grandmaster level. It's just that there are not enough martial arts resources. If I had been specially recruited when I was in college, even if it was a D-level special recruitment, I would probably have broken through to the Grandmaster level long ago. Principal Lu sighed. But it was just his fantasy after all. Given his qualifications, even if he were given more resources, his lifetime achievement would probably only be to become a Grandmaster. Ha, with the conditions at Magic City University being so low, you still dare to compete? Student Lin Hao, as long as you come to Beijing University, you will not only be able to sign an S-level special recruitment contract, but also receive an additional contract. Resources increase by 25% every year. Xin Xinxin from Shangjing University crossed her arms over her chest, appearing extremely confident. 25% increase? Principal Lu was shocked. You should know that the special recruitment contract is for 4 years. And what is 25% 4 years from now? Equivalent to 2 S-level contracts. It's not just a matter of adding up. This bastard, does he actually have such great potential? Yao Yaru, who was standing by, had her hands tied in knots, feeling sad. She had asked her grandfather on the way here. With her grades, what level of contract can she sign? And her grandfather's answer to her was that it was most likely S-level. After getting this answer, Yao Yaru was secretly delighted. I think there is no one taller than her in Linjiang City. But it was not until Lin Hao came that she realized that there could be additional conditions to the S-level treaty. You're all done, right? Yao Guozhong from Tsinghua University took a sip of strong tea and looked extremely relaxed. As soon as the words fell, The teachers from Shangjing and Modu turned around in surprise. I don't understand why people from Xingwu University are so calm. Could you offer better terms than an S-level contract? Seeing this, Yao Guozhong put down his teacup and smiled. Now that you have finished speaking, it's my turn. Lin Hao, the conditions at Xingwu University are very simple. It's a sequence-level contract, signed for 3 years. Wow! Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Yao Guozhong in disbelief. He seemed to be digesting the truth of these words carefully. When Lin Hao heard this, he felt a little dizzy. There is a feeling of being suddenly overwhelmed by happiness. He had just checked the information about the serial-level contract yesterday. There are extremely precious treasures from heaven and earth inside. You know, even the most ordinary treasures are worth hundreds of millions. What's more, there are other resources. This is much more generous than the S-level special recruitment contract. But can't a serial-level contract be signed only after reaching sophomore year? Lin Hao took a deep breath, feeling a little confused. What is even more confusing than Lin Hao is the magic city in Shangjing. The teachers from these two universities were dumbfounded after hearing this. Oh shit! The people of Xingwu University do not abide by the ethics of martial arts. Can freshmen also sign serial-level contracts? They understand the meaning of sequence level better than Lin Hao. Ranked in the top 100 in the grade. Still ranked among the top 100 among senior students. No matter how talented and capable Lin Hao is, it's impossible to be better than the old students in the school. So their first reaction was disbelief. President Yao, you're kidding, right? We can't apply for a sequence-level contract with our authority. Qin Qinshin from Shangjing University frowned, looking a little ugly. It's no wonder she did that. After all, S-level contracts and sequence-level contracts are not on the same level. There is absolutely no comparison. Even a fool knows what to choose. Dean Hai of Magic City University, who was standing behind him, chimed in, "Yeah, old Yao, you can't make jokes like that." Gentlemen, I won't explain the specifics. Principal Fong applied for the permission, and it has nothing to do with me. Yao Guozhong smiled. When they heard the name of Principal Fong, the two deans from Shanghai and Beijing felt a pang of fear in their hearts. He quickly called the teacher next to him and quickly looked through Lin Hao's martial arts exam materials. But they searched through all the information and still couldn't find out what was so special about Lin Hao. How could he be favored by an old antique from Dragon Country? Yao Guozhong found this funny. After all, the information that Lin Hao has a high level of comprehension is not written in the information. Okay, Lin Hao, now it's your turn to choose. Faced with the conditions offered by the three top universities, Lin Hao said very straightforwardly, I choose Xingwu University. After all, they are so sincere they gave too much. Even hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to Xingwu University. Moreover, his system requires killing ferocious beasts to obtain points for the lottery. Obviously, the geographical location of Xingwu University also meets his requirements. To sum up, Xingwu University can be said to be the best choice. Ah, congratulations, Dean Yao. You guys at Xingwu University are really courageous. The teachers from Modu and Shangjing University bowed and forced a smile. With Lin Hao's talent, he stands out even among the candidates of this year. Therefore, they all seemed quite regretful after failing to recruit Lin Hao. But I can't blame them. Every school has limited resources. It's impossible for them to make an exception just because they are talented. Otherwise, what should we do with so many talented students across the country? Obviously, the admissions teachers of these two universities underestimated Lin Hao's terrifying potential. This must be Yao Yaru, who ranks second in this martial arts exam. Qin Qinshin from Shangjing University smiled at the girl sitting on the sofa. They serve as admissions teachers. Lin Hao has no chance of getting the first place, but he can still fight for these two places. Yes, teacher, I am. Yao Yaru's eyes lit up when she heard this, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Can I also enjoy the treatment of being sought after by top martial arts schools? Hee, I'm so looking forward to it. I told you, I have S-level talent, but my score is a little low. It shouldn't be much worse than that bastard. But the next words from the other party made her dumbfounded. Student Yao Yaru, since your talent has not yet been officially recognized, you can only sign an A-level contract. Ha? A level? Is the gap between me and Lin Hao that big? Didn't T Grandpa say that it's probably S-level? Is Grandpa comforting me too? Thank you, it's not necessary, teacher. Yao Yaru's expression at this moment. It's like being stabbed in the heart, yet having to put on a forced smile. Shin Shinshin nodded when she heard this, without feeling too much regret. Then he left here with the admissions team of Magic City University. They have a busy schedule and a lot of things to deal with. Being able to come to Linjiang City is already an exception. After seeing the other two families leave, Yao Guozhong couldn't wait to take out several contracts that were beautifully crafted. Under the envious gazes of everyone, it was placed in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao, come and sign this sequence level contract. Chapter 44 Eavesdropping on the Inner Thoughts Observation Hockey. Number 2 Middle School. Inside a conference room with simple decoration. Lin Hao, sign your name here, and here. Yao Guozhong patiently pointed to the places on the contract that needed to be signed. Lin Hao listened, sat on the chair, and began to sign his name one by one. Lin Hao has just checked this contract, including various martial arts secrets, weapons, elixirs, etc. These are all sequence level standards. In addition, a portion of heavenly treasures is provided every year for Lin Hao to practice. The other clauses are also very clear and there is no problem. After Lin Hao signed, President Yao handed the document to Principal Lu and Director Su. The special recruitment contract requires the official seal of the Education Bureau and the school. After all, they represent the official. Only in this way will the contract be legally effective. However, faced with this serial-level contract, they all seemed a little restrained. After all, they have been in Linjiang City for so many years, let alone the sequence level. I've never even seen an S-level contract. Director Su was fine, he stamped it very directly. But when it was Principal Lu's turn, my hands were shaking so much that I couldn't even hold the official seal steady. With the help of the staff, I managed to complete the procedure. After the signing and stamping were completed, the staff who had been waiting for a long time immediately took photos together. Then upload the file to the official education website. Ding Lin Hao's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw that he had received a notarized document from the Longhua Education Department. What a fast speed! Lin Hao sighed. Lin Hao, please keep a copy of the contract. You should have received the electronic contract on the education website. It has been notarized by the Education Department. It truly has legal effect. Dean Yao stood up and extended his hand with a smile. Lin Hao, welcome to Xingwu University. Thank you, Dean Yao. Lin Hao stood up and shook hands. Lin Hao still has a good impression of Dean Yao. After all, the other party is a powerful martial king, but he is not arrogant at all. On the contrary, they valued him very much and gave him enough respect. Lin Hao, I have to remind you that it's an exception for freshmen to sign a sequence-level contract. So you're likely to be met with a lot of dissatisfaction, and you have to be prepared. Yao Guozhong smiled. Could it be a teacher from another academy? Lin Hao asked in confusion. When I talked with President Yao before, I also learned about the general situation of Xingwu University. Xingwu University consists of 6 colleges. There is considerable competition between them. Dean Yao is the dean of the 3rd college, and this exceptional move may cause dissatisfaction among other colleges. After all, the number of sequence-level places is limited. No, I mean the whole sophomore year. Yao Guozhong shook his head, looking a little strange. The sequence level assigned to Lin Hao was originally the sophomore quota. So you can imagine. How will they react when they find out that the limited places are given to freshmen? But don't be afraid. They'll just complain, so just bear with it. With your talent, they will eventually become your opponents. You can deal with them then. As if knowing that what he said was a bit scary, Yao Guozhong comforted him. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Can you bear it? I can't stand it. It's better not to mess with me, otherwise I will be filled with 10-meter thick lightning pillars. Yao Yaru, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Lin Hao's half-smile. Suddenly I shivered. This guy had the same expression when he hit me. Thinking of this, I felt a dull pain in my inexplicable part. Okay, without further ado, just report to Xingwu University with your special recruitment contract in 10 days. Dean Yao smiled. Lin Hao asked, 10 days? So soon? Yes, because our school is located in a remote area, there is a threat of war. So the military training time at Tsinghua University is longer than that of other schools. This is also to prepare early. When talking about war, Yao Guozhong restrained his smile. Looks extremely serious. Understood. Lin Hao understood clearly. This was the first time he heard news about the borderland from someone else. Unexpectedly, even Tsinghua University, one of the 3 top martial arts schools, is on high alert. It seems that the borderland is more dangerous than I thought. Lin Hao sighed. Before, he only thought that the system required points to draw the lottery, but he also ignored the danger of the ferocious beasts in the borderland. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's expression became a little serious. When we get back, we will draw the lottery immediately. Only when your strength is improved can you not be afraid of any danger. Then, Yao Guozhong exchanged a few more words with Director Su, then left with Yao Yaru. Lin Hao, congratulations. This is a 3 million scholarship. I was planning to give it to you after the results are announced, but now it seems there's no need to wait. Director Su smiled and handed over a bank card. Lin Hao, this is the 500,000 yuan bonus from the school. Don't think it's too little. Principal Liu also handed over a card. It is an old official tradition to reward candidates who achieve excellent results in the military examination. Although it is far less valuable than a serial-level contract, it is still a token of my appreciation. Thank you, Director Su and Principal Liu. Lin Hao took it with a smile. The money wasn't much, but it solved his urgent problem. After all, before the special recruitment contract came into effect, he was extremely poor. After saying goodbye to Principal Liu and Director Su, Lin Hao went straight home. The danger of the ferocious beasts in the borderland gave him a sense of urgency. The pride of getting first place in the martial arts exam also dissipated a little. Only by steadily improving your strength can you obtain more resources and slay more ferocious beasts. Lin Hao murmured in his heart. Before the martial arts exam, he was still a little trash with F-level talent. But after the military exam, he became the envied number 1 in Linjiang City. This gap in status did make him feel a little unreal. Even a little smug. There's no way around it, this is inevitable for normal people. Even though Lin Hao has the experience of living 2 lives, it is impossible for him to be without a bit of complacency. But now, the war on the border was like a wake-up call in his heart. It's not strong enough to make him alert. Still need to improve strength. Moreover, the sophomores at Tsinghua University were also a threat. They are at least 2nd level, or even 3rd level warriors. After all, how could there be any weaklings who could be admitted to Tsinghua University? And I snatched their places. So after going to school, I will definitely be targeted a lot. These all require strength to solve. But with his current strength, it is not enough. Thinking of this, Lin Hao opened the data panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, 1st level warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit. Chi and blood, 321. Body strengthening technique, Breath of Thunder. Martial arts, Thunder breathing form 1, Thunderbolt flash great mastery. Lottery points, 11321. It's time, the system draws a lottery for me. Lin Hao's eyes were firm. No more hesitation, just start drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 points and obtaining the legendary reward Observation Hockey. Chapter 45, Return to Hongchuan Martial Arts School. Holy crap! Observation Hockey. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. In the world of pirates, Observation Hockey is one of the most powerful auxiliary skills. Its ability is the perception of breath. As long as it can be developed, it can be used to perceive attacks, predict the opponent's next move, perceive the strength of organisms, perceive the emotions and thoughts of organisms, perceive the position and number of objects outside the field of vision, etc. It's a bit like the spiritual consciousness in fantasy novels. Of course, these are the basic abilities of observation and hearing, and their range and strength vary from person to person. Depending on the developer, the areas of development are also different. For example, Otoheim's observation hockey can sense the other person's thoughts and emotions, and convey the user's own consciousness to others. It can influence the minds and thoughts of others and generate strong resonance, and even change their values and ideology. Some observation hockey can also detect deep into the other person's brain, not only reading minds but also reading memories. In short, each has its own unique features. However, in these various directions, there is one that is unique to Anil, the owner of the Thunderfruit. That is the heart network. This is an ability that combines mind reading and the ability to sense changes in the environment. It can also achieve precise locking at ultra-long distances through the bonus of the Thunderfruit. The range is quite large. Once this ability is successfully mastered and used in actual combat, it will almost be a complete dimensionality reduction attack on the opponent. After all, I have seen through your underwear, what else can I use to fight you? Thinking of this, Lin Hao suddenly became extremely excited. You have to know before this. Although he mastered the power of the Thunderfruit, his perception and prediction in actual combat were very weak. Especially the poisonous python we fought before. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been corroded by the venom and become the python's blood meal. But, if he had observation haki. Before the giant python gets close, he can fire a lightning bolt in advance and kill the giant python on the tree. There will be no dangerous situation later. Thinking of this, Lin Hao looked at the system's reward with a fiery glint in his eyes. At the same time, the system also happened to sound a prompt. Ding, would you like to receive it? Receive. Lin Hao replied in his heart instantly without any hesitation. Next second. A strange power immediately surged into his body. In an instant, vague images began to appear before his eyes. The atmosphere surrounding that apartment. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao could clearly perceive the scene downstairs in the apartment building. A night cat was rummaging through a plastic bag, and a young mother was pushing a stroller in the sun. The old man practicing Tai Chi in the square. Scene after scene. Although it was detected through powerful breath perception. But it appeared directly in his mind as if it were a real scene. This feeling is very wonderful. It's like having a goddess perspective, all-knowing and all-aware. And this is just after he obtained the observation haki. In the future, when it is developed, it can even be used to eavesdrop on people's thoughts, and its range can be expanded many times. As for eavesdropping on people's thoughts, he hasn't tried it yet. But Lin Hao felt that it should be impossible. But even so, it is sufficient for now. Thinking of this, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Is observation haki also a talent? Then Lin Hao had an idea and opened the system panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, first level warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit, observation haki. Chi and blood, 321. Spirit, 144. Body strengthening technique, breath of thunder. Martial arts, thunder breathing form 1, thunderbolt flash great mastery. Lottery points, 1321. I'm right. Observation haki is just like the Thunderfruit. They are both some kind of special abilities. But the difference is that observation haki involves the spiritual realm, so using it consumes mental energy. Seeing the additional data on the panel, Lin Hao understood. This is also easy to understand. After all, observation haki is an ability from the world of pirates. It's normal to be different in this world. My reaction speed and perception are much faster than before. But to know how much faster it is, we need to go to Hongchuan Martial Arts School and try it out. Lin Hao muttered to himself. As the best martial arts school in the city. It's not surprising that there is such a device to measure reaction speed. Lin Hao had seen it from afar before, but the price of using it was too expensive. However, he is not so short of money now. After making up my mind, Lin Hao packed up simply and set off. Hongchuan Martial Arts School, first floor lobby. Help me rent a training room to test my reaction, thank you. Lin Hao took out a card and handed it to the front desk staff. Okay, Mr. Lin, your membership card has expired. You can get a 10% discount on renewal. The pretty lady at the front desk smiled politely. No. Lin Hao shook his head. He only has 10 days left before he leaves for Xingwu University, so there's no need to waste money here. The total is 30,231 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or? After completing the formalities, Lin Hao walked in the direction indicated with a painful look on his face. I didn't expect that it would cost 30,000 to get a device. Why don't you just go and rob it? It is said that warriors are a den of gold. Lin Hao feels it now that he has become a warrior. And we have just started, and there will be many places that will need money in the future. It seems I have to think of some way to make money in the future. Just after he left, the front desk staff picked up the internal phone. Hello, Manager Liu. Yes, Lin Hao is here. On the other side, Lin Hao had already walked into the training room. Unlike the room where combat power is tested, the light here is obviously much dimmer. It is also more spacious. The surrounding walls are covered with dark holes. The entrance of the cave is not big, like the muzzle of a rifle in the previous life. It glows with a cold light. Then walk inside. In the center of the room there is a panel that resembles the center console of a spaceship, giving it a very technological feel. Challenger, Lin Hao. Please select the difficulty level of the test. 1. Normal, 2. Hard, 3. Nightmare, 4. Hell, 5. Nightmare. The specific rules are as follows. Lin Hao understood after taking a quick glance. The so-called mechanism is the black holes on the wall. After the test begins, paralysis arrows will be shot out of the hole. Their target is the challenger. Shoot towards the challenger from different directions, at various speeds and heights. What the challenger needs to do is try to dodge as much as possible without using your talents. If shot, the challenger will be temporarily paralyzed on the spot. At the same time, the challenge ends and the dodge time is calculated. The 5 different levels of difficulty correspond to the mechanisms on the walls. To put it simply, if you choose the difficult difficulty, the mechanisms on both walls will be activated at the same time. And so on. At the nightmare level, then, the arrow's trajectory will be irregular. It is a real dragnet. Now that the money has been spent, let's test the limits of our observation hockey. Thinking of this, Lin Hao pressed the nightmare difficulty button. Hint: nightmare difficulty is somewhat dangerous. Are you sure about this? Confirm. Chapter 46 The challenge begins. General Manager's office on the 6th floor of the Martial Arts Hall. Sister Qingqing, my dear sister, have you found the person you helped me look for? On the sofa, a girl in school uniform with a pretty face acted coquettishly. Why do you have to go to such a dangerous place like Wushan? Lu Qingqing, wearing a red cheongsam, sat at her desk, holding her forehead with her hand helplessly. The girl in front of me is called Chu Yue. She is the daughter of the owner of Hongchuan Martial Arts School and also her cousin. At home, the other person has the best relationship with her. Whenever I have something to do, I ask her for help. But what happened today made her feel embarrassed. The reason lies in this foggy mountain. It is shrouded in thick fog all year round, and you can't see your hand in front of you. In this extreme environment, according to common sense, no living creature should be able to survive in it. But everything has its limits, and there is a ferocious beast called the fog beast that thrives like a fish in water. It's obvious. Any ferocious beast that can adapt to such an extreme environment is definitely not a good thing. Sister, do you think I want to? If my sequence qualification hadn't been intercepted by someone, would I have risked my life to find the Thunder Marrow companion mine? Chu Yue waved her fist, looking very annoyed. Thunder Marrow associated or is an associated or of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure, Thunder Marrow Crystal. The Thunder Marrow Crystal can increase the cell activity of warriors with lightning talents, thereby strengthening the body and enhancing physical foundation. Simply put, it is to increase the upper limit of physical growth. It is a rare growth treasure. However, Thunder Marrow Crystal is too rare and difficult to find. But the Thunder Marrow minerals that carry a trace of its aura are not that rare. It also has certain effects. As a warrior with talent in lightning, she really needs this kind of treasure. However, if Chu Yue had serial level authority, she could directly exchange it with the school. But now, she has to find it herself. How can she not be angry? Intercepted? By whom? I heard he's still a freshman. Isn't that infuriating? Newborn? Lu Qingqing frowned slightly. Given her status, she had naturally heard of the sequence level. But she had never heard that freshmen could sign a serial level contract. Okay, I have a candidate here, but I need to ask the other party if they agree. Lu Qingqing nodded thoughtfully. She thought of Lin Hao. Lin Hao's high-level lightning talent has a certain inhibitory effect on fog beasts. If we could get him to do something, the danger would probably be much less. Hey, Sister Qingqing, it doesn't matter whether there's a candidate or not, I've already found one. Chu Yu smiled slyly. Okay, you're making fun of your sister, right? Lu Qingqing was angry and raised her hand to hit him. Don't, Sister Qingqing, I just miss you. Shu Yu smiled and threw herself into Lu Qingqing's arms, rubbing against her like a kitten. This action made Lu Qingqing blush slightly, and she pushed him away in embarrassment. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Lu Qingqing straightened her clothes and picked up the phone. Yes, I am. What? Lin Hao is here. Lu Qingqing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard that. As one of the few special guests who watched the entire martial arts exam, he naturally knew how talented Lin Hao was. Even in Shangjing City, where there are so many geniuses, Lin Hao can still rank among the top. So Lu Qingqing had long wanted to make friends with this kind of genius. I even want to ask him to endorse my martial arts school. So she had people watching her all the time. Now, Lin Hao is finally here. Just as Lu Qingqing was about to hang up the phone and go to greet him, the next words made her stunned. What? He went to the reaction challenge room? And the nightmare difficulty? After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingqing quickly checked the surveillance footage of the challenge room. I saw a young man in black standing calmly in the middle of the room, waiting for something. Sister Qingqing, who is this person? Shu Yu leaned over with her tiny head and asked curiously. His name is Lin Hao, he's the candidate I was talking about, and he's also the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial arts exam. There was worry in Lu Qingqing's eyes. Challenges of nightmare difficulty are somewhat dangerous. This is written in the rules. After all, the nightmare difficulty is for master-level warriors, used for training. Very high intensity. Shu Yue, who was standing by, became interested when she saw someone dared to challenge the nightmare level. But after listening to Lu Qingqing's introduction, she curled her lips again. Reaction Training Room Challenge, also available at Xingwu University. Her record at the time was that she lasted 3 minutes at the hell difficulty level. This result is already quite good. Even in Xingwu University, it ranks among the top 100. But what kind of strength can a top scholar from a small place like Linjiang City have? Besides, even if the top student in Anlin Province was placed in Xingwu University, he would not be ranked. And this person actually dares to challenge the highest difficulty? Can you hold on for a second? It's simply arrogant, conceited, and ignorant. Sister Qingqing, leave him be. If he suffers a little, won't he behave himself? As if she could see the worry in Lu Qingqing's brow, Shu Yue persuaded her. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Qingqing glared at the other person, then picked up the phone. Notify the logistics department and arrange for a few auxiliary warriors to challenge outdoors. She understood Lin Hao's fighting ability. If it was a test of actual combat capabilities, she wouldn't be worried at all. But this is a test of reaction ability. It has little to do with combat power. After all, this involves the spiritual realm. No matter how strong or talented Lin Hao is, his mental strength shouldn't be different from that of ordinary people. After all, he is not a warrior with spiritual talent. However, before Lu Qingqing could finish her arrangements. In the picture, Lin Hao slowly took out a dark black cloth from his pocket. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he tied it between his eyes, making him look like a blind swordsman. You can see this scene. Lu Qingqing and Shu Yue looked at each other at the same time, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Not only did he challenge the nightmare level of difficulty, he also blindfolded himself? What does he take the highest difficulty level for? Playing house? Or does he know the trajectory of the arrow without even looking? I can't stand it. I didn't expect there would be such an arrogant person. Does he consider himself a master? Shu Yue put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Generally speaking, I want to reach a spiritual state where I can clearly perceive changes in the surrounding environment without using my eyes. Only a martial artist at the Grandmaster level can do this. Even if it is a spiritual talent, it can only be perceived vaguely. After all, this is a breakthrough in realm. But the person in front of me is actually a master? Lu Qingqing, who was standing aside, also frowned, feeling confused. In her impression, Lin Hao should be a very stable person. How could he do such an extreme thing? Does he really have the confidence to not be afraid? And just at this moment, suddenly, the images on the monitor finally began to show unusual movements. Rub. Call out. Like the sound of the wind whistling. In an instant, silver-gray rays of light appeared in the darkness. In an instant, they rushed towards Lin Hao from all directions. This moment, Lu Qingqing and Shu Yue both widened their eyes and stared at the screen intently. The only difference is that the former is nervousness, while the latter is gloating. However, when a sky full of arrows flew through the air and were about to approach Lin Hao. But he seemed not to notice. Still standing there. Don't hide or avoid. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Can he predict the arrow's trajectory in advance? Generally speaking. A nightmare-level reaction test that requires the challenger to maintain absolute concentration. You also need to concentrate your mind. After all, the arrow speed in nightmare difficulty is quite fast. And there is no pattern at all, it can even be shot from the ceiling. However, in the picture, Lin Hao did not move at all, as if he didn't see it. 2. He has his eyes blindfolded, there's no way he can react. But, just as the two people in the office came up with this idea, Lin Hao in the picture was at the moment before the arrow was about to hit him. Suddenly, he tilted his head. Call out. The silver-gray arrow of light suddenly flew past his head at a distance of only 1 centimeter. Deeply embedded in the wall behind him. Lu Qingqing? Xu Yue? In an instant. The two beauties in front of the surveillance screen were both stunned. Her little mouth opened slightly, as if she had seen a ghost. What the hell is this? How on earth did he know? He had his eyes covered. Is it a prediction? This guy, can he predict the trajectory of an arrow? It must be just luck. Xu Yue's smile was very stiff. To be honest, that arrow just now, even if she was on the field, even if you can avoid it, you will still be a little embarrassed. How could anyone be so outrageous as Lin Hao? He was not panicked at all and waited until the arrow was about to hit his head. Only then did he hide away reluctantly. The reason why he was reluctant was because the extent of his avoidance was just right. Even moving a little more is a sin. However, after she finished speaking, Lu Qingqing beside her did not respond to her. Because she is waiting. After all, this is only the first wave, and there will be many rounds to come. She wanted to see how Lin Hao would handle it. If it is true as Xu Yue said. If he was just lucky just now, then Lin Hao would probably be shot into a sieve next. Just as Lu Qingqing was thinking. The second wave of arrows is coming. This time there are obviously more of them, and the routes are even weirder. This time Lin Hao moved. However, he was not hiding. Instead, he rushed towards the direction of the rain of arrows. Seeing this scene, the two beauties were dumbfounded again. What's wrong with him? Are you crazy? Under a hail of arrows, instead of trying to hide, he faced the challenge head-on? However, they haven't reacted yet. In the picture, Lin Hao maintained a forward posture and suddenly bent down. The body changed into strange postures in the air, and just passed through the wall of arrow rain. Before anyone could react. Then, wave after wave of arrows came like a tide. But Lin Hao was like an elegant dancer, flexible and lively. It is like ghosts scattered in the world, strange and changeable. This moment. The two people in front of the surveillance screen were completely dumbfounded and stunned. Just right. Just right again. Every time Lin Hao dodged, it seemed extremely dangerous. But they knew after watching the whole process. It is obvious that Lin Hao did it on purpose. It's like a show of skill. Xu Yue admitted that she was indeed impressed by the show. Even my scalp is numb from the show. This guy has his eyes covered. But why can it be seen more clearly than when I open my eyes wide? Xu Yue had practiced reaction tests many times in school. The difficulty is actually about the same as here. But when was she not highly concentrated? I wish I had a few more pairs of eyes. How can this be so outrageous? Could it be that Lin Hao had already started predicting the trajectory the moment the arrow was shot out of the mechanism? And started hiding? Realizing this, Xu Yue was stunned. Xiaowei, what's the longest record in your school? Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up. She suddenly realized a serious problem. That is, Lin Hao looks extremely at ease, as if he can hold on for a long time. He really lasts. Well, there aren't many people in our school who challenge the nightmare difficulty level, and the most perverted one among them is Wang Lianlong. He lasted a full 10 minutes. Speaking of Wang Lianlong, even Xu Yue, who always claims to be a genius. I have to use the word pervert to describe the other person. After all, Wang Lianlong's grade number is 1. A simple number, but it represents the opponent's absolute strength. But the difference is that Wang Lianglong was not blindfolded when he challenged. 10 minutes? That's probably not possible. Lu Qingqing felt a little regretful when she heard this. Why, Sister Qingqing, I think he still has some energy left. Because our martial arts school only sets a limit of 5 minutes. The other side. In the challenge room. The observation hockey that covered the entire room made Lin Hao completely ignore the darkness around him. All scenes are extremely transparent. As for the arrows that were shot, Lin Hao could even clearly sense the texture structure of the arrow feathers at the tail end. Not to mention prediction. Basically, before the arrow is even shot, he can determine its trajectory. Therefore, he can cover his eyes. Because it's totally unnecessary. However, just when Lin Hao wanted to continue testing the limits of his observation hockey, the number of arrows became less and less. Until it disappears. What's going on? I'm just warming up. Why is it gone? Lin Hao took off his blindfold and looked around in a daze. Hey, I have 30,000 yuan, and it's gone already? Huh, it's finally over. Lu Qingqing and Chu Yuwei breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Both of them were a little exhausted and lay powerlessly on the sofa. Linjiang City, how could there be such a pervert? He's not much weaker than Wang Lianglong. Chu Yuwei patted her chest to calm herself down. Obviously. The figure in the picture still has energy left. 5 minutes is the upper limit for the martial arts school, but not his upper limit. He's the person you asked me to help find. It was him I mentioned before. Lu Qingqing murmured softly. To be honest, she still hasn't come to her senses. I thought Lin Hao was already talented enough. I didn't expect his reaction to be so strong. No. The word reaction can no longer be used to describe it. After all, the other party never used his eyes from beginning to end. It should be called spiritual consciousness. Lu Qingqing herself is at the Grandmaster level, so she has a good understanding of spiritual consciousness. This is a state higher than spiritual senses. It is also the key to breaking through the Grandmaster realm. Could it be that Lin Hao developed spiritual consciousness when he was a first-level warrior? Even if it is not spiritual consciousness, he at least has the rudiments of spiritual consciousness. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing got goosebumps. Lin Hao is only 18 years old this year. Linjiang City, a real dragon has appeared. What? Sister Qingqing, you're talking about him. Great, what are we waiting for? Let's go find him. Chu Yuwei looked extremely excited when she heard this, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her eyes. If there was a humanoid radar like Lin Hao on her team. Why are you afraid of the fog beast? Don't be too happy too soon, the other party may not agree. Chu Yuwei pretended to be surprised, then changed the subject. If it really doesn't work, just send Sister Qingqing over, hee. You damn girl, you're asking for a beating. Chapter 48 2 million is not enough, we need to add more money. Hongchuan Martial Arts School, Challenge Room. After confirming that no more arrows were shot out, Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. It felt like I had my pants half taken off and the technician was scared away. Not fun at all. Fortunately, he was able to measure the range of observation hockey. Lin Hao felt it carefully. With his current ability, his observation hockey can just cover the entire challenge room. In other words, any movement within a radius of 10 meters cannot escape his perception. This range is without using the ability of the Thunderfruit. If the observation hockey is combined with the Thunderfruit to form a heart network, this range must be expanded at least tenfold. Mom, don't worry anymore, I was attacked. Thinking of this, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Although the observation hockey did not bring about an immediate breakthrough in realm, but this ability of foresight has greatly improved his overall strength. Especially in a complex and changing environment, it is more like a fish in water. There are still 10 days left before I report to Xingwu University, so I'll train in the martial arts hall these few days, which will give me a good opportunity to improve my realm. Lin Hao muttered to himself. After making up his mind, he prepared to go to the second floor for physical training. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw two beauties standing on his left and right. The girl on the left is about 20 years old. She has a plump and round body under her elegant red cheongsam. She exudes a mature and sexy charm. The one on the right has a pure look, like a school beauty. But she is obviously much younger, at least her chest is not of the same level. They both looked like they had been waiting for a long time. Hello, my name is Lu Qingqing, and I'm the manager of this martial arts gym. Hello, I'm Chu Yue. Although both of them are beautiful women with great charm. But Lin Hao, who has lived 2 lives, has become very mature in dealing with people. So, without knowing their purpose, he just nodded politely and prepared to leave. Hey, wait. What's up? I would like to invite you to join the expedition. Chu Yue spoke helplessly. She was mainly confused about Lin Hao's personality. After all, she's not bad-looking. Even at Tsinghua University, she was considered the school beauty. Anyone who pursues her can circle the school 3 times. But Lin Hao pretended not to see it and refused to say a word. What a weird guy. Chu Yue murmured in her heart. No. Lin Hao refused directly. Isn't joining an expedition just a waste of time? He also wants to take this time to exercise his body. Hey, you haven't heard what I'm going to do yet. Before she could finish her words, Lin Hao left without looking back. Chu Yue stamped her feet in anger and hurriedly followed. The place we're going to is called Wushan. There's a mineral called Thunder Marrow ore there, which is very precious. If you find it, I'll give you a quarter of it, plus a 2 million commission. Chu Yue spoke very quickly, fearing that the other party would run away. What? Lin Hao stopped and frowned. Yes, it is a mountain shrouded in thick fog all year round. Ordinary warriors will get lost once they enter. But you are different. You have a strong mental power, so I would like to ask you to be my guide. You don't have to worry about the battle. Chu Yue saw Lin Hao stop and thought that he was interested. In fact, before coming here, she had checked Lin Hao's information. After learning that Lin Hao also had a talent for lightning, he offered to give him a portion of the lightning marrow mineral. After all, as long as one has a talent for lightning, it is impossible to resist such temptation. But what she never expected was that Lin Hao's next words made her question her life. I don't want the mine, but 2 million isn't enough. I need more money. Chu Yue? Do you know the value of Thunder Marrow mineral? It can't be bought with money, right? Chu Yue's face was full of disbelief. I know, but I'm not interested. Lin Hao said lightly. Thunder Marrow associated minerals were taught in high school classes. This is the material used by lightning warriors to temper their bodies in the early stages, and the effect is very good. But to be honest, he doesn't like it. Because Tsinghua University has prepared all the materials for his future body tempering. These are written in the sequence level contract. You can even apply for a Thunder Marrow crystal of the heavenly treasure level. So in comparison, money is much more important to him. Lu Qingqing, who watched the whole process from the side, covered her mouth and chuckled. This was her first time meeting Lin Hao, and she didn't expect that the eldest lady of Hongchuan Martial Arts School would be humiliated. Not only is he strong, he also has unique insights into how to deal with people. What an interesting little guy. Lu Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved, showing a hint of charm. Then, she walked over in her Gordon shoes and got straight to the point. Brother Lin Hao, our Hongchuan Martial Arts School wants you to be their spokesperson. The price is 3 million. No problem. Lin Hao nodded and agreed very readily. I like this mature and sexy. No, I like this kind of straightforward transaction. After all, you can get 3 million for free just by showing up. Where can you find such a good thing? Seeing Lin Hao agreed so quickly, Chu Yue on the side suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Why? It's the same as asking someone to do the job. Why was it so simple when I promised Sister Qingqing? And I spent so much time talking and still didn't agree. So Chu Yue asked angrily, Lin Hao, why don't you agree? I told you, you have to pay more. So, 10 million? Why didn't you tell me earlier, Miss Chu, when are you leaving? Seeing Lin Hao's attitude make a 180-degree turn, Chu Yue was dumbfounded. Is he really that short of money? After agreeing on a time with them, Lin Hao went to the weapons shop. In fact, the reason why Lin Hao agreed to go to Wushan was not only because he was short of money. The main reason is, after drawing the observation hockey, his points were only over 1,000. It is far from enough for the number of legendary draws. Moreover, it was after he unlocked the legendary prize pool that the system launched a new redemption function. Any item that has been drawn before can be exchanged using points. It's just that the price is a bit outrageous. For example, the 2.5 years enlightenment card that I had drawn before was in the 1,000 point prize pool. But if you want to redeem it, you need 3,000 points. 3 times the price. However, the benefits of redemption are also obvious, and you don't have to worry about drawing the wrong number anymore. And, to be honest, the enlightenment card is worth the price. After all, that kind of enlightenment came much faster than if he practiced on his own. But you will need more points in the future. That's why he agreed. As for the words that he didn't need to fight, he didn't listen at all. How much does that long sword cost? In the weapon shop, Lin Hao immediately fell in love with the white long sword hanging on the counter. It is 1.2 meters long, and the handle and scabbard are snow white with golden patterns engraved on them. The blade is extremely narrow and sharp. It looks a bit like Zenitsu's sword in Demon Slayer. Sir, you have a good eye. This is a C-grade longsword made of black iron alloy, produced by Houtyan Company. The quality is guaranteed. It only costs 8 million. How many? P.S. As a humble author, I am asking for some small gifts online. Your support is my greatest motivation to update. Thanks again to the readers. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. With such strong perception, it must be a spiritual type. Finally, after some bargaining by Lin Hao, the long sword was sold for 7.5 million. It hurts so much. A C-rank weapon almost drained me out. I originally thought that with a huge sum of more than 10 million yuan, I was already quite wealthy. Unexpectedly, he is still a poor guy. But I have to buy it. After all, according to his understanding, the ferocious beasts in the Wushan mountain on tomorrow's trip are generally at the 2nd level. There are even 3rd-level ferocious beasts. The beasts in the martial arts test are more than 1 level stronger. You must be adequately prepared. Otherwise, your life may be in danger. After buying the knife, Lin Hao also bought a full set of combat equipment including armor, combat boots, etc. In the end, only a little over 1 million was left in the card. Forget it, as long as I become stronger, I will earn back the money I lost sooner or later. Without thinking anymore, I packed my things and returned home. The next day. After getting up and washing up, Lin Hao had just finished breakfast when he received a call from Chu Yue. Hey, Lin Hao. Have you packed your things? Okay, getting ready to go out. Okay, I'll wait for you at the south gate of the community. I'll be driving a blue Maserati. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao put on his combat gear, picked up Baiyu, and went out. Baiyu was the long sword he bought yesterday. After all, it is his first weapon and has commemorative significance. So, I just chose a nicer name. Shangwan Community. It is one of the few school district houses in Linjiang City. Naturally, it is also one of the prosperous areas in Linjiang City. Now, even though it was 8 o'clock in the morning, there is still a lot of traffic. All kinds of handsome men and beautiful women can be seen everywhere, looking bright and beautiful. However, even among a group of beautiful young ladies, Chu Yue has a transcendent temperament that crushes others. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs, and an extremely pure and delicate face. It's exactly like a younger version of Lu Yifei. The return rate has reached 100%. As soon as Lin Hao arrived at the gate of the community, he saw her at a glance. At this moment, although there were many eyes around, Chu Yue, however, leaned on the Maserati without any concern, supporting her little head, looking very bored. It was not until she saw Lin Hao coming that a sweet smile appeared on her face. Get in the car. As he said that, he opened the passenger seat and sat in it. Then he turned around and looked at Lin Hao with some cunningness. Today, I'm your employer, so you drive. Okay. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. It can be seen that Chu Yue seems to still feel a little aggrieved about what happened yesterday. However, this actually broke the hearts of many young people nearby. I originally wanted to go up and chat with her. I didn't expect that the beautiful flower has a master. A moment later, the Maserati drove out of the community. Lin Hao concentrated on driving, while Chu Yue acted as a guide. After passing the next intersection, turn right and speed up. Get on the highway. That's right, drive all the way to the end. As she spoke, Chu Yue also looked at Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao fully armed today, Chu Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Mist Mountain is indeed a bit dangerous, but I have hired a whole team of mercenaries, so don't worry. Anyone else? Lin Hao was stunned and a little confused. Hearing this, Chu Yue chuckled and explained, of course, how could we possibly take that risk with just the two of us? But don't worry, they are all from a regular security company. There was one thing Chu Yue didn't say. In fact, she was interested in Lin Hao's spiritual perception and did not expect him to deal with the ferocious beast. After all, Lin Hao only has the strength of a first-level warrior, so it's hard to say who will protect whom at that time. Mercenaries? Lin Hao frowned when he heard this. He couldn't do such a thing as putting his life in someone else's hands. Moreover, he instinctively didn't have much trust in mercenaries. After all, mercenaries are a group of people who live on the edge of a knife. How many of them can be good people? He doesn't trust even those from legitimate companies. They have had a lot of negative news in this regard before. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt a tension in his heart. It seems that this trip is to Wushan. I'm afraid it won't be very peaceful. Seeing Lin Hao's serious expression, Chu Yue didn't know what to say for a moment. But she then remembered that the other party seemed to have just finished the martial arts exam. So he asked tentatively, Lin Hao, have you filled in your application? Hearing this, Lin Hao thought about it carefully and realized that he was different from ordinary martial arts students. He was specially recruited by the school, so it shouldn't count as filling out an application form. Not yet. That's great. I must apply to Xingwu University. If you are really accepted, I will protect you. Chu Yue stretched out her slender little hand and patted Lin Hao's shoulder in a pretentiously generous manner. She had a proud little expression on her face. Lin Hao couldn't help but relax his tense nerves and joked. So, senior is pretty amazing, right? Hee hee, of course. I'm ranked in the top 100 experts in the entire grade. Chu Yue's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and she seemed to enjoy being called senior sister. But then, Lin Hao's words left her speechless. Top 100? That must be sequence level, right? 3 seconds later, Chu Yue almost cried. I put so much thought into it and spent so much money. Isn't it because you don't have the sequence level qualifications? But she couldn't say it in front of her junior. After all, Lin Hao didn't know the details and would only think that the senior sister was not strong enough. This is kind of embarrassing. Humph, if I find out which bastard took away my qualifications, I will make him pay the price. Thinking of this, Chu Yue clenched her fists. At the same time, Lin Hao, who was driving, was a little confused. You were smiling just now, why did your expression suddenly change? Wushan is located in Tiantong City, next to Linjiang City. Not far. After a few hours, we arrived at our destination. Although it is called a foggy mountain, in fact, the outline of the mountain is completely invisible. After all, the entire area was shrouded in thick fog, like a giant ghost hand, blocking out the sky and the sun. Seeing this, Lin Hao stopped the car on the side of the road. As soon as he got off the car, he immediately noticed that there were 3 or 4 other people's cars parked scattered around. Before Lin Hao could ask, a group of people came over. Miss Chu, who is this little brother? In the crowd, a muscular man with tattoos all over his arms said in a low voice. Chu Yue smiled and introduced, Brother Liao, his name is Lin Hao, he is my friend. Friend? Liao Wenjiang first looked Lin Hao up and down. Discovering that the latter only had the strength of an early first-stage warrior, he immediately shook his head. Miss Chu, forgive my rude reminder, but Wushan is not a place for sightseeing. Brother Liao, you misunderstood. He is just like you. I invited him to help. Chu Yue hurriedly explained. Help? Yes, Lin Hao has a strong sense of perception. We will be much safer with him around. Hearing this, Liao Wenjian's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Wushan is a rather special place. The visibility here is very low, and ordinary warriors will get lost once they enter. Not to mention the threat of the elusive fog beast. Therefore, most teams must have spiritual warriors who act as the eyes of the team. Relying on its powerful perception, it is responsible for giving warnings and guidance to the team. Just like there is a second-level spiritual warrior in their team. Very high status. So after hearing that Lin Hao had a strong perception, Liao Wenjiang immediately smiled. Little brother, that's not bad. You're already a first-level spiritual warrior at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead of you. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and didn't explain much. Just then, suddenly, thick fog in the distance rolled in and spread rapidly. In an instant, everyone was enveloped. Chapter 50 The Mist Beast is coming. A thick fog spread, enveloping everyone. In an instant, the few people who were in sight just now disappeared. This was the first time Lin Hao encountered such a situation, so he was inevitably curious and looked around carefully. Everything around was white and the air was humid. Visibility was also very low, about 5 meters. At this distance, if you are attacked by a fast and ferocious beast, absolutely no reaction. However, sneak attacks were obviously useless to Lin Hao. Possessing the heart network, he can grasp all movements within a radius of 100 meters. Everyone, don't panic, come closer to me. In the face of this emergency, Liao Wenjian also showed his captain's temperament. He yelled at the top of his lungs, calling for his teammates nearby. Fortunately, the few people were not far away, and they responded when they heard the captain's call. Lin Hao perceived that there were about 5 people slowly walking towards this side. I can only say that they are worthy of being an elite team from a regular security company. There was no panic at all in the face of this situation. Moreover, the average level of this small group of people is very high. Basically, they are all around the middle of the second stage, especially the team leader Liao Wenhua, who is a third-stage warrior. And the team's configuration is quite reasonable. There are meat shields with strength talents, output talents with elemental talents, and so on. Not long after, the group of 8 quickly reunited. Captain, there's something wrong with this fog. A young man with dyed yellow hair in the crowd said in a low voice. The young man's name is Yu Yuguang, and he is the only spiritual warrior in the team. He just used his talent and found that the fog could actually hinder his perception. We must have encountered a fog tide. Liao Wenhua frowned and continued, it's rumored that every 10 years, a fog wave erupts in Wushan, swallowing up everything nearby. And this is also the time when fog beasts are most active. Hearing this, the team members fell silent. It was obvious that the danger level in Wushan during this period had far exceeded their expectations. In fact, Wushan and his friends have been here more than once. Generally speaking, the ferocious beasts inside are mostly at the early second level. Given the strength of their team, it is not dangerous. The fog beasts in the fog tide period have obviously increased in strength by more than double, and their numbers have also increased. Even an experienced team like theirs can only temporarily avoid the limelight. And they are just a mercenary team, all in it for the money. Naturally, I don't want to lose my life here. Thinking of this, several people in the team have already backed down. Miss Chu. Liao Wenhua also looked embarrassed and looked at Chu Yue. Their original employment contract offered a price based on the normal difficulty of Wushan. It's like encountering a fog tide that occurs once every 10 years. Chu Yue understood what Liao Wenhua meant. She bit her lower lip and said with a firm look. Brother Liao, regardless of whether we find the Thunder Marrow associated or this time, the reward will be doubled. Isn't it just a fog tide? Besides, I have an S-level lightning talent, so I have a certain degree of restraint on fog beasts. There was no other way. Chu Yue's body tempering materials were just missing the Thunder Marrow associated ore. After her body is tempered, her strength will definitely reach a higher level. Maybe you can achieve a higher sequence ranking. Liao Wenhua thought about it and felt that what Chu Yue said made some sense. And the increased rewards are also very attractive to them. So he looked at the team members, nodded, and said seriously, well, if that's the case, let's formulate a strategy. Old Wang and I, the other strength-type warrior, will be in the front. Xiaoyu, you and Lin Hao will stand in the back row to provide us with vision. Miss Chu, you stand in the middle and provide long-range support. The rest of you stand on both sides to protect our back row. Everyone nodded, indicating that there was no problem. But Yu Yuguang frowned when he heard this. Under the cover of heavy fog, his mental strength was greatly hindered. The range of perception is only 1/10 of the usual range. That is 15 meters. If a battle breaks out, he will not be able to take care of everyone. Then the little brother next to him will need to help. In the previous conversation, he also knew that Lin Hao was also a spiritual warrior. However, the other party is only in the early stage of the first level. How much help can he be? So Yu Yuguang turned to Lin Hao and said, little brother, can you tell me how many meters you can sense? This way we can arrange our positions. Hearing this, the others also looked over. In this kind of completely dark environment, the perception of spiritual warriors is equivalent to their eyes. Naturally, I am very concerned. For me, about 50 meters. Lin Hao thought for a moment and replied. In fact, he could sense about 100 meters, but he didn't trust this group of mercenaries. So be reserved. How many? Little brother, are you kidding me? I can only sense 15 meters. Yu Yuguang was shocked when he heard this. The opponent's strength is only at the early stage of the first level. And I am already in the middle stage of the second level. Even if it is an S-level spiritual talent, there shouldn't be such a huge gap. Liao Wenhua was also a little confused. As the captain of the team, he is very clear about the personalities of his teammates. So it was clear at a glance that Yu Yuguang was not lying. So he smiled and asked, "Little brother, do you have an S-level spiritual talent?" Lin Hao blinked. "No, I'm a lightning type." This. Liao Wenhua's smile suddenly froze. After all this time, it's just a lightning system. Before becoming a grandmaster, unless you are a spiritual type. Otherwise, no matter what your talent is, aren't we all completely in the dark in these foggy mountains? As for what the other party said about sensing 50 meters, he didn't believe it at all. Thinking of this, Liao Wenhua shook his head. Then you and Miss Chu should stand in the middle of the team. That way you can be better protected. After all, the other party is Chu Yue's friend. As a mercenary team, they only do things for money, so some things are difficult to say out loud. After saying that, he patted Yu Yuguang on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Yu, it all depends on you. You must cheer up." "Yes, Captain." Yu Yuguang suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. I originally thought that there was someone who could share some of the burden with him, but I didn't expect it to be a young and inexperienced person. Also with false strength. Brother Liao, Lin Hao. Seeing that everyone was prejudiced against Lin Hao, Chu Yue suddenly felt dissatisfied. But just as he was about to explain, he was stopped by Lin Hao. In fact, he had no objection to this arrangement. On the contrary, it's quite good to be able to hide in the team and observe the situation secretly. Afterwards, everyone formed their formation according to Captain Liao's arrangement. Started to advance towards Wushan little by little. The group walked forward about 100 meters, when suddenly thick fog rolled in front of them and a rustling sound was heard. It was obvious that something was rushing towards the crowd at a high speed. Yu Yuguang pointed forward and shouted loudly. "Everyone be careful! The fog beast is coming to the right front." Chapter 51. What a fast speed! As soon as Yu Yuguang finished speaking, ghostly shadows appeared in the fog ahead, accompanied by terrifying roars. One after another, hideous human-shaped beasts rushed towards the crowd through the smog. There were about 10 ferocious beasts in this wave. Their heads were covered with tentacles, and green pus dripped from the tentacles, emitting a foul smell. They're a first-order corrosive mutant. Everyone, be careful of their tentacles, they're highly poisonous. Seeing this, Liao Wenhua took out a huge sword and held it across his body. Among the team, Lin Hao discovered their existence earlier than Yu Yuguang. So we were ready for battle long ago. But when he really saw the full appearance of the fog beast, even Lin Hao couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Although its aura was only at the first level, it was much more dangerous than the beasts in the previous martial arts exam. Especially that disgusting sticky liquid. If it sticks to your skin, it might corrode a big hole. However, this is for Liao Wenhua's experienced team. After all, it's just a first-level mutant beast. As long as you are careful, it's not a troublesome existence. Liao Wenhua strode forward and swung his sword horizontally. At this time, the auxiliary warrior in the back row of the team raised his hand and pointed, and Liao Wenhua's giant sword suddenly ignited a ball of flames. He directly cut in half the 3 ferocious beasts that rushed over first. Flash sale. Liao Wenhua's strength is infinitely close to the 3rd level. Whether in terms of strength or speed, it is an absolute crushing victory. Not to mention that there are auxiliary warriors to add benefits to him. Therefore, there is no obstacle at all in killing this low-level fog beast. At this time, another warrior in the front row also took action. He held a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other, and with both hands he opened and closed. He also eliminated all the fog beasts behind him. However, his speed in killing monsters was obviously not as fast as Liao Wenhua's. As Yu Yuguang continued to report the locations, Chu Yue in the back row also continued to attack. She took out a bow and arrow that looked very gorgeous. Every time the bowstring was pulled, a purple lightning arrow shot out and exploded among the ferocious beasts. In an instant, several fog beasts exploded into bloody mist with enormous power. This made Lin Hao, who was watching from the side, nod secretly. The power of this lightning arrow is quite good. It's barely 1/3 of his lightning column. Maybe he wanted to show off his strength in front of this future junior. Every time Chu Yue pulled the bowstring, she would explain a few things to Lin Hao. Don't be surprised, this is the talent of senior sister. And this bow is made of high-grade thunder spirit wood. It can allow me to send out my innate ability in the form of an arrow, increasing its power by 20%. I see. Lin Hao nodded. The price of thunder spirit wood on the market is calculated by gram. The bow in Chu Yue's hand is probably worth hundreds of millions. This made Lin Hao curse in his heart, "You rich bastard." Soon, the first wave of ferocious beasts were easily killed by everyone. Seeing this, Liao Wenhua put away his giant sword and led the team members to deal with the corpse of the ferocious beast. This mutated fog beast is extremely poisonous. But everything has its limits, and the heart part of the tree is an excellent detoxifying medicine. Outside, one is worth several thousand. So, naturally, their team didn't want to waste it. However, Chu Yue and Lin Hao did not take any action. The former looked down on the money, and the latter never spent any money from the beginning to the end, so he didn't feel comfortable collecting it. I have a pretty good understanding of the situation now. It's time for me to take action. Of course, Lin Hao didn't want to just sit there doing nothing. After all, he still wanted to gain more points before going to college. Just as everyone was collecting materials, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. With a whoosh sound, several fog beasts the size of mice rushed out from the fog on the side and rushed straight towards Chu Yue. The speed was so fast that even Yu Guang, who was on alert at the side, couldn't react. Careful! Protect Miss Chu! Quick! As everyone looked on in fear, a silver flash of lightning flashed. The fog beast running in the front was instantly split in half. Immediately following, the lightning turned rapidly in the air at an incredible angle. Several more ferocious beasts were split in half and fell from the sky. All the fog beasts that broke into the crowd were killed at this moment. Boom! Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank slightly and their faces were full of horror. What a fast speed! Are you okay? After clearing out the fog beast, Lin Hao put away his knife and walked up to Chu Yue and asked. Ah! I'm fine. Chu Yue's little head was confused at this time. To be honest, she saw the fog beasts that suddenly rushed out of the fog. But it was too close, and my body couldn't react. After all, she felt that there were spiritual warriors on guard nearby. If there is any danger, the other party will give you a warning. Plus, they had just experienced a wave of fog beast attacks. So, I relaxed my vigilance. Fortunately, Lin Hao is here, otherwise I would be in danger. Chu Yue patted her chest and felt a little scared. However, after coming to her senses, Chu Yue also noticed it. This junior of hers not only has a strong perception, but is also very strong. So Chu Yue smiled sweetly. Lin Hao, thank you very much. On the other side, Yu Guang frowned deeply. Seriously. He didn't slack off. He was concentrating the entire time and sensing his surroundings. But within his perception range, he didn't notice any fog beast breaking in. But looking at Lin Hao's actions, it was obvious that he had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, with his strength at the early stage of the first level, how could he possibly react? But what made him feel a little strange was, how did Lin Hao know it before him? Little brother, you are quite strong. Yeah, it's really fast. Liao Wenhua and others came over, patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and smiled. They didn't think much about it, thinking that the other party just had faster reaction and speed. Faced with everyone's praise, Lin Hao seemed absent-minded. Because a long-lost reminder sound rang in his mind. Ding, kill a first-level peak mutant, add 80 points. As expected of a mutant beast, the points earned from killing it are higher than those from an ordinary second-level beast. We came to the right place in Wushan. Lin Hao's eyes showed excitement. At this rate, maybe I can save up another 10,000 points after leaving Wushan. So, I took the initiative to apply and came to the first row. Liao Wenhua smiled and didn't say much. After seeing Lin Hao's strength, they put away their contempt. No matter where they are, the strong will be fully respected. The group advanced another 1,000 meters and did not encounter any powerful fog beasts along the way. As the terrain beneath our feet gradually rises, it seems that we have entered the interior of the misty mountain. At this time, Chu Yue took out another object similar to a detector and threw it forward. The detector immediately flew into the fog. Not long after, Chu Yue received a reply. Found it, the Thunder Marrow ore is right over there. Chapter 52 Senior Sister, don't panic, I'm here. Everyone, cheer up. The road ahead may be difficult. Protect Miss Chu. Liao Wenhua looked serious. This was not his first time to Wushan. Naturally, we know that the more precious the treasure, the more fog beasts will gather nearby. And they happen to catch the fog tide that occurs once every 10 years. It was obvious how violent the fog beast inside was. However, the words had just fallen. Waves of creepy roars rang out from all directions. You don't need to look to know that they have been surrounded by fog beasts. It's bad, we are surrounded. Liao Wenhua was shocked and a serious look appeared on his face. He took a step forward and said without turning back. Lao Wang, let's go forward together. We must not let these beasts break through our defense. Lao Wang raised his shield, said nothing, and rushed forward with Liao Wenhua. The two of them took the lead and collided with this wave of fog beasts, and then began to fight. There are a lot of fog beasts in this wave, and there are 30 or 40 of them that can be seen. Not to mention that most of them are hidden in the fog. Moreover, among them, second-level fog beasts account for the majority. The second-level fog beast is no longer so easy to deal with. Liao Wenhua swung his sword several times before he managed to kill a fog beast. When? With a sound like the collision of iron, another fog beast was chopped away by the giant sword. If in the past, the fog beast had suffered such a heavy blow, even if they don't die immediately, they will fall into a coma due to the huge impact. But now, under the stimulation of the fog tide, these fog beasts have obviously become more violent. He also completely ignored the pain. Then these fog beasts stood up shakily and burst out with a speed even faster than before. He rushed directly towards Liao Wenhua. When? There was another sound of iron colliding. This time, not only was the fog beast chopped back, but even Liao Wenhua couldn't help but take a step back due to the recoil force. This also shows that the second-level fog beast in a violent state is not much weaker than Liao Wenhua. But if there was only one, it would be fine. There are so many fog beasts here. If they all attack together, he won't be able to withstand it. Liao Wenhua suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Chu Yue and others in the back row also knew it. If the front row can't hold on, they will be in danger. So they attacked without reservation. I saw thunder, fireballs, ice and other long-range attacks falling from the sky. Enveloped the nearby fog beasts. However, after a round of fire baptism, the effect was not very good, and more than half of the fog beasts were still able to stand up. Keep charging. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces showed some despair. It was obvious that these fog beasts were not something their team could handle. Thinking of this, Liao Wenhua's expression changed. To be honest, he wanted to retreat when he saw the fog coming. If Chu Yue hadn't added the stakes at the last minute, he would have slipped away long ago. And now, this group of fog beasts with rapidly increased strength is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Although the commission is high, you still have to be alive to spend it. And if you don't leave now, you'll never be able to leave again. So after Liao Wenhua chopped a fog beast away, he put away his giant sword and walked back. Miss Chu, I'm sorry. After saying that, he looked at his teammates and began to retreat in tacit understanding. Captain Liao? What do you mean? Chu Yue's face turned pale. She had spent so much effort to get here. It seems that the location of the body tempering treasure has been found. As a result, the guard team gave up and quit? Doesn't that mean it's all in vain? You know, there is no map of this foggy mountain. She came here today because she was lucky and was able to discover the location of the body tempering treasure. And next time, there may not be such a good opportunity. Miss Chu, we have no choice. We are all here to make a living, and no one wants to lose their life here. Liao Wenhua shook his head. He then commanded the team to retreat quickly. Chu Yue was anxious. Don't leave, I can give you more money. If this group of mercenaries left, only she and Lin Hao would be left. For the two of them, let alone finding any treasure, they would be lucky to be able to keep their lives. Oh, extra money? Liao Wenhua sneered without even turning his head. These rich kids paid with money, but what they sold was their lives. Seeing that they were about to break out of the encirclement, Chu Yue stomped her feet in anger. Assholes! I'm going to complain to the company about you. Hearing this, Liao Wenhua looked back, with a hidden light flashing in his eyes. Then it disappeared into the fog. What should I do? Just when Chu Yue was at a loss, she heard a voice speaking lightly. Senior, don't panic, I'm here. In fact, Lin Hao had already listened to the whole process. Just as he expected. The mercenary team is not reliable at all. But it's okay this way. He was also afraid that the other party would steal his beast points. Chu Yue was stunned when she heard this, and then she saw that Lin Hao actually appeared at Liao Wenhua's original position with a long knife in his hand, facing the surging group of fog beasts. Lin Hao, don't be impulsive. These fog beasts are all level 2, not much weaker than me. Let's get going quickly. Chu Yue suddenly became anxious, but before she could finish her words, her body froze in place the next second. Lin Hao easily drew out his long sword and performed a simple sword dance. It seemed like they were performing, not fighting. Then, there was a light and casual slash. Puff! For fog beasts that even Liao Wenhua's giant sword could not kill. The result was that it was like paper, and it broke into pieces directly. There was a burnt smell spreading from the wound. This is the effect of Lin Hao's sea-level weapon, which can infuse his own innate abilities into it. It acts as an enchantment. Immediately following, another large wave of fog beasts rushed over. And this time, Lin Hao no longer held back on his strength. A large amount of silver-white thunder was stimulated on his body surface and vibrated out. Boom! A pillar of lightning is blazing as the sun broke through the thick fog and fell from the sky, hitting the group of fog beasts directly. The silver-white lightning column was extremely terrifying, with a diameter of 10 meters, comparable to a pillar supporting the sky, baptizing the land unscrupulously. At this moment, the breath of destruction swept in all directions, shaking the earth. Rumble! Under the lightning pillar, the earth shattered, the soil scorched black, and all the fog beasts that tried to attack were reduced to ashes, and not even a trace of them remained. After a few breaths, the thunder dissipated, leaving a large amount of arcs in the air, and where the fog beast had been, it has turned into a huge deep pit. The other side. Chu Yue was stunned after watching the whole process. Junior, are you really only at the first level? Chapter 53 Lin Hao, you are simply amazing. As a warrior with S-level lightning talent, Chu Yue naturally understands the importance of talent level. Like Lin Hao, he directly summoned lightning pillars from the sky with a destructive posture. It only illustrates one problem. Lin Hao's talent level is very high. Moreover, he is even much taller than Chu Yue. After all, Chu Yue didn't think that she could just raise her hand and summon a 10-meter thick lightning pillar. But this doesn't make sense. She is the favored daughter of heaven in the imperial capital, and if Lin Hao remembered correctly, he must be from a small third-tier city like Linjiang. How could his awakened talent be higher than hers? Generally speaking, students who awaken high-level talents will receive intensive training from Dragon Country. Someone like Lin Hao would definitely be sent to study at the Imperial Capital Middle School. Because she was admitted to the Imperial Capital Middle School after awakening her talent. That's why she knows it so clearly. But when Lin Hao awakened his talent, didn't it attract the attention of the authorities? Or is it that Linjiang City is so powerful that even a genius like Lin Hao is just cabbage? I thought a level 2 mist beast was so powerful, but this is it? Lin Hao curled his lips and said lightly. These words left Chu Yue speechless. Looking at Lin Hao again, he looked like a monster. I even forgot what I was going to do next. Obviously, Lin Hao brought her more shock than just this. And the fog beast was not within the attack range of the lightning column just now. As if they felt the pain of their own kind's extinction, they were all as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The speed and strength increased again, and they all rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled slightly, showing great disdain for it. When it comes to speed and strength, these second-level beasts are the winner. How could it possibly compete with the Breath of Thunder, which is famous for its fastest speed and strongest explosive power? Lin Hao didn't even use the power of the Thunderfruit. Seeing the fog beast rushing towards him, Lin Hao poured his strength into his feet and then burst out in one breath. Like thunder tearing through the air, it approaches the opponent at high speed. Then he raised his knife and chopped it down with great decisiveness. With just one blow, he beheaded the fog beast running in front and displayed it to the public. When a fog beast was killed, a large wave of fog beasts swarmed in from behind, which was very scary. Lin Hao didn't waste any words. He held the hilt of the knife, stepped forward, and concentrated his breathing. Suddenly, a faint arc of electricity dissipated with the exhaled gas. Thunder-breathing linear form thunderbolt flashed 6 consecutive steps, following Lin Hao's low roar. In an instant, a bolt of lightning with extremely fast speed quickly shuttled through the group of fog beasts. And with every high-speed change of thunder and lightning, the body of a fog beast would be separated. Boom! The sound of thunder tearing through the air was heard, and countless strong winds spread out, making Chu Yue a little unsteady on her feet. In an instant, layers of fog rolled up. Lin Hao's move was as fast as thunder. After he broke through to the Great Perfection realm, this is the first time I've used it with full strength. It is now possible to change the attack direction multiple times. Therefore, even though there were fog beasts everywhere, they were all killed by Lin Hao. Lin Hao had no intention of letting go of the remaining fog beasts that were still hiding in the fog. With the blessing of thunder breath, the long sword in Lin Hao's hand was like the scythe of the god of death. With one sword at a time, he killed all the fog beasts and turned them into point babies. Whether it is first level or second level. In the face of Lin Hao's overwhelming strength gap, they were all killed instantly. Wherever he went, no grass grew. It only took a few minutes in total. This wave of fog beasts was completely cleared out. All the fog beasts were killed by Lin Hao. There was no way. Chu Yue on the side had already been stunned. She covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes were rounder than almonds, and she had completely forgotten that she was also a second-level warrior and could also output. At this moment, Lin Hao, who had finished clearing out the fog beasts, silently lit a cigarette for himself. He turned around to look at Chu Yue, who was frozen in place, and asked in a calm tone, "Senior, shall we continue moving forward?" "Ah. Lin Hao, you are awesome." A fragrant breeze blew over, and then Lin Hao felt a soft body falling into his arms. Then Chu Yue hung on him like a kitten. Different from the green high school girls, Chu Yue is obviously more passionate. I can't hide my thoughts at all. With her personality, once excited, she often makes bolder moves. But Chu Yue also realized that this action was inappropriate, and climbed down from Lin Hao with a slightly red face. Ahem. Junior, are you really only at the early stage of the first level? After all, she was older than Lin Hao, so she was just a little shy and then changed the subject. Lin Hao chuckled and displayed the aura of a first-level warrior. I'm really only at the first level. If you don't believe me, you can check again after you get out. Chu Yue shook her head. The combat power you just showed, saying that you are at the first level, I really can't believe it. Chu Yue was extremely curious, but she didn't ask any further questions. After all, talented warriors like them all have their own secrets. If she insists on asking for clarification, it would be disrespectful to others. But after seeing Lin Hao's strength, Chu Yue felt itchy in her heart, as if she had been scratched by a kitten. So I couldn't help but ask a harmless question. Junior, are you really from Linjiang City? Lin Hao smiled. Senior sister, do you not trust me? No. I'm just curious. How come you're studying in Linjiang City when you're so talented? Chu Yue waved her hands quickly. According to common sense, you will definitely be recruited by Imperial Capital Middle School. Maybe Imperial Capital Middle School doesn't like me. As he spoke, Lin Hao took out his student ID card from Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. He didn't throw this thing away even after he finished the college entrance examination. So it has been preserved until now. After seeing the student ID, Chu Yue was shocked again. Because she had never heard of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. The only one I have some impression of is Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. I also know that this is the best middle school in Linjiang City. After all, some of her classmates at Tsinghua University were from No. 1 Middle School. But she didn't expect it. Even in Linjiang City, Lin Hao didn't attend the best middle school. Thinking of this, Chu Yue felt a sense of frustration for no reason. As a favored child, she has always been an outstanding student since childhood. After graduating from junior high school, his awakened talent was quite good. I successfully entered the best middle school in Longhua. I also took the college entrance examination and was admitted to the top martial arts school, Tsinghua University. Everything went smoothly along the way, making her think that she was quite capable. So this time when she came to Wushan, she never told her family. I was wondering if I could get some experience in advance. However, Chu Yue was not stupid enough to come to Wushan alone. So she found a mercenary team. Lin Hao came along as a sidekick. Yes. Chu Yue only regarded Lin Hao as an early warning radar. But now, this is not an early warning radar, but an intercontinental missile. Very powerful. But she is obviously only a few years older than Lin Hao, but compared with him, she is like this. Her strength is not even up to par, far behind Lin Hao. Just then, a shout brought her back to her senses. Senior, what do you think this is? Chapter 54. He is only at the first level, what strength can he have? Senior, what is this? On the rugged mountain road, Lin Hao pointed at a small handful of purple powder on the side of the road and asked. I had been fighting the fog beast before, so I didn't notice these things. It does seem a bit odd now. After all, the powder sprinkled on the gray gravel road was a bit too conspicuous. Chu Yue looked over in the direction of the voice, and her eyes suddenly lit up. These are fragments of the Thunder Marrow Oregon. Just follow these traces and you'll find the mine. Although it was Chu Yue's first time in Wushan, she was not unfamiliar with these things. Obviously he has done his homework. Mine? Lin Hao frowned when he heard this. Since there are mines everywhere, doesn't that mean someone got there first? As if she understood what Lin Hao was thinking, Chu Yue stuck out her tongue and said, Don't worry, no one has been here before, otherwise there wouldn't be so many fog beasts around here. And generally speaking, there are other good things in this kind of mine. Oh? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested, then let's go and take a look. Indeed, a special environment like Wushan. Many teams that make a living from treasure hunting are unwilling to come. After all, the risk is too high. However, martial artists at the Grandmaster level look down upon these resources. So the probability of there being good things is still very high. So, Lin Hao first used a long knife to cut off the valuable parts of the nearby fog beast corpses. Then he followed Chu Yue and walked forward. Foggy Mountain Edge. After breaking out of the encirclement of the fog beasts, Liao Wenhua's team ran all the way. Now we are out of danger. However, they were not very happy. Captain, we shouldn't have deserted the battlefield. In the team, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face said in a low voice. Yes, their lives were saved. But once this matter of abandoning the employer and running away gets out, not only would their team's reputation plummet, but they would also have no place in this field. What do you mean you shouldn't run away? You know how many fog beasts there were. If you didn't run, could you have survived? Yu Guang, the only spiritual warrior in the team, retorted. Then he pointed at the others in the team and said, like Sister Hua and Brother Duan, they're just support types. You're tough and can hold your own for a while, but what about them? Are they all going to be buried with that girl? Captain, Lao Wang lowered his head, caught in a dilemma. In principle, after receiving this task, their team should escort it to the end. Even casualties are inevitable. But emotionally, we have fought side by side for so many years and have overcome countless difficulties. Their relationship has long been deeper than that of family. Therefore, no matter who is missing from the team, it will be a heavy blow to everyone. Okay, no need to say anything, the decision was made by me, and I will explain everything to the company. Liao Wenhua frowned, his tone a little low. Captain, do we still need to go back? Hearing this, Yu Guang asked hurriedly. That's right. Although we made a mistake this time, our team is quite strong. If the company still wants to make money, they won't do anything to us. Liao Wenhua made a careful analysis and found out. Even if I confess this, they probably won't receive any substantial punishment, at most they'll just have to pay some money and that's it. And the company will help them conceal this matter. Afterwards, it will be the same as before. Just accept the task as it should be accepted. Didn't other teams go through this before? Captain, this time is different. Yu Guang was anxious, do you know who that girl is? Before anyone could answer, he continued, the eldest daughter of Hongchuan Martial Arts School, a 7th-rank martial arts master, and Chu Wanha's youngest daughter. What? Old Wang's eyes widened and he grabbed Yu Guang by the collar. Why didn't you say so earlier, kid? What if I told you earlier? Aren't you going to run away? Where do you want to die? I don't want to. Yu Guang broke free, feeling a little guilty. You. Lao Wang was angry and wanted to go forward to argue, but Liao Wenhua stopped him. That's enough, Lao Wang. Just like Xiaoyu said, even if she knows my identity, we still have to leave. There's nothing we can do about it. As soon as the words fell, everyone fell silent. The daughter of a 7th rank martial master is no ordinary person. If the other party tells others that they deserted the battlefield, I'm afraid their team will disappear from the world the next day. Even the company can't protect them. After all, their boss is only at the level of a 5th rank grandmaster. But they don't regret the decision. Captain, why don't we just go all out and kill that girl? Yu Guang made a gesture of wiping his neck. Hearing this, a dangerous light flashed in Liao Wenhua's eyes. To put it bluntly, the mercenaries are a group of bloodthirsty people. Of course, they are not easy to deal with. In the early days, they had done this kind of backstabbing before. However, after joining the company, I became much more disciplined and more cautious about my life. And now, the bloodthirsty instinct in their bones is stirring. There's no way back now, so I might as well just kill him. That girl's weapon is obviously a good one, it can be sold for a lot of money. After selling my things, I can escape to the disorderly and desolate lands of the borderlands. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But, what if that girl dies in the fog? However, just as Liao Wenhua was thinking about many things, a deafening thunder came from the fog. Boom! It instantly attracted everyone's attention. But all I could see was a vast expanse of white, and I couldn't see anything. Fuck! It must be that girl's backup plan. Yu Wenhua cursed, damn it, why didn't you use this trump card earlier? With Chu Yue's background, it's not uncommon to have such powerful means of attack. So they didn't find it strange. I'm just a little angry that I didn't use it when I encountered danger. Or is it that their lives are worthless and not worth spending such a trump card on? Think of this. Along with it, the slight guilt that I had felt for deserting the battlefield also dissipated. Seeing this scene, Liao Wenhua smiled. I was worried before that it would be troublesome if the girl died in the fog. Then we can only wait until the fog recedes and then risk our lives to search for the corpse. Not needed now. Chu Yue, who has a powerful trump card, will definitely live a good life. Maybe I can even bring out the treasures I found from the fog mountain. All they have to do is wait. Moreover, after what the fog beast did, the opponent's powerful trump cards must have been exhausted. A young lady who is unarmed but possesses a huge treasure. Aren't you just at the mercy of others? Thinking of this, Liao Wenhua could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Brothers, pack your things and welcome our Miss Chu here. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, all looking excited. After finishing this job, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life. Can't you go wherever you want then? Among the crowd, only Lao Wang frowned slightly. Captain, there's a guy named Lin Hao next to Chu Yue. He seems a bit threatening. Oh. Liao Wenhua sneered. He's just a young man at the first level, and you really think he's a big shot after praising him a few times? Just pack it all up. Chapter 55 Senior Sister, how about we go together? By the way, Junior, when you come to Xinggu University, you must choose the second college. Choose a college? Yes, the dean of the second academy is my master, and she will definitely accept you as her apprentice. Can I choose another college? No. Why? Senior will be sad. Different from his cool image at school. At this moment, Chu Yue was like an enthusiastic senior student in front of Lin Hao. From the strength rankings of the school's 6 colleges to gossip overheard in private. Chu Yue seemed to have opened a chatterbox and kept talking next to Lin Hao. It can be said that Chu Yue has never said such words in her life. Lin Hao, who was standing by, didn't feel disgusted at all, but listened with great interest. After all, the last time I met someone so talkative was Fatty Wang from high school. Compared to them, Chu Yue is excellent in all aspects, not to mention that she is a great beauty. The two walked in the fog for a long time. We didn't encounter any large-scale beast waves along the way. Soon, an irregular cave about 3 meters high appeared in front of them. This cave is hidden in the fog. If Lin Hao hadn't relied on his observation haki, it would have been difficult to find. Junior, this is it. Chu Yue's beautiful eyes lit up. After going around in circles for so long, I encountered many setbacks along the way. Now we have finally arrived at our destination. As long as she brings the ore back, she can officially start tempering her body. Thinking of this, Chu Yue's pretty face was filled with excitement. Good. Lin Hao nodded, his hand already on the hilt of the knife. Be prepared to fight at any time. At the same time, a faint silver-white arc emerged. Although we didn't encounter any powerful fog beasts along the way, no one knows whether there are other dangers here. It's better to be careful. So after making some preparations, he stepped into the cave cautiously. What a powerful thunder! Looking at the lightning that was so close and exuding a terrifying aura, Chu Yue couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her face. During the previous battle, she lamented that Lin Hao's talent for lightning might be quite high. Now that she had observed it closely, she realized that the energy fluctuations emitted by the thunder were even more terrifying than she had imagined. No wonder his lightning pillar is so thick. Chu Yue herself is a lightning warrior. In comparison, the power of my own lightning is like that of Baby Bus. With this level of ability, you're definitely qualified for special recruitment. Chu Yue was secretly amazed, and at the same time she decided to ask her master to take action after she returned. Lin Hao must be recruited into the second college. Unlike the outside world, which is shrouded in thick fog, the fog in the cave is very thin. Can see more than 10 meters away. However, as one goes deeper into the cave, the surrounding light gradually dims. Fortunately, Lin Hao's thunder is there to provide light. Day. In the empty cave, only the footsteps of two people could be heard. After walking through a long and narrow tunnel, the view suddenly opened up. Arrive! Lin Hao's eyes lit up and he began to look around. This is a cave as big as a football field. The surrounding stone walls are covered with stalactites. The topography of the entire cave is a bit like karst landform. There is also a naturally formed purple pool in the center of the cave. Surrounding the pool are strange-looking purple minerals. There were several circles around them, and it looked like there were quite a few of them. Is this the associated mineral of thunder marrow? Lin Hao, who had just finished the college entrance examination, still remembered the relevant knowledge taught by the teacher in class. After seeing these minerals, he recognized them easily. Why are there so many thunder marrow-associated minerals here? While feeling puzzled, he also noticed the purple pool in the middle of the ore. If you look closely, you can see arcs of electricity floating on the water. Could it be that there are so many minerals because of this pool of purple water? Just when he was puzzled, Chu Yue beside him exclaimed. Could this be the heavenly treasure thunder marrow fluid? What is thunder marrow fluid? Lin Hao was slightly stunned when he heard this. When he was in school, his performance in liberal arts was pretty good. He also reads a lot of books on natural treasures. But he didn't know about the purple pond in front of him. Certainly. Even if I don't know what it is. The four words heavenly treasures and earthly treasures are enough to illustrate its value. As if she saw Lin Hao's confusion, Chu Yue explained. Thunder marrow fluid is the early form of thunder marrow crystal. It is only after a long period of polishing that it is concentrated into a crystalline form. Heavenly spirits and earthly treasures are of a higher level than S level. So the way it is formed is very special. Some require a lot of time, while others require chance and so on. The thunder marrow crystal is a rare treasure that takes 100 years to form liquid and 1,000 years to turn into crystal. Is that the same effect as the crystal form of thunder marrow crystal? Lin Hao asked in confusion. He knew that thunder marrow crystal was a sacred object for tempering the bodies of warriors with lightning talents. However, he didn't know how effective this thunder marrow fluid was in tempering the body. Not much difference. As Chu Yue spoke, she walked to the edge of the pond with her long legs. Then she knelt down, her black hair falling down. Exquisite and perfect side profile, with a slightly fuller curve on the chest. They are all eye-catching. However, Chu Yue didn't care at all. She stretched out her jade hand with great concentration and gently broke off the associated minerals by the pond. This mineral is shaped like a bamboo shoot, with arcs of electricity flowing out of its surface. Or contaminated with thunder marrow fluid will gradually become associated ore. No wonder there are so many thunder marrow associated minerals around here. After Chu Yue took the associated mineral in her hand and looked at it, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. With so many ores here, it is obvious that there is no shortage of materials for body tempering. That's amazing. I didn't expect you to know so much about the treasures of heaven and earth. Lin Hao praised from the bottom of his heart. He read so many related books in school. But I still don't know what thunder marrow fluid is. In contrast, Chu Yue could tell the characteristics and origin of this purple pond at a glance. Obviously, this requires a terrifying amount of knowledge. That's okay, you'll learn all these things in college. Chu Yue stood up and waved her hand modestly. Martial arts high schools have theory classes just like in high school. However, the proportion of theoretical courses will be much smaller than that in high school. After all, the main focus of martial arts schools is martial arts training. But then again, how can we take away such a large pond? I definitely can't take it with me. Chu Yue covered her mouth and chuckled. Then she added, you don't need to take it away. Just go in and soak in it. It will also have the effect of strengthening your body. Oh, then you go clubbing, senior. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao made a gesture of invitation. No one would ever have too much of thunder marrow fluid, a natural treasure for tempering the body. However, this was discovered only at the invitation of Chu Yue. Besides, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have recognized that this was thunder marrow fluid. No, you must be the one picking me up. Chu Yue waved her hands quickly. She didn't know how many times Lin Hao had saved her along the way, and she didn't even have time to thank him. Naturally, if there are any good things, Lin Hao should be given priority. Hearing this, Lin Hao looked around the pond. I found that the space was not too small and was more than enough to accommodate 2 people. So he suggested, Senior, why don't we go to the bar together? Chapter 56 3rd level Ferocious Beast. I don't mean anything else, it's just that there's so much thunder marrow fluid here, I'm sure it will be wasted if I do it alone. Lin Hao explained, fearing that the other party would misunderstand him. Well, okay then. Chu Yue's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and her face was slightly red. No matter how casual or bold she is, she couldn't even think about bathing in the same pool with a member of the opposite sex, let alone doing it. However, she is a senior. If you act shy in front of your juniors, you will appear pretentious. In addition, the body-quenching effect of thunder marrow fluid is incomparable to ordinary materials. So after a slight struggle in her heart, she began to undress very happily. All I saw was combat jackets being thrown aside by Chu Yue. In the end, all that was left was a slim white vest and a preppy blue miniskirt. It can't cover Chu Yue's perfect figure at all. Lin Hao, oh. Is this something I can watch without paying? Did you misunderstand what I meant, senior? TSK. Such long legs and such curvy figure. The senior student really doesn't treat me as an outsider. Junior, I'm going in first, you should come quickly too. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement again. Hey, senior sister, there's something wrong with what you say. However, just as Lin Hao was about to go over, suddenly, alarm bells rang in my heart. Swish. Lin Hao pulled Chu Yue back a few steps. Then a pool of purple liquid fell where Chu Yue had just stood. Sizzle. White smoke rose up, and in the blink of an eye, a half-meter dent was corroded on the ground. At the same time, a fishy and unpleasant smell emanated. Oh no, it's the ghost face spider. Chu Yue pointed at the figure hanging upside down on the wall. A large group of terrifying beasts with white, ferocious faces appeared out of nowhere, causing people to scream in fear. The ghost face spider is a third-tier ferocious beast, its defining feature being the terrifying human face on its back. Its own attack power is actually not very strong, not as strong as the second-level fog beast encountered before. But the scary thing is, it can spit out a purple poisonous mist that paralyzes the warrior's mental perception. It makes it impossible to tell the direction, while hiding in the fog and spitting venom to attack. In the end, he was exhausted to death by it. If we encounter the enemy outside, the worst that can happen is to use roundabout tactics and deal with it after the poisonous fog dissipates. But this is inside a cave, which is equivalent to a secret room environment. There's absolutely no way to hide. So, Chu Yue's first thought was to escape. Although thunder marrow fluid is precious, no matter how precious it is not as valuable as life. Let's get out of this place quickly. After saying that, Chu Yue pulled Lin Hao and prepared to run out. But no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't move the other person. Chu Yue thought that Lin Hao didn't understand how scary the ghost-faced spider was, so she quickly tried to dissuade him. Junior, now is not the time to show off. We are no match for these third-level ghost-faced spiders in a closed room. Although its own attack is not strong, it can block mental power. Xu Yue knew that Lin Hao had strong mental strength, and she might not be able to resist competing with him. But Lin Hao had no idea that the poisonous mist of the ghost-faced spider was a mental toxin. Even a grandmaster martial artist who is one level higher than it cannot completely eliminate the interference. Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled and patted the back of Xu Yue's hand, comforting her. Don't leave in a hurry, let's see what happens first. At first, Lin Hao was also shocked after seeing so many third-level ferocious beasts. But after hearing that the ghost-faced spider's strongest attack method is to block mental power, Lin Hao then had a clue in his mind. Because his observation haki is not just mental power at all. It's a perception. It's like an instinct that people need to drink water when they are thirsty and eat when they are hungry. Unless the poisonous fog can directly make him lose consciousness. Otherwise, there is no way to block his perception. However, as Xu Yue said, this is in a closed environment. And there are precious mineral resources all around. Therefore, Lin Hao did not plan to take action himself. He was afraid that the power of the Thunderfruit was too great and it would be a pity to destroy these precious resources. Especially the Thunder Marrow fluid pool. So, Lin Hao turned his gaze to Xu Yue beside him. Senior, take out your Thunder Spirit Bow. Oh. Although Xu Yue didn't know what Lin Hao was going to do, she still took out the bow out of trust in him. Just at this moment, thick purple mist spread over. Completely surround the two of them. I can't see anything. Lin Hao felt it and found that his observation haki was not disturbed, so he stopped paying attention to it. Senior sister, I'll be relying on you later. Hearing this, Xu Yue's legs suddenly went weak and she almost fell down. If she didn't really trust Lin Hao, she would have run away long ago. What do I mean by reliable? If she were outside, Xu Yue would be fully confident in dealing with the ghost-faced spider. Now she was in the poisonous fog and had no way of telling the direction. You can't hit the target at all. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Hao timidly. It seemed to be questioning the truth of those words. 10 o'clock, up there. A calm and composed voice brought Xu Yue back to her senses. Then he followed the direction Lin Hao pointed. Xu Yue subconsciously pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. As a warrior whose main weapon is the bow and arrow, it is not difficult to react like this. Ah! Suddenly a miserable cry came from the fog. I got it. Xu Yue looked at Lin Hao beside her with an expression of disbelief. Isn't it said that poisonous fog can block mental power? How come Lin Hao can still sense it? Is it luck, or is it? Before she could think about it. 6 o'clock, down below. Xu Yue quickly drew her bow and shot in the direction indicated. As expected, another miserable cry was heard, like a baby crying. Another hit made Xu Yue understand. This is definitely not luck. Lin Hao's perception was not affected at all. Although she didn't know how the other party did it, Xu Yue didn't have time to ask more questions. Anyway, just follow Lin Hao and everything will be fine. Over there, over here. As Lin Hao continued to report the points, Xu Yue was like a controlled human turret, continuously firing thunder arrows. And from the fog came miserable cries. However, it's not about standing still. Occasionally, Lin Hao would help her avoid the flying venom. Anyway, Xu Yue had completely given up thinking and would just shoot wherever Lin Hao pointed. So this is what it feels like to cling to someone powerful. For some reason, Xu Yue felt inexplicably at peace at this moment. But between the two of them, she is obviously the senior, the one with higher realm. Lin Hao, who was standing by, also gained something as he discovered a brand new function of the system. It turns out that helping others kill ferocious beasts can also earn you points. Ding, assist in killing the third-level ghost-faced spider, points added 50. Under normal circumstances, the points obtained by killing a third-level ferocious beast are 150. But if you rely on others, it's only 1/3. However, as long as the surrounding materials can be preserved as intact as possible. Lin Hao didn't care about adding any more points. Not long after, the miserable cries subsided. The purple mist in front of him gradually dissipated, and it was obvious that all the ghost-faced spiders were killed. After Lin Hao finished cleaning up the filth around him, he turned to Xu Yue and said, Senior, let's continue. Chapter 57 Chapter 57 First Body Tempering. It wasn't as beautiful as I imagined. After jumping into the pool, Lin Hao and Xu Yue stayed in different corners. He began to hold his breath and concentrate on absorbing the pure energy of the thunder marrow pool. Try to activate the breath of thunder. Lin Hao's heart quickly calmed down, and he tried hard to keep himself fully focused on his breathing. At the same time, the perception of surrounding things gradually becomes blurred. The next moment. Rumble. The qi and blood in his body began to surge continuously, and at the same time, a trace of extremely pure purple power instantly poured into Lin Hao's body. Pain. The first moment the energy entered his body, Lin Hao felt a piercing pain. It was as if fire ants were constantly biting the wound in flesh. It was like a blade scraping repeatedly on the bone. Even though he thought he had a strong tolerance, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. After a while, Lin Hao felt extremely comfortable all over. All the internal organs have been sublimated. Could this energy be the mighty power of heaven and earth? Lin Hao held his breath, slightly shocked. The reason why the heavenly treasures are named this way, besides being rare, is that they contain a trace of the great power of heaven and earth. This great power is the result of the magic of nature. This is the biggest difference from ordinary materials. It is this power that can have various magical effects, such as resurrection from the dead, reversal of talent, and so on. If I use this purple energy to temper my body, my physique will undergo unimaginable changes. After realizing the wonderful effects of purple energy, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. He began to guide strands of purple energy deep into his internal organs to temper his body. Generally speaking, quasi-warriors are also called blood-refining realm. Most warriors at this stage are high school students, aged 16-18. The practice at this stage is also very simple. You just need to keep exercising and your qi and blood will naturally increase. During this process, the human body develops rapidly, such as growing taller, gaining weight, and so on, commonly known as the body growth stage. Of course, some geniuses are naturally different from ordinary people. They were one step ahead and became formal warriors during high school, entering the next stage, also called the body tempering stage. The main focus of body tempering is the internal organs. The internal organs are the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Nature needs to be continuously strengthened. Only in this way can the body withstand the immense power of qi and blood. It's like building a house. Only when the foundation is strong enough can the house be tall and stable. Therefore, warriors who have the conditions will use good quenching materials to quench their bodies. This will make the foundation more solid. Of course, the best quenching material. They must be treasures from heaven and earth. They can fundamentally transform the body. Therefore, it is extremely rare and cannot be measured by money. Obviously, thunder marrow fluid is this rare treasure from heaven and earth. Rumble. Lin Hao's bones, muscles, internal organs, etc. began to be strengthened and improved in all aspects. Your qi and HP increase from 321 to 511. Your qi and HP increase from 511 to 751. Your realm has been raised from a first stage early stage warrior to a first stage mid stage warrior. Your purple energy continued to flow into every part of his body, causing Lin Hao's body to undergo amazing changes and continuous transformation. And the other side of the pool. After experiencing the initial pain, Chu Yue relaxed and absorbed the purple energy to temper her body. But her speed of absorbing purple energy was far slower than that of Lin Hao beside her. As a result, her body tempering state didn't last long at all. This guy is really perverted. Chu Yue opened her eyes in surprise, looked at the water surface which was gradually fading in color, and shook her head helplessly. I thought she could still rely on a realm 1 level higher than Lin Hao. In terms of absorption efficiency, it is faster than Lin Hao. After all, this was not her first time to temper her body. Have experience in this area. But she didn't expect that this was Lin Hao's first time to temper his body. Can you have this kind of talent? Do you know how to guide energy to strengthen your limbs for the first time? And his body can actually withstand so much energy? Think about it, I only completed the body tempering with the help of my master. But my junior is really a pervert. Then she stood up, dried herself, and left the pool. Most of the medicinal effects were absorbed by Lin Hao, and it was useless for her to stay inside. Fortunately, she did not gain nothing. She took all the thunder marrow minerals near the pool. After doing all this, Chu Yue squatted by the pool with her hands on her knees, waiting obediently for Lin Hao to wake up. When Lin Hao and Chu Yue were tempering their bodies in the cave, Xingwu University, Second College. In a villa. Master, I have followed your instructions and withdrawn the warriors protecting junior sister Chu. I will allow her to receive as much training as possible. On the sofa, a young man in his 20s said in a low voice. He reported Chu Yue's situation during this period to the dean of the second college. He is also his master, the 6th level warrior Wan Lanji. Aha! Going to Wushan to look for the Thunder Marrow ore? A beautiful woman sitting in the main seat of the living room nodded and said, Wushan is somewhat dangerous for Xiao Wei, but that girl is not reckless. She knows that hiring a mercenary team will only greatly reduce the effectiveness of the training. Master. The young man couldn't help but ask, I heard that junior sister Chu was upset because she was squeezed out of the sequence level spot, so she went to Wushan alone? Even you know about this? Dean Wan said lightly. Of course, not only us, but also the juniors and even seniors know about it. They say there's a new student who took our place, and they're all laughing at us. The young man stood up and said angrily. Then he said, Master, is the school targeting our second academy? Junior sister Chu is being treated too unfairly. Don't talk nonsense. Dean Wan scolded, this is a quota that was personally approved by Principal Fong. It's just that Xiao Wei happened to be ranked 95th. Hearing Principal Fong's name, the young man sat down helplessly. After all, the other party is an 8th level martial emperor and the highly respected principal of the school. There's no need to target anyone. Maybe junior sister Chu is just unlucky. But what the young man couldn't understand was, they work hard in the ring to impact the rankings. Which one of them didn't rely on absolute strength to get a sequence level place with great effort? And why should a freshman be worthy of it? After school starts, he must take a good look at what is different about this new student. Moreover, he was not the only one who thought so. Several students in the same grade are already prepared to cause trouble for each other. Xiao Wei, although you need to temper your temper, you also need to be careful and not let anything unexpected happen. Dean Wan gave the order softly. Chu Yue is not only Chu Wanha's daughter, but also her beloved disciple. So, even if you have to engage in training, you must first ensure the other person's safety. Don't worry, Master. I've already informed the hiring company. The young man smiled. After hearing this, Dean Wan nodded. But when she thought of her apprentice's careless nature, she couldn't help but ask, when did you say hello? It seems like just now. Chapter 58, Realm Breakthrough, Blood and Energy Surge. Chaoyang Security Company, 6th floor. The boss's office. It is called an office, but it is actually a specially modified martial arts training room. At this moment, Gu Qinghu was sitting on the sofa, with no intention of training at all. With a loud bang, the office door was pushed open. A middle-aged fat man with disheveled clothes walked in from outside. Cousin, you called me. Gu Yanjiang smiled flatteringly and tiptoed over. How many times have I told you this? When you're working, it's called a job title. Gu Qinghu's face was cold and he looked a little impatient. Yes, Boss Gu. Gu Yanjiang is quite good at adapting to changing circumstances, which is why he was able to become the company manager. But Gu Qinghu didn't react at all and asked in a very cold tone. I'm asking you, did someone named Chu Yue come to our company 2 days ago? Just now, he received a call from Xingwu University. Tell him. Chu Yue hired a mercenary team from their company and asked him to help take care of it. As a grandmaster, he has ended up like this. He naturally knew very well what Chu Yue's background was. A 7th level martial master and a 6th level martial king. It's definitely not someone he can afford to offend. Therefore, he was extremely concerned about this matter. Everyone is ready to welcome Chu Yue. Even Gu Qinghu was thinking of doing it himself. After all, if this matter is done well, it will improve your reputation in front of Wu Zun and win his favor. Maybe there will be a chance to be promoted to King of Martial Arts in the future. But I found out after checking. Chu Yue had already found a mercenary team 2 days ago. And Gu Yanjiang, who was in charge of the mercenary team, didn't even tell him such a big thing. If I hadn't received a call from Xingwu University, he still doesn't know it. Let me think, it seems like there is such a person. He's quite generous. I thought it was some rich lady out for fun. Gu Yanjiang touched his head. Then why didn't you tell me? Gu Qinghu slammed the table and shouted loudly. The powerful aura of a 5th-level Grandmaster emanated from the entire office, and the entire office was filled with a depressing atmosphere. In fact, there is another reason why he is so angry. That's what Gu Qinghu knew. His cousin likes to collude with mercenaries and do some self-directed and self-acted activities. Its purpose is also simple. The purpose is to make the employer increase the amount temporarily and cheat the employer out of more money. In the past, it was done for the sake of family. Gu Qinghu turned a blind eye. As long as it's not excessive, he'll be fine with it. But now I've hit a wall. This is just an ordinary rich lady, it shouldn't be that bad. Gu Yanjiang was shocked when he saw this. I have no idea what my cousin means today. He seems to be furious. An ordinary young lady? Her father is the 7th-rank martial master Chu Wanhe. What? Hearing this, Gu Yanjiang's legs went limp with fear. He frantically recalled in his mind whether he had given any task to trick people. But after thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. Cousin, don't worry, I haven't given you any other tasks. Real? Gu Yanjiang nodded heavily, and I also sent my elite mercenary team, Liao Wenhua's team. After hearing this, Gu Qinghu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Liao Wenhua's team. Although he used to do dirty work, he retired many years ago. Successfully carried out many escort missions. He is an old employee of the company. The overall strength of the team is also pretty good. However, Gu Yanjiang was still a little worried. After all, Liao Wenhua was recruited by his unreliable cousin. Connect me to Liao Wenhua. I want to inquire about the situation in person. No problem, cousin. Gu Yanjiang made the call with a smile. After learning about Chu Yue's identity, he was also somewhat relieved that he had restrained his greed. Otherwise, if he deceived Wu Zun's daughter, he would probably die without a burial place. Beep beep beep. But after the phone rang for a long time, no one answered. What's the meaning? Maybe the signal is not good. Seeing this situation, Gu Yanjiang was a little panicked. Quickly switched to emergency satellite communication. This method of communication is how he usually remotely controls the mercenary team. It's also his way of making money. So no matter where you are, the signal will not be interrupted. But after a long time, no one answered. Gu Yanjiang, please explain to me what is going on. Gu Qinghu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. Plop. Gu Yanjiang was so scared that he knelt down. There are only 2 situations in which they won't call. First, they are all dead. Second, he defected. But no matter which case, it's not good news. Asshole. Gu Qinghu slapped Gu Yanjiang hard, sending him flying. It smashed several desks before landing on the ground. I told you a long time ago that the mercenary team wants to recruit warriors with clean records, but you just wouldn't listen. If Miss Chu makes any mistake, I will take your head as an apology. After saying that, Gu Qinghu planned to go find the person himself. So he stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar and yelled. Tell me. Miss Chu, where did you go? Fog, mountain. Wushan, inside an unnamed cave. Are you okay? As soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Hao saw Chu Yue handing him a clean towel. At the same time, they looked up and met the other person's beautiful eyes full of worry. This made Lin Hao feel warm inside. What can I do? After taking the towel, Lin Hao walked out of the pool. Suddenly, a surge of energy and blood came, and Lin Hao's own body underwent an unprecedented transformation. Subconsciously, Lin Hao opened his system panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, 1st level peak warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit, observation hockey. Chi and blood, 1246. Spirit, 144. Body strengthening technique, breath of thunder. Martial arts, thunder breathing form 1, thunderbolt flash great mastery. Lottery points, 4321. Chi and blood increased by more than 900. Lin Hao's eyes lit up slightly. In fact, for warriors who have already entered the level, the amount of chi and blood that can be improved by regular exercise alone is not much. After all, the human body is like a container, and the size of the container can only be continuously increased. Only then can the chi and blood surge. This is also the reason why we need to temper our body. And what the thunder marrow fluid brought him was obviously more than just a surge in energy and blood. There are also physical defense and recovery speed. These data cannot be seen from the chi and blood. He had a feeling. In his current state, I'm afraid that in terms of physical strength alone, he is almost as strong as the second-level ferocious beasts outside. This is scary. You know, we are in the fog at the moment. The physique of a fog beast. Even Liao Wenhua, a third-level strength warrior, couldn't cut it. My points are almost 5,000. This trip has been really fruitful. Just as Lin Hao was sighing, a cry of surprise came from the side. Junior, put on your clothes first. Chapter 59 Chu Yue, Danger. Hearing this, Lin Hao subconsciously looked down. I saw that my clothes were tattered, revealing large areas of my brown skin. Especially the lower body, there were only a few strips of cloth left, barely covering the key parts. A chilly feeling came over me. This made Lin Hao's face turn red. He quickly took the combat uniform beside him and put it on. Before going to the pool to temper his body, he took off his combat uniform. He was only wearing some ordinary clothes. Obviously, ordinary clothes cannot withstand the violent energy of the thunder marrow fluid. However, it happened when Lin Hao was getting dressed. Chu Yue turned around and pretended to be shy. But her occasional glances back still revealed her true thoughts. Senior, what are you looking at? At some point, Lin Hao appeared behind her. I didn't. When Chu Yue met Lin Hao's gaze, her face suddenly flushed and she felt a little at a loss. However, it was only awkward for a moment. Chu Yue quickly changed the subject. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, let's go back. Lin Hao nodded after hearing this. I really gained a lot from this trip. Not only has the realm been improved, but the physical strength has also been greatly strengthened. Lin Hao, who was just about to leave, subconsciously glanced at his phone. I realized that 2 days had passed since I first came to Wushan. It took me a whole day to temper my body. I have to hurry back, or I'll be late for school. Xinggu University is located far away in the borderland, and it takes at least 5 or 6 days to get there from Linjiang City. Not counting the time for changing trains midway. But Lin Hao was somewhat unwilling to go back like this. After all, it's not easy to come to Wushan. Lin Hao wanted to kill more fog beasts and get points before leaving. After all, once we go to school, we will have a long period of military training. And Lin Hao didn't know when he would have such an opportunity again. Of course, you should keep more points for emergencies. So he said to Chu Yue, senior sister, let me take you back first. I may have something else to do. Is there something wrong? Then go ahead and do your thing. I can walk out by myself. Chu Yue waved her hand. Although I don't know what Lin Hao is going to do. But seeing that the other party looked a little anxious, it was obvious that there was something urgent. She didn't dare to ask too much. Besides, Lin Hao had already helped her a lot along the way, and she felt a little embarrassed to ask him to send her back. Oh well. Hearing Chu Yue say this, Lin Hao didn't act pretentiously. Indeed, he is also short of time. Moreover, he had already cleared out the fog beasts on the way here. The risk is very low. Chu Yue can handle it with her strength. So Lin Hao was no longer worried. After giving a few instructions, he and Chu Yue left separately. Parking area outside Wushan. Liao Wenhua and several others ambushed near Chu Yue's Maserati. They calculated that Chu Yue would definitely come back here. After all, this is the only means of transportation for the other party to come. As long as Chu Yue doesn't want to walk back, she will definitely come back. It's been almost 2 days, why haven't they come out yet? Yu Yuguang shook his legs and started complaining. His legs were a little numb from squatting on the side of the road. Captain, do you think they died in there? Impossible, the fog has receded. With that girl's strength, she can handle it. What's more, she has a trump card. Liao Wenhua frowned and responded. Since the fog has receded, why don't we go in and take a look? Yu Yuguang said helplessly. It is obvious that they are much stronger than the other party. But the captain asked them to wait for the person to come out on the grounds of caution. What he said was that he wanted Chu Yue to use up all her cards. This way they can take it down without any effort. But when that time really comes, maybe all the girl's hair will be eaten by the fog beast. Don't be impatient, wait a little longer. After all, Chu Yue is the daughter of Wu Zun. It's impossible for her to go out without some self-defense equipment. Liao Wenhua's eyes flashed coldly. He has been able to work in the mercenary business for so long. It's not just about brute force. What is more important is the sense of smell of prey. And the thunder that resounded through the heavens and earth really scared him. He was afraid that Chu Yue had this kind of trump card. Then they're done. After hearing this, Yu Guang could only continue squatting on the side of the road. By the way, Captain, Fatty Gu called me before, but I didn't answer. Take a look. Ignore him. After we finish this job, we'll run away. Will the company still come looking for us? 2. After a few more hours, the sky gradually darkened. Just when the mercenaries were bored, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the fog not far away. The other party didn't seem to notice the danger and walked over slowly. Miss Chu, long time no see. When Yu Guang saw the person coming, he licked his lips and jumped out quickly. Liao Wenhua followed closely behind, and the others quietly moved behind Chu Yue. Block the opponent's escape route. Captain Liao, it turns out it's you guys. Chu Yue greeted him calmly on the surface, but alarm bells were ringing inside. As a mercenary team, they escaped in the middle of the battle. He stayed outside and refused to leave. What do you want to do? Miss Chu, it seems that you are not very welcoming to us. A cold light flashed in Liao Wenhua's eyes. At the same time, he looked back and did not see Lin Hao. This made him a little wary. It's not that Liao Wenhua is afraid of the other party. Instead, they were worried that the boy would tell the truth and leave them no time to escape. Seeing this, Chu Yue had no idea what they were trying to do. But she didn't expect it. After all, they were a mercenary team hired from a regular security company, yet they dared to commit such a crime of murder and robbery. Thinking of this, Chu Yue felt a little flustered. This group of mercenaries is quite powerful. Similar to her, there are 5 people who are above the middle stage of the second stage. Especially the team leader Liao Wenhua, who is already a 3rd-level warrior. Under normal circumstances, she would have the confidence to fight the opponent. After all, she is also a genius at Tsinghua University, so fighting across levels is not a difficult task for her. But the other party was not alone. But it is a full-strength team with tacit cooperation. Such a team is extremely powerful and can deal with even a level 3 mutant beast. I am definitely no match for him. And because she left in a hurry, she didn't even bring the protective treasure her father gave her. It would be great if Lin Hao was here. Chu Yue bit her lips tightly and her face turned pale. She felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have cared about her face and let Lin Hao send her out. If Lin Hao were here, there might still be a chance. At this moment, the few people behind Chu Yue also surrounded her. Captain, give the order quickly. I can't wait any longer. Yu Guan looked at Chu Yue's graceful figure with a burning gaze. Liao Wenhua, who had not seen Lin Hao come out for a long time, no longer hesitated. Don't be careless, come together. Chapter 60. Lin Hao arrives in time. When Chu Yue, who was not far away, heard this, a look of despair appeared in her eyes. Originally, she wanted to suddenly concentrate her forces to deal with the attack from one of the 2nd-level warriors. This will create a gap. But the other side was outnumbered and still so cautious. They actually went together. Now no matter how hard you try, you can't escape. Above the foggy mountain, several thousand meters away from here, Gu Qinghu is rapidly stepping into the air. Just happened to see this scene. His eyes popped out immediately. As a powerful grandmaster, the range of his vision is quite terrifying. And he has a high-altitude vision. Any movement within a radius of several thousand meters cannot escape Gu Qinghu's perception. So, he saw at a glance the figure surrounded by the crowd. Is that Miss Chu? Damn it, those bastards dared to attack Miss Chu. They must be tired of living. Gu Qinghu's blood and energy were surging wildly throughout his body. Dong dong. The sounds of bells and tripods came out from his body, like the rolling sound of Sanskrit. This is the ultimate display of the Grand Master's strength. At this moment, his flying speed has reached 150 meters per second, which is faster than a normal fighter jet. But he was still some distance away from the scene, and it would take at least a minute to get there. Gu Qinghu only hated himself for not being fast enough. Because Chu Yue looked like she could no longer bear it. Hurry up, hurry up. However, at this moment, a thunder sounded, and a flash of extremely fast lightning shot out from the fog. What followed was an extremely shrill scream. Seeing the scene, Gu Qinghu, who was on his way, suddenly stopped. Then his pupils shrank slightly and a look of horror appeared on his face. What is that? Lin Hao. That kid isn't dead? Damn, this idea is tricky, everyone be careful. When they saw the lightning, everyone reacted immediately. After all, Lin Hao had used this trick to kill the fog beast in front of them. But the brain can react, but the body can't. So wait until the lightning dissipates. Only then did everyone see clearly. Not far ahead, a long knife pierced through Yu Guang's heart, nailing him to the ground with an extremely powerful posture. I only see the knife, but no person. Zzzz. The terrifying thunder that filled the long sword even scorched his battlesuit black with electricity. Yu Guang uttered 2 words with difficulty, and then his head drooped weakly, and he completely lost his life. This self-righteous spiritual warrior never understood until his death. Why did a long knife suddenly fly out of the fog and pierce his heart with great precision? And he didn't sense the other party's breath from beginning to end. It's really lively. In the thick fog, Lin Hao's figure gradually emerged. Then he walked up to Yu Guang as if no one was around and pulled the long knife out of the corpse. With a puff sound, blood gushed out from the heart's aorta. It was obvious that the other party was dead and could not die anymore. It seems that a second-level warrior isn't that great. The white feather sword in Lin Hao's hand shook slightly, and suddenly a crisp sword sound was emitted. Combined with the terrifying silver-white thunder surrounding him, a powerful aura swept across the entire venue. Fortunately, he was a little worried about Chu Yue. After all, he was hired by someone else. At least ensure the other person's safety. So after killing some fog beasts, they rushed back early. He also happened to use his observation ability to perceive this scene. In desperation, Lin Hao drew out his long knife and threw it over. With the strength he gained after tempering his body. Even the long sword after it was released from his hand was no less powerful than a full-strength attack from a mid-level second-order warrior. In addition, Yu Guang is a spiritual warrior and his physique is not strong. Then Lin Hao stabbed him through the heart from a distance. Lin Hao! Chu Yue's eyes lit up and she quickly came over. After experiencing this series of events, Chu Yue had long regarded the other party as her backbone. It seemed that as long as she stayed with the other person, she would feel inexplicably at ease. You killed Xiaoyu. Lin Hao's killing happened in a flash. By the time the remaining team members reacted, Yu Guang was already dead. So they all glared at Lin Hao, their eyes almost spitting fire. But based on the good quality of the team, they were not blinded by anger and lost their minds. Xiaoyu is only in the middle stage of the second stage, but he can't be killed easily by anyone. So you are the one hiding the deepest. Captain Liao took a deep breath and his face became extremely ferocious. Then he shouted loudly to everyone. Everyone, take the blood rage pills. I'm going to eat him alive. The blood surging pill is a forbidden pill. It is usually used as a last resort in desperate situations. Its effect is also very simple. It can free a warrior's chi and blood from the constraints of his physical body and help him break through to a higher level. Of course, the sudden increase in strength does not come without a price. The side effects afterward can be excruciating. It may even cut off one's path to martial arts. But Liao Wenhua didn't care about that anymore. The death of his companions made his inner anger uncontrollable. At this moment, he just wanted Lin Hao to die. Boom! In an instant, powerful auras belonging to third-level warriors burst out from everyone, rolling up layers of flying sand. At the same time, Liao Wenhua also took the blood-swept pill. He was originally a third-level warrior. After taking the blood-swept pill, he reached a higher level. Suddenly, streams of chi and blood appeared around him. The power of the Grandmaster is coming towards you. It's over. Grandmaster. Xu Yue's pretty face turned pale when she saw this. Although Liao Wenhua relied on elixirs to forcibly improve his realm, it is still far behind the Grandmaster warrior who breaks through normally. A master who can be watered down is still a master. Not to mention the physical strength, which is several times stronger than that of a third-level warrior. That energy of chi and blood is a leap in energy levels. Them. Far from being a match. Even though she was quite confident in Lin Hao's strength. But facing such a huge disparity in strength, she couldn't help but show despair. Lin Hao, you go first, I'll cover your retreat. Faced with this situation, Chu Yue was ready to sacrifice herself. But with Lin Hao's strength, he has a chance to escape. So she chose to buy time for Lin Hao. After all, if it weren't for Lin Hao, she would have died several times already. Now I will consider it as repaying a favor. Still want to run? I will make sure you two die without a burial place. After saying that, Liao Wenhua drew out his giant sword and slashed with a ferocious look on his face. Tiger roar slash. Roar. Accompanied by a low tiger roar, the giant sword with a strong sense of oppression slashed towards Lin Hao in a posture that seemed to make the air hiss. At the same time, the others also took action. Or flame, or ice, etc. In short, countless attacks came towards Lin Hao. Seeing this, Lin Hao took a deep breath. His silly senior sister wanted him to escape first until the last moment. Lin Hao was very grateful for this. But does he really need to escape? Is it really impossible to defeat a 4th-level Grandmaster? Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Hao's resolute face rose slightly. Let's use this tempered thunder god form to feel it. What about the Grandmaster? Rumble. Thunderfruit thunder god form. P.S. The humble author is begging for gifts online. I kowtow to the readers. Dong dong dong. Chapter 61 Master Gu is shocked. Boom. Under the astonished gaze of Liao Wenhua and others, countless silver-white thunders bloomed with Lin Hao as the center. Crackling. A small thunderstorm area instantly formed around Lin Hao, with lightning and thunder. Thunder with a hint of the destructive aura of the origin of heaven and earth kept striking down, splashing dirt everywhere. The sky, which was originally a little dim, is now as bright as day. What made Liao Wenhua's team even more terrified was that Lin Hao, who was at the center of the thunderstorm, began to gradually absorb the thunder surrounding him. The figure becomes more and more illusory, and the height keeps increasing. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. Like an inflated balloon, it suddenly grew larger. At the same time, Lin Hao's cold eyes, which were clearly black and white, suddenly rolled over. Transformed into a pair of eyes of death surrounded by thunder and filled with tyranny. In the end, what appeared before Liao Wenhua and the others was a statue surrounded by terrifying lightning. The Void Thunder God is over 6 meters tall, huge in size, and exudes a terrifying aura. Immediately afterwards, the crowd's attack came as expected. Especially Liao Wenhua's giant sword, which was about to chop towards Lin Hao. Boom! However, the next moment, no blood flew out at all. The attacks of the crowd seemed to be shaken away, only a little bit of thunder mist was blown away. See this situation. Liao Wenhua and others swallowed hard. What kind of monster is this? Not far away, high in the sky. This sudden scene. Gu Qinghu was completely stunned and even forgot the mission of this trip. To be honest, he knew about elementalization. After all, he is a powerful grandmaster. Naturally, his vision is not comparable to that of ordinary people. What kind of talent doesn't he know? But he had never seen such an outrageous elementalization. How could a human being's elemental transformation turn into a 6-meter-tall lightning giant? Especially since the person who performed this move was only a warrior at the peak of the 1st level. To be honest. In his eyes, isn't a 1st-level warrior just like a baby who has just learned to walk. Just let him control it. But Gu Qinghu was really eye-opening today. Wow, can a 1st-level player be so powerful? It was different from the last time he fought against Yao Yaru in the martial arts exam. His physique after undergoing a body tempering process is far superior to what it was back then. Not to mention that Lin Hao's energy and blood are now more than 10 times stronger than before. Therefore, it can naturally withstand more force. At the same time, it can further develop more abilities of the Thunderfruit. Just like the shadow of Thor today. Not only is its size twice as large as before. Strength, speed and other abilities are also much stronger than before. If he were to face Yao Yaru's Frost Dragon now, he could pin the man to the ground with one hand and whip him mercilessly without any effort. In front of Thor's posture, even a dragon would get down on the ground. This feeling of power is so great. Lin Hao could feel the powerful energy filling his body. And the tyrannical emotion that destroys everything. It may be related to Lin Hao's increasing strength. This kind of emotion didn't exist before. Fortunately, Lin Hao's consciousness is still very clear, and this is just an emotional impact. He can also control it through willpower. It seems that my mental strength needs to be improved as well. I can't lag too far behind my chi and blood. Lin Hao nodded secretly in his heart. When mental strength lags far behind physical strength, this situation of being affected by negative emotions will occur. But now, just feel the thunder god's posture of the Thunderfruit. Rumble. Lin Hao pointed casually. Then there was a crackling sound, and a silver-white lightning struck the ground, causing gravel to fly everywhere, blowing away a person who was about to launch a sneak attack on Chu Yue. Pretending to be a ghost is just using special means. Liao Wenhuo also reacted to the fierce aura displayed by Lin Hao. His face turned fierce and he raised the giant sword to use martial arts again. However, at this moment, Lin Hao moved. Despite its huge size, it attacked at a speed that was completely disproportionate to its size. The speed was so fast that even Liao Wenhuo, who was already a master, could only catch a glimpse of its afterimage. Then his face suddenly changed. Not good. He subconsciously held his sword horizontally in front of him. Clang! The giant sword successfully blocked Lin Hao's punch that was as big as a mountain, making a deafening sound. But before he could be happy for long, he felt a huge force coming from the giant sword. He couldn't resist this huge force at all. The huge sword that was used to protect him was suddenly hit against his chest like a weapon. Suddenly, an infinite force like the collision of a mountain and the beating of a tsunami erupted in his chest. Puff! Blood spurted out of Liao Wenhuo's mouth and he flew backwards. It didn't stop until it hit the nearby trees, breaking several giant trees that were 2 or 3 meters thick. One punch, just a punch from the shadow of Thor. He didn't even use the power of thunder. Just relying on pure physical strength, he was able to blast a powerful master away. What? On the other side, the remaining team members were just about to cooperate with Captain Liao. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Captain Liao was knocked more than 10 meters away by Lin Hao's punch? Vomiting blood? The expressions on the faces of the remaining team members froze, and then a chill rose under their feet. If this punch hit them, they would probably be turned into a bloody mist. Even though they gained explosive strength after taking the blood burst pill, they still couldn't feel safe. What a powerful force! Above the foggy mountain, Gu Qinghu looked solemn. At the moment when the thunder and lightning giant swung his fist, he felt a hint of destructive aura from Lin Hao. This aura inexplicably made him feel a little threatened. Are you kidding? He is a grandmaster. How could a kid who had just embarked on the path of martial arts be a threat to him? How is that possible? Oh my god. Chu Yue's mouth was almost opened into an O shape. She was originally prepared to fight to the death to buy time for Lin Hao to escape. But this reversal happened too quickly. You should know that after Liao Wenhuo took the blood-blasting pill. Although he is not as exaggerated as a grandmaster, he is at least a half-step grandmaster. Both strength and physique are much stronger than him. Even the fog beast in a frenzied state that they had encountered before could not compare to it. But such a strong guy was actually knocked away by Lin Hao with just one punch? Still so decisive? The increase in his lightning giant talent is too exaggerated. No. After I go back, I must ask my master to accept Lin Hao as his disciple no matter what. As expected of a half-step grandmaster, he didn't even kill me with one punch. Lin Hao, with thunder lingering all over his body, smiled. But the smile in this state looked extremely hideous. To be honest, he originally wanted to test how much power he had in the Thor state. Now it has been measured. Pure power. Compared with a real master, he is definitely inferior. But below the grandmaster level, unless they are strength-based warriors with very high talent levels. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand his punch and will be killed instantly. But I'll kill you while you're sick. Thunderfruit, teleport. Chapter 62 One-sided crushing. With a flash of lightning, Lin Hao appeared in front of the broken tree in an instant. Looking for death. Flame cloud flame palm. The remaining teammates finally came to their senses. They naturally couldn't bear to see Captain Liao being killed. One of the third-level warriors who possessed a B-level fire talent fixed his gaze. A huge flaming palm came towards him, bringing with it an endless heat wave and hitting Lin Hao from behind. Lin Hao, be careful! Chu Yue shouted hurriedly, fearing that Lin Hao couldn't hear her. This move seems to be quite powerful. If you don't take action, you might end up in trouble. However, Lin Hao seemed not to see it. He stretched out his huge palm and pulled Captain Liao out from inside the tree as if catching a bug. Just at this moment, the giant flaming palm arrived. Boom! There was a sonic boom sound. Lin Hao didn't even turn his head before the giant flaming palm was shattered into thin air by the invisible sound waves. It just created a heat wave. Obviously, this is a new skill of the Thunderfruit Thundershock. Use the supersonic shockwave generated by lightning breaking through the air to deflect any attacks approaching you. Of course, it is definitely impossible to deflect all attacks. Some things are far beyond Lin Hao's ability and there is no way to defend against them. However, it is obvious that the strength of the giant flaming palm does not fall into this category. What? My flame cloud flame palm? How is that possible? The fire-type warrior was stunned. The flame cloud flame palm is a 4th level martial art, and his comprehension is quite good. It only took him more than 10 years to master this martial art. Combined with his B-level fire talent, it can be said that he is the strongest person in the entire team except for the captain. But he couldn't even get inside the other person's body? And that sonic-like attack. What kind of martial arts is this? At this time, Captain Liao, who was caught by Lin Hao, was completely panicked. He didn't expect that even the Grandmaster was no match for Lin Hao. Think of this. Liao Wenhua's face no longer had the calmness it once had, and he became extremely flustered. He has been cautious all his life. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of a kid who was only at the 1st level. But he wants to live, not die. So he begged Lin Hao for mercy. Little brother, I still have tens of millions in my card. If you let me go, it will all be yours. Begging for mercy now? It's too late. Lin Hao snorted coldly, not taking what the other party said seriously at all. And as long as he kills them all, the money will belong to him. Then squeeze your palm hard. There was a click. Captain Liao was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his whole body was twisted in an extremely strange posture. It was like being kneaded into meat paste. Demon! Seeing this, the remaining team members showed despair on their faces. Even their strongest fighter, Captain Liao of the 4th level, was killed. What should they do? Am I also going to be crushed into pulp by this devil? Thinking of this, some timid people's legs couldn't help but tremble. There was even an inexplicable liquid with a foul smell flowing out from between the trouser legs. The terrifying pressure brought by the Thunder God Giant. The visual impact of Captain Liao being cruelly crushed to death has completely broken down their psychological defenses. I have a feeling that if my junior comes to Xingwu University, things will change. Chu Yue's face turned pale and she swallowed hard. Not because I was afraid of Lin Hao's cruel killings. After all, she was also in the borderland and had witnessed the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield. Compared with the borderland, this scene is simply not worth mentioning. What really scared her was Lin Hao's terrifying talent. And strength far beyond his age. You have to know that Lin Hao just finished the martial arts exam, so he is not even 19 years old at most. She had been studying at Xingwu University for more than a year and had never heard of such a genius appearing in the school. Even among the students of the 3 top martial arts schools, I'm afraid there is no such genius. He can no longer be called a genius, but a monster. Can you fight against a half-step grandmaster at the peak of the 1st level? It has never happened in history. However, she could also see that Lin Hao had entered a special state. It's just that this special state is really terrifying. In addition, the thunder lingering around Lin Hao also exuded a unique aura of destruction. He is many times stronger than her. I can only say that Chu Yue also has a talent for lightning. I'm a little embarrassed to say that I'm a lightning type. Ha, devil? When you were planning to kill and rob, did you ever think about today? Looking at the frightened expressions of the crowd, Lin Hao shook his head. This group of mercenaries, who live on the edge of a knife, have taken countless innocent lives for money. It can be said that dying 10,000 times would not be a pity. Lin Hao has never shown any mercy to these people. Then, Lin Hao threw Captain Liao's body aside as if throwing away garbage. There was no further nonsense. With a flash of lightning, he rushed into the crowd. Except for Liao Wenhua and Yu Yuguang, who was killed with a knife before. There are only 4 people left in the entire mercenary team. One was holding a sword and shield, and the other had used a giant flaming palm on him before. The remaining 2 are auxiliary warriors. After taking the bloodburst pill, they all reached the 3rd level. It can be said that the overall strength is not weak at all. You can even walk sideways in the foggy mountains in front of you. But when Lin Hao activated the Thor's stance, no matter how hard they struggled, they were still crushed one-sidedly. Bang! A few minutes later, Lin Hao pulled his sword out of the body of a female warrior. The last member of the squad fell. It is worth noting that the last one was killed by Lin Hao after he released the Thunder God state. After all, the Thunder God state consumes too much energy and blood. Even though his energy and blood have now surged to more than 1,000. It's not enough for him to keep on eating. After doing all this, Lin Hao wiped the knife. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he slowly lit a cigarette for himself. A few days ago, during the military exam, several fierce battles broke out. But after all, he didn't kill anyone. So this was his first kill. But he didn't feel any discomfort at all after killing several people. There wasn't even the slightest emotional fluctuation in his heart. Because he knew that these people deserved to die. Thinking of this, a cigarette burned to the end. Lin Hao's chi and blood gradually recovered, and his face became a little redder. Thor's state is indeed strong, but the consumption is too great. A look of fatigue appeared on Lin Hao's face. Although Huazi replenished his chi and blood, the mental fatigue could not be compensated. And he only spent 5 or 6 minutes in the Thor state. But it was much more tiring than the previous battle with the tide of fog beasts. Certainly. The increase in combat effectiveness brought about by activating the Thor state is also worth it. Lin Hao, are you okay? At this time, Chu Yue walked over with her slender legs, her face full of concern. At the same time, he kept searching in his storage ring to see if there were any pills that could restore his energy. But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find it. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. It's all my fault for leaving in such a hurry that I forgot to bring many precious pills with me. It's okay, senior, I just need to rest for a while. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Just as he was about to sit down and practice the breathing of thunder. Sudden. A force much stronger than Liao Wen was descended from the sky. Lin Hao was suddenly shocked. Chapter 63 Don't ask me, ask him. That's. Lin Hao looked back. I saw a middle-aged man with a square face slowly falling from the sky with a smile on his face. The black robe he wore was embroidered with dragons, tigers, and other exotic beasts, which seemed vivid and extraordinary. Even from a distance, Lin Hao could feel the middle-aged man's extremely terrifying power. Grandmaster. Lin Hao observed very carefully. The middle-aged man managed to walk in the air without any help. Obviously, this is a manifestation of the unity of man and nature. Only a martial artist who is a grandmaster can do this. The sudden appearance of a strange and powerful man made Lin Hao very alert. No way. Such a master suddenly appeared in this remote place, and he was coming for them. Any normal person would be wary. After all, the example of the mercenary team just now is still vivid in our minds. Trusting others easily will only make you die faster. But he couldn't figure out what could attract such a master? Could it be Chu Yue? Or is he an accomplice of the mercenary team? Thinking of this, Lin Hao gripped the knife even tighter. And he was always ready to use Thor stance again. The middle-aged man in front of him put him under tremendous pressure. It can be said that he is the strongest master Lin Hao has ever met. However, just when Lin Hao was about to fight for his life, the middle-aged man landed lightly on the ground, and the fierce momentum all over his body dissipated instantly. He first nodded friendly at Lin Hao, then ran straight towards Chu Yue with a smile on his face. Miss Chu, I'm really sorry about this incident. Are you, Master Gu? Chu Yue hesitated for a moment. Then she vaguely recalled her father mentioning this person. But then Chu Yue's pretty face turned serious. Well, your company's mercenary team is really amazing. Not only did they escape from the battlefield, they almost killed us in the fog beast tide. And they're committing murder and robbery. If it weren't for my junior, I can't imagine what would have happened. The series of words made the middle-aged man look embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get angry. I can only keep apologizing. This made Lin Hao, who was watching on the side, stunned. If I'm not mistaken, this middle-aged man is a grandmaster. When did the grandmaster become so humble? Then Lin Hao looked at Chu Yue in surprise. Different from the friendly and enthusiastic senior sister before. Chu Yue now looks like a cold and arrogant frost queen. Every casual question would make the grandmaster in front of him break out in a cold sweat. Senior sister's background is not simple. Lin Hao marveled inwardly. He didn't expect it. The senior sister is not only a small rich woman, but also a small rich woman with a great background. After a while, Gu Qinghu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and apologized sincerely again. Miss Chu, I'm so sorry. It was our negligence. But when I rushed over, those bastards had already been killed by this little brother. However, Miss Chu, don't worry. It is our responsibility and we will definitely not refuse. The mercenary leader, my cousin, has been kidnapped by me. Miss Chu can do whatever she wants with him. After hearing this, Chu Yue nodded. As a powerful grandmaster, it is already very good that the other party can lower his status and achieve this. She also can't be too accountable. After all, nothing serious happened to her. Certainly. Chu Yue also knew that she would not be able to let the other party achieve this on her own. The other party was probably still wary of her father. However, she was unwilling to let the other party go so easily. So Chu Yue changed the subject. Master Gu, there's no need to apologize. Just think of how to deal with the dangers we've encountered along the way. Although not explicitly stated. But Gu Qinghu, who had been in the underworld for many years, immediately understood the hidden meaning in Chu Yue's words. It was obvious that he had to pay to settle the matter. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghu felt happy. Being able to make an offer is actually a good thing for him. This way, things won't get out of hand and there's room for maneuver. Miss Chu, I have only one request. Could you please not tell your father? Before quoting a price, Gu Qinghu still had to make things clear. Otherwise, he would have to pay a huge price and endure Wu Zun's wrath. That would be too frustrating. That depends on your sincerity, Mr. Gu. Chu Yue's eyes curved into a sly smile. Stop talking, Miss Chu, just name a price. After receiving the reply, Gu Qinghu felt relieved. He was prepared to bleed profusely. Don't ask me, ask him. Chu Yue pointed her little finger at Lin Hao and winked at him playfully. In fact, the purpose of her saying those words was to get some benefits for Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao saved her several times along the way. Although she also gave Lin Hao a commission. But I didn't expect so many things to happen at that time. Now it seems that 20 million in commission is too little. It was even half the money she spent on hiring the mercenary team. Therefore, Chu Yue wanted to give Lin Hao some compensation. But she was in such a hurry that she didn't bring any good things from home. So it was just the right opportunity to offer flowers to Buddha, which could make up for the little guilt in her heart. Okay, I saw the previous battle, you are really a handsome guy. Gu Qinghu smiled heartily and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. In fact, Chu Yue didn't need to tell him that he would also prepare an apology for Lin Hao. After all, if it weren't for this little brother, Chu Yue would be in danger. If anything happens to Chu Yue, it would be hard to imagine whether his company can continue to operate. Even his own life might be in danger. The anger of a 7th-level martial master is no joke. Moreover, this little brother is quite strong. He also wants to make friends. Without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, Gu Qinghu smiled and took out a black and gold card from his storage ring. As an apology, this is our company's top VIP membership card. With this card, you can get a 50% discount on bodyguards and escorts at our company. And as long as it's in hotels and shopping malls under our Chaoyang company, all purchases will be free of charge. After hearing Gu Qinghu's explanation, Lin Hao nodded. He had also heard of Gu Qinghu's Chaoyang company. The other party not only provided services similar to bodyguards, but also benefited from Gu Qinghu's connections as a grandmaster. The various entertainment industries under its umbrella are also developing well. In short, the value of this black card is at least tens of millions. However, just when Lin Hao was about to take it, Chu Yue, who was standing by, was quick-witted and quickly grabbed Lin Hao's right hand. With Mr. Gu's status, he only has this black card, I'm afraid he can't show it off. Chapter 64, Great Sun and Starry Sky Decision. Gu Qinghu smiled and did not refute. It seems that he knows that it is difficult to settle this matter with just a VIP card. So he handed over the space ring where the VIP card was previously stored. I see this little brother doesn't have anything to store things. This is a 10 cubic meter B-level space ring. Consider it an apology. Lin Hao looked at the space ring handed to him with some surprise. There are few warriors who possess spatial talents, and creating space within a small ring requires a variety of complicated processes. And the larger the additional space, the higher the cost. This space ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters would cost at least over 100 million yuan on the market. Much more valuable than a black card. And the potential benefits are different from those of the black card. The space ring is a real thing. After all, even if the black card was given to Lin Hao, he couldn't use it for the time being. But the space ring finally solved the urgent problem. He also had a place to store the fog beast materials he had collected from the fog mountain. This is crucial. You know, he used to carry it in a sack. The fact that Gu Qinghu took out this space ring as an apology was enough to show the other party's sincerity. Since Mr. Gu is so thoughtful, I won't be hypocritical. Lin Hao smiled slightly and did not refuse. But just when he was about to accept the black card and the space ring, Xu Yue stopped him again. At the same time, Xu Yue gave Lin Hao a look of disappointment. Her junior is good in everything. I'm just a little too impatient. You were bribed with such a small amount of money? It's all about money. Thinking of this, Xu Yue shook her head helplessly. It seems that she is the one who has to take action. In fact, the real good things cannot be bought with money. This is what Xu Yue wanted to give Lin Hao. Mr. Gu, let's be frank. Give us your family's manual on cultivating spiritual power, and this matter will be over. Hearing this, Lin Hao and Gu Qinghu were both shocked. The former is because he knows that the method of cultivating spiritual power is very rare. The latter was surprised how Xu Yue knew that. However, Gu Qinghu changed his mind. After all, she is Wu Zun's daughter, so it's not surprising that she knows some secrets. Actually, the Gu family's book of techniques for cultivating spiritual power is no secret among the powerful. The reason is that the difficulty of cultivation is quite high. As a result, no one in the Gu family was able to learn how to practice it. He was ridiculed by many bigwigs in the circle. His book of secret techniques is called The Secret of the Great Sun and Starry Sky. It is the supreme spiritual technique created by the ancestor of the Gu family after observing the heaven, earth, and stars. The secrets of its methods are profound, and its principles are obscure. It's simply amazing. Even Fang Kunshan, the 8th-level martial emperor of Xingwu University, expressed this. It cannot be understood by a genius alone. However, there is obviously no such genius with extraordinary comprehension in the Gu family. Speaking of which, their Gu family was once prosperous during the generation of their ancestors. Their ancestors were only one step away from the holy path of martial arts. But now he is in such a mess that only a grandmaster like him can hold the situation together. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just when Gu Qinghu fell into deep thought, Lin Hao and Xu Yue were constantly making small moves in private. Lin Hao first secretly gave Xu Yue a thumbs up, indicating that you are awesome, senior sister. After all, although he didn't know what level of magic formula it was, but I instinctively felt that it must be something extraordinary. It is likely to be priceless. Seeing this, Xu Yue patted her chest proudly. I told my junior classmate not to panic, I would take care of everything. With her around, there was no way Lin Hao would suffer any loss. However, as a grandmaster, Gu Qinghu knew what the two were doing with his eyes closed. How could he hide this little trick from me? But is it really okay for you to plot against my Gu family's treasure right in front of me? Gu Qinghu muttered to himself and glanced at the two of them with resentment in his eyes. Then he sighed, forget it, little brother, what is your name? Lin Hao. Yes, little brother Lin Hao, this ancestral book Great Sun and Starry Sky Art is given to you. Gu Qinghu took out an old, yellowed book from his pocket with great reluctance. Looking at its cover, it looks a bit like a Taoist blue-covered scripture. It feels like a martial arts secret book written by Gu Long. This is too expensive. Even Lin Hao, who knew nothing, could see that this book of magic was quite extraordinary. And it still looks original. He really wanted it. After all, the rapid increase in qi and blood during this period has already widened the gap in mental strength. And he could feel it very clearly when he was in the Thor form before. The negative effects of weak mental strength. But after all, it was passed down from their ancestors. If he takes the things, wouldn't that be equivalent to cutting off other people's inheritance? Besides, Xu Yue has a background, but he doesn't. It's not wise to incur the hatred of a great master for no reason. So no matter how Xu Yue tried to signal him, he refused to accept it. Little brother, take it. With your talent, you might be able to make full use of this manual and not bury the reputation of our ancestor. Seeing that Lin Hao was reluctant to take it, Gu Qinghu showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Talent, strength, and principles. This little brother named Lin Hao will definitely achieve far more than him in the future. In fact, their Gu family had already shown signs of decline. In his generation, there was only one grandmaster, Gu Qinghu. It would be better to make a good relationship with this little brother. Therefore, regardless of whether Lin Hao really mastered the Great Sun Starry Sky art, none of it will do any harm to the Gu family. But Gu Qinghu didn't think Lin Hao could succeed in his practice. It's not that I look down on others. However, even the powerful martial emperor has defined that only an unparalleled genius can practice this technique. What is a peerless genius? It's not enough to have high-level talent, you also need to have extremely high comprehension. Only then can one be worthy of being called a peerless genius. Oh well. Since the other party said so, Lin Hao had no choice but to accept all 3 items. If I refuse again, it would seem a bit hypocritical. Seeing this, Gu Qinghu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, it can be said that all the troubles caused by their mercenary team have been perfectly resolved. Although today was a huge loss, even the ancestral magic formula was given away. But it is also an investment if it can earn you the goodwill of a powerful person who will stand at the top of martial arts in the future. Whether it is worth it depends on the other party's future luck. As for the mercenaries, they are dead if they die. And he can no longer let his useless cousin be the supervisor. Ms. Chu, come to think of it, I went to your first birthday party. Gu Qinghu smiled brightly and took the initiative to start a new topic. Oh? Really? Chu Yue raised her eyebrows. She really had no impression. After all, she was too young at the time and couldn't even walk properly, so how could she remember these things? Yeah, in the blink of an eye, Miss Chu has grown up so much, and even found a good boyfriend. Gu Qinghu smiled. In his eyes, since Chu Yue protected Lin Hao so much, their relationship must be very close. So, naturally, I think Lin Hao is his boyfriend. Hearing this, Chu Yue neither refuted nor admitted it. Instead, her pretty face turned slightly red, and her beautiful eyes almost narrowed into slits. Ah, Uncle Gu, you speak so nicely. Wow, even the name has changed. Lin Hao, who was standing by, felt alarmed when he heard this. Hey, senior sister, I only sell my skills and not my body. Chapter 65, Taking Stock of the Harvest. In this way, Gu Qinghu chatted with the two of them for another half an hour. If Lin Hao hadn't seen that it was getting late, he would have offered to leave. Gu Qinghu might still be able to chat. You too, if you need any help in the future, just contact me directly. I promise that what happened today will never happen again. Before leaving, Gu Qinghu enthusiastically left his personal contact information. He said that if he made this call, he would find time to respond no matter how busy he was. This made Lin Hao feel more favorable towards Gu Qinghu. After all, he is a powerful grandmaster, and it is not easy for him to achieve this level. Although it was out of consideration for the senior student, a large part of the intention was also to make friends with him. Master Gu thinks so highly of me, probably because of the strength I have demonstrated. Lin Hao sighed inwardly. If it were an ordinary first-level peak warrior, it would obviously be impossible for him to be favored by Master Gu. So the only way is to make yourself stronger and more powerful. There will be more respect. This is the law of this world. After returning to Linjiang City, Lin Hao also said goodbye to Chu Yue. The latter was in a hurry to rush back to school. Before leaving, she asked me to wait for her good news. Said it was to give him a surprise. Lin Hao could guess without asking that the senior sister must have gone back to discuss with her master about taking her as a disciple. After all, he had heard his senior talk about this several times before. Have some understanding. It turns out that in addition to the teaching system, Xingwu University also has a master-apprentice system. The master-apprentice system is similar to the master-apprentice inheritance in ancient sects. Obviously, it is much closer than a normal teacher-student relationship. It is even not weaker than the connection between blood. Logically speaking. Now that technology is so advanced, people's minds are becoming more open. This traditional system should have been eliminated long ago. But the higher the level of the strong man, the more he values the relationship between master and apprentice. In fact, this is easy to understand. In the hands of those high-level warriors who have cultivated to the level of martial king or even martial lord. Who doesn't have some unique skills? If there is no master-disciple relationship, who would be willing to pass on their unique skills? Who would be willing to easily pass on their decades or even hundreds of years of hard training experience to others? Moreover, these powerful people attach great importance to the inheritance of their mantle. Just like the Gu family's Great Sun and Starry Sky Sutra, this is the top-level technique for spiritual cultivation. If the Gu family had not already fallen into decline, no one would be able to practice. How could they be willing to take it out? As a result, the master-apprentice system became a fact that everyone accepted. But this matter made Lin Hao feel troubled. After all, Yao Guozhong, who had previously given him a serial-level contract, seemed to have the same intention in this regard. Otherwise, as a powerful martial king, why would he travel thousands of miles from the borderland? Especially before leaving, he also emphasized the situation of his third hospital. The other colleges are just briefly summarized. Although it was not said explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. It is to make him give priority to the 3 hospitals. In fact, Lin Hao doesn't care who he chooses as his master. On the one hand, they are all powerful warriors in the realm of martial king, so the difference between them should not be too big. On the other hand, it is because of his system. The system can extract various abilities and even props from all the heavens and worlds. This means that he has little demand for various martial arts and combat skills in this world except for the training resources. And it's not an exaggeration to say so. Even the unique skills mastered by King Wu may not be better than those given by the system. So all he had to do was keep killing ferocious beasts and get points for the lottery. But with the talent he had shown, he could not avoid becoming an apprentice. Forget it, why are you thinking about these things when you haven't even reached school yet? Lin Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Return home. Lin Hao first took a hot bath to wash off the blood on his body. After coming out of the bathroom, he changed into clean clothes and sat on the sofa. Then he couldn't wait to take out the space ring given by Gu Qinghu and observe it carefully. From the appearance, the space ring is no different from an ordinary ring. However, when Lin Hao used his observation haki to scan the ring, he felt a faint breath of nothingness. It's like a stone thrown into the sea, leaving no trace. I guess this is the unique ability of space-based warriors. Lin Hao sighed inwardly. No wonder there are so few space warriors, as this is the only way to create space in the void. Even his observation haki cannot be seen through. As for how to use the space ring, it is very simple. All you need to do is leave a spiritual imprint on the space ring. Although Lin Hao's current mental strength is only 144, it is not difficult to carve a mental imprint. So Lin Hao quickly left his spiritual imprint in the ring. At the moment the mark was left, a square space of 10 cubic meters also appeared in his perception. Is this the inner space of the space ring? Lin Hao's eyes lit up slightly. This feeling is very wonderful, just like having a backpack in an online game. Next, Lin Hao experienced the storage function of the space ring. I discovered that as long as the person is within a range of about 1 meter from my body, I can move them with just a thought. Put the items outside into the ring. Of course, living things are definitely not allowed. After all, in a void space, any living creature will be strangled by the power of the void the moment it enters. Another point is that it cannot exceed the original size of the space ring. Anything else can be put. At first, Lin Hao played with it with great interest for a while, but soon lost interest. Then he turned his attention to the biggest gain of this time. The secret of the Great Sun and Starry Sky. As this was the Gu family's ancestral unique skill, he was very curious about it. Moreover, he now really needs a method to cultivate his spiritual power. So I started reading it with excitement. But after watching for a while, what the hell is this heavenly book? Lin Haoren was stunned. It feels like I'm doing the last big question in the college entrance examination math. He could clearly understand each word, but he had no idea what they meant when put together. Luckily, I have a cheat. He was so angry that he immediately decided to spend 3,000 points to exchange for a enlightenment card. Lin Hao didn't believe it. With the help of the enlightenment card, how could he not understand it? Ding, spend 3,000 points and get a 2.5-year enlightenment card, 1. Points remaining, 6321. Before the body tempering in Wushan, his points were over 4,000. Later, after parting with Chu Yue, he gained more than 5,000 points. But since he never reached 10,000 points, he just hoarded them. And now, in order to practice this spiritual technique, I have to change my enlightenment card. Then Lin Hao thought, system, use it directly. In the 6th month, after reading a lot of ancient books, you finally understood the text of The Secret of the Great Sun and Starry Sky. In the 15th month, you continue to comprehend, but still cannot understand the profound meaning of the formula. In the 30th month, one night while observing the starry sky, you stumble upon a faint inspiration: Great Sun Starry Sky Secret Introduction. Ding, the enlightenment card has expired. Enlightenment is being transmitted. Chapter 66. No one can practice it. Boom. Lin Hao's originally active momentum immediately began to die down, and then he realized that the surrounding environment had changed. The sofa beneath him was no longer soft, and the room around him was no longer familiar to him. It has turned into a vast starry sky, and in the starry sky is a bright sun, illuminating thousands of galaxies. It's amazing. Lin Hao looked at the surrounding scenery curiously. He had a feeling that he could touch the stars in the sky if he just stretched out his hand. Just then, an ancient Buddhist sound, as if it had crossed the long river of time, came to Lin Hao's ears. Like a dream, like a fantasy, like a madman and intoxicated. The sun hangs high in the sky, its thoughts radiate out to the stars, filling my heart with thoughts. I concentrate my mind and observe the mysteries of the universe, understand the truths of the past and the future, and imitate the laws of heaven and earth. I have discovered a glimmer of truth from the universe. Please remember this for your descendants. The sun and the stars merge to form a harmonious whole, shaping the mind and soul. The Buddhist chanting entered Lin Hao's ears and was instantly imprinted in his mind. It's like practicing for thousands of years. Lin Hao subconsciously muttered in his heart. Boom! The scene changed. The sun that had existed since ancient times suddenly appeared above Lin Hao's sky. The scorching sun shone directly into his soul. It stands to reason that a soul exposed to such scorching sunlight would be very painful. However, Lin Hao did not feel uncomfortable at all, and his whole body was warm. It was like countless young girls' delicate hands caressing his entire body. What about soft style, Thai style, Vietnamese style? Various postures directly hit Lin Hao's soul. It made him so comfortable that he almost cried out. The fatigue caused by using the Thor stance and continuous battles was also eliminated. Even the hidden disease deep in the soul was healed. Time passed by minute. Lin Hao only lasted 3 minutes. Boom! His consciousness collapsed. Lin Hao opened his eyes reluctantly. This kind of soul massage is really addictive. Unfortunately, he had just started learning the Great Sun and Starry Sky art and could only enjoy this feeling once a day. Afterwards, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't let his consciousness step into that starry sky. That's good. Young people need to exercise restraint. Lin Hao coughed strangely. Then the system panel opened. Name, Lin Hao. Level, First Level Peak Warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit, Observation Hockey. Chi and Blood, 1246. Spirit, 184. Body Strengthening Technique, Breath of Thunder. Magic Formula, Great Sun and Starry Sky Formula. Martial Arts, Thunder Breathing Form 1, Thunderbolt Flash Great Mastery. Lottery Points, 6321. My spiritual power increased from 144 to 184. That's a 40-point increase in just one practice. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Although the techniques for cultivating the spiritual realm are rare, they are still available on the market. The levels are also from F to S, with S being the highest. Generally speaking, even if it is an S-level cultivation method, one can only increase 5 points of mental strength after practicing for a day. After all, mental strength is not as good as Chi and Blood. The difficulty of cultivation alone is much higher than that of Chi and Blood, and the second is the threshold of cultivation. But this Great Sun Starry Sky art has 40 points. It is 8 times higher than the S-level cultivation method. Master Gu, you really gave me a great gift. Lin Hao was extremely surprised. This made him feel more favorable towards Gu Qinghu. Brother Gu is such a good person. Such precious secrets can be given away at any time. However, when Gu Qinghu was giving away the Great Sun and Starry Sky art, he never thought that someone could actually practice it successfully. While thinking, Lin Hao picked up the phone. The last thing to do is to book a high-speed rail ticket to Xingwu University. There are only about 6 days left before the military training starts. The borderland is far away. So he has to leave tomorrow at the latest. After booking a high-speed rail ticket for tomorrow, Lin Hao looked at the time. 10:36 p.m. Then get some sleep and leave on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow. The other side. On the high-speed train to school. Chu Yue took out her cell phone and called her cousin, Lu Qingqing from Hongchuan Martial Arts School. Come out from the mist mountain? Lu Qingqing's lazy voice came, as if she had not woken up yet. I just came out today. Also, Sister Qingqing, I have something to tell you. She left in a hurry and didn't say goodbye to Lu Qingqing. I'm also afraid that the other person will worry. At the same time, she also wanted to ask her cousin to secretly investigate the matter of the mercenary team. Was it an accident or a deliberate act? It wasn't because she doubted Gu Qinghu. After all, she saw the other party's sincerity. But they are afraid that someone will take advantage of this incident to sow discord. Provoke a fight between the Gu family and their Chu family. Although the Gu family is now in decline, it is still a large family passed down from ancient times. If a fight really breaks out, both sides might suffer losses. This is a loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. So, she briefly introduced on the phone the dangers they encountered in Wushan, what happened along the way, and how Lin Hao finally turned the tide and killed the entire mercenary team. And when I heard that Chu Yue was robbed and killed by a mercenary team. There was a sudden sonic boom from the other end of the line, and even the cell phone signal became unstable. Chu Yue quickly said that she was fine and that all the mercenaries had been killed, which calmed Lu Qingqing's anger a little. But in the end, after hearing that it was Lin Hao who turned the tide, Lu Qingqing was shocked again. What? He's reached the peak of the first level? Ah. Lin Hao killed them all. A martial artist who was only a half-step master can't even withstand his punch? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Lu Qingqing's voice of disbelief was heard. Xiaowei, tell me seriously, is this true? Of course, cousin, I saw it with my own eyes. After getting a definite answer, Lu Qingqing took several deep breaths before she managed to calm down. Yeah, don't worry, I will also investigate this matter. However, Lin Hao has helped me so much, I can't let him down. Don't worry, Sister Qingqing. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yue told the other party about Gu Qinghu's apology. The Great Sun and Starry Sky Art? Why are you asking Lin Hao for something like this? A somewhat blaming voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Yue's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong, Sister Qingqing? I heard from my father that it's a very high-level spiritual technique. It's true that it's high-level, but why do you think about it? Lu Qingqing's tone revealed a complaint. The Gu family is now in such a state of decline, and 90% of the reason is this book, The Great Sun Starry Sky Art. Ah? What? Really? You didn't even give me a heads up. Chu Yue panicked. Sister Qingqing, why is this happening? Hearing this, there was a noticeable pause on the other end of the phone. Then Lu Qingqing's tone became very serious. Because, no one can even get started. Or, the difficulty of practicing it would drive people crazy. Chapter 67 Encounter with LV Yonglei and Li Yuan. Will it drive people crazy? On the train, Chu Yue screamed. This caused the nearby passengers to look at each other frequently, but Chu Yue didn't care at all. That's right. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to practice the magic formula. The cultivation process requires the soul to endure the scorching sun, and this happens every day. It can be said that the entire process is excruciating and extremely painful. If you fail to persevere one day, at best your intelligence will be damaged and you will go crazy, at worst your soul will be shattered and you will become an idiot. Sister Qingqing, don't scare me. Chu Yue was a little scared. She had heard from her father a long time ago that the Great Sun and Starry Sky Sutra was an extremely mysterious and profound spiritual technique. It can be said that there are very few spells in this world that can compare with it. That's why she made that request to Gu Qinghu. But she had never heard that this technique was so difficult to practice. Will it drive people crazy? Now that I think about it, if only no one could make it. Then Gu Qinghu would not give them such a precious thing. But Chu Yue couldn't blame the other party. After all, she was the one who made the request. Thinking of this, Chu Yue was really scared. She originally had good intentions, but she didn't intend to do something bad with good intentions. I'm not trying to scare you. The previous head of the Gu family went crazy while practicing the Great Sun and Starry Sky Art, and so did the 10th head of the family. There are more, but I won't mention them. Otherwise, why is the Gu family so weak now? Lu Qingqing's tone was very firm. She and Chu Yue are from the same family, but her talent is not as high as Chu Yue's. So after graduating from university, he gave up the path of a full-time warrior. Started taking over the family business. After so many years of struggling in society, her experience is not comparable to Chu Yue's. Naturally, he knew some of the secrets of big families. Then what should I do? Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Chu Yue fell into deep self-blame. If Lin Hao really went crazy because of practicing the Great Sun and Starry Sky art, then she would never forgive herself. It's not your fault. After all, you don't know about it. However, fortunately you said it in time. I think Lin Hao probably hasn't started practicing yet in such a short time. Lu Qingqing paused and continued, I'll explain everything to Lin Hao. Don't worry too much. After hearing this, Chu Yue felt a little better. Afterwards, she chatted with Lu Qingqing for a while before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yue wanted to tell Lin Hao the news immediately. She left Lin Hao's contact information before leaving Mushan. But when I looked at the time, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Maybe the other person is asleep by now. So after hesitating for a while, she sent a message to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you must not practice the Great Sun and Starry Sky art. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Linjiang City, Lu Qingqing was wearing a thin nightgown and sitting on the sofa. She was not sleepy at all at this moment and seemed to be still thinking about the conversation just now. His progress is so fast. In fact, she had noticed this young man when Lin Hao came to the martial arts gym to test his combat ability before the college entrance examination. No way. The opponent's combat power, which was far above the average level, forced her to take it seriously. Afterwards, she also investigated the other party's combat proficiency tests throughout the 3 years of high school. I found that except for the time before the college entrance examination, all other combat proficiency tests are at the level of ordinary high school students. She didn't know what could have happened to cause such a huge change in a person. So she went to the martial arts exam with a lot of questions in her mind. I guess everyone knows what happened later. Lin Hao defeated all the students from number 1 middle school and took the top spot in the martial arts exam. In fact, there is a reason why she pays so much attention to Lin Hao. Their Hongchuan martial arts school is pretty good in Linjiang City. But it is very common within the Dragon Kingdom. The reason is that it was opened not long ago and is not very famous. Even if the owner is a 7th level martial arts master. After all, if they want to attract people to their martial arts school, it's not about which martial arts school owner is stronger, but which family has more geniuses. For example, a certain talented young man often trains in a certain martial arts gym. And this genius became a powerful man who ruled a region after a long time. Such a story is quite attractive. This is the same as the advertising effect of celebrities. It's just that the main theme of this world is martial arts. Those strong people who stand at the top of martial arts are the ones that people pursue. Therefore, any famous martial arts school will extend an olive branch to those talented young people. They even begged the other party to come to their martial arts school for training. Endorsing a martial arts school. In comparison, their Hongchuan martial arts school has not been open for long and cannot compare with those martial arts schools that have been famous for a long time. Therefore, Lu Qingqing's job is to discover talented young people with great potential. Lin Hao is one of them. But she didn't expect that the other party's progress would be so great. It's only been a few days since the martial arts exam ended. Is he already a first-level peak warrior? Can he kill a half-step grandmaster with one punch? Lu Qingqing has been managing the martial arts school for many years. But I have never seen any genius progress so quickly. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing sent the inside story of the Gu family to Lin Hao. At the same time, another endorsement fee of 30 million was transferred. It's 10 times more than before. It is obvious that Lu Qingqing is very optimistic about Lin Hao's future. I hope he doesn't practice the Great Sun and Starry Sky art. Otherwise, it would be a shame for such a genius to follow in the footsteps of the Gu family. The next day, early morning. Lin Hao got up early. As soon as I woke up, I saw messages from Chu Yue and Lu Qingqing. What? Can't practice the Great Sun Starry Sky art? Will it drive people crazy? Lin Hao stared at his phone blankly. But he has practiced and is not crazy, which is quite refreshing. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Just assume they mean well. Afterwards, Lin Hao put some clothes and daily necessities into the space ring and rushed straight to the high-speed rail. This world is different from his previous life. High-speed rail is the fastest means of transportation. Moreover, high-speed trains are not like airplanes, which require us to worry about the threat of high-altitude flying beasts. More than 10 minutes later, we arrived at Linjiang City High-Speed Railway Station. It was the departure time and the high-speed rail station was bustling with people. Many people were carrying large piles of luggage and preparing to line up to get on the bus, while some passengers had arrived at their destination and got out of the bus. Lin Hao also followed the crowd and lined up to get on the bus. Just then, a somewhat unexpected voice was heard. "Lin Hao, you're here too?" Lin Hao looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a young man with dyed yellow hair waving at me, and next to him stood a tall man wearing glasses. Lu Yonglei? Li Yuan? These two people had fought with him in the martial arts exam before, but they were both badly beaten by him. There was no way, everyone had different positions at that time. Conflict is inevitable. However, after graduating from high school, the grudge disappeared. After all, they are just a group of high school students, why would they hold grudges so much? "Hello, Lin Hao." Seeing that Lin Hao recognized them, Lu Yonglei's eyes lit up and he quickly pulled Li Yuan over. He is the kind of person who is very outgoing and can get along with anyone. But Li Yuan was a little reluctant. It's not that I hate Lin Hao or anything, but I'm afraid. After all, it was in the martial arts examination. Lin Hao's death gaze with electric arcs was deeply imprinted in his mind. Li Yuan is a warrior with spiritual talent, and his memory is much stronger than that of ordinary people. As a result, he didn't sleep well for several days after the martial arts exam. But that bastard Lu Yonglei just pulled him over. The dead memories begin to revive. Chapter 68 on the high-speed rail. On the high-speed train from Linjiang City to Bianhuang. Lin Hao and Lu Yonglei sat side by side, with several young men and women from other cities sitting opposite them. It seems to be the same as their destination. Lin Hao also found out after getting on the high-speed train. Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan also applied to Xingwu University, but they did not have the special admission qualifications. Let me tell you, if Xingwu University hadn't given me the D-level special recruitment qualification, I really wouldn't want to go. The borderland is far away, and there are frequent beast tidal waves. It's extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you might even lose your life there. But compared to Magic City and Shangjing University, Xingwu University is still very sincere, don't you think? Sitting opposite, a boy with average looks and wearing designer clothes was chattering incessantly. The plump girl with a round face and glasses sitting next to him nodded continuously as she listened, with a hint of admiration on her face. Li Yuan, who was sitting opposite him, rolled his eyes when he heard this, and even with his personality, he couldn't help but want to curse. He knew the person opposite him. Lu Feng from Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School next door used to like to run up to them and shout when they were playing in middle school exchange competitions. But the other party is always the one being beaten. And now, Lu Feng didn't know what kind of luck he had. He performed exceptionally well in the martial arts exam and was admitted to Xingwu University as a D-level special student. Although D-level special recruitment is the lowest level, it is still better than not having any special recruitment qualifications. And the other party seemed to know the situation. He kept holding on to this matter and kept showing it off over and over again. It seemed like he was avenging the beating he received in the exchange competition that year. But no one is strong in the emotional situation. Li Yuan had no confidence to refute and could only choose to endure it in frustration. However, Lu Yonglei on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If only Li Yuan and he were there, he would choose to endure it silently. But now Lin Hao was sitting next to him. They were in the same examination room and had competed with each other before. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Lin Hao's strength was, and his martial arts test score was over 10,000. Even in the province it ranks among the best. When it comes to special recruitment qualifications, who can compare with him? And the great god Lin Hao was very low-key and didn't say anything. Why are you showing off your D-level special move? So Lu Yonglei pretended to be surprised and asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao, with your martial arts exam score, you've also qualified for special recruitment, right? Hearing this, several people at the symposium shut up at the same time and looked over sideways. When she saw a boy with extraordinary bearing sitting by the window, her eyes suddenly lit up. The boy's skin was very white and delicate, but he didn't have any feminine air. Because his facial features are very tough and masculine. The high nose bridge and deep eyebrows give people a sense of beauty that is as if carved by a knife and an axe. Especially a few girls, they couldn't take their eyes off each other the moment they saw each other. However, Lin Hao was not interested in this kind of high-speed rail symposium. But he still nodded politely to everyone. Brother, how many points did you get in the martial arts exam? I only scored over 8,000 points, which was barely enough to get into Tsinghua University's D-level special recruitment. As Lu Feng spoke, he raised his chin involuntarily, showing a bit of pride. In his opinion, this person was sitting with Lu Yonglei and others. I guess he is from Linjiang City. And he knew the level of Linjiang City. I don't think there is anyone better than this boy. Could it be the special admission qualification for that fake university? For those who always talk about special recruitment qualifications. Lin Hao thought that he was no different from those idiots who wore gold necklaces as thick as thumbs all over their necks, afraid that others would not know that he was a nouveau riche. So he didn't even bother to respond. However, LV Yonglei answered for him. Lin Hao is the number one in the martial arts exam in Linjiang City, with over 10,000 points. More than 10,000 points? Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they heard this. They all came from cities near Linjiang City and were quite familiar with each other. Otherwise we wouldn't sit together. But I have never heard of a candidate with a perfect score in Linjiang City. You should know that candidates with scores above 10,000 can rank among the top even in the province. Aren't these kinds of geniuses usually found in provincial capitals? This is like a phoenix emerging from a nest of pheasants. It's unbelievable. More than 10,000 points? Are you kidding me? Lu Feng frowned when he heard this and immediately raised questions. Are you kidding? Lu Feng, you can check the results on the Wukao website in a couple of days when they're released. Lu Yonglei retorted without any hesitation. After all, Lin Hao is from the same city as them, and they were shocked to see outsiders dare to question Lin Hao's score. Of course he has to protect it. Moreover, the reason why he wanted to tell Lin Hao's score. It was also because he had been unhappy with Lu Feng for a long time, and now he saw the other party's surprised look. I felt extremely happy in my heart. Hearing this, Lu Feng stopped talking for a moment. The Wukao website was officially established by Longhua, so it is impossible for there to be false reporting of scores. Because it doesn't make sense. In other words, this boy named Lin Hao really has more than 10,000 points. In comparison, I only have over 8,000 points. Far from it. As for the special recruitment qualifications, Lu Feng no longer wanted to ask. After all, he has more than 10,000 points, so he must be qualified for special recruitment at level B or above. Ask yourself, if that's not humiliating yourself, what is it? So he simply shut up and didn't talk about it. Lu Feng didn't ask, but that doesn't mean the girls who came with him weren't curious. With over 10,000 points, there should be an A-rank special recruit? Could it be S-rank? Yes, Lin Hao, tell us quickly, what level of special recruitment qualifications you have. Lu Yonglei agreed with a smile. At the same time, he kept raising his eyebrows at Lu Feng while speaking. That expression seems to be saying, are you showing off? Look at what my brother Hao says about the special recruitment qualifications, it will scare you to death. Clearly, the situation is changing quite quickly. This time it was Lu Feng's turn to play dead. Tsinghua University, sequence level. Seeing that everyone was very curious, Lin Hao answered honestly. Ah, so it's sequence level, you're so powerful. Sequence level? Before he could finish his words, the girl who asked the question earlier was stunned. She was already prepared to wait for Lin Hao to announce the special recruitment qualifications. Just praise it as much as you can, this is also to leave a good impression. Now I don't know how to praise. Because she had never heard that there were sequence levels for special recruitment qualifications? Isn't it from D level to S level? What is the sequence level? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. It was the first time they heard this. However, Lu Feng changed his usual behavior when he heard this and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, sequence level? I'm dying of laughter. Lu Yonglei frowned. Lu Feng, are you sick? What's so funny about this? Humph. You know nothing. Sequence level special recruitment is not prepared for freshmen at all. Chapter 69 Chapter 69 Where is your special car? Lu Feng, stop talking nonsense. Lu Yonglei frowned. Although he didn't know what sequence level meant. But compared to Lu Feng, he still chose to believe Lin Hao. Considering the latter's strength, perhaps there is some special agreement between him and Tsinghua University. However, he was not sure. Just when I was about to ask, I saw that Lin Hao had closed his eyes. It seems that he has no interest in this matter at all. Since no one understands, I will give a brief introduction. Lu Feng regained his confidence and seemed to have the final say again. Sequence level is a qualification that only the 3 top martial arts schools have. I'm not too clear on the specific rules, but I do know that there's a ranking competition at the end of each year, and only the top 100 students in the grade are considered sequence level. I have a cousin who is at Tsinghua University. He is almost a mid-level third-order warrior and has an A-level talent. Even so, I still haven't obtained the sequence level qualification. Lu Feng sighed sincerely with an extremely envious tone. In short, those who possess sequence level qualifications are all top-tier geniuses, incredibly awesome god-level bosses. Wow! Everyone exclaimed in amazement at the same time. Even Lu Yonlei couldn't help but be amazed. At this time, Lu Feng glanced at Lin Hao, who was sitting opposite him. There was a hint of provocation in his expression. In fact, if the other party says that he is a B-level special recruit, or an A-level special recruit, then he wouldn't even dare to fart. But if you say it's sequence level, he doesn't believe a word of it. No matter how great you are. Can a freshman who has just entered college compare with the sophomores in the school? Are you bragging too much, brother? Thinking of this, Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. As a result, he began to doubt the other party's previous martial arts test score of more than 10,000 points. After all, those who can boast about their special recruitment qualifications might have falsified their scores. After understanding the situation, everyone had similar ideas to Lu Feng. I think Lin Hao is obviously exaggerating. However, based on his score, he should be qualified for at least B-rank special recruitment. As for the sequence level, everyone just treated it as a joke. Seeing this, Lu Yonlei became a little anxious. If this matter is not explained clearly, they will all think that Lin Hao is bragging. Then he pulled Lin Hao's sleeve and found that he didn't move at all. He shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. Actually, it's not Lin Hao's fault. After saying that, he began to practice the Great Sun and Starry Sky art. The consciousness was wandering in the starry sky and didn't care about what happened next. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't respond, Lu Yonlei looked at Li Yuan again. Li Yuan obviously knew some inside information. But he nodded anyway. Seeing this, Lu Yonlei also understood. So he stopped talking. In the following conversation, Lu Feng naturally took over the initiative of the topic. He seemed to be quite hostile towards Lin Hao. He has been trying to provoke Lin Hao with words. But the latter simply ignored him, making him feel like he was punching cotton. Lu Feng no longer made himself bored. I don't know how long it took. Accompanied by a pleasant prompt sound, a high-speed train arrived at the station. Borderland, Dongning City, Dongning Province. Call. After getting off the high-speed train, Lin Hao let out a long sigh. The high-speed rail carriage is too stuffy and it's uncomfortable to sit for too long. Everyone, would you like a taxi? My special admission qualification allows Tsinghua University to provide special transportation. I can send a car to take you there. Next to him, after getting off the bus, Lu Feng showed his courtesy to several girls who had been sitting nearby. He even took care of Lin Hao and others. You 3 can come too. Although his tone was full of pride. Stop crying wolf here, we don't need it. Lu Yonlei immediately refused. Lu Feng was not angry when he saw this, as he had never intended to let Lin Hao and the others get in the car. After all, the car that picked him up only had a few seats. He definitely wants the girls to get in the car. Next, the few of them walked to the entrance of the high-speed rail station, where there were a large number of private cars and taxis parked, as well as some group buses. Among them, a business-sized stretched sedan with a unique shape and a maple leaf logo on its body attracted attention. To show off his erudition, Lu Feng took the initiative to say to Lin Hao and the others, "Did you see that car? That's the special car from Tsinghua University, coming to pick me up." Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, several girls exclaimed in amazement and expressed their desire to add his contact information. This couldn't help but satisfy Lu Feng's vanity. At this time, Lu Feng glanced at Lin Hao beside him. Seeing Lin Hao's silent look, he suddenly had an idea. Lin Hao, don't you have the sequence level special recruitment qualification? Where is your special car? After introducing the special car at Tsinghua University, he asked Lin Hao again, with an obvious hint of provocation in his tone. Lu Feng did it on purpose. Who made this guy so handsome? Even if he didn't say anything along the way, there were several girls secretly staring at him. I'll give you a good stink. Lu Feng thought secretly in his heart. Before Lin Hao could say anything, Lu Yonglei was already furious. Lu Feng, do you find it interesting to be like this? You're just trying to disgust me, aren't you? Lu Feng couldn't help but sarcastically said, No, I just asked casually to find out. If you don't have a car, I can give you a ride. Lu Yonglei's face was full of disgust. Just then, the door of Tsinghua University's car opened. A middle-aged man in a black suit, looking energetic, walked out from the driver's seat. After the middle-aged man got off the car, he didn't even look at Lu Feng, but went straight to Lin Hao. Is this Lin Hao? I'm Mr. Chen from the admissions office of Tsinghua University. I'm here to pick you up. In fact, he was the one who was supposed to go to Linjiang City to sign a contract with Lin Hao. He was just temporarily replaced by President Yao. He felt a little sorry about it. Now that I have met him, he is indeed more handsome than I imagined. Hearing this, Lu Feng was stunned. Not only him, but everyone around him was stunned. Didn't they say that this special car from Tsinghua University was here to pick up Lu Feng? Why does it look like he's here to pick up Lin Hao? Yes, hello, Teacher Chen. Lin Hao nodded politely. After exchanging a few words with Chen Sinan, he was about to leave. Etc. At this time, Lu Feng jumped out and blocked the way for several people. Teacher Chen, aren't you here to pick me up? I'm the one who's qualified for special recruitment. Student, what is your special recruitment level? Although I don't like Lu Feng's behavior. But as a teacher at Tsinghua University, Chen Sinan still asked politely because of his good qualities. Lu Feng quickly said, D level, teacher, I am D level. D class? Chen Sinan frowned. Since when did D class also have special cars to pick them up? Wow! As soon as the words fell, everyone was in an uproar. It turns out that everything Lu Feng said before was a lie. Especially Lu Yonglei couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ha! It turns out there's no car for the D-rank special recruits. Who's been yelling about giving us a ride? Where's your car? Look, Lu Feng, why don't you take a taxi with us? Ha 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 ha. Feeling the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng's face turned pale and blue. This was completely different from what he had imagined. However, he still didn't give up. Teacher, what about him? Why does he have a special car to pick him up? Lu Feng pointed at Lin Hao with some anger. Chen Sinan also understood. It seems that there is a conflict between the two. But it is not difficult to choose between a sequence level and a D-level special recruitment student. So after asking Lin Hao for his opinion, he spoke slowly. Because he's sequence level. Chapter 70 Sequence Challenge. On the other side, after getting Teacher Chen's consent, Lin Hao took Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei into the car. The two of them got in the car, sat down, and the car drove a long way away. Lu Yonglei was completely confused. Lin Hao didn't lie. He is really sequence level. And Lu Feng mentioned it before. Sequence level depends not only on talent, but also on actual combat ability. Just like his cousin, a mid-level third stage, a level-talented warrior, he didn't get a place in the sequence. In other words, Lin Hao is stronger than cousin Lu Feng. You have to know that he is a third-level warrior. The kind that could kill him with just one slap. Li Yuan felt the same way, but he didn't express it as exaggeratedly as him. Only his shrunken pupils revealed his inner unrest. Lin Hao, however, remained calm. After getting in the car, he faced the window and quietly looked at the scenery outside. I have to say that the private car experience at Tsinghua University is quite comfortable. The car is filled with not only expensive liquors, but also various fruits and snacks. The space was also quite large, more than enough to accommodate the three of them. Are these all your friends? In the driver's seat, Chen Sinan asked with a smile. They are from the same city and they are also here to enroll at Tsinghua University. In the back seat, Lin Hao gave a simple explanation. Really? If you two encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. Although they were both freshmen at Tsinghua University, Chen Sinan had no impression of them. Tsinghua University enrolls several thousand new students every year. Apart from the special admissions students, he simply couldn't remember so many people. However, there is the relationship with Lin Hao. I can take care of them in the future. In the back seat, Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan also heard the good intention of teacher Chen and nodded in thanks. After all, Chen Sinan is not only a teacher at Tsinghua University, but also a powerful grandmaster. There is a promise from the other party. They will have less trouble in school in the future. Thinking of this, they looked at Lin Hao with great envy. Is this the sequence level card? Even a martial artist at the grandmaster level has to be attacked from the side in order to make friends? However, what they both didn't know was Lin Hao is not just a sequence level special recruit. Moreover, he is an 8th rank martial emperor, a sequence level expert who can be named by name. Lin Hao, there are some things I need to tell you. While waiting for the red light, Chen Sinan handed over a pile of information. Teacher Chen, what is this? Lin Hao took it and took a look. All the records above are about someone's talent level, realm height, martial arts proficiency, etc. A bit like a student profile. To be honest, those people in the information are all eyeing you covetously. What does this mean? Lin Hao frowned. He just came to Tsinghua University, how come he has made enemies? There are so many documents, how many people are needed? What on earth did he do that angered everyone? You're a celebrity in school. Even before school started, everyone knew there was a new student who got a spot at the sequence level. Chen Sinan looked a little strange. Hearing this, Lin Hao frowned even deeper. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He still understands this principle. Without waiting for Lin Hao to reply, Chen Sinan continued. According to the school's regulations, those who haven't secured a spot at the sequence level have one chance to challenge for the sequence level. If the challenge is successful, that person's sequence level will be replaced. Of course, except for the final competition, all challenges are not mandatory. You can refuse, but Chen Sinan was embarrassed to say the rest of the words. What is sequence level after all? This is because the sequence level possesses strength far beyond its peers and represents the courage to fear nothing. Such people are also hailed as the future of Dragon Country. While enjoying extremely high treatment, they also bear heavy responsibilities. However, more people still regard sequence level as a kind of honor. But if you refuse the challenge, you will definitely be looked down upon. Teacher Chen, if they want to challenge me, they can come. After Lin Hao glanced through the information for a while, he lost interest and threw it aside. Anyway, when the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. There's nothing much to study. If you want to grab his spot, it all depends on who has the bigger fist. Lin Hao, you can actually refuse. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Sinan saw the other person's determined eyes and nodded involuntarily. Obviously, Lin Hao has the potential to be a strong man. However, as an admissions teacher in Anlin Province, he must have considered Lin Hao. After all, no matter how strong Lin Hao is, he is only a first-level warrior. But there are third-level challengers among the challengers. This is also the reason why he showed Lin Hao the opponent's information. Once you fail to defeat them, the precious sequence-level cultivation resources will be gone. In comparison, the loss of face caused by refusing the challenge is nothing. And there is a saying that goes, a real man should be able to bend and stretch, right? Honestly, Lin Hao, you are still young. With your talent, if you practice steadily for a year or two, they will definitely not be your match. Teacher Chen, don't worry, I won't refuse. Lin Hao thought. Teacher Chen thought he was scared. He immediately declared that he would beat anyone who came to challenge him into a pulp. Chen Sinan didn't expect that his persuasion would have the opposite effect. Why did it make Lin Hao's determination to follow the Tao even stronger? So he immediately gave a wink to Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan. They are from the same city, maybe they can be persuaded. After receiving Teacher Chen's hint, the two nodded. Yes, Lin Hao, listen to Teacher Chen's advice. Sequence level resources are so good. People like us don't even have special recruitment quotas. That's right, it wouldn't be worth it if we really lost. Also, I looked at the information and there are some sophomores in it. They have already practiced for a year longer than you, so it wouldn't be shameful for them to refuse the challenge. Hearing this, Lin Hao glanced at them and shook his head speechlessly. Are you guys telling crosstalk from a distance? Besides, you really think I can't beat you? They both shook their heads at the same time. The meaning is very clear, it's okay if you hit us. But if I really compare him to the genius from Tsinghua University, I'm afraid it's a bit far-fetched. Are you itchy again? Under Lin Hao's painstaking persuasion and fist threat, the two had no choice but to shut up. Seeing this, Chen Sinan sighed slightly in his heart. Since Lin Hao was determined to accept the challenge, there was nothing he could do. He could only do his best to explain to Lin Hao some opponents that he should pay attention to. In that case, I won't try to persuade you anymore. However, there are a few people who need to pay attention. This year's top scorer in the martial arts exam in Beijing is Jiang Yunwei, a mid-level second-order warrior with an S-level fire talent. There is also the Demon City's top scholar, Xu Yuro, who is also a mid-level second-order warrior with an S-level water talent. Speaking of Xu Yuro, Chen Sinan's expression suddenly became a little strange. After hesitating for a while, he slowly said, Xu Yuro is a little different from them. Xu Yuro? Lin Hao frowned. It was the first time he heard of this person, but he always felt that he sounded familiar. Could it be that the other party also wants to grab my spot? Well, let me tell you, Xu Yuro's sister is Chu Yue, and the place you got was originally her sister's. So, she came for revenge. Chapter 71, Why Fight? It turns out that I got senior sister Chu's place. Lin Hao's expression was a little strange. No wonder the senior sister looked aggrieved when she asked the other party. Now that I think about it. If the other party has a sequence level quota, maybe there is no need to go to Wushan to find body tempering materials. Unexpectedly, I became the bad guy. But since the spot has been given to him, there is naturally no reason to give it up. Even if this person is senior Chu's sister. Besides the freshmen I mentioned, there are also a few sophomores who need attention. But before Chen Sinan could finish, Lin Hao interrupted him with a question. Teacher, aren't there any juniors and seniors here? Don't worry about that. The juniors have their own quota. Besides, they can't bring themselves to deal with the freshmen. Even if they win, it won't be glorious. As for seniors, they all have tasks and are rarely on campus. Chen Sinan explained with a smile. That's a pity. Lin Hao shook his head with some regret. He originally planned to fight with the strong ones. Now it seems that I can only play house with those freshmen. Yes. With Lin Hao's current strength, none of the opponents listed in the information arouse his interest at all. Ahem. Chen Sinan choked when he heard this. I didn't think much about it and just thought it was the youth's fearlessness. The business car sped all the way and finally stopped in front of the gate of Tsinghua University. You can go away now. I have something to do. As an admissions teacher, this period is the busiest time. Being able to send them to the school gate is already very tight in terms of time. So after putting Lin Hao and the other two down, Chen Sinan said goodbye and left. After Lin Hao got off the car, he looked around the top martial arts school in the country. When he was still in Linjiang City, he had looked up information about Tsinghua University on the internet. I know that Tsinghua University is different from regular schools. Because it is built in a remote borderland, it must always be prepared for battle. But what Lin Hao didn't expect was. What appeared before him was a huge war fortress that was hundreds of meters high. What a magnificent building! In addition to Lin Hao and his companions, there were also freshmen present who came from other places. They were all amazed. Lin Hao couldn't help but smack his lips. In Linjiang City, except for a few special buildings, most buildings do not exceed 20 floors. But the huge war fortress not far away has smooth outlines, full of geometric aesthetics and cool technological texture. The surface of the fortress seems to be made of reflective material. As the light and shadow continue to flicker, dense laser turrets and electromagnetic guns can be vaguely seen. There are also a large number of drone launch platforms. Just one glance. Lin Hao thought of the future military base in science fiction movies. But the impact of watching a movie and watching it in real life is completely different. How could there be such a war fortress at Tsinghua University? Lin Hao was confused. After all, Tsinghua University is located in the city, and it is still some distance away from the real borderland. Let me introduce it to you all. At this time, the staff at the school gate smiled. The war fortress you see in the distance is the main teaching building of our Tsinghua University. At the same time, it is also a military base. Main teaching building, military base? They were actually located in one place, and all the freshmen present were confused. You are all about to become students at a martial arts university. You need to learn to change your mindset. The staff member laughed and said, "We and the liberal arts exam are two completely different paths. I believe you all knew it from the moment the college entrance examination began. But have you ever thought about why we can't just do it the same way as for the liberal arts, but instead go to the trouble of arranging a practical exam? Even if there are casualties in the martial arts exam, it doesn't matter," the staff member said with a smile. Hearing this, the freshmen looked at each other, all confused. Because you are not ordinary people. Because you practice martial arts to protect the country. To kill the enemy. The staff member said solemnly, "At this critical moment, any student of the martial arts university must be unconditionally drafted into the military. That is to say, from the moment you step into the school gate. You are all warriors." Lin Hao looked solemn and listened very attentively. He is like most students. In the past, I only knew how to practice martial arts, but I didn't understand the significance of practicing martial arts. Even if he killed ferocious beasts, it was only to obtain system points and participate in the lottery to become stronger. I didn't think about it in any other way at all. Now it seems I was wrong. Being a qualified warrior does not only mean strong strength and high social status. They also shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Dragon Kingdom. As a warrior, it is your duty to kill the enemy and protect the country. Without such awareness and mental preparation, then, there is no need to go to a martial arts university, just be an ordinary person. Thinking of this, a tiny flame burned in Lin Hao's eyes. Now, when he kills ferocious beasts, there is an additional meaning. Similarly, whether it's a top martial arts school or any other martial arts school, everyone will have their own mission. The staff member smiled and said, "You will understand later. Look again. That metal tower over there is an electromagnetic tower. It's considered the latest military high-tech and is part of the outer defenses of the war fortress." The staff member continued, "There are many warriors in the city, and the military is also stationed there, so it's very safe. But we are in a remote area, close to the dens of ferocious beasts, and are vulnerable to attacks from flying beasts. Therefore, we have built high-altitude electromagnetic towers around the walls, as well as a flying base that is always in the air. Any flying creature that dares to invade within a radius of dozens of kilometers will be killed instantly." Following the staff's introduction, everyone looked up at the sky. Sure enough, it was within the limit of their vision. There are also several air bases that are no less powerful than the war fortresses in front of them. The outline is faintly visible in the clouds. Wow! Many freshmen were shocked when they saw this scene. Those who can be admitted to Tsinghua University are all gifted by fate. They lived a life of luxury and stayed in the city all year round, and indeed had rarely seen such weapons of war. Let's go. New students' registration is here, everyone line up in an orderly manner. The staff led everyone to the school affairs hall. Lin Hao, we're parting ways now. Lu Yonlei and Li Yuan said goodbye with a smile. The registration locations for special admissions students and ordinary students are different. So they had to follow when the other staff members left. Goodbye. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, then followed the staff to the special recruitment registration location. It is worth noting that there are very few people on this road. There are only a few people. Maybe it has something to do with the small number of special admissions students. But when Lin Hao followed to the destination, he found that there were many people gathered at the scene. Look carefully. These people don't seem to be here to report, but rather waiting for someone. Chapter 72 Principal Fang is here. Tsinghua University is located deep in the villa area of the 3rd hospital. Beside the quiet lake. Yao Guozhong, who looks dignified and upright, is wearing training clothes and doing boxing facing the morning glow. The morning breeze was a little cool, but it didn't affect Yao Guozhong at all. Every move. Gradually. Strands of red light gathered around him, flowing like water, containing a hint of wonderful Taoist rhyme. If someone was nearby, they would know that Yao Guozhong's state at this moment seemed to be integrated into the world. When he practiced his boxing skills, his whole body became a beautiful picture, constantly attracting the mysterious power between heaven and earth. This kind of state. We have achieved true harmony between man and nature. Get a glimpse of the mysterious truth between heaven and earth. It is totally incomparable to a grandmaster martial artist. For a long time. Call. As President Yao retracted his fist, a sea of fire appeared and disappeared, turning into a rain of fire that fell on the surrounding grass. But the strange thing is that the temperature of the flame is obviously enough to burn everything. However, there was no spark around. Xiao Yao, your boxing skills have improved again. A casual yet somewhat presumptuous voice sounded. Yao Guozhong, who was originally quite leisurely, suddenly turned around, wanting to see who was so bold as to disrespect him. But when he saw the person coming, Yao Guozhong was shocked. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared above the lake not far away, hanging in the air. You know, with the mental power of King Zhongwu of Yaogua, any movement within a radius of tens of thousands of meters should be within his perception range. But before the black-robed figure spoke, he was indeed not within Yao Guozhong's perception. Call. The black-robed figure took a step forward, and as if teleporting, he had already crossed hundreds of meters. He came in front of Yao Guozhong and looked at him with a smile. Under the black robe was a thin old man with a kind face. On his wrinkled face, only his eyes were unusually bright. As long as you look into his eyes, you will have the illusion that he knows everything about you. The most important thing is, he stood there casually, and his whole body was completely integrated into the world. It can also be said that heaven and earth are him himself. This alone makes him far superior to Yao Guozhong. Teacher Fong. Yao Guozhong showed a trace of respect on his face. Teacher, why didn't you say hello when you came? What's going on? The president of Xingwu University is back on campus and needs to report to you? The old man in black robe raised his eyebrows. Obviously, the identity of the old man in black robe has been revealed. It was the vice president of Xingwu University, the 8th rank martial emperor, Fangsuan Mountain. I'm just getting ready to welcome the teacher. Yao Guozhong chuckled and was not angry. He quickly brought over an armchair and asked the other person to sit down, and then brought out several plates of fruits and snacks to serve around. That's more like it. Fang Kunshan had no airs of an elder at all. As soon as he sat down, he crossed his legs, hummed a song while eating melon seeds, and completely ignored Yao Guozhong, who was standing next to him. Teacher, what are you doing here? Yao Guozhong's face turned dark. His teacher is over 200 years old, but he is still like an old child. The most important thing is that it hasn't changed over the years. About Lin Hao. When mentioning Lin Hao, Fang Kunshan's face became a little serious. Lin Hao. Yao Guozhong frowned. Didn't we give him a sequence level quota according to the teacher's instructions? What? Is there any change? It's those same old guys who keep to the rules. They insist on making such a fuss. Fang Kunshan rolled his eyes and took a big bite of the apple. Hearing this, Yao Guozhong immediately kept silent. The old fellow that Fang Kunshan was referring to was the small group of people who truly held power in the Dragon Country Martial Alliance. Whether it is realm or status. These are not things that a mere dean like him can discuss behind their backs. Teacher, is it that Lin Hao's potential is not enough to be at the sequence level? I am quite optimistic about him. Yao Guozhong frowned, feeling a little unfair for Lin Hao. After he met Lin Hao in Linjiang City, he felt that the other party was a talented person who could be cultivated. Whether it is talent or determination, he has the demeanor of a strong person. Moreover, he had also heard from Fang Kunshan that Lin Hao had a good understanding. Various conditions. All the doubts Yao Guozhong had at the beginning disappeared completely. Lin Hao deserves a sequence level spot. Did I ever say he wasn't worthy? Fang Kunshan glanced at him with a strange look. I think his serial number is too low, and I want to move him up to the top 10, but those old guys disagree. Fang Kunshan shrugged and said casually. Top 10? Hearing this, Yao Guozhong immediately rolled his eyes. Even he felt that the teacher was a little too outrageous. Because those who can rank in the top 10 have at least the strength to fight against a 4th level master. But it's too outrageous to give it to a freshman. As if he knew what the other party was thinking, Fang Kunshan narrowed his eyes and spoke mysteriously. I just received news that Lin Hao killed a half-step master a day ago. What? Yao Guozhong was stunned. Lin Hao killed the half-step grandmaster? He suspected he had heard wrongly. Do you need me to repeat it again? Fang Kunshan said lightly. No, teacher, is this news true? Yao Guozhong stared at the other person intently, unable to hide the shock in his heart. It's only been a few days since the martial arts exam ended. Does Lin Hao have the ability to fight against the Grandmaster? It's not about defeating, but killing? I heard it from that kid from the Gu family, it might not be true. Fang Kunshan said calmly, I came here just to test you. If he really has the ability, then I can shut those old guys up and give Lin Hao a top 10 ranking. Okay. Yao Guozhong nodded. Although he was shocked at that moment, he calmed down after hearing that it was just hearsay. After all, such horrific things must be seen with one's own eyes. Teacher Fawn, how do we test Lin Hao's strength? Yao Guozhong asked, should we arrange for the Grandmaster to fight him? No, I have a better idea. Fang Kunchen glanced at Yao Guozhong and asked, isn't the forward base of the first line of defense short of people? Let them guard the city for 10 days. Those who kill the most enemies within those 10 days will receive the top 10 sequences. That's fine too. Using military achievements as a measure is more convincing. Wait. Yao Guozhong was halfway through his words when he suddenly froze. Who are these? Could it be that it's not just Lin Hao that's being talked about? Or is it that this sequence quota is not prepared for Lin Hao? Looking at Yao Guozhong's stunned expression, Fang Kunchen smiled. There are a lot of interesting little ones watching, so we should let them feel involved, right? And, I believe him. P.S. The humble author is begging for gifts online. Come on. I kowtow to all the readers. Dong. Chapter 73. His name is Lin Hao. Xingwu University, Affairs Hall. Lin Hao squeezed through the crowd and came to the registration office. The technology in this world is already quite advanced. Ordinary reception work has long been replaced by intelligent robots. Hello, AI Eva, at your service. Seeing Lin Hao coming, a smile immediately appeared on Eva's facial display. Hello, I'm a new student. Please help me register my identity information. Lin Hao looked at the other person with some curiosity. In Linjiang City, he had never seen such advanced artificial intelligence. Okay, please wait a moment. As a mechanical voice sounded, a red light appeared on Eva's face screen. It was like giving Lin Hao a full body scan. The movement here also attracted the attention of some people nearby. What's going on? How many days has it been? Why hasn't that sequence level freshman arrived yet? Yeah, the freshman will have military training in 1 day. I think the freshman is scared. After all, so many people are staring at him. Afraid? If you are afraid, then just give up your spot and avoid embarrassment. As everyone was discussing, someone pointed at Lin Hao who was registering. Look at that one over there, isn't it? Everyone looked sideways in the direction the man pointed. However, someone soon shook their head. Damn, is a peak level first order realm also worthy of being a sequence level? At most, it's a level at the top. However, before everyone could finish speaking, an intelligent voice broadcast sounded. Welcome Sequence 95, Freshman Lin Hao, to Xingwu University. Welcome Sequence 95, Freshman Lin Hao, to Xingwu University. The announcement echoed throughout the entire office hall and lasted 3 times before it ended. Everyone in the hall who heard the announcement. No matter what you are doing, stop what you are doing immediately. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Hao who was registering in front of the artificial intelligence. All of them looked surprised. What the hell? It turned out to be him. Lin Hao. Is he the freshman who got the sequence level? Here he comes, he's finally here. Hurry up, inform young Master Jiang that the new sequence level student is named Lin Hao. Hurry up and inform Miss Chu that the serial number quota cannot fall into the hands of others. He. Lin Hao listened to these discussions, his face calm and his heart as still as water. He could also roughly guess what these people wanted to do. He simply wanted to inform the person behind the scenes to launch a sequence challenge against himself. No wonder so many people were waiting at the special recruitment reporting office before. But as soon as they heard that I was coming, most of them disappeared. However, seeing these people rushing out, Lin Hao wanted to laugh. As he has been practicing the Great Sun and Starry Sky art continuously these days, his mental strength surged. It's more than double the previous amount. Improvement of mental strength. The intuitive feeling it brings is that the ability of the Thunderfruit can be controlled more subtly. Moreover, the range of observation hockey is also larger. He was even able to foresee the battle. Obviously, Lin Hao's overall strength is stronger than before. If I meet Liao Wenhua, the captain of Wushan's mercenary team again, he can even defeat his opponent without even using the Thor stance. Therefore, for those who want to treat him as a soft persimmon, Lin Hao will give them a good memory. After a while, a staff member came out from the hall. Take Lin Hao to the freshman dormitory. It is worth noting that his dormitory is different from that of ordinary students. Located deep inside the school, it is surrounded by electromagnetic towers hundreds of meters high and has extremely tight defenses. The dormitory is also different from the outside. It is a luxurious single-family villa with a total area of more than 800 square meters. The villa is divided into 2 floors, with bedrooms, bathrooms, and training rooms. It is extremely safe and luxurious at the same time. The most important thing is that Lin Hao is the only one living in the entire villa. This saved him a lot of trouble for someone who was used to being alone. Then the staff took out the key, opened the door of the villa, and took Lin Hao in. Compared with the luxurious decoration on the outside, the interior decoration is even more luxurious, and the furnishings in the room are very exquisite. The ground is made of high-quality trembling wood. It has certain benefits for the practice of martial artists. The dormitory is cleaned by cleaning staff every week, so there is no need to worry about hygiene. The staff introduced patiently. Then he walked towards each room and introduced the layout of the entire villa to Lin Hao. While Lin Hao was carefully touring the villa, the outside world was already in turmoil. Sophomore teaching department, dedicated martial arts room. A tall young man was punching the test machine in front of him. Pumba. As dull impact sounds rang out, the data on the machine kept jumping. Soon he surpassed the combat power line of the early second stage warrior. However, the data did not stop. Instead, it continued to grow wildly until it crossed the combat power line of a third-level warrior, and then it stopped. Level 3. The young man stopped punching and nodded with some satisfaction. He is the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam in Beijing, Jiang Yunwei. He is also an S-level special recruit. However, he seemed extremely dissatisfied with his special recruitment level. Because, there was a person who came out of some unknown place and actually got a sequence level quota. Isn't this the same as writing on his head? He is a prominent figure who surpasses all the geniuses in the capital. How could he tolerate someone stealing his thunder? So whether it is for sequence level resources or for glory, he is determined to win. Just then, the door of the training room was pushed open. Young Master Jiang, the sequence level freshman, is here. His name is Lin Hao. Lin Hao. When Jiang Yunwei heard this, a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very good, I hope you won't let me down. Second college, villa area. Brotherly, isn't my sister in school? On the sofa, a girl who looked about 70% similar to Chu Yue asked. Oh, junior sister Chu, she went to the second satellite city guarded by Master, Lian replied after pondering for a moment. Ah? Where is my sister going? Chu Yuro covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with worry. The satellite city is the Dragon Kingdom's first line of defense against ferocious beasts. Extremely dangerous. To be honest, I don't know. Ong Li spread his hands helplessly. Recalling a few days ago, when Chu Yue arrived at school, he asked him where his master had gone. He said he had something important to tell his master. Then he said that his master had gone to the front line to perform guarding duties and asked the other party to wait for 2 days. As a result, after hearing this, Chu Yue couldn't wait a moment. I went straight to the front line to find my master. Ong Li really wanted to know how important the matter was that he even disregarded his own safety? But don't worry, master is here, junior sister Chu will be fine. Lian comforted. After hearing this, Chu Yuro felt a little better. She originally wanted to help Chu Yue get back the sequence level spot and then give her a surprise. As a result, her sister was not in school, which made her a little disappointed. How is it? Are you confident in winning the sequence level battle? Seeing that the other party was in a bad mood, Lian immediately changed the subject. Brotherly, do you not believe me? When it comes to fighting, Chu Yuro's pretty face is full of confidence. As the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Magic City, her strength is naturally unquestionable. From childhood to adulthood, only her sister could surpass her. Even if it was young Master Jiang who came to Beijing, she was not afraid at all. It's better not to be careless. The other party who got a sequence level quota should not be underestimated. Lian reminded patiently. He had heard this from his master, the dean of the second hospital, before. The other party was given the position by Principal Feng specifically. Anyone who can attract the attention of Principal Feng is certainly not a weak person. Don't worry, Senior Brotherly, just wait for my good news. Chu Euro raised her pink fist, appearing extremely confident. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the villa. Senior Brotherly, the sequence-level freshman is here. His name is Lin Hao. Chapter 74 Let them wait for me at the challenge field. News of the sequence-level freshman arriving at Tsinghua University. Like a storm, it swept across the entire campus. It is spreading not only among freshmen, but also among sophomores. It's because of the weight of the three-word sequence level. This made Lin Hao, an unknown person from Linjiang City, famous overnight. However, this reputation is somewhat unfriendly to Lin Hao. Because countless people are eyeing the sequence level quota in his hands and want to take it for themselves. In fact, it's not their fault that they targeted Lin Hao. Students who are able to obtain sequence level qualifications are all geniuses who have long been famous on the rankings. Lin Hao was just a freshman who had just enrolled in the school, and no one had ever heard of him having any outstanding achievements. Naturally, everyone will subconsciously classify the other party as a soft persimmon. As for the weak ones, everyone's approach is very direct. Initiate a sequence challenge and then take away the other party's spot. Of course, more people just come to watch the fun. As for what Lin Hao would think, they didn't care. Because the weak don't deserve to have ideas. Inside the villa, Lin Hao was still following the staff around on a tour and had no idea that such a big commotion had been caused. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Hao opened the door curiously and found that the people standing outside looked familiar, including Lu Yonglei. Lin Hao, don't go out during this period. Seeing the villa door open, Lu Yonglei hurriedly said. What's wrong? From what I understand, there are many people out there looking for you, wanting to challenge you to a sequence challenge. Lu Yonglei danced with joy, trying his best to express how serious the current situation was. And he heard it too. There is already a challenger waiting for Lin Hao at the edge of the ring. Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression didn't change at all, as if he knew it in advance. Tell them to wait for me at the challenge field. After saying that, he closed the door, leaving only the confused crowd. They and Lin Hao were from the same province, and as fellow townsmen, they originally wanted to persuade the other party to refuse the challenge. As a result, the words of advice were not even spoken. Lin Hao accepted the challenge very straightforwardly. As the news of Lin Hao's acceptance of the challenge gradually spread, the entire Tsinghua University was once again in an uproar. Ah, Lin Hao accepted the challenge? He really accepted the challenge? Did you hear? Lin Hao said that everyone should wait for him at the challenge field. Hiss, damn, is Lin Hao going to attack them all? So confident? That's impossible. Even if Lin Hao has some strength, he would probably be exhausted if he fought them one by one. It's a big deal, tell the person you want to challenge quickly. After hearing the news, everyone ran excitedly in different directions. Some went to notify the challengers who were already prepared. Some people quickly went to tell their good friends. Others went to the edge of the ring and waited for the battle to begin. The challenge field is located next to the teaching building of Tsinghua University. It is 2 or 3 times larger than a regular gymnasium. There are several arenas made of special materials in the middle. As a top martial arts school, many people usually come here to practice martial arts and exchange practical experience. But now, the ring is empty, as if waiting for someone to arrive. At this time, the huge challenge venue was filled with noise. Everyone's face was filled with interest and excitement. This is like eating a huge melon in the entertainment industry. Some of those who haven't arrived yet wish they had 2 more legs. After all, sequence-level challenges can only be seen during the final rankings of the year. This time the challenge is different from all the previous ones. First of all, there are quite a lot of people. In addition to the spectators who came to watch the fun, half of the people who came to the challenge field were challengers. Secondly, the challenger this time was actually a freshman. Everyone also wants to see what is different about this new student. How can I get a sequence level quota? However, most people are not optimistic about this new student. I believe that the other party cannot maintain the sequence level qualification at all. So, they also want to see who will eventually get the sequence level spot. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, a few more people came from a distance. It's Jiang Yunwei. He's here. Jiang Yunwei seems to be the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Shanjing City. Yes, I heard that his martial arts exam score was over 15,000 points, surpassing all the geniuses. I also heard that he's stronger than some of the sophomores. Amidst the discussion, a tall young man wearing a vest and a full set of clothes came towards them. Zhang Yunwei ignored everyone else. After arriving, he found a place to sit cross-legged and close his eyes to rest. At this moment, there was another commotion among the crowd in the distance. Oh my god, Senior Sister Chu? Is Senior Sister Chu here too? Are you blind? That's Chu Yue's sister, Chu Yuro. School Beauty Chu's younger sister? No wonder she's so beautiful. Brother, you should stop plotting against others. Chu Yuro is not weak at all. She is even slightly stronger than Zhang Yunwei. Ah? So exaggerated? The arrival of two top freshmen was enough to show how much attention this battle was attracting. Chu Yuro, I didn't expect you to come too? The name of Jiang Xiao might be very intimidating in front of other people, but not in front of Chu Yuro, who is also a genius. Even he couldn't help but take it seriously. Stop talking nonsense. Will you go first, or should I? Chu Yuro's personality is a bit like her sister's. She is quite cold when facing unfamiliar people. I don't like talking nonsense either. Do you know anything about that sequence level freshman? Zhang Yunwei did not give a direct answer, but asked instead. No, is it important? Ha, it's really not important. Zhang Yunwei smiled and waved his hand. Obviously, neither of them took Lin Hao seriously. Don't blame me for not reminding you, our real opponent is that person. Zhang Yunwei said this, pointing to a young man with a crew cut standing beside the ring. Who is he? Chu Yuro asked. His name is Liao Hongxiong, a sophomore. He ranked 101st in the last sequence battle, just one step away from a spot in the actual sequence. A year ago, he was at the peak of the second level. Now, at least the third level. Zhang Yunwei's face changed slightly, and even he felt a little pressure. Hearing this, Chu Yuto's expression became a little solemn. With her spiritual perception, even from such a distance, she could still feel the fierce aura coming from the other person. It seems that this person is the primary opponent in this sequence battle. As for Lin Hao and the like, they had long forgotten about him. Just as Chu Yuro was formulating a battle plan in her mind, a loud shout was heard. Lin Hao is here. Chapter 75 Forward Base. Lin Hao is here. Someone I know suddenly said. Suddenly, everyone who was sitting down stood up and stretched their necks to look around. Lin Hao, he really came. Yes, no matter how strong the opponent is, this courage is still worthy of admiration. But courage alone is not enough. Strength always speaks on the battlefield. That's right, it depends on whether he can keep his place. I think it's uncertain. Hearing the conversation, Zhang Yunwei and Chu Yuro looked over immediately. Although both of them seemed to not care about Lin Hao on the surface. But they are not fools. The other party can obtain sequence-level qualifications as a freshman. Of course, he can't be an ordinary person. So you can appear to not care on the surface, but deep down you still regard the other person as an opponent. In the crowd, Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan looked at each other. I felt both proud and worried. Lin Hao, like them, is from Linjiang City, but now Lin Hao is attracting everyone's attention at Tsinghua University. Those geniuses who previously felt superior, with intimidating backgrounds and powerful strength, are now standing together waiting to challenge Lin Hao. The worry is that Lin Hao is afraid of failure. I hope Lin Hao will act within his capabilities and not get carried away. Lu Yonglei said in a low voice. In accordance with regulations. If multiple people initiate a sequence challenge at the same time, the challenged person has the right to choose. If he chose a weakness, Lin Hao would have a chance to win. Moreover, after that, I can also refuse the challenge openly on the grounds that I have already accepted it today. Others can't say much. Yeah, I don't think Lin Hao is a reckless person. Li Yuan thought for a moment and said, he is very measured in his actions. Lu Yonglei nodded and felt a little relieved. In the challenge arena, Lin Hao, wearing a black battle robe, slowly walked to the center of the ring. Then, after looking around, Lin Hao slowly said, who will go first? As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent. But only a second passed. There was an immediate crowd of people under the stage. I'll do it. Who the hell are you? Let me go first. Fuck, everyone, get out of my way. The sequence level spot belongs only to me. Looking at the crowd below the ring who had already started fighting before the challenge began, Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. It seemed as if these people had already taken advantage of me. Don't you even look at how much it weighs? However, just when Lin Hao was about to speak and ask them to come together, suddenly, an extremely powerful aura wave came from the air. For a moment, everyone's expression changed slightly and they looked up. I saw an old man in a white robe slowly descending from the sky above the challenge field. The old man has a square face and looks extremely majestic. There was a faint aura of kingship and dominance about him. He just took a quick glance, and the students in the entire venue who were originally noisy suddenly became quiet. Obviously, this is the absolute oppressive force that belongs only to the powerful king of martial arts. Is this Dean Yao? Lin Hao also looked over and found that the person looked familiar. Yao Guozhong first nodded at Lin Hao, then looked around. Since this is a sequence war, how can we treat it as a joke? Everyone here is a student of Xingwu University. They're actually fighting each other just for a spot. If this gets out, aren't they afraid of bringing shame to the school? Yao Guozhong's words were not loud, but they were clearly heard by everyone present. In fact, a large part of them are sophomores. However, they do not have the courage to challenge the geniuses on the leaderboard, but instead rush to bully the newcomers. Even if you win in the end, is it glorious? Think of this. Those who had previously fought for the opportunity to play lowered their heads in shame. Humph, it's good that you admit your mistakes. Yao Guozhong snorted coldly, then changed the subject. It can be seen that everyone is somewhat dissatisfied with the allocation of the sequence quota this time. Some even think that Lin Hao, as a freshman, is not worthy of the sequence level qualification. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Indeed, everyone thinks so. Otherwise, they would not all gather here to challenge Lin Hao. But after Yao Guozhong pointed out their thoughts, they did not feel embarrassed. After all, this world. If you want to win respect, you have to show corresponding strength. Seeing this, Yao Guozhong nodded. Alright then. I'll be the host of this sequence battle. However, after all, Lin Hao is only one person, and it is impossible for him to accept challenges from everyone. For the sake of fairness, this time the name contest will be changed to guarding the forward base on the first line of defense. Duration of stationing, 10 days. The final ranking will be based on the points earned from killing ferocious beasts. The person who ranks first will get a spot in the sequence. Wow! As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. The forward base is called a base, but in fact it is just a fortress hidden in the dark. In ancient times, this kind of fortress was also called a secret sentry, often located in the wilderness. The purpose of its existence is to observe an area of tens of kilometers or even larger, to monitor the animal herd and serve as a warning. At the same time, it provides a temporary resting place for a large number of warriors who are training in the ferocious beast area. And the forward base of the first front. Clearly on the front lines of the war. It can be said to be the most powerful fortification among all the Dragon Kingdom's defenses. The most dangerous place. It's also the place closest to the ferocious beasts. Once a large-scale tide of ferocious beasts breaks out, the first thing to be destroyed will be the forward base. Therefore, when people heard that the battle was changed to a garrison mission, they had already begun to back down in their hearts. After all, they are just a group of college students who have just reached adulthood. But if they are asked to face the cruelty of the battlefield, many people may not be able to change their mindset for a while. Moreover, they are not senior students who need to be forced to undergo battlefield training. Chu Yuro and Jiang Yunwei, who were standing by, looked at each other when they saw this. They both shook their heads at the same time. It's not that they are afraid of going to the battlefield, but the time is not right. After all, with their talents, after practicing for a year or two, they will have enough confidence to kill the enemy. Now they are too young. It is too dangerous to go to the battlefield now, and the adults behind them will not let them go. Forward to the base? Face the beast tide? Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Others don't want to go, but he does. Originally, he had already prepared for a long period of military training on campus. There is definitely no chance to earn points during this period. Unexpectedly, President Yao sent another big gift. One step closer to the next draw. Perhaps among all the people present, except Lin Hao, no one wants to go to the forward base. Obviously, Yao Guozhong had anticipated this situation in advance. He then paused, then continued, "The mission of guarding the forward base is indeed somewhat difficult for everyone. So, the top 10 kills this time will be rewarded with a heavenly treasure. And the one who takes first place will be granted the qualification to be in the top 10. Chapter 76, Stationed at the Border for More Than 10 Years. Wow! There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. The rewards this time are really a bit too rich. First, the top 10 will be given heavenly treasures. Resources of this level are hard to come by. It can't even be bought with money. But it's not absolutely impossible to buy it, it's just that the price is unimaginable. The second is the top 10 sequence level places. If the former can still be purchased with money, then the serial number has nothing to do with money, because it represents absolute strength. Moreover, the top 10 sequences have 3 opportunities to select heavenly treasures every year. An opportunity to choose S-level martial arts, and exclusive guidance from a 6th-level martial king. Even given the special nature of Xingwu University, which is located in a remote border area. Once a large-scale war breaks out, the top 10 sequences can directly command an army of 1,000 people. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. Even the fear of going to the forward base disappeared. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. I won't say any more. Those who want to participate in the sequence competition can stay, and the rest can leave. Yao Guozhang pointed to the gate of the challenge field, waiting for everyone's choice. As soon as he finished speaking, people left one after another. Although the reward this time is very generous. But reason told them that with their strength, they were completely incapable of breaking into the top 10 in this mission. Therefore, it is better to leave early to avoid wasting time or even losing your life. After all, the front line is no joke. The other part of the people just came to watch the fun. They had no intention of participating in the mission, so they all left. Not long after, there were only about 70 or 80 people left in the entire venue. People like Lin Hao, Chu Yuro, Jiang Yunwei, and others are among them. These people are absolutely confident in their own abilities and believe they have a chance to break into the top 10. I waited for a while and saw that no one left. Yao Guozhang smiled and nodded to everyone. Everyone, please wait a moment. A flying vehicle will take you to your destination shortly. While you're waiting, I have a few words for you all. You who dared to go to the front line are all great. I wish you all smooth sailing and a safe return. Half an hour later. On a small aircraft, Lin Hao and some people rushed to the number 19 forward base. Forward base number 19 is where Lin Hao was assigned to garrison this time. Interestingly, Chu Yuro was also with him. To be honest, when Lin Hao saw Chu Yuro for the first time, he almost thought it was his senior schoolmate. After all, these two sisters look a bit too similar. They all have slender and round legs, and extremely delicate facial features. Especially her skin, which is as white and delicate as mutton fat jade and seems to be broken by a baby's touch. She is simply a replica of Lu Yifei. Although they are two sisters, their temperaments are a little different. In Lin Hao's impression, his elder sister Chu Yuwei was obviously more enthusiastic and gentle, and her words were also delicate. But her younger sister Chu Yuro is the complete opposite. At least in Lin Hao's opinion, the other party was cold and arrogant, like a white snow lotus blooming on a barren ice field, which made people afraid to approach. I didn't say a word to him the whole time. However, Lin Hao is not the kind of man who will go after beautiful women whenever he sees one. So even if the other person doesn't talk to him, he won't feel bored. While Lin Hao was sizing up the other person, Chu Yuro would glance at Lin Hao from time to time. She didn't have a very good impression of the person who had snatched her place in the sister sequence. Especially along this journey. The other person's eyes seemed to sweep over her several times. This made her have an even worse impression of Lin Hao. Arrive. The 19th forward base is ahead. Please proceed on your own. As the aircraft landed, Lin Hao and Chu Yuro walked down. There is a barren Gobi desert all around, and many soldiers are patrolling in the distance. However, further away, as far as the eye can see, are the mountains that stretch across the sky and earth like a curtain of heaven. That's the Canaan Mountains? Lin Hao couldn't help but say. That's right. A fully armed officer walked over from a distance. This is your first time here, right? The officer smiled and continued, the Canaan Mountains are over 600 kilometers away from us. They are the largest mountain range in this area and also the territory of the pterosaurs. Legend has it that within the mountains lies an 8th-rank beast king, Deathwing. However, as ferocious beasts of noble blood, the pterosaurs generally do not leave their territory. Everything in the distant Canaan Mountains has become commonplace for the veterans who have been stationed here for a long time. However, Lin Hao and Chu Yuro, who came here for the first time, were a little surprised. This is a natural wonder that can never be seen in the inland. Lin Hao, Chu Yuro. Please follow me, both of you. After the officer finished his introduction, he walked ahead to lead the way. Seeing this, Lin Hao and Chu Yuro followed the officer into the underground fortress one after the other. Take the elevator. Eventually, the two followed the warrior officer into a large office. An old man in blue was standing in front of a huge map projection, thinking silently. In the map projection, there are continuous mountains, huge rivers, and marked red spots. Sir, the people are here. The officer said in a low voice. Well, you go out first. The old man in blue came to his senses and turned to look at Lin Hao and Chu Yuro. After the officer left, the old man smiled. On behalf of all officers and soldiers of the 19th Forward Base, I welcome you both. Hello, Senior. Lin Hao and Chu Yuro said at the same time. However, after sensing the old man's realm, Lin Hao was filled with awe. He is a 4th-level Grandmaster. And a martial artist at the Grandmaster level is actually standing on such a dangerous front line. Isn't the other party afraid? Xingwu University has already sent your information over. I understand your sequence missions. The old man in blue smiled. Lin Hao and Chu Yuro suddenly realized. It's clear the school has thought this through very carefully. My last name is Pei Zhangnan. I've been here for over 10 years and am the commander of the 19th Forward Base. The old man said, as spiritual students of Xingwu University, you are different from ordinary warriors. We will pay more attention to you. Senior Pei. Lin Hao and Chu Yuro immediately stood in awe. Logically speaking, a martial artist at the Grandmaster level would get a good job if he were in the inland. At least life is worry-free. But for the sake of Dragon Country, the other party threw his life and death behind his mind and silently guarded the border for more than 10 years. This selfless dedication to the country and the people is awe-inspiring. This is your first time here, so I need to explain some things to you. Chapter 77 3 Tasks. First, our 19th Forward Base is located between the 2nd and 3rd satellite cities. However, the main task is to provide intelligence reconnaissance for the 2nd satellite city. If you encounter any danger, you can seek help from the 2nd satellite city. Of course, we can also ask for help from the 3rd satellite city, but it's too far away and may not be received. What is a satellite city? Lin Hao couldn't help but raise his doubts. It was the first time he heard of a city named after a number. Satellite cities are the central hubs of the entire defense line. They are similar to inland cities, but they are built for war. Their defenders are at least martial kings. Pei Zhangnan explained. Chu Yuro, who was standing by, suddenly had her eyes light up. If she remembered correctly, her sister went to the 2nd satellite city. So he asked, Senior Pei, is the 2nd satellite city far from here? It's not too far, but it's still over 300 kilometers. We communicate with each other via satellite. Chu Yuro obviously wilted when she heard this. She also wanted to meet her sister. But hundreds of kilometers is already very far away in the borderland where there are many dangers and ferocious beasts. So, if we at Forward Base number 19 want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. The old man in blue looked at the two of them. We have several main tasks. One is to scout the movements of the beasts in the distant Canaan Mountains and report to the main city promptly. Secondly, we need to clear out the ferocious beasts roaming around and expand our living space. Third, we must eradicate the low-level beast nests nearby to reduce the number of beasts that will erupt in the future. Pei Zhangnan smiled and said, which mission do you want to do? Hearing this, Lin Hao did not answer immediately, but fell into deep thought. These 3 tasks are clearly ranked according to their dangerousness. Especially the third task of eradicating the beast's lair. You need to go to the Canaan Mountains. The danger level is quite high. However, this is an opportunity for Lin Hao. First of all, there must be a lot of ferocious beasts that can form nests. Moreover, compared with the uncertainty of the second task of clearing out the wandering beasts, at least the beast's lair is fixed, so you don't have to spend a lot of time looking for it. Especially when the mission only lasts 10 days. Secondly, When he just walked in, he glanced at the map on the screen in front of the old man. The location marked with a red dot is likely to be the lair of a ferocious beast. Following the map instructions can save a lot of time. Therefore, whether it is to keep one's own sequence quota or to obtain more lottery points, he should choose the third task. While Lin Hao was thinking, Zhu Yuro also chose her task. She chose the second task. After all, if you choose the third mission, you have to go to the Canaan Mountains. With her strength at the peak of the second level, it was no different from seeking death. No matter how much she wanted to compete for a spot in the sequence, she would not do such a risky thing. Moreover, the second mission can also kill ferocious beasts to gain points. If you are lucky, you may encounter a small group of ferocious beasts. That's no worse than destroying a ferocious beast's lair. After choosing the task, Zhu Yuro waited aside for Lin Hao to make a decision. However, she felt strange. Does it take so long to think about these three tasks? The first one is definitely excluded. After all, there is no way to get points. The third one is also ruled out because it is too dangerous. There is only one option left, and it takes so long to choose? Just when Zhu Yuro was getting impatient, Lin Hao spoke. Senior Pei, I choose the third task. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuro's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Is this guy crazy? Choose the third task? Does he know how dangerous the Canaan Mountains are? Lin Hao, I have to remind you that we can't go to the Canaan Mountains. Zhu Yuro couldn't help but persuade. After all, they are also a school. Although they were competitors, she couldn't bear to watch the other party jump into the fire pit. Zhu Yuro is right. The Canaan Mountains are indeed very dangerous. Even I can't escape unscathed. The old man in blue also followed suit. Senior Pei, I have made up my mind. Lin Hao's eyes were firm. You? Zhu Yuro stomped her feet in anger. She advised him with such good intentions, but the other party didn't listen at all. Never mind. If you insist on going to die, then I won't care. The old man in blue frowned when he saw this. I didn't expect that Lin Hao's determination was so firm. In fact, he had long wanted to eradicate the nests of those ferocious beasts. After all, the source of the ferocious beasts roaming around here are those nests. Who doesn't want to solve the problem once and for all? The only problem is that there is no powerful warrior to help. But he himself is the commander of the base, so it is impossible for him to do it himself. After all, anything could happen in the Canaan Mountains if something unexpected happened to him. Then the number 19 forward base will be leaderless. If the ferocious beast on the opposite side attacked at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. He is also responsible for the more than 100 officers and soldiers in the base. Since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. The old man in blue nodded, then handed Lin Hao a map with a serious expression. Here is the detailed information about the beast's lair. I hope it will be helpful to you. Logically speaking, for the sake of fairness, he should not give Lin Hao the map. After all, he knew that this group of warriors from Xingwu University were competing for sequence-level places. But he also has selfish motives. Because their base didn't know how many soldiers had died at the hands of those ferocious beasts. He had long hated her to the core and wanted revenge all the time. Thank you, Senior Pei. Lin Hao's eyes lit up and he quickly took it. He was right. Base 19 must have figured out the nearby beast's lair. Also, when you're on a mission, remember three things. First, you must avoid high-level ferocious beasts. Secondly, don't make too much noise during the battle, otherwise it might attract the attention of the pterosaurs. Third, the watches you wear not only record your points for killing ferocious beasts, but also send out distress signals. Don't forget this. Yes. Lin Hao and Zhu Yuro said with serious expressions. They are newcomers who came to the front line for the first time. I also know how important the information the other party says is. Perhaps behind these rules are living lives. Okay, that's all I have to say. I hope you return safely. Pei Zhengnan gave the two of them a standard military salute. He has been stationed at Base 19 for more than 10 years and has long regarded it as his home. So, for every warrior who comes to help Base number 19, regardless of age, regardless of level of attainment, he respects each other from the bottom of his heart. Captain Pei. The door was pushed open and the officer walked in. You come and make the arrangements and send them both out. After saying that, Pei Zhengnan turned to face the command screen and continued to take charge of the overall situation. Yes. The officer nodded and said, "Follow me, both of you. Return to the elevator on the ground level." Lin Hao and Chu Yuro stood on each side, and no one spoke. They all seemed to be thinking about the next task. However, this silence was soon broken by Chu Yuro. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly took out something from the space ring. "Hey, Lin Hao, this is for you." Chapter 78 Breakthrough to Level 2. What's this? Lin Hao was stunned when he saw the transparent crystal ball that was forced into his hand. This is a third-level ice crystal barrier. It can block the strongest attack of a third-level peak warrior. Chu Yuro explained. "Why are you giving me this?" Lin Hao looked puzzled. "Don't think too much about it. We're all classmates. I just don't want to see someone die on the front lines." Chu Yuro turned her head away. Her face was full of pride, but her words were tinged with worry. "However, this concern is just mutual help among classmates. There is no special feeling. Thank you. I'll take it." Lin Hao smiled slightly. At first, he thought Chu Yuro was a very cold and difficult young lady. Unexpectedly, the other party was the same as her sister. "Even towards a stranger like me, he is kind. You should be careful too. If you are in danger, you can ask me for help." Lin Hao is not a careless person. If others are kind to him, he will repay them to the best of his ability. TSK, who cares? Chu Yuro was still very tough in her words, but her impression of Lin Hao had changed a lot in her heart. After saying goodbye to Chu Yuro, Lin Hao boarded the aircraft in the base. The Canaan Mountains are about 600 kilometers away from base number 19. At the speed of the aircraft, it would take at least half a day. Rumble. Riding in a low-altitude aircraft, Lin Hao quickly left the forward base 100 kilometers away and crossed mountains and rivers. There are still traces of human activities within 100 kilometers of the forward base. But after more than 100 kilometers, the road gradually disappears, the trees gradually become taller, the mountains become rolling, and gradually turn into the appearance of a primeval forest. This is the world of ferocious beasts. Lin Hao, we can only take you here. That night, the aircraft stopped about 100 kilometers away from the Canaan Mountains. If we go any further, we might encounter flying beasts. The driver smiled apologetically. It's okay. Lin Hao nodded and smiled, thank you for your help. There are many kinds of ferocious beasts in the Canaan Mountains, and flying beasts are also very common. And it can be a ferocious beast with the ability to fly. Generally speaking, their bloodline is much nobler than that of ordinary reptiles. The bloodline of a ferocious beast is the same as the talent level of humans. It is also divided into levels, from F to SSS. However, the blood of the ferocious beast is even more barbaric. The level of his bloodline directly determines the realm he can reach in his cultivation. For example, the absolute king of the Canaan Mountains, the pterosaurs. It is S-level bloodline. He was born at the 3rd level. Much stronger than ordinary human 3rd-level warriors. Therefore, even if the entire pterosaur population is very small, it is only a few thousand. But it owns a mountain territory covering tens of thousands of kilometers. Of course, things are not so absolute. There are also ferocious beasts with low-level bloodlines that grow up to become overlords of a region. However, such deeds are rare. Bang! Lin Hao, holding a long sword and wearing a full set of combat armor, flew directly to the ground from a height of dozens of meters. The jungle is not too dense. Watch the aircraft leave. From now on, we can only walk carefully, and even if a fight breaks out, we must not make too much noise. Lin Hao muttered to himself. Now we are in the territory of ferocious beasts. He certainly couldn't use the power of the Thunderfruit recklessly like he did in Kiriyama. After all, the more than 10-meter thick lightning column made too much noise. If he attracts the attention of the pterosaurs in the mountains, he will be more than enough to fill their teeth. However, before heading to the mountains, I should first break through my realm. Since the first time he tempered his body in Wushan, Lin Hao has already reached the peak of the 1st level. And now, almost 8 or 9 days have passed since then. During this period, Lin Hao was also constantly using thunder breathing to strengthen his body. Moreover, in terms of mental strength, he was constantly tempered by the great sun and starry sky art. Now his strength has already reached the critical point. You can break through at any time. System opens the panel. Name, Lin Hao. Level, first level peak warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit, observation hockey. Chi and blood, 1500. Spirit, 300. Body strengthening technique, breath of thunder. Magic formula, great sun and starry sky formula. Martial arts, thunder breathing form 1, thunderbolt flash great mastery. Lottery points, 6321. 1500 HP, 300 SM, this is already the limit of the first level. If we can't break through this, then it's unacceptable. After making up my mind, Lin Hao found a safe cave nearby, then sat down cross-legged and began to strive for the second level realm. 9 o'clock in the evening. Just as Lin Hao was in the process of breaking through, an office in Tsinghua University was brightly lit. How's the situation? Have you accepted the mission? Yao Guozhong said in a low voice. As the person in charge of this sequence qualifying battle, he is naturally extremely concerned about the results. And this is also the task assigned to him by Principal Feng. Reporting to President Yao, there are 89 people going to the forward base this time, and they have all accepted their missions. Among these 89 people, most accepted the second mission, but a small number also accepted the first mission. However, there are 2 people who have accepted the third mission. Yao nodded and said, "Show me the information of those 2 people." In fact, the 3 tasks of the forward base were set by the commanders of each base according to the difficulty. After all, those who participated in the mission were students from Tsinghua University. For safety reasons, it is necessary to set the difficulty. Yes. The staff had already prepared it and quickly took out a copy and handed it to Dean Yao. Yao Guozhong looked down. Liao Hongxiang and Lin Hao? Yao Guozhong was not surprised that the former chose the most difficult task. After all, as a sophomore, Liao Hongxiang has already carried out several frontline missions. The strength is quite impressive. Moreover, the opponent had ranked 101st in the sequence a year ago. It is only one step away from the true sequence level. It can be said that he is the defending champion of this sequence battle. But Lin Hao's choice still surprised Yao Guozhong a little. Although Principal Feng had said before that Lin Hao had the ability to fight against a master. But after all, it's just hearsay, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Not very credible. And afterwards, Yao Guozhong also conducted an investigation. At that time, the third-level warrior forcibly increased his strength after taking the blood rage pill. It's obvious. The strength improved by the elixir is too exaggerated. There is absolutely no way to compare with a true master. Therefore, there is still a question mark about Yao Guozhong's assessment of Lin Hao's true level. However, since Lin Hao has made his choice, I hope he won't let us down. After all, this top 10 spot is reserved for him. Chapter 79 The 2 Tiger-Headed and Tiger-Nerdy Brothers. At the same time, the second satellite city. City Lord's office. Okay, Xiaowei, I'm so overwhelmed by what you said. On the sofa. A beautiful woman with a dignified appearance couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead and shook her head helplessly. Master, I'm serious. Seeing the beautiful woman's perfunctory attitude, Chu Yuwei became a little anxious. The purpose of her coming here was to ask her master to accept Lin Hao as his disciple. So whenever she had free time these days, she would praise Lin Hao in front of Ruan Lanji about how good he was and how talented he was. However, Ruan Lanji didn't quite believe it. After all, according to Chu Yuwei, Lin Hao was in Wushan at that time, and he was at the peak of the first level, fighting against a half-step grandmaster. By the way, they also killed a few robber teams whose strength reached the third level? It would be too outrageous if this kind of thing were to get out. Even Ruan Lanji, with her knowledge as King Wu, never said it. It's those people who took the blood rage pill, master, it's not that exaggerated. Chu Yuwei corrected. Yes, even if he hadn't taken the blood rage pill, it wouldn't be something a first-level warrior could handle. Ruan Lanji looked at Chu Yuwei helplessly. But this is the truth, master, you have to believe me. Chu Yuwei's pretty face wrinkled into a ball. She didn't know how to explain it. After all, she had no substantial evidence other than what she said verbally. But Gu Qinghu could prove for her that what she said was true. But the other party was too far away, and she couldn't let Gu Qinghu come to the front line. So, the only way now is to let Lin Hao meet the master in person to prove that what she said is true. Okay, after the garrison mission here is over, I will go and see that Lin Hao you mentioned. As long as he has good talent, I will accept him as my apprentice, okay? After all, she couldn't resist Chu Yue, and after thinking for a moment, Ruan Lanji made a promise. Excellent, master. You won't be disappointed. After getting Ruan Lanji's promise, Chu Yue's eyes almost curved into crescents. When I think about it, I will be Lin Hao's senior sister in the future. A hint of joy welled up in her heart. Although she didn't know why she was so happy. Xiaowei, you didn't ask me to accept you as your disciple just because you like Lin Hao, did you? Ruan Lanji narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the other person with a smile. After all, she was an experienced person, so she could naturally hear the hint of emotion in Chu Yue's words. Combined with the way Chu Yue is dedicated to protecting others. She also had a rough guess about the matter. Ah, how could that be? I'm just discovering talents for master. Chu Yue looked a little flustered, but she quickly calmed down. Okay. Ruan Lanji smiled. It seemed that he knew that the other party was thin-skinned, so he didn't point it out. However, she then changed the subject. Don't be too happy too soon. I'm afraid this garrison mission won't be easy. What's wrong, master? There was some worry in Chu Yue's eyes. I recently received news that there are signs of an approaching beast tide in the Canaan Mountains, and the scale of this beast tide is likely to be quite large. Speaking of the beast tide, Ruan Lanji restrained her smile and looked extremely serious. Every beast tide is a disaster for humans. Ah? Didn't a beast tide break out a year ago? Chu Yue frowned. The beast tide is formed because the reproduction rate of ferocious beasts far exceeds that of humans. Especially some Zerg, the entire population basically grows exponentially. Of course, nature cannot sustain such a large number of organisms. Therefore, once the critical point of the boundary is broken, a tide of beasts will break out. This time point is usually 5 years. I don't know, maybe it's related to the pterosaurs in the Canaan Mountains. Ruan Lanji said in a low voice, Xiaowei, wait for the spaceship carrying the supplies to return in a few days, and then you can go back with it. It's too dangerous to stay on the front lines all the time. Chu Yue asked worriedly, then master, you? Me? I definitely can't leave. Ruan Lanji smiled and comforted. As the chief administrator of the second satellite city, she is also a warrior of the highest realm. If I have to take charge of the overall situation, it is naturally impossible for me to leave. Okay, master, you have to be careful too. Canaan Mountains. It was about a few hundred meters away from the cave where Lin Hao was temporarily staying. 2 people were hiding in the bushes, glancing at the cave from time to time. Brother, what happened to Lin Hao? Why did he go into the cave and never come out? One of them said, isn't he afraid? After all, with his first level strength, it's a bit difficult for him to carry out the most difficult mission. Another person retorted, after all, Lin Hao is someone that Ding Yao favors, so how could he be weak? That's true, but look at Pei Zhangnan on the leaderboard. He already has over 1,000 points, while Lin Hao still has 0 points. If he doesn't come out soon, I'm afraid he'll have to give up his spot in the sequence. Why are you in such a hurry? It's only the 2nd day. The 2 people hiding in the dark were called Li Hu and Li Zhuang. The 2 brothers are quite powerful and have reached the peak of the 3rd level. If they join forces, they will be able to fight against the Grandmaster. They were specially arranged by Ding Yao to protect Lin Hao. Of course, this is not an exception. There are many teams like theirs. Their mission is to secretly protect all the contestants participating in this sequence battle. At the same time, it also plays a supervisory role to prevent players from cheating, etc. However, just as the 2 brothers were talking, suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared. Crackling. The sound of faint thunder came from far away. Then, swipe. A shadow flashed past the 2 brothers so fast that they couldn't even see what it was. However, the afterimage seemed to have discovered them. However, even if they discovered them, they did not stop, but instead left and disappeared without a trace not long after. Only 2 confused brothers were left. Brother, is that Lin Hao? Li Zhuang touched his head, still in shock. Nonsense, it must be him. Li Hu's face turned red. He said something like MMP, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. This kid, walking by so brazenly, must have discovered them. You should be able to guess what they are here for. But why are you running so fast? Bullying the elderly because they have difficulty walking? However, Li Hu also had to sigh. That kid seems to have become stronger. Brother, are we still following? His younger brother Li Zhuan was dumbfounded as he watched Lin Hao gradually disappear from his sight. Nima, this is a humanoid beast. How could a human being have such speed? Hearing this, Li Hu fell silent. Then he slapped his thigh. Nonsense. No matter what, we can't lose them. Chapter 80 that definitely can't be counted for Lin Hao. Wow, it feels so good to break through. Lin Hao turned into lightning and moved forward rapidly. He could feel the endless flow of energy and blood in his body. Breakthrough from the first level to the second level warrior. Although the health on the panel only increased by about 100, it reached 1593. But don't underestimate these 93 points of health. Because this is the result of qualitative change caused by quantitative change. Every breakthrough in one realm means an evolution of qi and blood energy. Lin Hao is now compared to when he was at the first level. The color of qi and blood is obviously darker. It is also more durable. This is the same principle as refueling a car. Using 95-octane gasoline will definitely make the car run faster and farther than using 92-octane gasoline. What is more important is the evolution of qi and blood. It also means that the power of the Thunderfruit has been enhanced. Discharge. With a low shout and the sharp sound of leaping electric arcs, lavender thunder appeared around Lin Hao. Compared to before the promotion, the thunder of the Thunderfruit is obviously much thicker. The color also changed from silver white to light purple, becoming a little darker. Just as Lin Hao was carefully feeling the changes in his strength, 2 second-level peacock's horned rhinos suddenly appeared in his field of vision. The ox-horned rhinoceros had appeared in the Linjiang City martial arts examination. It had thick skin and strong defense. Ordinary martial arts students have no way to deal with it. Moreover, the ox-horned rhinos in the borderland are extremely wild and have a higher level of defense. It's a good opportunity to try my hand with 2 ferocious beasts. With a thought, Lin Hao lightly tapped his fingers. 2 extremely compressed lightning rays, like 2 tiny silver needles, shot straight towards the ox-horned rhinoceros. There were no exaggerated explosions or gorgeous lightning effects. In silence, the 2 rhinos fell down instantly. Ding, killed the second-level ox-horned rhino, points increased by 60. Looking at the 2 rhinoceroses sleeping like babies, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Thanks to the breakthrough, control over the Thunderfruit has been strengthened. He has been able to compress some of the power of thunder. With Lin Hao's powerful mental strength, he compressed a large amount of violent thunder into a line. You can kill the enemy invisibly and behead them from thousands of miles away. Very powerful. This is the skill he created after breaking through to the second level. Lin Hao named it Lightning Rod. With this lightning rod and the thunder breathing technique, as long as I don't commit suicide, I shouldn't be in too much danger outside this mountain range. Lin Hao murmured in his heart. In fact, with his original strength, he could move sideways on the periphery. However, due to the existence of the pterosaurs, most of the abilities of the Thunderfruit cannot be used. After all, it made too much noise. Therefore, he can only rely on thunder breathing and observation haki. Now that we have lightning rods, the problem of insufficient firepower has been solved. Even the efficiency of killing ferocious beasts has been greatly improved. Then, Lin Hao took out the map given by the base commander. He didn't forget his main goal. There are 3 second-level beast nests and 2 third-level beast nests in this area. Work hard and try to clear them all out before sunset. After establishing the target, Lin Hao took out the white feather knife and without stopping for a moment, rushed towards the nearest nest. Not long after Lin Hao left, the 2 brothers Li Hu and Li Zhuang rushed over. No, brother, I need to rest for a while. Li Zhuang was sweating profusely and panting heavily. He casually found an open space to sit down. The weather in the Canaan Mountains is completely different from that in Dragon Country. It is hot all year round. Especially during the day, when the scorching sun shines directly on the ground, the air seems to be distorted by an invisible hand. If an ordinary person were to travel in such an extreme environment, he would probably faint from the heat. But Li Hu and Li Zhuang are obviously much stronger than ordinary people. However, even they would not feel comfortable running at full speed for such a long time. Seeing this, Li Hu wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat down. Okay, take a 3-minute break and then continue chasing. There is no way, their duty is to ensure Lin Hao's safety. Although, the other party may not need their protection. But the responsibility is here. The other party is a talented student at Xingwu University. If something really happened to Lin Hao, and the two brothers were not there at the first moment, they would be guilty. Brother, look. These two rhinoceroses seem to have died not long ago. A cry of surprise attracted Li Hu's attention. No, 2 second-level ox-horned rhinos, what's the big deal? Li Hu rolled his eyes upon seeing this. If a second-level ox-horned rhinoceros appeared in the mainland, it would be a novelty. But there are already many ferocious beasts in this wilderness, so what's so strange about that? This is really strange, brother, I can't find where the rhino's wound is. After hearing this, Li Hu came over and checked it carefully. Li Hu frowned. I can't find the wound, but I can confirm that the rhino is dead. Could it be Lin Hao who did it? He was the only one passing by here. Li Zhuang asked. Probably not. Li Hu pondered for a moment and explained, look, the rhino is intact. There's not a single sign of combat. It's like its soul was instantly shattered, which is what's commonly known as brain death. Brain death? Li Zhuang frowned. That's right. Only high-level spiritual warriors can reach this level, and Lin Hao is a lightning warrior, so it shouldn't be him. Li Hu came to the conclusion after careful analysis. Brother, don't scare me. Where did a spiritual warrior suddenly appear in this desolate place? Li Zhuang was a little scared when he heard this. After all, their location was on the outskirts of the Canaan Mountains, deep in the no man's land. If it weren't for a mission like him, who would come to such a dangerous place? It's also possible that it's not a human, but a ferocious beast with very strong mental power. Li Hu's expression was somewhat serious. The Canaan Mountains are tens of thousands of kilometers long, and deep within them there are countless races of ferocious beasts unknown to humans. It is not surprising that some ferocious beasts with strong mental powers appear among them. But it is quite rare in the area outside this mountain range. So, should these two ox-horned rhinos be counted as points for Lin Hao? Li Zhuang scratched his head. In addition to protecting Lin Hao, they also have a supervisory role. Simply put, it is to count the points of killing ferocious beasts for the players participating in the mission. This is also because they are afraid that the electronic watch will be damaged during the battle, making it impossible to calculate points. Therefore, we arranged for the staff to do the counting together. I have to say that President Yao was thoughtful and had these two safeguards. Cheating is basically eliminated. At the same time, it also strengthens the safety of students. Hearing this, Li Hu glanced at Li Zhuang as if he was looking at an idiot. That certainly can't be attributed to Lin Hao. He didn't kill her. Chapter 81 Crazy Killing. The road to the borderland was more difficult to travel than Lin Hao had imagined. Those mountains seem to be only 1 or 2 kilometers apart in a straight line, but it takes a lot of time to climb over them. Some canyons are too deep to cross. However, with Lin Hao's strength, those complex terrains are not difficult for him. And along the way, more than 100 ferocious beasts have died at Lin Hao's hands. Most of them are around level 1 or 2 and pose no threat. Most of them took the initiative to attack Lin Hao. As expected of the Canaan Mountains, unlike the martial arts exam, there's no need to actively seek out the beasts, they'll just come to you. Lin Hao sighed. He had read a lot of information when he was still in high school. We also know that the reproductive capacity of ferocious beasts far exceeds that of humans. However, although there are many ferocious beasts, most of them have different strengths. Perhaps it would take tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of people to produce a ferocious beast that could rival the strength of a human master. In the human world, there is often a master among hundreds of warriors. If this ratio were placed in Xinggu University, it might be even higher. Moreover, humans also possess a large number of high-tech weapons. This is also the reason why humans have been able to resist ferocious beasts for so many years. However, it was during the process that Lin Hao tried hard to kill the ferocious beast. He didn't expect that there were 2 Lao Lius behind him who didn't even count his points. Brother, here are 2 more corpses of ferocious beasts without any wounds. I've told you so many times to mind your own business. It wasn't Lin Hao who killed him. Oh. Walking in the wilderness. Lin Hao's eyes lit up and he stopped suddenly. His observation haki had already sensed that there was a lot of life force gathered next to a cave hundreds of meters away. Finally, I found the nest. Lin Hao smiled. Boom! With a flash of lightning, the rocks under Lin Hao's feet shattered, and he stomped hard on the big tree next to him. As he jumped again, the tree collapsed with a loud bang. The battle breaks out at the moment. Roar. Ah! A large number of ferocious beasts like jackals roared and turned into streams of light and rushed towards Lin Hao. Most of them are second-level ferocious beasts, and there are also third-level ones. As the overlords of this area, the jackals will naturally not back down in the face of provocation from Lin Hao, a human. Kill. Lin Hao held a knife in his right hand and a lightning rod in his left hand, opening and closing both sides. No matter whether it was a jackal rushing in front of him or lurking in the distance, none of them could escape from Lin Hao's grasp. Puff. As the long sword danced, blood splattered everywhere and jackals fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies, due to inertia, either hit the boulders or hit the ground. There are no fancy moves, only the purest instinct to kill the enemy. Puff. More than 10 minutes later, the white feather-long knife was pulled out from the last jackal corpse. Ouch! With the jackal's painful howl, it fell to the ground with a loud bang, losing its life. The last one. Lin Hao's cold, lavender eyes scanned the surroundings. Compared to more than 10 minutes ago, there are hundreds more corpses outside this nest. The ways of death are also different. This was the first time that Lin Hao faced an entire clan of ferocious beasts. If he were an ordinary second-level warrior, he would have fled long ago. But Lin Hao is obviously not an ordinary person. As early as the first level, he was able to kill the mercenary team by crossing levels, and now after the breakthrough, he is obviously stronger than before. Ding, kill the second-level ferocious beast jackal, add 60 points. Ding, kill the third-level ferocious beast jackal, add 120 points. It feels so good. Looking at the crazy rising points panel, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. As expected, finding the lair of the ferocious beast is the correct way to gain points. Then Lin Hao wiped the blood off his face and walked into the nest. Outside the nest, the ferocious beasts he killed were all adults. According to human tribal theory, that is equivalent to a group of soldiers. And inside the nest, there must be such a tribal leader who commands a pack of wolves. What Lin Hao needs to do is find it and kill it. This way we can eliminate the problem permanently and destroy this nest. However, when Lin Hao walked into the cave, he found that there was nothing around. Not to mention the leader wolf, not even a wolf cub could be seen. Something's wrong. Lin Hao frowned. Ferocious beast species attach great importance to territory. Generally speaking, the leader wolf will not leave its territory. Because once the leader wolf mistakenly enters the territory of other races, that would be equivalent to declaring war. The battle for territory between races is a fight to the death. Could it be that I just happened to catch up with their territory battle? Lin Hao thought about it carefully, and then ruled out this possibility. After all, there were more than 100 wolves outside the den. If the leader was not there, there would be no reason for him to guard the door. Now it seems a little unreasonable. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Most likely, they were scared away after seeing my strength. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao raised his hand and summoned a large amount of thunder. Used the high temperature generated by lightning to burn the entire cave. Regardless of whether the leader wolf was scared away or not, this nest must not be left to it. After doing all this, Lin Hao rushed to the next nest. The other side. About half an hour later, Li Hu and Li Zhuang arrived as scheduled. In fact, the two of them were able to keep up with Lin Hao only because Lin Hao guessed the identities of the two brothers and deliberately left traces along the way. And they also arrived at the cave by following the traces. But when the two brothers saw the wolf corpses all over the ground, they were both stunned. What the hell? Destroyed the entire wolf clan? What a powerful strength this requires. Anyway, when the two brothers saw so many wolves, they had no choice but to run away. Brother, these bodies have wounds. They must have been killed by Lin Hao. Li Zhuang checked it carefully and then realized the statement. Judging from the shape of the wound, it seems to be a cut caused by a knife weapon. And the only one holding a knife is probably Lin Hao. Thinking of this, he took out his little notebook and wrote it down for Lin Hao. Etc. The eldest brother Li Hu quickly stopped him. Let me ask you, what is our duty? Li Zhuang was stunned, not knowing why his elder brother asked this. But he still answered honestly, protecting the students participating in the sequence war? Not the other one. Observe and count the challengers' points for killing ferocious beasts? That's right. Li Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, then let me ask you, did we see these beasts killed by Lin Hao with our own eyes? Yes, we haven't seen Lin Hao from beginning to end. Li Zhuang slapped his head. According to the regulations, it will only count if they see it with their own eyes. Otherwise, who knows what cheating methods are being used behind the scenes. So, the points of these ferocious beasts cannot be counted. Li Hu put his hands behind his back, looking like a master. Big brother is still smart. Li Zhuang gave a thumbs up. Let's go look for Lin Hao. I don't know where that guy ran off to. Forward base number 19, underground. General Command Room. Commander Pei. According to the information provided by the smartwatch, today's points statistics are out. Should we send it to Shengwu University? A tall and thin officer said. How are their grades? Pei Zhengnan asked. Chu Yuro killed 56 ferocious beasts today, including 23 second-level beasts and 3 third-level beasts. The total score is 564. Lin Hao has over 300 beasts, including the second-level ones, with a total score of 3,451. Hearing this, Pei Zhengnan nodded. Lin Hao is very good. Judging from the number of kills, he should have destroyed at least one ferocious beast's lair. It seems that my previous worries were unnecessary. Pei Zhengnan smiled, his eyes full of admiration. After all, Lin Hao is not only participating in the sequence competition, but also helping their base number 19. Send the results to Shengwu University truthfully. Also, one more thing. Base number 19, thanks Lin Hao for his efforts. Chapter 82 Human Warrior? Alien. 9 o'clock in the evening, Shengwu University. A teaching building was brightly lit. There were a lot of people coming and going in one of the meeting rooms. Dean Yao, the results of each challenger on the first day have been reported from the front line, said a teacher. What's the ranking? Yao Guozhong said in a low voice. According to your request, we will only rank the top 10 in terms of points. The teacher whispered, number 1 is Liao Hongxiang, with 2,102 points. Following him are Chu Yuro, Zhang Yunwei. Listening to the teacher's report, Yao Guozhong frowned. Is there anyone missing from this top 10 ranking? Where is Lin Hao? With his strength, even if he can't win first place, he should have no problem getting into the top 10. So after the teacher finished his report, Yao Guozhong asked, what are Lin Hao's points? I was just about to report to you that Lin Hao's results are a bit strange. Strangeness? Yes, according to the report from base number 19, the total score is 3,451, but the results sent by the training instructor are 0. A big question mark appeared on Yao Guozhong's forehead. The training instructors were all temporarily transferred from the military by Yao Guozhong, who were responsible for protection and counting points. Generally speaking, the statistical scores of training instructors and base artificial intelligence should be similar. Even as training instructors on the first scene, their statistics may be more accurate than artificial intelligence. After all, they saw it with their own eyes. Moreover, artificial intelligence cannot identify ferocious beast species that have not yet been discovered by humans. But the training instructors can. However, what is the situation with Lin Hao's points? One with over 3,000 points and 1 0? This gap is too big. What went wrong? Yao Guozhong frowned. Hurry up and help me find out which 2 training instructors are responsible for accompanying Lin Hao. Good. After receiving the order, the teacher ran out quickly. Not long after, he came back. We found out it's Li Hu and Li Zhuang. Fuck. It turns out to be these 2 idiots. Time passes, day by day. Lin Hao has been searching for the lair of ferocious beasts in this mountain range. Follow the process. After finding the nest, Lin Hao killed all the ferocious beasts with the help of Thunder Breath and Thunder Rod. Sometimes, when you encounter a weaker beast, you can even defeat it with just your strong physique. Of course. After killing all the ferocious beasts, they set fire to their nest. As the saying goes, good deeds are never left behind. Over the past few days, Lin Hao has gradually become accustomed to this rhythm. Hungry? Eat some beast meat and practice thunder breathing for a while. While strengthening his physique, he doesn't need to eat much. When he was thirsty, he would drink mountain spring water directly. Tired? Then have some Chinese medicine to replenish your energy and blood. If it is mental fatigue, then practice the Great Sun and Starry Sky art, which can not only strengthen your mental strength, but also eliminate fatigue. Lin Hao didn't need to go back to the base to reorganize and rest. The rest of the time, Lin Hao was either fighting ferocious beasts or on his way to find their nests. Or occasionally, when he felt like fighting, he would stop to practice with his sword, and then continue on his way to fight. Continuous actual combat allowed Lin Hao's cultivation to progress rapidly. Now his chi and blood are almost breaking through 2,000, and his mental strength has reached more than 500. Only one step away from breaking through to the middle stage of the second stage. At the same time, as the number of ferocious beasts killed increased, he became stronger and stronger. Lin Hao's lottery points continued to soar, and it was almost 13,000 points. Another legendary lottery can be held. But Lin Hao took into consideration that they were now in a remote borderland. Even if you draw a powerful ability, it is difficult to use it. After all, we also have to worry about attracting the attention of the pterosaurs. So he planned to wait until the competition was over, then go back to school and find a safe place to smoke. As for the ranking points of this sequence battle, Lin Hao didn't care about these. Anyway, it won't be a bad deal for me. He just needs to keep killing the ferocious beasts. In short, everything is moving in the right direction. However, it is worth noting. The nest that Lin Hao destroyed later was the same as the jackal's nest at the beginning. The leader of the ferocious beast race could not be found at all. Even in some nests, there are very few ordinary ferocious beasts. Lin Hao investigated this abnormal phenomenon, but he could not find the cause. Let's keep searching for the nest and see if we can accumulate 20,000 points so we can draw twice. Call. Lin Hao jumped lightly and ran down the mountain as quickly as a monkey, looking for any ferocious beasts nearby. A moment later, Lin Hao's observation haki suddenly detected a hint of unusual aura. Then he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the mountains and forests not far away. Whoosh! In the distant forest, several human figures in white robes, each holding a weapon, approached quickly. Human warrior? A trace of vigilance flashed across Lin Hao's face. In this desolate wilderness, even if you meet someone of the same kind, it may not be a good thing. God knows what the other party's purpose is. Moreover, it is also very likely that the other party is not human. But it is a kind of human like ferocious beast. They are generally also called aliens. Therefore, no matter what kind of creature the other party was, Lin Hao had no intention of going forward to say hello. Just looking at that attire, it seems similar to that of a human warrior. Let's follow and see who it is. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. His figure moved slightly like a gust of wind, disappearing into the dark grass beside him, following him like a shadow. Lin Hao's talent in lightning does not allow him to perform hidden assassinations. But he has the observation haki. With his current spiritual value of over 500, combined with the heart network of the Thunderfruit, Lin Hao has control over everything that happens within a radius of thousands of meters. Under the cover of the heart net, Lin Hao could clearly sense several human figures moving through the mountains and forests. But those human figures were completely unaware of Lin Hao's existence. You too, be alert and watch your surroundings. We are already on the outskirts of the mountain range and may encounter human warriors. Among the people, a tall man was looking around carefully while speaking. Lin Hao observed that the other person's face was somewhat similar to that of a dragon person, his skin was slightly darker, and he could not understand the language he spoke. Captain, why are the missions that can earn you merit given to Moron and his team, while we are only fit to do these menial tasks? One of them complained. Shut up. How can we interfere with His Highness Long Ao's arrangements? The tall man glared at his companion. Then he sneered, and do you think that the human forward base is so easy to capture? Those hot weapons are enough to give Moron and the others a hard time, but we are different. As long as he was talking, he realized something was wrong. Because there was no sound from the two people who had just been assigned to be on guard. Sudden. The tall man looked at the grass not far away and stood up suddenly. This time he used the rather poor dragon country language. Who's there? Chapter 83. The war is about to begin. The bushes in the distance shook, and then a young man in black walked out. He held a white long knife in his hand, with a slightly innocent smile on his face. Hello, brothers. I'm lost in the jungle. Could you give me a ride? The young man in black waved his arms excitedly and shouted loudly. The sound echoed in the mountains and forests, very eye-catching, coupled with the young man's shy smile. If you don't know, you might think he is asking for directions. However, this is the Canaan Mountains. Who would go here if they were serious? Several purple figures looked at each other, as if exchanging information. He's a human warrior, not very old, and I don't know what his purpose is. The tall man in the lead whispered, from the looks of it, he's only at the early second stage. Let's observe if there are any more people around. Once he gets close, we'll capture him alive and interrogate him. Early second stage? Hearing this, the other two companions subconsciously relaxed their vigilance. Their realms are all above level 3, especially the captain, who is approaching the peak of level 3. Whether it is an alien or a human, the difference in strength is huge for every level of realm difference. Little brother, did you see those two people passing by here just now? The tall man smiled and took the initiative to greet them. No, I'm alone. The young man in black smiled and said, Brother, this is my first time in the Canaan Mountains. I'm not familiar with the roads. Please bear with me. Ha ha ha, no problem. The tall man was dealing with Lin Hao while observing the surrounding environment. Originally, the distance between them was only tens of meters, but with a group of quick strides, the distance between the two sides quickly narrowed to more than 10 meters. Next moment. Swish. The two companions beside the tall man suddenly jumped up at the same time, at an astonishing speed. One from the left and one from the right rushed towards the young man in black. With the combined strength of Pinto and Roland, they should be able to defeat this human warrior in just a few moves. The tall man thought to himself. However, before he could think about it, a flash of lightning appeared before my eyes, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. This speed? Is he hiding his strength? The tall man's pupils shrank and his expression changed drastically. Then he broke out, drew his sword, and tried to save his two companions. But it was too late. Boom! 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 Three figures crossed each other in mid-air like lightning. Bang! The long sword whistled with a terrible thunderous sound and directly slashed towards the tall man's two companions. Too fast. Lin Hao's instant burst of power and speed made everyone present tremble. Careful! Seeing this, the tall man loudly warned his companions. Puff! In a flash of lightning in between the flashes of swords and sabers, the two figures who rushed up were separated in an instant. Their weapons clanged to the ground and their bodies fell to the grass. Until death. There was disbelief in the eyes of both men. How can a human warrior who is only in the early second stage be so powerful? Boom! Lin Hao killed two people with one sword. Without stopping at all, he stepped on the ground, and the lightning suddenly changed direction in the air and rushed towards the tall man. Die! The tall man roared angrily, his figure like a ghost, waving a huge sword and slashing towards Lin Hao. As the strongest in the group, he was just frightened by Lin Hao's speed. But after he came to his senses, he suddenly burst out with his strongest power. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger roar came from the tall man's body, echoing throughout the mountains and forests. This is the power of his bloodline. With the blessing of blood power, the tall man's strength became obviously stronger. Soon, two figures crossed in the air. Bang! With the sound of weapons colliding, the two men flew backwards at the same time. There's something special about the blood power of this alien race. The power can actually rival the breath of thunder. It's a pity that most of the Thunderfruit's abilities can't be used, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. After stabilizing his body, Lin Hao secretly clicked his tongue as he felt the pain coming from the base of his thumb. However, it was different from what Lin Hao thought. After the tall man stabilized his body, his face was filled with shock. He is of B-level stone tiger bloodline and is also at the peak of the 3rd level. Even after exerting all his strength, he only managed to draw with the young man in black robe? Where on earth did this human warrior come from? He is almost catching up with the supreme genius in their tribe. But before the tall man could think about it, then he saw the black-robed young man opposite him suddenly squat down, holding the long sword tightly with both hands, and at the same time a low shout was heard. Thunder breathing form thunderbolt flash 6 consecutive strike. The next moment, the tall man's eyes blurred, and he felt a lightning flash much faster than before suddenly hitting him. He had no time to think and could only swing his sword with all his strength to resist. In a flash, there were 5 consecutive collisions. Under the explosion of terrifying power, the surrounding soil and rocks were splashed everywhere. The last knife. Lin Hao roared angrily, swung the long sword in his hand, gathered all his strength, and suddenly chopped it down, hitting the tall man's arms hard. This time, the tall man could no longer hold on to the collision. Under the impact of the terrifying force, the man's arms were instantly twisted and deformed, and the weapon in his hand was shaken away, and the whole person flew backwards. How could Lin Hao miss this good opportunity? I hurriedly followed and saw another flash of lightning. Snap! There was the sound of 2 kneecaps cracking. The tall man was chopped in half below the knees, and in an instant his flesh and blood were blurred and gushing out. He could no longer hold on and fell to his knees face down on the ground. However, with the support of his powerful blood, as long as his heart and brain are not fatally injured, he will not die in a short time. Call! Lin Hao stood 3 meters away from him, looking at him coldly. Remain a little vigilant. After all, this was Lin Hao's first time fighting against an alien race, and he was afraid that the other party had some special means. In short, it's always better to be careful. In fact, if he didn't want to find someone to question, he would have been killed with one blow long ago. Hey, alien, you can speak dragon country language, right? Lin Hao said coldly, tell me the reason why you came to the outskirts of this mountain range, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. Bah, human. Kill me now. Otherwise, when our people arrive, you will surely die. The tall man stared at Lin Hao with resentment. Oh? You have more people? Lin Hao smiled calmly, how many people are there? Where are they from? Are they all like you? Why not tell you? The tall man raised his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin, the holy war is about to begin. Under the leadership of His Majesty Long Ao, we, the myriad races, will surely flatten your human cities. Drink your blood and eat your flesh. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 84 Distress Signal from Base Number 19. Humph, playing tricks. Before the other party could finish his words, Lin Hao stood up, swung the long sword in his hand, and killed the tall man lying madly on the ground. The body is separated and the dead cannot die again. Ding, kill the 3rd level alien, score plus 240. Ding, kill the 3rd level alien, score plus 240. Hiss. So many? Lin Hao didn't notice the system prompt when he was fighting just now. Now I come to my senses and realize. The points gained from killing aliens are much higher than those from killing ordinary 3rd level beasts. At least twice as much. Just these 4 or 5 alien races provided almost 1,000 points. So this is the correct way to earn points. Lin Hao's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. In fact, the reason why Lin Hao acted so decisively. It wasn't that he understood the conversation between the few people, or saw too many clues. It was only by relying on the system's prompts that he was reminded that he could earn points by killing. This kind of reminder can only be found in ferocious beasts. Looks like I need to change the taste in the future. I can also add these alien species into the recipe. Lin Hao licked his lips. These alien races actually have the same origin as the ferocious beasts. However, its intelligence is much higher than that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Some alien races even evolved from ferocious beasts. But no matter what kind of alien race they are all mortal enemies of mankind. So, even though the other party looked similar to humans, Lin Hao killed him without any guilt. Holy war? There are others? Lin Hao muttered to himself, recalling the tall man's words before his death. Judging from the conversation, there are 2 general messages. First, the small group of aliens killed by Lin Hao were most likely just their vanguard, responsible for leading the way in scouting. There must be a large group of people coming from behind. The second one is a man named Long Ao. Judging from his attitude, Long Ao seems to have a very high status among them. He should be the core person who leads them. As for what the Holy War is about to begin means, Lin Hao still hasn't figured it out. But he instinctively felt that it was not a good thing. Moreover, judging from the fact that he had previously cleared out the beast's lair, there was a high possibility that there would be major moves in the near future. Are these alien races planning a war? A sneak attack, or a massive beast tide? Where will their main attack be headed? Lin Hao still knew nothing about this. Then Lin Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He is just a 2nd-level warrior, and it is not his turn to worry about such a big thing. After all, humans and ferocious beasts have been fighting to the death for so many years. There have long been ways to detect each other's intelligence. If a large-scale war really breaks out, it will definitely not be hidden from the Dragon Kingdom military. Bang! Then Lin Hao quickly searched several corpses. If you kill someone, you must touch the corpse. He still knows this good habit. However, I didn't find much of value. A few poor fellows. Looking at the D-class weapons and some F-class battle armor on the ground, Lin Hao curled his lips. These things are very cheap and can't be sold for much money. What is this? A storage bag? Lin Hao's eyes lit up. I got something truly valuable from this most powerful alien. Take it down. This is an animal skin storage bag unique to alien races, the same as human space ring. It has its own space inside and can be carried with you. This palm-sized storage bag has a full 5 cubic meters of space inside. If Lin Hao consigned it, he could sell it for at least 30 million Dragon Country coins. However, there was nothing valuable in the storage bag except a few animal bones and blood. It seems that this alien is also a poor guy. After cleaning up, Lin Hao casually put the storage bag into the ring. Then he opened the map and looked for the nests of ferocious beasts around him. As he continued to kill in the past few days, he had basically cleared out all the nearby nests. There are only a few red dots in the distance left on the map, which I haven't been to yet. So, Lin Hao planned to go and take a look. However, at this moment, the smartwatch on my wrist suddenly sent a distress signal. Ding ding ding, forward base number 19, calling for emergency assistance. Ding ding ding, forward base number 19, calling for emergency assistance. The purple-red distress message immediately caught Lin Hao's eyes, causing his pupils to shrink. Forward base number 19? Walk. Lin Hao didn't hesitate for a moment. After setting the direction on the smartwatch, sprint away. Judging from the call information, the number 19 forward base must have encountered a very urgent situation. It is very likely that the entire base will be destroyed in an instant. As a member of the Dragon Kingdom, he has no reason to stand by and watch someone die. It'll take at least a few hours to get to the base from here. You must hold on. Base number 19. It is a secret outpost located on the periphery, not far from the Canaan Mountains. It is hidden inside the mountain, and most of the mountain has been hollowed out. It looks unassuming from the outside, but is intricately designed on the inside. It has never been breached in the past few decades. But today, the number 19 forward base suffered a devastating disaster. The outermost defense system of the observation point has been breached. Dad Ada. Ferocious fire snakes roared, and a crossfire network composed of more than dozens of metal bullet streams blocked hundreds of alien warriors outside the passage. In this small space, even a strong man of the third level would probably feel uncomfortable if he was hit by these bullets. Asshole. These human technological weapons are simply abominable. Several of our tribal warriors have been shot and killed. Outside the passage, there was a burly man who looked like a monster. He was over 2 meters tall, wearing black armor, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. The stone tiger warriors around were silent. Captain Waka, are you still going to hesitate? The burly man roared, this is the human defense line. Humans have been stationed here for a long time. There might be other passages. The longer we delay, the more likely they are to escape. Besides, this place is very close to their satellite city. They must have called for help. If the powerful humans come, we will all die. If we can't break through this base, His Majesty Long Ao will not let us off. The strong man stared at the other person. It's obvious. There is more than one team attacking the base. Molong, you don't need to remind me. I will naturally do my best to complete the task assigned by His Highness Long Ao. The captain named Waka said calmly. Compared to Moron's impatience, he was much calmer. But do you really think these humans will get any support? You mean? Moron frowned and calmed down. Calculating the time, His Highness Long Ao should have already taken action. Waka narrowed his eyes and smiled. Great. Then what are we waiting for? Taking down this base will be a great achievement. Moron shouted excitedly. Suddenly, his whole body burst into energy, and the aura of a fourth-level strong man gushed out. Seeing this, Waka no longer hesitated and followed. It also emitted a fourth-level aura. Inside the base, Pei Zhengnan, who was giving the command, looked at the two figures on the screen and his breathing suddenly stopped. 2 fourth-level experts? Chapter 85, besieged on all sides. We charge, you follow. Kill. Waka growled. One of them held a sword and the other held a huge battle axe. They rushed into the passage in a flash. Ding! 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 Countless bullets poured down on them crazily. But those countless bullets were instantly blocked by those wisps of blood-colored energy. Inside observation point number 19, dozens of human soldiers, each holding a weapon, stared at the passage with extreme nervousness. A fierce battle is about to break out. Commander Pei. Chuyuro gripped the sword tightly, her eyes a little flustered and a little nervous. She was originally resting in the base, but she didn't expect to encounter such a thing. There are 2 4th-level strong men from other races outside. And they only have the base commander who is at level 4. Not to mention there are hundreds of alien warriors. Once they rush into the base, it will be a massacre. Relax. The old man in blue standing beside him comforted him. As students of Xingwu University, you are all top-notch. But it's a life-and-death battle. First of all, you have to calm down. Pei Zhengnan said softly. As a warrior stationed on the front line all year round, he has experienced countless battles over the years, so his combat experience is naturally extremely rich. Well, Commander Pei, we won't back down. Chuyuro and several other students who are also students of Xingwu University said in unison. Several other students from Xingwu University rushed over after receiving the distress signal. They didn't expect to encounter such a dangerous battle. Several people have been killed. No, you can't stay. Pei Zhengnan shook his head. You are all students from top martial arts schools, and you all have great talents. Your deaths are a loss to the country. But we are different. We are just ordinary people. If we die, we die. But you must live. Then he turned to the remaining officers and soldiers and said, Everyone. We must cover the students' retreat. Yes. Inside the base, the remaining dozens of soldiers said in unison. Their thoughts were the same as Commander Pei's. They are all prepared to sacrifice their lives to contain the alien race. You. Chuyuro bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Many of the soldiers here don't even know who she is. But he was willing to use his life to cover their retreat. Just because they represent the hope of Dragon Country. Several other students from Xingwu University were also moved and speechless. Captain Pei, things may not be that bad yet. What if there are strong people who can support us? Chuyuro couldn't help but speak before the aliens broke into the base. She really didn't want to see innocent soldiers die trying to save them. Well. Pei Zhengnan shook his head inside. The distress signal was sent out a long time ago, but there was no response from the second satellite city. It's very likely that they are also facing a crisis. What? Chuyuro's pupils suddenly contracted, and her face was full of horror. The goal of these alien races is not just to advance to the base? Are they a large-scale invasion? Oh no. My sister is still in the second satellite city. Thinking of this, Chuyuro felt filled with anxiety and worry. So, be prepared for the worst. Pei Zhengnan said in a low voice, after the defense line is broken, just run and don't look back. But before he could finish his words. Boom! Rumble! With a loud bang, the alloy gate of the base was instantly blown to pieces. 2 aliens with terrifying strength flashed and destroyed a large number of armed robots. Hundreds of alien warriors behind them immediately rushed over like a tide. Kill! A flash of cold light flashed in Pei Zhengnan's old eyes, and he suddenly shouted. Fight! Kill! The soldiers in the base, according to the previous plan, rushed out without fear of life and death. I swear to carve out a bloody path for Chuyuro and the others. Want to run? The burly man Emo Long saw Chuyuro and the others who were trying to break out of the chaos, and immediately rushed over to kill them. Your opponent is me. Pei Zhengnan waved his sword and stood in front of him. Get out, old man. Meanwhile, outside the base, Lin Hao ran at full speed, following the map instructions on his smartwatch, and finally arrived at the forest outside the number 19 forward base. After taking a quick look at the surrounding environment, Lin Hao's expression immediately changed. Corpses? Lin Hao glanced around and found a large number of corpses in the outer area. Judging from their appearance, most of them are humans, but many of them look similar to the alien races they encountered before. Of course, more corpses were wearing the combat uniforms of the base soldiers. So many people died? A hint of anger flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Has the forward base been captured? Lin Hao frowned, and then his observation colors sensed the movement in the depths. Is there any movement inside? There are still people alive. Call. Lin Hao's figure was like lightning, and he rushed directly into the passage outside. Second Satellite City, 6th floor of the command post. In the huge conference hall, countless rays of light converged to form a huge light screen projection. Projected on the light screen was the defense map of the second satellite city. Now it is surrounded by red spots of light. Report, City Lord Ruan, base number 19 has sent an emergency distress signal. A communications soldier came in. Yeah, I see. Ruan Lanji nodded. This is the 5th foundation to send out a distress signal. Logically speaking, as the lord of the main city, the forward base under her jurisdiction sent out a distress signal. We should rush to provide support as soon as possible. But now it is different. The second satellite city is surrounded by countless ferocious beasts. The city could be attacked at any time. They can barely protect themselves and have no time to take care of other things. What? Base 19? Shu Yue's face turned pale when she heard this. During these days, she also received communications from her sister. Naturally, I know that the other party is now participating in the sequence battle and is at the 19th forward base. Master, I want to go to base 19. Shu Yue became anxious and quickly picked up her bow and was about to go out. Come back here. We are surrounded by a horde of beasts, and they could attack the city at any time. Not to mention there are several pterosaurs patrolling all the time. Going out now would be tantamount to seeking death. Ruan Lanji scolded in a low voice. But, Master, Xiao is still in base 19. Shu Yue frowned, bit her lips, and her face was full of anxiety. Xiao, calm down first. Ruan Lanji put her hands on Shu Yue's shoulders and comforted her. I have already asked the military for help, and they should be on the way. All we have to do is hold on, okay? Shu Yue looked a little hesitant. Then, what about them? I hope they can hold on. P.S. I clicked too fast. I wanted to post it tomorrow. Can you give me a small gift in exchange for updating more chapters? Please, please. Chapter 86 Timely Support? Number 19 Forward Foundation. Whoosh. As soon as I entered the observation point, Lin Hao saw several corpses in the passage, with broken limbs and arms, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Even Lin Hao, who had seen many bloody scenes, couldn't help but frown. Most of them are soldiers from the base. After identifying the identity of the corpse, Lin Hao's murderous intent suddenly became stronger. At the end of the passage, there were 3 alien warriors holding weapons. They were chatting and seemed to be keeping watch on their surroundings. Human warriors are coming. When the 3 alien warriors saw Lin Hao, they were shocked at first and then showed contempt. Only the 2nd level? A 2nd level human warrior coming here to die? One of the aliens said indifferently, let's go together and kill him. Don't waste time. Without hesitation, the other 2 alien warriors took out their swords and rushed towards Lin Hao. Call out. The speed was very fast, and there was a faint sonic boom in the air. Obviously, they were able to block the door, so they were very strong. However, if they were really dealing with just an ordinary 2nd level human warrior, they must be panicked, or even turned around and ran away. But Lin Hao is obviously not an ordinary person. Just in time. Lin Hao's eyes were cold, and his body moved instantly. Instead of retreating, he advanced and turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the opponent. Boom! Lin Hao's figure seemed to become blurred, and only the pale purple thunder could be seen rushing around. However, although it seemed to be going straight, Lin Hao had already refracted several times in the air. With one move, he unleashed the most powerful martial arts he possessed. Not good. He's hiding his strength. Level 2? Is it that fast? When the 3 alien warriors saw this, their faces changed instantly. They were all at least at the peak of the 2nd level, but they were unable to catch Lin Hao's sight. Escape! Go meet up with the captain. The 3 alien warriors turned around and fled without hesitation, running very fast. When they saw Lin Hao's lightning-fast speed, they knew they would definitely lose. This human is a master. Only the captain and his men can deal with it. However, they seem to have underestimated Lin Hao's speed. Just a few seconds. The opponent passed through the long passage and caught up with them from behind. Kill. 2 of the alien warriors were also extremely decisive when they felt the death threat from behind. He suddenly turned around, jumped up and rushed towards Lin Hao. Boom! They are indeed the elite warriors among the alien race, and they can burst out tremendous power in life and death crisis. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two blade lights cut through the sky like two lightning bolts. The two alien warriors only felt a flash before their eyes. Lin Hao had already passed by the two people, blood splattered, and the bodies were separated. The headless bodies of the two men fell heavily to the ground. The two alien warriors could not believe until their death that they would be killed by a second-level human warrior. What? The surviving alien warrior was so frightened that his legs went limp. One knife just killed the elite warriors from two tribes? Is the gap in strength so big? But how could he know that under the constant training of the Thunderfruit and the breathing of thunder? Lin Hao is now not inferior to a third-level warrior in terms of strength or speed. And if Lin Hao is in the Thunder God stance state of the Thunderfruit, even a fourth-level Grandmaster can fight. Kill! Lin Hao's figure hardly stopped at all, and he was already roaring and killing towards the last alien warrior. Inside the huge base hall, dozens of alien warriors have completely suppressed the human warriors, and one soldier after another falls to the ground and dies. It was a purely one-sided massacre. However, the soldiers at the base knew that they would die if they rushed forward, but they still moved forward without hesitation. No one backed down. Kill, kill, kill. Shu Yuro held a long sword, her eyes red. The deaths of her companions one after another made her bloodthirsty. She didn't plan to escape, and she couldn't escape. I just hope to kill a few more aliens and avenge my companions. Clang! Clang! Base Commander Pei Zhangnan, holding a sword, was still fighting hard with the burly man. But his heart was filled with despair. Although he is the only fourth-level warrior in the base. But it had no ability to change the situation of the battle. After all, he is old. He is already over 60 years old, his energy and blood are declining, and his strength is far less than before. Even when facing this fourth-level alien, we can only barely defend, let alone attack. What made him even more desperate was the other side also had a fourth-level alien who blocked the retreat route. The soldiers died, the adjutant also died, the team of hundreds of people was reduced to only about 30 people. Just making a final struggle and resistance. Die. Take one with you. Pei Zhangnan gripped his sword tightly, his eyes determined, and was ready to burn his blood and fight to the death. Sudden. Boom. A figure of an alien race was suddenly blasted in from the tattered alloy door. The figure slammed hard into the stone pillar in the hall, then fell to the ground, covered in blood. There was a blank area on the neck, and it was obvious that the body had already been separated. What's going on? Many alien warriors reacted instantly and subconsciously looked in the direction of the alloy gate. Whoosh! Just as this headless corpse attracted everyone's attention, a light purple lightning flashed before anyone could react. Just raise your hand and cut with your knife. Puff! Puff! Countless afterimages flashed by, and before the alien warriors noticed, they felt a chill in their throats, but there was no pain at all. They covered their throats involuntarily, but could not make a sound. They fell to the ground one after another. Not good. There are enemies. They're human warriors. Many alien warriors also came to their senses, noticed Lin Hao's presence, and roared angrily. Are there reinforcements? One person? In the hall, the surviving human warriors were first cheered up, but then a trace of disappointment flashed through their hearts. Are you coming alone? Reinforcements? Shu Yuro, who had been in despair, couldn't help but brighten up her eyes when she saw the reinforcements coming. But then, after seeing clearly that the person coming was Lin Hao, Shu Yuro's heart tightened. He quickly shouted, Lin Hao! Go, leave now. At first, Shu Yuro didn't have a good impression of Lin Hao. After all, the other party took away my sister's sequence quota. But after having contact with him, I felt that he was a good person. Moreover, as classmates of Xingwu University, they naturally did not want to see Lin Hao die. It's still too late. Lin Hao looked around and his heart sank suddenly. There were only 20 or 30 human warriors left on the scene, struggling to hold on, the rest had already died. Fortunately, Shu Yuro is still alive. Lin Hao couldn't say that he liked Shu Yuro, he just remembered the gift she had given him before. Naturally, I don't want her to get into any accidents. Where are you looking, kid? At this time, a young alien with a strange appearance stood in front of Lin Hao. You look like a dead man to me. Chapter 87 Full Force Outbreak. The moment he broke into the depths of base number 19, Lin Hao had already sensed the aura of all the alien races present through his observation hockey. According to preliminary judgment, there are 15 aliens above the 3rd level. 2 of them even reached the 4th level. This is a genuine 4th level strongman, far beyond the reach of the previous mercenary team relying on elixirs. The gap between the two is extremely obvious. Especially the symbol of the Grandmaster realm, the Qi and blood. For the Grandmaster who achieved a breakthrough with the help of the blood burst pill, his Qi and blood were like foam floating on the water. It has no shape at all and is very empty. The Qi and blood of these 2 aliens almost condensed into substance. Every move he made was accompanied by a gust of wind, making his scalp tingle. The young man in front of him with a strange appearance is one of the 2 4th-level masters of the alien race. Lin Hao. Pei Zhengnan, who was fighting fiercely, also saw who was coming and shouted in panic. Lin Hao, run! There are 2 4th-level aliens. Pei Zhengnan had a very good impression of the young man who helped clean out the beast's lair. At the same time, he was also extremely grateful that Lin Hao was not in the base. Otherwise, you will end up like them and suffer the same fate. However, now we see Lin Hao coming back on his own initiative. This frightened him so much that he almost fainted. Want to run? The strange young man sneered, then suddenly jumped up, waving the spear in his hand, and rushed towards Lin Hao as fast as lightning. Clang, clang, clang. Light and shadow intertwined, the spear and the long sword clashed in the air, and Lin Hao completely blocked the attack of the strange young man. As expected of a 4th level rank. It seems to be stronger than all the opponents I have encountered before. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. If I can kill him, how many lottery points can I get? Rules for obtaining system points. Obviously, the higher the level and the stronger the strength, the more points you can get for killing. This can be seen from the aliens he killed before. The points are at least twice that of an ordinary ferocious beast. And what about the alien in front of him? Triple or quadruple? Thinking of this, Lin Hao licked his lips, his fighting spirit rising in his heart. Boom, boom. After a quick collision, the strange young man Waka instantly distanced himself from Lin Hao. He's only at the 2nd level, but he's not much inferior to me in strength and speed? Waka's voice was strange, and he roared in Dragon Mandarin, "Boy, to have such strength in the 2nd level, are you a peerless genius with SSS talent among humans?" The words of the strange young man Waka echoed in the spacious hall, instantly startling many alien warriors and human warriors. They couldn't help but glance at Lin Hao out of the corner of their eyes, and were a little shocked. SSS level talent? This kind of talent and ability is completely legendary to them. Even Chu Yuro, who was also from Xingwu University, had only heard of him but had never seen him. A dead man has so much nonsense to say? Lin Hao's voice was ice cold. He didn't bother to talk nonsense, his body exploded instantly, and the air exploded. The situation on the scene was extremely unfavorable for the human side. Every second of delay could lead to an accident. What Lin Hao should do is to kill the opponent as soon as possible. Haha, dead person? Waka sneered. Although he is a member of the Shirhu tribe, he has a good understanding of human language. Naturally, I understood what Lin Hao meant. Even someone with SSS level talent must die. Waka smiled grimly, moved his body, and rushed towards Lin Hao. The distance is tens of meters, and with the speed of both sides, they will meet within a few breaths. Thunderbolt Flash 6th continuation. Lin Hao's eyes were like torches, his hands tightly gripped the long sword, and he raised his hand to use his most powerful killing move. Clang! Clang! There was a series of sounds of weapons clashing, and the terrifying force of both sides was transmitted to the ground below, causing it to suddenly shatter and countless pieces of gravel to fly everywhere. Some low-level aliens who were close by were hit by the rubble and fainted immediately. Call! One of the swords slashed past Waka's side. Although it missed, the terrifying power it contained was enough to cut a smooth surface on the metal wall pillar on one side of him. The solid metal wall was now as fragile as tofu. I can only say that he is worthy of being a 4th-level strongman. This was the first time someone was able to dodge Lin Hao's complete 6-hit combo. Thunderbolt Flash is effective against ordinary enemies, but it's far less effective against truly powerful ones. I wonder when I can reach the perfect state of speed. Lin Hao felt deeply moved. Ever since the martial arts exam ended, there has been no progress on the first form of thunder breathing. Of course, it's not his fault for not practicing well. It's just that without the blessing of the Enlightenment card, the progress is slow. Forget it. They've already come to my door, so I don't have to worry about being discovered by the pterosaurs. Then don't hide it. Clang. With another collision of weapons, Lin Hao immediately used the force to bounce back dozens of meters. Immediately afterwards, a light purple arc slowly emerged from the surface of the body. What is he doing? Waka on the opposite side frowned when he saw Lin Hao retreating on his own initiative. Suddenly retreating during a battle, is the opponent afraid? However, before he could think about it, an aura of destruction that made him tremble, bursting out from Lin Hao. To be precise, it was the terrifying thunder that was lingering around the opponent. This breath. Is he really an SSS level talent? Waka was filled with confusion. Fighting with human warriors for so many years. Naturally, he knew the other party's difficult ability. I don't know how much suffering they have endured. In particular, the innate abilities of those peerless geniuses among humans are simply unreasonable. It is countless times stronger than the bloodline of their Shirhu clan. It can even compete with His Highness Long Ao's noble pterosaur bloodline. No matter who you are, die. Waka roared, raised his spear, and stabbed Lin Hao fiercely. He felt. Since the opponent wants to keep distance, perhaps there are restrictions on the use of his abilities? In short, he can't let Lin Hao succeed. But before he could rush to Lin Hao, he saw a huge pale purple beast suddenly pouncing towards him. The thunder beast was 5 meters tall, with a bloody mouth. It was obviously made up of only thunder, but it possessed the power of an ancient ferocious beast. Waka, who was facing the ferocious power of the thunder beast, was shocked at this moment. But at such a close distance, there was no way to escape. He could only hurriedly mobilize all the energy and blood in his body to form a battle armor to protect his whole body. Boom! With a loud bang, Waka, who was attacked by the thunder beast, was instantly blown away dozens of meters. It didn't stop until it broke several metal pillars. At this moment, the field was filled with smoke and electric arcs. But Waka didn't know whether to live or die. Seeing this, everyone in the hall stopped fighting. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. What? Chapter 88 The effect of the Great Sun Starry Sky technique. The entire foundation hall was now plunged into an eerie silence. Whether it is a human warrior or an alien warrior. They all turned their eyes to the figure surrounded by thunder in the field, their hearts filled with shock. A 4th level alien warrior is actually no match for Lin Hao? Knocked away with one blow? What on earth was that thunder beast just now? Ahem. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure. Damn it, he's definitely an SSS level talent, an absolute monster among human warriors. Waka was roaring in his heart, having already determined that Lin Hao's talent was extremely strong. Just now. If it weren't for the armor made of chi, blood, and strong energy that protected his key parts, the explosion of the thunder beast would be enough to kill him. Although his life was saved. However, the aftermath of the explosion burned his entire body black. As a 4th level strong man, he is in an extremely miserable state at this moment. You are really strong. Under normal circumstances, I would definitely die at your hands, but today, I am not the only one. Waka stared at Lin Hao, young human warrior genius. Molong, why don't you come over? Boom! Molong moved, turned around and rushed towards Lin Hao with a sword in hand. Here I come. A dull sound was heard, and the extremely burly captain of the Stone Tiger tribe, Molong, who was holding a sword, chopped Pei Zhangnan away with one blow and flew over to kill him. Moron saw the confrontation just now and was shocked. Waka, an elite warrior of their Stone Tiger tribe, has the strength of an early 4th level. And Waka is not just an ordinary early 4th stage. After all, as members of the same Stone Tiger tribe, Waka's bloodline level is higher than his. Even within the tribe, Waka is ranked among the top. But this is not the opponent of a 2nd level human? What a human warrior genius! Around the battlefield, Pei Zhangnan gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, trying to stop Molong, but was instantly blocked by several 3rd level peak alien warriors. Lin Hao. His name is Lin Hao. He's really strong, but can he win against 2 people at once? The soldiers in the base were shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Lin Hao, and were also filled with worry. But even if Moron and Waka went to deal with Lin Hao, the remaining alien warriors were enough to suppress them. Let them take care of themselves. And Everyone saw the fight between Lin Hao and Waka. If anyone present except Commander Pei rushed forward, it might only cause trouble for Lin Hao. Lin Hao. Chu Yuro was shocked and worried. What is shocking is that with Lin Hao's strength, they have no chance of competing for a spot in the sequence. No wonder the school made an exception and gave Lin Hao special admission at the sequence level. Because the other party is not at the same level as them at all. The worrying thing is, can Lin Hao defeat 2 4th-level strongmen? Although Chu Yuro had mixed feelings in her heart, she did not intervene rashly and continued to fight hard with other alien races. At this time. Boom! 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 In a flash, Lin Hao had already started fighting with Moron and Waka. These 2 4th-level alien warriors are not weak at all when they are serious. And both of them brought out their own unique skills. On the left, there was a huge 5-meter-long white tiger shadow covering Waka. Waka, who had activated the power of the white tiger, was now several times faster than before. He was actually able to dodge Lin Hao's lightning arc. On the other side, Moron is also a huge black tiger. The shadow of the black tiger seemed to solidify into substance, and it actually withstood the attack of Lin Hao's thunder beast. The two men dodged left and right. For a moment, Lin Hao was suppressed. Seeing this, Lin Hao stopped firing remotely and rushed over with a knife in hand. In fact, he still has some means to deal with these 2 4th-level aliens. For example, God's Judgment or Thor's Stance. But the space in the base hall is small and difficult to perform. He was also afraid of accidental injury. Of course, these are not the most critical. The biggest reason is, when he performed Thunderbolt Flash before, he felt a burning sensation in his soul for no reason. Could it be the Great Sun and Starry Sky art? That should be the case. The Gu family's top-level cultivation method is not that simple. Since practicing the Great Sun and Starry Sky art, Lin Hao has only discovered the ability to eliminate fatigue. Or it could be that your mental strength is constantly growing. But after being illuminated by the starry sky and the sun for a long time, his soul has long been tainted with a hint of the mysterious breath of the scorching sun. Once you face a stressful battle, it will warm your soul. That's why he could feel the burning heat. But Lin Hao didn't know what the warming of the soul meant. Just instinctively feeling that this might improve his strength? Thunderbolt. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he swung the long sword in his hand, which cut through the air, mixed with a hint of burning breath, and slashed towards Waka and the other man. Each strike was as fast as lightning. Each strike seemed to be natural, and each one was faster than the last, resisting the crazy attacks of the 2 4th-level alien captains. What? His swordsmanship? How did it suddenly become stronger? Can you actually block our combined attack head-on? Moron and Waka were also shocked. They both thought that Lin Hao would always rely on his lightning talent to deal with them. Unexpectedly, the other side abandoned their greatest advantage and engaged them in close combat. Moreover, in the constant collisions, Lin Hao seemed to be getting stronger. Are they being used as whetstones by the other party? Lin Hao. How terrifying. Chu Yuro and other human warriors, as well as many Stone Tiger tribe warriors, were also stunned. Like Chu Yuro, he used to think she was only a top-tier warrior among the same-age warriors. But now? She saw a second-level warrior whose realm was lower than hers but whose strength far surpassed hers. If I were 1 against 2, I would have been injured or even killed long ago. Pei Zhengnan, the commander of the base, held his breath, feeling quite emotional. He is also a 4th-level grandmaster, but his energy and blood are weakened. But they can't join that level of battle at all. But he has no regrets. Because the future of Longwa belongs to Lin Hao. The soul is constantly warming. There should be a limit, but I don't know what will happen after that limit. Anyway, hold on. Lin Hao had already made up his mind. He wanted to see what kind of changes the Great Sun and Starry Sky art could bring to him. Kill. 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 The long tug of war has driven Moron and Waka completely crazy. The roars of tigers echoed continuously in the hall. More and more rapid, more and more crazy. After the two of them completely exploded. Even if Lin Hao could defend perfectly, the terrifying impact force still put a huge strain on his body. Wow! Mo Long chopped down fiercely with another knife. Lin Hao no longer chose to fight hard, but retreated like lightning. Looks extremely embarrassed. Boom! The sword slashed furiously on the ground, instantly tearing the metal into a giant crack larger than an nanometer. He can't bear it anymore. Kill. Moron and Waka's eyes lit up and they rushed towards Lin Hao. Can't stop it? Chu Yuro, Pei Zhangnan and others were extremely anxious and worried. But a moment. Everyone present, whether they are human warriors or alien warriors, they all saw a scene that shocked them immensely. Chapter 89 Crazy Killing. Finally, I've reached my limit. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of golden flame suddenly ignited in Lin Hao's eyes. At the same time, the golden flames quickly climbed up Lin Hao's body and enveloped his entire body. Lin Hao felt as if a clear stream was flowing through his heart. The fatigue from the previous battle was swept away. At the same time, the blood and energy in his body began to boil under the blessing of the golden flames. A mysterious power is constantly surging out of the body. I feel so full of energy. Lin Hao, wrapped in golden flames, suddenly changed his aura. If Lin Hao's power was not obvious before, so now Lin Hao is like a bright sun hanging in the sky. Like a fire and thunder god from ancient mythology. Is this fire? No, why does my soul feel like it's burning? The people who were fighting not far away were all frightened after seeing the flames on Lin Hao's body. They all moved away. Boom! Boom! Moron and Waka also noticed Lin Hao's sudden change. I also saw the strange and creepy golden flame. But they had no choice but to go all out in order to kill Lin Hao. Boom! Lin Hao, who fully demonstrated the power of the Great Sun and Starry Sky technique, exploded without hesitation. And at this time, his breath of thunder was no longer dominated by thunder, but fire. What is this? Breath of the sun? Lin Hao was thinking in his mind, but his hands did not stop moving. Wow! A simple knife blocked Waka's powerful attack, but the terrifying impact force passed through the weapon and seemed to have no effect on Lin Hao. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Lin Hao turned forward, with golden flames attached to his sword, and slashed at the attacking moron. Ding ding! As their weapons collided, the two men's bodies retreated backward. After stabilizing his body, Mo Long, like before, thought that Lin Hao was just holding on, so he was about to chase him. But he didn't notice that there was a tiny golden flame silently remaining on his body surface. Ah! The next moment, Moron fell to the ground with his head in his hands, wailing in pain. The shrill screams echoed in the hall, like a knife cutting, making people shudder. After a few seconds, the shouting suddenly stopped. Moron lay on the ground, motionless. What's this? Could it be that golden flame? There was an uproar in the hall. No one saw how Moron died. And you? Lin Hao didn't give the enemy time to react. Then he turned his gaze to look at the terrified young man Waka not far away, who even had a hint of fear in his eyes. Boom! Waka retreated violently and turned around. Like a flash of lightning, he rushed towards the entrance of the base hall. He actually ran away directly. That golden flame is too terrifying. Could it be that he has dual talents? He is definitely a peerless evildoer that is highly regarded by the top human warriors. Waka was filled with fear. He was close enough to see the whole thing. The golden flame only took a tiny bit to burn Moron's soul. This weird way of killing is totally unheard of. Moreover, they were unable to kill Lin Hao even when they joined forces just now, and even Mo Long died directly. Now he is the only one left. How can we fight? Wow! A long sword slashed through the air, angrily rushing towards Waka, who was running for his life. At this time, Waka was already frightened and could not exert even 30% of his usual strength. So when faced with this knife mixed with golden flames, he had no way to dodge it. Phew! The long knife pierced Waka's throat, and the terrible power contained in the tip of the knife burst out, tearing his neck apart. Heads flying. Waka, captain of the Shirhu tribe, is dead. Bang! Waka's headless body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a loud bang. Escape! Run! Captain Moron and Captain Waka are both dead. Seeing this, the other alien warriors were terrified and wanted to escape. Although these alien warriors still suppress other human warriors. But with the terrifying strength displayed by Lin Hao, no matter how many people there were, they were not enough for him to kill. Want to escape now? It's too late. Lin Hao's eyes were cold, and he moved and pounced on the aliens who were trying to escape to the outside passage. He did not forget that the lottery points obtained by killing these alien races were several times that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Hold them back. Don't let these bastards escape. Kill. Chu Yuro, Pei Zhangnan, and other human warriors were greatly encouraged upon seeing this, and began to fight madly with the numerous alien races, not letting them escape. Puff. 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 Lin Hao, enveloped in golden flames, moved quickly across the battlefield like a ghost. Whether it is a second-level alien warrior or a third-level alien warrior. All with just one knife. These stone tiger warriors are extremely powerful and can rival third-level warriors. But in front of the golden flame, it was vulnerable. Like a terrifying whirlwind, Lin Hao killed more than 30 stone tiger warriors in a very short time, and the stone tiger warriors fell one by one. There was blood all over the ground and it was a mess. Lin Hao is a crazy killer. At the same time, ding, kill a third-level alien and gain 240 points. Ding, kill a third-level alien and gain 240 points. A few minutes later, the entire hall gradually became quiet. Except for 2 stone tiger warriors whose mobility was deliberately disabled by Lin Hao, the rest were wiped out. The hall was completely filled with the smell of blood. However, the surviving human warriors didn't care about this at all at the moment. They all sat on the gravel and bloody ground, looking like they had survived a disaster, gasping for breath. Such a fierce life and death battle is extremely draining on people's mental and physical strength. While resting, these human warriors couldn't help but look at the black figure in the center of the hall. Their eyes were very unusual, full of reverence. Lin Hao. Too strong. I can survive this time thanks to this warrior Lin Hao. With such a terrifying talent, I'm afraid Dragon Country will have another god of war in the future. Many human warriors were communicating in low voices. In this battle, Lin Hao showed his powerful strength. He single-handedly wiped out 2 groups of the Stone Tiger tribe. Among them are 2 4th-level strongmen. More importantly, Lin Hao is only at the 2nd level. Little Tiger. Most of the human warriors present had never even heard of a 2nd-level warrior with such terrifying strength. Time passes. After resting, most warriors began to clean up the battlefield. The corpses underground include both human and alien corpses. The atmosphere is still quite depressing. Because Lin Hao arrived at the base at the last moment. So the base suffered heavy casualties. Day. There was a sound of footsteps. Pei Zhangnan and the officers in the base all walked up to Lin Hao. Lin Hao has put away the golden flames and returned to normal. Lin Hao, on behalf of all the officers and soldiers at the base, I want to thank you for saving my life. Pei Zhangnan was very humble and polite. Facing this young man who had repeatedly helped them, his heart was filled with endless gratitude. Captain Pei, no need. As long as we are a Dragon Nation warrior, we will come to support you without hesitation. Besides, I'm late, otherwise so many people wouldn't have died. Lin Hao shook his head, feeling a little guilty. You've done very well. Pei Zhangnan shook his head. The soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield are all heroes. They have their own destiny. You don't have to blame yourself. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Indeed, anything can happen on the battlefield. Even he couldn't save everyone. At this time, Chu Yuro also walked over with her slender and round legs. When Commander Pei and his companion saw this, they tactfully walked away. Lin Hao, Chu Yuro bit her lips tightly, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. But after hesitating for a while, he finally plucked up the courage and spoke in a low voice. I want to ask you for a favor. Chapter 90 Second Satellite City. Student Chu, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Hearing this, Lin Hao looked at Chu Yuro. The other person's hair was messy, sweat was on his forehead, and his clothes were torn, revealing his snow-white skin. There is no elegance at school at all. But Chu Yuro's current appearance, coupled with her words, would inevitably lead to misunderstandings no matter how you looked at it. I've lost contact with my sister in the second satellite city. I'm very worried about her, so I'd like to ask you to help me find out what's going on. Chu Yuro said in a low voice. Although Lin Haoming's apparent strength was only at the 2nd level, she inexplicably felt a sense of security. After all, it wasn't long ago. In such a crazy battle, she was about to be trapped and killed by the alien warriors. At that time, she was already in despair. Critical moment. It was Lin Hao who arrived and rescued her, and he single-handedly reversed the situation and swept away all the alien races. One can imagine the impact this had on her. Senior is in the second satellite city? Okay, I'll take this commission. Lin Hao nodded solemnly. In fact, there was another reason why he agreed so readily. The alien who was interrogated before mentioned the word jihad. At that time, Lin Hao didn't understand what it meant, but after seeing Base 19 under attack, he understood. It is very likely that the alien race is planning a full-scale invasion. If that's the case, then he has to hurry and report it to the satellite city. Let them prepare early. Senior? Hearing Lin Hao's address, Chu Yuro was obviously stunned for a moment. You know my sister? Well, we know each other. We've been to Wushan together before. Lin Hao said truthfully. Oh, I think I heard my sister mention it. Chu Yuro nodded and didn't delve into it any further. Then she said worriedly, okay, but you must be careful on the road. Just then, Pei Zhangnan walked over with a heavy face. Lin Hao, don't be anxious. I want to tell you something. Hearing this, Chu Yuro and Lin Hao looked over at the same time. I just learned some bad news from interrogating the alien captives. Pei Zhangnan said in a low voice, the second satellite city is being attacked by a beast tide. What? Chu Yuro trembled when she heard this, and her face turned pale. The beast tide is the biggest threat on the front line. She had heard about it since she was a child. Even the smallest beast tide is extremely dangerous, and every outbreak will result in the death of a large number of people. But my sister is in the second satellite city. How big is the beast tide? Lin Hao frowned. He didn't expect the aliens to move so quickly. The situation is not optimistic. In this beast tide, there are 5 or 6 pterosaurs alone, including a 6th-order pterosaur. The number of other ferocious beasts is unimaginable, at least tens of thousands. Pei Zhangnan said in a low voice. Lin Hao fell into deep thought after hearing this. The number of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts can be considered a medium-sized beast tide. So I have to remind you, Lin Hao. The pterosaurs are not comparable to the alien races that attacked us. As the kings of the Canaan Mountains, their bloodline is many times more powerful than that of ordinary alien races. Their strength can be described as abnormal, not to mention the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. To put it bluntly, the second satellite city is probably in imminent danger right now. Pei Zhangnan shook his head. With such a large-scale beast tide, didn't the military come to support it? Chu Yuro's face turned pale and she was completely at a loss. Alas, they dare to attack the city like this. I'm afraid they have been prepared for it. Pei Zhangnan sighed with his head down. These words also reached the ears of everyone in the base. Everyone looked at each other, their faces also heavy. Even the slight joy of defeating the alien race had disappeared. They are all soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing my companions in dire straits, I felt very bad. More importantly, they don't have the ability to help. However, at this time, Lin Hao spoke in a calm tone. Senior Pei, give me a detailed map to the second satellite city. This. Lin Hao, don't be impulsive. This is a beast tide, and one person can't change the current situation. Pei Zhangnan hurriedly advised. You have to know that even a 5th-level Grandmaster would not dare to say that he can survive a medium-sized beast tide. After all, warriors will eventually run out of energy. Moreover, this time the beast tide is led by the pterosaurs, and the danger level is several times higher. More importantly, how can the power of one person be compared with tens of thousands of ferocious beasts? He was really afraid that Lin Hao would lose his composure and go to support him alone. Senior Pei is right, Lin Hao. Forget about asking you for help just now. Although Chu Yuro was extremely worried about her sister, she also didn't want anything to happen to Lin Hao. After all, it's too dangerous. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Lin Hao nodded. It would be strange if he didn't mess around. Such a large-scale beast tide is so rare. I heard that it would take several years before such an encounter would occur again. In Lin Hao's eyes, these are a lot of points. As for the pterosaurs, he was not too worried. After all, under God's punishment, all beings are equal. Even if the opponent is a pterosaur that is 2 realms higher than him, he is confident that he can defeat the opponent. The one we really need to be wary of is that old 6th-level pterosaur. The gap in realm is too big, and he cannot deal with it now. Even though he couldn't beat them, he could run away. With the speed of the Thunderfruit and thunder breathing, if he really wanted to run at full speed, few people would be able to catch up with him. If we can lure this old pterosaur into chasing us, the frontal pressure on the second satellite city will be much less. It can be considered as indirect help, right? So whether it is for points or the responsibility as a dragon country warrior, he should go. Not to mention that there is also senior sister Chu, who is crying out for him to save her. Oh well. As if he saw through Lin Hao's thoughts, Pei Zhengnan stopped trying to persuade him. After all, Lin Hao's strength is much stronger than his. He cannot interfere with any decision the other party makes. Then he went to arrange the aircraft. Lin Hao, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect my sister to be in such danger. Chu Yuro lowered her eyes and apologized in a low voice. She thought that the other party had promised her before and it would be difficult to go back on his word. That's why I went there anyway. It's okay, I wanted to go anyway. Lin Hao waved his hand. After saying that, he held the hilt of the knife and walked out of the base. Commander Pei had already prepared a flying vehicle for him outside. Lin Hao, this is for you. Chu Yuro followed behind and stuffed a bottle into his arms. What's this? Looking at the strange liquid flowing in the bottle, Lin Hao asked in confusion. Star marrow fluid, body tempering material. I originally wanted to keep it for my Grandmaster breakthrough, but now I'm giving it to you. Chu Yuro smiled. What the hell? Breakthrough to Grandmaster? It seems that this is a treasure from heaven and earth. Thank you. Lin Hao didn't hesitate and turned around to say thank you. The next battle will probably not be easy. Of course, the higher the realm, the better. Besides, it was also to save her sister, so this could be considered as a reward. Thinking of this, Lin Hao no longer hesitated, boarded the aircraft and set off. Chapter 91, Beast Tide attacks the city. The second satellite city. It has a history of hundreds of years since its construction began. Although it is a huge war fortress erected in the borderland. But it is actually no different from the cities in the mainland. However, the majority of the residents are military personnel and their families. The other part is bounty hunters who come to the borderland in search of opportunities. At this moment, the news of the impending beast tide has spread throughout the city. Everyone was a little shocked when they saw the news. After all, only a year or two had passed since the last beast tide. At that time, the second satellite city was almost breached, with countless casualties and corpses everywhere. That hellish scene was deeply engraved in everyone's mind, making people shudder. City Lord's Mansion, General Command Hall. Beep, beep. In the hall, various detection radars are constantly making sounds. A signal indicating that a ferocious beast is approaching. Everyone in the hall was busy and the atmosphere was very depressing. Report, tens of thousands of beasts from the north will reach the city wall in 3 minutes. Report, there are 3 pterosaurs in the sky above the west, approaching. Report. Hearing the bad news coming one after another, everyone was a little panicked. What does tens of thousands of ferocious beasts mean? The entire satellite city's military garrison only has more than 10,000 soldiers. The fact that there are several times more ferocious beasts is secondary. Since these ferocious beasts intend to attack the city, they must be extremely confident and well prepared. Moreover, those who can command such a large number of pterosaurs must be at least level 6. What are you panicking about? Ruan Lanji let out a soft cry. Then he turned to his adjutant and asked, still no news on support from the military? The adjutant shook his head bitterly. The distress signal was sent a long time ago, but... New. Ruan Lanji nodded and interrupted the other party. It seems these beasts have learned their lesson. Ruan Lanji snorted inwardly. More than a year ago, a wave of beasts led by the pterosaurs attacked the city. At that time, the satellite city was about to be breached by the beast tide, but fortunately, several powerful military kings came to support it. Turned the situation around. Not only that, after defeating the beast tide, several powerful martial kings immediately decided to launch a counterattack. They marched hundreds of miles into the Canaan Mountains. He even killed several pterosaurs, causing serious damage to the opponent. I thought that the pterosaurs would recuperate in the next few years and no fighting would break out. Therefore, the satellite city did not strengthen its defenses. After all, the Dragon Kingdom also suffered a difficult time in the battle at that time. But what I never expected was, just over a year later, these beasts made a comeback. Although it is not as large as the last beast tide. but it still caught them off guard. At least the defense of the second satellite city is far from enough to resist this beast tide. Moreover, the pterosaurs seem to have learned their lesson this time and knew to stop human support. Leave them alone and helpless. However, everyone can be afraid, but Ruan Lanji, as the city lord, cannot be cowardly. As soon as she retreated, the army's morale collapsed. Not only can you not retreat, you must also take the initiative to attack. Everyone, fight immediately. After giving the order, Ruan Lanji's momentum suddenly increased. She picked up a 3-meter-long crescent-shaped sword and rushed into the air. If we say that Ruan Lanji used to be the gentle and dignified ant next door, so now she is like the Valkyrie of Dragon Country. The power of the king shocked the whole audience. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved. The morale of the army was also greatly boosted. At the same time, in the north, dark evil clouds were approaching. A storm is coming, the whole city is on alert. As the shrill alarm sounded throughout the city, all the city gates were blocked, and the city defense troops on duty all put on armor and came to the top of the city. The bullet is loaded. Shell filling. Countless unmanned fighter jets and artillery were aimed at the direction of the beast tide. At this moment, in the fortress on the top of the city, looking out, the faces of many soldiers changed. I saw a hint of red mixed in the dark tide, circling over the north, approaching at an alarming speed. Fuck! So many ferocious beasts. Damn, a bunch of beasts, let's fight them. Brothers, the time has come to sacrifice for our country. Brother, if you are still alive, please help me take care of my mother, and you and I will do the same. Under the shadow of death posed by the beast tide, not a single soldier retreated, and all were prepared to fight to the death. Perhaps they have been prepared since the moment they became frontier warriors. At the same time, the news of the approaching beast tide also spread to the city. According to the emergency rehearsal, all ordinary people were transported to underground shelters by the military. The only sound on the street was the roar of armored vehicles. All hotels, shopping districts, schools, etc. are closed. Some people are worried that the ferocious beasts will break through the city defenses, while others are complaining that the damn ferocious beasts are affecting their business. And pack up your belongings and be ready to run away at any time. However, more people asked the soldiers on the front line if they needed help or manpower, willing to volunteer to jointly resist the beast tide. In the face of disaster, all kinds of living beings are revealed. At this time, there was a small hill hundreds of miles away from the satellite city. The hill is not high, but it offers a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. Your Highness Long Ao, according to your instructions, the 4 elders have all taken their positions and are lying in ambush on the path that human warriors must pass through. Also, we have sent people to eliminate the human forward base nearby. I can guarantee that there won't be a single human warrior able to come to support us. A young man in a black robe said respectfully to the elegant figure in front of him. Very good. The man being spoken of had a handsome face, a pair of dragon horns on his head, and purple eyes with a strange evil light. Especially the purple and gold robe on his body, which looks extraordinary and noble. I hope this time we won't repeat the same mistakes we made a year ago. Long Ao narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he could see through the satellite city's defense line at a glance. I also saw Ruan Lanji suddenly standing up. Elder Hey, go meet that human martial king. Clear. The old man who received the order stepped into the air, rushed towards Ruan Lanji. Only when this powerful human was restrained did Long Ao feel relieved. If I remember correctly, this should be the last 6th level strongmen of mankind. I wonder how humans are going to defend the city without their strong men. Long Ao sneered. To be honest, he didn't want to come on this siege mission. After all, who doesn't want to be the king of the mountain in their own territory? Although he is also the offspring of the old Dragon King, the old Dragon King has many offspring. He is young and ranks low in terms of strength. Therefore, if he cannot make great contributions, he will never have a chance to succeed. For this purpose, he brought in 5 elders from the clan, all of whom were at the 6th level. Just to destroy the city in one fell swoop, thus avenging the previous shame. Isn't this a great achievement? Whatever reward I want at that time, won't the old Dragon King give it to me? Thinking of this, Long Ao's mouth corners rose slightly. However, before he could be happy for long, Long Ao's pupils suddenly shrank. A human aircraft suddenly appeared in his sight. Human support is coming? Chapter 92 God Level Lottery. On the way to the second satellite city. Lin Hao was the only one sitting on the huge aircraft. Fortunately, the aircraft was autonomous and he didn't need to worry about it. So he had some free time to think about his next plan. After the battle at the base, and adding in the points I earned in the Canaan Mountains, the total is over 20,000. Lin Hao was silently calculating in his mind. More than 20,000 points are enough to draw from the legendary prize pool twice. It seemed like a lot, but he was not satisfied. After all, there is a god-level prize pool of 100,000 points, which he has never drawn from. The Thunderfruit is drawn from the god-level prize pool. If I want to draw from the god-level prize pool, I have to take some risks. Lin Hao was thinking clearly, I'm still more than 70,000 points away from 100,000. With my strength, I can kill ferocious beasts normally, even if I catch aliens and high-level ferocious beasts. It will probably take several months to accumulate 100,000 points, and that doesn't even include the time it takes to find the ferocious beast. Lin Hao said secretly. After all, ferocious beasts are not domestic animals, and they will not stretch their necks and wait for you to kill them. Especially when traveling in the borderland, if you encounter a terrifying existence, you may be in danger of death. But this beast tide is different. In the eyes of others, the beast tide is a disaster. And in his eyes, aren't those points that come right to his doorstep? There was no need for him to waste time and effort searching in the borderland. This is the main reason why Lin Hao was willing to take the risk. Secondly, with the intelligence of the alien prisoners, he had already figured out the enemy's approximate strength. And he was not the only one dealing with the beast tide. After all, there was the garrison of the second satellite city. However, even if you have made all the preparations, there is definitely danger, but overall it is within Lin Hao's tolerance. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the alien race provided false information. However, wealth and honor are sought in danger. If we miss the opportunity of this beast tide, we will waste a lot of time. Moreover, with my current strength, as long as I'm not chased by multiple 6th-level pterosaurs, I can basically escape. Lin Hao muttered to himself. The only thing we need to worry about is that under high-intensity combat, both our energy and spirit will be exhausted. There was a glimmer in Lin Hao's eyes. If I were at the peak of the 2nd or 3rd level, it would be much better. After all, facing the beast tide at the early stage of the 2nd stage is not enough. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's eyes fell on the bottle that Chu Yuro had given him earlier. There is a dark blue liquid flowing inside, like a galaxy. Star marrow fluid, a body-hardening material of heavenly spirit and earthly treasure level. Chu Yuro said that it's fine to just take it directly. Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he opened the bottle and drank it in one gulp. This tastes a bit like milk tea. Lin Hao licked his lips, his expression a little strange. But, it's quite sweet. But before he could savor it carefully, the next moment, rumble the chi and blood meridians began to circulate involuntarily, and the endless power of the stars rushed into Lin Hao's body frantically. Surging. Obviously, the power of the stars is also the great power of heaven and earth. Moreover, it is at least several times stronger than the thunder marrow fluid used to temper the body for the first time, causing all of Lin Hao's internal organs to feel astonishing pressure. Such a rich star power. Lin Hao held his breath, feeling slightly shocked. Fortunately, Lin Hao's physique is much stronger than the first time he tempered his body, otherwise it would be difficult to control it for a while. Second body tempering. Lin Hao murmured in his heart. Gradually guide this star power to strengthen the limbs and bones. After the experience of body tempering for the first time, he is now already proficient in it. Rumble. A majestic and mysterious power instantly filled Lin Hao's whole body like being poured into it, and began to transform and repair his body crazily. From muscles and bones, from skin to blood, from meridians to organs. Everything is changing rapidly. Your chi and HP increased from 1630 to 1730. Your spiritual power is. Prompts flashed across the system panel rapidly. There was a bright light in Lin Hao's eyes and he smiled brightly. He already had a vague feeling about it. All aspects of my physical strength are being greatly improved in all aspects. And the power of the continuous Thunderfruit, observation haki, thunder breathing sword techniques, and so on. They are all gradually increasing. Lin Hao was delighted. This feeling is extremely refreshing. It is far better than the pleasure brought by the first body tempering. The feeling of breakthrough is really exhilarating. Lin Hao has thought this way more than once, but each time it brings a new feeling. Of course, the source of all this is power. Open the system panel. Lin Hao was full of energy at this moment. Name, Lin Hao. Level, 2nd level peak warrior. Talent, Thunderfruit, observation hockey. Chi and blood, 2750. Spirit, 853. Body strengthening technique, breath of thunder. Magic formula, great sun and starry sky formula. Martial arts, thunder breathing form 1, thunderbolt flash great mastery. Lottery points, 22321. In just a short while, my chi and blood increased by more than 1,000. Mental strength also skyrocketed. It's only a step away from breaking through to the 3rd level. I am now. Lin Hao slowly stood up, and lightning arcs suddenly jumped out of his body. Then Lin Hao clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body. You should be able to compete with a peak 4th order grandmaster. The 2 4th level stone tiger warriors who invaded the base before? If he encountered it again, Lin Hao had a feeling that if he burst out with all his strength, he could kill it with one sword even without the golden flame. One knife? One knife is still a bit exaggerated. After all, the other person has the strength of a 4th level master. 2 cuts then. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. After all, it has been less than a week since the last breakthrough. This speed is already quite fast. Moreover, the improvement in strength also greatly increased Lin Hao's self-confidence. In this way, we will be more confident in facing the beast tide. At this moment, the sound of fierce artillery fire gradually came from outside the spacecraft, from far away to near. Lin Hao looked in the direction of the voice. In front of us, we saw a huge metal war fortress with a huge area and an overall height of over 1,000 meters. The fortress is built on the mountain, like an impenetrable steel city. Visible to the naked eye, countless exits emerged from the outermost layer of the fortress, revealing a large number of cannon muzzles and gun barrels, which looked ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, countless fire snakes were pouring out from those gun barrels. However, faced with such exaggerated firepower, there are still a large number of strange-looking unknown beasts that rush up the city walls at an alarming speed, launching a bloodthirsty massacre. Humanity is at a disadvantage. It's quite timely. Lin Hao's eyes focused, and then he opened the hatch of the spaceship. Jumped down from a height of thousands of meters. Chapter 93 Senior Sister, is my sword strike handsome? On the hill in the distance, Long Ao and a group of geniuses from other races stared at the human spaceship in the sky. Didn't you say that humans have no support? What is that? Long Ao frowned and questioned in a low voice the black-robed young man who had informed him of the news. This. The young man in black robe was also confused. He didn't know where the human spaceship came from. However, the young man in black robe seemed to have thought of something. Don't worry, Your Highness. It's just a human spaceship. How many reinforcements can it bring? It will be completely useless. Are you sure? What if there are powerful human martial kings up there? Listening to the black-robed young man's firm words, Long Ao looked a little annoyed. This battle is crucial to him. It directly determines his future status. Therefore, no accidents are allowed to happen. Impossible. The black-robed youth said confidently, humans are different from us pterosaurs. They need to break through to the 5th level before they can truly fly. When you reach the 6th level of Martial King, you can move your mind at will and travel around the universe. Your flying speed is not much slower than ours. What do you want to say? Long Ao frowned. He didn't come here to listen to the popular science about realms. Your Highness, are there any strong people who can ride in a flying machine? The young man in black robe said quickly. Oh. Long Ao seemed to be thinking about something. Normally, a strong human being's speed in breaking through the air is much faster than a spacecraft, especially in such an emergency situation. So, there's no reason for those powerful humans to ride on a spaceship. The young man in black robe explained. Hearing this, Long Ao nodded and gradually felt relieved. As long as he is not a powerful human martial king, no matter how many ordinary warriors come, they cannot change the outcome. Victory is destined to belong to them. But how would they know? The person who came, in some ways, is even more exaggerated than the king of martial arts. Having said that, we still can't be careless. Long Ao looked at the young man in black robe and said, Long Yuan, you personally lead a team to destroy it. Clear. The second satellite city, the Western City Wall. As the battle began, Chu Yue and several officers were assigned here to be responsible for the defense of the west side of the city. Whoosh! Boom! Along with the violent explosion of the thunder arrow, another ferocious beast that tried to climb the city wall was blasted into a bloody mist. Chu Yue is obviously much stronger now than when she was in Wushan. This is also due to finding the right quenching material. It allowed her to break through to the third level in one fell swoop. However, even though her strength had greatly increased, she still seemed insignificant in the face of this endless tide of beasts. There are too many ferocious beasts. We can't kill them all. Miss Chu, let's quickly retreat to the rear. The officer on the side shouted hurriedly at the top of his voice. They are the personal guards of Lord Wan and are extremely loyal to him. And Chu Yue is the apprentice of City Lord Wan. Naturally, they don't want to see the other party get into trouble. So when they saw Chu Yue being assigned to defend the west side of the city, they followed. But there are too many ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts kept rushing up the city walls and slaughtering the defending soldiers. Blood splattered everywhere and limbs flew everywhere. It was like hell on earth. They can't hold on at all. You know, the guards who can become the city lord are not weak at all. Everyone has at least the strength of a 4th level grandmaster. If it were in a small city, it would be at the same level as the mayor. But faced with a beast tide of this scale, they all felt powerless. And everyone has been fighting for more than 10 hours straight. My body and mind are already exhausted. But the reinforcements still haven't arrived, and there is no hope at all. No. We can't leave. Even though she was extremely weak, Chu Yue still gritted her teeth and forced herself to stay strong. What will happen to them if we leave? Yes, on the city wall. But it's not just them. There are also a large number of ordinary soldiers who are risking their lives to fight against ferocious beasts that are several times stronger than them. Even though they knew they would die, not a single soldier retreated. Hearing this, several guards nodded heavily. Since Chu Yue doesn't plan to leave, they will fight to the death. However, the beast tide did not change at all because Chu Yue and the others stayed. On the contrary, their numbers are increasing and their strength is growing stronger. The huge defensive pressure was like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Still no support? Master can't hold on any longer. Chu Yue felt bitter. In fact, the key to determining the outcome of this war lies in Wan Lanji. As the only 6th level martial king present. At this moment, she was engaged in a fierce battle with a 6th order pterosaur in the air. But so much time has passed. Not only did Wan Lanji fail to defeat the enemy, she also gradually fell into a disadvantage. From Chu Yue's perspective, the energy fluctuations belonging to her master had been completely suppressed by the pterosaur. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. That is when there will be real despair. What should I do? What should I do? The city walls are about to collapse, and Master can't hold on for much longer, but the reinforcements still haven't arrived. Are we all going to die here? Although Chu Yue was unwilling, she still felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. The air suddenly became silent. Everyone just numbly waved their weapons and defended themselves. Just then, boom! A huge pitch-black dragon claw suddenly grabbed the city wall. The hard metal wall suddenly cracked like tofu. That's a pterosaur? It's over. A pterosaur has arrived. We can't defend ourselves anymore. Everyone looked ashen, feeling the strong breath and having their hearts tremble. The defensive pressure is already huge, and now the king of ferocious beasts has arrived. Although the aura of this pterosaur is only at the early 4th stage, it is still a guard of the middle 4th stage. I am far from being a match. Your Highness Long Ao, you are really something. Are these weak humans worth my effort? Long Yuan climbed up the city wall and looked down at Chu Yue and the others from above, his huge eyes full of disdain. He just took a look. Only the few people in front of me are worth mentioning. In his eyes, everyone else is just a weakling. Of course, in his eyes, Chu Yue and the others were just bigger bugs. But since we're here, let's just destroy it. Then, Long Yuan slowly opened his mouth towards Chu Yue. A black ball of light suddenly appeared in his mouth. The ball of light continued to grow larger, and it seemed that it would burst out at any time and pierce through Chu Yue's body. See this picture. The 3 guards on the side suddenly changed their expressions and wanted to go over and pull Chu Yue away. As the personal guard of Lord Wan, Of course, they couldn't let Chu Yue be killed by the enemy like this. However, just as they were about to take action, they suddenly felt an indescribable pain in their bodies. Only then did they remember. Their bodies were already weakened after a long battle. It is simply unable to support them in unleashing the corresponding power. The three of them instantly showed a look of despair. Even above the sky, Ruan Lanji, who was fighting fiercely, felt the situation here and her breathing became a little disordered. But just then, a scene that they will never forget appeared. Boom! Suddenly, a purple lightning fell from the sky. It cut through space and landed on the pterosaur's head with great precision. Rub! The sound of the sword of strength suddenly rang out. The sound of wind, thunder, and explosions. At the same time, it roared out like a hiss. The lavender lightning blade quickly drew a lightning-like trajectory in the air. It pierced through the top of the pterosaur's head. The burning dragon blood, accompanied by painful wails, splashed everywhere, dyeing the entire city wall red. In an instant, the pupils of everyone in the audience contracted violently. Including Ruan Lanji in the sky, her breathing also suddenly stopped. And at this moment, in this blood-stained sky, the young man holding the knife appears like a hero and stands tall. There was a moment of silence. He slowly turned his head and looked at Chu Yue, who was completely stunned behind him. Immediately, he smiled slightly, his eyes shining like stars. Long time no see, senpai. Is this knife of mine cool? P.S. Enough talk, readers who are happy with this, can you give me some small gifts? Please. Chapter 94. The sky is covered with dark clouds and it is getting dark. Lin Hao's sudden words came out. In an instant, the whole place fell silent. This moment, be it the three exhausted officers or the soldiers nearby, they were all stunned. They never expected it. After this young man made a heroic appearance, he actually said such a line. According to common sense, during the battle, you should focus on the ferocious beast. Especially when facing the surging tide of beasts. You should concentrate more. Result. He was actually just asking Chu Yue if his sword move was cool. To be honest, this dragon-slaying sword technique that falls from the sky is really cool. It can also be seen from Chu Yue's almost crazy eyes. But then again, you too have to consider the occasion. Is now the time to say these things? Several people looked strange. Thoughts in my head were racing like crazy. However, at this moment, Chu Yue's eyes were stunned. She and Lin Hao met eyes and stared at each other for a long time. Their eyes gradually began to shine. A gentle smile appeared on her fair face. That's right. Just like when they were in the foggy mountain, the other person's back was standing in front of countless fog beasts, shielding her from the wind and rain. Unexpectedly. Now, he is here again. You saved me again. Chu Yue couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. But she still resisted the urge to burst into tears, and forced a sweet smile that was never seen normally. She looked at Lin Hao and nodded heavily. Very handsome. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao's eyes on the opposite side flickered slightly, and then the corners of his mouth also rose. The two smiled at each other. However, a sudden cough interrupted the warmth at the moment. Ahem. The officer beside him said with an embarrassed look, Miss Chu, who is this young man? He felt that if he didn't say something, these two are probably going to have a bloody love story of youth. But please, you also have to consider the occasion. My name is Lin Hao, and I'm here to provide support. Without waiting for Chu Yue to reply, Lin Hao spoke first. Support? Hearing this, several officers, including Chu Yue, were delighted. Military support finally arrived, and it seemed that the battle was about to end. Then they all looked towards the distance behind Lin Hao at the same time. Where's the support? Everyone was puzzled, as there was nothing behind Lin Hao. That's me, Lin Hao said. Everyone was stunned, their excitement instantly fading. They looked at Lin Hao at the same time. You alone? It's not just me. Lin Hao pointed to the sky and said, to be more precise, there is also an unmanned transport spacecraft. There is nothing wrong with what he said. After all, he just jumped off a spaceship. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Chu Yue and several officers were stunned, their pale faces from the long battle showing a bit of disorder. Looking into the distance, there was indeed no human figure except for groups of ferocious beasts. Just this boy? Reinforcements? Thinking of this, everyone felt as if a crow flew over their heads. Ahem, little brother Lin Hao. Although you are quite strong, this can only happen on the battlefield. Don't joke about it. The officer frowned. This little brother Lin Hao was able to kill a pterosaur with one strike, so his strength was unquestionable. But now we are in the beast tide. Kill one, and another will pop up. Even the ferocious beast behind is not as powerful as this pterosaur. But you can definitely win by relying on numbers. After all, human resources are limited. Just like them, if they were in their prime, facing that pterosaur. We can definitely kill him together. But after a long battle, he had already exhausted all his blood. It's all supported by a belief. Therefore, no matter how strong this little brother is, he can't change anything by himself. Unless all the ferocious beasts can be killed. But that is obviously not something a second-level warrior can do. Don't worry, you guys go and rest aside first, leave the rest to me. As if he could see what they were thinking, Lin Hao smiled. Yes, he did have the idea of killing all the ferocious beasts. Want us to rest? That's way too arrogant. You have to know that as 4th-level masters, they withstood 50% of the defensive pressure. The other 50% can only be filled by the soldiers' lives. Can you alone defeat so many of us? The little brother is quite capable, but he is still very young and lacks some experience on the battlefield. Several officers shook their heads at the same time and were about to refuse. Zhu Yue spoke first, then I'll leave it to you, Lin Hao. After saying that, she smiled sweetly. Others may not believe it, but she has blind faith in Lin Hao. It seems that Lin Hao's words always have a magical power that can comfort people. Although she didn't know why. Miss Chu, this. Several officers looked at each other, then sighed softly and said nothing more. Zhu Yue believed it, but they didn't dare to believe it. To be on the safe side. They regained their spirits and joined the battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't explain anything further. The senior student trusts him very much, so he certainly won't let her down. Without thinking anymore, Lin Hao looked at the beast tide and the pterosaur he had just killed. For killing this pterosaur, the system gave him a full 2,000 points. They are both 4th level. The pterosaur's points are almost 4 times higher than those of the 2 alien warriors in the Foundation before. Moreover, Lin Hao felt that this was not a real pterosaur. At least not a pure-blooded pterosaur. After all, it's too weak. Although Lin Hao descended from the sky and caught the opponent off guard. But this pterosaur didn't show any vigilance of a strong man. He's still gathering strength and releasing black dragon breath. As a result, he was chopped to pieces by Lin Hao. It's just too fancy. In Lin Hao's eyes, this silly dragon is just thick-skinned and tough. In terms of fighting, they are even not as good as the previous alien races. At least, the aliens were fighting back and forth before Lin Hao used the golden soul fire. However, Xiaolong gave a lot of points. If there were more silly dragons like this, there would be no worries about not being able to draw from the god-level prize pool. But at this moment, there is obviously no need to think so much. Get rid of the beast tide in front of you. This is the key at the moment. Lin Hao picked up the knife and walked to the city wall. The wailing of the pterosaur before its death also reached the beast tide under the city wall. It frightened countless ferocious beasts. This also led to their hesitation in rushing forward. But it is obviously impossible to expect these low-level beasts to have consciousness. Therefore, the momentary fear was gradually replaced by the instinct to kill. Once again launched a charge. Then Lin Hao turned his gaze to a further distance. The ferocious beasts in the distance were a huge mass. The number is extremely exaggerated. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. If you are looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. Just as the officer just said. Relying on manpower, killing them one by one, we can never kill them all even if we kill them until the end of time. However, Lin Hao didn't plan to kill them one by one. I saw arcs of lightning leaping between his hair, thousands and thousands of them, endless. Thunder suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With Lin Hao as the center, a thunderstorm as blazing as the sun appeared, sweeping across and crushing everything in its path. Just then. Boom! Suddenly, a loud thunderclap was heard in the cloudless blue sky. Then, dark clouds are gathering and thunder is coming. Sky. It's dark. Chapter 95 10,000 thunders fell, and everyone was shocked. A small hill not far away. In the stone pavilion. As the battle situation gradually turned in favor of the ferocious beasts, it became more and more favorable. Long Ao and the leaders of various tribes all relaxed. They sat in a circle in the stone pavilion, drinking blood wine made from human blood and laughing wildly. It was like a celebratory party. Outside the stone pavilion, spies kept coming to report. Report to His Majesty Long Ao, the eastern city wall has been breached. Lord Bull Demon has led 3,000 warriors into the city and killed 2,000 enemies. Good. Commander Bull Demon lived up to everyone's expectations and achieved great success in breaking the city. He will return soon and will be handsomely rewarded. Long Ao raised his wineglass and loudly celebrated for Nyomo. Looks extremely excited. The surrounding commanders who had not yet gone into battle were filled with envy. They also raised their glasses and celebrated. Congratulations, Your Highness. We are one step closer to taking over the human city. Haha, with such a great contribution, Your Highness's territory will surely expand significantly after returning. Of course. Considering how much the old Dragon King values this battle, how could the reward be less? Hey, what kind of reward will Our Highness receive this time? I don't know, but it's definitely not less. Hearing everyone's congratulations in advance, Long Ao felt extremely happy. He is the youngest son of the old Dragon King. They are so weak that they can't even get a ranking. Within their pterosaur tribe, the strength of their power directly determines the size of their territory. But this action gave him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he completes the task assigned to him by the old Dragon King to destroy the human city, then his status in the clan will be completely changed. Power, territory, and even human women. They are all readily available. Thinking of this, Long Ao's mouth corners slightly raised, and his purple vertical pupils were full of excitement. Moreover, at this time, there was constant news of victory from the front line. Your Highness, the eastern city wall is about to be breached. Your Highness, Elder Hay has completely suppressed the human martial king. It is only a matter of time before he is defeated. Your Highness, to the south. After hearing the good news, Long Ao nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to raise his glass to celebrate again, he suddenly realized a problem. What about the west wall? Why hasn't Long Yuan received any good news yet? After all, unlike the leaders of other ethnic groups, Long Yuan is the commander of his guards. Even their blood is of the same origin. Naturally, he would care about his own people more than other commanders. Moreover, Long Yuan's strength is not weak at all. More than 2 times stronger than Nyomo. However, even Bull Demon broke into the city, but there was no news at all about his guards? Thinking of this, Long Ao's face looked a little ugly. After all, Long Yuan represents his face. And was outdone by others. Even if he won this battle, he would still feel a little aggrieved. So Long Ao put down his wineglass and asked the scout beside him. Have you heard from Commander Long Yuan? Your Highness, no. What? No news? Long Ao's expression kept changing when he heard this, and his thoughts were racing wildly in his mind. I suddenly felt a little uneasy. After all, the direction he ordered Long Yuan to attack was exactly the direction of support from the human aircraft before. Normally speaking, with Long Yuan's strength, he should have broken through the city long ago. I don't think there would be any accidents. Just then. Boom! A loud thunder exploded in the sky, causing Long Ao's heart to tremble violently. He felt that a breath of destruction is brewing. In an instant, Long Ao reacted and looked up at the sky above the city. In the sky, dark clouds cover the sun, and muffled thunder rumbles. See this situation. The pupils of Long Ao and the other commanders suddenly contracted violently, and all of them looked horrified. What is that? The rolling thunderclouds stretched out across the battlefield like a scroll, covering everything. There was a depressing atmosphere in the air. What touched me the most? Or in the sky? Ruanlonji and the Black Elder are fighting fiercely. Seeing this, they both ended the fight and retreated violently. Both of them stared at each other in surprise. Could it be that powerful human support has arrived? Could it be that there are still strong people in the pterosaur clan? Although they are in different camps, their ideas are surprisingly similar. No wonder they think too much. After all, anyone who sees this thundercloud that covers the sky will shudder. Therefore, no one dared to take the initiative before figuring out the situation. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of thunder struck and exploded in the sky ahead, and the blazing and dazzling lightning flooded the sky and earth. This moment, Ruan Lanji and Elder Hayes' pupils suddenly shrank. Below, on the city wall, a lightning giant about 10 meters tall was standing up little by little. A huge hand that covered the sky and the sun was raised and slammed down forward. And in front of this thunder giant, a relatively small figure stood quietly. His back was against the dazzling thunder. Who is that? Obviously, it was Lin Hao who summoned the lightning giant and the thundercloud. Thanks to the blood and energy that surged to nearly 3,000. Now he can barely use the AoE of the Thunderfruit Thunder Welcome. To put it simply, use chi and blood to create a wide range of thunderclouds to release the lightning you create. This stimulates the electrons in the thundercloud, and finally the rioting electrons fall to the ground and form countless lightning bolts. Any place covered by thunderclouds is within the attack range. Although it is not as exaggerated as in the anime where the whole country is enveloped. But with his current strength, he can barely cover this battlefield. The power is not that great. However, it is most useful when facing such a large-scale beast tide. This was a move he had thought of long ago. Since it's impossible to kill them one by one, I have no choice but to use the big one. Under the city wall, the thunderclouds in the sky did not frighten the ferocious beasts. On the contrary, as the sunlight disappeared, they rushed more fiercely. Roar! Countless ferocious beasts rushed forward, and the solid city walls began to shake violently because of the madness of the beast tide. It was like an earthquake. However, in the face of this terrifying momentum, Lin Hao didn't even raise his eyelids. The blazing thunder has pierced the sky. One after another, hundreds of terrifying lightning pillars fell from the clouds, like countless galaxies pouring out from the sky. Like a group of dragons dancing wildly. Chapter 96 Thousands of Thunders Welcome. Thunderfruit, thousands of thunders welcome. Following Lin Hao's soft murmur. In an instant, under everyone's attention. Boom! A 10-meter thick bolt of lightning instantly fell and exploded among the group of ferocious beasts. A large number of ferocious beasts were annihilated in an instant. Yes, annihilation. The lightning column carries scorching heat. Even all the blood in the body evaporated. And where the lightning pillar roared, only the charred ashes of countless ferocious beasts remained? Then came the second, the third, hundreds and thousands. In an instant, the countless dark beast shadows that swept over were like darkness dispelled by the light, and they receded like a tide. The ground was left with charred marks. But in fact, it is not retreat, but disappearance. This thunder. Chu Yue covered her lips tightly, a look of horror and shock on her pretty face. She looked at the back of the young man under the thunder giant in disbelief. The thunder that seemed like a divine punishment shocked her beyond words. He has become stronger again. As someone who had witnessed Lin Hao's natural abilities firsthand in Wushan, Chu Yue thought she knew Lin Hao quite well. But what is the situation now? The thunder and lightning giant at that time was not even 10 meters tall. There weren't so many lightning pillars at that time? In addition to Chu Yue, several officers nearby and Ruan Lanji were also shocked. Only now did they realize that Lin Hao had not used his full strength when he killed the pterosaur before? Not even 1/10 of the strength is used? Just one of these thousands of thunders is enough to kill the pterosaur. More importantly, they were just questioning the limited power of one person. I didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly. It seems that they really have the ability to deal with the beast tide. This thunder. Ruan Lanji in the sky murmured softly, with a hint of shock in her tone. If she hadn't just sensed Lin Hao's realm. I really thought that a martial king had arrived. But even so, Lin Hao's talent and ability are too exaggerated. This must be an SSS-level talent. Ruan Lanji was extremely confident in her heart. She herself has S-level talent and is a 6th-level martial king. But if she were to face the beast tide alone, she probably wouldn't be able to handle it as cleanly and efficiently as Lin Hao did. Thinking of this, Ruan Lanji's eyes lit up slightly. The last person to awaken an SSS-level talent was none other than the current martial saint of Dragon Country. honest judge. Therefore, warriors with SSS talents are basically potential martial saints. There is a certain probability of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts in the near future. If nothing unexpected happens, Dragon Country will probably have another martial saint. Thunderclouds rolled, lightning arcs surged, and the sky was dark. The divine punishment that fell from the sky was so dazzling on the battlefield west of the city. When the arcs faded away, everyone gradually woke up, and then suddenly realized that they were still in the battle, still on the battlefield. But when the soldiers were about to open fire again, they were suddenly stunned. There were only a few thousand meters of range in front of the city wall, so where could there be any ferocious beasts? All that remained on the ground were the battered and broken remains of the ferocious beast. And the scorched land where no grass grows and no life is left. Under the baptism of a round of lightning pillars, the ferocious beasts within a radius of hundreds of meters were cleared out. The battlefield, which was filled with the howling of ferocious beasts and sharp screams, suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Not only were the soldiers on the city wall stunned, but the ferocious beasts preparing to charge in the distance were also frightened. Their avalanche-like momentum suddenly stopped. The ferocious beasts of many races looked at each other in confusion. Among these ferocious beasts, there are those at the level of no entry, level 1, level 2, and even level 4, the same as the pterosaur. No matter how bloodthirsty or irrational they are. But at this moment, the eyes of all the ferocious beasts revealed instinctive horror and fear. If they go any further, they too will die. The figure of a young man who stepped out alone and stood under the thunder and lightning giant. It was like a supreme god standing there. Inviolable. Above the sky. On the other side opposite Juan Lanji. There was murderous intent in the eyes of the Black Elder. What a human warrior. At such a level and age, he already has such strength? Is humanity going to produce another martial saint? No. This is something they absolutely cannot accept. You know, it is because of the existence of the King Tianguan that their old Dragon King is afraid to move forward. Until now, I dare not step out of the Canaan Mountains. If humans had another martial saint, their pterosaur tribe would be in danger of extinction. We can't let this kid grow up. The murderous intent in the Black Elder's eyes surged, and he turned around and rushed towards the city wall below. However, before he could move, a green dragon crescent blade blocked his way. Old man, your opponent is me. Roll. After feeling an overwhelming murderous intent, he was stopped by City Lord Wan. Lin Hao nodded towards the sky to express his gratitude. Don't be fooled by the loud noise he makes when creating thunderclouds. In fact, I can just deal with him because he is not as strong as me. And because the thunderclouds are dispersed over a large area. The thunder it brings down is slightly less powerful than a single divine punishment. It works well for groups, but not so well for singles. Any 5th level ferocious beast that comes. Maybe he could really carry the thunder, rush in front of him, and pose a threat to him. Not to mention the old pterosaur in the sky. However, now that someone is stopping the 6th level pterosaur, he doesn't need to worry. Then Lin Hao took a look at the group of ferocious beasts that were stagnant in the distance, and without saying a word, he jumped off the city wall. Charge in as Thor. The giant palm of thunder fell like a mountain pressing down on one's head, taking the lives of more than a dozen ferocious beasts in an instant. At this moment, the ferocious beasts that were frozen in time finally came to their senses and all roared and ran away 4 times. The original huge offensive was broken up by Lin Hao alone and wiped out. The many officers and soldiers on the city wall were all stunned, looking at the young man's back in horror. That figure could not be erased from their hearts and was unforgettable for the next 20 years. The shadow of the thunder god seemed to be in an empty space. A large number of ferocious beasts were quickly killed, including those 4th-level alien leaders who were hiding in the beast tide and trying to escape. As long as Lin Hao notices them, he will use divine punishment to destroy them into ashes. In front of him, these alien races seemed to be no different from other ordinary ferocious beasts, and they were all killed with one blow. The officers on the city wall were stunned by this scene. Even in their prime, they would never be as powerful as Lin Hao. Moreover, Lin Hao is 2 realms lower than them. With the strength of one person, he repelled the entire beast tide. What kind of monster is he? Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Did you lose? Ding, kill the 3rd level beast, add 240 points. Ding, kill the 2nd level beast, add 60 points. Bite. Kill. 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 Lin Hao, who had unleashed all his strength, felt extremely refreshed. Long before he set foot on the frontier, he was reminded to use his talents with caution. Try not to cause too much fighting noise. All this is because of the threat from the pterosaurs. But now he has long forgotten this concern. Lin Hao had a feeling that it would be as if the old Dragon King in the depths of the mountains was standing in front of him. He even dared to slap her. Of course, Lin Hao understood. This is just an illusion after killing the boss. Let alone that old man Wang. Even the 6th order pterosaur in the sky would have escaped if City Lord Wan hadn't stopped it. Roar! Puff! Accompanied by miserable wails. Lin Hao transformed into the Thunder Giant, who was killing crazily in the beast tide, frightening all races and making the beasts unable to figure out who was the real ferocious beast for a moment. The previously brave beasts had already been defeated. Those who died, and those who escaped. Of the thousands of ferocious beasts that arrived, nearly half were killed or injured, and the rest all rushed into the jungle and hid everywhere. Not enough, still not enough. Looking at the fleeing group of ferocious beasts, Lin Hao frowned. This round of killing provided him with 50 to 60,000 points. But there is still more than 20,000 points away from 100,000 points. However, Lin Hao did not waste time chasing him in the jungle. After all, the terrain in the jungle is complex and changeable, and it is the home ground for ferocious beasts. They are easier to hide and better at sneak attacks. Secondly, most of the ferocious beasts that escaped into the jungle were low-level wretches, and even if you killed them all, you wouldn't get many points. It would be better to go to other urban areas to provide support. So, Lin Hao released his Thunder God posture and turned back to the top of the city wall. Senior, the beast tide here has been resolved. I need to support other places. Do you want to join us? Lin Hao raised his eyes again and looked at Chu Yue and others over there. At this moment, the murderous intent and dominance in him disappeared in an instant, and the expression on his face became much softer. However, it was not until this moment that Chu Yue and the others over there seemed to realize. It's over. The beast tide that had tortured them to death just now had been repelled by Lin Hao alone. But because I was too shocked. At this moment, they even forgot to cheer. He just stared at Lin Hao with an expression of great shock on his face. They even couldn't help but keep their breathing posture and their hearts were tense. It seems as if he is afraid that something unexpected will happen again. Noting this, Lin Hao immediately raised his eyebrows and said again, "If you guys don't say anything, then I'll leave first." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions were stunned again before they came to their senses. The battle is not over yet. Other urban areas are still suffering from the impact of the beast tide. Let's go to the eastern part of the city. The beast tide is the worst there. Good. In Dongcheng district, countless fire snakes flew and artillery fire roared. However, the thermal weapons that were usually effective were of little use in the face of the beast tide. Because the wall was broken. Countless ferocious beasts rushed into the city without any hindrance, killing with impunity. Commander Chen, let's go. East City District can no longer be defended. On the city wall, a soldier covered in blood shouted advice to the middle-aged officer beside him. Chen Yi shook his head upon hearing this, wiped the blood off his face, and said in a low voice. City Lord Wan handed the eastern city area to me. If I didn't defend it, it would be a grave sin. If I desert the battlefield, how can I be worthy of the uniform I wear? Besides, go? Where can we go? Then Chen Yi brandished his sword and roared, "Brothers! Kill! Kill these beasts!" Among the group of ferocious beasts, 3 ferocious figures revealed their true forms and gathered around a burly man wearing a black robe and with a pair of bull horns on his head. Oh, poor human, still struggling to survive. Speaking of which, why is there no news from the west? What on earth is Long Yuan doing? We agreed to attack the inner city together. The bull demon commander looked towards the west. It was pitch black over there, extremely depressing, and no one knew what was going on. However, logically speaking, there should have been riots. However, the west was unusually quiet. No matter what, go and kill all the remaining human warriors. Following the order from Bull Demon. A ferocious beast like an eagle suddenly rushed towards Chen Yi on the city wall, wanting to be the first to achieve merit and make a good impression on the Bull Demon commander. On the top of the city wall, Chen Yi waved his sword and supported the shattered defense line everywhere. As a peak 4th level powerhouse, he was powerless even when facing a beast tide of this scale. What's more, the defense line has been broken. Countless ferocious beasts poured into the city, and the pressure can be imagined. However, at this time, a flying eagle flew towards him. The eagle was also a 4th-level eagle. Seeing that Chunyi was completely unaware of it, it immediately stretched out its black claws that were gleaming with cold light and grabbed Chunyi's back fiercely. Hiss! Accompanied by the sound of clothes being torn, Chunyi's back was covered in blood and flesh, and blood was flowing. The intense pain made him gasp. However, after seeing clearly the ferocious beast that attacked him, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. If he were in his prime, he could beat 3 of these mixed-blood flying eagles. But now he has no way out. Afterwards, several ferocious beasts that were no less powerful than flying eagles attacked him. It seemed that he knew it and killed him. This city wall could no longer stop them. Seeing this, the nearby soldiers also came to support without fear of life and death. However, before he could get close, he was stopped by a huge toad that sprayed out emerald green sticky venom. Moreover, the combat uniforms of the soldiers defending the city who were touched by the venom rotted instantly, and they screamed and died on the spot. Asshole! Chunyi roared, ready to fight to the death with these ferocious beasts. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning came from afar. The toad beast seemed to have noticed something and its eyes just moved. The next moment, he was suddenly hit, and his huge head exploded. Blood spurted out like slurry, and before it hit the ground, it turned into steam and rose up. Chunyi was completely stunned, looking at this scene in astonishment. Human support is coming? In the sky, when the bull demon commander saw this situation, his originally calm expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. Could it be that a powerful human has come to support us? However, when he saw Chu Yue and others coming from a distance, he smiled again. It turns out that a few weak humans have come again. It's a good opportunity to kill them together. When Chunyi saw Chu Yue and the others, he was immediately frightened. He knew Chu Yue and knew that the other party was guarding the West City wall. But why did Chu Yue retreat here? Could it be that the beast plague in the western urban area has become so serious? Is it serious enough that you need to run to him for refuge? Thinking of this, Chunyi suddenly showed a look of despair. It's over. Finally, I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 98 Dragon AO. See who's coming. In mid-air, the bull demon sneered disdainfully. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a black gust of wind, blowing towards Chu Yue and the others. The black gale blew up against the wind, making sounds like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Some ferocious beasts that were close by and accidentally got caught up in the incident were immediately covered in blood, with their flesh and blood blurred, revealing their white bones. Although the bull demon appeared to be dismissive of the human warriors who came. But the first move he made was his strongest. After all, he saw the lightning just now. Being able to kill his capable subordinates with just one strike, it was obvious that he was quite powerful. Naturally, he didn't dare to be arrogant. However, someone in the crowd seemed to have sensed his murderous intent, and suddenly a flash of lightning flashed, and he rushed towards the bull demon leader. Seeing this, Nyoemo almost laughed out loud. His formless is the magical power of his bloodline. As long as you are covered by the strong wind, it is like being cut by thousands of blades at the same time. Even a 4th-level warrior will die on the spot. Is there anyone who dares to pass through his strong wind? But the next moment, the lightning suddenly rushed forward, piercing through the strong wind in an instant, and then rushed straight towards the bull demon. The bull demon leader's pupils shrank and a look of horror appeared on his face. What? Actually ignored it? Without time to think, Nyoemo showed a look of panic and hurriedly drew his sword to fight. Just as Lin Hao was about to kill the bull demon leader, Chu Yue and others also met Chunyi. Uncle Chen, are you okay? Chu Yue glanced at the other person worriedly. It was obvious that the two parties had known each other for a long time. This injury is nothing. But why did you come to East City? Have you already lost your side? Chunyi asked in a low voice. They can no longer defend the East City if the West City is also lost. The beast tide will sweep over completely. It will even affect the defenses in the north and south. By then, the entire outer city area will be facing the desperate situation of falling. Fall? Uncle Chen, we are here to support you. Chu Yue was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and smiled. Support? Chunyi frowned. Don't joke, Xiaowei, the pressure from the beast tide over there is no less than mine. He served as the deputy commander of the second satellite city. Naturally, he knew what scale of beast tide he was facing. with their military strength. We were lucky enough to have managed to keep the city wall intact. There is no manpower left to support other places. Commander Chen, the beast tide in the west has been dealt with, so we rushed here. Before Chu Yue could speak, the officer who came with her explained. Hearing the guards say the same thing, Chun Yi felt terrible. What's going on? Collaborative fraud, right? That's a beast tide. Even if you few 4th level warriors kill them all till the end of time, you won't be able to finish them all. Tell me it's solved? Who would believe that? Chun Yi then asked with a strange look on his face, well, how did you solve it? Just then. Rumble. A bolt of lightning fell. The bull demon suddenly let out a miserable cry, and a huge hole was blown into his huge body. Plop. 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 The huge cow corpse fell from mid-air and landed in the tide of beasts below. The thick, hot and boiling blood splashed on some ferocious beasts, scaring them and making them scream in panic. The beast tide, which had been attacking fiercely, suddenly became chaotic. On the top of the city wall, Chu Yue, Chen Yi and others were still talking. Noticing the bull demon leader's screams, they were all stunned. When they turned around, they saw the shocking scene. The bull demon leader is actually dead. Uncle Chen, you should know how the beast tide was resolved. Chu Yue smiled gently and pointed at Lin Hao, who was in front of the beast tide. The officer beside him was also stunned, but not too surprised. After all, Lin Hao is a ruthless character who can even kill a pterosaur with one blow, so killing the bull demon leader is naturally a piece of cake for him. However, Chen Yi was stupid. There were too many questions stuck in my throat that I couldn't speak out. The bull demon leader was a great evil that he was not sure of defeating even in his prime. He died so easily? Oh, right, that lightning that just flashed by. Holy shit, that was actually a person? Chen Yi suddenly turned his gaze to the black figure below. Who is he? The soldiers on the city wall didn't think too much about it. When they saw Bull Demon dead, they all cheered loudly. At the same time, they looked around. Could it be that their support had arrived? While everyone was overjoyed, the remaining ferocious beast leaders were panicking. This unexpected change was so sudden and unexpected. Reinforcements? Strong human beings? No matter what it is, the Bull Demon leader is dead. Even it was killed instantly, let alone the remaining small commanders. Moreover, Commander Nyoemo is a capable general of His Highness Long Ao. Once received the reward of dragon blood. His bloodline is almost approaching S level, and even in the 4th level, he is an extremely powerful existence. Even if it is a leader among all the great commanders, otherwise it would not be allowed to go into battle. However, facing this powerful human, could the Bull Demon commander be so vulnerable? The commanders were terrified and retreated in a hurry, not even caring about their tribes. And with the escape of many commanders, the other low-level beasts were also scared. Even the boss was dead. How could they fight? However, the beast tied behind was slow to react and continued to charge forward, but the ferocious beasts in front had already turned around and fled in panic. The collisions between them caused the entire beast tide to become chaotic. Lin Hao would not miss such a good opportunity. He continued to shuttle across the battlefield, hunting down the fleeing beasts. It's not far from 100,000 points. We need to work harder. Then, under the horrified gaze of the people on the city wall, he began a frenzied killing spree. However, this time Lin Hao did not have enough fun killing. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar sounded from afar, and the beast tide in front suddenly parted, and a pair of huge flesh wings covered the sky. Lin Hao looked up and saw a howling wind in the sky. A huge pterosaur swooped down rapidly, with a black cold light flowing all over its body and an extremely ferocious aura. Everyone on the city wall also saw that in the distance a pterosaur swooped down from the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a falling star, sharp and captivating. The pterosaur is coming. Such power. They are definitely the royal family among the pterosaurs. Oh no, it's heading for Lin Hao. Chu Yue exclaimed, feeling deeply worried. That pterosaur was so terrifying. It was 6 or 7 meters long, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Its body was covered with black scales, which shone with a cold metallic luster. A murderous aura is blowing towards you. However, Lin Hao, who was locked in by the pterosaur's aura, was not too panicked. Instead, it brightened my eyes. Good job. How many points can I get if I kill this pterosaur? Chapter 99 The Little Dragon King's Anger. Above the second satellite city. The Black Elder, who had originally revealed a murderous intent, suddenly changed his behavior. He became very comfortable with it, and his moves were mainly focused on entanglement, and he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. But there was a hint of sarcasm in those huge vertical pupils. This made Ruan Lanji on the opposite side very alert. I don't understand what the other party means. However, when she glanced in the direction of Lin Hao, her expression suddenly changed drastically. On the battlefield below, a huge pterosaur was seen swooping down towards Lin Hao. Its claws, wings, and body scales are all clearly different from those of ordinary pterosaurs. Just from its appearance, you can tell that it is much stronger than other pterosaurs. More importantly, there is a slightly raised point on his forehead. This is the symbol of the royal bloodline among pterosaurs. Oh no! This must be the offspring of the pterosaur king. I'm afraid he's no match for me. Ruan Lanji was naturally talking about Lin Hao. Perhaps Lin Hao has the talent to suppress this pterosaur. But Lin Hao's realm is only at the peak of the second level after all. But this pterosaur is at level 4. Both in strength and speed, he is much stronger than Lin Hao. Although she had seen Lin Hao repel the beast tide before, she knew that he was very powerful. But those are just ordinary ferocious beasts. No matter how many there are, they cannot compare to this royal pterosaur. Thinking of this, Ruan Lanji became anxious. You have to know that Lin Hao has SSS level talent. There are less than 10 warriors with such top level talent in the entire dragon country. It is much more precious than the royal bloodline of any pterosaur. If anything happened to him, it would be a devastating blow to the dragon kingdom. Hey, City Lord Ruan, isn't it a little late to realize this now? As if he could see what the other party was thinking, there was a hint of mockery in the eyes of the Black Elder. His Highness Long Ao took action personally. This human genius will probably be torn to pieces soon. Fortunately, the other party hasn't grown up yet, otherwise it would be a big trouble in the future. Snort! Faced with the other party's ridicule, Ruan Lanji did not respond. Because it is meaningless, we must end the battle quickly, and supporting Lin Hao is the top priority. Then Ruan Lanji raised her long sword and rushed towards the Black Elder. Different from the previous conservative battle. This time, I'm fighting for my life. On the battlefield east of the city, the sky was dark. There were hundreds of ferocious beast corpses on the ground around them, and the blood dyed the earth red. It was extremely tragic. Here I come. A real king blood pterosaur. The figure, his body shrouded in arcs of electricity, held a long sword and said excitedly, "It's worth my trip." As the saying goes, strength will grow rapidly under tremendous pressure. Lin Hao hasn't felt pressure for a long time since he acquired the ability of the Thunderfruit. Even the mercenary team he killed in Wushan did not allow him to touch the limit of his ability. However, this king blood pterosaur made him feel a little threatened. This is something Lin Hao has never experienced before. Hold head high. Long Ao's huge vertical pupils stared at the human figure holding a knife, and there was countless anger in his heart that was about to pour out. The battle was almost over. The beast tide was about to destroy this human city. He will be able to go back and claim his reward soon. However, but no one knew where a human warrior suddenly appeared from. He used some unknown means to summon thunderclouds that covered the sky and sun, and blew away the beasts he had gathered with great effort, leaving no trace of them. Even several of his beast leaders died. It can be said that the loss is heavy. More importantly, the opponent has nothing that can stop him on the battlefield. So, here he comes. If we allow the other party to continue killing, I'm afraid this operation will fail. Die! The dragon roared, flapped its wings violently, and its huge body suddenly turned into a stream of light and pounced towards Lin Hao. The pair of dragon claws, emitting cold light, were like two sharp blades, sweeping across continuously. You're just in time. Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and his blood began to circulate wildly. Instead of dodging, he rushed forward towards the dragon's claw. Stupid humans. A hint of disdain flashed across Long Ao's huge vertical pupils. His dragon claws are the sharpest part of his body. Even the hardest alloy metal can be crushed by one hand. What's more, human flesh and blood. However, just when he was about to tear the other person to pieces, Lin Hao's body suddenly turned into strands of electric current and quietly dissipated from the gaps between his dragon claws. What's this? Long Ao's pupils suddenly shrank and he was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why a normal person suddenly became a troublemaker. Even the physical form has changed? What kind of weird ability is this? After all, Long Ao is not a human warrior, and he has no idea about abilities like elementalization. Not far away, the thunder gathered like millions of fireflies converging, and Lin Hao's figure appeared. However, Lin Hao would not give the other party time to react. As soon as it appeared, Lin Hao condensed a lightning spear in his hand and suddenly threw it towards the dragon's claw. Sonic booms were heard in the air. Thanks to his further breakthrough, his control over the power of the Thunderfruit has also been greatly enhanced. It can not only compress thunder into lightning rods, but also kill people invisibly. It can also gather lightning into lightning spears, and the destructive power of a single point is even stronger than that of a lightning pillar. Brush! The lightning spear shot out almost instantly. At this time, Long Ao also came to his senses and realized the crisis. In a panic, he quickly raised his dragon claws to block in front of him. Boom! A loud explosion resounded throughout the battlefield. On the battlefield, all the ferocious beasts that heard the sound crawled on the ground and trembled. Tick-tock! A drop of hot red blood suddenly fell from the air. I'm hurt. Long Ao looked at the tiny wound on his dragon claw, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. As the royal bloodline of the Pterosaur clan, he is the supreme ruler of the Canaan Mountains. He was actually broken through by a human warrior who had not yet broken through the third level? Obviously, the other party is still so weak. It was obvious that he could kill the other person with just one slap. But he was injured? Although this injury is insignificant to him. But the harm is not high, the insult is great. This was something he, who was extremely proud at heart, could not accept at all. Ah, human! Die! A huge rage surged in Long Ao's heart. He launched an attack several times more ferocious than before. Oh? Are you in a hurry? A hint of teasing flashed in Lin Hao's eyes, and the blood in his body began to circulate wildly. A complete outbreak. However, Lin Hao did not choose to confront head-on, but instead turned into lightning and dodged on the battlefield. After all, he is not stupid. In terms of strength, he is much weaker than the other party. In terms of maneuverability, it is not as good as the other party. After all, pterosaurs can fly. But with his powerful body skills, speed, and elemental transformation, there was nothing Long Ao could do to him. On the city wall, Chu Yue and the others gasped when they saw the scene. Lin Hao could actually fight back and forth with the little dragon king of the Pterosaur clan? Even caused injuries to him? Oh my god. What kind of monster is Lin Hao? Chapter 100 Lin Hao smiled. Brush! The dragon's huge wings flipped and vibrated, and the tremendous force slammed into the ground, stirring up countless gravel again, and chasing Lin Hao like lightning. Faced with such a ferocious force, Lin Hao naturally didn't dare to take it head-on. Roar! The huge wings swept past, the edge like a sword, and at the same time the sharp claws suddenly grabbed. Obviously. Because of the humiliation he just suffered, Long Ao also went crazy. Roll! Lin Hao killed a ferocious beast that blocked his way with one shot. Seeing the pterosaur coming, he stared at it with sharp eyes. Wow! Boom! Boom! A man and a dragon, one chasing the other fleeing on the battlefield, engaged in an extremely fierce battle. This pterosaur's realm is only at the early 4th level. In terms of realm, he is not even as good as the bull demon leader he just killed. But the other party has royal blood. Stronger than the S-level talents of human warriors. In terms of threat level alone, it is bigger than all the ferocious beasts Lin Hao has encountered so far. But Lin Hao is not a pushover either. With the Thunderfruit in his possession, he has terrifying speed and can easily avoid the opponent's fatal moves time and time again. There's no way to escape like this. Lin Hao ran while thinking constantly in his mind. The other party's realm is higher than his, and his energy and blood are much stronger than his. If they keep chasing like this, he will definitely be the first to fall. Therefore, he must take the initiative. The lightning spear just now was a test for him. Obviously. This pterosaur has a very strong physique and is resistant to lightning. Even his lightning spear can only barely break its defense. But this injury is insignificant considering the dragon race's exaggerated recovery ability. But Lin Hao did not gain nothing. At least I know how to deal with that pterosaur. That's right. Lin Hao already had a plan in mind. Since the power of the Thunderfruit can't do anything to the opponent, the only thing he can do is use the soul fire of the great sun and starry sky art. Generally speaking, if he had not practiced spiritual techniques like Lin Hao. Souls are extremely fragile, and so are ferocious beasts. In the previous battle, the power of the golden flame was discovered. The 4th level stone tiger from base number 19 couldn't even put up a bit of resistance before his soul was burned clean. It can be said to be extremely domineering. Therefore, the golden flame is just right for dealing with opponents with strong defense. However, although the soul flame is overbearing, it must also be able to touch the opponent. Therefore, Lin Hao planned to attach the flame to the thunder spear. This is the same principle as enchantments in games. And the most important thing is that there is only one chance. If I fail to kill the opponent. Given the alertness of this little dragon king, he will definitely be on guard. It will be difficult to do it again. While Lin Hao was thinking in his heart, the dragon turtle behind him went crazy. Ah! Roar! The dragon roared angrily and was repeatedly toyed with by Lin Hao using his speed. It also makes it completely crazy. A pair of huge, narrow eyes stared at Lin Hao. I vow to tear the other party into pieces. Roar! The dragon claw roared, and its huge body rolled over. Its wings, sharp claws, bloody mouth, were all its weapons, and it launched an even more crazy attack. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose up, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Over the city. Ruan Lanji, who was always paying attention to the battle situation below, was extremely anxious. It was obvious that Lin Hao was no match for his opponent and was beaten and forced to flee around the battlefield. She knew there was nothing she could do about it. After all, the gap in realm between the two sides is too big, and it is already very good that Lin Hao can save his life. But if this continues, I will run out of energy. Sooner or later you will catch up. Is it possible that such a strong young man who can reach the pinnacle of martial arts will end up with regret here? No. She absolutely cannot accept it. Thinking of this, Ruan Lanji's eyes became fierce and red flames began to burn on her body. His aura suddenly surged, and his power became several times stronger than before. Burning blood essence? Are you crazy? The Black Elder on the opposite side was shocked when he saw this. The principles of burning essence and blood rage pill are the same, and can both cause a sudden increase in strength, but the cost is also quite high. Elder He naturally did not dare to be arrogant, and immediately used the Pterosaur tribe's top secret technique to meet the attack. However, he was not like Ruan Lanji, who burned her blood and essence recklessly. After all, His Highness Long Ao firmly holds the initiative on the battlefield. He just needed to hold Ruan Lanji back and prevent the other party from providing support. Just wait for His Highness Long Ao to kill that human genius. Then they would have won a great victory. Yes. In the eyes of Elder He, killing this human prodigy is more important than winning the war. The other side. On the city wall, Chu Yue and others were also extremely anxious. But their strength is limited and they can't help Lin Hao at all. I can only watch helplessly. If only I were stronger. Chu Yue bit her lips tightly, a trace of tears swirling in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them flow out. To be honest, she was almost crying. But she knew that with her strength, going there would only cause trouble for Lin Hao. Enough. Human. This farce should end here. In mid-air, Long Ao stopped and spoke in human language. He noticed it too. This human speed was quite exaggerated, and it was obvious that he could not catch up. But the opponent always kept a safe distance and kept throwing lightning spears at him. Although these lightning spears could not pose much threat to him. But from this guy's calm and cold eyes, he understood. This damn human. Are you playing a joke on me? Thinking of this, a trace of anger suddenly ignited in Long Ao's heart. The huge vertical pupil looked at Lin Hao like a sharp sword and said coldly, "Human, let me show you the power of the Dragon Clan." Before he finished speaking, ding! In an instant, an explosive black light, carrying a powerful impact, suddenly blasted out in all directions in an instant. Bang! This is the power of his Dragon Clan's coercion. As soon as this pressure came out, countless ferocious beasts on the battlefield bowed their heads in submission and paid homage to them. Even Lin Hao, who was running wildly, couldn't help but feel his body sink. It was like carrying a huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds, and the speed slowed down. And at this moment, The dragon turtle in front of him suddenly felt a surge of energy. Suddenly, a ball of black flame burned on the huge body. Dragon breath? Seeing this scene, Shu Yue and others on the city wall suddenly held their breath. Is this little dragon king going to get serious? And at this moment, Lin Haoze, who was on the ground, stared at the pterosaur that was emitting black light all over its body, and his heart couldn't help but move. Because, at this moment, his observation haki clearly sensed a faint threat of death. However, it is different from what everyone thinks. Lin Hao was not afraid at all. On the contrary, laughed. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Dead. The sky is dark and the earth is bleak. The cold wind blowing from afar brought a sense of solemnity to the entire battlefield. In midair, Long Ao slowly raised his eyes, his gaze gleaming coldly, his face like an iceberg, and he spoke in human language. Humans, die under the sacred fire of my pterosaur clan. You should be proud of this. The words fell. A black aura of death flashed in Long Ao's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a ball of strange black flame suddenly began to gather above his wings. The terrifying power was like a black sun descending. See this picture. Everyone, including Ruan Lanji who was above the city, suddenly had their pupils tremble. Wait, this horrifying breath of death. Why does it look so much like Deathwing in the mountains? Is this the true power of the Dragon Clan? Realize this. Everyone's face turned extremely pale in an instant. The Dragon Claw just now was already extremely powerful and firmly controlled the initiative on the battlefield. Now that he has displayed the true power of the dragon bloodline, his strength is even more unimaginable. Perhaps the only one who can truly deal with Long Ao in his current state is Ruan Lanji, a 6th-level martial king. But Ruan Lanji was held back by the opponent's strong man and could not come to support. However, they were weak and would only cause trouble for Lin Hao if they went. That is to say, does everything depend on Lin Hao himself? Thinking of this, everyone gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Hao's back nervously and solemnly. Shu Yue's eyes were also filled with deep worry. But faced with such a desperate situation, she chose to believe Lin Hao. Just like in the foggy mountains. She chose to believe, just like the back that blocked the countless ferocious fog beasts for her. Lin Hao, please don't let anything happen to you. And at this moment, the surrounding air was blown by the power of the dragon claw. Lin Hao's black hair and battle clothes were also blown high. Feeling the gradually stronger aura of death in front of him, Lin Hao's mouth corners rose slightly. It's time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. That's right. Lin Hao had been using his body skills to tease the opponent just to make the pterosaur angry. At the same time, he kept throwing out ordinary thunder spears, as if tickling the opponent. This is also to let the other party relax their vigilance. Let the pterosaur think. I didn't threaten his strength. Just run. Wait until the other party feels that he has figured out his routine and wants to end the battle quickly. This is the time of destruction for this pterosaur. Because at this moment, Long Ao has enough confidence in killing Lin Hao. At the same time, his vigilance was at its lowest. Think of this. Lin Hao no longer hesitated. He exhaled slowly, and his eyes gradually became sharper. The next moment, he actually raised his hand and made a fist, and a lightning spear with a destructive aura gradually took shape in his hand. At the same time, boom! Quietly, the golden soul flame surged against the wind. In an instant, they also gathered on this lightning spear. It was at the moment when the lightning spear took shape. Lin Hao's face suddenly turned extremely pale. After all, this lightning spear gathers all of Lin Hao's essence, energy, and spirit. Then, he took a slight step back, leaned back, and held the spear tightly with his right hand. Step up, squat, and press down. Now, facing the little pterosaur king full of the breath of death, he actually assumed a fighting stance. No hesitation, no nonsense, no unnecessary movements. But it is an indomitable fighting attitude. See this picture. Shu Yue and the others in the distance were stunned and their eyes widened involuntarily. This. What? Could it be that Lin Hao wanted to use this lightning spear to kill the other party? No way. The many lightning spear attacks before could only barely break the pterosaur's defense. That little injury is insignificant to the other party. What we should do now is to avoid the limelight temporarily. This incredible scene made their brains completely shut down. Originally, seeing Lin Hao's confident look, I thought there was some backup plan. I didn't expect that he would be so arrogant. Unlike everyone else who was nervous and worried. Above the sky, Ruanlanji's eyes lit up slightly. As a 6th-rank martial king, her spiritual perception is much stronger than everyone else. You can feel it naturally. Lin Hao's seemingly ordinary lightning spear made her feel threatened. After all, her mental power was close to the moment. Disappeared. As if burned by flames. Incredibly weird. However, before they could think about it. But see in the distance. Lin Hao threw the formed lightning spear fiercely. Carrying thousands of thunders and endless power. Soar into the sky. At the same time, an invisible murderous intent suddenly surged out from Lei. At this moment, it felt like a tangible chill was spreading everywhere, as if it was enough to freeze the air. Maybe Chu Yue and the others on the city wall couldn't feel it clearly because of their low realm. But Ruanlanji and Elder He in the sky had their pupils shrink violently. This aura. But it made the two powerful martial kings feel their scalps tingling. And in mid-air, Long Ao naturally also felt this fierce murderous intent, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in his huge vertical pupils. But only a moment later, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. This trick again? How many times? Do you really think that this move can hurt me? Human beings. How can a weak insect like you guess about the noble bloodline of my dragon clan? Therefore, the arrogant His Majesty Long Ao did not take this lightning spear seriously at all. He just raised his dragon claws slightly and blocked it in front of him. Just don't let it interrupt your accumulation of power. However, the next moment. Boom! A dazzling flash of lightning suddenly exploded in the air. It set off layers of air waves. The strong wind blew and whistled past. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world had lost its color. The entire dark battlefield was illuminated by the light of the explosion, making it as bright as day. Boom! Until a moment later. In this pure white light, the sound of the howling wind disappeared, and the sound of the exploding lightning also disappeared. In silence. Drop. There was a sound of dripping blood. That touch of bright red is particularly dazzling among the pure white. Immediately following, there was another sound of something falling to the ground. Bang! It touches everyone's nerves. The terrifying lightning produced by the explosion just now. It was so dazzling that Chu Yue and others could not look directly at it and had to close their eyes. And until now, the storm gradually subsided and the dazzling light disappeared. They slowly opened their eyes and tried to see the battle situation over there. And the next moment, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. In the dim light of the approaching sunset, the battlefield was in a state of disarray. There lay a dragon corpse. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. So terrifying. The air seemed to freeze and time seemed to stop. Over the battlefield, a huge figure that covered the sky and the sun slowly fell from the sky. Thump! Make a deafening sound. Long Ao's huge vertical pupils were filled with unbelievable horror and fear. Because of this moment, on his chest, there was a striking penetrating scar. Dark red blood continued to flow out. There were even traces of burns from high-temperature lightning around the wound. However, this level of injury is not fatal to him. With his Dragon Clan's recovery ability, even if his body was pierced through, as long as his heart was still beating, then the dragon turtle can still survive. But he is dying. Bang! Powerless. Pain. Despair. And the fear of the unknown. All thoughts were entangled in his consciousness. His pupils remained completely frozen, shrunk to the smallest size and unable to move. It was as if the Grim Reaper had blocked my throat and I could no longer breathe. However, until the moment of his death, he still didn't understand. Obviously, that human is so weak. It was obvious that his attack posed no threat to him. But why? My soul is burning. Why am I losing consciousness bit by bit? Just at the moment he collided with the lightning spear. The moment of lightning and thunder. He seemed to see from behind the young man a brilliant sun hanging in the endless universe. That terrifying mental pressure was like the arrival of gods. Seeing this, Long Ao understood everything. It turns out that everything before was just a test with him. The real murderous intent is the spear that strikes directly at the soul. It was this spear that completely ruined all his plans, including his life. Now, all of his previous terrifying dragon power no longer existed. Only scattered black aura remained around him, as dim as a dying flame. Silently fell to the ground. In deep reluctance and despair, the little dragon king of the pterosaur clan, the ruler of the Canaan Mountains, completely lost consciousness. The breath completely disappeared and there was no movement. Died on the spot. And at this time, standing not far from him, it was the black-haired young man wearing a battle robe and standing with his hands behind his back. Lin Hao. The black hair on his forehead had been blown up by the wind, revealing his handsome face. From beginning to end, Lin Hao's eyes were extremely calm. It was as if the result had been anticipated. Silence. A deathly silence spread. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at the figure on the battlefield. They even stopped breathing and their hearts were tense. The most shocked among them was Chu Yue. She was someone who had witnessed Lin Hao's strength earlier. I never thought that his strength could improve so quickly. It's only been a few days. Can he slay a dragon? The dragon he slaughtered was not an ordinary dragon, but the offspring of the 8th level old dragon king in the mountains. Although Lin Hao has high talent, the pterosaur's bloodline level is not low either. Even if I have S-level talent, it may not be stronger than that pterosaur. Chu Yue felt suffocated. How strong is Lin Hao? The young man standing on the battlefield put great pressure on everyone. Shun Yi and a group of officers were all stunned. I am younger than them and my realm is lower than theirs. However, Lin Hao spanned 2 major realms and killed the pterosaur on the spot. Moreover, they didn't even know how Lin Hao killed the pterosaur. That's right. They still haven't figured it out yet. How did that pterosaur die? It's confirmed. He must have mastered the Gu family's magic formula. Above the city, Ruan Lanji's beautiful eyes showed a hint of shock. With Ruan Lanji's strength as King Wu, he can naturally access things that ordinary people cannot. Moreover, the Gu family's book, The Great Sun and Starry Sky Sutra, is well known in the circle. It's not a secret. The reason is that practicing the technique is extremely difficult. It requires extremely high understanding. But Lin Hao succeeded? She couldn't be mistaken about that golden light. It is the Great Sun and Starry Sky art. She had seen someone use it before. And that person is none other than the only martial saint of Dragon Country, Qing Tianguan. Thinking of this, Ruan Lanji looked at Lin Hao with a hint of awe in her eyes. She originally thought that Lin Hao simply awakened a higher level of talent. But I never expected it. His comprehension is as top-notch as his talent. In fact, extremely high comprehension is even rarer than talent. After all, a warrior's talent can be improved by relying on heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. But the understanding is not good enough. And, more importantly, on the road to the pinnacle of martial arts, the further you go, the more you need to gain insights. The gap in talent will only become smaller and smaller. Because martial arts, the most important thing is the word Tao. Now, Ruan Lanji kept thinking in her heart. Chu Yue on the city wall finally recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Looking at the already cold pterosaur over there, and the almost unharmed Lin Hao. In her beautiful eyes like autumn water, there was just pure joy and excitement. Really? As always, Lin Hao once again exceeded her imagination and expectations. However, just as everyone was shocked, a murderous intent suddenly came from the sky. This murderous intent is extremely strong. On the battlefield, Lin Hao used his observation haki to sense everything clearly. This murderous intent is directed at him. Human, you're looking for death. An angry voice came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came, and it was the Black Elder who had been fighting with Ruan Lanji before. His whole body was burning with blood and energy. He bravely withstood Ruan Lanji's sword attack, and even though he was seriously injured, he still rushed towards Lin Hao. No way. This human is so terrifying. Even His Highness Long Ao is no match for him. You have to know that this human is only at the 2nd level. If the 2nd stage is so terrifying, how terrifying will it be in the future? If this human doesn't die, the pterosaur tribe will never have peace. Grass. I almost forgot, there's also a level 6 pterosaur. Facing the murderous intent of the Black Elder, Lin Hao's pupils suddenly contracted and the blood in his body seemed to freeze. This moment. Death was approaching, and he had never felt the shadow so clearly. Lin Hao's observation color was warning him madly. Escape. But the opponent's speed is too fast. It was almost there, even Lin Hao's invincible lightning speed, which he was proud of, was far inferior to it. The 6th level Martial King is so terrifying. Chapter 103 I like him. Can't stop it. Before coming to support, Lin Hao had estimated it in his mind. I also thought in advance about what it would be like to be hunted down by a powerful martial arts master. What I was thinking at that time was, with the power of the Thunderfruit, it can reach lightning speed. He should be able to move freely on the battlefield and be able to run away even if he encounters a powerful martial king. But it turned out that he was overthinking it. A 6th rank martial king, even if seriously injured, is no match for him. After all, the huge gap in realm cannot be bridged by any means. So how can he survive now? The instinct of survival forced Lin Hao to think frantically in his mind. Rely on elementalization? Elementalization can indeed dodge most physical attacks. But this ability is not invincible. For example, the black flames all over Long Ao's body. It's a threat to him. If it weren't for the foreshadowing beforehand, Long Ao would have let down his guard. It's really hard to kill him. But what should I do now? This 6th order pterosaur is obviously dozens of times stronger than Long Ao. Even if you transform into an element, you may not survive. Then we can only rely on Wan Lanji? But the other party didn't react for a while. After all, it was too sudden. As a result, she was one step behind the pterosaur and was definitely too late to provide support. Snort! But just as Lin Hao was thinking, a cold snort suddenly sounded from the distant void. Hearing this voice, the Black Elder stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance in fear. Even the overwhelming murderous intent diminished a bit. Then, to Lin Hao's astonishment, the Black Elder carried Long Ao's body. Ran away? It was at the moment when Elder Black escaped. On the battlefield, the remaining beasts also fled and scattered. Seeing this, Lin Hao's pupils also shook, revealing a look of horror. With just a cold snort, he actually scared away thousands of beasts. What a boldness this is! However, just when Lin Hao wanted to look in the direction of the voice call, the previous continuous battles, coupled with the lightning spear that drained all of Lin Hao's energy. Finally, all of Lin Hao's energy was exhausted. Lin Hao felt unprecedentedly tired both mentally and physically. Waves of fatigue surged into his heart, and his eyelids twitched. Clang! The long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound of collision. Then Lin Hao actually sat down on the ground and fell to the ground. Faintly, I could hear Chu Yue's anxious cries. But he was too tired. I just want to have a good sleep. A few hours later. Second Satellite City, Military Hospital. Lin Hao was lying on the single hospital bed, snoring loudly. Next to her, Chu Yue was busy and sweating profusely. As a warrior's training deepens, his body will become heavier. Chu Yue finally carried Lin Hao all the way into the hospital ward. Then, he covered Lin Hao with a thin blanket. Thoughtful and attentive care. This scene made Chu Wanha's eyelids twitch. There's a sense of déjà vu. Lao Dang, the will-o'-the-wisp has stopped downstairs. What's going on? It's not easy to come back. It was only because of the urgent military situation that he was able to see his daughter. As a result, the good daughter seemed not to see her old father. I haven't spoken a word to him from beginning to end. The only one in my eyes is Lin Hao. Thinking of this, Chu Wanha's face was full of resentment. So just as he was about to go over and talk to Chu Yue, Dad, I have to take care of Lin Hao. Let's talk later. Chu Wanha. Okay, I'm leaving. In the ward, Chu Yue also found out after talking to the doctor. Now Lin Hao has simply consumed too much energy and has reached his limit. Just need to rest for a while, that's all. There's not much danger. After hearing this news, Chu Yue also breathed a sigh of relief. But she was still a little worried, so she waited by the side, insisting on waiting for Lin Hao to wake up. Outside the ward, Chu Wanha sighed softly upon seeing this. How could he not see it? Xiao Wei must have already fallen in love with this young man named Lin Hao. But if it was an ordinary family, Chu Wanhe would naturally have no concerns. After all, it is an honor for someone to be liked by Chu Wanhe's daughter. Of course, Xiao Wei's conditions are not bad either. Who else can I be worthy of? Moreover, he has the support of his father, Wu Zun. As long as they are not the son of a martial saint, he can match them up. After all, he is a father. It is Chu Yue's freedom to let her daughter pursue happiness when she grows up. He certainly wouldn't interfere. However, but the person Chu Yue likes is called Lin Hao. Yes. He had heard about Lin Hao's deeds from Ruan Lanji a long time ago. What about killing the 4th level little dragon king in an adverse state? What about single-handedly repelling an entire tide of beasts? It is also suspected to be an SSS level top-tier lightning talent. He even possesses an extremely high level of comprehension, and has even successfully cultivated the Gu family's Great Sun and Starry Sky Sutra. These are all horrific events. Everything is revealed. Lin Hao, he is an unparalleled genius. Even Chu Wanhe, a martial arts master, couldn't help but be amazed. After all, Lin Hao is too outstanding. But it's also because the other party is too outstanding. As a result, Chu Yue looks dull in comparison. If they really were together, can Xiao Wei really accept this gap? She can't help the other person and suffers from it all the time. Can she really hold on? Moreover, the higher the warrior's realm, the longer his lifespan. If you wait until you are old and ugly, your partner may still be a young and handsome man. Can she really accept such a huge gap? As Chu Yue's father, Chu Wanhe knows his daughter very well. With the other person's self-esteem, they will definitely not be able to accept it. Thinking of this, Chu Wanhe sighed again. Squeak! The door of the ward opened. Chu Yue walked out with red eyes. Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Chu Wanhe, a daughter slave, couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he saw this. Dad, am I too weak? If I were stronger, I could have helped him, and he wouldn't have fainted on the battlefield. Weak? Chu Wanhe shook his head, then patted Chu Yue's little head to comfort her. You've already reached the 3rd level at such a young age, and you have S-level talent. You will definitely be an extremely powerful warrior in the future. You are already very good. It's just that Lin Hao is too outstanding. Chu Wanhe sighed softly, his words full of tenderness. He was absolutely right. As long as Chu Yue doesn't compare herself with Lin Hao, she will be a leader even among her peers. After hearing this, Chu Yue felt a little better. But then he lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he looked up and said with a firm gaze, Dad, take me to the outer realm for training. Xiao Wei, you have to think clearly. The outside world is not like the borderland. It is countless times more dangerous there. Chu Wanhe frowned. He didn't expect that Chu Yue could do this for Lin Hao. I don't know whether it is good or bad. I've thought it through. I like him and want to help him. After all, it's a daughter's heart. These somewhat straightforward words made Chu Yue's face slightly red, like a slightly blooming peach blossom. Now that I've made the decision, I can't regret it. I don't regret it. P.S. I'm throwing a tantrum and begging for a gift. Woo woo woo, please give me some. Chapter 104, Principal Fong pretending to be an expert. It was when Lin Hao was lying on the hospital bed. It was daytime at Tsinghua University, the sun was shining brightly and the temperature was just right. It must be deep in the Sanyuan Villa area, next to the park. Whoosh! Dean Yao looked anxious and turned into a stream of light, flying among the villas. He saw Fang Kunshan sitting by the lake and fishing from a distance. Massage chair, windshield, fruit tray. Plus a few attendants to provide accompanying services. It's already this late, and Lao Fang is still enjoying himself. Yao Guozhong complained in his heart. Call. Yao Guozhong landed on the grass, walked quickly to Fang Kunshan, and said respectfully, Principal Fong. Coming? Fang Kunshan lay in the massage chair, not even raising his eyelids. You said you had something important to report to me about Lin Hao? What happened? I remember the sequence battle is over. What was the result? That's right. Dean Yao took a deep breath and said, but what I want to talk about is not the sequence ranking results, because there is something more important than that. Oh? Is there something more important than a sequence placement? Fang Kunshan said lightly. Yes, Principal Fong, did you know about the beast tide that hit the second satellite city 2 days ago? Dean Yao said solemnly. Uh. A trace of confusion flashed across Fang Kunshan's eyes, but he remained calm. I know. Okay, I'll make it short then. Dean Yao said, according to the information Wan Lanji sent back, this beast tide came suddenly. They were completely caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Even the city defenses were breached. Of course, they managed to hold on in the end. However, Wan Lanji said that the credit for defending the city should not belong to her. Oh? Who does it belong to then? Fang Kunshan asked. Lin Hao. Dean Yao said solemnly. Lin Hao. Hearing this name, Fang Kunshan finally sat up, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The scale of a beast tide that nearly destroyed the entire satellite city must be huge. Moreover, those who can lead a beast tide of this scale must have at least a 6th-level ferocious beast behind them. Judging from the location of the second satellite city, I'm afraid only the pterosaurs have this ability. But whether it is the pterosaur tribe or the beast tide, Lin Hao cannot deal with them. However, Wan Lanji attributed the credit for defending the city to Lin Hao? This is no ordinary military achievement. But it's the merit of defending the city. If it were in ancient times, such a great achievement would have earned him the title of general and a marquisate. It's different now though. But you can also get a silver medal from the Dragon Kingdom military, which symbolizes the highest honor, and you can also enjoy many privileges. Generally speaking, this credit will only be given to the warrior who has made the greatest contribution in this war. But Wan Lanji, who is a 6th-level martial king, gave up this greatest credit. Are you kidding me? What on earth did Lin Hao do? Lin Hao just arrived. Upon seeing this, Dean Yao immediately began to report in detail the entire process of Lin Hao's resistance to the beast tide. When he first heard it, Fang Kunshan was still very calm. But when he heard that Lin Hao used his talent to summon a large thundercloud and annihilated thousands of ferocious beasts, he was stunned for a moment, then turned around and asked in confusion, isn't that right? Thunderclouds covering the entire battlefield? Only an SSS level talent can achieve that, right? It's an SSS level talent, that's right. Dean Yao nodded heavily. Then he shook his head, but that's not the point. Isn't this the point? Fang Kunshan's mouth twitched, and his face showed surprise and doubt. You know, this is an SSS level talent. There are no more than 2 handfuls of them in the entire Dragon Country. And as far as he knew, among people of the same age as Lin Hao, perhaps only the little war god secretly trained by the military and the eldest daughter of the Martial Alliance can be compared with Lin Hao. However, when he heard that Lin Hao had fought against the 4th Order Dragon King of the Pterosaur clan and even killed him on the spot, Fang Kunshan was a little shocked. If I remember correctly, Lin Hao was only at the 2nd level before he went to the borderland. A 2nd-level warrior, even one with SSS level talent, wouldn't be so outrageous, right? I was clearly just going to participate in a competition for a ranking spot. Not only did he repel the beast tide with his own strength, but he also killed the King Blood Pterosaur? It sounds like Lin Hao and Wan Lanji have swapped powers. Who is King Wu? And finally, when Dean Yao reported that Lin Hao had mastered the Great Sun and Starry Sky art, Fang Kunshan was completely shocked. Is Wan Lanji really right? Is Lin Hao's understanding really that high? Principal, I also thought Wan Lanji was dazzled at first, but I asked her repeatedly and she confirmed it was true. Dean Yao smiled bitterly and said, besides, this matter has the guarantee of Master Chu. Old Chu also said that? Fang Kunshan took a breath of cold air. With top talent and top understanding, nothing will go wrong in the future. Lin Hao is destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. Maybe, there is a chance to become the 2nd martial saint of Dragon Country. Thinking of this, Fang Kunshan's eyes lit up. They at Xingwu University have found a treasure. Principal Fong, what should we do? Yao Guozhong asked at the right time. Let's do what we have to do. Fang Kunshan's expression had returned to calm. Isn't he just a top-tier genius? What's so strange about that? Dragon Country produces countless of them every year. Dean Yao was stunned for a moment. Are there really that many? That wasn't your reaction just now. All right. Fang Kunshan shook his head and said, after all, he's the dean. Is there any need to make such a fuss? Dean Yao was speechless and nodded, yes. Go and fetch Lin Hao yourself, and give him the top 10 sequences. Fang Kunshan suddenly said. I have to go again? Dean Yao was stunned. After all, I am the king of war, how could I become an errand boy? After we get there, first verify whether the process of resisting the beast tide is true. Second, make sure to bring Lin Hao back to school safely. Principal Fong, are you worried about the alien race? Dean Yao said in a low voice. That's right. If Lin Hao is really such a monster, the alien race will probably be unable to sit still. Fong Kunshan glanced at Yao Guozhong and said, I wouldn't feel comfortable if someone else went. Clear. Yao Guozhong said solemnly. He naturally understood what Principal Fong meant. Lin Hao, you are so important. If what is said is true, this kind of talent can be regarded as the best in the history of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Go ahead and leave me alone while I fish. Fong Kunshan waved his hand and continued to lie on the massage chair with a lazy look, looking like a master. Yes. I'll go pick up Lin Hao right now. Yao Guozhong nodded respectfully and quickly left. Half a while passed. Several servants were preparing fruits nearby. Has he gone far? Fong Kunshan said lightly. Several waiters were stunned for a moment, then nodded. Principal Fong, Dean Yao has already left. Hearing this, Fang Kunshan could no longer hold back. Whoosh! He jumped up from his chair. Damn, he has such great talent and incredible comprehension, how can he be so abnormal? After saying that, he swung the fishing rod in his hand and turned away. Only a few confused servants were left. Chapter 105 outside the territory. Villa area, on the big sofa. Lin Hao's matter, that's it. Fong Kunshan said into the phone, Lin Hao is from our Xingwu University and has helped you so much. Won't you military give us some explanation? Moreover, Lin Hao is the best talent I have ever seen, no worse than your little martial god. Return. At the end of the conversation, Fong Siyuan-shan's true intentions became clear, so, in addition to that silver medal, you must also get a place in the extraterritorial inheritance, right? Hearing this, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Then a somewhat helpless voice came, I understand. I will consider it after this report is uploaded and verified. I'm busy now. Beep, the call was immediately disconnected. I was afraid that Fang Kunshan would make further demands. Fong Kunshan was not angry when he saw this, but instead smiled. The inheritance of the foreign Martial Saint Temple is obtained. Second Satellite City, Military Hospital. In the ward. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Hao slowly woke up from his deep sleep. He just felt a splitting headache and was still extremely tired. Me? This is on the bed? Lin Hao noticed the thin blanket covering him. The light suddenly came on, the door opened, and the lights came on. Lin Hao subconsciously covered his eyes. Awake? A pleasant voice sounded, and a girl in an exquisite floral dress stood by the door, seemingly holding a few boxes of nutritious meals in her hands. Senior Chu? Lin Hao looked at the girl at the door. The girl was obviously stunned when she heard Lin Hao's address, then she covered her mouth and chuckled softly, I'm your younger sister. However, if you insist on calling me senior, I can accept it. Shu Yuro walked over and winked playfully. Lin Hao ignored the topic, took the nutritious meal casually, and started showing off. As for why Shu Yuro was here instead of the senior sister, Lin Hao also wanted to know. It's just that he's really a little hungry. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you for it. Shu Yuro shook her head helplessly. Then she collected her expression and said seriously, anyway, thank you. Although your spaceship broke down halfway to the satellite city and didn't make it to the battlefield. But my sister and I appreciate your kindness, so thank you, Lin Hao. I'm telling you, it's a good thing you didn't rush to the battlefield. The beast tide over there is truly terrifying, and there are even giant pterosaurs. Shu Yuro gestured with her hands and feet, as if describing the horrors of the battlefield to Lin Hao. But Lin Hao, who was eating, became more and more confused the more he listened. Am I losing my memory? What do you mean I didn't arrive at the battlefield? I killed so many ferocious beasts. And he killed the little Dragon King. Although it was also because City Lord Wan helped to stop the other strong man. But even if he has no merit, he must have worked hard. To be honest, he doesn't care about the credit. Don't distort the facts. Just when Lin Hao was about to ask Shu Yuro where she heard these rumors. Squeak. The ward door opened. A beautiful woman with elegant temperament walked in. Aunt Ruan. Shu Yuro smiled sweetly when she saw the person coming. Xiao Ro, go out first. I have something to say to Lin Hao. Ruan Lanji smiled and nodded. Lin Hao was also a little surprised when he saw the person coming. Is this the King Wu who has always been blocking the powerful pterosaurs for him? Gentle and elegant, she looks like the big sister next door. He is very friendly and doesn't have the airs of a King Wu at all. However, it is also thanks to the other party. If it weren't for her, he would never have been able to kill the little Dragon King. Don't be so reserved. Ruan Lanji smiled and said, You are the hero of this battle, Lin Hao. I don't deserve to be a hero. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a little better. When I heard Chu Yuro say that just now, I thought I had lost my memory. Ruan Lanji said, No, Xiaoro is not wrong. Ah? Lin Hao opened his eyes wide. At least she didn't say anything wrong. Ruan Lanji smiled and said, Because the military's external announcement is just as Xiaoro said. But why? Lin Hao asked in confusion. He didn't understand why the military wanted to keep this matter secret. Are there any benefits? You could think of it as a form of protection. Ruan Lanji explained, After all, your performance in this battle is enough to attract the attention of the alien races. Aliens? What are they going to do? Come to get rid of me? Don't be careless, Lin Hao. Ruan Lanji said seriously, The Dragon Kingdom is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. Alien spies may be hiding among them. Moreover, of the human geniuses who die every year, except for a few who die during training or on the battlefield, the vast majority are killed by these alien spies. Their disguise is very sophisticated, no different from ordinary humans. It can be said that it is extremely dangerous. Lin Hao nodded when he heard this, and thought, Then why haven't I encountered it before? Hearing this, Ruan Lanji explained solemnly, The targets of these alien spies are only the true human geniuses. They are not interested in ordinary people. I see. I was too weak in emotions before. Lin Hao seemed to be thinking about something. Then, Ruan Lanji continued, These alien races even have a list of human geniuses to hunt. Oh? Then where would I rank? Lin Hao asked excitedly. You should be in the top 100. Ruan Lanji blinked and said uncertainly. After all, this list is a global ranking. Compared to the world's geniuses, what Lin Hao did was not so conspicuous. Ha? Only the first 100? Am I that weak? Lin Hao touched his chin and said, Looks like there will be a bigger commotion in the future. Hearing this, Ruan Lanji couldn't help but hold her forehead and shook her head helplessly. She said so much just to make Lin Hao more alert. Be careful of attacks from foreign races. As a result, it turned out that Lin Hao didn't hear a word. Besides, being on this wanted list is not a good thing. Is it necessary to be so excited? Are you going to make a bigger commotion? This time it was in the satellite city, where she was stationed, and she could help Lin Hao suppress the matter. What to do after that? Please, can't you just keep a low profile and develop in a low profile? Wait until you have the strength before going out to have fun. But Lin Hao and Ruan Lanji had completely different ideas. What he thought was that with his talent and growth rate, he was destined not to be able to keep a low profile. Sooner or later, the aliens will notice it. So they don't care about the threats from other races. In fact, Lin Hao was a little bit looking forward to it. After all, the points gained from killing aliens are far more than those from killing ordinary ferocious beasts. As long as the alien race doesn't really send some powerful martial king. He wasn't afraid at all. If you can't beat them, you can always run away. Moreover, at the level of the 6th Order Martial King, they are the core combat force of each race. Its importance is no less than that of human geniuses. After all, geniuses also need to be able to grow up, right? But King Wu is a ready-made fighting force. How could they easily go behind enemy lines and do such sneaky things? Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt relieved. I have already started planning how to improve my hunting ranking. Lin Hao thought for a moment and asked, By the way, City Lord Ruan, where is Senior Sister Chu? Senior? You should be talking about Xiao Wei. Ruan Lanji hesitated for a moment, then said, She went outside the domain. Outside the domain? Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Top-Level Kendo Inheritance. Outside the domain? What is that? Lin Hao frowned. It was the first time he had heard of it, and the teacher had never mentioned it even in class. Do you know why the pterosaurs fought us to the death, but the highest combat power of both sides was only at level 6? Ruan Lanji did not answer immediately, but asked instead. Hearing this, Lin Hao touched his chin, thinking about something. Yes. Logically speaking, if the Pterosaur clan knew that the highest combat power of the second satellite city was only a 6th level martial king, then a 7th level expert should come and sweep the area. But why did the other party also tacitly come to the martial king realm? Because those who are above the 7th level are all stationed outside the domain. Ruan Lanji explained, if it weren't for the fact that Master Chu happened to be back home on business, he wouldn't have been able to provide support in the end. So, the outside world is important? Lin Hao asked at the right time. That's right. 80% of our Dragon Nation's martial arts training resources and materials are brought back from outside the domain, including most of the heavenly treasures and other precious resources. All the major official top agencies are also stationed there. Ruan Lanji continued, including the military headquarters, the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, and the inner courtyards of our 3 major academies. There are countless opportunities there, but also countless challenges. It is the true battlefield of the geniuses, and also the true battlefield of all races. Compared to that, the Borderlands can only be considered a minor incident. So that's how it is. Lin Hao held his breath. But then he asked very seriously, is senior sister in danger over there? Hearing this, Ruan Lanji smiled and shook her head without answering. Life and death experience. Dangerous? Definitely. But this was Chu Yue's own choice, and she couldn't interfere. And the other party did all this for Lin Hao. Then she couldn't say anything more. Seeing that Ruan Lanji didn't say anything, Lin Hao also understood something. Having lived 2 lives, his emotional intelligence is not low. Naturally, I understand under what circumstances Chu Yue would make such a choice. I'm afraid it has a lot to do with myself. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt a little heavy in his heart. To be honest, he also has a good impression of the senior. Although in terms of figure and appearance, the senior sister can be said to be one of the best. But Lin Hao understood that this was not what attracted him the most. However, he couldn't tell when he started to have feelings for Chu Yue. Maybe. In Wushan, Chu Yue chose to let him go first when she didn't know whether she could deal with the mercenary team? Or maybe, thinking about him and everything, afraid that he would suffer any loss? Or maybe, when she fainted on the battlefield, was it she who carried her back to the hospital little by little? That's right, Lin Hao is unconscious. But his extraordinary observation haki allowed him to feel Chu Yue's familiar aura, always by his side. You can also feel the other person's anxiety and worry, and it doesn't seem fake. Lin Hao is also a human being, and he has a kind heart. Faced with Chu Yue's sincere friendship, how could he possibly let her down? But he hadn't had the chance to say these words to the other person in person. My senior is no longer around. Don't think too much, Lin Hao. Ruan Lanji comforted her, this is Xiaowei's own decision. It has nothing to do with anyone else. But if you really feel conflicted, then work hard to become stronger. Lin Hao's eyes moved and he nodded. Yes. He is not strong enough. If he really has the ability to walk around outside the domain, then the senior sister can do whatever she wants. With him around, there will be no danger. If the strength is even stronger, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, the strength of a martial saint, he will not only be able to fully control his own destiny, it can even change the fate of others. By then, there will be no obstacles between him and Chu Yue. Thinking of this, Lin Hao took a few deep breaths and clenched his fists. Whether it is for the senior student or to obtain more system points, he needs to become stronger. Okay, that's all I have to say. Ruan Lanji stood up and said, finally, Lin Hao, I have reported your contribution to the school and the military. I believe the reward will be given soon, so don't worry. Go to bed early. After saying that, Ruan Lanji walked out of the ward. After Ruan Lanji left, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the hospital bed without resting. Because he has more important things to do. It's time, the system opens the panel. Lin Hao said in a low voice. Name, Lin Hao. Level, Early Stage 3. Talent, Thunderfruit, Observation Haki. Chi and Blood, 3100. Spirit, 1010. Body Strengthening Technique, Breath of Thunder. Magic Formula, Great Sun and Starry Sky Formula. Martial Arts, Thunder Breathing Form 1, Thunderbolt Flash Great Mastery. Lottery Points, 102321. A third level warrior? Lin Hao murmured, but he was not too surprised. After all, before heading to the satellite city, he had undergone a second round of body tempering on the spaceship and raised his realm to the peak of the second level. It's not far from the third level. After he experienced another high-pressure battle, the limits of his body were also stimulated. After all, for warriors, actual combat is the fastest way to grow. What is more, it is a large-scale war like the Beasttide. It would be strange if he didn't break through to the third level. My points are just over 100,000, which is enough for the God-level lottery. After looking at the mirror world, Lin Hao turned his attention to the lottery points column. Before fighting with the little Dragon King, he was still more than 10,000 points away from 100,000. I originally thought I couldn't raise 100,000. After all, he was fully focused in the battle with the little Dragon King. Naturally, there is no time to kill other ferocious beasts. However, what Lin Hao didn't expect was that after killing the little Dragon King, his points just reached 100,000. In other words, this King Blood Pterosaur provided me with more than 10,000 points? I can only say that he is worthy of being called the little Dragon King. But unfortunately, the other party's body was taken back. Otherwise, he could sell so many precious ferocious beast materials for a lot of money. I wonder what I'll get from the God-level lottery. It shouldn't be worse than the Thunderfruit. Lin Hao's eyes lit up slightly and he no longer hesitated. Just draw it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 points, participating in the God-level lottery, and winning the reward Hawkeye's Crossknife. Attached, World's #1 Swordsman Top Swordsmanship Inheritance Skills. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 The Shocked Pterosaur Tribe. What the hell? The moment the prompt sound appeared, it was like a thunderclap, instantly relieving Lin Hao of all sleepiness. He almost had a cardiac arrest and his breathing was a little unstable. And then, his eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the golden cross pendant in his hand in shock. The next moment, he exerted a little force with his hand. Sure enough, a small, sharp knife was pulled out from the cross. The silver blade reflects the cold light. Unexpectedly, the system actually pulled this thing out. Lin Hao swallowed his saliva. Of course he knew about this thing. This is the cross knife pendant worn by the great swordsman Eagle Eye. And Hawkeye. It was on that ocean that the legendary being known as the world's #1 swordsman, Jorakal Mihawk. A man who single-handedly established himself on the Grand Line and reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Once. He just used the small cross knife to easily defeat Seaweed Head who had just gone out to sea. The gap in their strength is like a chasm. His swordsmanship skills. There is no need to elaborate further. In that world, everyone knows how powerful he is. And what's even more terrifying is, this guy never calls out the names of his moves when fighting. Although each slash is the same as a normal attack, its power is ridiculously great. The more I think about it, Lin Hao could feel more and more the weight of the cross knife and the inheritance in front of him. This means, as long as he can comprehend the swordsmanship inherited from this man, even without using the Thunderfruit, he is fully capable of fighting against the previous little Dragon King. Thinking of this, Lin Hao clenched the cross pendant in his hand, and the light in his eyes became brighter and hotter. Now, the system prompt sounded again. Do you want to accept the inheritance immediately? Yes. Lin Hao naturally didn't hesitate at all and agreed on the spot. And it was at the moment of agreement. Boom! He immediately felt an extremely strange power. From the cross knife in his hand, it surged into his body. Immediately following, mysterious memories and methods rushed into his mind. Various sword techniques were being practiced invisibly deep in his consciousness and gradually began to merge into his mind. Just a few seconds later, he then completely engraved everything in the inheritance into his heart. And then, when Lin Hao opened his eyes, in his eyes, a sharp and powerful sword energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Just like the gaze of an eagle, just the gaze is enough to make people tremble with fear. After obtaining his top-level inheritance, Lin Hao also possessed this incomparably fierce aura. This is not the ordinary pressure from a strong man, but the oppressive feeling that only belongs to the strongest swordsman. Lin Hao stood up. He raised the unsheathed cross knife in his hand and stared at the flower pot on the windowsill in front of him. Then, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and swung the knife. Bang! In an instant, a few dozen centimeters away, Suddenly, an extremely neat fracture appeared on the flower pot. It was cut in half without any hindrance. This is the flying slash. But Lin Hao prefers to call it sword energy. The moment the sword is swung out, the slash can be transmitted directly through the air and cut into the distance. For those mediocre swordsmen, this may be considered a very high level. But for Hawkeye, it's still just an ordinary attack. Although Lin Hao had just obtained the inheritance, he had already mastered it completely in his heart. Then Lin Hao looked at the system panel. I want to see if there will be any changes in the martial arts moves of these sword techniques after inheriting the top sword techniques. However, the next scene made Lin Hao dumbfounded. Martial arts thunderbolt flash speed perfect. What the hell? Completed in one step? Lin Hao widened his eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. It took me a long while to come back to my senses. Later, after Lin Hao repeatedly asked the system, then I understood. It turns out that there are more than just 4 levels of martial arts: entry, mastery, proficiency, and perfection. Above this there is also the subtlety of the mind, the unity of man and nature, and so on. However, the realm achieved after the perfection of martial arts belongs to Tao. The former belongs to technique. There is an essential difference between the two. For example, Hawkeye's inheritance belongs to Kendo, and mastered this sword art. From now on, as long as it is a martial art involving swordsmanship, no matter the level, any bottleneck will be ignored. Directly complete. It can even make up for the flaws in martial arts moves. The difference in this kind of swordsmanship is only in the level of skill, and there is no restriction on martial arts. Lin Hao felt it carefully. Hawkeye's swordsmanship inheritance belongs to the second realm of swordsmanship. Harmony between man and nature. This is a realm that countless sword-wielding warriors cannot reach in their entire lives. He just picked it up so easily? Thinking of this, a deep smile of great satisfaction suddenly appeared on Lin Hao's face. Obviously. This time the inheritance is ridiculously powerful. In this case, except for the Thunderfruit and observation haki, he now has another powerful trump card. And this time the Hawkeye swordsmanship is inherited. In terms of pure attack power and destructive power, it is even comparable to the Thunderfruit. Lin Hao was naturally extremely excited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. When Lin Hao was rejoicing about having drawn the powerful swordsmanship inheritance, it is thousands of kilometers away from the second satellite city. Inside that rather majestic castle, the top leaders of the Pterosaur clan were holding an emergency meeting. In the center of the huge conference room, above a pool of blood, several light screens were projected. What is shown above is the scene of the foreign battle between Lin Hao, Wan Lanji and others and Long Ao, Hei Elder and others in the second satellite city. The 5 7th level warriors of the Pterosaur clan were all looking at the light curtain in dead silence. For a long time. I've seen it all. His Highness Long Ao and Elder Hei were both killed in battle. At the head of the conference room, an old man in a black robe spoke in a hoarse voice. These images are the last memories that Elder Hei transmitted back to him before his death, burning the power of his bloodline. As the kings of the Canaan Mountains, the Pterosaurs naturally have various means of tracking down their enemies. The most domineering of them all. It is this burning bloodline that transmits the final memory back to the blood pool within the clan. The Black Elder was killed by the 7th rank human martial master, Chu Wanha. The old man in black robes said slowly, according to the analysis of Elder Hei's last memory, Chu Wanha is suspected to have mastered the power of Tao. Silence. Road? Although everyone here is a 7th level expert like Chu Wanha, but no one can master the power of Tao. I'm afraid that in the entire Pterosaur clan, only the old Dragon King has realized the Tao. Chu Wanha is only one aspect. What's more crucial is this human being. The old man in black robe pointed at the young man's face that appeared in the light curtain. It was Lin Hao. According to my memory, he is only at the peak of the second stage. But his speed and strength are completely inconsistent with his realm. Also, how did he manage to kill His Majesty Long Ao with one move? The black-robed old man said solemnly, I suspect he is a genius with SSS-level talent hidden among human warriors. We must report this to the Alliance of all races and find out who he is. Then, kill. Chapter 108, The Pterosaur Tribe's Plan. What? SSS-level genius? That's a bit exaggerated. There aren't many geniuses like this in the entire human civilization in a single year. Discussions suddenly broke out in the meeting room, and several elders did not agree. After all, in their cognition, a human SSS level genius is equivalent to a dragon son of the Pterosaur clan. Their status are similar. And if he really is a genius of Longzi's level, how could he take such a risk before he grows up? Besides, Long Ao is of royal blood. But among the old Dragon King's descendants, he ranks at the bottom. The kind that no one pays attention to. Quiet. The old man in black robe frowned and said, "Everyone, I know you have many thoughts in your mind. But Long Ao is the royal family of our Pterosaur clan after all, and royal family members cannot be bullied. So, this human must die. Even an SSS level human genius." The other elders couldn't help but nod. Indeed. They don't care about Long Ao's life or death. But they cannot ignore the reputation of the Pterosaur clan. Besides, if the other party is really an SSS level genius, as long as he can be eliminated, it will be a great achievement for all races. Elder High, then how do we get rid of him? After all, the other party is under the protection of human strongmen, so it is difficult for us to approach him. And if he is really an SSS level genius, then his combat power is not weak at all. One of the elders asked. We don't need to worry about this matter. Just report it to the Alliance. I believe they will be interested in a human SSS genius, said the old man in black robe. I agree. Lin Hao was unaware of the assassination attempt against him. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. Assassination? How many geniuses in the history of human civilization grew up safely? The next morning, in the ward, Lin Hao started using the knife again and experimented with sword energy strikes several times. The more you use it, the more you feel the joy of proficiency. However, although his swordsmanship is strong now, his sword techniques are too simple. There is only this move of Thunderbolt Flash. Once you fight someone else, there's less variety. When we get back to school, we'll go to the library and collect more swordplay and martial arts. Lin Hao did not forget that he still had sequence level authority. The library of Xingwu University is open to the public free of charge for serial level permissions. Lin Hao has long coveted the collection of books owned by Xingwu University, a top university. Just then, the door of the ward opened. Chu Yuro walked in, different from usual. Chu Yuro was wearing a silver-white battlesuit today. Chu Yuro has a good figure, and it looks great in the silver-white tight combat suit. It makes her breasts look proud and full, and her legs look straight and slender. Coupled with the long sword behind him, he has a heroic aura. Lin Hao, the school spaceship is here to pick us up. Do you want to go back now, or rest for a while? Chu Yuro said with a smile. Let's go together. Lin Hao nodded upon hearing this. His injury was not serious to begin with, and he had recovered after a few days of recovery. Now it's time to go back to school. Then Lin Hao packed up his things and followed Chu Yuro out of the ward. However, he noticed that Chu Yuro seemed particularly happy today. What's wrong? Why are you so happy today? Lin Hao turned around and asked. Did you forget? Today is the day to announce the rankings of the sequence battle results. Chu Yuro looked at Lin Hao in surprise. If you hadn't told me, I would have really forgotten. Lin Hao's face looked a little strange. He has been in the borderland for so many days, and he is either fighting with ferocious beasts or on his way to find ferocious beasts. I had long forgotten about competing for a place in the sequence. However, Lin Hao had nothing to worry about. After all, the ranking of sequence places is based on the points accumulated from killing ferocious beasts. The first place winner will be ranked in the top 10. This was agreed upon by President Yao before coming to the borderland. As someone who had personally fought off a tide of beasts, Lin Hao believed that no one would kill more than him. Lin Hao, don't be too happy too soon. Although you are strong, you have been lying in bed for the past few days. As if she understood what Lin Hao was thinking, Chu Yuro narrowed her eyes and said proudly, on the contrary, I haven't stopped working these past few days. Maybe your points are even lower than mine. After all, Chu Yuro's understanding of Lin Hao still remains at base number 19. That's why she has some confidence. Lin Hao looked at Chu Yuro with an innocent face and couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. If the other party knew that I was the mysterious person who repelled the beast tide, I wonder what kind of expression Chu Yuro would have. No conversation along the way. Soon the two of them walked into the base's airfield. Sudden. Lin Hao, Chu Yuro. A low voice sounded from not far away. The two turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Dean Yao? Lin Hao and Chu Yuro were both stunned. The person who came was Yao Guozhong, the dean of the third hospital of the school. At the same time, the other party is also the host of the sequence battle and a powerful martial king. Unexpectedly, the other party came to pick them up in person. And after coming to my senses, Chu Yuro's eyes suddenly lit up. President Yao came all the way to pick them up in person. What does this mean? Obviously, the ranking spot is between her and Lin Hao. Otherwise, the other party would not have mobilized such a large force. As for her and Lin Hao, who has the greatest possibility of obtaining a place in the sequence? It must be her. These days, Chu Yuro took advantage of Lin Hao lying in bed and got up early and went to bed late, killing many ferocious beasts. Especially the ferocious beasts nearby, they were almost all killed by her. In comparison, Lin Hao has not earned any points these days. Although, this is a bit unfair to Lin Hao. But this is a competition. Naturally, you have to give it your all. Thinking of this, Chu Yuro's lips curled up slightly, and she asked impatiently, Dean Yao, are you here to announce who will be the next in line? Not entirely. Yao Guozhong looked a little strange. I originally wanted to announce it when I got back to school. Now that you mentioned it, I'll just say it straight away. I'm ready. Chu Yuro's eyes lit up when she saw this, her face full of anticipation. Ahem. Looking at Chu Yuro's expectant look, Yao Guozhong seemed reluctant to disappoint her. At this time, Lin Hao came up and said, President Yao, can we talk for a moment? All right. Yao Guozhong nodded. Chu Yuro, wait here for a moment. I need to talk to Lin Hao alone. Question mark. Chu Yuro's face was full of confusion. What's going on? Isn't it just announcing a serial number? Is there anything I can't listen to? Could it be? Could it be that Lin Hao is the first place? Chapter 109 Test your talent again. Lin Hao, come with me. Yao Guozhong walked towards the meeting room not far away. Lin Hao nodded and was about to follow when he suddenly froze. Because when his eyes swept over a figure falling from a flying vehicle not far away, the system actually popped up a prompt. Level 3 alien, kill to gain 240 points. Can I get points for killing someone? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he had seen it wrong. Somewhat uncertain, Lin Hao used the system to investigate again, and the display was still the same. Alien spy? These words instantly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao had thought about this problem before. His system would only give prompts when facing aliens. So, can I use the system to identify alien spies hiding among humans? Lin Hao had only heard City Lord Wan mention foreign spies. I also know that the other party's goal is to hunt down human geniuses. It's a pity that before this, I had never encountered a foreign spy. Unexpectedly. The war had just ended, and he hadn't even left the second satellite city when he ran into one. But looking at the man who jumped down from the aircraft, his attire, appearance, and even his aura, there is no difference between him and the ordinary people around him. Is he really a spy from another race? A hint of doubt flashed through Lin Hao's mind, but it was not apparent from his appearance. Although the system is very sure that the other party is an alien. But he couldn't be so foolish as to point fingers. After all, he has no evidence. The only thing that can distinguish the other party's identity is the system. Lin Hao can't possibly reveal the existence of the system. Why don't you take it out for slices and study it? More importantly, no one will believe it. Of course, since we have discovered the existence of alien spies, we cannot let them go easily. But Lin Hao needs to think of a good excuse. What's wrong? Yao Guozhong, who was walking in front, noticed something unusual about Lin Hao. No. Lin Hao shook his head calmly. He looked off into the distance calmly. I just felt that the man in the leather jacket had a strange aura. It made me feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Yao Guozhong was shocked. He knew that Lin Hao's soul perception was very exaggerated. After all, Lin Hao even mastered the Great Sun Starry Sky art. Dean Yao, you should know that I have fought against the pterosaurs. Lin Hao made up a random sentence. This person always makes me feel that there is something similar. The military hid the specific process of resisting the beast tide from most people. But Yao Guozhong knew it very clearly. Lin Hao is the key to defending the second satellite city. So Yao Guozhong believed what Lin Hao said to some extent. Pterosaurs? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Yao Guozhong's eyes. He hated this race as well. President Yao, I can't confirm it either. Lin Hao shook his head, it's just that my perception is more acute. This was the explanation Lin Hao had prepared. The system must not be exposed. That can only be attributed to the fact that my soul perception is very different from that of ordinary warriors. After all, it was no secret to them that he had mastered the Great Sun and Starry Sky art. I believe that Yao Guozhong and others will not delve into this matter further. Okay, I understand. Yao Guozhong nodded heavily. I will immediately have someone investigate him. Please wait for me. As he spoke, Yao Guozhong waved his hand and several officers came quickly. Yao Guozhong quickly explained the reason. Of course, Yao Guozhong used other reasons. He didn't want to involve Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao is now the school's key protected person. Understood, Dean Yao. The officer said solemnly, I just looked through the information. That person is a third-level warrior registered with the Martial Alliance. He recently applied to go to the borderland for training. We will keep a close eye on him. The reason given by Yao Guozhong was ridiculous, after all, he didn't know the other person. But as a 6th-rank martial king, he is also the dean of Xinggu University. When Yao Guozhong suspected that the other party was a foreign spy, then anything he says is evidence. Look at the others. Mr. Lin Hao, who was standing next to him, was just there, unable to get a word in. He just kept using the system to conduct large-scale checks. As far as I could see, everyone seemed normal, except for the man in the leather jacket. Soon, the group of warriors present dispersed as if nothing had happened. Lin Hao, let's go. Yao Guozhong whispered, from today on, the military will closely monitor him and examine his connections, past experiences, and communications. If he truly is a foreign spy, then he'll definitely be exposed. We can even follow the clues and implicate a large number of people. I understand. Lin Hao nodded. If you encounter this kind of alien spy, it is best not to arrest him immediately. Instead, we need to figure out the entire network of connections behind him and then catch them all in one fell swoop. As for using the system to screen more people? First, there is the possibility of exposing the existence of the system. Secondly, human civilization as a whole consists of over 100 countries and tens of billions of people. There are billions in Dragon Country alone. I'm going to be exhausted to death if I have to check so many people. There are so many people that Lin Hao feels he will never be able to check them all in his lifetime. He can only take care of himself. What's more, if these foreign spies are really coming for him, sooner or later, everyone will be exposed. There is no need for Lin Hao to look for it specifically. But today's incident requires us to be more vigilant. From now on, everyone who comes close to me must be investigated by the system to avoid any setbacks. I followed Yao Guozhong into the conference room and the door slowly closed. Lin Hao, you probably haven't taken a formal talent level test yet. I just happened to bring a talent tester from school. You can try it. Lin Hao nodded when he heard that and walked over. He had seen the talent detector when his talent awakened in high school. However, the instrument used in the talent awakening ceremony was very large, like a stone pillar. He had never used this small instrument before and didn't know how to use it. Just use your talents, Yao Guozhong reminded. Lin Hao nodded and took a deep breath. Directly triggered the ability of the Thunderfruit. Crackling. In an instant, violent and dazzling lavender thunder surrounded him. What a violent thunder! Yao Guozhong was secretly shocked. He could feel the destructive energy contained in the thunder. This power made even him, a 6th-level martial king, feel a little nervous. At this time, the talent detection device in front of Lin Hao also started to work. A blue light emanated from the instrument. Scan Lin Hao from head to toe. Then, under Yao Guozhong's expectant gaze, a mechanical electronic voice rang out, talent test completed, category, lightning, level. Rated SSS grade. When Yao Guozhong saw the rating, his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 110 Freshman Competition. What an SSS level talent. Even Yao Guozhong had predicted the result in advance. But when I actually saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't help but be amazed. After all, it is rare to find an SSS level talent in the entire Dragon Country in a year. Just having SSS level talent won't kill that King Bloodwing Dragon. Yao Guozhong came back to his senses and looked at Lin Hao. Ruan Lanji said that your mental power can burn the soul. Come and use it on me once. Dean Yao, you better be careful then. Lin Hao was not polite either, his eyes narrowed slightly and became extremely cold. Instantly entered a state of soul warming. In fact, Lin Hao also wanted to know the limit of the soul fire. Boom! In an instant, a powerful mental force, mixed with boundless golden flames, suddenly rushed towards Yao Guozhong. But immediately afterwards, Lin Hao, who was full of confidence, felt that the soul flame encountered a vast river. It was like encountering a natural enemy and was extinguished in an instant. Is this the spiritual power of a powerful martial king? Lin Hao felt a little surprised. Amazing! It is indeed the Gu family's great son and starry sky art. Yao Guozhong was filled with shock, but he smiled. Why, are you surprised that I easily withstood it? Lin Hao couldn't help but nodded. Martial artists at our level usually practice spiritual techniques. Although my spiritual skills are not as advanced as your great sun and starry sky skills, after such a long period of concentrating my spiritual will, coupled with the divine union of heaven and earth after breaking through to the martial king level, my spiritual power is definitely much stronger than yours. If you want to hurt me, your soul fire must be stronger. Lin Hao nodded, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. Before, neither the little dragon king nor those alien races attached importance to the cultivation of spiritual power. The fire of his soul is naturally invincible. But it won't work when dealing with someone with stronger mental power than him. However, Lin Hao didn't care. First of all, powerful martial kings like Dean Yao are ultimately a minority. Secondly, he didn't intend to use the soul fire as his last trump card. After all, Lin Hao now has a more powerful trump card, the sword-fighting inheritance of the unity of man and nature. A freshman, a third-level warrior, SSS-level talent, soulfire, your growth rate is beyond my imagination. Yao Guozhong looked at Lin Hao, his eyes full of joy but also a hint of complexity. As early as after the college entrance examination, when Yao Guozhong first met Lin Hao, the other party was just a high school student with good talent. Otherwise, Principal Fong said that Lin Hao's comprehension was also good. He is not yet qualified for special recruitment in that sequence. But it's only been a month or two. Lin Haoguang has already ranked among the top freshmen in the school in terms of realm. Even higher than some sophomores. Not to mention the soul fire and lightning talents. I'm afraid that with Lin Hao's talent, he can be ranked among the best even in the world. Dean Yao, you're joking. No matter how strong I am, I'm just an ordinary freshman at Tsinghua University. Lin Hao smiled modestly. Ha, you are not ordinary. Yao Guozhong laughed. He has been at Tsinghua University for so many years. I've never seen such a talented freshman like Lin Hao. Enough of the nonsense. I'm here to pick you up this time because, firstly, I'm here at Principal Fong's request to verify the report's authenticity. Yao Guozhong said, the second is to protect you. After all, with the talent you've shown, the alien race will definitely not let you go. They will definitely organize an assassination, and you're still a little weak. I understand. Lin Hao nodded. The school is thoughtful. Third, I'm letting you know that the national freshman competition is about to begin. Freshman competition? Lin Hao asked. Yes, this is a tradition of all major martial arts schools. It is held 1 to 2 months after the start of school every year, and all participants are freshmen, Yao Guozhong explained. Lin Hao listened. However, this competition is different from previous years because the inheritance of the martial saint from outside the domain has begun. Yao Guozhong said solemnly. This time, the top 5 students in the national freshman competition will receive a place in the outer domain inheritance program. The top 100 students will also receive heavenly treasures as rewards. Out-of-region martial saint inheritance? A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. What is this? Never heard of it. It's complicated to explain. Yao Guozhong smiled and said, you can think of it as the final resting place for the souls of all the martial arts masters from all over the world. It is also the most precious treasure of our human civilization. Any country that has a martial saint buried here will be able to obtain a place in the inheritance. Because the inheritance is located in the martial saint temple outside the domain, it is called the extraterritorial quota. Temple of the Martial Saint. Lin Hao held his breath. Just by hearing the names, he could feel the preciousness of these inheritances. This year, our dragon country has been awarded 10 spots, and 5 of them were given to freshmen, so the chances are still great. There are only 10 spots available in the entire dragon country. Lin Hao thought to himself, this is indeed very little. But don't worry, you already have an overseas quota. Yao Guozhong said with a smile. I'm pregnant? Lin Hao was stunned. Don't you have to participate in the freshman competition? But, looking back, this makes sense. After all, only freshmen participated in this competition. With his strength, he can at least walk vertically among the freshmen, not to mention walking sideways. There is no opponent anyway. As if he understood what Lin Hao was thinking, Yao Guozhong smiled and said, your quota is a reward that Principal Fong asked for from the military. It's not what you think. Besides, do you really think this freshman competition will be that easy? Yao Guozhong smiled mysteriously. Lin Hao touched his chin when he heard this. Is there any other expert besides him? This freshman competition restricts physical combat. You are not allowed to use talents or mental attacks. As Yao Guozhong spoke, he glanced at Lin Hao with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Let's just compete in pure skills. Wow! Is it just a competition of skills? Lin Hao pretended to be surprised. In fact, I was smiling from ear to ear. Competing in skills? Then who can compare with Hawkeye's swordsmanship inheritance? To put it bluntly, it's even worse than a mixed martial arts match. That way, the opponent at least has room to resist. Otherwise, with his level of swordsmanship, wouldn't it be pure bullying of a child? When it comes to competing in skills, Lin Hao, you don't have any advantage at all. Yao Guozhong smiled and said, let's not talk about the distant past. For example, among our freshmen at Tsinghua University, there's a girl named Su Chanxian. She's only 18 years old, but she's already close to realizing the sword heart. Kenshin? What is that? Lin Hao asked the question at the right time. That's the first level of swordsmanship, the mind is at its most subtle. Wow, isn't that amazing? Lin Hao touched his chin and pretended to be surprised. It turns out that being attentive to the mind is also called swordsmanship. Then what do you call this unity of man and nature? The realm of heaven and man? Of course she's amazing. As long as Lu Chanxian comprehends the sword heart before the freshman competition, she'll definitely have a spot in the top 5. Yao Guozhong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Hao. He said so much because he hoped Lin Hao would not be proud. That's right. Lin Hao is indeed very strong, but he is not strong in all aspects. Therefore, we need to be humble and learn from others' strengths. To make up for your shortcomings. This is the mentality that one should have to become a strong person. Chapter 111 Lin Hao's plan. Inside the conference room. The conversation continues. Lin Hao, although you already have an outside the domain quota. Yao Guozhong said, but I still suggest you take part in the freshman competition. After all, there are differences between the quotas outside the domain. The quotas given by the military are lower than those won by strength. Furthermore, the better you perform in the competition, the more benefits you will receive when you arrive outside the domain. Yao Guozhong said solemnly. In fact, due to principles, he did not explain some things clearly. There's a reason why the freshman competition is set up as a pure competition of skills. The most critical factor is the Martial Saint Hall. Because most of the inheritance of the Martial Saint Temple is the inheritance of skills. For example, kendo, spearmanship, boxing, etc. In contrast, there is little inheritance of talent. President Yao, don't worry, I will participate. Lin Hao nodded heavily. There are many benefits to participating in the freshman competition. Not only can you hone your skills, but you can also gain better inheritance. Lin Hao naturally would not give up. The most important thing is that senior sister Chu is also outside the domain. Although he still doesn't know where the outside world is. However, in Lin Hao's understanding, you may need to meet certain conditions to be eligible to get a glimpse of the scenery outside the domain. So, this inheritance quota might be this kind of qualification? With this qualification, I will be able to meet senior sister Chu. So, he would participate no matter what. Finally, President Yao finished talking about the overseas quotas. The issue of sequence qualifications was also mentioned. And told Lin Hao that his top 10 sequence qualifications had been activated. As long as you go to school, you can enjoy the convenience of serial qualifications. And remind yourself. Don't forget to receive free treasures of heaven and earth twice a year. If there is any treasure from heaven and earth you want, tell him a week in advance. After all, resources of this level are not easy to come by. The school needs to prepare in advance. After saying all this, Yao Guozhong also took Lin Hao and his group back to school on a spaceship. 9 o'clock in the evening. Shingwu University, Villa area. Inside a training room. Let's practice the Great Sun and Starry Sky art first. Lin Hao sat down cross-legged and gently closed his eyes. Practicing the Great Sun and Starry Sky art is Lin Hao's daily compulsory course. Even when he was fighting in the borderland, he never stopped. As my thoughts gradually sank in. Call. Lin Hao's consciousness seemed to appear out of thin air in an unfamiliar space. This is a vast and boundless starry sky, with a big sun shining on the endless night sky. Expanded? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows, he could obviously feel it. The starry sky is now much larger than when I first started. There are even some unfamiliar stars. However, not much has changed. However, now he can stay in this space for longer periods of time. Lin Hao didn't think much about it and let the sun's rays illuminate his soul. Wow! As waves of comfortable feelings came over him, the magic formula kept running, and rays of starlight shone, nourishing Lin Hao's mental power. It's like a soul baptism, a cleansing. Just like humans taking a bath. Even the soul disease caused by excessive fighting before was cleared away. Half an hour later. Your mental strength increases from 1010 to 1080. A system prompt flashed by. That's right, one session of training has doubled my mental strength compared to the previous one. Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. After completing the practice, my mind became much calmer. Then, Lin Hao took advantage of this rare moment of peace to start thinking about his next plan. In terms of his spiritual power, he has the top-notch technique, the Great Sun and Starry Sky technique. In terms of growth, we will definitely not lag behind. So don't worry for now. But mental strength and chi and blood are of the same origin and have the same martial arts moves. However, martial arts that rely on mental power are also called secret techniques. But Lin Hao doesn't even have a secret skill now. In normal combat, he only uses soul fire to perform some crude attacks. This is obviously inferior. And if he had mastered the secret techniques of the spirit, it would probably not be so easy for Dean Yao to block his soul fire. Looks like I have to go to the school library tomorrow to find some secret techniques to practice. Lin Hao murmured in his heart. Next, Lin Hao turned his thoughts to chi and blood. After 2 quenchings, it can be said that the state of chi and blood is as stable as it can be. Lin Hao estimated. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to reach the peak of the 3rd level in about 2 months. At that time, I was also preparing to break through to the Grandmaster level. But before that, he can still temper his body once. Generally speaking, a warrior can undergo body tempering 3 times before reaching the 4th level of Grandmaster. After 3 body temperings, the muscles, bones and organs throughout the body will reach a saturation level. No matter how much you temper your body from now on, it will be ineffective. This stage is also called the foundation laying stage. Therefore, it is natural to choose the best body quenching medicine to lay a more solid foundation. However, Lin Hao did not forget that he still had 2 chances to choose the treasures of heaven and earth. So he planned to use these 2 opportunities for the 3rd body tempering. Directly create a supreme golden body. Of course, this is just a joke. However, it is definitely a good idea to lay a solid physical foundation. And with his current physique, he could easily withstand the body tempering medicinal power of the 2 heavenly treasures. Finally, Lin Hao turned his thoughts to skills. After previous exchanges with Dean Yao, Lin Hao became increasingly aware of the importance of skills. This can be seen from this freshman competition. The important overseas quota is actually a competition of pure skills. No need to guess. This probably has a lot to do with the mysterious Martial Saint Temple. But there's nothing to worry about. After all, Lin Haoru is at the level of a human being in swordsmanship. Even if we compare him to the whole world, he would at least be ranked in the top 5 among his peers, if not first. However, it should be noted that his swordsmanship has the same problem as his mental strength. The moves are too simple. A flash of thunder could not satisfy Lin Hao's appetite at all. It doesn't suit his identity. After all, how could there be a master of swordsmanship who only knows one move? Besides, with his level of swordsmanship, no matter what sword technique or martial art he learns, he can master it with one click. Such good conditions here. Lin Hao had no reason not to learn. However, the most important thing is, the aliens have already set their sights on him. Although they were in the Dragon Kingdom, the other party did not dare to attack him openly. But Lin Hao was also afraid that the other party would be doomed to failure. What if the aliens go crazy? What should we do if we send a 6th level martial king to deal with him? Cold dish. Therefore, all Lin Hao has to do is improve his strength and learn more moves. Only in this way can we cope with various extreme situations that may arise next. Forget it, let's go to sleep. We must go to this library tomorrow. Chapter 112. Hold Lin Hao's thighs tightly. The next morning, Lin Hao got up early. Generally speaking, people who practice martial arts do not need too much sleep because their physique is different from that of ordinary people. Some vitality potions can even allow people to have sufficient energy without sleeping. But Lin Hao still maintained 4 hours a day. Don't ask. The question is, as a time traveler, I can't change my sleeping habits. After walking out of the villa gate, Lin Hao went straight to the library. The library of Xingwu University has a total of 6 floors. The lower 3 floors are ordinary floors, which contain history and cultural books. The upper 3 levels include numerous martial arts of various talents, bodybuilding techniques, and spiritual secret techniques, etc. Lin Hao was going to the 3rd floor, the library of Xingwu University. As one of the most important buildings in the school, it covers a very large area. It's like a magnificent palace standing there, exuding a heavy sense of history. There are several access control gates at the main entrance. Drop. Lin Hao took out his student card, swiped it on the sensor, and a sound indicating verification was passed was heard. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao walked into the library. He went straight up without stopping. I went directly to the 3rd floor. There was another gate at the entrance of the stairs leading to the 4th floor. I swiped my card again and went through to the 4th floor. Compared with the first 3 floors, which are modernly decorated, the 4th floor of the library appears plain and unpretentious. Old bookshelves, old chairs, old books and documents, and old-fashioned dim lights hanging from the ceiling. As soon as you enter the door, you have the illusion that you have crossed time and traveled to the past. But there is a sense of historical weight that is not found in the first 3 floors. I don't know if it's because the freshman competition is about to start. There were many people coming and going in the hall at this time. Lin Hao came to the front desk and was about to ask how to look up the secrets of martial arts. A familiar voice came from behind. Lin Hao, you're here in the library too? Lin Hao turned around following the voice and smiled when he saw who was coming. So it's you too. The people who came were Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan. Like him, these 2 people are fellow martial arts students from Linjiang City. We've met a few times before. Lin Hao, you're amazing. I heard you took first place in this ranking competition. Lu Yonglei walked over and gave a thumbs up. The previous sequence competition caused a lot of noise, and the 2 of them even went to cheer Lin Hao on. But I didn't expect that the other party would actually take the first place. And also qualified for the top 10 sequence. But, as fellow villagers from Linjiang City, they were not jealous at all when they saw how outstanding Lin Hao was. There are only sincere blessings and pride. After all, he and sequence student Lin Hao are from the same city. It would be very face-saving to tell this matter to others. Although Li Yuan on the side didn't say anything, he looked extremely excited. Thanks. Lin Hao nodded in thanks. If you 2 have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I have a good impression of Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei. Whether it was speaking up for me on the train before, or the series of actions that followed. Both of them made Lin Hao feel good about these 2 people. What's more, they are from the same hometown. Therefore, Lin Hao will help as much as he can within his ability. Great, Lin Hao. From now on, you are my brother. Lu Yonglei's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Maybe Lin Hao doesn't know the value of the sequence level. But they both knew it very well. Being protected by a sequence level big brother, you can basically walk around freely in school as long as you don't make any mistakes. Not to mention that Lin Hao is in the top 10. Take this library for example. With their ordinary student qualifications, they can only choose martial arts on the 4th floor. And it's not free. But if Lin Hao leads us, we can go to the 5th floor or even the 6th floor. The martial arts level there is countless times more precious than this 4th level. Brother Hao, this is your first time in the library, right? Come, let me introduce you a little bit. Lu Yonglei licked his face and quickly put himself into the role of the younger brother. Li Yuan, who was standing next to him, saw this and glared at him fiercely. However, Li Yuan walked very obediently to Lin Hao's right side, acting as the right protector. After all, he is also very tempted by top-notch martial arts. Ha ha! Lin Hao smiled at each other and did not refuse them. He let the two Dharma protectors surround him and walked forward. And such a scene with all the cards on the table. It attracted the attention of people around. I thought to myself, whose young master is this? Even the guards are students of Xingwu University? Ignore the people around you and the strange looks. As they walked, Lu Yonglei introduced the library to Lin Hao. Brother Hao, the martial arts secrets collected on the 4th floor are all 4th to 5th level junk. You definitely won't be interested. The real good stuff is upstairs. That's where you'll find 6th and even 7th level martial arts secrets. However, students who don't meet the special recruitment requirements can't enter. As they were talking, Lin Hao and his group soon arrived at the gate of the 5th floor. Student, please show your student ID. A middle-aged teacher came over and said in a low voice. The male teacher was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and looked like a Chinese teacher in a middle school. However, the majestic aura that was faintly emanating from him indicated that this was a 4th-level peak Grandmaster warrior. Teacher, these two are my classmates. Can you please make some concessions? While Lin Hao was speaking, he took out his student card and swiped it through the machine. Hearing this, the male teacher frowned and was about to refuse. I saw 4 big words displayed on the machine. Top 10 sequences. It's Lin Hao. Okay, please come in. The male teacher's face instantly bloomed with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. The attitude was very friendly, even respectful. It seems a bit far-fetched that a 4th-level Grandmaster of Xingwu University would be respectful to a student. But this is not the case for male teachers. After all, possessing sequence qualifications means that the other party has endless potential. As long as he doesn't die young, he will at least be a 5th-level Grandmaster in the future. What's more, the opponent is in the top 10 sequence. Future achievements will only be higher. So, within the scope of his authority, he opened a backdoor for a genius like Lin Hao. Not impossible. The male teacher's attitude changed like magic. The 2 bodyguards beside Lin Hao were secretly amazed. This is a 4th-level Grandmaster. In their Linjiang city, he can be a person at the level of director of the education bureau or deputy mayor. But you are so respectful to Brother Hao? It seems that they still underestimated Lin Hao's current status. Thinking of this, Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan looked at each other at the same time. As if to say, they must hold on to Lin Hao's thigh tightly in the future. Chapter 113 Brother Hao, don't you have any face? With the male teacher turning a blind eye, Lin Hao walked up the stairs with his left and right bodyguards. Before leaving, the male teacher also gave a few gentle reminders. No matter who you are, you can only borrow 3 martial arts or secret books from the library in one day. As relatives of the emperor, LV Yonglei and Li Yuan could only borrow 1 copy. Neither of them said much about it. After all, it is already very good to have the opportunity to learn higher-level martial arts. In this way, they might even improve before the freshman competition. I was naturally excited to get a better ranking. However, just as Lin Hao and his group were about to step onto the stairs to the 5th floor, a cold and delicate cry came from above. Stop! Hearing this, Lin Hao and his group looked up at the figure above at the same time. I saw a pretty girl standing at the top of the stairs. She wore a pure white slim-fit t-shirt on the upper body, light white tight jeans on the lower body, and a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet. Her standing posture was very standard, like a military posture. As a result, the buttocks are tight, outlining a charming curve. However, what's different from her gentle appearance is that she carries a sword on her back. The sword was pitch black with a hint of mystery, and it seemed to have merged with the girl. See who's coming. Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan were like mice seeing a cat, with their tails tucked between their legs. He quickly waved his hands and said, Sorry, we took the wrong road. We will get off now. ? Lin Hao looked at the 2 of them in confusion. It seems to be asking who is blocking the road. Seeing this, Lu Yonglei whispered, Brother Hao, that woman's name is Lu Chanqian. Don't be fooled by her pretty face, she's a real tigress. More importantly, she is the head of the freshman school's law enforcement department. Oh? Lu Chanxian is her? Lin Hao nodded and continued, don't leave so quickly, I'll talk to her. No, brother Hao. Seeing this, Lu Yonglei grabbed Lin Hao's sleeve and whispered, Lu Chanxian is very rigid. She only respects two things, the school rules and the sword in her hand. We even once sent a teacher who violated school rules to the law enforcement department, but in the end, the dean of the 4th college rescued him. Lu Yonglei spoke in a low voice, looking very scared. After all, after that incident, the name of the law enforcement department is well known in the school. Especially its minister, Lu Chanxian. She is even called by the entire freshman class, cold-faced and ruthless, female swordsman. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. Female sword fairy? No matter who you are. Brother Hao, don't you have any respect? It's a rare opportunity to do some good things for two fellow countrymen. You told me to leave? Besides, the teacher who was in charge of guarding the gate didn't say anything. Why are you so arrogant? In Tsinghua University, as long as Lin Hao is here, such an awesome person will not be allowed to exist. And Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were standing aside. Seeing Lin Hao's increasingly gloomy face, his eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Even the look of fear was less. Brother Hao, it seems like he doesn't take the law enforcement department seriously at all. 2. No matter what, with Brother Hao's strength and status, he doesn't need to take Lu Chanxian seriously. Therefore, as loyal protectors, as long as Brother Hao gives the order, they will charge headfirst. However, while Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were frantically imagining things, Lin Hao spoke. Hello, beautiful sword fairy sister, could you please make way? Li Yuan? LV Yonglei? Lu Chanxian? Although Lin Hao is very strong in his heart, he is very soft in words. After all, he was the one who violated the rules first. Besides, there is a saying. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Therefore, if the problem can be solved through negotiation, we will never resort to violence. I know you, Lin Hao. Lu Chanxian folded her arms across her chest, her expression calm and no emotion visible on her face. Nothing changed after knowing Lin Hao's identity. You can come, but they can't. The girl's cold voice sounded like a judgment. At the same time, the commotion here also attracted the attention of nearby students. Holy shit! Who is Tigress targeting now? Brother, keep your voice down. If Sister Jianxian hears you, won't you be invited to the law enforcement department for tea? That person downstairs seems to be Lin Hao, right? Holy crap, is this true? That's going to be a good show. Go call for help. Go call for help. Lu Jianxian versus Lin Shulio. This kind of scene is rare. And I feel more and more eyes are looking here. Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan felt very uncomfortable and looked a little embarrassed. Brother Hao, forget it. Li Yuan and I should just go. If we keep making trouble like this, people will laugh at us. Li Yuan rarely spoke, but he also advised, Lin Hao, it doesn't matter to the two of us, but you, don't conflict with the law enforcement department. They are not easy to mess with. After saying that, the two were about to leave. However, a pair of strong arms blocked their way. Lin Hao raised his head, met the girl's purple eyes, and stared into her eyes without giving in. I'm saying, they absolutely have to go to the 5th floor today, right? A hint of impatience flashed across Lin Hao's sharp eyes. After all, he is in the top 10. The strength and status are here. Even if Ding Yao came, it wouldn't be too much to ask him for 2 places on the 5th floor. Moreover, Lin Hao thought that his attitude was quite polite. As classmates in the same university, we should give each other some face. Besides, the male teachers before had all agreed to it. This shows that his bringing others upstairs is not a precedent. There must be other students with sequence qualifications who have done this. Then why doesn't it work for him? You can try. As she spoke, Lu Chanxian took off the black sword from behind her and held it in her palm. The meaning is very clear. Want to come up? Ask the sword in my hand first. Wow. Seeing this, the students watching were in an uproar. Is a fight about to start? What the hell? Exciting. Guess who will win? It's hard to say, brother. Although Lin Hao is the strongest among the freshmen, he is definitely not as good as Lu Chanqian in terms of skills. That makes sense, but if we compare talent, Lu Chanqian is no match. After all, she only has S-level talent. Yeah, it depends on how they compare. The onlookers were talking about all sorts of things. However, Lu Chanqian and Lin Hao, the parties involved, didn't care at all. There is only the other person in their eyes. This matter seems to be no longer limited to whether it violates school rules. It's a battle of dignity between the two. Take a step back now. That person will never be able to hold his head up in front of the other person again. At this moment, flames burned in the eyes of both men, and their fighting spirit soared. At this time, the teacher who was previously in charge of guarding the gate came over. Seeing this, the male teacher shook his head helplessly. Chanqian, give Uncle Liao some face and forget it. Uncle Liao, don't interfere. This is a matter between Lin Hao and me. Obviously, the male teacher knew Lu Chanqian. Moreover, it seems that the relationship is not shallow. However, Lu Chanqian doesn't care who you are. Violation of school rules. Then we have to ask the sword in her hand. Besides, even if this incident had not happened today, she had long wanted to compete with this sequence-level freshman. After all, she didn't catch up with the sequence war. Now is the time to take a look. Is the other party worthy of the name? Well, it looks like this isn't going to end well today. Teacher Liao looked at the two of them and said, "You two, follow me to the martial arts room next door. Please. P.S. It's time to ask for gifts again. Dear brother Yanzu and sister Eifei, can you give me some? Thank you so much, brother." Chapter 114. There is no sword smaller than this one in my body. Martial arts training room. There are buildings on the upper 3 floors of the library. This is also for the convenience of students, so that they can have a place to practice after borrowing martial arts. After all, generally speaking, martial arts in the library cannot be taken out. As the freshman competition approaches, there are obviously more people in the martial arts training room. But most of them just practice silently on their own. However, today it is very crowded and lively. Everyone's face was filled with excitement as they looked at the two figures on the center stage. How are you two going to compete? On the stage, Teacher Liao turned to Lin Hao and Lu Chanqian and asked. As a 4th-level peak master, he is naturally qualified to be a referee. And these two are also talented students of Xingwu University, and he can also provide protection by following them. Hear what Teacher Liao said. Lu Chanqian's eyes flickered slightly. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of formal sparring between warriors. Either it is a pure competition of skills and moves, or each party uses its strongest talents and abilities. If it was the former, Lu Chanqian was confident that she would not be afraid of anyone. After all, she was only a step away from the mysterious realm of swordsmanship. Her skill level. Even in the entire Xingwu University, it is one of the best. But if we compare talent and ability, then she would have no advantage at all. Because she is gifted in the way of the sword, there is a certain bonus effect only when practicing swordsmanship and martial arts. Strictly speaking, kendo talent also belongs to auxiliary talent. All her strength comes from the swordsmanship and martial arts she has mastered. It is not as domineering and direct as Lin Hao's lightning system. But she wasn't afraid. It doesn't matter even if I lose. In this way, Lu Chanqian can have a general understanding of Lin Hao's strength. It will be convenient for her to prepare for the upcoming freshman competition. After all, the freshman competition is the key to determining the outside the domain quota. However, when Lu Chanqian was making plans in her heart, Lin Hao on the opposite side spoke. There's about a month left before the freshman competition. Lin Hao said calmly, how about we compare our skills? These words. It's like throwing a huge rock on the water. The whole audience exploded instantly. What? Did I hear correctly? Lin Hao said we want to compete in skills? Speaking of skills, who can compare to Lu Chanqian, who is about to comprehend the sword heart? Although Lin Hao is quite capable, isn't he too arrogant? Isn't he throwing away his natural advantage? What do you know? The freshman competition is coming up soon. What's the point of having high talent? In the end, it's all about skill. That's true. Brother Hao is competing in skills. Below the stage, both Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan were dumbfounded. as they are relatively familiar with Lin Hao's strength. But I've never heard that Lin Hao has any particularly outstanding skills or talents. However, during the martial arts exam, Lin Hao's swordsmanship was pretty good. However, after entering Xingwu University, their horizons have broadened a lot. I also know that Lin Hao's moves were just average at the time. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but worry about Lin Hao on the stage. On the ring, Lu Chanxian was also stunned when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao actually wanted to compete with her in skills. However, she quickly came to her senses and nodded. Lin Hao, if we're comparing skills, I won't take advantage of you. Lu Chanxian pointed to the weapon rack beside her and said, take your pick from the weapons over there. Looking in the direction Lu Chanxian pointed, I saw various kinds of weapons placed on the weapon rack not far away. Swords, knives, guns, boxing gloves and more. These weapons are generally standard equipment in the training room, and the weapon levels range from F to C. Although the levels of these weapons are generally not high, there are still some subtle differences. Just look at the toughness. C and F are not in the same class. Of course, this is also because Lu Chanxian is confident in her skills. She believed that no matter what weapon Lin Hao chose, he would not be her opponent. But Lin Hao really wanted to say that there was no need to go through so much trouble. After all, with his Heavenly Realm swordsmanship, he could use even a willow branch as a sword. But there is no willow here. So, Lin Hao went to the weapon rack and randomly picked up an F-class dagger to use. The other side. Lu Chanxian looked at the dagger chosen by Lin Hao and didn't say much. He turned around and picked up a shorter, thinner dagger and walked over. Lin Hao was stunned when he saw this. What's going on? Is this girl demonstrating to me? Or is it hinting at something? In line with the principle of never falling behind, Lin Hao turned around and went back to pick out a pocket-sized dagger. Lu Chanxian also changed to a 30 centimeters dagger. You finish your performance and I will take the stage. The weapons of the two men became shorter and shorter. We became so inexplicably competitive. This made the onlookers dumbfounded. What's going on? Are these two going to fight again? No, why do I suddenly not understand this competition? What are they doing? Is this a master? Even choosing weapons is so particular? What the hell, it's just that neither of these two is willing to give in. In the end, this farce ended when Lin Hao took out a small cross. This is Hawkeye's knife. Let me ask you, is it short? I can't find a smaller sword than this. Lu Chanxian, who was standing opposite, looked at the small sword that was as big as a pencil sharpener and her eyelids twitched. To be honest, the toy knife used by her relative's 3-year-old nephew is bigger than this. You're so cruel. Lu Chanxian gritted her teeth. Okay, stop making trouble. After watching the whole process, Teacher Liao shook his head helplessly. Then, he handed each of them a completely identical standard long sword. Use this for everything. All right. Lin Hao and Lu Chanxian stopped arguing and nodded at the same time. When exchanging skills, stop when you reach the limit. You guys get started. After saying that, Teacher Liao left the stage. On the ring, Lu Chanxian adjusted her posture slightly, stood with a sword in hand, and looked at Lin Hao quietly and gracefully. 1 second, 2 seconds, the countdown to war has already ended. The surrounding audience was already in an uproar, and all the audience were staring at the two people on the ring nervously. Watch their final battle. Why don't you attack? Lu Chanxian finally couldn't help it. I'll wait for you. Lin Hao also took his stance and shook his head. Masters always make the final move, don't you know? Lu Chanxian was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of anger surged in her heart. She gave in to Lin Hao because she had the advantage. But in the end, he was looked down upon by the other party? Can this be tolerated? Thinking of this, Lu Chanxian finally moved. Boom! She leaped dozens of meters and rushed towards Lin Hao like lightning. Chapter 115 Artistic Conception? Just in time. Lin Hao gripped his sword tightly, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Chanxian's rushing figure. He wanted to see it too. How much stronger is the swordsmanship of the Heavenly Realm than theirs? When I saw the battle finally break out. Lin Hao! Lu Chanxian! Come on! The crowd watching below the ring shouted excitedly in high-pitched voices. Watching this level of skill battle is also of great benefit to them. Wow! Wow! Lu Chanxian held the sword in one hand, and the sword light was as sharp as snowflakes, slashing towards Lin Hao again and again. Clang! Clang! Facing the sword shadows all over the sky. Lin Hao put one hand behind his back and casually danced with his sword to block. It looks so easy. He can actually block it? On the surface, it seemed that she was the one who was constantly suppressing and beating Lin Hao. But as an opponent, Lu Chanxian knew very well. No matter which direction she thrust her sword, Lin Hao would catch it mysteriously. Thinking of this, Lu Chanxian put away the contempt in her eyes. The expression on his face also became more serious. Clang! 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 A series of weapon collision sounds were heard. Her swordsmanship is quite interesting. Lin Hao's eyes lit up slightly. He felt that Lu Chanxian's swordsmanship, coordinated with her body movements, had a sense of perfection. This feeling embodies the power of subtlety. Just like the subtle movements, the perfect amount of force, and the keen dynamic vision. No wonder she's called cold-faced and heartless, a female swordsman. With her swordsmanship, which is so profound, she truly deserves the title. Lin Hao sighed inwardly. But from Lin Hao's perspective, Lu Chanxian's swordsmanship was full of flaws. Her sword moves were superficial and superficial. The sword did not move with the heart, but the sword came out when the mind moved. This may be the reason why the other party has been unable to truly enter the state of mindfulness. However, her falling snow sword skill is indeed quite good. Yes. There is a reason why Lin Hao has not yet unleashed his full strength. He was watching Lu Chanxian's complete swordsmanship moves, commonly known as plucking wool. Take the falling snow sword technique for example. As long as he records it completely in his mind, he can instantly add it to the system panel. At this moment, there was an extra line on his panel. Martial arts, Thunderbolt Flash Perfect, falling snow sword technique perfect. Put a little more pressure on her and see if we can extract more sword techniques from her. Just use 2 levels of strength. Lin Hao was also worried that if he increased his strength, he might accidentally kill Lu Chanxian with one sword, which would be troublesome. The swordsmanship suddenly changed, swish. It was the falling snow sword technique that Lu Chanxian had just used. As Lin Hao's swordsmanship changed, a chill suddenly spread around. Swordsmanship, falling snow. Suddenly, it seemed as if snowflakes were floating in front of Lu Chanxian's eyes. She felt a chill and frost all over her body, which frightened her so much that she retreated dozens of meters. He looked around in surprise. It's snowing in this library. Is it snowing? Obviously not. But in Lu Chanxian's eyes, it was like entering a world of ice and snow. The snow was falling heavily and endlessly. Every snowflake was filled with chill, a reflection of the sword light. The source of all this is Lin Hao in the center of the ring. What? Opposite Lin Hao, Lu Chanxian's pupils contracted rapidly and she stood there in a daze. She was sure she wasn't seeing things. It's Lin Hao. It was also her falling snow sword technique. He also knows the falling snow sword technique? But why can he make it snow when using the same falling snow sword technique? She had practiced sword for so many years, but this was the first time she encountered such a strange thing. Lu Chanxian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. However, at this moment, a wisp of snowflakes gradually emerged from the biting cold wind, floating lightly and brushing across his cheek. Slightly cool. Lu Chanxian subconsciously reached out and touched it, feeling a pain, but no blood. Then Lu Chanxian seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes were fixed, her body tensed in place, her hand gripping the sword, but her arm was shaking. Then he stood up and looked at Lin Hao. It seemed like he was recognizing the young man in front of him for the first time. Thank you. After saying that, Lu Chanxian left the ring with a heavy heart, without even looking back. Seeing this, all the audience were dumbfounded. What's going on? Someone ran away halfway through the fight? That's right. From the perspective of the audience below the ring, Lu Chanxian was suppressing Lin Hao. But suddenly, Lu Chanxian retreated dozens of meters. It was like seeing a ghost. Looks very scared? However, before anyone could react, Lu Chanxian left without even looking back? What on earth just happened? This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Who do you think will win? Then according to the rules, it must be Lin Hao. After all, in a ring competition, whoever leaves the ring first automatically admits defeat. Isn't this right? Lu Chanxian was clearly suppressing Lin Hao the whole time. Lu Chanxian should be the stronger one. It's hard to say. Lin Hao's swordsmanship doesn't seem weak either. Damn it, is there some inside story? Just as everyone was talking. On the other side, Teacher Liao frowned. With his strength as a 4th level peak grandmaster, he naturally saw more than others. He keenly felt it at the moment when Lu Chanxian retreated violently. On the ring. Suddenly, a very obscure chill surged out. This chill seemed to be directed only at Lu Chanxian. So, the people in the audience didn't feel anything. But he could see and feel it clearly. However, this chill came and went quickly. So, he didn't know who it was. But he knew it very clearly. That chill is not a gift, but artistic conception. Thinking of this, Teacher Liao's expression became more serious. A genius who can comprehend the artistic conception. The level of skill is at least a matter of subtlety. So, whether it is Lin Hao or Lu Chanxian, all of this should be reported to the higher-ups so they know. How boring. Lin Hao shrugged and walked off the stage. Unexpectedly, I only used 2 levels of power to scare the little girl away. As a result, he only learned a sword technique. I should have added some more water earlier. That's awesome, Brother Hao. When did you become so skilled in swordsmanship? Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan came over from the left and right. There was a hint of shock on their faces. At first, they thought Lin Hao couldn't even take one move. But I didn't expect it. Brother Hao was actually able to fight that little bitch back and forth? Although I don't know why Lu Chanxian suddenly fell ill, I won't fight anymore. But it's a win after all, isn't it? Okay, no one is stopping us from going to the 5th floor anymore, let's go. Lin Hao said with a smile. Then, Lin Hao walked upstairs surrounded by the 2 of them. This time, no one dared to stop him. The onlookers also dispersed at this time. However, everyone had an unhappy expression on their face. How could such a good battle end so abruptly? Chapter 116 Knocking on the single boy's door at night. Xingwu University, 9 p.m. Inside the girls' dormitory. One of the rooms was brightly lit. Lu Chanxian sat at the desk, her hands on her chin, seemingly lost in thought. Her mind kept recalling all the details of the competition with Lin Hao. Thinking, my eyes gradually became a little dazed. Of course. She was not obsessed with Lin Hao, but with the sword in his hand. Especially the sword intent that was like snow falling all over the sky. It was as if she were there in person, shocking her beyond words. That's actually also swordsmanship? That's right. During the competition with Lin Hao, Lu Chanxian didn't pay much attention to it. But after I came to my senses, I understood. How terrifying is the artistic conception of that sword technique. You know, Lu Chanxian is not an ordinary person. Her father is a sword master who is half a step away from the realm of heaven and man. Her family background is a sword family with a 1,000-year-old tradition. But even so, she had never seen such amazing swordsmanship. Even her father, who taught her sword and guided her on the path of kendo. Then, Lu Chanxian gradually shifted her thoughts to the tall figure holding the sword. Lin Hao. At this moment, Lu Chanxian suddenly realized. Lin Hao is the one holding the sword. He is the sword wizard whose sword makes snow fall. Thinking of this, Lu Chanxian was stunned. If I remember correctly, both she and he were freshmen. She is about the same age as me, and she is still struggling on the threshold of mind sense in kendo. And Lin Hao, in terms of swordsmanship, can actually be compared with her father? This is more than just a monster, it's outrageous. Lu Chanxian thought of her father's words. He has S-level kendo talent and is a natural kendo genius. At the age of 10, he had mastered the sword technique to perfection. Then, at the age of 17, he opened the door to perfection in swordsmanship and was about to enter the 1st level of swordsmanship. He is unrivaled in kendo among his peers. In the future, when he has mastered the Tao of sword, he will be no less capable than other top geniuses. This is no less than. In comparison, the swordsmanship I have been pursuing for the past 10 years is simply fireflies and the bright moon. The image of the boy's profile looking up appeared in Lu Chanxian's mind, and her breathing gradually became rapid. The snowflakes all over the sky still remain in her heart and cannot be erased. Thinking of this, Lu Chanxian bit her lips slightly, feeling a little complicated. After all, this incident was a huge blow to her. It made her sword heart a little unstable. At this moment, a white and tender little hand waved in front of her eyes. Xianxian, what's wrong with you? Shu Yuro came over and asked with a smile, you seem so distracted since you came back. Is it because you have someone you like? She and Lu Qianxian are related because of their family background. We have known each other since childhood and have a good relationship. So after the college entrance examination, we agreed to go to the same university. Hearing this, Lu Qianxian shook her head and asked, Xiao, do you know Lin Hao? Lin Hao? Of course I know him. So how much do you know about him? Shu Yuro thought seriously for a while. He is a very perverted person. No, I mean, his strength is abnormal. Shu Yuro waved her hand and said with a smile, he killed 2 4th-level aliens when he was at the 2nd level. Because the military blocked the news of the beast tide. Therefore, Shu Yuro's impression of Lin Hao still remains at base number 19. Did Lin Hao use any sword techniques in the battle? Lu Qianxian asked curiously. Fencing? Shu Yuro blinked, I don't think so. I remember that Lin Hao used a golden soul flame. What's wrong, Qianxian, why do you suddenly ask this? Nothing. Lu Qianxian shook her head, looking like she was worried about something. But then he stood up, picked up his coat from the hanger, and walked out. Qianxian, where are you going so late? Shu Yuro asked hurriedly. I have something to do, you should go to bed early. Oh. Xingwu University, Villa area. Lin Hao, who had just finished practicing, stretched. It was almost 10 o'clock, but I didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, I felt full of energy. If you don't want to sleep, then continue practicing sword skills. Lin Hao's eyes lit up slightly, he picked up the long sword beside him, and kept changing his moves in his hands. Today, after the competition, he also went to the 5th floor of the library. I chose 2 sword techniques and 1 spiritual secret technique. Not really, he didn't want to choose too many options. Even if he has sequence level qualifications, he can only choose 3 martial arts or secret techniques every day. Lin Hao felt helpless about this. This rule seemed to be deliberately targeting him. If there were no such rule, Lin Hao guaranteed that it would only take 2 days. In the library, all the kendo martial arts can be included in the system panel. Wow! 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 The long sword cut through the air, but what was heard was the sound of flowing water. Listen carefully. Sometimes it is like flowing water in the mountains, sometimes it is like the rising tide. This is exactly one of the 2 sword techniques that Lin Hao learned from the library today. 7th level swordsmanship martial arts, the sea has no boundaries. Thanks to Hawkeye's kendo heritage. Therefore, he was able to grasp the artistic conception of this sword technique the moment he started. The place is just as its name suggests. This sword technique is boundless and endless. Once enveloped by this sea of swords, the enemy will be like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to exert any strength. This sea is boundless, not bad. Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Choosing 3 martial arts every day seems like quite a lot. But compared with the tens of thousands of martial arts secrets in the library, it is far from enough. You should know that there are tens of thousands of books on kendo-related martial arts alone. So Lin Hao still made some plans. He planned to first select some high-level sword techniques and martial arts to practice. Then consider collecting other martial arts. After all, the freshman competition will be held in less than a month, so it is natural to give priority to learning high-level martial arts. But even in the library of Xingwu University, the most precious martial arts there are only at the 7th level. Lin Hao also thought about it seriously. Perhaps martial arts above the 7th level are basically the specialties of all the top masters. It's not something you can learn in a library. Lin Hao had nothing to regret about this. Possessing the sword art of the Heavenly Man realm, perhaps he can create top-notch sword techniques on his own? And this possibility is very high. After all, take Hai Wuya for example. The master who created this sword technique might not be as advanced as him. As for the other sword technique and spiritual secret technique, Lin Hao chose a simpler option. One is called whooshing sword technique, which is also at the 7th level. Lin Hao saw that this sword technique could produce a huge lifeless sword energy. It's a bit similar to Hawkeye's flying slash, so I chose it. Another spiritual secret technique is called the fiery sun arrow. It has the same effect as the fire of his soul. So Lin Hao took a liking to the secret technique at first sight. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the library to continue choosing martial arts, and in the afternoon, I'll practice some spiritual mysticism. Lin Hao was planning silently in his mind. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the villa. Boom boom boom. Chapter 117 Lu Chanxian's shyness. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and everything is silent. The sudden knock on the door late at night made Lin Hao instantly alert. Lin Hao didn't forget. His name might still be on the hunting list of alien races. Although this is on the campus of Xingwu University, the security is very strict. But there is no guarantee that some foreign spies with good disguise may sneak in. Thinking of this, Lin Hao tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and walked silently to the door. At the same time, through his observation haki, he also noticed the figure outside the door. But he was not sure whether it was a foreign spy. After all, the shapes are similar. But if they are really aliens, then he must strike first. Boom boom boom. There was another knock on the door, accompanied by a soft girl's voice. Is Lin Hao at home? This voice seems to be Lu Chanxian? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. If he hadn't been close to the door, he wouldn't have been able to hear that it was Lu Chanxian's voice. After all, compared to the cool and aloof school beauty in the library, the current Lu Chanxian is quite different. I know it's an acquaintance. Lin Hao also relaxed his vigilance and immediately opened the door. But as soon as he opened the door, he was startled. Oh my god, Lu Chanxian, what are you doing dressed like this so late at night? Lu Chanxian was wearing a black robe that covered her entire body, leaving only her eyes exposed. He looks just like a bandit. When she saw Lin Hao, Lu Chanxian breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said shyly, I came to apologize to you. Apologize? Can you let me in and talk? Lu Chanxian looked around carefully, like a thief. Okay, come in. Lin Hao's expression was a little strange. He didn't know what the Minister of Law Enforcement was up to. They were clearly arguing with each other in the morning, but they ended up knocking on the single boy's door at night? And she's dressed in such a strange way. This is so misleading. Inside the house, Lu Chanxian took off her hat and let out a breath. The reason why she dressed like this was because she was afraid that someone would recognize her. After all, this was the first time in her life that she went to another boy's house so late at night. If she was discovered, there wouldn't be enough space for her to hide in 10 cracks in the ground. But Lu Chanxian had a reason to come. Because she wants to learn sword. Minister Lu, please tell me what you have to say. Lin Hao sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Lu Chanxian in front of him with a strange expression. That's right. He didn't think the other party came to apologize. Although he didn't know Lu Chanxian very well, given her personality, she would definitely not do such a thing. Besides, she was just upholding the school rules and did nothing wrong. How can I apologize? Yeah, I really came to apologize. Lu Chanxian's expression was a little unnatural. Although she wanted to tell him her purpose, she still knew a little bit about the ways of the world. He had just had a conflict with Lin Hao in the morning, and then asked him to teach him swordsmanship in the evening? She was too embarrassed to speak. Okay, then what did you say wrong? Lin Hao looked at Lu Chanxian helplessly. Lu Chanxian. If you don't tell me, I'll call someone. Don't. Lu Chanxian quickly waved her hands and then lowered her head, your falling snow sword technique. Want to learn? Lu Chanxian's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded heavily. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a little amused inside. Speaking of which, he borrowed this falling snow sword technique from Lu Chanxian. As a result, the real owner came to his door and wanted to learn the Luoxuo sword technique from him. However, Lin Hao's face didn't show any expression, and he said seriously, but why should I teach you? Lu Chanxian was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Indeed. She didn't seem to have thought about this issue seriously before she came. The opponent's swordsmanship skills are so strong. Why should I teach myself? But Lu Chanxian really wants to learn. In fact, more than a year ago, she had reached the bottleneck of mind-to-mind in Kendo. However, so much time has passed, but I still can't take this last step. In the eyes of others, she is a Kendo genius. But only she herself knows how torturous this past year has been. After all, she values the sword more than her life. Thinking of this, Lu Chanxian suddenly gritted her teeth, as if she had made a big decision. I can be your attendant, or even your maid. Lin Hao, who had just taken a sip of water, almost spit it out. Come on, are you filming a costume drama here? Followers. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't believe her, Lu Chanqian suddenly became anxious. I can swear on my heart. If you don't abide by the contract, I, Lu Chanqian, will never have. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Hao waved his hand, interrupting the other party's next words. He didn't expect that this girl would actually do it. I swear by my heart, even though there is no scientific basis for it. But this world itself is unscientific, and the higher the level of the warrior, the more he cares about this oath. After all, warriors value clarity of thought. Especially when practicing to the critical moment, the state of mind is very important. However, he could also understand Lu Chanqian's persistence. Just as Lu Yonglei said before, Lu Chanqian only cares about two things, one is the school rules, and the other is her sword. School rules are enforced due to one's position and responsibilities, and are a necessity. But, this sword art, may be everything to this little girl. Seriously. Not everyone is like Lin Hao, who can inherit the swordsmanship in one step. People like Lu Chanqian are obsessed with kendo and have been doing it for 10 years. Even doing things beyond common sense is the epitome of most people. Think of this. For the first time, Lin Hao took a serious look at the sword maniac in front of him. I have to say, Lu Chanqian is very beautiful. Fair skin, small nose, red lips, delicate facial features. Even though she was wearing a loose black robe, it couldn't hide the voluptuous figure underneath. After looking at it for a while, Lin Hao withdrew his gaze. He silently lit a cigarette for himself and looked at Lu Chanqian quietly. Then he said, if you want to learn sword, then, take it off. Hearing this, Lu Chanqian's delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. Although she had already made preparations to sacrifice herself. But at this moment, I couldn't help but feel humiliated. But then I thought, compared to comprehending the sword heart, what does the little grievance she suffered matter? If he wants it, give it to him. Lu Chanqian took a few deep breaths and unbuttoned her clothes bit by bit with trembling hands. Nervous, shy, aggrieved. All kinds of complicated emotions are intertwined in my heart. However, just when Lu Chanqian was about to take off her clothes and reveal her snow-white skin, a pair of strong hands stopped her from taking the next action. No, what are you doing? Taking off your clothes just because you disagree with me? You didn't ask me to. I mean, I want you to take off your black robe. How can you practice swordplay in this? Ah. Two bright red blushes suddenly appeared on Lu Chanqian's face. Immediately following, he picked up his coat and ran out of the house. She was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. At least not today. Chapter 118 Senior Sister. Inside the villa. Looking at Lu Chanqian running away like a frightened little rabbit, Lin Hao shook his head and laughed. I have to say. At this moment, Lu Chanqian looks like an 18-year-old young and energetic girl. Especially the tender skin. Ahem. Realizing that he had misjudged his thoughts, Lin Hao quickly retracted his thoughts. Of course. The reason why he agreed to teach Lu Chanqian swordsmanship was not because she was beautiful. After all, Lin Hao is not a fool who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. On the contrary, Lin Hao has his own shrewd plans. First of all, from the moment he met Lu Chanqian, he knew that her family background must be extraordinary. Especially the ancient black sword on the other party's back. You can tell it's a good thing at first glance. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. Therefore, Lu Chanqian, who comes from such a family background, must have mastered a large number of precious sword skills and martial arts. The falling snow sword technique that Lu Chanqian had used in the previous competition was one of them. For Lin Hao, Lu Chanqian is a mobile library, which makes it convenient for him to make money. Of course, Lin Hao had nothing to feel embarrassed about this. After all, he taught Lu Chanqian swordsmanship, so it's not too much to accept some swordsmanship and martial arts as a gift for becoming a disciple, right? After all, he is at the level of a celestial being in the way of the sword. As long as he reveals his kendo skills, the number of people who want to become his disciple will probably surround Xingu University 3 times. It's just that Lin Hao finds it troublesome. But, in his spare time, Lin Hao also carefully thought about a problem. That is there any way to go beyond the realm of heaven and man in the way of swordsmanship? Lin Hao's answer is, definitely there is. The realm of heaven and man is definitely not the end. However, just when Lin Hao wanted to move forward. But he always felt that there was a door on the sword path, blocking his steps. This door is very tall and heavy, as if it stands between heaven and earth, but it is not a door in the physical sense. However, Lin Hao had a hunch. If he pushed open this door, his swordsmanship might be able to reach a whole new level. Lin Hao called it Tao. This is also the reason why Lin Hao took so much trouble to collect sword techniques. He wanted to combine the sword techniques of countless schools and create his own supreme sword manual. Then, one sword opens the sky gate. Therefore, this requires a lot of sword fighting martial arts to support his ideas. This is the real reason why he is willing to accept Lu Chanqian. As for asking the other party to swear to be your maid? Don't be silly. If I really do this, the parents behind Lu Chanqian would probably come to his house and beat him up the next day. In order to save his own life, he had to let go of this idea. But the position of maid can still be reserved for Lu Chanqian. Lin Hao shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and went to the room on the second floor to rest. The next day, early morning. Boom boom boom. As soon as the sky cleared up, there was a knock on the villa's door. That girl is here? Lin Hao, who had just gotten up, was slightly stunned and then opened the door. However, this time it was not Lu Chanqian standing outside the door. Brother Hao, good morning. When Lu Yonglei saw the visitor, he greeted him warmly. Lu Yonglei, Li Yuan? Lin Hao smiled and nodded. What do you want to talk to me about? Well, it's not a big deal. It's Li Yuan who insisted on pestering me. Aha! Before Lu Yonglei could finish his words, Li Yuan covered his mouth with his hand. Lin Hao, don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Yonglei immediately broke free and looked at Li Yuan with disdain. Don't you just want to learn swordsmanship from Brother Hao? What's there to be embarrassed about? Immediately, Lu Yonglei explained the whole process to Lin Hao. Only then did Lin Hao realize that Li Yuan also practiced swordsmanship. When Li Yuan saw the other party's superb swordsmanship skills yesterday, he had the idea of learning swordsmanship from Lin Hao. However, he was not as thick-skinned as Lu Yonglei, so he didn't dare to say it to his face. It's okay. We're all from the same city, so this little favor isn't a big deal. Lin Hao glanced at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, on the other hand, scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Thank you very much, Lin Hao. Yes, you guys go to the martial arts room on the second floor of the villa and wait for a while. There is also a little girl who will come to learn sword later. Little girl? Lin Hao nodded. Strictly speaking, she should be your senior sister. It's not wrong to say that Lu Chanqian is the eldest senior sister. After all, the other party arrived one night earlier than Li Yuan and the others. Hearing this, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei looked at each other with some ill intentions when they heard this. Senior sister? Can a little girl be their senior sister? Brother Yuan, you must take the position of senior brother. Walking into the villa, Lu Yonglei said in a low voice. Of course. Given our relationship with Lin Hao, how could we possibly let a little girl overpower us? Li Yuan said in a low voice. So, no matter who comes later, we must give them a warning. Lu Yonglei winked at Li Yuan. That's right, their positions as the left and right protectors are unshakable. No matter who you are, you can only be ranked third if you come here. At this moment, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei looked just like concubines vying for favor in the harem. What are you two whispering about? Lin Hao asked in surprise. Nothing. Brother Hao has something to do, so go ahead and don't worry about us. Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan smiled at the same time. Okay, then you guys wait here. I'll go to the library first. Lin Hao looked at the two of them strangely, then shook his head and stopped thinking about it, turning around and walking towards the library. He didn't know when Lu Chanqian would come. So I plan to use up my 3 chances to choose martial arts first. And after Lin Hao left, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei began to get busy. Brother Yuan, how should we establish our authority later? Should we just beat him up? That's not good. We have to learn sword skills together in the future anyway. That's true. However, Li Yuan changed the subject. Appropriate exchanges are still possible. Is it really just a sparring match? However, at this moment, boom boom boom, the villa door rang. Seeing this, the two men smiled at each other and walked towards the door stealthily. Then he opened the door and was about to give the newcomer a warning when Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were both stunned. Both pairs of eyes were wide open. His mouth was wide open and couldn't be closed. Who did they see? The Minister of Law Enforcement, Lu Qianqian. At this moment, the other party was looking at them coldly. What do you two want to do? Chapter 119. Chapter 119. A wooden chopstick can also be called a sword? After a while. When Lin Hao rushed back to the villa, he was dumbfounded. Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were hanging on the wall, their faces bruised and swollen, like two lambs to be slaughtered. What are you doing? Brother Hao, save him. When Lu Yonglei saw Lin Hao, tears of grievance immediately flowed down his face. Li Yuan next to him also had red eyes, looking like a resentful woman abandoned by her man, and looked pitiful. To this, Lin Hao looked at Lu Qianqian on the sofa somewhat helplessly. It goes without saying that all this was done by the other party. And felt Lin Hao's gaze. The originally cold expression on Lu Qianqian's face disappeared in an instant. She became a little embarrassed, her eyes avoided, and she was a little embarrassed to look at Lin Hao. After all, what happened last night was so embarrassing. It made her unable to sleep well all night. And this morning, he happened to run into Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan, who were about to do something bad. So, I can only vent my anger on these two. Brother Hao, you didn't say that the senior sister is Lu Qianqian. Lu Yonglei, who had just been put down by Lin Hao, was about to complain. He was glared at fiercely by Lu Qianqian, who was standing beside him, which scared him so much that he shrank his neck. Okay, you're here to practice swordplay, let's not talk about anything else. Lin Hao waved his hand, follow me. The three of them hurried to catch up. To be honest, besides feeling aggrieved, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were more in disbelief. They didn't expect it. Lu Qianqian, a prodigy in swordsmanship, actually also learned sword from Lin Hao? Could it be that they underestimated Lin Hao's swordsmanship? But it was clear that during the competition that day, the gap between the two was not that big. Thinking of this, they glanced at the tall figure walking in front of them. At this moment, the other person's back suddenly became unfathomable. Inside the martial arts room on the second floor, Lin Hao stood in front of the three people and said calmly, since you are here, I will definitely teach you seriously. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your ability. Clear. Lu Qianqian and Li Yuan nodded solemnly at the same time. Meanwhile, LV Yonglei on the side shook his head, Brother Hao, I'm practicing with a dagger, so I won't learn it. All right. Lin Hao nodded. He remembered that Lu Yonglei had a shadow talent, focusing on burst and killing, and did not need any special moves. So it's okay not to learn sword. Then, Lin Hao looked at Lu Qianqian and Li Yuan and smiled. Before you learn, let me ask you a question. What is a sword? Why a sword? Lu Qianqian seemed to be lost in thought after hearing this. Li Yuan, who was standing next to him, quickly replied, the sword is in my hand. Oh? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, then I want to say that everything can be a sword? Hearing this, both of them were a little stunned. Everything can be a sword? I've never heard of this before. Lu Yonglei, who was listening, was also confused until he saw Lin Hao take out a pair of chopsticks. Just stupid. Brother Hao, you don't mean to say this is also a sword, do you? Clever. Ahem, classmate Lin Hao, are you serious? Lu Qianqian had a strange expression on her face. When I first heard Lin Hao say everything is a sword, I thought it was some profound sword technique. She also thought about it seriously. The result is really as the name suggests. This made her original expectations feel instantly dashed. Li Yuan frowned slightly and changed his opinion of Lin Hao. He felt that the other party might be a little too arrogant. Can a chopstick be used as a sword? Don't believe it? Lin Hao took in everyone's expressions and said with a smile, Lu Qianqian, draw the sword from behind you and attack me. Ah. Lu Qianqian didn't react immediately. Lin Hao, my sword is the star, one of the 10 famous swords. Are you sure? She didn't make some of her words very clear. Under the attack of her star sword, ordinary weapons cannot block it even once. Not to mention, this pair of chopsticks that couldn't be more ordinary. It doesn't matter, come on. Lin Hao said lightly. As soon as the words fell. Buzz. A crisp sword sound was heard, and Lu Qianqian pulled out the star sword from behind cleanly and neatly, holding it tightly in her hand. Under the sunlight, the sword reflected a light blue light. Looking closely, it seems like endless starlight in the vast universe, which makes people unable to help but sink into it. One of the 10 famous swords, Xingqian. Lu Qianqian was a little angry because she was always looked down upon by Lin Hao. It is true that the opponent's swordsmanship is better than hers. But this contemptuous arrogance is also real. You want to compare a small chopstick with her ancestral sword? Ridiculous. I'll chop your chopsticks into 8 pieces. Just as he was thinking about it, Lu Qianqian took a step forward and rushed towards Lin Hao like an arrow. Seeing this, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei sighed at the same time. They naturally knew the name of the Star Sword. This is a precious SSS level weapon. In a sense, it is even more precious than SSS level talents. After all, weapons can be passed down from generation to generation. But the talent is obviously not there. And Lin Hao just used a chopstick to hit him? At the beginning, Lin Hao gave them the impression that he was not such an arrogant person. But what happened today? Thinking of this, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were both a little disappointed. With a silent sigh, the two turned their eyes away, not even wanting to look anymore. However, at this moment, clang! The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the martial arts training room. Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were both shocked when they heard the voice. There's something wrong with this sound. Then he turned around and looked at Lin Hao in front of him. What caught my eye was a chopstick, firmly blocking the forward movement of the Star Sword. Blocked? The two were stunned. He stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. They could hardly imagine that these bamboo chopsticks could be seen everywhere on the streets. He actually blocked the attack of an SSS-level famous sword. However, this is not the end. Lin Hao raised his hand and waved it, and the bamboo chopsticks left a trail of afterimages, like a swimming dragon. It's dazzling. Clang! 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 As the opponent, Lu Qianqian's mind was completely blank at this moment. He was fighting Lin Hao only relying on subconsciousness. She didn't understand why the invincible Star Sword couldn't even cut through this small bamboo chopstick? Could it be true as Lin Hao said? Everything can be a sword. How is that possible? Lu Qianqian simply couldn't believe it. Everything is a sword, that only applies to Lin Hao. But if they were to fight the enemy with chopsticks, they wouldn't even know how they died. Thinking of this, Lu Qianqian sighed inwardly. This guy's swordsmanship skills are really abnormal. Bang! Another collision of weapons, and Lu Qianqian was blown away by the huge force. Even the Star Sword fell out of his hand. It was inserted straight in front of Li Yuan. Seeing this, Li Yuan swallowed hard. But before he could come to his senses, he heard a cold voice, like the whisper of death. Li Yuan, it's your turn. These are familiar words. In an instant, Li Yuan seemed to be back in the military examination, that nightmare-like scene. That time and that moment is exactly like this moment. Chapter 120 Learn it at a glance? Martial Arts Indoor. There was another dull sound. Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were both blown away at the same time. There was a miserable wail. Okay, stop yelling. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. The treatment room is next door. Go and heal your injuries quickly, don't leave any sequelae. Actually, there was a reason why Lin Hao used chopsticks as swords to beat up the three of them. First of all, it's very simple, just establish your authority. Let the three of them see how big the gap is. This will also help stimulate their potential. Secondly, Lin Hao's attacks were very precise and powerful, hitting their key acupoints. It will not cause serious injuries, but at the same time it can clear their meridians. Improve their physical condition. After all, no matter what kind of skills you practice, the prerequisite for everything is physical strength. A good physique is the foundation of a person's life. As for why there are 3 people. Because, after seeing his superb swordsmanship skills, he also clamored to learn sword. And said that dagger is also a kind of sword. Since Lu Yonglei also wanted to learn sword, Lin Hao naturally gave him the same treatment. Moreover, Lu Yonglei's foundation is the worst among the 3. Therefore, Lin Hao took care of him much more than others. A few hours later, Lu Qianqian and the other 2 walked out of the physiotherapy room next door. Lin Hao looked up. The bruises on their bodies had long since disappeared, and they were even more energetic than before. Recovering so quickly? Brother Hao, I have to thank senior sister for the healing medicine. Lu Yonglei smiled. Li Yuan also nodded to Lu Qianqian to show his gratitude. They didn't expect that Lu Qianqian, the usually high-handed director of the law enforcement department, he was actually willing to share the healing pills with them. It seems that Lu Qianqian is not as cold and heartless as people say. It's nothing. Lu Qianqian's eyes flickered slightly, as if she didn't want to talk about this topic too much. After so many years of being with the sword, she has long been accustomed to subconsciously hiding the soft part of her heart. But only those who really know her know. What kind of person is she? Lin Hao nodded, took note of the matter, and then asked everyone to start practicing sword. LV Yonglei, I've told you so many times, raise your hands high and keep your feet steady. Li Yuan, your posture is wrong again. Lu Qianqian, use a little more strength. You are the worst class of students I have ever taught. With Lin Hao's celestial swordsmanship, he could see the mistakes in their swordsmanship at a glance. At this time, Lin Hao would point it out like a strict teacher and be very ruthless. Especially when faced with some basic mistakes in swordsmanship, Lin Hao would even take out chopsticks and knock them out. Among them, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei suffered the most beatings. Lu Qianqian was rarely beaten. After all, Lu Qianqian comes from a family of kendo, and has laid a solid foundation in the basics since childhood. Time passes by little. In the blink of an eye, the sun sets and the sky gradually darkens. Okay, it's almost over. Lin Hao put down his chopsticks, we still have a little time left. If you have any questions, just ask. Master Lin, I have a question. Lu Qianqian raised her little hand. After a day of teaching, it also made Lu Qianqian understand that Lin Hao was not fooling them. The other party is really teaching seriously. This made her full of admiration for Lin Hao. Even the address changed from classmate Lin Hao to teacher Lin. Speak. Lin Hao looked at Lu Qianqian. I still have a few moves in this swordsmanship manual that I haven't mastered yet. Lu Qianqian said as she handed over a sword manual. Wait a moment while I get off. Lin Hao picked up the sword manual and said to Lu Qianqian. Then he lowered his head and looked through it. With his understanding of swordsmanship, he could easily understand the words and figures on the sword manual page by page. When he was halfway through reading it, he could even work out the subsequent moves in his mind. This is a 7th level sword fighting martial arts book called Yin Yang Sword. I have mastered the Yin Yang Sword. Do you want to include it? Included. Lin Hao muttered to himself. Soon, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind, but with his current level, he could easily digest it. He closed his eyes for a moment and absorbed it all. Just when Lin Hao was comprehending the swordsmanship, Lu Qianqian spoke from the side. Master, the cultivation of the Yin Yang sword is quite difficult. It won't be mastered in a day or two. It took me more than a year to master the last few moves. However, Master, with your talent, it should only take a few months. It won't be too late to teach me then. It's too late today, so forget it. Looking at Lin Hao, who was carefully studying the sword manual, Lu Qianqian felt moved. She didn't expect that the other party would take the question she asked casually so seriously. Lu Qianqian has had no idea how many teachers she has had since she was a child. But except for her father, these teachers basically taught with some reservations. But Lu Qianqian didn't blame them. After all, they are paid to do the job, so naturally they don't want to show off their special skills. However, Lin Hao was not like that, even though Lu Qianqian had only been in contact with him for one day. But she knew. He was the first teacher besides her father who was willing to teach her without reservation. This made her very touched, but also a little worried. After all, the sword manual he just took out was indeed difficult. It won't be understood in a short time. Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei, who were standing by, saw this and advised, Brother Hao, it's too late today. How about next time? Having said that, he said goodbye and prepared to leave the villa. After a day of high-intensity training, they were a little tired and wanted to go back and rest early. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lin Hao opened his eyes, turned to Lu Qianqian and asked, if you teach someone else about the Yin Yang sword, it wouldn't count as stealing, right? Some inherited families or peerless masters have martial arts moves that are not passed on to others. If someone else rashly learns your skills, it would be a big taboo and you will be held accountable. Lin Hao naturally didn't want to get into trouble. This isn't the Lu family's inherited swordsmanship, so it doesn't matter, Master. Well, I'll demonstrate the perfect level of the Yin Yang sword to you first. Try to feel it. What? Hearing this, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Demonstrate the level of perfection? We heard it right. After just watching it once, he actually said he wanted to demonstrate their perfect level of swordsmanship to them? This is the 7th level swordsmanship. No matter how talented you are, you will have to comprehend it for 2 or 3 months before you can achieve perfection, right? Seeing Lin Hao's big talk, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei, who were about to leave, were also shocked. There was disbelief in the two men's eyes. However, at this moment, Lin Hao moved. Chapter 121 Chapter 121 Have you learned everything? Inside the martial arts training room, Lin Hao, holding the sword, still looked natural and casual. He sent the sword manual back to Lu Qianqian through the air and began to swing the sword. The yin-yang sword is divided into 2 types, and the moves are divided into one virtual and one real. There is virtuality in the real and real in the virtual. The killing moves are constantly changing with the fake moves and are extremely complex. From the perspective of difficulty alone, it is very difficult, just as Lu Qianqian said. It is 3 points higher than the Luoshue's sword technique. But at this moment, Lin Hao swung his sword casually. His figure was as graceful as jade, his sword was as powerful as a rainbow, and he unfolded a set of exquisite yin-yang sword techniques that combined both reality and illusion in front of the three of them. In an instant, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei, who were still in doubt, were dumbfounded. Even if they had never seen this yin-yang sword before, it can also be seen that Lin Hao's use of it is simply natural. Every move and every style has an inexplicable charm in it. It's as if the other party has been immersed in this for decades. Is this the perfected yin-yang sword? Lu Qianqian was stunned. She has been practicing this sword technique for more than a year and is almost at perfection. But she herself would definitely not be able to perform the wonderful sword shadow before her. Virtual and real, which one is virtual and which one is real? Or perhaps, are they all imaginary? Are they all real? She could no longer distinguish what was happening. It was as if thousands of swords were waving before her eyes, dazzling her. In the silent martial arts training, after Lin Hao's swordsmanship practice ended, it remained silent for a long time. Lin Hao put away his sword, glanced at them, and waited for them to digest the thought for a while before breaking the silence. Have you learned everything? Lu Qianqian and the other two woke up as if from a dream, and then there was another period of speechless silence. Learn? Just watch it once, and you ask us if we have learned it? Not to mention learning it, I can't even remember it. Brother Hao, did you really just learn this sword technique? Lu Yonglei couldn't help but ask. After hearing this, Li Yuan suddenly came to his senses. He widened his eyes and stared at Lin Hao as if he had seen a ghost. You just flipped through the sword manual and you learned it? And it's not just the beginning, but the perfection in one step? Lu Qianqian was also stunned, her red lips slightly parted, her throat seemed blocked, and she couldn't utter a word. Lin Hao said helplessly, as far as I know, the school library doesn't have this copy of the yin-yang sword, and you two know my family background. This was the reason why he asked Lu Qianqian just now whether this sword manual was learned secretly. Hearing Lin Hao's confident words, Lu Qianqian nodded. Master, you are right. This sword technique is indeed something I learned from home. That? Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were a little confused since they had not learned this before. Could it really be mastered on the spot? Just watch it once? Don't delve into this. When you go back, think about it carefully. How much you learn depends on your ability. Especially Lu Qianqian, it would be very helpful for you to understand it carefully. Yes. The three of them nodded solemnly in agreement. Then, the three of them walked back with expressions of disbelief. For a moment, Lin Hao was the only one left in the martial arts room. However, Lin Hao did not rest. Teaching is over, but his practice has just begun. 9 o'clock in the evening. In a martial arts training room next to the girls' dormitory. Lu Qianqian held the sword and sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating for an unknown amount of time. The dreamlike sword shadow, like a fleeting light, changes between yin and yang. It kept running through her mind. Lu Qianqian was slightly stunned. She seemed to understand something. It also seemed like I had grasped something mysterious. Suddenly, she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly stood up and drew her sword with a bang. Then, the sword came out. I saw the sword flashing, and black and white lights appeared alternately, which was the replacement of light and shadow. It seems to be wandering in the air, but it also seems to be traveling through another space. The sword is real, the sky is empty. As the sword light rotated, the two black and white lights kept alternating, and finally suddenly merged into one. The sword is finished. Then, there was a click. The swordsmanship that had been stuck at a bottleneck for a year and had not made any progress, at this moment, leaped to a whole new level. She, Lu Chanxian, has comprehended the heart of the sword. After feeling this new realm, a hint of ecstasy appeared in Lu Chanxian's eyes. Master Lin, I've made a breakthrough. On a happy occasion. She wanted to rush to Lin Hao immediately and tell him the good news. But when he saw the sky darken, he came to his senses. It's too late now, maybe the other party has already gone to bed. Moreover, after that beautiful night, she was also too embarrassed to go to see Lin Hao at night. Afterwards, Lu Chanxian took several deep breaths before suppressing the urge to meet Lin Hao. However, just as she was about to return to the dormitory, the communication rang. Chanxian, how have you been lately? A familiar voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Dad, I'm fine. Lu Chanxian said with a smile. Oh? You sound very happy when you talk. Is there any good news? A doting voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Hey, let me keep this a secret for now. Dad, what do you want to talk to me about? You girl. The person on the other end of the phone laughed and cursed, then said, I wanted to tell you, didn't you want to become Senior Sword Saint's disciple before? Yes. Ha, as you wish, Senior Sword Saint is accepting disciples recently, so you should hurry back from school. Chanxian, please don't be reluctant. Although Xingwu University is a top university, it doesn't focus on swordsmanship after all. It won't be much of an improvement for you. Go and learn from the Sword Saint. Perhaps you will be able to comprehend the sword heart in one fell swoop. The man on the other end of the phone told Lu Chanxian the whole story. The other party obviously knew that Lu Chanxian had been stuck at the level of subtle spirituality for a long time. As Lu Chanxian's father, he is also constantly trying to find ways to help her break through. However, it is difficult for others to help with the breakthrough in the realm of Kendo. Even though he is the head of a sword fighting family, his own sword fighting level is not weak. But Senior Sword Saint is different. The other party is the #1 swordsman in the Dragon Country. His swordsmanship realm has broken through to the realm of heaven and man above the sword heart. That's the legendary realm. In the Dragon Kingdom, no one can be better than him in terms of swordsmanship. Therefore, only by learning from the Sword Saint Senior can one have the opportunity to comprehend the sword heart. Dad, can the sword master use chopsticks as a sword? Lu Chanxian thought for a while and said. I guess that's not possible. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, as if wondering why Lu Chanxian asked such a strange question. After all, who would use chopsticks as a sword? Then, Senior Sword Saint, can you reach perfection by just looking at the sword manual? Before the person on the other end of the phone could come to his senses, Lu Chanxian continued asking. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, then someone said, Chanxian, let alone Senior Sword Saint, even Senior Sword Ancestor couldn't do it. Then I understand. Dad, I won't go. Why? This opportunity is rare. Because, I've found a better teacher. Chapter 122 Freshman Competition is coming. At the same time, it is thousands of kilometers away from Xingwu University. Inside a luxurious villa. Lu Qingfeng, who had just hung up the phone, was shocked. From the entire conversation with Lu Chanxian, he also knew two pieces of information. The first is that Lu Chanxian has already comprehended the sword heart and officially entered the first great realm of Kendo. After hearing the news, he was also a little surprised. After all, in his opinion, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for Lu Chanxian to comprehend the sword heart. But the other party actually comprehended the sword heart so quickly. Of course, this was not what surprised him the most. What surprised him most was that Lu Chanxian actually said, in Xingwu University, I found a teacher whose swordsmanship skills are even better than those of the Sword Saint. How is this possible? He still knows the level of Xingwu University. Although Xingwu University is one of the 3 top martial arts schools in Longwa, there are many powerful people who graduated from Xingwu University. But after all, university and real master-disciple inheritance are different. Moreover, he was also aware of the teachers in Xingwu University. There are only a few teachers who have achieved breakthroughs in swordsmanship. But compared with the Sword Saint, it is far behind. So, when Lu Chanxian said that there was a teacher in the school who was stronger than Senior Sword Saint, his first reaction was disbelief. However, when Lu Chanxian later said that she had comprehended the sword heart, he had to believe it. After all, if you want Lu Chanxian to understand the heart of the sword, it is not something that an ordinary teacher can do. He knows it very well too. Even if Lu Chanxian studied under the Sword Saint, it would take several months for her to comprehend the sword heart. It is definitely impossible to catch up with the freshman competition. Lu Qingfeng took a few deep breaths, shook his head, and put aside some messy thoughts. Then he called the butler in. Uncle Fu, please go to Xingwu University in person. Master, what are your instructions? The first is to verify whether the young lady has truly comprehended the sword heart. What young lady has comprehended the sword heart? Uncle Fu's eyes lit up when he heard this and he looked very happy. As the steward of the Lu family, he can be said to have watched the young lady grow up. Naturally, you know how much effort the other party has put in to achieve their goal. He had seen the young lady practicing sword skills until she collapsed from exhaustion countless times. Unexpectedly, the young lady has finally comprehended the sword heart. You have to know that this is Kenshin, the first great realm in Kendo. I don't know how many Kendo geniuses have been blocked at this level. Moreover, Uncle Fu also knew the reason why Lu Chanxian practiced sword so hard. Not only for herself, but also for her long-deceased wife. If Madame saw this, she would surely be very happy. Uncle Fu sighed secretly, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Lu Qingfeng, who was standing aside, seemed to have seen what Uncle Fu was thinking, and his eyes looked a little dim. However, he quickly adjusted. Then he continued, the second thing is to find out who Chanxian has been in close contact with recently. Master, what do you mean? Uncle Fu was a little surprised when he heard this. He knew Lu Chanxian's character. She was not interested in anything other than swords. How could he possibly have close contact with certain people? This is not the lady's character. Chanxian said she found a teacher at Xingwu University. Lu Qingfeng said with a strange look on his face, I think it's not just a teacher. That's impossible. With your personality, it shouldn't be possible. Uncle Fu was shocked. As an old and experienced man, he immediately understood what the patriarch meant. Chanxian is a normal girl. It's not surprising that she has someone she likes. Besides, she's an adult. Lu Qingfeng said with a look of relief, then changed the subject. However, you must investigate carefully and don't let Chanxian be deceived. Clear. Just as Uncle Fu was about to turn around and leave, Lu Qingfeng called him again. Just do these things in secret, and don't let Chanxian find out. Otherwise, she will be unhappy. I understand. I understand. Uncle Fu and Lu Qingfeng looked at each other and smiled. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Accompanied by the bell for the end of get out of class. Near noon, freshmen came out of the teaching building one after another. Lin Hao was not surprised either. These days, he has truly integrated into university life. Although he has sequence-level qualifications, he is only a freshman after all. Freshmen, on the other hand, need to focus on their studies and cannot skip classes without reason. However, it is different from studying in high school. Xingwu University adopts the credit system. There are more than 10 courses in total, including talent courses, skills courses, practical courses, etc. The credits for each course must be at least 6 points, with a full score of 10 points. Although he only needs to get 6 points to pass the exam, it is not easy for Lin Hao. After all, the internal medicine course includes not only practical training, but also some theoretical courses. This really gave him a headache. The painful memories of staying up late to fight in the previous life seemed to come back to my mind. Fortunately, he had Lu Chanxian, a top student, to help him review. He was barely able to keep up with the course. Master, please give me some pointers on swordsmanship after dinner. Lu Chanxian smiled. Compared to half a month ago, she was obviously much more casual in front of Lin Hao. This may be due to their close relationship. In short, Lu Chanxian herself couldn't explain it. Why do I feel at ease when I face Lin Hao? Okay. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said, come to my villa in the afternoon. Lu Chanxian's face turned slightly red. At this time, LV Yonglei and Li Yuan also came over and asked excitedly, Brother Hao, are you confident that you can make it into the top 10 in this freshman competition? Top 10 is nothing. I think Master will definitely be the first. Li Yuan rolled his eyes at Lu Yonglei and said with some blame. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Master comes first, and senior sister comes second. From now on at Xingwu University, we can walk sideways. Lu Yonglei looked excited. What ranking do you guys plan to strive for? Lin Hao said with a smile. At least be in the top 100. We must not embarrass Brother Hao. Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan said solemnly. Lin Hao smiled and said, with your skills, the top 100 shouldn't be difficult. Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei have been working hard to hone their skills these days. Lin Hao naturally knew how fast they were progressing. Besides, he is the master of swordsmanship at the celestial realm to teach him. It's hard not to make it into the top 100. Sudden buzz. Buzz, almost at the same time. Lin Hao, Lu Chanshan, Li Yuan and their phones vibrated at the same time. Everyone subconsciously looked at their phones. Lin Hao was not surprised and clicked in. It is a document from the school called National Freshman Competition, Schedule and Rules. The freshman competition is finally here. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Chapter 123 Competition Rules. Back to the villa. Lin Hao came to the martial arts room on the second floor and turned on all the lights. Drops, countless rays of light converged to form a light curtain projection. National College Martial Arts Competition, Freshman Competition Schedule and Rules. Lin Hao muttered to himself while clicking on the file. Immediately, a large amount of text appeared on the light screen projection. Since the first National College Martial Arts Competition in 2001, we have been upholding fair competition. Lin Hao quickly skipped over the first 1,000 words of nonsense. The focus is on the most critical schedule and rules. The specific rules are as follows: all participants must use weapons of the same strength, and the type of weapon can be selected by themselves. The use of any type of talent is prohibited. The competition is purely based on combat awareness, combat experience, skills, etc. The freshman competition will be held in Dongning City and broadcast live. A dedicated competition venue will be set up, and any student from any martial arts university across the country can watch. Registration ends at 8 a.m. on October 3, Longwei time. Registration requirements. The entire freshman competition is divided into 4 stages: preliminaries, chaos, eliminations, and the finals. The preliminary round will be held at 8 a.m. on October 10. Only individual scores will be made public, not the specific battle process. Participants who score over 3,000 points will be eligible to enter the chaos round. The chaos tournament will be open to the public, and all students at the martial arts university will be able to watch online. It will be divided evenly into 10 battlefields based on the number of participants who pass the preliminaries. The participant with the highest battlefield points will directly advance to the finals. And in each battlefield, the 2nd to 100th place players, a total of 900 people, will enter the elimination stage. In the knockout stage, 900 players will go through a round-robin group stage, a revival match, and ultimately, the top 20 will be chosen for the finals. The finals will feature the strongest 20 participants, representing the highest skill level among this class of freshmen nationwide. The top 10 will be decided in order. The top 5. The first place. Appendix: Freshman Competition Specific Rules, Knockout Round Specific Rules. After quickly reading the entire document, I found that the rules are quite complicated. After all, this is a national competition. However, Lin Hao was very calm in his heart. The rules are similar to those of the college entrance examination. Lin Hao thought to himself, there's no need to worry about that. Just kill them all. You only need 3,000 points to pass the preliminaries. In the scrimmage stage, as long as you get first place, you can directly enter the finals. Lin Hao's mind moved. The elimination round will select 10 people from 900 people, so it will definitely be very intense. It's also very long. Therefore, Lin Hao had no intention of taking the conventional route at all. Moreover, given Lin Hao's swordsmanship, fighting against these people was simply bullying children. In an instant, Lin Hao had a goal in mind, to strive to win the first place in the chaotic battle and directly advance to the finals. But Lin Hao just looked at the specific rules and found that it was not just a fight between contestants. In addition to other contestants, there were also a large number of ferocious beasts of different races, some of which were very powerful. Therefore, there is a certain element of luck involved in large-scale chaotic battles. For example, being besieged by many people. For example, if you are unlucky, you may encounter a high-level ferocious beast. Luck? Just talking about my heavenly realm swordsmanship skills, I can fight even a 5th level beast. Lin Hao thought to himself, so luck doesn't exist for me. Not only that, others also have to pray that they are not assigned to the same battlefield as him. However, the rewards for this freshman competition are still generous. As long as you rank in the top 1,000 in the country, you will receive more than 10 million in cash rewards, as well as many martial arts secrets rewards. Moreover, the top 100 will receive even more precious treasures from heaven and earth as rewards. But Lin Hao doesn't care about these rewards. His real goal is to get first place in the freshman competition. After all, the top 5 in the freshman competition will be able to obtain a place in the second-class extraterritorial inheritance. As for the first place, it will be a first-class inheritance quota. Although Lin Hao already has an overseas quota. But after all, this was just a quota given to him by the military in recognition of his previous contribution in defending the second satellite city. The overseas quota given is only third class. It is far inferior to the rewards in the freshman competition. Therefore, Lin Hao naturally has to strive for the first place in this freshman competition. Close the file. Let's continue practicing. Lin Hao calmed down. There are still about 10 days until the competition begins. Let's see if we can improve our realm during this time. In the afternoon, Lu Qianqian and others came. Lin Hao taught them how to practice and sent them away. Continue to practice. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he also received a notice from President Yao. If he were to come to me right away, I could have chosen some treasures from heaven and earth. Lin Hao's eyes lit up when he saw this and he quickly got up and set off. Military Headquarters. General Command Building. Yi Wu, you are the most outstanding talent our military academy has had in the past 50 years. How about this? Are you confident in this freshman competition? Commander Zhai, with my spear skills, in this freshman competition, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say I'm first. It's a good thing for young people to have confidence, but don't forget that the eldest daughter of the Martial Alliance broke through the skill of subtle mind a year ago. Her strength is not weak. That's all. Wuming Headquarters. In a quaint office. Manu, the freshman competition is in 10 days. How are your preparations going? Grandpa, don't you know how strong I am? It's easy for me to get that outside domain quota. What about the first one? Do you have confidence? Of course there are. Apart from that little martial god in the military who is a bit troublesome, the others are nothing to worry about. Hey, don't be careless. I heard that Xinggu University recently produced a genius. He killed a king blood pterosaur at the second level. Level 2? That's about right. Your granddaughter can do it too. Okay, I know you're great, haha. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is a secret basement. Be sure to observe. Those who stand out in this freshman competition are the future powerhouses of Dragon Country. Take Qing Tianguan for example. We don't know how many powerful people from our 10,000 races have died at his hands. If it weren't for the Qing Tian official, Dragon Nation's extraterritorial battlefield would have been impossible to defend. How could it have lasted until now? The Dragon Kingdom has already produced one Qing Tianguan, and we cannot produce another one. We have people lurking in the martial arts university. Have them carefully observe the rankings, watch the matches, and record the identities of these future powerhouses. Once the identities of these geniuses are confirmed, we will do everything we can to figure out their whereabouts and assassinate them. Especially the martial arts geniuses who made it into the top 5, they must all be dealt with. We can't let them obtain the martial saint inheritance. Yes. Clear. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 The Third Body Tempering. Inside the villa. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when I returned from Dean Yao's residence. However, he was not sleepy at all. Instead, he looked at the 2 body-tempering heavenly treasures in front of him with great interest. One is called Earth Spirit Spring, and the other is called Soul Infant Fruit. These 2 are 2 body-tempering treasures he carefully selected. The former is a spring that condenses the essence of the earth. Use it to quench your body's energy, increase cell activity, and speed up recovery from injuries and physical strength. If taken internally, it is a holy medicine for healing wounds. For warriors below level 6, as long as they still have a breath, they can almost be saved. So among the many treasures from heaven and earth, Lin Hao took a fancy to it at first sight. After all, the Earth Spirit Spring is absolutely perfect for continuous combat. The other is a heavenly spiritual tree, the fruit of the Yunhan ancient spiritual tree. This kind of tree only grows outside the region. It blooms in 10 years and bears fruit in 100 years. The fruit it produces looks a bit like a human baby sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, so it is also called soul infant fruit. Its efficacy is also amazing. The simplest introduction is that it can directly nourish your spirit. You should know that there are very few heavenly treasures that can directly improve spiritual qualities. Not to mention this kind of treasure that can strengthen the body's essence. Dean Yao also told him that there were only 2 of these things in total, and they were obtained recently. He got a bargain. Lin Hao happily accepted it upon hearing this. That's the benefit of serial eligibility. If these 2 treasures were put up for auction, it would probably cause a bloody storm. Lin Hao shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and began to temper his body. Gurgle. Lin Hao picked up the soul infant fruit, which was slightly smaller than his fist. He put it into his mouth and it melted in his mouth. It instantly turned into a pool of liquid and flowed into Lin Hao's throat. Very cool. Lin Hao looked inward and could clearly feel that the liquid transformed from the soul infant fruit did not flow into his stomach, but it turned into a strange force and merged into his flesh and blood. Crash, these strange powers quickly flowed along the chest and neck and into the brain. The soul is the spiritual world located in the brain. It's a little hot. Lin Hao closed his eyes tightly, feeling his head slightly hot and dizzy. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Hao's soul fire burned in time to help him digest this energy. Wow! After being evaporated by the soul fire, the streams of strange energy eliminated the violent substances in them and became extremely docile. Integrate into Lin Hao's consciousness. Call. Lin Hao's soul could clearly feel the influx of these strange powers, which were quickly transformed into spiritual power. His soul continued to leap forward and improve. It's like a person is eating meat, but if he doesn't eat it, the meat will be digested in an instant and then directly converted into muscles all over the body. The conversion efficiency is amazing. Your mental strength increases from 1200 to 1300. A system flashed by. In just this short while, your mental strength has increased by 100? Lin Hao was surprised. Wow! Wow! The power consumed by the soul infant fruit is only a tiny part, and it is still continuing to transform madly. This was more than 100 times faster than when Lin Hao was practicing the Great Sun Starry Sky art. Your mental strength increases from 1300 to. As time passed, system prompts flashed by. Lin Hao's consciousness was very clear the whole time, and he felt the transformation of his mental power in less than half an hour. Your mental strength increases to 3000. Your mental strength has reached its upper limit and will not be increased. Lin Hao's system also changed accordingly. This sudden change made Lin Hao open his eyes. It seems that I have reached the upper limit of my spiritual power at the 3rd level. If I want to improve further, I have to break through to the 4th level. Lin Hao thought about it for a while and then understood. My thoughts. Lin Hao silently felt the benefits and changes of having strong mental power. Very conscious. Thoughts run faster. The most important thing is that the range of perception of the color of observation has expanded to thousands of meters. In other words, no blade of grass or tree within a radius of thousands of meters can escape Lin Hao's perception. Moreover, the ability to see and hear can now briefly foresee the future. If I didn't have this soul infant fruit, it would have taken at least several months of normal cultivation to raise my spiritual power to the current level. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth rose slightly. Although the soul infant fruit was extremely precious, it saved him a lot of time. Obviously worth it. In fact, it took Lin Hao several months to practice the Great Sun and Starry Sky art. If it were any other ordinary warrior, it would probably be difficult for him to achieve such an achievement in his entire life. After finishing spiritual practice. Afterwards, Lin Hao put the Earth Spirit Spring into the bathtub to temper his body. If the Earth Spirit Spring is taken internally, it will only have a healing effect. If you want to temper your body, you can only apply it externally. Then, Lin Hao took off his clothes and walked in. After a while, the dawnlight shone on Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from Lin Hao's eye sockets. The peak of the 3rd level. Lin Hao let out a sigh. With the experience of the first 2 body temperings, he did not encounter any problems in the 3rd body tempering. Moreover, the effect of the Earth Spirit Spring is mild and its appearance is like milk. There is no difficulty in absorbing it. However, it was a pity that this time the body tempering did not break through to the 4th level in one fell swoop. It stopped at the 3rd level of perfection. In fact, Lin Hao had already broken through to the middle stage of the 3rd level after more than half a month. I thought that I would achieve a breakthrough by tempering my body this time. Of course, this is not due to insufficient efficacy of the subsequent medicine. Lin Hao estimated what conditions might need to be met to break through to the 4th level Grandmaster. You can go to the library later to check what the requirements are. Time passed day by day, and October 3rd came in a blink of an eye. Today is the day when registration ends. It is also the day for preliminary selections. Sequence level villa area, martial arts training on the 2nd floor. Whoosh! 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 Lin Hao's upper body was naked, with arcs of electricity surrounding him. Along with the sound of air being torn apart, the long sword in his hand cut through the air like an afterimage. After 3 rounds of body tempering, Lin Hao's muscles were not as terrifying as those of fitness enthusiasts. On the contrary, it is well proportioned. Every time he draws his sword, these well-proportioned muscles become slightly tense, full of ultimate power and beauty. Brother Hao, it's almost time to gather. Lu Yonglei's voice came from downstairs. Here I come. Lin Hao responded and went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. Then he put on his battlesuit and went downstairs. The school sent out a notice yesterday that the preliminary selection for the freshman competition will be held today. However, it is worth noting, due to the large number of applicants. Therefore, the preliminary selection is conducted within the school. Conduct the first round of screening. Brother Hao, let's go. Chapter 125 Preliminary Selection. Downstairs, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei were also dressed neatly. The 3 of them walked out of the villa together. The freshman competition is the first major competition for freshmen. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention and participation. Its popularity can be said to be second only to Longwei's annual college entrance examination. So, when Lin Hao and his friends walked out of the villa, there were already quite a few freshmen outside wearing combat uniforms and carrying weapons walking on the road. However, this is different from high school, where students are automatically assigned to classes upon admission. Xingwu University requires students to select their colleges after the freshman competition. School has only been open for a month or 2 now. Therefore, not everyone is familiar with it. Most of them travel in groups based on dormitories. On the way, Lin Hao also met Lu Qianxian and Chu Yuro, who were also on high alert. Unlike usual, Lu Qianxian was wearing a dark black battlesuit today. There was a flash of light on it, and it was obvious that it was worth a lot of money. As for the star sword that he had always carried with him, he threw it into the space ring. After all, in this freshman competition, you are not allowed to bring your own weapons. Everyone's weapons are issued uniformly. Chu Yuro next to her was wearing a white battle robe. Teacher, hello, Lin Hao. When Lu Qianxian saw Lin Hao, her face turned slightly red and she hurried over to say hello. In fact, she originally called him master. But because Chu Yuro was also there, I felt a little embarrassed. Moreover, Lin Hao also said that people should not call him master outside. This will cause him a lot of trouble. Do you know each other? Before Lin Hao could reply, Chu Yuro glanced at Lu Qianxian suspiciously. She didn't expect it. With Lu Qianxian's personality, there will actually be a day when she will take the initiative to greet others. We've met a few times before in kendo class. Lin Hao made up an excuse to fool Chu Yuro. Oh. Chu Yuro blinked and didn't ask any further questions. Then she seemed to have thought of something and asked with a smile, Lin Hao, what place do you want to get in this freshman competition? Me? Let's see if I can get first place. Lin Hao smiled modestly. First? I'm afraid you can't get it. Why? He. Chu Yuro smiled slyly. I'm not afraid to tell you, Qianxian's swordsmanship broke through to the level of spiritual mastery a month ago. Although you are very strong, if we only compare skills, you are definitely no match for Qianxian. Don't you think so, Qianxian? Xiaohu bot protects documents from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. As soon as the words fell, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei looked at each other subconsciously, both trying to hold back their laughter. They know very well what level brother Hao is at. Although the eldest sister is good, she is far inferior to Lin Hao. And the breakthrough of the senior sister's swordsmanship is all thanks to Brother Hao. Xiao Rou, stop talking. Lu Qianqian's face turned red and her 10 fingers kept getting tangled up. She learned all her sword skills from Lin Hao. How can I possibly compare with my master? However, Lin Hao didn't let her tell this. As a result, Chu Yuro was not aware of it. Hey, Qianqian, why are you blushing? Just when Lu Qianqian was about to give up, Lin Hao quickly rescued her. Since I can't take first place, can I take second place? Second? Second is not even possible. Why? Because I'm second. Chu Yuro patted her chest, appearing extremely confident. Don't underestimate me, I have mastered the art of spear to perfection. Cough cough cough. As soon as the words fell, Li Yuan and Lu Yonglei couldn't hold it in any longer and turned around and started coughing violently. Just coughing and laughing. Lin Hao looked at Chu Yuro with an innocent face and didn't want to hit her. Okay, then I'll take third. That's more like it. Cebu University has 4 large martial arts halls. Among them, the martial arts hall next to the teaching building is the largest one. There is not only a huge 1,000 meter arena in the middle of the venue, but also spectator seats around it that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this time, inside the martial arts hall, before the freshmen like Lin Hao arrived, there were already quite a few people sitting in the audience. There are teachers, as well as senior students. I heard that this year, there's a new student whose swordsmanship has reached the level of subtlety of the mind. Is that true? Of course it's true. Her name is Lu Qianqian. She's the heir of a swordsmanship family and the head of the law enforcement department. She's quite powerful. It seems that Lu Qianqian should be the first place in this preliminaries. It's hard to say. This class of freshmen has some tough guys, like Xu Yuro and Jiang Yunwei, who are also quite skilled. By the way, what about that brilliant Lin Hao from before? He can also compete for first place. Don't joke around, this is a competition of skills. Yes, although Lin Hao is very talented, I haven't heard that his skills are also very good. Of course. After all, I'm just a warrior from a small place. How can I possibly compare to the geniuses cultivated by those big families since childhood? That's right. Anyway, this year's competition is still very interesting. Yeah, I really envy them. The rewards for this freshman competition are much more generous than ours. In the audience, many seniors and teachers were discussing in low voices, looking forward to this freshman competition. After all, this freshman competition is very different from previous years. The rewards are also much more generous. Dean Yao, I didn't expect you to be interested in the freshman competition preliminaries as well? In the front row of the audience, an elegant and dignified beautiful woman had just sat down. The beautiful woman has a graceful figure, a beautiful face and long, smooth golden hair. It was Ruan Lanji, the mayor of the second satellite city and the dean of the second academy. And the person sitting next to her was Yao Guozhong. Ha, Dean Ruan, you're here too. I'm looking at Chu Yuro. Ruan Lanji said this without blushing or beating her heart. Oh? Seriously? Yao Guozhong didn't point it out, just stared at Ruan Lanji in a daze. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Okay, I'm here to see Lin Hao. Ruan Lanji sighed. It seems you know it too? Yao Guozhong said as if it was a matter of course. That's right. According to Mr. Liao from the library, during the competition between Lin Hao and Lu Qianqian, someone used a state of mind, but we don't know who it was. Well, I know about this, who do you think it is? I guess, it's Lin Hao. Ruan Lanji's eyes narrowed. Oh? Isn't it Lu Qianqian? I heard that she has achieved a breakthrough in the realm of subtle mind. Yao Guozhong frowned. Lu Qianqian? Ruan Lanji smiled and shook her head without saying anything. It was through Chu Yuro that she learned that Lu Qianqian had recently achieved a breakthrough in her spiritual awareness. But there was a crucial point that Ruan Lanji realized. That means the timing is wrong. The time of the competition was different from the time when Lu Qianqian broke through. In other words, Lin Hao was the one who used the artistic conception in the ring. But this is just Ruan Lanji's speculation after all. There is no direct evidence. That's why she came to watch the game out of curiosity. Could it really be him? Impossible. Yao Guozhong seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 126 Fire Phoenix. Cebu University, inside the martial arts hall. Just as Yao Guozhong and Ruan Lanji were talking, the auras of several high-level warriors appeared on the scene. But it's very obscure. Ordinary students can't feel it at all. If they didn't know very well where these auras came from, they probably wouldn't have noticed it. Why are those old guys hiding their heads and showing their tails here too? Yao Guozhong raised his eyebrows slightly. In Xinggu University, the only people who could be called old guy by him were naturally the deans of the other colleges. Lao Yao, how long has it been since we've gathered together like this? Ruan Lanji looked around with a strange expression. As the deans of Xinggu University, they are all powerful martial kings. I am usually very busy. Not to mention that they all have their own garrison duties, so it is difficult to find time. However, Ruan Lanji didn't expect it. It's just a small freshman competition preliminaries, not the main competition yet. The deans of the 6 major colleges were actually gathered together? Yao Guozhong shook his head. I don't know what those old guys are doing here. Old Yao, have you forgotten? Ruan Lanji glanced at him and said, after the freshman competition, it's time to choose a college. According to the previous rules, the freshman competition is to further subdivide the freshmen of this year, commonly known as specialization. This also makes it easier for them to select martial arts talents. After all, each college is good at different things. However, this year, things are different because of the inheritance quota of the Martial Saint Temple. I see. Yao Guozhong suddenly realized, I was wondering about those old guys. I don't usually see them so active, but now they all come as soon as they smell something interesting. It seems they also received the news. Ruan Lanji and Yao Guozhong looked at each other and both understood something. At the same time, they both couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. If other colleges had arranged ordinary teachers, the two of them would not have taken each other seriously at all. But the person who came now was the dean of the same status as them. It's obvious that they are targeting Lin Hao. These sudden appearance of competitors made Ruan Lanji and Yao Guozhong feel a little pressured. Old Yao, we both have a close relationship with Lin Hao, so we can't let them take advantage of us. That's right, even if we're trying to snatch someone away, we still have to follow the principle of first come first served, right? Soon, Yao Guozhong and Ruan Lanji formed a united front alliance. After all, with how well they both knew Lin Hao, they had already considered him one of their own. Although we are all from the same school, we are not very close to each other. Naturally, I don't want Lin Hao to join other colleges. Besides, this is only my freshman year. Lin Hao still has a long way to go. With his talent, he is bound to shine in the world in the future. It may even grow into the new pillar of Dragon Country. If someone asks in the future who taught Lin Hao, they can say it with confidence. I taught me. How impressive. However, just when Ruan Lanji and Yao Guozhong were making their own plans, an inconspicuous corner that no one noticed and could not be noticed by anyone. An old man in a black robe shook his head and chuckled. A few little bastards, you still want to snatch people from me? Inside the martial arts hall, accompanied by the discussions of the old students in the audience, new students entered the venue one after another. Lin Hao, Lu Chanxian and others also walked in at this time. Is this a ring? Looking at the giant arena on the playground that was 1,000 meters long and wide, Chu Yuro covered her mouth in surprise. Actually, it's not Chu Yuro's fault. After all, this venue is not open to the public on normal days and is only open for a short period of time during large-scale competitions or events. As a freshman, it was normal for Chu Yuro to meet him for the first time. I've heard from some seniors before that the freshman competition would be a free-for-all involving hundreds of people, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Lu Chanxian smiled faintly. Is the preliminaries also a free-for-all with 100 people? Chu Yuro asked. After all, according to the rules, the chaos match is the big brawl. Maybe it will change, but in the qualifiers, we only need to get 3,000 points to advance. Lin Hao responded with a smile. 3,000 points? Chu Yuro pouted, I want to be the second one, 3,000 points is not enough. Chu Yuro's thoughts are very simple. The qualifiers may be her only chance to get a ranking. After all, after the preliminaries, there is only the school ranking. After that, there will be a chaotic ranking competition among all the qualified freshmen. Those are all the freshmen who advanced across the country, at least tens of thousands of them, so there must be so many masters among them. Chu Yuro still has self-awareness. With so many experts, she definitely has no chance of getting a ranking. Seeing this, Lin Hao wanted to remind Chu Yuro, but seeing her serious expression, he thought about it and gave up. In fact, the ranking in the qualifiers is not important at all. After all, this is only the first round of the freshman competition, and there are no advantages or rewards. However, getting a higher score and ranking will actually cause hostility from others. Being besieged is not worth it. Anyway, Lin Hao would not do such a thing that has no benefit. Let's go to the podium. The freshman competition naturally doesn't start right away. There will be a brief opening ceremony. There is an open space in front of the rostrum, which is where the freshmen gather. When Lin Hao, Lu Chanchan and others walked over, there were already about 700 or 800 fully armed freshmen on the open space. There were also teachers sitting on the podium not far ahead. Ruan Lanji, the dean of the second college, and Yao Guozhong, the dean of the third college, also sat on both sides. The deans of other colleges also came, but they did not sit in the audience like these two. But, I don't know where it is hidden. There is a separate seat reserved at the front of the rostrum, which is currently vacant. And in the audience, since there were no college or class divisions, there were no specific seats designated on the open space. Lin Hao, Lu Chanxian and others found an open space and sat down, waiting for the opening ceremony. As the number of students in the open space continues to increase, the time soon came to 9 o'clock. Just then, clang! A clear and loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out in the venue. The freshmen looked up and saw the sky above the stadium. A stream of fire feathers that covered the sky and the sun cut through the sky, bringing with it a rolling heat wave. The next moment, the flaming feathers in the sky dissipated, and a slim woman in a red cheongsam and black golden shoes landed. There is a hint of nobility on the cold and beautiful face. Is this the flowing fire phoenix? Is it one of the three mysterious vice principals known as Phoenix Emperor? That's right, it's her. In the open space, the freshmen suddenly burst into exclamations, mixed with a little admiration. After all, the one who came was an 8th-rank martial emperor. Even as students of Xingwu University, many people have never seen such a high-level strong man in their entire lives. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Arena Melee. Phoenix? A fire-type talent? In the open space, Lin Hao was secretly surprised after feeling this hot and strong breath. After all, it was the first time for him to see a martial emperor-level expert. I just didn't expect that the other person was so young. Judging from his appearance, he is only about 27 or 28 years old. Of course. A strong man like the martial emperor has long possessed the means to turn decay into magic. It is not difficult to keep your face from aging. Just as everyone was discussing it. Day. The woman in red, wearing Gordon shoes, walked to the podium. Her dress sways and her long hair flutters. Let me introduce myself. My name is Honi and I'm one of the 3 vice principals of the school. Today I will be hosting the freshman competition. The woman opened her red lips slightly. The sound was not loud, but it was heard throughout the entire venue. I won't say any more unnecessary nonsense. Let me briefly introduce the rules of the freshman competition preliminaries. Before the game starts, you will receive 2 things. One is a specially made smartwatch that can record the scores of this freshman competition throughout the entire process. Second, standard weapons are available. You can choose your own type. You are not allowed to bring your own weapons. Violators will be treated as cheaters. The scoring system is simple. It's a free-for-all in the ring, with no limit on the number of players. Eliminating one person earns 100 points, and the first person to reach 3,000 points advances. The deadline is this afternoon, before 5 o'clock. Wow, we have to eliminate 30 people to advance. Although the freshmen present had already received the rules of the freshman competition after registration. But now, hearing Principal Hong say it himself, I still felt a suffocating pressure. After all, according to the rules, theoretically, very few people will advance. However, there were nearly 1,000 new students registering on the spot. You can imagine the competitive pressure. Fortunately, this qualifying round is limited to a certain time, not a certain number of times. In other words, even if you are knocked off the ring and eliminated, you can still wait for the next opportunity to play. As long as you get 3,000 points before 5 p.m. today, you can also advance. Okay, I think everyone is clear about the rules. The rest of the time will be handed over to you all. I hope everyone can achieve good results in this freshman competition. After saying that, the man in red waved his hand, and suddenly a circle of torches lit up on the arena in the center of the venue. The tense atmosphere was ignited in an instant. There is an urge to resist giving it a try. Lin Hao touched his chin and analyzed calmly. After explaining the rules, the newly arrived beautiful principal did not arrange the order and candidates for the battle. So that means let people go directly? But the first one to step onto the ring will have a disadvantage, which is that they are easily besieged. After all, this is a chaos match. Except for not being allowed to use talents, all other means of attack can be used. However, with Lin Hao's level of swordsmanship, there is no need to worry at all. However, he wanted to wait until there were more people on the ring before going up. After all, it was very tiring for him to swing his sword as they came up one by one. It would be better to wait until there are more people around, and then he can cut everyone off the stage with one sword. Harvest a large number of points in one wave and meet the promotion requirements. Then we're done. This is like cutting leeks. The thicker and more lush the chives grow, the easier it is to cut them. There were many people around who, like Lin Hao, chose to remain inactive. Everyone looked around to see if there was anyone brave enough to be the first to step forward. Hey, I'll go first. After receiving the weapons, Chu Yuro chuckled softly, stepped forward, and was the first to step into the ring. She was seen pointing a gun at the audience, with a smile on her lips, waiting for people to enter with a proud look on her face. That's Chu Yuro? Oh no, why is she the first one to come up? I heard Chu Yuro's spear skills have reached perfection. That's right, she's only a hair's breadth away from reaching the true realm of the way of the spear. With Chu Yuro here, aren't we asking for trouble if we go up there? After seeing the figures on the stage clearly, the freshmen looked at each other and were all a little scared. After all, Chu Yuro was once the top scorer in the martial arts exam in the Magic City, and it can be said that everyone knows her. Moreover, the opponent's skills are also ranked among the best among this year's freshmen. Therefore, Chu Yuro will definitely advance. The freshmen present are not stupid, facing such a strong opponent. Whoever goes up first is just serving as a stepping stone for others, right? However, just as everyone was hesitating, a tall figure jumped high from the crowd and landed straight in the center of the ring with a loud noise. Chu Yuro, I will be your opponent. Tisk Jian Yunwei, are you worthy enough? Chu Yuro sneered disdainfully when she saw the person coming. But I still felt a little serious in my heart. As the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Shangjing City, Jiang Yunwei is her old rival. Whether it was a competition of talent or skills, the two had fought each other many times. All I can say is that both sides have won and lost, and are evenly matched. Clang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of weapons clashing, the two men began to fight each other on the ring. For the time being, no one can do anything to anyone else. If the two of them are fighting, can we go too? Yeah, don't waste time, let's get going. Seeing Chu Yuro being held captive by Jiang Yunwei, everyone's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity! A good opportunity to earn points. As long as the winner is not decided, they will not care about anything else. Then, they have room to score. Thinking of this, the freshmen rushed to the arena. But there are still some people like Lin Hao who watch from the sidelines and wait for opportunities. Just then, an ethereal smile sounded above the ring. Before the match officially begins, let me emphasize again that you don't need to worry about casualties from heavy punches. As long as they're not burned to ashes, I can save them. Wow! As soon as the words fell, the whole audience exclaimed. Yes, there is Principal Hong, who is known as the Phoenix Emperor. The ability to save people is unique. Even if you are a 7th level martial arts master, she can give you nirvana and rebirth. Not to mention these freshmen who don't even have a 4th level grandmaster. With Principal Hong's assurance, the freshmen who were originally hesitant suddenly changed their minds. Each one looks like a ferocious beast. He rushed onto the stage, roaring. For a moment, everyone showed off their skills and weapons were waving wildly. The field suddenly fell into chaos. At this time, Chu Yuro and Jiang Yunwei, who were fighting, saw this and looked at each other. Then, in perfect tacit understanding, they swung their butcher knives at the freshmen next to them. They are not stupid. The conditions for advancement are based on points. And no matter who you defeat, you will only get 100 points. In comparison, it is definitely picking on the weak. It's obvious. As these two masters of perfect skills joined the melee, It's like two wolves breaking into a flock of sheep. People kept getting eliminated. Chu Yuro and Zhang Yunwei are still very powerful. Yeah, I've already scored over 2,000 points in just a short while. After all, their skills are perfect. Perhaps only Lu Chanxian, who has comprehended the sword heart, can surpass them. Lu Chanxian? Yes, why can't Lu Chanxian come up yet? Looking at the two people killing everyone on the ring, the audience also burst into discussions. However, they were not too surprised. After all, as long as Lu Chanxian doesn't participate, this competition will remain suspenseful. Chapter 128 Lu Chanxian of the Development Department. As everyone was discussing, the preliminaries gradually entered a white-hot stage. On the leaderboard, Chu Yuro and Zhang Yunwei ranked high. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place in this qualifying round will be decided by these two people. Master, when are you going to come? Lu Chanxian tilted her head and asked Lin Hao. Because they were the only two people around, Lu Chanxian changed the address to Master. It seems that only in this way can she feel at ease. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, I'll wait until there are more people before I go up. Oh. What are you waiting for? Time is running out. Lin Hao glanced at Lu Chanxian. Feeling Lin Hao's gaze, Lu Chanxian blushed slightly and spoke in a low voice. I want to be with Master. ? Lin Hao's expression was a little strange. This is not going to the toilet, and you have to invite a companion. Besides, gender is different. Don't let people misunderstand. Time is running out, so hurry up and get on, or you'll be eliminated. That would be a joke. Lin Hao advised. Oh, okay then. Lu Chanxian nodded. After all, Master has said so let us just listen to him. Looking at Lu Chanxian's departing back, Lin Hao's expression became even weirder. Who still remembers Lu Chanxian, the powerful minister of law enforcement? Or even, the ruthless person who stopped me downstairs of the library? How docile are you now? Like a kitten, clingy and obedient. Did he teach it himself? Pooh. Is teaching so effective? It can even change a person's personality. Of course. Lu Chanxian's gentle side is only revealed when she is facing Lin Hao. But once entering combat state, Lu Chanxian becomes a completely different person. Just like now. As soon as he stepped onto the ring, he killed 4 or 5 people with one sword, announcing his powerful debut. His natural sword fighting skills stood out on this stage, like a crane standing out among chickens. Chu Yuro, we have to join forces. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yunwei's pupil shrank slightly, and then he shouted loudly to the side. Good. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuro, who was fighting, quickly withdrew from the battlefield and approached Zhang Yunwei. There's no way, Lu Chanxian's name is too famous. A kendo genius? A descendant of a noble family? Of course, these titles alone are not enough to make them take precautions. What frightened them the most was the other party's technical attainments. The subtlety of swordsmanship. This is a power close to Tao, completely beyond the skill itself. Even with their half-step mind-penetrating skill level, they are no match for others. After all, as long as this step is not taken, then quantitative change will not produce qualitative change. Only those strong ones who have reached the bottleneck of their skills will know how difficult this step is. Only then will you know how powerful the skill of mindfulness is. Just like Lu Chanxian. Given the other party's talent and family background, it took him several years to take this step. So, the first moment they see each other, they must join forces as soon as possible. Only in this way may you be qualified to stand on the ring. Here it comes, Lu Chanxian is finally here. If you don't understand, just ask, who is Lu Chanxian? You don't even know Lu Chanxian, the new student's top martial artist and the master of subtle mind swordsmanship? What? Mind-blowing level of skill? Is this really a new skill? When they saw the person coming, the surrounding audience seats suddenly erupted in heated discussions. After all, Lu Chanxian's skills are at the top level even among the old students. Not to mention, in this kind of freshman competition. I'm afraid the other party will win by crushing us. Not only the teachers and students in the audience were shocked, but even Principal Hong, who was sitting near the podium, was shocked. This 8th-rank martial emperor also nodded secretly. Is her name Lu Chanxian? This year, our school has produced a promising young talent. just as everyone had different expressions on their faces due to Lu Qianxian's appearance. On the ring, the entire battlefield was divided into two halves. Half of them were freshmen led by Zhang Yunwei and Chu Yuro. The other half is only Lu Qianxian. There's no way Lu Qianxian kills too quickly. He had only been on the court for over 10 minutes and had already eliminated more than 20 people. The speed at which he gained points was like a rocket. Moreover, no one can match her. Even Zhang Yunwei was kicked off the stage twice. If they don't join forces, the entire arena will be contracted by Lu Qianxian. Join forces? Lu Qianxian looked at the freshmen in front of her who were united as one and smiled slightly. It seems to be expected. Since we're together, let's try my trick. After saying that, Lu Qianxian's eyes fixed, and the long sword in her hand immediately formed a series of sword flowers. This was exactly the sword technique that Lin Hao had used when he competed with her in the library. One sword, falling snow. Ha! It's snowing? Isn't this autumn? In an instant, everyone on the ring felt a slight chill, as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Layers of white mist rose up with every breath. No, it's the artistic conception. Chu Yuro was the first to react and quickly retreated dozens of meters. The terrifying thing about the subtlety of the mind is this artistic conception. Because it's not snowing at all. Rather, it was the chill reflected from the sword light. Just like the name of the swordsmanship. Falling snow. Within 100 meters of this arena. Every snowflake represents Lu Qianxian's sword moves. Swish. 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 At the same time, everyone covered by the snow was bleeding. In an instant, limbs flew everywhere and blood splattered all over the ring. The entire battlefield was dyed red. The power of artistic conception is so terrifying. What the hell? This is artistic conception? This is mindfulness? A sword falling on the snow, awesome. I've seen it all. You're worthy of being the top freshman in terms of skills. Honestly, the freshmen nowadays are so amazing. Compared to them, we were just playing house back then. There's no doubt about it. If Lu Qianxian doesn't take first place, it will be unjust. Near the rostrum, Hongyi saw this scene and his eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad. The artistic conception of falling snow is simply natural. She couldn't help but applaud. Moreover, Hongyi's own movement is also swordsmanship. Of course I know how difficult it is to grasp the artistic conception of a skill. And Lu Qianxian is not even 20 years old. I'm afraid there will be a bright future ahead. Thinking of this, the powerful martial emperor has already developed some admiration for talent. Dean Yao, does Lu Qianxian have a master? The man in red turned to Yao Guozhong who was sitting next to him and asked. Hearing the principal's question, Yao Guozhong's expression suddenly became more serious. Afterwards, he thought about it seriously and said, I've never heard that Lu Qianxian has ever become a disciple. He also knew Lu Qianxian's family background. If you want to become a disciple, it will definitely be a grand occasion. After all, as the only heir of a sword-fighting family, how could he worship an unknown person? Therefore, this is also the reason why Yao Guozhong is so sure. No master? That's great. The beautiful eyes of the girl in red lit up. She had already made up her mind to extend an olive branch to Lu Qianxian after the competition was over. Accept the other person as a disciple. On the ring. Lu Qianxian amazed everyone with her move, but she was not very happy. His eyes kept wandering to the open space in front of the podium. To be precise, he was looking at Lin Hao. Lu Qianxian's posture at this moment. Just like a student being tested by a teacher. I feel a little confused and uneasy. After all, she learned the artistic conception of falling snow from Lin Hao. Now, on this stage, it is being used in actual combat for the first time. I don't know whether it's good or bad. However, after getting Lin Hao's nod of affirmation. At this moment, Lu Qianxian smiled like a flower. Received praise from master. So happy. However, Lu Qianxian's smile only lasted for a moment. Because, Lin Hao is ready. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 One Sword, Frozen. Fuck, Lin Hao. That freshman Lin Hao is going to come up. Tisk, don't make a fuss. The sequence level title doesn't count here. That's right, this isn't a competition of talent and combat power, but I definitely can't beat Lu Qianxian in terms of skills. I'm kind of looking forward to it. After all, I'm a sequence level freshman. What happens if I get eliminated? Lin Hao, here he comes. Looking at Lin Hao, who was selecting weapons and preparing to go on stage, Yao Guozhong and Wan Lanji looked at each other. There was a strong expectation in their eyes. After all, I heard teacher Liao describe the competition that took place in the library a month ago. What an inexplicable biting chill. What a sword intent that can be controlled freely. It's just exaggerated. To be honest, if the other party was not a senior teacher at Tsinghua University, they all suggested that I go to the ophthalmology department. After all, it's a bit too outrageous. Whether it is Lu Chanxian or Lin Hao, they're both freshmen. Can you possess that level of kendo skills? But if it is really as Mr. Liao described, then he is an unparalleled genius. No matter what, they must try to get the other party to join the hospital. The other side. In a hidden corner of the venue. This kid can't hold it in anymore? An old man in a black robe narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the figure gradually walking onto the stage. To be honest, Fang Kunshan almost fell asleep just now. After all, in his eyes, a competition of this level is just like playing house. Bored to death. Even the little girl Lu Chanxian only let him take a quick look. Just a glance. If he looked at it any longer, he would probably fall asleep. I hope this kid can bring some surprises, otherwise I, an old man, will have no one to inherit my skills. Although Lin Hao was very famous, when he came on stage, he did not attract much attention. Only a few people around took a look and then quickly looked away. After all, Lin Hao's reputation for skills is far inferior to Lu Chanxian's. Hey, master, there's no such thing as big or small in the arena. Don't blame Chanxian for not knowing how to control her strength. As soon as Lin Hao stepped onto the ring, he received Lu Chanxian's spiritual message. Looking in the direction of the voice, the little girl was looking at him with a smile, but her beautiful eyes were full of fighting spirit. Good guy, it's Tian Gang. This is the wings that have hardened. I'll break all your wings soon. Hey, Lin Hao, I know you, let's join forces. At this time, a tall and thin freshman walked over to the edge of the ring. Join forces? Yeah, Lu Chanxian is so strong. If we don't join forces, how can we possibly defeat her? Lin Hao's mouth twitched. Okay, let him, the master, join forces to fight the apprentice, right? Can Lin Hao afford to lose this person? It must be rejected. No. Seeing Lin Hao's straightforward refusal, the tall and thin freshman shook his head inside. Then he turned around and suddenly said, "You've got a sequence level spot. You really take yourself too seriously." Seeing this, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Was he too low-key? How could anyone, even a cat or a dog, mock him? In that case, let you feel it. What is called kendo? Lin Hao closed his eyes and also sent a message to Lu Chanxian. Lu Chanxian, today I will show you the true meaning of the falling snow sword technique. One sword, freeze. In Dongning City in October, although summer has passed, the lingering power of the scorching heat is still there. For example, today, the outside temperature is even close to 40 degrees. But everyone in Tsinghua University practices martial arts, so this high temperature is nothing. However, inside the venue, everyone felt a biting cold at the same time. It's like falling into an ice cave and being buried in the deep sea. Lonely, depressed, cold. Various extreme emotions are intertwined in everyone's heart, making people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. It's like it's frozen. What the hell? It's not snowing, but why is it so cold? So cold, so hopeless. On the ring, including Lu Chanxian and Xu Yuro, their faces turned pale the moment they felt the cold. Especially Lu Chanxian, who was recognized as the best in skills in the ring. She felt it especially clearly. This biting cold, is it really the falling snow sword technique? Master, what level of swordsmanship is he at? The people in the audience were equally terrified. There were also some warriors at a lower level, trembling and looking like they were about to collapse to the ground at any moment. As for the tall and thin freshman who had just mocked Lin Hao, he immediately knelt down. He fainted on the ground instantly, and his life or death was unknown. In front of the rostrum, Ruan Lanji and Yao Guozhong both showed a look of shock on their faces when they felt the cold. They suddenly stood up from their seats, looked towards the source of the chill, and said in unison, "This is. How is it possible? Not good. The 8th level martial emperor in red, who was sitting next to them, suddenly changed his expression and quickly took off into the air. He raised his hand and a blazing flame tried to resist the icy cold. However, it did not stop the cold wave. It spread out in an instant. The temperature in the entire venue dropped to freezing point. After all, this is a competition of skills, which is a battle on another level. Want to withstand the cold wave? Unless your skills are no weaker than Lin Hao's. Otherwise, even if you are an 8th rank martial emperor, you can only stare blankly. Oh no! Once this cold wave breaks out completely, even I won't be able to save so many people. The woman in red bit her lip and looked at the blurry figure in the center of the cold wave with complicated eyes. Who is he? Ha, I found a treasure. It's worth it that I've been observing secretly for so long. In the corner of the audience, Fang Kunshan stroked his beard, his face full of satisfaction. Only he knows. When the college entrance examination was over, he knew Lin Hao's test results. It caught his attention. Therefore, at that time he asked a powerful martial king to personally invite Lin Hao to join Tsinghua University. For this reason, he made an exception and applied for a sequence level quota for Lin Hao. You know, this is the first time in the history of Tsinghua University. Of course. Even though he is the vice president of Tsinghua University and an 8th level martial emperor, he still has a lot of pressure. It was nothing more than some gossip from the elders of the martial alliance. However, this little bit of talking skill is nothing to him. Just consider it as an investment for Lin Hao. But what he didn't expect was Lin Hao could grow to this point now. Whether it is talent or skill. They are all such monsters. Thinking of this, Fang Kunshan shook his head and chuckled. Look at this sword intent, how cool it is. P.S. Please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 130 The power of a sword shocked everyone. A cold wave breaks out and winter is coming. Before long, the entire venue was covered in snow, as if there had been a night of snowstorm. It is also the falling snow sword technique. The range of Lu Qianxian's falling snow can only affect about 100 meters. It can't even cover the entire arena. However, Lin Hao's falling snow covered the entire venue. And if the venue was not an enclosed building, the impact would be even wider. It really gives me strength. Seeing this, Hong Yi's eyelids twitched. She really let the freshmen not hold back and play in their own style. After all, as a powerful martial emperor in the healing department, she can still handle this. As long as she doesn't turn into ashes, she can be saved. But I didn't let you perform like this. Such a large-scale sword intent. Give yourself the strength you need. To protect so many people, even a phoenix that is good at saving people would be very tired. Well. The man in red sighed softly. It seems that if we don't show some skills today, there will probably be casualties. Then the man in red took a deep breath and spit out a ball of light with golden flames from his mouth. The fireball swelled up in the wind and soon turned into a bright sun, illuminating everything. It was at the moment when the sun appeared. The coldness receded like the tide, and the scorching sun shone down, bringing a touch of warmth to everyone. But the freshmen on the stage were not so lucky. Among those closest to Lin Hao, only Lu Qianxian and Chu Yuro were still struggling. Everyone without exception turned into ice sculptures. Lifelike ice sculptures. Seeing the cold wave recede, Lin Hao also retracted his sword moves, threw the long sword away, and said calmly, "Thank you." Then, without looking back, he turned around and walked off the stage. The freezing move he just used has already made him meet the requirements for advancement. Therefore, there is no need for him to compete for the first place, as there is no benefit. Silence, dead silence. In the huge venue, only the sound of Lin Hao's footsteps walking down the ring echoed. Everyone was in great shock and disbelief, unable to process the information for a long time. What level of sword intent is this? Lu Qianxian, who was previously praised by everyone, was like a baby bus in front of Lin Hao's sword intent. Childish and ridiculous. Everyone felt as if they were in a trance and dreaming. In the quiet venue, after a few breaths, there was a sound of people gasping for breath. Hiss. Everyone looked at Lin Hao as if they had seen a ghost, filled with shock and disbelief. Oh my god, how exaggerated is Lin Hao's swordsmanship? What kind of sword technique did Lin Hao just use? I feel like my soul is frozen. Lin Hao's sword killed me like a chicken. Is this the sword intention a freshman should have? Crazy. Especially Yao Guozhong and Wan Lanji, they couldn't help but sigh again and again. based on the information received previously. They had speculated that Lin Hao was also a swordsman with subtle mind. But no one expected that Lin Hao could defeat Lu Chanxian so easily. It even affected the entire venue. This made Honi, an 8th-level martial emperor, extremely busy and overwhelmed. Even the Phoenix True Pill was spit out. What does that mean? This means that Lin Hao's sword intent is much stronger and more advanced than Lu Chanxian's. How did he do that? He's just a freshman. What's more exaggerated is that they know Lin Hao's information. Before the college entrance examination, the other parties seem to have never even touched a sword. In comparison, Lu Chanxian comes from a family of kendo and has been sleeping with a sword in her arms since she was a child. At this moment, everyone was numb. Who would have thought that Lin Hao, who is far ahead in the field of talent, is also so exaggerated in terms of skills? If we say that Lu Chanxian, who entered the mind-depth sword art at the age of 18, is a monster, then what is Lin Hao? The most evil of evils, a monster. And saw Lin Hao slowly walking down the ring. Ruan Lanji and Yao Guozhong looked at each other and could no longer suppress their excitement. Then he completely ignored his image as a strong man and rushed straight towards Lin Hao. I was afraid that if I ran too slowly, someone would snatch Lin Hao away. Young friend Lin Hao, do you still remember me? Yao Guozhong laughed and landed next to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked a little strange when he saw the newcomer. President Yao, didn't we just meet a few days ago? Really? Considering my poor memory, why don't you come over to my place and sit for a while? This. Lin Hao touched his head, somewhat puzzled. What is going on? Oh, don't listen to him. At this time, a beautiful woman followed closely behind and took Lin Hao's hand affectionately. Student Lin Hao, come to our second hospital. The senior you like, Zhu Yue, is also from our second academy. As long as you come, we will be a family. When you two are together. Lin Hao's face flushed red as he was told, City Lord Wan, isn't this a bit too fast? He did have a good impression of senior sister Chu. But even Lin Hao would feel embarrassed if he said it in public. Yao Guozhong, who was standing by, saw that the other party even used the beauty trap to snatch the person away. He immediately became anxious. Lin Hao, we also have many beautiful senior students in the third college. You can pick anyone you want when you come. No? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Really? Is it big? Are the legs long? Lin Hao felt a little uneasy inside, but he remained calm on the surface. Why on earth are you doing this? Seeing that Lin Hao was really confused, Yao Guozhong explained seriously. After the freshman competition, it's time to choose a college. We're just saying hello to you in advance. Oh. Lin Hao suddenly understood. I had only heard of it vaguely before, but I didn't expect the college selection process to be so quick. However, for Lin Hao, it doesn't matter which college he goes to. After all, the system provides him with finished products that can be completed in one step, so he doesn't really need anyone to teach him. Therefore, a lot of time spent on detours is saved. Lin Hao didn't care about becoming a disciple or anything like that. That's it? Aren't your two academies too dishonest? At this time, several figures fell from nowhere. Humph, those old guys who were hiding behind closed doors are finally willing to come out? When Yao Guozhong saw the person coming, he cursed softly. The others didn't mind. Little friend Lin Hao, as long as you come to our fourth academy, we will give you a copy of the 8th level swordsmanship martial arts. Level 8. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. The 8th level martial arts is only one level higher than the 7th level. But it is the unique ability of the strong. This level of martial arts cannot be learned in the library. If Lin Hao wants to reach a realm above the heavenly man realm in the future, then high-level martial arts are essential. Only one? You guys at the 4th Academy are really stingy. My 5th Academy published 2. Damn it, you're competing with me, right? 6th Academy has published 3 books. 4. On the Ring. Everyone looked at the deans of various colleges, whom they rarely saw in person on weekdays. At this moment, in order to compete for Lin Hao, he was bargaining like an ante in the vegetable market. Everyone felt as if they had eaten a lemon, extremely sour and refreshing. And I am extremely envious. Is this how geniuses are treated? Love it, love it. However, just when the presidents of various colleges were arguing, in a hidden corner, Fang Kunshan chuckled softly, Hey, little bastards, I'll take the person away first. Star Picking Technique, Stealing the Sky and Changing the Day. Chapter 131 Law Space. As soon as the words fell, the several deans who were still in the middle of the argument felt a flash before their eyes. When he looked clearly again, he found that Lin Hao was gone. What's going on? Ruan Lanji looked around, a little confused. How could such a grown-up person suddenly disappear? The other deans also looked at each other, somewhat confused. Yao Guizhong beside him sighed softly. It's Principal Feng. This is his unique skill, the star-picking law. Yao Guizhong is a former student of Fang Kunshan. I have a very clear understanding of this teacher's methods. Hiss. Oh my god, he even came to a qualifying match. No need to think, it must be coming for Lin Hao. It's over. With Principal Feng here, we still have a shitty chance. Not necessarily. Maybe Principal Feng is just here to watch the game. Yao Guizhong glanced sideways at the dean who had just spoken, as if he were looking at a fool. Everyone's been taken away, and you're telling me you're just here to watch the game? Old Yao, what should we do then? Ruan Lanji blinked. What else can I do? From what I know about the principal, he should be thinking of taking me in as a disciple. Yao Guizhong's eyes were filled with resentment. Even though this person is my teacher, I still feel like my wife has been snatched away by someone else. Don't feel sorry for me. Lao Feng once used his star-picking law to kill a 9th-level martial saint from an alien race head-on. Lin Hao will not mislead his students if he teaches him. At this time, a man in red came from a distance. Several deans saluted quickly. Principal Hong is right. Yao Guizhong reflected, or maybe I was too greedy. With Lin Hao's talent, if I were to teach him, wouldn't that be misleading him? Old Yao is right, we are indeed somewhat unworthy. Ruan Lanji shook her head inside. After weighing the key points, the others also nodded. A monstrous student like Lin Hao. Whether it's for fame or profit, wouldn't that teacher be tempted? However, they have been deans for so long that they can see it. With Lin Hao's talent, he will grow into a giant sooner or later. Even many years later, it will still be circulated and can be called a legend. He certainly deserves better training. Alright, the freshman competition is still going on, so please go back to your seats. The man in red waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. Several deans did not take their seats and turned around and left. After all, with Lin Hao's stunning sword move, the subsequent competition seemed extremely boring. It's better not to watch it. And they originally came here for Lin Hao, but now the real target has been taken away by Principal Feng. Naturally, there is no reason to stay here any longer. Seeing this, Hongyi didn't say much. He turned to the freshmen in the audience and announced. The competition continues. The starry night sky, the black earth, and the gray mist everywhere. Vast, deep, mysterious. This was the first scene Lin Hao saw when he woke up. Am I dreaming? Lin Hao was a little confused. The previous second, he was still in the martial arts field of Xingwu University, chatting and laughing with the deans. He was even ready to agree to their conditions. Yes. Only children make choices, Lin Hao wants them all. Isn't it just about letting him join the academy? Then why not just add him all at once? There are 7 days in a week, and Lin Hao can take out 5 days to check in at an academy every day. There are 2 days left, and I can even have a weekend off. As for why there are only 2 days left. Because Xingwu University only has 6 colleges, and the first college didn't come at all. Therefore, it is not within Lin Hao's punch-in range. Of course. This is also a helpless move. After all, Lin Hao really lacks high-level sword skills. For the past month, he has been going to the library every day to borrow 3 books on swordsmanship and martial arts. He also asked Lu Chanqian to demonstrate their Lu family's swordsmanship from time to time so that Lin Hao could take advantage of her. It can be said that Lu Chanqian's underwear was completely ripped off by him, there really was not a drop left. However, this is not enough for Lin Hao to reach a higher level of swordsmanship. The most critical issue is the lack of sword skills above level 8. This level of martial arts. Lu Chanqian couldn't learn it at all and couldn't demonstrate it, so Lin Hao couldn't take advantage of her. So, the 8th level martial arts given by the dean are still very important to Lin Hao. This is. Just as Lin Hao was thinking, countless stars above his head began to change their positions constantly, as if the stars were moving. Soon, a corner of the night was torn open. An old man wearing a Taoist robe and a hairpin appeared in front of Lin Hao. Oh no, why did an old man appear in my dream? There should be a beautiful woman. Lin Hao teased. In fact, he had already noticed the extraordinary nature of this space. However, Lin Hao had nothing to worry about. After all, if it was really the work of aliens, then it would certainly not be hidden from the person outside, the principal in red. The martial emperor is not here to eat and do nothing. Fang Kunshin's mouth twitched when he heard this. Boy, this is my law space, there are no beauties here. Law space? It looks a bit high-end. This was also the first time he heard this word. Lin Hao touched his chin. Hey, old man, why did you bring me here? Not an old man. My name is Fang Kunshin, and I'm the vice president of Xingwu University. Fang Kunshin was so angry that he was puffing his beard and blaring. Young people nowadays really have no respect for the elderly. Oh, it's Principal Fang. I've heard a lot about you. Could you please take me out? Thank you. Lin Hao was speechless. This old man dragged him under the starry sky for no apparent reason and didn't even ask for his opinion. This made Lin Hao very angry. You know, there are several 8th level sword techniques and martial arts books waiting for you outside. If there is anything, why don't you wait until he learns martial arts? Why are you so anxious to pull him in? Therefore, it would be strange if Lin Hao had a good attitude. Boy, aren't you curious about this old man's law space at all? Fang Kunshin was obviously stunned when he heard that Lin Hao was going out. This is not right. Didn't my master-like demeanor scare this kid? Curious? Lin Hao curled his lips. Is your law space a high-level martial art? No. Is that a high-level spiritual secret technique? Not really. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Then what the hell are you talking about? It's neither a martial art nor a secret manual, so what's there to be curious about? Fang Kunshin was feeling a little crazy at the moment. This kid actually compared the power of law with martial arts and secret techniques? It's like comparing an ant to an elephant. Is this even comparable? Is this a layering thing? Fang Kunshin took a few deep breaths and could only comfort himself in his heart. This kid might become his apprentice in the future. No need to be angry. After a long while, Fang Kunshin said seriously. Boy, my law is incomparable to any other martial arts. Do you want to learn? Chapter 132 Chapter 132 The Route to Improve the Thunderfruit. Stronger than any martial arts secret technique? Lin Hao looked at the Fangsuan mountain in front of him suspiciously. Is this old man trying to trick me? Of course. Lin Hao did not deny that the law was indeed very powerful. After all, it can be seen from the environment that Lin Hao is in now. This space clearly does not belong to any dimension. Here, the physical laws of any blue planet do not apply. Even a bit like creation. This description may be a bit abstract. But if you imagine this space as the expansion of the realm in Jujutsu Kaisen, it's much more intuitive. However, if you say that it is stronger than any other martial arts, Lin Hao obviously doesn't believe it. Although Lin Hao had never seen the pinnacle of martial arts, the 9th level of martial arts. But I think it's pretty much the same. As if he saw what Lin Hao was thinking, Fang Kunshin shook his head helplessly. This kid really won't cry until he sees the coffin. In that case, let me explain to you what the law is. Fang Kunshin raised his hand. In front of the two of them, a whole set of stone tables and chairs suddenly appeared out of thin air. There were several teapots on the stone table, with steam rising from them and emitting hot air. Sit down. Fang Kunshin invited Lin Hao to sit down. Looking at this magic-like scene, Lin Hao felt for the first time that the law seemed to be useful. After all, if I learn it, wouldn't that mean that several senior students could appear? One pours tea for me, one feeds me fruit, and one warms my bed. Well, I'm pretty good at this, right? Fang Kunshin chuckled, as if enjoying Lin Hao's surprised expression at the moment. Of course, this was also because he didn't know what Lin Hao was thinking. If he knew, he might just exclaim fuck. So the rules can be used in this way? It's pretty good. So do you want to learn? Lin Hao blinked and stopped talking. He wouldn't agree to a single word until he figured out what the rules were. Seeing this, Fang Kunshin's mouth twitched. Why is this guy guarding against me like a thief? Although, in a sense, he is really related to the thief. After all, you can tell from the name of the star-picking technique. Stealing the day is not really a serious trick. Without giving it any more thought, Fang Kunshan could only explain, there are two ways to obtain the law. The first is the transformation of talent. Talent transformation? Yes, you can think of it as an evolved version of talent. Can talent evolve? Lin Hao was a little surprised. He had only heard that talent could be advanced. For example, during the college entrance examination, Yao Yuro had always been at odds with Lin Hao. Her talent was enhanced by the treasures of heaven and earth and advanced from A level to S level. Speaking of which, Yao Yuro caused him quite a bit of trouble at that time. So Lin Hao was quite impressed. Of course. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. With such a large population, it's not surprising that there are a few lucky ones. Fang Kunshan took a sip of tea and said slowly, of course, you can ignore the first method of obtaining it. The probability of evolution is much lower than the second method. So, is it very low? Lin Hao frowned. Although the talent strength of the Thunderfruit is still very online. But compared with his skills, it has gradually declined. After all, in terms of attack strength alone, Hawkeye's top-level swordsmanship inheritance is not inferior to the Thunderfruit. And once Lin Hao pushes open that heavenly gate, his swordsmanship skills will have a qualitative leap. In comparison, the Thunderfruit has reached its peak. According to the data Dean Yao had previously tested on him, SSS level talent was already the highest. It can't be improved any further. Therefore, if he continues like this, his swordsmanship will gradually replace the Thunderfruit. There's nothing we can do about it. But this Thunderfruit helped him rise from obscurity and shine brightly in the college entrance examination. Lin Hao had feelings, so he let the thunder leave the stage. That's such a shame. So, when he heard that talent could be transformed, Lin Hao felt a little happy. But does this method really only rely on luck? Lin Hao obviously didn't believe it. Don't forget, he also has a system. Others rely on luck, but he can rely on points. Although he didn't know how to make the Thunderfruit transform, Lin Hao could draw a few more. After all, the system doesn't stipulate that you can only draw one Thunderfruit. Lin Hao planned to draw 2 more and swallow them. Maybe you can synthesize the 2-star Thunderfruit. After Lin Hao obtained the power of the triple Thunderfruit, can it be said that he also possessed a law? Hiss. The more Lin Hao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Of course. According to the setting in One Piece, a person can only take one devil fruit. Otherwise, the 2 demons will fight inside the body, and it will not be able to withstand these abilities and cause various problems. There are exceptions to everything. For example, didn't T. Blackbeard take 2 devil fruits? Not only was nothing wrong, on the contrary, he became even stronger. This means that theoretically, eating multiple devil fruits can enhance one's strength. As long as your body can bear it. However, when it comes to physical strength, the pirate world is definitely not as good as the high-level martial arts world where Lin Hao lives. Therefore, as long as Lin Hao's realm continues to improve, sooner or later, the Thunderfruit will be transformed. Sooner or later you will master the rules. Thinking of this, Lin Hao touched his chin and murmured in his heart. Then there's only one last question. I don't have any points left. After all, exchanging for a Thunderfruit requires at least 200,000 points. P.S. Items that have been drawn can be exchanged directly. Are you listening, kid? Looking at Lin Hao's absent-minded look, Fang Kunshan's mouth twitched slightly. Good man, I was talking so hard just now that saliva was flying everywhere, but this guy was actually distracted? Lin Hao smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I was just thinking about something, please continue. Oomph, let me say it again. Fang Kunshan snorted softly and said slowly, the second type is a breakthrough in skills. Skill? Yes, have you heard of the Heavenly Realm? Fang Kunshan said seriously. Of course I've heard of it. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard this, and then frowned slightly. After all, he himself is a swordsman at the level of heaven and man, so he knows it very well. Isn't the Heavenly Man realm a higher level of skill than mindfulness? What does this have to do with the law? The voice suddenly paused, and Lin Hao looked up suddenly. Could it be that the Heavenly Man realm can comprehend the laws? Fang Kunshan smiled, stroking his beard, and admired Lin Hao's expression of shock mixed with anticipation and joy. You could say that. Chapter 133 A role model for our generation. This star-picking law is something I have only realized after immersing myself in the heavenly realm for decades and integrating the strengths of hundreds of schools. And once the law is unleashed, not only will fighting with warriors of the same level, but even fighting with warriors of higher levels will become commonplace. At the end, Fang Kunshan chuckled, his chest slightly puffed out, and a sense of pride was revealed in his voice. Indeed, Fangsuan Mountain has the capital to be proud of. You must know the power of law, which is the origin of all things. Those who can comprehend it are all rare and extraordinary beings. Let me put it this way. No matter what kind of rules a warrior has mastered, it will be no problem for him to defeat 5 warriors of the same level. Not to mention fighting against opponents of different levels. Just like Fangsuan Mountain, he once lured a martial saint from another race into his law space, and then used the star-picking technique to kill him. The martial saint died a miserable death at that time. Even all the organs in his body were stolen by Fangsuan Mountain. But if it is among the myriad races outside the domain, the measure of whether a race has the right to speak is to see how many powerful people in this race have mastered the power of the law. And every genius who comprehends the laws can be called a quasi-saint. It has nothing to do with realm or talent. Because the most important condition to become a 9th-level martial saint is the law. Otherwise, even if your chi, blood or realm reaches the standard of a martial saint, you can only be called a pseudo-saint. Only the strong ones who have comprehended the laws are worthy of being called true saints. I see. After hearing the old man's experience, Lin Hao's eyes lit up slightly. He collected so many sword techniques and martial arts, isn't he integrating the strengths of hundreds of schools? It seems that I am on the right path. As long as he keeps persisting, he will eventually be able to comprehend his own rules in kendo. Well, what do you think? Fang Kunshan calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip. He talked so much about the benefits and power of the law. I don't believe you, kid, can refuse? In this world where the strong are supreme, no one can resist the temptation of power. I refuse. Puff. Fang Kunshan spat out the tea he had just drunk. Almost sprayed Lin Hao in the face. Fang Kunshan asked in astonishment, did I hear correctly? Lin Hao shook his head, you heard it right. But why? Hearing this, Lin Hao looked at the other party and said quietly, because, old man, you are not honest. Question mark. Without time to bother about the name, Fang Kunshan snorted coldly, humph, what do you mean by that? He explained how powerful the law is and how to master it. The old man said so much, but he didn't teach me how to master the rules. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. If you agree to learn, won't you know? But if I agree, you will probably tell me the third way to master the law. Lin Hao smiled. The corner of Fang Kunshan's mouth twitched slightly. How did this guy know? It seems my guess was correct. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said to himself, whether it's the transformation of talent or the sudden enlightenment of skills, these 2 methods of mastering the laws are too accidental and cannot be learned through teaching. And the old man asked me before if I wanted to learn, so there must be a third way. Obviously, this third method is the simplest and safest, but it has certain negative effects, am I right? After saying that, Lin Hao looked at the other party quietly, wanting to confirm his statement. What a joke! Would I harm you? Fang Kunshan's eyes were a little evasive, and he clearly lacked confidence. I advised the old man to be more clear. Seeing the other party trying to cover up his mistake, Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Fortunately, I didn't act like a fool and agree directly. Otherwise, there might be some pit waiting for you to fall into. Okay, then I'll just say it straight. Fang Kunshan waved his hand, the third type is granting. Granted? That's right. A strong person who masters the power of the law is like a god, able to divide a part of his authority. Fang Kunshan continued, of course, the more people who are granted the power, the weaker the power of the law will be. Lin Hao nodded. It's easy to understand, it's the same principle as dividing a cake. Boy, you're not at all at a disadvantage, okay? As he spoke, Fang Kunshan became a little angry, my star-picking law is only mastered by me in this world. So, as long as you are willing to become my disciple, I can give you half. The fact that he couldn't deal with a young boy after a long time made this senior king of thieves a little angry. Half the rule, sounds okay. Lin Hao blinked, then why do you insist on me becoming your disciple first, old man? Forehead. Fang Kunshan hesitated and whispered, I will not hide it from you, some people hold a grudge against our sect. How much resentment do you hold? Lin Hao touched his chin. To be honest, Lin Hao was a little moved. After all, as long as you become a disciple, you can get half of the rules for free. Where can you find such a good thing? However, after hearing the other party's next words, Lin Hao no longer had any desire to become his disciple. Not much. Fang Kunshan counted on his fingers, the old mother dragon of the Black Dragon clan, the meowing fairy of the Immortal clan, the six-winged female angel of the God clan, the little demon clan. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Hao waved his hand with an extremely strange look on his face. What have you been doing? You've actually offended several ancient alien races? Well, they are just petty. They just took a few things. Fang Kunshan deeply disagreed. After all, he only stole a few pairs of underwear, undershirts, belly bands, and the like. Would he share one or two with others? It's not worth much money. Is it worth it to cross the heavens and the worlds to hunt him down? These women are so stingy. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. I'm afraid this is not as simple as taking a few things. Could it be that the treasures of these ancient races were stolen? That's not right either. If it is a treasure of their race, then the entire race should be offended. But this old man was talking about a specific person. And they are all heterosexual women. Thinking of this, Lin Hao took a breath. Old man, you are truly a role model for our generation. P.S. Sorry, I'm a bit busy recently and can only update once a day. Let's see if we can resume normal updates next month. Chapter 134 Preliminary Round ends. In the end, Lin Hao still refused. However, it's not because he is afraid of the debt of love to Fangsuan Mountain. But Lin Hao has his own plans. Although the power of the law granted is a shortcut to becoming a strong person. But after all, it is just a grant, and the rules are not complete. It is much worse than what you figured out on your own. And Lin Hao's path is completely different from that of ordinary people. He has a system. He does not need to rely on luck or a sudden opportunity to gain enlightenment in order to create the laws. Instead, you just need to follow the steps to draw the lottery and redeem the prizes. Especially his kendo skills. He has already reached the realm of heaven and man, and has met one of the prerequisites for comprehending the laws. Next. If Lin Hao could draw one, he would have the same level of swordsmanship ability as Hawkeye. Then he could use this ability as a template to integrate all the sword skills he had learned in his life. Then, he pushed open the gate of heaven in one fell swoop and gained insight into the power of the law. Create his own space of laws. This is just the rule of technique. Lin Hao also wants to transform the talent of the Thunderfruit. Until then, he mastered 2 complete laws at the same time. You must know that there is only one complete law in Fangsuan Mountain. They dare to go to those powerful alien territories and come and go freely. Never mind what he stole. At least Fangsuan Mountain is not in trouble now? He can even fight against a 9th level martial saint at the 8th level realm. In comparison, if Lin Hao mastered both laws, how many levels higher could he fight? I dare not even think about it. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's breathing quickened slightly. If I remember correctly, after the preliminaries of the freshman competition, the chaos competition will begin. The chaos race is not just about fighting humans, but also about exotic beasts joining in. By then, it will be time for Lin Hao to gain points. Well. Fang Kunshan shook his head. Have you really thought it through? Fang Kunshan was not optimistic about Lin Hao's choice to comprehend the laws on his own. Let us not talk about how difficult this road is. The level of skills that reaches the realm of heaven and man is not something that ordinary people can achieve. And even if you have amazing comprehension and break through to the heavenly man realm in one fell swoop. But that was just the beginning. As someone who has been through it all, Fang Kunshan has endured countless hardships, taken countless detours, and gone through countless life and death trials. Only he himself knows. You can say that. The strength and status he has today are due to the fact that not a single drop of his blood and sweat was shed in vain. Indeed. You, Lin Hao, are a genius and can greatly shorten this process. But how many geniuses and evildoers are there in this world? How many people are qualified to comprehend the power of the law on their own? Only 1 out of 10 survives. As for the transformation of talent into law, that is even more impossible. This probability is about the same as pointing to someone on the street and that person is Qin Shi Huang. I've thought about it. Lin Hao nodded. Seeing this, Fang Kunchen shook his head and didn't try to persuade him any further. Then, he slowly took out a few things from his space ring. Take these 5 8th level sword techniques. I hope they will be of help to you. And here's the communication token. If you regret it, you can contact me. Lin Hao nodded and accepted them one by one. Although this was the first time he met the old man in front of him. But Lin Hao could feel the other party's kindness. This made Lin Hao feel a little guilty. After all, whether it was to get him to become a disciple or to learn about the sequence quoted during the previous conversation, it was all thanks to Fengsuan Mountain's efforts. It can be said that it was of great help to Lin Hao. And not only did I refuse the other party, but I also got a few 8th level martial arts books for free. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt even more guilty. So Lin Hao blinked and said, "Old man, why don't you change your 8th level martial arts to the 9th level, and then I will kowtow to you and become your disciple." Get lost. Fang Kunchen was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Do you think 9th level martial arts are cabbage? Tisk, you were bragging about it so much before, but after all this time, it's still gone? Lin Hao teased. Little bastard. Fang Kunchen glared and kicked Lin Hao. Get out of here right now. I'm annoyed just by seeing you. Outside, the martial arts field. The competition on the ring has also reached its final moment. The list of qualified players from the preliminaries is almost complete. Lu Chanxian ranked second with the result of eliminating 80 people. As for why it is not the first. Just because the person in front of her was Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao only used one move, that one move directly eliminated everyone on the ring. His number of eliminations remains at the top to this day. However, after Lu Chanxian recovers her fighting strength, she also has the opportunity to compete for the first place. But after feeling the stunning power of that sword, she felt that she was not worthy at all. The first stage of the freshman competition qualifiers has concluded. Principal Hong's gentle voice rang out in front of the podium. Students who have advanced will be able to check their results by logging onto the school's official website later. I hope you won't relax, take this freshman competition seriously, and show the style of Xingwu University. And students who failed to advance should not be discouraged. You still have a long way to go in the martial arts world. A temporary failure will only serve as nourishment for your growth. Practice hard, and sooner or later Xingwu University will be proud of you. After a brief inspirational speech, Principal Hong paused and was about to announce the disbandment. A girl named Lin fell from the sky. How? Then, Principal Hong caught it subconsciously. Or a princess hug. Then, their eyes met. It's a nice day today. Lin Hao laughed awkwardly, under the strange gazes of countless people. He slowly broke free from Principal Hong's arms, and then walked step by step towards the team of freshmen. As he walked, Lin Hao cursed inwardly. Damn, that old man definitely did it on purpose. Okay, everyone, disperse. The woman in red appeared calm on the surface, but she had actually already carved out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in her heart. I have countless ways to help my opponent land safely. But why do I have to choose the most embarrassing and stupid method? Broken. The image of a superior person that I had built up is gone. Of course, this is just a small episode. And as Principal Hong announced the disbanding of the team, the fragile college students who had fought one after another all dragged their tired bodies towards the exit of the venue. On the way, we couldn't help but talk about today's battle situation, rankings, etc. Some people were happy while others were sighing. This class of freshmen is much more powerful than ours. Yeah, especially Lin Hao. Damn, he's so strong that it's abnormal. In another year or two, I'm afraid I won't have any rivals in Xingwu University. I'm scared, but luckily I'll graduate in 2 years. In the audience seats of the stadium. As the old students stood up and left, they couldn't help but sigh to each other. A monster like Lin Hao is destined to be the most dazzling new star. Other people of the same generation can only serve as supporting roles. Chapter 135 Treating Guests to Dinner. Brother Hao, this way. At the exit of the martial arts arena, Lu Yonlei and others waved to Lin Hao with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Hao walked over. But as soon as I got close, I felt something strange on my back. Look back. I saw Lu Chanxian and Chu Yuro staring at me blankly. The former had a flushed face and stars in his eyes. The latter looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Hao, you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are really good at hiding things. There was a hint of resentment in Chu Yuro's words. After all, she made a big promise before the competition. No one can be her match except Lu Chanxian. Even these words were said in front of Lin Hao. This is equivalent to saying this in front of a max-level boss. I'll take you to the dungeon together. Don't worry, I'll hurt you and you just stand behind me. When Chu Yuro thought of this, she felt extremely ashamed. Of course, this is not her fault. It's that bastard Lin Hao's fault for pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Snort. Lu Chanxian thought more simply. He is worthy of being my master, so handsome. Love it, love it. This woman, whose mind used to be filled with swords, now has another figure in her heart. Who told you to be so confident back then? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows at Chu Yuro. A little. Chu Yuro made a face and stopped talking. There seems to be some resentment. Okay, to celebrate everyone's advancement, I'll treat you all to a meal. Lin Hao said to Lu Chanxian and the others with a smile. He also knew it just now. Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan also successfully advanced with Lu Chanxian's intentional or unintentional care. Plus, from the morning preliminaries to the end at 5 in the afternoon, I didn't eat a single bite in between. Although as a warrior, it's okay to skip a few meals. But the successive battles took a toll on everyone. Even Lin Hao felt a little hungry. That's better. I want braised prawns. When Chu Yuro heard that Lin Hao wanted to treat them, her eyes suddenly lit up. The little foodie's nature immediately awakened, and all the previous resentment was swept away. No problem, you can order whatever you want when we get to the restaurant. Lin Hao smiled. Yeah. Brother Hao is treating. Then we must drink something later. Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan also had smiles on their faces. Walk. To be honest, this was Lin Hao's first time out of school since returning from the battlefield in the borderland. Over the past month or two, I have either been practicing or on the path of practicing. Going out to relax occasionally is also a way to combine work and rest. The other people were similar to Lin Hao and were also very excited. After all, don't be fooled by the fact that in the eyes of outsiders they are a group of talented warriors who are superior to others. But in reality they were just a group of fragile college students under the age of 20. It is the age of a flower, and it also possesses the beautiful breath of youth. Of course. Even if it's just going out to play. Lin Hao also did not forget the threat from alien races. So he used his serial qualifications to get a special car from the school. This special car can not only withstand the attack of a 6th-level martial king, but also has a built-in alarm function. As long as the school is attacked, the school and the authorities will receive the news immediately and rush to support. It can be said to be foolproof. At this time, on the special car, Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan sat in the front seat and were responsible for driving. Lin Hao and the two girls sat in the back row, discussing which restaurant to go to later. But, to be precise, Chu Yuro pulled Lu Chanxian and loudly plotted how to bankrupt Lin Hao in order to avenge the sword attack. As the host, Lin Hao pretended not to hear anything. Lin Hao looked out the window, his nose filled with the charming body fragrance of the two women, and he squinted his eyes to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the city. I have to say, this feeling of comfort. This was something he had never experienced in his previous life as a hard-working worker. Thinking of this, Lin Hao suddenly felt a little emotional. If he hadn't awakened the system, he would still have that F-level talent. In which corner of society are you struggling desperately now? It's not like today, when we have the ability to decide our own destiny. Of course. The premise of all this is strength. In this world where strength is respected, the only way to become stronger is to keep working hard. Only then can you gain more respect and control your own destiny. Just as Lin Hao was sighing, several figures in long robes suddenly flashed past the car window. Is that a monk? Lin Hao frowned. Dongning City, where Xingwu University is located, is very close to the border. It's such a remote place, but I've never heard of any temples there? Where do these monks come from? What's wrong? Lu Chanxian noticed Lin Hao's mood change. Nothing, I just saw a few monks and thought it was a bit strange. Lin Hao waved his hand and said casually. Phew, I was so scared. I thought you were angry. Chu Yuro said with a guilty conscience. She had just taken advantage of Lin Hao's inattention and secretly made a reservation at the best restaurant in Dongning City. He planned to give Lin Hao a good beating. How could that be? I'm that kind of person. Lin Hao smiled and rubbed the other person's head. This action made Chu Yuro's pretty face slightly red, and she dodged repeatedly. Ah, Qianqian, why don't you help me stop that bastard? I can't beat him. While everyone was having fun, they arrived at their destination. Kinjiaju is the best hotel in the city. It is famous for its recipes for ferocious beasts. Using the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts as food is not only delicious, but also can enhance chi and blood and physical strength if taken for a long time. That's why. This attracted a large number of warriors to come and dine. And it is usually hard to get a seat. Chu Yuro had to use her identity as a student of Xingwu University to barely snatch a private room. At the hotel entrance. As soon as Lin Hao got off the car, he saw several monks hurriedly passing by on the opposite side of the road. Why, so many monks? Lin Hao frowned. Lin Hao would not be surprised if he just happened to meet a few monks on the roadside. But today is the second time. Moreover, these monks all wear the same clothing. They all have white robes with a white lotus embroidered on them. Such a synchronized situation made Lin Hao feel a little alert. But after using the system to investigate, it was discovered that it was not a disguise of an alien race. After all, there was no prompt to get points by killing. Could it be that these monks are just traveling in groups? Thinking of this, Lin Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what the other party is here for. Since they are not aliens, there is no reason for me to investigate these things. Moreover, if these monks really came here to do bad things, there are officials to catch them, so it is not his turn to take care of it. Brother Hao, don't just stand there, come in quickly. Lu Yonglei's shout brought Lin Hao back to his senses. Here I come. Chapter 136, The Gradually Critical Situation. Lu Qianqian, do you know anything about monks? In the private room on the second floor, while waiting for the dishes to be served, Lin Hao leaned over and whispered to Lu Qianqian. Perhaps Lin Hao was a little worried and wanted to ask these young ladies from prominent families if they had any opinions. Aside. Lu Qianqian felt the man's aura gradually approaching, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. She said a little embarrassedly, I have indeed seen him. Usually when we worship our ancestors, we invite some high monks to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures. What about the one with the white lotus pattern on the robe? Bai Lian? Lu Qianqian was puzzled and shook her head, I've never heard of it. Generally speaking, Buddhism has strict regulations and requirements for the dress and appearance of monks. This includes style, color, production method, and fabric. They all emphasize solemnity and neatness. After all, this is the most important way for people to embody Buddhist teachings. And on the robe, there is a white lotus tattoo? Doesn't this seem out of place? After hearing this, Lin Hao became even more doubtful. Although Lu Qianqian's strength is not as good as mine. But in terms of knowledge in all aspects, Lin Hao, who came from an ordinary family, could never compare to the eldest daughter of a noble family. But even the other party has never heard of it. So what is the origin of these white lotus monks? Okay, what are you two whispering about behind our backs? Next to the chair, Chu Yuro looked at the two people gradually approaching, with an inexplicable smile on her lips. Chu Yuro's intuition told her. Lin Hao and Lu Qianqian, there must be something going on with these two. No, we were just discussing something. Lu Qianqian looked a little flustered and waved her hands with a red face. What's up? Seeing this, Lin Hao repeated the conversation just now. What's so strange about this? Chu Yuro said nonchalantly, have you forgotten? Where is the venue for this freshman competition elimination round? Where? Lu Yonglei and Li Yuan asked in unison. Stupid. It's in Dongning City, where Xingwu University is located. Chu Yuro took a big bite of food and said, the second stage of the chaotic competition and the finals will all be held in the suburbs of Dongning City. By then, all contestants from across the country will gather in Dongning City to compete for the extremely rare extraterritorial spot. So, there are more people coming from other places these days. What's so strange about that? After all, such a wonderful duel of skills is rare. If it were me, I would definitely buy a ticket to watch it live. Just here to watch the game? The reasons Chu Yuro gave sounded casual and in line with normal logic. But Lin Hao felt a hint of unusual aura. After all, which monk would travel such a long distance to come to Dongning City, which is close to the border, just to watch the game? Don't you want the temple anymore? Moreover, this freshman competition can be watched online. Technology is so advanced nowadays that even those century-old monks have learned to shop online. What is so difficult about watching a live broadcast? Besides, there are no contestants among the monks. Who are they here to support? So, it is certain that they are definitely not here to watch the game. Just thinking about it. The impressive White Lotus appeared in Lin Hao's mind again. Now, the White Lotus seemed to come alive again, swaying its body, looking a little weird. Okay, don't think about it. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to hold it up. Let's eat. Seeing Lin Hao's worried expression, Chu Yuro tried to persuade him. As the second lady of the Chu family, no matter what happened in the past, her sister and father would protect her. So Chu Yuro has been heartless since she was a child and doesn't understand what Lin Hao is worried about. The dinner that had finally begun was disrupted by the White Lotus monk, and Lin Hao lost his appetite. Just ate a few bites casually. Then he followed the crowd back to school. Of course. Along the way, Lin Hao was also carefully looking for those monks. However, the figures that used to appear randomly on the streets are now nowhere to be seen. Back to the school villa. Lin Hao first did his routine training exercises, and then sat on the sofa, thinking carefully. From Lu Chanxian, we learned that the group of White Lotus monks were obviously not common. And at this critical juncture of the freshman competition, anything can happen. If Lin Hao takes the perspective of an alien race into consideration and wants to hunt down the Dragon Country's genius, what better opportunity could there be than the freshman competition? There's no need to even bother distinguishing them, they're all together anyway. But, the system prompts that those White Lotus monks are not aliens. Lin Hao rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little headache. Seriously. He actually hoped that those monks were of foreign races, so that he could kill them without any worries. Harvest a large number of points, then draw a lottery to exchange for the power of laws. This is the fastest solution. This is also what Lin Hao needs now. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths to find aliens? Isn't it for the purpose of comprehending the power of the law as quickly as possible? So that's why. Lin Hao was not afraid that these aliens had plans, but was afraid that they would do nothing. Otherwise, how long would it take him to accumulate enough points to draw from the god-level prize pool? I can't even imagine it. After all, the last time I drew the Eagle Eye inheritance, I experienced a large-scale beast-tide war. I don't know how many ferocious beasts I killed. Until the end. Only with the help of his good friend His Highness Long Ao did he manage to collect 100,000 points. And this time, just redeeming the Thunderfruit repeatedly would cost hundreds of thousands of points. Lin Hao sighed softly. Feeling the huge gap in points, he could only follow this line. Regardless of whether it is related to alien races. At least, we have to figure out what the purpose of this group of people is. Thinking of this, Lin Hao called Dean Yao. After all, when it comes to investigators, Yao Guozhong, who has an official background, is the most suitable person. Soon. The call is connected. Lin Hao then told the other party in detail what he had seen and heard today. As Yao Guozhong had been dealing with alien races for many years, he became alert instantly after hearing the White Lotus symbol. However, Yao Guozhong asked Lin Hao to wait for a while as he needed to investigate. After hanging up the phone for a while, Dean Yao's reply arrived. Lin Hao, the situation is not good, something serious might happen. Chapter 137 Chapter 137 The Demonic Cult of Compassion. What happened? Lin Hao was shocked when he heard this. How big is the matter that can make even the 6th-level warrior, Dean Yao of Xingwu University, unable to remain calm? To be honest, these evil monks are part of the bewitched, Lianqing demon cult. Lianqing demon cult? Indeed, you may have rarely heard of it in Dragon Country, but in the Outer Star Realm, the Lianqing demon cult is notorious. Yao Guozhong patiently explained, the Lianqing sect is one of the largest demonic sects outside the domain. Its demons have committed countless shocking evil deeds. For example, human sacrifice, genocide, and so on. These bloody incidents that have been widely reported outside the region were all committed by them. They are so rampant, is there no one to control them? Lin Hao frowned slightly. Logically speaking, there are so many races outside the domain, and there are countless powerful races among them. How could there be room for such a small rat shit in the universe? Lin Hao has never been outside the domain. But how could someone who acts so high profile and slaughters entire families it will survive to this day? I want to manage it, but I can't. Why? Because there's a demonic presence behind these people. On the other end of the phone, Yao Guozhong sighed softly. The demons are one of the strongest races in the myriad realms. Its overall strength is not inferior to theirs at all. Even in terms of top combat power, he is slightly stronger than them. Let me put it this way. The pterosaurs that Lin Hao had killed before on the border battlefield were in front of the demons. Not even worthy of carrying shoes. The reason why the 8th level pterosaur king in the Canaan Mountains can survive until now. On the one hand, besides the other party being more cowardly. Also, because the old pterosaur was once the mount of the demons, they didn't want to tear their faces apart. However, when Lin Hao heard about the power of the demons, he was not worried at all. On the contrary, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's great. I'm worried that I don't have enough points. After all, killing the Lianqing demon sect can only make you feel better, but it won't increase your points. But only by killing the demons can he achieve his goal. And, considering how powerful the demons are, how many points would be gained by killing them? It must be much more than the little Dragon King. As for how many there are, why not kill one first and try it out? President Yao, please stop talking. It's everyone's responsibility to eradicate the evil cult. I'm willing to join you in this effort. Question mark. Yao Guozhong on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. He said so much just to let Lin Hao be careful. But how do I feel? This guy is getting more and more excited? However, Yao Guozhong quickly refused. No, the Lianqing demon cult has appeared at this time, clearly targeting the freshman competition. The talented students in every school are their targets. After all, the flesh and blood of the Tianjiu is the most beloved tribute of those demonic sections. Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly became anxious. Dean Yao, you know my strength. Killing these demons is easy for me, right? That won't work either. On the other end of the phone, Yao Guozhong's tone was very serious. These people who sacrificed their souls and flesh to the evil, do you know what they will get? It's the power of law. Yao Guozhong answered his own questions, and fearing that Lin Hao didn't know the pros and cons, he added, the power of the law, even if it's just a trace, is not something you freshmen can handle. Besides, I've already reported this matter to Principal Feng, and the authorities have already taken action. So, you should just honestly participate in the freshman competition. Your opponents are those freshmen, not some demonic sect or demon clan. Lin Hao curled his lips, deeply disapproving. Isn't it just the power of law? As if no one has. Well, he really didn't. But Lin Hao believes that it will be available soon. Moreover, Lin Hao didn't know why. I always feel it in the dark. This time in the freshman competition, he will do something big. Okay, that's all I have to say. Finally, Yao Guozhong persuaded him, don't worry too much. No matter what happens, we old guys will be there to handle it. There will definitely not be any accidents in this freshman competition. At the same time, on the border of Dongning City, there is a hidden open space very close to the border. There are countless monks wearing white lotus robes and holding bone-colored relics in their hands. Sitting cross-legged, grinning foolishly and fantasizing. At the same time, he kept muttering scriptures, which sounded like a devilish sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and no one knew where it was drifting to. And he was sitting cross-legged in front of the monks. He is a little old man with a forehead full of hair, a childlike face and a sweet smile. But unlike everyone else who was wearing white robes, he was wearing a black robe, which made him extremely conspicuous. Looking closely, the black lotus on it seemed to make a crying sound when the wind blew, which was very strange. The old man had kind eyes and a smiling face, but he said extremely creepy words. Freshman competition? It's too small, too small. I want to use the flesh and blood of the entire city, please. Mother has arrived. 7 o'clock in the evening, in the villa area of Xingwu University. After hanging up the phone. However, Lin Hao no longer had the mind to practice, and was thinking carefully about his next plan. First of all, he must be involved in the affairs of the demon clan. This is not only for points, but also for giving back to the country. After all, his sequence quota brought him real benefits. Those precious body-tempering resources were acquired by the authorities at great expense. But Lin Hao is not an ungrateful person. Therefore, while enjoying convenience, you will also have to bear corresponding responsibilities. However, he is not a fool. Before we figure out what kind of strength the demon cult has, he won't act rashly. At least, it's not too late to take action after you have comprehended the rules. Secondly, he will definitely participate in this freshman competition. After all, we don't know the strength of the demons. The strange beasts in the competition field are his only way to obtain lottery points. So, Lin Hao has no intention of hiding the second stage of the chaotic competition in the freshman competition 2 days later. There's nothing to hide. He should challenge everyone with his strongest posture, for the sword. Speaking human language is: want to steal the monsters? Get the FCK out of my way. Chapter 138 Rule Changes. Time flies quickly, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Hao not only practiced daily but also trained Lu Chanshan. He also kept a close eye on the movements of the demon cult. However, since I spoke with Dean Yao 2 days ago, there has been no news about the demon cult. And there is no unusual news on either official or private social media. It was as if the Lianqing demon cult did not exist. However, Lin Hao didn't believe that the Lianqing demon sect would be so honest. He must be trying hard to do something bad. Of course, Lin Hao had nothing to worry about. We will soon see what tricks these evil cults have hidden. While Lin Hao was thinking, the freshman arrived as scheduled. Brother Hao, the bus to pick us up is here, let's get on quickly. Outside the villa, Lu Yonglei reminded. Here I come. Half an hour later. Military buses parked outside a nature reserve. This place is not too far from Dongning City. However, due to its proximity to the border, the jungle inside is quite primitive. Everywhere you look, you can see towering trees reaching into the sky and lush vegetation standing in rows. You can vaguely hear the terrifying roars of some strange beasts. This year's freshman competition will be held in this nature reserve. Normally, this place is maintained by the government, and the exotic animals in the reserve are also carefully selected. Neither too strong nor too weak, while possessing the ferocity of wild beasts. It also has extremely high controllability and will not cause a large number of casualties. But, although the strange beast is not too strong, it is still several levels stronger than the strange beast that appeared during the college entrance examination. Everyone sit down, I'll tell you the rules of the game. In the lounge outside the venue, Yao Guozhong looked at everyone and said in a deep voice. Rules? Weren't they already issued? Someone in the student team raised questions. After all, at that time, anyone who signed up for the competition received a document with the competition rules. It is very clearly written. Yes. Yao Guozhong nodded, but due to some circumstances, the rules have been temporarily changed this time. The original chaotic match, semifinals, and finals have all been merged into one competition. The assessment time has also been changed to 1 day. During this day, you will be ranked by earning points by killing monsters. Other rules, including ranking rewards, remain unchanged. Just a reminder, points can also be taken from other candidates' points watches. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar among the freshman team. This is a huge rule change. The original 10-day race schedule was condensed into just 1 day. How many freshmen should have made it to the national qualifiers? At least thousands of people. With so many people gathered in 1 day, we have to see who is better. You can imagine how great the competitive pressure must be. Even though all those present were students from top universities, they couldn't help but feel a little suffocated. After introducing the rules, President Yao left in a hurry. As one of the hosts of this freshman competition, he still has a lot of things to deal with. Lin Hao looked at the other persons departing back and pondered slightly. The ranking will be released within 1 day? Is the official so anxious to determine the winner because of the influence of the demon cult? Has it reached this critical point? Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although the official did not say it explicitly, Lin Hao knew it. The more urgent it is, the bigger the matter is. But the authorities are not stupid either. With so many talented students from various schools here, there will definitely be no accidents happening to them. This can be seen from the fact that the freshman competition has never been cancelled. The authorities certainly have the confidence to not be afraid of the evil cult. Just as Lin Hao was thinking, a majestic and indifferent voice sounded from all directions. Now I declare that the freshman competition officially begins. The moment the voice fell, a crack slowly appeared on one of the walls of the lounge. The upper part retracts and the lower part drops. What came into everyone's eyes was a lush wilderness world. and a large number of confused boys and girls. Fuck, there are so many people. Hey, the guy next door, we're from Sichuan and Chongqing University. Want to form a team together? Huning University sincerely invites all heroes to team up and kill monsters together. The points will be discussed in person. Dongwon girl is looking for protection. Is there a little brother, sweet or salty? When everyone was in the same space, some people looked at the geniuses from other schools with curiosity, some were whispering about forming teams, and some were mocking each other. In short, no one was the first to step into the reserve. You can tell from the way points are earned this time. It can be snatched from other students. Then, the nature of the entire game changes. After all, no one wants to work hard all day to kill strange beasts and accumulate a lot of points. But at the last second, they were all snatched away by someone. 10 liters of blood isn't enough to spit out. Master, where are we going? This was also Lu Chanxian's first time facing such a big scene, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In fact, it's not just her, many people are like this. Lin Hao was not nervous at all. Instead, he said lazily, "Where are we going? We must be going to kill some strange beasts." Ah. Lu Chanxian sighed softly and said worriedly, "Master, we will become the target of public criticism." Yes. Lu Yonglei on the side also advised, "Brother Hao, although you are powerful, if you are surrounded by so many people, I am afraid you will fall." "Don't worry about it." Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "Follow Lu Chanxian and meet up at the reserve center when the time comes." After saying that, Lin Hao stepped forward, performed the light windsword technique, and rushed directly inside, leaving only the confused crowd. The freshman competition has begun, and the demon cult may take action at any time. Lin Hao must hurry up and collect points. Otherwise, we will really have to wait until the demon cult does something big. That is when you will regret it. As for stealing his points or something, it was completely out of Lin Hao's consideration. After all, to be honest, with Lin Hao's skills in the heavenly realm, in Lin Hao's eyes, these so-called genius college students are no different from baby bus. Is it worth his worry? Lin Hao's opponents have always been those aliens. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, a 2-meter-tall black hound pounced with its bloody mouth wide open. But the next moment, then a slender hand firmly clamped the neck of the 4th-level alien beast, the black magic dog. A 4th-tier alien beast is equivalent to a human grandmaster warrior, and has the power to massacre an entire village or town. But now, this powerful beast whimpered in fear, as if it felt a strong life and death crisis. Immediately afterwards, a white sword light flashed. Crack! Woo! The black demon dog screamed, and its body was instantly separated. This kind of battle is meaningless. A tall, beautiful woman in green shook her head slightly. The woman holds a white sword in her hand with an elegant posture. Like a fairy falling from the sky, she is elegant and otherworldly, yet extremely powerful. Sister Yuxuan, with your skills, you will definitely be first in the competition. Next to her, a girl looked at Lin Yuxuan in awe and said, Lin Yuxuan, the daughter of the leader of the Martial Alliance, is also a talented girl at Magic City University. His skills have long surpassed the level of mind to mind. He is regarded as one of the candidates for the championship of this freshman competition. However, Lin Yuxuan didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion when she heard the praise from others. From childhood to adulthood, she had no idea how many times she had been called a genius. I've gotten used to it. It even seems that all this is taken for granted. Just as Lin Yuxuan was thinking, a scream was heard. Oh no! Sister Yuxuan, please check the leaderboard. Lin Yuxuan frowned and opened her smartwatch to take a look. First in points, Xingwu University, Lin Hao? Who is this? Chapter 139 Chapter 139 Fate is nothingness, the law is underworld. The sun sets in the west and dusk falls. A team of 4 warriors walked on the primitive jungle road. Compared with other participating teams, this team's evil spirit is astonishing. Each of them carried their weapons behind their backs, their eyes fierce. He doesn't look like a student at school at all. Boss, after we kill this last one, we can go back to our territory. Damn, we can finally get rid of those evil monks. One of the team members complained. They are assassins sent by the Terrasur clan to cooperate with the Lianqing cult and hunt down human geniuses. To be honest, they were also very afraid of that group of evil monks. This can be seen from the tasks given to them. Not only did they have to kill people, but they also had to kill people in an extremely cruel way. For example, being open-hearted, being loyal, etc. Afterwards, a special formation had to be set up. In the name of salvation? Seriously, such a weird and cruel way of killing. Even the pterosaurs, who had killed too many people, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, these evil monks were not targeting them. Otherwise they would keep thinking about me and I wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Okay, stop complaining and quickly complete the final sacrifice. The captain was disguised as a bald strong man. He looked unhappy at the moment and just wanted to end it all quickly. Captain, be careful. This last one is ranked first in points. One team member frowned. Oh. The bald strong man laughed contemptuously. If he wasn't number one, I wouldn't look for him. Question mark. The team members looked at each other, all with confusion on their faces. Don't look for the weak, only look for the strong? Did the captain's brain get eaten by the evil monk? Why are you talking nonsense? You are stupid. According to human rules, points can be snatched. So, the truly powerful humans must be here, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Only the fools among humans would show up at this time. This kind of behavior, in human terms, it's like showing off. The well-reasoned analysis left the team members stunned. But seriously, they didn't understand a single word. What are the rules and irregularities? For them it is a holy book. However, it is precisely because they know nothing. So I just think, the captain is awesome. Roar! At this moment, an early 5th stage arm-blade tiger jumped out from the bushes not far away and appeared in everyone's sight. Damn, what beast is blocking the way? Captain, let me do it. A captain shouted. Everyone, stay put and don't move. Don't make things complicated at this critical moment. The captain scolded. Their purpose is only to hunt down human geniuses. They don't want to care about these strange beasts at all. However, if they don't kill, someone else will. Buzz. Not long after the arm-knife tiger appeared, a clear sword sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, the space shook and the ground trembled and cracked. Bang! Accompanied by a huge sword like 5 stories high whistling from not far away, it seemed to split the entire world into two. The entire head-arm sword tiger was directly reduced to ashes under this extremely exaggerated sword energy. What the hell? The sturdy man closest to the arm-knife tiger was so frightened that his hand trembled and the long sword fell to the ground. If the captain hadn't stopped him just now, I'm afraid his fate will be exactly the same as that of the tiger with the sword. The remaining captains were also frightened, and one of the team members even asked the strongest bald man in the team while trembling. Captain, what was that just now? The bald captain grumbled and swallowed hard. I don't know either. The highest realm of these pterosaur teams is only the 4th level of perfection. After all, if it were any higher, it would be difficult to get into the competition team. However, those who dare to dig into the human's trump card are basically the elites among the pterosaurs. The power of their bloodline is at least S level. Cross-level combat is commonplace. However, when facing this sword light, he could not muster the slightest courage to fight. Just when everyone was stunned, a handsome young man with black hair and golden eyes looked indifferent. He walked out of the bushes with steady steps. Behind him, the dense jungle was split into two. It even spread to the surface of the earth, creating a huge gash. Gulong! 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 Looking at that handsome and youthful face, everyone felt dry mouth and kept swallowing saliva. At the same time, there was a hint of great fear hidden in everyone's eyes. After all, what if this human warrior discovered their disguised identities? Then they might die. Classmate, you are really awesome. The bald strong man spoke human language quite fluently. The pterosaurs have been fighting with humans for many years and know each other quite well. As elite warriors, human language is a compulsory course for them. You're welcome. Who are you? Lin Hao clasped his fists. To be honest, it is rare to see a contestant who starts off by praising others. After all, those Lin Hao had met before were basically there to steal his points. No excessive nonsense at all. Of course. For these people, Lin Hao can only fulfill their wish to be eliminated. Hello, we are freshmen from Southwest University. The bald captain smiled and pointed at his school uniform. It is obvious that the students of Southwest University have been slaughtered by them. Oh, Xingwu University, Lin Hao. Lin Hao also nodded and responded politely. Lin Hao did not think of these freshmen as aliens. Just treat them as normal contestants. However, these freshmen disguised as pterosaurs couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they heard Lin Hao's name. Grass. He is our final target? Is this what the captain said, the fool among humans? A useless person who loves to show off? Damn it, are you crazy? Fuck you, Captain. At this moment, several members of the pterosaur clan wanted to kill the captain. After all, they were still looking for Lin Hao just now. Now it seems that this is no different from seeking death. Everyone was terrified and thinking quickly in their minds. We need to leave this place quickly. Etc. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and stopped the people from leaving. No way. The fear in the hearts of several people just now was detected by his observation haki. Lin Hao felt a little strange. After all, as a normal person, is there any need to be so scared when seeing him? So I used the system to investigate. As a result, wow, there are still a few fish that slipped through the net. What's wrong, classmate? The bald strong man turned around and said, but his pace did not stop, but became faster and faster. People can leave, but life must remain. Lin Hao's mouth corners rose slightly. You. With a swish, a flash of sword light appeared. Before anyone could speak, heads fell to the ground. Ding, kill the 4th level elite pterosaur and gain 5,000 points. Hint, the host's points have reached 100,000. Do you want to participate in the god level lottery? The pterosaurs are really good brothers. Lin Hao's eyes lit up slightly. The strange beasts in this competition venue are different from the beast type encountered in the borderland before. The strength of the strange beast is far superior. Therefore, Lin Hao accumulated points at a very fast speed. But the number is still a little less than that of the beast tide. So even after Lin Hao had been killing for so long, his points were never enough to draw from the god level pool. But now, the pterosaurs are always sleepy and hand over pillows. There is the little dragon king in front and elite warriors behind. If this isn't good brothers, then what is? Since his good brother is so sincere, he can only draw the lottery with tears in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 points, participating in the God level lottery, and winning the God level reward Huangquan Sword Wu. Attached, Dao level law, nothingness. Chapter 140, the division of laws. In fact, there are also highs and lows among the rules. According to the previous conversation with Principal Fong, the rules can be simply divided into 3 types. The first, and weakest, is the ordinary level law. Most of these rules are evolved versions of talents, and their effects are relatively simple. For example, the law of fire, the law of water, the law of ice, etc. The second type is called special level rules. This type of law is extremely rare and powerful. It can form its own domain and has many wonderful changes. For example, Principal Fong's star picking rules. The third, and most terrifying, type is the Dao level law. These laws directly point to the origin of the universe and are the first few chaotic energies that were born when the world was first created. Not only does it form its own field, but when the laws are fully developed, it can even construct the entire world. It is the true supreme authority of the Creator. I'll go. The moment the system prompt appears, Lin Hao began to breathe rapidly, staring with wide eyes at the slender sword in his hand that looked like a willow moon. He knew this blade of thunder god very well. Different from Hawkeye's cross. Huangquan's knife can even cut off cause and effect. Even. Huangquan drew his sword from its sheath, removing the restraints on his right hand. The black raindrops that fell like ink took away everything, leaving only the color of blood in the world that was swallowed like a black hole. Not only is it extremely powerful, but its skill effects are also extremely cool. Thinking of this, Lin Hao was ecstatic. Huangquan's sword, plus the law of nothingness and destiny, who wouldn't be excited? Now. The system prompt sounded again. Do you accept the law immediately? Yes. Lin Hao naturally didn't hesitate at all and agreed on the spot. And it was at the moment of agreement. The next moment. Boom! Lin Hao's originally active momentum immediately began to die down, and then he realized that the surrounding environment had changed. It is no longer the familiar nature reserve. Lin Hao looked around. This is a gray space, with a vast pool of stagnant water underfoot and endless drizzle falling, as if it would never end. In the distance, a pitch-black sun dominated the entire night, even absorbing all the light. Just by looking at it, Lin Hao felt that his spirit seemed to be attracted and addicted. It seems that everything in the world is meaningless and all my senses are empty. However, in this dead black and white space, there is a bright color that stands out. There was a figure there, with long gray-white hair falling to the waist, and bright red mandala patterns wrapped around the body. He stood with his eyes closed, a long sword on his waist. Yellow Springs. That was her usual name. She has another name. Lightning Forgotten River Guard May. You're finally here. Sensing the movement, Huang Quan slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed in his indifferent and confused eyes. WTF? The moment Lin Hao looked into those beautiful purple eyes, he was stunned. I don't know whether to be excited or frightened. Because the system actually intercepted Huan Chuan's void space? Moreover, Huang Quan was standing right in front of him alive. Since you are here, the passage to the void abyss is now in your hands. Huang Quan looked at Lin Hao and spoke in a low voice, without a trace of emotion in his words. Leave it to me? Although Huang Quan's words were very profound, Lin Hao also understood what she meant. This should be what the system calls the inheritance of laws. But it looks like a plot. Thinking of this, Lin Hao nodded and asked, Huang Quan, you gave Shiwu to me, what about you? I. Huang Quan raised his head, his confused eyes looking in an unknown direction. I will go to look for the memories of the past. Will we meet again? Lin Hao asked. He actually hoped that Huang Quan could stay. After all, with Huang Quan's combat power, plus him, wouldn't they be killing people indiscriminately in the original world? What kind of demon sect, demon clan? Let them see what it means to weep for the dead. Huang Quan hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, when you reach the end of nothingness, we will meet again. Just when Lin Hao was accepting the inheritance of the rules, outside the competition venue, Fang Kunshan and two other warriors with powerful auras were paying attention to this area at this moment. Old Fang, could that Lianqing sect you mentioned be a scam? Principal Wang of Magic City University complained. The moment the authorities received the news from the cult, they immediately took action. After all, it concerns the safety of all new students across the country. So Fangsuan Mountain joined forces with the presidents of two top universities in Shanghai and Beijing. There are 3 8th-level warriors in total. There are also several 7th-level strongmen from the Martial Alliance, and countless army soldiers below the 6th level. However, so many powerful people turned the entire Dongning city upside down. There was no trace of the evil cult. This made President Wang of Shanghai University doubt whether this matter was true or not. Impossible. Fang Kunshan shook his head. My students witnessed the teaching of Lianqing with their own eyes. It is impossible to be fake. The source of the information is Lin Hao, and Fangsuan Mountain did not see it with his own eyes. But he understood the other person. This kid Lin Hao. Although he may not be serious sometimes, he will definitely not act foolishly on such important matters. Hey, Lao Wang, if you have the guts, just leave. President Liu of Shangjing University curled his lips and said sarcastically. The 3 of them have been friends for many years. They understand each other very well. Naturally, I know that although Principal Wang was complaining, he believed it firmly in his heart. Lu Benchang, you old fellow have become more courageous recently? Do you want to try my law of fiery fire? Principal Wang was not willing to be outdone and directly retorted. Come on, my heavy water law can beat the shit out of you. Damn it, Lao Feng, stop pulling me. Today, only this old bastard and I can stand. Fang Kunshan looked at Principal Wang, who was 10 meters away from him, and shook his head helplessly. These 2 old men, who are almost 200 years old in total, started fighting with children again. Fortunately, Fangsuan Mountain has gotten used to it over the years. Alright, stop yelling. If you keep making noise, I'll go to the star-picking space and count the stars. This sentence is indeed very effective. The 2 people who were very arrogant just now suddenly shut up. After all, the 2 of them are just ordinary rules, and together they are no match for Fangsuan Mountain. However, at this moment, in the sky above Dongning City, a huge demon eye suddenly appeared, and the moment it appeared, it stared greedily at the city below. Immediately afterwards, boundless blood completely enveloped the entire Dongning City. Even the light that fell turned crimson. The entire Dongning City seemed to have fallen into hell. Death, depression, fear. Countless negative emotions are intertwined over the city. It was like a heavy hammer, leaving everyone breathless. This is the law of the demon race. The people from Fangsuan Mountain looked at each other, all with solemn expressions. At the same time, in a hidden corner of Dongning City, countless white-robed monks smiled, took out their daggers and stabbed themselves in the heart without hesitation. At the same time, complete suicide. In front of them, a black-robed monk knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, with 2 lines of blood and tears flowing out. The 13th generation disciple of the Lianqing sect respectfully invites the old mother to descend.